The year is 2024. At Lijiang City's second academy, the class change ceremony is underway. This day is important for every student, but for this young man, it's his last hope. A year ago, he was isekai'd into this world as Zhou Yi. Before he could even adjust to his new reality, his mother passed away. Soon after, his sister, Zhou Yun, was struck down by a mysterious illness. Her medical bills are piling up, and his part-time jobs aren't enough. This ceremony is his only chance. He has to become a combat class, grind money in dungeons, and get his sister to a high-level priest. Just when all hope seemed lost, fate intervened. During the ritual, Zhou Yi awakens a system. He even gets a starter pack with a hidden class, one of the most legendary classes in this entire world. After receiving the goddess's blessing, 3 choices appear before him: Light Mage, Holy Priest, and Holy Knight. The Light Mage is a pure glass cannon. Massive damage, but practically zero defense. In a world crawling with monsters, that's a death sentence. The Holy Priest has insane support skills, including the God-tier resurrection ability, but their combat power is pathetic, making them totally dependent on others. That's not his path. The Holy Knight, however, is a perfectly balanced powerhouse. They can take a hit, and they can dish one out. While it has no flashy skills, his divine light talent makes it the perfect fit for him. With his mind made up, Zhou Yi makes his choice: Holy Knight. A system notification chimes, "Congratulations, you have become a Holy Knight, level 10. The moment the ceremony ends, his classmates swarm him, eager to suck up. "Class rep, you're amazing. Let me on your team for the college entrance trials. I want to ride your coattails. I'm a summoner. Our team will definitely get a high score. I'm a mage. Take me with you. Break it up, all of you. Disperse." An upperclassman shoves them aside, his eyes locked on Zhou Yi. "Not a bad performance. Go home and rest. Report to the principal's office tomorrow." Back in his room, Zhou Yi finally gets a chance to check his status window. Strength 20, Constitution 18, Agility 17, and Intelligence 15. He also has 10 unallocated attribute points. After a class change, your base stats jump, and you get free points to spend. He has to prioritize strength, then constitution. Raw power is the only way to kill monsters efficiently. Without a second thought, Zhou Yi dumps his points into his stats. 6 points go into strength, while constitution and agility each get a 2-point boost. He can feel the power surging through his veins. This is the immediate change from allocating his stats. A new notification pops up. First-time stat allocation detected. Activating Holy Knight quest. Choose 2 of the following daily rewards. Reward 1. Receive 10 additional attribute points. Reward 2. Receive a random piece of Holy Knight equipment. Accept or decline. With rewards this good, Zhou Yi smashes the accept button, matching with a suitable trial dungeon. Match successful. Mission: eliminate the E-rank monster Go Lobby. A warning follows. Take this trial seriously. Dying here means dying in the real world. In a flash, Zhou Yi is teleported to a new location. He cautiously scans his surroundings. A mine shaft? That's right. The textbook said Go Lobby live in mines. They might not be carnivores, but like all monsters, the sight of a human drives them into a bloodthirsty rage. Sensing danger from behind, Zhou Yi leaps into the air, easily dodging a surprise attack from a Go Lobby. Since this is his first real fight, he decides to test his raw power. No skills, just pure stats and combat. His body feels so much lighter, his jumps more powerful. This must be the effect of his boosted stats, but just as he's getting cocky from dodging its attacks, its razor-sharp tail impales him straight through the gut. Time to get serious. He immediately activates his skill. Self-heal, level 1, C rank. Within 30 seconds, the skill restores a set amount of health for up to 2 party members. Even a low-level beast can't be underestimated. As the monster charges again, Zhou Yi unleashes his own skills. First, Pure White Blade, level 1, C rank. He focuses his power, slashing a cross-shaped blade of light through the air. Any enemy hit by the attack takes light attribute damage and enters a stunned state. Next up, Tiger Pounce, level 4, D rank. He grabs the enemy in front of him, charges forward, and then hurls it away, dealing massive damage to anything it collides with. With one final combo, the Go Lobby is vaporized. Trial complete. Final grade, A. Please select your rewards. Reward 1. Receive 10 additional attribute points. Reward 2. Receive a Holy Knight skill. Reward 3. Receive a random piece of Holy Knight equipment. Stat points and skills are the foundation of any class user's power. He doesn't need to level up skills right now, so the free stat points are the best choice. A decent weapon would also be a massive help for future trials. Thank God the system gives out gear. He could never afford a weapon on his own. I'll take the attribute points and the random equipment. Reward received: 10 free attribute points. Reward received: crude single-handed sword. Leaving the dungeon, Zhou Yi reappears in his room. Just then, his phone alarm goes off. The reminder reads, 5 p.m., hospital. Meanwhile, at the hospital, Zhou Yun is watching the news when the TV suddenly clicks off. The head nurse stands there, remote in one hand and a bill in the other. Time to pay up, she sneers. 10,000. Zhou Yun takes the bill, her hands trembling. Why is it so much? It's usually only 5,000. Is this a mistake? My brother works 3 jobs just to make that much. Where are we supposed to find the rest? The nurse scoffs. You used a lot of medicine this month. Inhibitors, stabilizers. We had to call a priest once, and you had 3 episodes that kept the entire night staff running ragged. You've got a lot of nerve for a little girl. If you have a problem with the bill, check it yourself. Zhou Yun quickly tries to placate her. That's not what I meant. Please don't misunderstand. Let me give you some advice. If you can't afford a rich person's illness, don't get one. Poor people should know their place. If you can't handle it, then maybe you should just... Before she can finish, a heavy hand clamps down on her shoulder. She spins around, startled. Excuse me, nurse. Did I just hear you verbally abusing a patient? A middle-aged man says with a smirk, his voice dripping with menace. Let's see if that sharp tongue of yours still works in the director's office. Beside him stands a bodyguard built like a brick wall, making the nurse shrink back. These guys look like trouble, she thinks. She wisely decides to bail, but not without a parting shot at Zhou Yun. That bill is due by the end of today. Who? Who are you? Zhou Yun asks, her guard up. Are you debt collectors? The man pulls out a business card and smiles warmly. Miss Zhou Yun, correct? I'm a friend of your brother's. A moment later, Zhou Yi walks in, staring at a payment receipt in disbelief. Xiao Yun, I went to pay your bill, and the system says our account has 100,000 in it. Do you know anything about this? He finally looks up from the receipt and freezes when he sees the 2 strangers. He immediately gets defensive. Who are you people? The middle-aged man steps forward to introduce himself. Greetings, Mr. Zhou Yi. My name is Zhao Wenbin, the mayor's secretary. I'd like to discuss a matter with you, he says, offering a hand. The mayor? The most powerful man in Guangxi City? And his personal secretary, who basically speaks for the mayor himself, is here to see me? Zhou Yi shakes his hand politely. It's not right to talk business in a hospital room. Let's find somewhere else. Zhao Wenbin happily agreed. Before leaving, he carefully instructed the bodyguard to stay with Zhou Yun. News of Zhou Yi unlocking a hidden class spread like wildfire, so it was no surprise to hear people buzzing about him. Take, for instance, 3 high school girls sitting in a coffee shop not far from Zhou Yi's table. Have you seen the hot search? The second academy has a student with a hidden class now. I think his name is Zhou Yi. Here's the photo the school released. Wow, he's actually really handsome. Hearing this, Zhao Wenbin simply smiled and turned to Zhou Yi. Mr. Zhou, congratulations on acquiring an S-rank talent, the Divine Angel's protection, and advancing to the Holy Knight class. It was just a stroke of luck. Obtaining an S-rank talent in a normal advancement ceremony is impossible through luck alone. The mayor takes this very seriously and has specifically ordered the media not to disturb you. As he spoke, he took out a box containing a key. He has also arranged for some training resources to help you prepare for the college entrance exams. They're stored in a vault at the city bank. This is the only key to that vault. If you have any other requests, just ask. It seems the mayor believes I have the potential to become a major power, which is why he's investing so heavily in me. This is a win-win situation. But there's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. The mayor is clearly hoping I'll be able to repay him one day. Seeing Zhou Yi's silence, Zhao Wenbin played his trump card. Starting today, a professional medical team will be assigned to Miss Zhou Yun, 24/7. In addition, the mayor has already contacted a level 36 second advancement priest. 1 month from now, he will travel to Guangxi City specifically to treat Miss Zhou Yun. Hearing this, Zhou Yi immediately accepted the mayor's support. After speaking with Zhao Wenbin, Zhou Yi returned to Zhou Yun and told her everything. Hearing the news, she couldn't help but gasp. So this means you've basically hit the jackpot, huh? Does that mean I get to be your new shiny accessory? Zhou Yi gently flicked her forehead. You're talking nonsense again. Right now, you need to focus on getting better. At that moment, Zhou Yun's curiosity sparked. Every class has its own unique skills. So what skills did you get? Hearing that, Zhou Yi suddenly remembered something. After his class change, 3 exclusive Holy Knight skills appeared. Pristine Blade for offense, Gradual Recovery for healing, and Weapon Blessing for support. Gradual Recovery could restore health points. He could test it out on his sister. Zhou Yi placed a hand on Zhou Yun's head, then tried to activate the skill. This feels amazing, like I'm soaking in a hot spring and getting a full-body massage. Xiao Yun, do you feel any better? Zhou Yun was lost in the relaxing sensation, but then her eyes snapped open. Her face lit up with excitement as she told her brother, "The pain is gone. My hands are warm again. You're incredible." Zhou Yi looked at his sister with affection, silently glad he chose the Holy Knight class. Aside from its sheer power, A big part of his decision was Zhou Yun's strange illness. After all, a holy knight was, at its core, a support class. Even if he couldn't cure Zhou Yun completely, just easing her constant pain and suffering made it all worthwhile. The next day, Principal Luo Heng personally escorted Zhou Yi to his office. Along the way, the principal beamed with joy. Yesterday, dozens of universities contacted me about early admission. My phone almost exploded. This morning alone, I've already received calls from 4 of the top 10 schools. Do your best and try to secure the best resources. These teachers are all second advancement awakeners, level 35 or higher. If you can get direct admission, your future will be set with top-tier training. Principal, which schools are they? Zhou Yi asked. Vin Duong University, Shuyan Nam University, and Cat University, and Hanthan University. The top 3 universities didn't call. The top 3 have always based admissions on the entrance exam results alone. They don't consider talent or class, so they don't offer early admission. As they reached the office door, Zhou Yi and the principal could already hear a heated argument inside. Old Zhao, Suyen province is over 4,000 kilometers away. Don't tell me you used a private combat jet to get here. A combat jet? Please. I used a long-range teleportation array. An array that consumes a level 30 magic core with every single activation. You were actually willing to use that? For a true genius, no price is too high. Zhou Yi is as good as ours. We'll see about that. Let the best offer win. At that moment, Luo Heng pushed the door open, a proud look on his face. Esteemed recruiters, the genius student Zhou Yi has arrived. He then turned and introduced each person to Zhou Yi. This is Professor Zhao Tianfu of Vinduang University, Professor Li Bing of Shuyan Nam University, Professor Zhu Yu of Hanthan University, and Professor Yu Yuan of Ankat University. Zhou Yi immediately bowed respectfully to the professors. This gesture pleased them greatly. He wasn't arrogant despite unlocking a hidden class. He was calm and composed. A good kid. Not bad at all. Just then, Zhao Tianfu got straight to the point. Let me state Vinduang University's offer. 2 million Zhongsha credits and 3 exclusive skill books for the Holy Knight class. Zhou Yi was taken aback. A normal family earns about 6,000 a month, and Vinduang University was offering 2 million up front, plus Holy Knight skill books that were impossible for ordinary people to ever obtain. Even the mayor hadn't offered him resources of this caliber. Ha ha, is that all? Vinduang University is as stingy as ever, I see. Li Bing laughed mockingly before making his own offer. Student Zhou Yi, enroll at Shuyan Nam University and you'll receive 3 million credits. 3 exclusive Holy Knight skill books per year, and personal instruction from a level 56, third advancement Holy Knight. Level 56. That was an existence that stood near the very peak of power on this planet. If Zhou Yi could become his disciple, his future would be limitless. Luo Heng was in awe, but when he heard Professor Zhu Yu speak, he was even more shocked. Gentlemen, your offers lack true sincerity. Enrolling at Hanthan University comes with less money, only 2 million. But, upon enrollment, I will immediately gift you a B-grade cultivation resource. A B-grade cultivation resource? Luo Heng couldn't help but gasp. Then he stared at Zhou Yi, his eyes screaming, "Take the deal! A B-grade cultivation resource is something money can't buy. With those kinds of legendary treasures, you could turn a pig into a powerful magic beast." Faced with these incredible early admission offers from 4 universities, Zhou Yi actually refused. Because he wanted to enter one of the top 3 universities. Among the top 10, the 3 leading schools Suhang University, Donkin University, and Ma Do University held a legendary status, known as the Big 3 of the Zhongsha Nation. They only recruit 1,000 new students each year, and the admission slots aren't limited to just humans. Other races, like elves and giants, could also compete for a spot in the top 3. The other races were naturally stronger than humans. Combined with the sheer number of geniuses born across the vast Zhongsha nation, getting into the top 3 universities was a feat harder than ascending to the heavens. So when they heard Zhou Yi's reason for refusal, Zhao Tianfu's aura exploded with rage. I thought we'd found a promising seed, but it turns out he's just an arrogant brat who doesn't know his place. I've reviewed your file. For the last 18 years, your foundation has been severely lacking, with no resources to make up for it. Your strength is pathetic, and your attribute values are rock bottom. Forget the top 3. You can hardly pass the exam with your current abilities. Even if you somehow got in, you'd be at the very bottom. Without our powerful and precise training, you will amount to nothing in this life. Zhou Yi struggled to stand his ground, thinking, this pressure is overwhelming. If it were the old me, I would have been on my knees by now. Just then, Luo Heng stepped in front of Zhou Yi, unleashing his own power to counter Zhao Tianfu's aura. Professor Zhao, what is the meaning of this? Are you trying to bully my student on my own territory? Zhou Yu observed Zhou Yi from the side, assessing him in her mind. He managed to withstand Zhao Tianfu's pressure for more than 3 breaths. This kid is truly extraordinary. Realizing he'd been too reckless, Zhao Tianfu withdrew his aura and left. Admissions aren't just about potential, they're about character. With an attitude like that, even a special acceptance won't lead to anything. I'm leaving. Principal Luo, we'll speak again. Student Zhou Yi has grand ambitions, so I won't overstay my welcome. The other 2 teachers followed Zhao Tianfu out. Principal Luo hurried after them, trying to defend Zhou Yi. In an instant, the room was empty except for him and teacher Zhu Yu. You have courage. But what teacher Zhao said isn't entirely wrong. The Zhongxia nation is filled with countless geniuses. Plus, with other races being naturally stronger than humans, getting into the top 3 universities is like trying to touch the heavens. Zhou Yi replied confidently. I will prove my strength with my college entrance exam score. With 1 month left, and the system's help, I will raise my power to an unimaginable level. Then, the top 3 universities will be mine for the picking. It had been so long since she had seen such deep, unwavering resolve. It felt like returning to her days fighting on the front lines. After spending so long in a peaceful city, my thinking has become too focused on stability. It seems I've created a generation gap with the youth. Zhu Yu looked at Zhou Yi for a long moment, then turned towards the door with a smile. All right then. I'll be waiting to see your performance on the exam. Until we meet again, student Zhou Yi. Time flew by in the blink of an eye. A month had passed, and the college entrance exam had arrived. Inside the hall, students chattered nervously. This year's exam creator is Demon King Yang. We're doomed! A few years ago, he was the one who designed the test, and our province's average score hit an all-time low. Hey, did you guys hear? Zhou Yi turned down the special admission to test into one of the top 3 universities. No way! That's ridiculously arrogant. Even the provincial and city geniuses wouldn't dare say they're a shoo-in. What makes him think he can do it? He's just getting cocky because he has a rare hidden class. This time, he's going to fall flat on his face. An admission bonus of over 1 million. If it were me, I would have taken it in a heartbeat. What a waste. Just then, Zhou Yi appeared. The young man who had been talking trash just moments ago suddenly froze, staring at him. He then said in a strange voice, Why does Zhou Yi feel so different from before? He has the aura of a true powerhouse. Dungeon unlocked. After a loud announcement, the dungeon's information appeared. Secret dungeon, depths of the gloomy forest, level 10 to level 13. Difficulty, easy, hard, and nightmare. Required party size, 1 to 5 people. Warning, the gloomy forest is filled with cat demons and bull-headed monsters. They are vicious by nature and enjoy devouring human flesh. Damn it, it just had to be the depths of the gloomy forest. Does that mean there's swamp terrain inside too? Cat demons are nimble, and bull-headed monsters have thick hides. Demon King Yang is really trying to kill us this time. The maximum number of people for a dungeon team corresponds to the dungeon's difficulty. In previous years, the max was 3 people, but this time it's 5. As the candidates were complaining, Li Xiangyang walked up to them and shouted a reminder. Remember, act within your limits. If you encounter a life-threatening danger in the dungeon, use the return scroll immediately. Dying in the dungeon means you die for real. It's better to fail the exam than to lose your life. It's time. All candidates, prepare to enter the dungeon. As soon as Li Xiangyang finished speaking, the candidates here turned into beams of light and were teleported into the dungeon. At the same time, large screens began broadcasting the candidates' progress for everyone to watch live. Class 1, Sun Qiang. Class, Warrior. Difficulty level, Hard. Party size, 1 person. Class 1, Mu Qin. Class, Assassin. Difficulty level, Hard. Party size, 1 person. Class 1, Long Fei Wang. Fang Zunjian. Classes, Elementalist, Archer, Nethermancer. Difficulty level, Hard. Party size, 3 people. Class 5, Zhou Yi. Class, Holy Knight. Difficulty level, Nightmare. Party size, 1 person. Class 2, Zhang Wei, Wang Li, Zhao Tianhong, Yong Erlang. Classes, Archer, Fire Mage, Swordsman, Pharmacist. Difficulty level, Hard. Party size, 4 people. As expected of the rocket track. Besides a couple of teams, they're basically all soloing the dungeon. When you solo, you get all the experience points. A higher score means a higher risk of death. Only the rocket track seniors would dare attempt this. While everyone was buzzing, a girl excitedly pointed at Zhou Yi's screen and shouted, Everyone look! That's Zhou Yi! He's soloing the nightmare-level dungeon! At the same time, in the VIP section, the director of the Education Bureau, Jia Tao, was staring at the screen with his mouth wide open. This. He slammed his hand on the table, turned to Principal Luo next to him, and roared with fury. A Holy Knight's support abilities are incredibly strong. They would dominate in any team. So why is Zhou Yi soloing the dungeon? And he chose Nightmare difficulty. which has a death rate of over 40%. Principal Luo, over this past month, the city has invested a huge amount of resources in Zhou Yi to ensure he gets the best possible result. If he dies in that dungeon, the reputation of the entire Lijiang city government will be ruined. By doing this, he's showing complete contempt for the government's investment. Principal Luo quickly forced a smile and tried to calm him down. Director Jia, rest assured, Zhou Yi isn't a careless person. He must have a few trump cards. Back with Zhou Yi, he was on the move when he suddenly spotted a high-speed shadow flash across the high branches. Zhou Yi's face grew serious as he pulled out his weapon, ready to fight, a bronze single-bladed axe. After equipping the long-handled axe, his strength increased by 7, and his agility decreased by 2. Instantly, a monster leaped down from a high branch, lunging towards Zhou Yi with its claws outstretched. Perfect timing. Now, die. With a mighty roar, Zhou Yi swung his axe down, splitting the monster into 2 halves. Strength 45, Constitution 51, Agility 43, Intelligence 52. Zhou Yi satisfyingly closed his status window, thinking to himself, in just 1 month, even though I'm only level 10, my average stats have reached 47 points. That's equivalent to a level 13 adventurer. Across the entire Suhong province, I should be among the top candidates. Then Zhou Yi smirked and called out, too scared to come out? Fine. Then I'll start the attack. He charged towards the monsters hiding behind the bushes. The weapon in his hand was now enveloped in a golden halo. Weapon Blessing, level 4, C rank. It condensed holy light to increase the strength, physical attack power, and critical hit rate of an ally's weapon within a certain range. Zhou Yi was like a tiger unleashed on a flock of sheep. Every swing of his axe took down a monster, without exception. Under the effect of his S-rank talent, Divine Angel's Protection, the efficiency of Weapon Blessing, the Holy Knight's exclusive skill, was also enhanced. The power of the single-bladed axe had increased by 21 points. If the other candidates knew about such a massive buff, they would surely be overcome with envy. After all, the college entrance exam dungeon restricts weapon usage to 3-star bronze and below, but the single-bladed axe in my hand, after the buff, has the effectiveness of a 5-star bronze weapon. In the college entrance exam, every single attribute point is precious. This alone is enough to create a massive gap between me and the others. At that moment, another group of monsters ambushed Zhou Yi from behind. Zhou Yi put away his weapon. He turned, whispering, White Fountain Blade. From his hands, a cross-shaped beam of light shot towards the monsters, slicing them into pieces that fell to the ground. I've already raised White Fountain Blade to level 5. It already has strong light attribute damage, and boosted by Divine Angel's protection, it can instantly annihilate low-level monsters. He thought to himself as he casually grabbed a monster's severed, clawed limb and forcefully threw it towards a monster in the distance. It was the only monster lucky enough to survive his skill. The severed limb with its sharp claws flew through the air, impaled the monster in the abdomen, and pinned it to the tree behind. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon, the audience watching Zhou Yi's performance on the big screen cheered with excitement. Whoa, that was dangerous. Senior Zhou's timing on that skill was flawless. It seems he unleashed White Fountain Blade the very instant he was attacked. That's insane. He's absolutely crushing them. So satisfying to watch model. Senior Zhou is a total beast. I've seen that axe at the mall before, and it was heavy as hell. So how is he swinging it around like it's a toy? Did he dump all his free attribute points into strength? Hearing this, Tang Tianjun frowned. As a teacher, his insight was sharper than the students, and he saw much more. No, that's not it. Look closely. Zhou Yi's speed is even faster than the demon cat's. And not just his speed, his skill casting is lightning fast, and his magic power is immense. His intelligence stat is definitely not low. The angle of his axe swings, his control over his attack range, the force behind each blow, everything is perfectly controlled. He's a true combat genius. As he finished, Tang Tianjun shot a jealous look at Li Xiangyang, thinking, how did a top-tier talent like this end up in Class 5? Elsewhere, Jia Dao spoke with a grim expression. Zhou Yi has sharp combat instincts, but this is a foolish move. Wasting all his energy on the first wave of demon cats is a huge mistake. Nightmare dungeons aren't just about strong monsters, they're about overwhelming numbers. Even the best mages can fail from mana exhaustion. The weight of that battle axe is a massive burden for any professional. 1 or 2 swings might not feel like much, but after hundreds of consecutive slashes, he won't even have the strength left to hold his weapon. He'll just be torn to shreds by those demon cats. Just then, the audience saw a new horde of monsters rushing toward Zhou Yi, and the crowd erupted. The next wave is here already? He didn't get a single second to breathe. This is brutal. There must be over 100 of them. Can Senior Zhou really handle this? Every spectator was on the edge of their seat, waiting to see what Zhou Yi would do next. Inside the dungeon, Zhou Yi didn't disappoint. He masterfully combined his weapon and skills, swiftly clearing out the monster wave. As the last creature fell, a small vortex appeared before him and began to expand. This was the entrance to the next stage. With a soft word, Zhou Yi decisively stepped into the vortex. The moment he emerged, he was greeted by a massive army of monsters, already lying in wait. Outside the dungeon, the host pointed at Zhou Yi's screen, broadcasting live to the viewers. Welcome to the Ava livestream. I'm your all-time favorite MC. Right now, you're witnessing the test of the Second Academy's most famous prodigy, the holder of an S+ rank talent, the most brilliant holy knight, Zhou Yi. He just completed the first stage of the nightmare-level dungeon with terrifying efficiency. It took him only 3 minutes and 17 seconds. People, do you understand what that means? 3 minutes and 17 seconds. That's a full 29 seconds faster than last year's provincial champion. In his excitement, the host practically shoved his face into the lens, making the cameraman plead in frustration. I'm begging you, man. Stop blocking the shot. Nearby, a female fan gushed in adoration. He just ran and slashed his way through the whole thing, only pausing to breathe after the last one. Just what in the world is Senior Zhou Yi's constitution stat? Jiang Feifei wagged a finger and added, Director Jia said burning so much stamina on the first wave was unwise, but I guess you can never be too sure. In the front row, Li Xiangyang reminded her, Jiang Feifei, just watch the match quietly. Director Jia's words can also be, Jia. Jiang Feifei covered her mouth, teasing, Teacher Li, I see you're enjoying this too. Don't try to deny it. Despite his words, Li Xiangyang felt a bit unsure himself. He squeezed his face and muttered, Is my smile really that obvious? Senior Zhou is entering the gate. Someone shouted, and everyone stopped their chatter, their eyes glued to the big screen. Inside the dungeon, thanks to his appraisal skill, information on the monsters appeared clearly in Zhou Yi's vision. Monster, Minotaur. Level 14. Silver quality. Skills. Berserk. Savage Charge. War Stomp. Super Armor. Fluorescent Demon Cat. Level 12. Bronze quality. Light Mastery and Healing Skills. Flame Demon Cat. Level 13. Bronze quality. Fire Mastery, Fireball, and Flamethrower. Curse Demon Cat. Level 11. Bronze quality, Dark Mastery, and Curse Skills. Zhou Yi analyzed the formation. Standard Warrior type cats, a Priest type for healing, a Fire and Curse Mage for DPS, plus a high damage, Silver rank Minotaur, a classic Warrior, Priest, and Mage team. If the first stage was like facing scattered soldiers, then this second stage was like facing a well-trained army. The threat of death instantly skyrocketed by 100-fold. Without giving Zhou Yi much time to think, the monsters began their organized attack. The melee units charged forward, while the mages began casting from their positions. Suddenly, black, shadowy hands erupted from the ground and latched onto Zhou Yi, rooting him to the spot so he couldn't move. He was forced to face the charging monsters head-on, along with a volley of incoming fireballs. Outside, a spectator gasped at the sight. Senior Zhou Yi has been cursed by the demon cat. Oh my god, this is dangerous! But inside the dungeon, facing this deadly predicament, Zhou Yi just smirked and spoke. Warriors charging, priests buffing, mages providing support. A pretty solid combination. Zhou Yi waited until the claws of the lead monster were just inches away, then he raised both hands and roared, Holy Cross! In an instant, a massive cross of light appeared, radiating a golden glow that completely swallowed the entire horde of monsters. Holy Cross. Level 4. A B-rank skill. It summons a holy light that coalesces into a cross, continuously burning enemies within a certain range, with light attribute damage for several seconds. Agonizing screams echoed through the air. When the golden light finally faded, what stood before Zhou Yi was no longer a horde of snarling monsters, but a forest of corpses littering the ground. Outside, Jia Dao's jaw hung open as he uttered, so incredibly strong, all the low-level monsters were instantly vaporized. Who the hell told me that Holy Knights were a support class? That's a B rank, area of effect divine skill. Like talents, skills are divided into 7 ranks, from low to high. The higher the rank, the more powerful and rarer the skill. Besides that, a seed of doubt grew in Jia Dao's mind. The best resources the government provides are C-rank skills. So how did he get his hands on a B-rank skill? This Zhou Yi kid is not simple at all. Back to the situation in the dungeon. All the monsters were dead except for the lone Minotaur still standing. Zhou Yi pointed his weapon at the beast and taunted, Only you left. Let's go. Immediately, the Minotaur activated its Berserk and Super Armor skills. Then, it used War Stomp, slamming its foot on the ground and creating a fissure that shot straight toward Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi's reaction was swift. He leaped high into the air to evade. Seizing the moment while Zhou Yi was midair and unable to dodge, the Minotaur used Savage Charge, rocketing toward him. Because it was in its super armor state, no amount of damage could break its charge. But Zhou Yi had no intention of backing down. He met the Minotaur head-on with an aerial slash, successfully knocking it backward. Then, Zhou Yi crossed his hands, unleashing his white blade skill, which carved a cross of light toward the Minotaur as he charged forward at incredible speed. The white blade sliced into the Minotaur, making it roar in agony as its massive body stumbled back. In the next instant, Zhou Yi was already upon it, raising his weapon high into the air. Tough hide, huh? Without a moment's hesitation, he brought it down, splitting the Minotaur's body in two. The Minotaur still wasn't dead. It lay in a pool of blood, glaring at Zhou Yi with wide eyes. With a cold expression, Zhou Yi walked over and stomped his foot down directly on its head. This time, Zhou Yi was certain the Minotaur was finished because the familiar vortex appeared beside him once again. Looking at the vortex, Zhou Yi muttered to himself, "The next stage must be the boss." Outside the dungeon, the audience was now in an uproar. Many couldn't contain their excitement and jumped to their feet, shouting, "Holy crap! He sliced a 4-meter-tall Minotaur in half with one swing. That was insane." Don't forget that Minotaur was in a berserk state. That level of power is just unbelievable. Those non-stop attacks were just way too cool. Senior Zhou Yi, I'm your biggest fan. The MC glanced at the clock and called out. The second stage only took 59 seconds. Even Jia Dao had to stand up and applaud. Absolutely incredible. His skill shot accuracy was pinpoint, and his power control was flawless. It's hard to believe this is a kid who just class changed a month ago. Jia Dao then turned to Luo Heng with a grin. "Principal Luo, congratulations. Looks like the second academy is about to produce a real prodigy." Luo Heng beamed with pride. Every dog has its day. It was about time the second academy had its moment in the spotlight. He thought to himself, full of hope, that since the school was founded, their best student ranked 72nd in the entire province. Maybe this time, Zhou Yi could take them to a whole new level. Suddenly, someone pointed at the screen and yelled, "Why isn't Senior Zhou Yi taking a break? He's heading straight for the boss stage." Everyone whipped their heads toward the screen. Seeing Zhou Yi enter the portal without resting, Jia Dao cursed in frustration. What an idiot. If he's not in top condition, he'll lose his edge against the boss. That's a massive gamble. Luo Heng quickly tried to calm him down. Zhou Yi must have his reasons for doing this. Let's just be patient and watch. Luo Heng guessed that in a packed province like Suhong, geniuses were a dime a dozen. To even crack the top 100, soloing a nightmare difficulty dungeon was pretty much standard. In a dungeon this tough, speed is everything. To be number one, you gotta clear the stage faster than anyone else. Back in the instance, Zhou Yi warped into the third stage and immediately spotted the final boss, just sitting there. Without a second thought, he hit it with his appraisal skill. Minotaur King, level 16. Potential, gold tier. Skills, unknown. The level difference is too high to analyze further. Note, the supreme ruler of the Minotaur race. Human, you dare step into my palace? Then you'd better be prepared to die. As he spoke, the Minotaur King charged, raising its weapon to cleave Zhou Yi in two. Dawn's blessing. Gift of courage, divine grace, gift of protection. Zhou Yi activated a whole series of skills at once. In a flash, he appeared behind the boss, fully armored, and gave a little wave. "Hey, little calf, I'm over here." With a full set of buffs, he was in his primary Holy Knight form. The enraged boss spun around, but Zhou Yi was already rushing in to attack. Against his strike, the Minotaur King simply raised a hand and blocked it. Even with 4 buffs, he couldn't even scratch its hide. In disbelief, Zhou Yi dodged to the boss's front and landed another strike on its body. But it felt like hitting solid metal, sending sparks flying everywhere. The Minotaur King let out a furious roar. It slammed its weapon down where Zhou Yi had been, creating a massive shockwave that sent dust and debris flying. Zhou Yi barely dodged the attack in time, but as he emerged from the cloud of dust, he saw a flash of purple light. In the next second, the Minotaur King was suddenly right in front of him, swinging its weapon down hard. With no time to dodge, Zhou Yi's body was sent flying, smashing through 5 massive pillars before he finally stopped. Thank God for the Holy Knight's defensive armor, or all his bones would have been shattered. All right then. First exchange, now I know what I'm dealing with. That last hit wasn't for nothing. Murmuring to himself, Zhou Yi slowly raised his right hand and chanted, "Spear of Victory." In an instant, countless small golden portals appeared all around Zhou Yi. Then, sharp golden spearheads emerged from within, launching straight at the distant Minotaur King. Spear of Victory, a level 3 C-rank skill. It launches spears condensed from holy power at the enemy. A direct hit deals massive damage. The Minotaur King just swung its weapon, effortlessly batting away the spears. No matter how many lances Zhou Yi launched, he couldn't land a single scratch. A moment later, a notification popped up. Warning, mana levels are low. Please replenish mana. Zhou Yi just glanced at it and ignored it. He kept the skill active while his mind raced for a new strategy. This Minotaur King is no joke. His constitution and strength are way higher than mine. A head-on fight is impossible. Normally, people would just kite it to death, but doing that, there's no way I'd get the top score. Thinking it over, the test designers wouldn't put students in an impossible situation. There had to be another way. During our fight, I noticed its agility stat seems really low. If I attack continuously from multiple angles, it'll have a hard time keeping up. With that thought, Zhou Yi began controlling the spears to attack from all different directions. The effect was immediate. A few spears managed to successfully strike the Minotaur King's knee. Warning, mana levels are low. Please replenish mana. Zhou Yi clenched his fist, detonating the spears and forcing the Minotaur King down onto one knee. Besides its poor agility, the Minotaur King has another weakness. It has high stamina and health, but it's easily staggered by attacks, taking massive impact damage. So, the key is to hit it with a continuous burst of high damage skills in a short amount of time. But to do that, I need perfect timing for both activating and releasing the skills. Otherwise, I'll run out of mana before killing it and fail the exam. With the calculations done, Zhou Yi knew his chance had come. He took advantage of the Minotaur King still being on one knee, directing every single spear to bombard it from all sides before instantly detonating them. Warning, mana levels are low. Please replenish mana. I'd love to use my ultimate move, but there's no time left. With a quiet word, Zhou Yi charged straight at the Minotaur King, drew his weapon, and delivered the final blow, splitting its body in two. Congratulations on clearing the forest dungeon, Gloomy Copper Secret Realm, on Nightmare difficulty. Clear time, 9 minutes and 24 seconds. Your time has been recorded. Your clear score is SSS rank. Congratulations, you have been confirmed as the top-ranked clearer of this dungeon. Hearing the announcement, Zhou Yi was stunned for a moment, whispering, "The top rank. Does that mean I got first place in the entire Suhong County exam?" But he quickly snapped out of it, clenching his fists in joy and yelling, "Yes! I actually did it!" Zhou Yi thought to himself, "In the 1 year since I was transported here, my mother died from illness, my sister got critically sick, and I was drowning in debt. Little Yun's medical bills were crushing me. But even in that hell, I refused to give up. I couldn't raise my stats, so I trained my combat skills like a madman, forging my will to fight. The system gave me a second chance at life, a chance to control my own destiny. I have to seize this opportunity and work harder than anyone else. I made my decision, and there's no turning back now." With that, Zhou Yi collected himself. He dismissed his armor and walked toward the exit portal. The system announced, "Congratulations, you have gained 5,121 experience points, 20 free attribute points, and 20 skill points. Level up to level 11, level up to level 12, level up to level 13. Congratulations, you received the equipment. Jungle Belt, Constitution plus 10, Strength plus 7. Level requirement, level 10. Set effect, while fighting in a jungle environment, receive a continuous buff based on your constitution. Health regeneration times 3. Stamina recovery times 3. Mana recovery times 3. Congratulations, you received the equipment. Jungle Ring. Level requirement, level 10. Set effect. While fighting in a jungle environment, receive a continuous buff based on your constitution. Health regeneration times 3. Stamina recovery times 3. Mana recovery times 3. Item. Strawberries, times 10. Note. Restores a certain amount of mana upon use. Item. Minotaur King card, times 1, gold tier. Note. An enchanting material. After a successful enchantment, the equipment's strength requirement is increased by 20. The moment Zhou Yi stepped out of the portal, he was met with a massive roar from the crowd. "Welcome back, Senior Zhou! I love you, Senior Zhou. You're my hero. Senior Zhou, you're amazing. Senior Yi is just too strong. God of the Second Academy. God. Zhou Yi was completely taken aback. Before he could even process it, he heard a series of clicking sounds in his ear. Zhou Yi turned his head and saw a swarm of reporters pointing their cameras right at him. The flashes were going off non-stop. Meanwhile, 2 figures were making their way toward him, Principal La Heng and the Director of Education, Jia Dao. La Heng led the way, smiling, clearing a nightmare-level dungeon solo in 10 minutes. That's a feat unheard of in the Academy's last 100 years. Absolutely glorious. With his expertise, Zhou Yi was a shoo-in for the top spot in Suhong County, his future limitless. Zhou Yi just smiled back. "You're too kind." Just then, a car pulled up, causing a stir among the crowd. "Whose car is that? Why is it driving right onto the exam grounds? Isn't that the S-400 magical vehicle that can switch to flight mode?" "What? The S-400 that's worth a house in the capital?" "Yeah, that's the one." The car stopped just a short distance from Zhou Yi. Jia Dao personally opened the door for him, saying, "The results will be out in 3 days at the earliest. We'll notify you immediately." "Thank you, Director Jia." With that, Zhou Yi, guided by La Heng, walked toward the S-400. La Heng added, "Go home and rest. Wait for our good news." Not long after, Zhou Yi arrived at the hospital to visit Xiao Yun. After their last talk, Zhao Wenbin had quickly made good on his promise. Xiao Yun was moved into the most luxurious medical suite in the hospital. A team of professional medics monitored her condition 24/7. As Zhou Yi stepped into the elevator, a nurse greeted him with a smile. "Mr. Zhou, you're here." Zhou Yi nodded. I'm here to see Xiao Yun. I have some good news for her." "I heard you had your exam today. Your results must have been incredible." As she spoke, the nurse pressed the button for the 26th floor. As the elevator ascended, they both felt the temperature plummeting rapidly. The nurse shivered slightly. "That's strange. Why is it so cold today? Is the AC turned down too low?" But Zhou Yi noticed plumes of icy mist seeping in from the cracks in the door, and his expression turned grave. When the elevator reached the 26th floor and the doors slid open, the scene before them made the nurse scream in terror. What? What is this?" The entire length of the corridor was coated in a thick layer of ice. Even the people here were frozen solid, transformed into ice statues with expressions of pure fear. Panic surged through Zhou Yi as he sprinted toward Xiao Yun's room, leaving the nurse behind. "Mr. Zhou!" The nurse tried to call out, but before she could finish, the chilling aura froze her into an ice sculpture. As for Zhou Yi, he shattered the wall of ice, blocking Xiao Yun's room, and burst inside, shouting, "Xiao Yun!" In the next second, the sight before him left him completely stunned. Xiao Yun was writhing in agony on the hospital bed as frigid energy poured from her body, condensing into a massive ice dragon in the air above her. Beside the bed, a woman was maintaining a spell, seemingly trying to treat Xiao Yun. Seeing Zhou Yi about to attack the ice dragon, the woman suddenly cried out, "Xiao Yi, stop! Don't attack it!" Hearing this, Zhou Yi abandoned his attack and approached the woman. "Sister Qing," she explained urgently, "if you injure it carelessly, the shock could shatter Xiao Yun's heart meridian." Zhou Yi asked, "Why is there a dragon?" Sister Qing replied, "Xiao Yun's cold sickness suddenly erupted. The frost energy is freezing everyone solid. I can only contain the energy on this floor for now. You need to leave, quickly," Zhou Yi cried out in desperation. "But what about Xiao Yun?" Sister Qing cut him off. "Xiao Yi without a high-level priest. What I can do is extremely limited." Zhou Yi took a breath, calming himself. "I understand." With that, he gave a silent command. "System, use all skill points to upgrade Slow Heal from level 4 to level 10. This skill would gradually restore health to teammates within a certain range, while also increasing their stamina and mana for a set duration." Confirmed. Immediately, Zhou Yi cast the maxed-out Slow Heal on Xiao Yun. Sister Qing gasped in shock. "The amount of mana in this Holy Knight's healing skill, it's unbelievable. It even surpasses my own as a level 23 priestess." While maintaining the skill, Zhou Yi said, "Sister Qing, I'll hold it back here. Go notify Secretary Zhao. Tell him he has to get a high-level priest here, no matter what." Sister Qing replied, "High-level priests are booked solid. Secretary Zhao already scheduled an appointment for next week. It's too late to rush them now." Zhou Yi turned his head, his face deadly serious. "You tell Secretary Zhao, if he can get a high-level priest here, then any time in the future, I, Zhou Yi, will grant him one unconditional favor. I swear on my name." Sister Qing stared at Zhou Yi for a moment, then nodded and turned to find Secretary Zhao. Zhou Yi refocused on healing Xiao Yun. This eruption of frost energy was a nightmare Xiao Yun had endured every night for the past year. Under the influence of the chilling yin energy, her whole body would be racked with excruciating pain, a fate worse than death. The cold had been getting worse lately, but he never imagined it could affect the outside world like this. Thinking this, Zhou Yi gritted his teeth and continued pouring his energy into the spell, even as his own hands began to show signs of frostbite. Time ticked by, and night began to fall. Just as Zhou Yi's mana was about to run out, a green orb suddenly flew into the room. It bounced around like a rubber ball before striking the ice dragon, causing cracks to appear on its body. Zhou Yi saw the pained look on Xiao Yun's face and yelled, "Wait! Don't touch her!" Suddenly, the green orb slammed into Zhou Yi himself, sending him flying backward. Then, a girl carrying a brush as large as a staff appeared in the room. She beckoned tauntingly at the ice dragon. With a roar, the dragon lunged at her. The girl swung the brush like a club, smashing it into the ice dragon's head. She then deftly used the brush tip to paint strange characters all over the dragon's body. A green light flashed in her eyes as she swung the brush down with all her might. A magic circle materialized beneath them, and the ice dragon was slammed back toward Xiao Yun. Its body shrank rapidly until it finally became a small ice orb and merged back into her. Seeing Zhou Yun's expression relax, her pain finally gone, Zhou Yi muttered in disbelief. It's over? Just then, the girl turned to him. You must be Zhou Yi. I've heard a lot about you. I am Kuei Liana, a level 35, second advancement priestess from Qingyun City. Zhou Yi greeted her. Miss Kuei. Kuei Liana explained, Director Jia pleaded with me to come treat your sister first. Observing Zhou Yi, Kuei Liana thought to herself, if Director Jia hadn't told me this kid might be the provincial champion, I never would have broken my rules. But to be able to withstand that frost aura for so long, Director Jia wasn't lying about his talent. Zhou Yi finally asked, Miss Kuei, what exactly is wrong with my sister? Can she be cured? Kuei Liana replied, the frost energy overflowed and took physical form. This is a sign of a bloodline awakening. Zhou Yi was shocked. Bloodline. Awakening. He knew that when the game Eternal first launched, many players chose non-human races like elves, giants, or demons. And after the game merged with reality, those players began to manifest the traits of their corresponding bloodlines. For example, someone with an elf bloodline would develop green eyes and pointed ears. Someone with a giant bloodline might grow to be 3 or 4 meters tall. Over 200 years, these players intermarried with humans, and their bloodlines were diluted with each generation, their unique traits and abilities fading away. Except in one special case, a bloodline awakening. Kuei Liana explained, a bloodline awakening is both a blessing and a curse. If she succeeds, she'll gain the power of that ancient race, making skill progression and learning incredibly easy. But if she fails, the light penalty is paralysis. The heavy one is death. Your sister is suffering because her body is too weak to handle the power of her awakening bloodline. If I'm not mistaken, she has awakened the Frost bloodline, one of the rarest types. To withstand such a rare bloodline, her physical constitution must be changed. As far as I know, only one legendary treasure can do that, the extreme cold ice lotus. However, this item is unbelievably rare. The last time it appeared was at an auction 30 years ago, where it was bought by a mysterious person for 13 billion. 3 months from now, the frost energy in your sister's body will erupt completely, beyond anyone's control. There is one other way, the Great Sealing Technique, which directly seals the foreign bloodline. Once you've made your decision, use this token to contact me. But be warned, the price for that choice is that your sister will never be able to level up again. After Kuei Liana left, Zhou Yi stared at the token, lost in thought. 5 days later, just as he finished his daily routine, a system window materialized before him. Squats, 200 out of 200. Push-ups, 200 out of 200. Sit-ups, 200 out of 200. Weapon swings, 200 out of 200. Daily quest complete. Please select your reward. Zhou Yi declared, attribute points. He almost always chose free attribute points from his daily quests. For a holy knight, constitution and intelligence were absolutely vital, but that didn't mean he could neglect his other stats. He usually distributed his points with a 2-3-3-2 method. Only a balanced build could minimize his weaknesses. As he pondered, another system window flashed to life. The exam results had been announced. Achievement mission, complete. Congratulations on ranking first in the entire Suhong province for this exam. Rewards will be distributed based on your performance. Congratulations, you have acquired the God tier skill, Divine Beast S rank. Congratulations, you have obtained the S rank Divine item, the Cross of Resurrection. Congratulations, you have acquired the one-time use God tier secret art, God's Descent S rank. Congratulations, you have obtained a rare skill, Light's Domain A rank. Congratulations, you have gained 30 free attribute points. Congratulations, you have gained 30 free attribute points. Ever since the university entrance exams ended, news about Zhou Yi was plastered across every media outlet. The moment Zhou Yi became a holy knight, I knew he was destined for greatness. That's why I personally recommended the city government ramp up its investment in him. It was all thanks to my keen eye for talent. A group of students watching their principal's television interview were left speechless. The provincial champion is a holy knight? Isn't that just a glorified support class? I'm not that dumb, don't try to fool me. Holy knights clear dungeons at a snail's pace. A level 10 clearing a nightmare dungeon? Are you kidding me? Did he cheat? Hearing this, a female student whipped out her phone to defend Zhou Yi. I've got the recording right here. The proof is undeniable. At that moment, the students who doubted Zhou Yi's power were forced to eat their words in awe. His power is just monstrous. That holy light cross feels even stronger than a high-level fire mage's spell. Weapon blessing, God's grace, courage blessing. Can someone even count how many buffs the provincial champ is stacking? In another place, a red-haired youth in a luxury apartment watched Zhou Yi's performance intently and gave his own assessment. A cleared time of 9 minutes and 24 seconds. 20 seconds faster than me. This Zhou Yi is interesting. But as he said this, the red-haired youth pointed a finger, causing a nearby object to explode violently as a sinister smile spread across his face. Anyone who dares steal my glory has only one path to take: death. The next morning, as Zhou Yi was on his way to visit his sister, his phone buzzed. A message confirmed a massive deposit from the government and the Lijiang City Education Bureau. He immediately called Secretary Zhao, who had an answer ready. Mr. Zhou, due to your outstanding exam performance, the government is rewarding you with 5 million in cash and a luxury villa. Do you have a particular district in mind, or shall we choose one for you? Looks like they already heard I'm the provincial champion, Zhou Yi thought, then replied, you can choose for me. I hear recruiters from the top 3 universities are on their way. Should I send a car for you? No need, they're already here, Zhou Yi replied, looking at the man before him. The man smiled warmly, offering a business card as he introduced himself. I am the admissions officer for Rongyang University. Rongyang University? Zhou Yi was a bit surprised when another voice cut in. I seem to recall Rongyang University calling student Zhou Yi arrogant, criticizing him for not knowing his place. Why the sudden visit now? The admissions officer from Rongyang University looked up to see a powerfully built man descending from a helicopter on a rope ladder. Zhao Tianfu was blind for saying such things, and he has already been expelled from the university for it. Flustered, the Rongyang recruiter turned back to Zhou Yi. Student Zhou Yi, if you enroll with us, Rongyang University will offer you 4 million. Whatever conditions Rongyang University is willing to offer, Madu University will double, the muscular man declared. Madu University will secure Zhou Yi. You all should just go home while you can. The muscular man landed with an air of absolute confidence, leaving the Rongyang recruiter speechless with rage. Just then, a girl's voice echoed in Zhou Yi's ear. Did you even bother to ask what Qingjing University thinks? In a flash, a purple-haired girl with angelic wings swept in, grabbing Zhou Yi and soaring into the sky just before the muscular recruiter could reach him. After getting Zhou Yi alone, the purple-haired recruiter whispered in his ear, Student Zhou, Qingjing University may lack other things, but we have an endless supply of cultivation resources. For all 4 years, we'll provide you with A-rank cultivation resources annually. Before she could finish, a magic formation suddenly appeared behind her, yanking her back. Now, a female recruiter dressed entirely in black stood before them, her voice low and threatening. You compete for a champion with resources, funds, and prestige. Whatever Qingjing can offer, my Suhong University can also provide. What is the meaning of snatching people away like this? If you don't put him down, don't blame me for being impolite. The muscular recruiter had also flown up to join the chaos. That's right, you can't force a good thing. Zhou Yi! My Badu University will not only provide A-rank resources every year, but will also give you a full set of golden-grade equipment. The purple-haired recruiter, though fuming, knew when to fold and slowly lowered Zhou Yi, forcing a friendly smile. I wasn't kidnapping him, I just wanted a friendly private chat with student Zhou Yi. The choice is yours, student Zhou Yi. I am Su Miney, the recruiter for Suhong University. Suhong University believes that strength is king. As long as you can break into the school's Earth and Heaven ranking boards, forget A-rank resources, we can even provide S-rank resources. Furthermore, Suhong University has dominated the inter-university freshman competition for the last 4 years. This proves that our ability to train students is second to none. The purple-haired recruiter scoffed. Su Maney, what are you implying? Just because you won a few competitions, you've gotten arrogant. Winning is an undeniable fact. Perhaps Teacher Sun should encourage the staff and students at Qingjing to try a little harder. While the two recruiters were locked in a heated debate, Zhou Yi was seriously considering his options. The special admission offers from all 3 universities were almost identical. Choosing any one of them would guarantee a limitless future. But he wanted the university that would give him the most powerful real-world combat experience. After a moment of careful thought, Zhou Yi finally made his decision. He would attend Suhong University. Hearing this, Su Maney immediately produced a scroll. This is the special admissions contract for Suhong University. Take a look, and if there are no problems, you can sign. The muscular recruiter sighed, frustrated at losing such a talent. Suhong University poached him again. Teacher Sun hadn't given up, saying, if Suhong isn't a good fit, you're always welcome to transfer to Qingjing University. Su Maney shot daggers at Teacher Sun with her eyes, shameless to the very end. Chantless casting. That's a skill only high-level mages should have. Zhou Yi exclaimed while reading the contract, then asked Su Maney in confusion, if I may ask, what is your professional level? A level 42, second advancement mage. Zhou Yi was even more stunned. But you don't even look 30 years old. It's a big world out there. Once you get to Suhong University, you'll see even more young powerhouses. That's great, Zhou Yi replied, his eyes filled with excitement. After all, he hadn't faced a real opponent his own age recently. Once he got to Suhang University, if he could find people to spar with, he could improve much faster. After the contract was signed, Su Miney rolled up the scroll and instructed, "All right, you have 1 week to pack your things. I'll be back in a week to pick you up for enrollment." Huh? Is Suhang University's registration period this early? Su Miney winked and replied, "Of course. Special admission students need to arrive early for high-level training. This will boost your strength much faster, and you'll perform even better in the National Inter-University Freshman Competition." A week flew by in an instant. After Zhou Yi and Zhou Yun moved into their new villa, it was finally time for Zhou Yi to leave for the university. Before heading out, he asked Secretary Zhao to look after his little sister, then gave Zhou Yun a whole list of do's and don'ts before finally hopping into Su Meier's car. Seeing Zhou Yi look back reluctantly, Su Meier smiled and asked, "Is this your first time away from home?" "It is." "Well, you better brace yourself then." Before Zhou Yi could even process her words, the car shot through a dimensional gate. Anning University City materialized before his eyes. "We're not in a hurry. Was the magic teleportation circle really necessary?" Zhou Yi then looked around, stunned to see cars flying out of portals everywhere. Normally, teleportation circles are strictly controlled by the military. Private, small-scale circles like these require a special permit from the city government. Suhang University has a partnership with the military district, so they built a large-scale teleportation circle near the school. "It's super convenient and totally safe," Su Meier explained, then jutted her chin forward. "We're here." Zhou Yi stared at the scene unfolding before him, unable to stop himself from saying, "This is a little over the top." "Come on, I'll get you registered," Su Meier told him. While Zhou Yi was still gawking, he felt something whiz past him. It was a young man, sent flying by a kick from a girl. The white-haired girl's eyes were blazing as she warned him. "I told you, I'm not interested in getting to know you. That kick was a warning. Don't push me. I won't hold back next time." With that, she turned and left. A crowd immediately gathered around the guy who just got owned, laughing mockingly. "Looks like young Master Deng ran into a real she-devil. He tries to hit on freshman girls every year. He finally picked the wrong one. Karma's sweet, ain't it?" Zhou Yi watched the white-haired girl walk away, thinking to himself, "Magic tattoos, she has demon blood in her." Su Meier, recalling Zhou Yi's background, saw his expression and offered a kind reminder. "A lot of students and teachers in the university city have non-human bloodlines. When you meet them later, try not to look so shocked. Don't worry, I don't care if they're all non-human, as long as they're on humanity's side. I'm not so irrational that I'd hate the entire demon race because of what happened to my father." "Good. This is your student ID." Su Meier materialized a card and handed it to him. As Zhou Yi skimmed the info, she continued, "Let me give you a rundown of the school's system. First up, the ranking regulations. Each school year has its own ranking ladder. The stronger you are, the higher your rank. A freshman's rank is based on their entrance exam score. You're number 1, making you the strongest freshman. For now, anyway. In 1 month, there will be a freshman tournament, and the leaderboard will be completely reset based on the results. From today on, you have a giant target on your back. Everyone will be gunning for your spot. If I'm the top student now, I have no intention of letting that spot go," Zhou Yi replied with a smirk. Su Meier smiled, then continued the tour, explaining as they walked. "Next up is the credit system. Freshmen receive a base number of credits. You can use them for meals, equipment, potions, skill books, you name it. With enough credits, you can buy anything you want, including S-rank skills and resources. Besides your ranking, there are 2 other ways to earn credits. One is through credit missions. You can use your student ID to find suitable missions on the school website, complete them, and you get paid. The second way is to get a fixed monthly payout from the Earth and Heaven leaderboards. The entire university has about 1,000 students. Countless people are fighting to get on those leaderboards, so don't get arrogant. On top of that, the university has 3 secret instance dungeons. The first dungeon is the underground city of goblins for levels 17 to 21. The second is the Twisting Forest for levels 23 to 26. And the third, Purgatory, is for levels 28 to 31. But not only do you have to meet the level requirements, you also have to pay a certain amount of credits just to get inside. Before you're high enough level, you can practice in the training area. You can spar against real people or fight against combat droids. Here, the strong have the absolute right to speak and get the most resources. That's the only way to survive. A group of students walked past Zhou Yi and Su Meier. The guy leading the pack saw Su Meier, gave a quick hello, and kept walking his group along. As they passed Zhou Yi, a few of the students stared him down and started whispering. "Who's that guy getting a personal tour from a teacher, right? We all got stuck in groups of 10 with some upperclassmen. Must have pulled some strings," one speculated. Wang Li, A guy in the group who seemed to be in the know spoke up. You guys have no idea. The top-ranked student from the entrance exam always gets a special orientation from a teacher. 1. It helps them get familiar with the campus faster. 2. It's a perk to attract other top students in the future. The realization dawned on them. So you're saying he's this year's #1 rookie? Bai Xiaosheng. What's his story? Spill the details. The group of freshmen, including the white-haired girl, leaned in eagerly for the answer. Zhou Yi, the top scorer from Suhang Province, a level 13 holy knight. Just like everyone else who heard it for the first time, they were completely shocked. Are you sure you're not mistaken? A holy knight is just a support class. I remember you said the #2 student was Shen Lingfang, a level 14 berserker. How could a support class possibly beat a berserker? Hey, what's with the doubt? Don't you trust me? My reputation as Bai Xiaosheng, the information broker, isn't for nothing. One of the girls couldn't help but sigh dreamily. He's so handsome. He could totally be a celebrity. Hearing Zhou Yi's insane profile, the white-haired girl couldn't help but size him up. Just then, Liu Jing saw her intense gaze on Zhou Yi, and a spark of jealousy ignited. He deliberately spoke loud enough for everyone to hear. I bet that #1 ranking is just for show. Zhou Yi, of course, heard him and immediately turned his head toward the voice. Liu Jing stepped forward from the group and challenged Zhou Yi. Liu Jing, level 13, punishment knight, ranked 38th. I doubt you're strong enough to be #1. I'm challenging you to a duel, dude, the upperclassman guide said, clapping Liu Jing on the shoulder. Private challenges are your own business. Don't waste everyone's time, he muttered under his breath. Idiot. I get 1 credit for guiding you freshmen? What are you making a scene for? Liu Jing slapped his hand away. Sorry, senior. I'll make this quick. This just made the guide even angrier. This moron. The rankings were decided by the principal and teachers from the 5 major academies. There's no way they're wrong. Hearing the challenge, the freshmen started buzzing, ready for a good show. Ooh, drama. Let's just wait a bit longer, senior. Is Liu Jing trying to use the #1 student as a stepping stone to make a name for himself? A holy knight isn't a power class, so it's no surprise someone wants to take his spot. Zhou Yi crossed his arms, looking completely unfazed. And why should I accept your challenge? 100 credits. If you beat me, they're yours. If you lose, it costs you nothing. Zhou Yi glanced at Liu Jing's cocky face, then at the eager crowd, and thought, to ensure some peace and quiet later, I have to accept this challenge. But I'm just going to make an example of him, so the price he pays needs to be steep. That way, they'll all remember. Fine, 300 credits, and I'll fight you. Liu Jing's face went pale. The student started whispering again. I'm ranked 40th and I only have 400 credits. Liu Jing is ranked 38th. He can't have much more than that. Losing that many credits would be a disaster. Making a scene on the first day, is this guy some brainless side character from a comic book or something? Liu Jing was having second thoughts, but when he saw the white-haired girl still staring intently at Zhou Yi, jealousy completely blinded him. He finally agreed to Zhou Yi's price. 300 it is. Let's go to the arena. You've got some guts, I'll give you that. But we don't need an arena. 3 moves. If you're not on your knees by then, I lose. In the end, the whole crowd dragged them to the arena anyway, with Su Mayer personally stepping in to act as the referee. The countdown hit 0. Liu Jing lunged forward instantly. He was already calculating his odds. Both Punishment Knight and Holy Knight were hidden classes. The Punishment Knight specialized in burst power. The Holy Knight was all about support. His strategy, take him down fast, before any buffs could be cast. At that moment, Liu Jing glanced at the white-haired girl below the stage. She would finally notice him. Snapping back to reality, Liu Jing swung his blade. He unleashed his Qi Blood Slash skill straight at Zhou Yi, but Zhou Yi dodged it effortlessly, then slammed a brutal kick into his gut, dropping him to the floor. How boring, Zhou Yi sighed, a flicker of disappointment in his eyes. He thought this guy would at least have some tricks, but he went down in a single move. The student guide rushed to check Liu Jing's injuries, then reported to Su Mayer. Ma'am, he has 5 broken ribs and internal bleeding. He's unconscious. Get a priest to heal him. As she spoke, Su Mayer tapped both their student cards on a device. After a moment, she returned Zhou Yi's card. 300 credits have been transferred to your student account. The lightning-fast battle was an eye-opener for the freshmen. A Punishment Knight's Qi Blood Slash is notoriously difficult to block. Yet he shattered it with just 1 kick? So this was the power of the #1 ranked student? They were on completely different levels. Their strength attributes had to be at least 20 points apart. The white-haired girl couldn't sit still anymore. She stood up and challenged Zhou Yi to a match. I'd noticed her at the gate earlier. She didn't just have a Damonkin bloodline. She was also wielding legacy equipment. I'd never seen legacy gear up close, and I was eager to witness its power. Zhou Yi activated his appraisal skill, scanning his new opponent. Weapon, Dark Moon, Ancient Sword. Quality, 3-star legacy. Race requirement, human. Class requirement, swordsman. Effect, unknown. After a moment, Zhou Yi answered, all right. Another battle was about to begin. Considering his opponent was the real deal, Zhou Yi decided to summon his Xuanguang War Mace to face her. Weapon, Xuanguang War Mace. Quality, Gold Triple S. Attributes, Constitution plus 18, Intelligence plus 24. Effect, all B rank or lower light system skills gain 1 level. Source, System Lottery. This time, even second-year students were gathering to watch. Freshmen already fighting on the first day? Just a bunch of newbies squabbling. Li Dongsheng, a minister from the Aurora Society and a level 29 archer, happened to be passing by. Seeing Su Mayor, he came over to say hello, then stayed for the show. 3, 2, 1, begin. The moment the signal flared, they clashed. The white-haired girl lunged with extreme shadow slash, striking with lightning speed. Zhou Yi countered with violent mace strike, slamming his giant mace into the ground, creating a shockwave to repel his foe. Their skills collided, creating a massive explosion. The sheer force of the impact blew them both backward. He's strong, a total monster. With that thought, the white-haired girl raised the stakes. She used demonic chi slash, imbuing her weapon with dark energy, and launched a powerful shadow slash straight at Zhou Yi. Seeing her attack, Zhou Yi didn't flinch. In fact, he shouted with excitement, excellent! Finally someone who can face me head-on. Bring it on! He performed a brutal uppercut, launching his opponent into the air. Reinforced consecutive strike. His initial attack was followed by a devastating second hit. Rending wave slash. He unleashed a powerful cleave that sent out a destructive wave of energy. The wave hammered his opponent with multiple hits, sending her flying. Ice Mountain Strike. He leaped forward and smashed his weapon into the ground. The skill had multiple impact zones, with a final blow that could knock an enemy down. They traded skills with flawless precision, locked in a battle where neither could gain the upper hand. The audience below watched the match, their jaws hanging open as they tried to follow the two blurs of light clashing on the stage. Are these really two students fighting? Li Dongsheng, the senior, finally spoke after a moment of thought. If the Spirit Blade swordsman doesn't have a trump card, she's going to lose soon. The student guide heard this with a hint of doubt. Really? They look pretty evenly matched to me. Li Dongsheng began to analyze. Reinforced block absorbs all of an enemy's attacks. At first, for every 3 of the Holy Knight's attacks, she only needed to block 1. Now he swings twice, and she's forced to block both. When using a heavy weapon, you usually limit your swings to conserve stamina. Once he sees an opening, Zhou Yi will strike to completely overwhelm her. Plus, he has no intention of saving his energy. He's either a fool, or he has absolute faith in his own power. From the very beginning, his war mace has been restricting her movements, forcing her to use her sword just to block his relentless attacks. Seeing Zhou Yi's flawless and powerful attacks, someone in the crowd muttered, "She's a total beauty, but he's showing zero mercy. This holy knight is brutal. The warm-up is over." With those words, Zhou Yi activated God's grace. Courage grace, weapon blessing, dawn blessing, guardian grace. Immediately, a massive pillar of holy light engulfed him. The pressure was immense. Is this his true power? While the white-haired girl was on guard, Zhou Yi used Spear of Victory and pointed his hand at her. The white-haired girl saw an opening while he was casting. She used Ghost Shadow Slash to close the distance instantly for a finishing blow. But unexpectedly, Zhou Yi just smirked. "I knew you would use that move." With that, he brought his mace down towards her. At that moment, the white-haired girl could only brace for impact, squeezing her eyes shut, but nothing happened. "Do you want to continue?" She slowly opened her eyes to see Zhou Yi had cancelled his skill. He stood there, leaning on his mace, watching her. "Let's stop. Your offense was completely crushing. The result would be the same if we continued. You weren't using your full power," Zhou Yi pointed out. He knew that she hadn't used her most powerful swordsman skills or the dark attribute power within her. The white-haired girl smiled brilliantly. "You found me out? I was just testing my limits. I won't use my trump card just yet. Besides, you weren't going all out either. I saw the video from your entrance exam. Let's be friends, we can fight again later." After they exchanged contact info, Su Mayor continued the tour, feeling a bit of excitement herself. On his very first day, he not only earned 600 points, but also made every single specially admitted elite student wary of him. This year's freshman class was going to be wild. The freshman dorms were on Xiaoshan Peak. Regular students lived at the foot of the mountain or halfway up. But the dorms for specially admitted students were on the summit. Plus, each one was a private villa, with the level of luxury and amenities differing slightly based on their official rank. "From now on, you'll live here." Su Mayor gestured with her chin towards the massive mansion in front of them. As she swiped her card to enter, she suddenly remembered something and turned to Zhou Yi. Oh, right. I heard you're looking for an extreme cold lotus. A team once saw one in the Gale Mountain range, but it was guarded by a high-level monster, so they had to give up on picking it. This was news from 6 years ago, though, so I can't guarantee its authenticity. Based on Su Meier's info, Zhou Yi spent the next few days digging up everything he could on the Gale Mountain range. It was a massive mountain range that appeared after the game, Eternity, merged with Blue Star. The area was vast, filled with countless natural treasures, rare herbs, and magical beasts. Even a third-class advancement user wouldn't dare to venture too deep. With Zhou Yi's current strength, if he ran into a high-level monster, his only option was to run for his life. But luckily, after completing his college entrance exam achievement, the system had rewarded him with a way to save his own life. Even if he died, he could survive. There was no reason to hesitate. I'll just buy some more skills and equipment and then set off. As Zhou Yi searched for suitable skills on his computer, he received a notification. He checked his status. As a top-ranked special admission student, he could learn any Holy Knight skill below A rank for free. Complete immunity to physical damage? That's a steal. Just like that, Zhou Yi snagged every insane free skill he could. The only thing he still had to spend his college entrance exam points on was a set of jungle adventuring gear. With his preparations complete, Zhou Yi immediately headed for the Stormwind Mountains to find the Extreme Frost Lotus, a cure for his sister. But while he was wandering through the mountains searching for the herb, a world-shaking explosion went off not too far away. Naturally curious, he didn't hesitate to bolt over and check things out. In another corner of the world, Jiang Qiran, having added Zhou Yi on WeChat, was trying to strike up a conversation. But ever since Zhou Yi said he was going to the Stormwind Mountains, he'd gone completely silent. Feeling bored and a little worried, Jiang Qiran couldn't help but call her best friend to vent. "I met this really special guy," she said. "Yesterday I challenged him to a duel, and during the fight I released some of my succubus power, but he was completely unfazed. He didn't even give me a single look of desire." Her friend was amazed, saying his willpower must be terrifyingly strong. "Yeah," Jiang Qiran answered distractedly. Then, she made a decision. She was going to follow her crush to the Stormwind Mountains. Back in a certain area of the mountains, a fiery battle was underway. On one side, demons. On the other, a team of 4 girls. Mecha engineer Zhu Yao, summoner Wen Tianxun, artillery master Zhu Dan, and swordswoman Su Qinglian. Zhu Yao led the charge, driving a tank while tossing out small disc bombs at the demon horde. As soon as the demons stepped on them, the discs exploded. A few survivors charged relentlessly toward the tank. Wen Tianxun summoned a massive ice spirit, creating a wall of ice to block the demon's advance. But she failed to notice another one leaping with incredible speed through the trees, closing in on them from the 9 o'clock position. At Zhu Yao's command, Zhu Dan immediately opened fire, obliterating the monster from behind. After that, she continued to mow them down with her machine gun, shouting, "Now's our chance." Instantly, Su Qinglian unleashed her masterful sword skills, finishing off the remaining demons. "We did it!" Zhu Yao laughed happily. Wen Tianxun turned to celebrate with Zhu Yao, but her face suddenly went pale. She shoved Zhu Yao aside and quickly cast a spell, forming an ice shield by the driver's side window. But the blast of fire magic that shot out from the forest was too powerful. Wen Tianxun's ice shield shattered instantly, and the tank was sent flying. "Are you guys okay?" Su Qinglian rushed over to check on them, but Wen Tianxun screamed a warning. "Behind you." The other 3 looked behind Su Qinglian, only to see another horde of demons charging like ferocious devils, ready to roast them alive with fire magic. "We used all of our trump cards just to take down 4 of them. Are we really going to die here today?" Just as the squad of 4 girls gave up all hope, Zhou Yi burst from the woods on his white wolf, unleashing a holy storm that sucked all the demons into one spot. "Light, gather! The storm descends!" As Zhou Yi finished his chant, a giant sword of light plummeted from the sky, piercing the center of the vortex and instantly annihilating the demons. The entire area was engulfed in a sea of flames. Zhou Yi gently patted his pet's back. The white wolf understood, opened its mouth, and extinguished the massive fire with a single breath. Only then did Zhou Yi approach the 4 girls who were still in a daze, using magic to heal their wounds. Su Qinglian held the unconscious Wen Tianxun, looking up with a smile. "Thank you, Junior Zhou. I didn't expect you to know who I am. The Azure Phoenix squad is the 2nd-ranked team in the entire school." "Of course I know you," he replied, feeling a bit embarrassed. "That makes me even more ashamed." Su Qinglian gave an awkward smile, then her expression turned serious. "Junior Zhou, your light attribute skills are a great counter to demons, but these things are dangerous. You should come back to base with us." "I've explored the entire outer region for a month with no sign of the extreme frost ice lotus," he thought. "The freshman tournament is in 3 days. I'll have to come back and look for it after the competition ends." With that in mind, Zhou Yi replied, "Okay." Su Qinglian glanced at Zhu Yao. Zhu Yao understood and nodded, then began to chant, roaring metal, soul of speed, ghostly hum, engine's ferocious gleam. Assemble. As the chant ended, a giant mechanical spider tank materialized from the magic circle Zhu Yao created, leaving Zhou Yi and his white wolf staring in awe. No time to explain. Get on, Zhu Yao urged. Su Qinglian watched her friend's dramatic performance and thought to herself, she's such a great actress. On the way back, Zhou Yi asked, Senior Su, are demons native to the Stormwind Mountains? Su Qinglian answered honestly, our team has been in these mountains for over 2 months, and this is the first time we've encountered them. Hearing this, Zhou Yi began to theorize. That means these demons either came from the depths of the mountains or a dimensional rift opened up nearby, and they crawled out of it. Exactly. We need to hurry back to the base and report this to the military district. Zhou Yi was a little surprised. Doesn't the military have mages monitoring the entire area? To give some context, the Stormwind Mountains are full of magical beasts. To prevent them from attacking the city, the military built a supply and trade base at the entrance. Furthermore, mages from the military base constantly monitor the movements of the beasts within the mountains. Hearing Zhou Yi's question, Su Qinglian frowned. They do, but these beasts are too low level. Zhou Yi was even more confused. A level 30 silver demon beast isn't exactly a low-level threat. As if reading his mind, Su Qinglian explained, the mages mainly monitor the deeper regions for epic and legendary high-level beasts. The otherworldly aura on these things is below the threshold set by the mages, so they probably went undetected. As she spoke, a few questions popped into Su Qinglian's own mind. But if it is a dimensional rift, why would they send low-level demons through? The moment the base's army detects demons, they'll wipe them all out. And if a rift can handle level 30 beasts, it should also be able to let level 50 beasts pass through. Sending these weak ones isn't just a suicide mission, it also exposes the location of the rift. She sighed. Forget it. This is beyond us. We just need to get the intel back. Just then, the group heard the loud cries of countless demons. Food! Food! At the same time, a beam of light shot down from the sky, crashing into the ground and causing an explosion not far from their vehicle. Demons! Someone over there is surrounded. That aura is. Zhou Yi thought to himself, then said urgently, you guys go on ahead. I'll catch up. Ignoring their protests, he rode his pet at full speed toward the explosion. He could never forget that aura. What is she doing here? Not only Zhou Yi's group, but another team nearby also noticed the person in trouble. One of them hesitated. Those are level 20 silver demon beasts. That girl won't last long. Should we help? Silence fell over the group. After a moment, someone spoke up. Better not. We're trapped here ourselves. We can't even guarantee our own safety. If she could break out and wipe out those demons on her own, she'd definitely be a genius in the future. But what a shame. They all turned their worried gazes toward the explosion, where a battle-scarred Jiang Churan was struggling against the horde of beasts. While fending off the monsters, Jiang Churan gritted her teeth, thinking, it seems they know my transformation has a time limit. They're just surrounding me, not launching an all-out attack. They want to wear me down. The demons were scattered across the plains in groups of 10. Even if she destroyed the 8 in front of her, the surrounding hordes would immediately close in. There was no way to break through and get back to the base, if her phantom power faded before she could escape. Thinking of this, Jiang Churan's eyes turned sharp as ice. Just as she was about to unleash her skill, a bolt of lightning crashed down from the sky, vaporizing every silver demon surrounding her in an instant. Jiang Churan whipped her head around toward the sound of approaching footsteps. Riding a white horse, a white wolf, Zhou Yi charged in like a god, yelling at Jiang Churan, who was still staring at him in a daze. Jiang Churan, get out of the way! The demon behind her let out a deafening, ear-splitting roar that forced Jiang Churan to clamp her hands over her ears. The vile demons activated their flame frenzy skill and, with a collective roar, charged forward to attack. Jiang Churan screamed a warning, Zhou Yi, get out of here. That's the demon clan's berserker state. She worriedly thought to herself, their power multiplies. There's no way Zhou Yi can take them on. If I self-destruct, there's a 90% chance I can wipe them out and protect him. Suddenly, Zhou Yi appeared behind Jiang Churan on his white wolf. He wrapped an arm around her waist, effortlessly lifting her onto the wolf's back. Startled, she cried out, Zhou Yi. Just then, a demon lunged forward with a punch. Instantly, the white wolf leaped forward, dodging the attack. From the wolf's back, Zhou Yi turned and thrust his hand out, chanting, Judgment of Light. In a flash, a storm of lightning rained down from the sky, devastating the entire area in front of him. Zhou Yi smirked. No wonder everyone wants to be a mage. This feeling of wiping out monsters from a distance isn't half bad. But the massive commotion from his attack had attracted every last demon on the plains. They quickly formed a huge circle, trapping the two of them inside. 180 demons total. I could handle them with an area of effect skill, but they're too scattered now. Musing to himself, Zhou Yi placed 2 fingers on Jiang Churan's forehead. Jiang Churan, you draw the demons on the left. Don't get reckless. Jiang Churan voiced her doubt. Zhou Yi? Without another word, Zhou Yi began casting a series of buffs on her. Slow heal, blessing of dawn, weapon blessing, God's grace. Jiang Churan gasped internally. That's the Holy Knight's Legion buff. She quickly pulled up her personal status window to check. Level 16, Swordsman, dual demon body state. Seeing that her strength, speed, stamina, and intelligence had all increased by 25%, Jiang Churan's jaw dropped in astonishment. Zhou Yi didn't have time to register her reaction. Before she could say a word, he leaped off the wolf, summoned his weapon, and charged the nearest group of monsters, slamming his hammer down and causing a massive explosion. Behind him, Jiang Churan also dismounted the wolf. She watched Zhou Yi with awe. Incredible. A 25% boost to all stats is like doubling my overall power. From what I know, a level 16 Holy Knight can't do this. Not even a level 20 Holy Knight could pull this off. By now, a portion of the monsters had closed in on Jiang Churan's position. Without needing a command, the white wolf lunged at a demon, jaws snapping. This isn't the time to be thinking about this. I need to do what he asked. Reminding herself, Jiang Churan's expression hardened with resolve. She drew her weapon and began to fight. As for Zhou Yi, he was moving at blinding speed, every swing of his hammer obliterating one or more monsters at a time. Suddenly, a demon managed to sneak up behind Zhou Yi, raising its weapon to slash down at his head. Just as the blow was about to land, a purple whip lashed out, striking the demon's arm and sending its weapon flying, neutralizing the threat. Zhou Yi glanced over his shoulder to see Jiang Churan controlling the purple whip, attacking the horde of monsters. Shadow Lash. Concentrate demonic energy in your hand to form a whip, dealing heavy damage to the enemy, plus additional shadow damage. Bringing a holy type user along really does attract demons. Countless demons from the plains have gathered here now. It's time to use that skill. Musing to himself, Zhou Yi casually cast Aegis of Holy Light on Jiang Churan and the White Wolf, creating a protective barrier around them before instructing Jiang Churan, wait inside. Aegis of Holy Light, B+ rank. Envelops party members within a certain range in a sacred aura, making them immune to all physical damage for a set duration. Then, Zhou Yi roared, Holy Light Cross! Holy Light Cross summons a sacred cross that gathers holy light behind you, dealing continuous light element fire damage per second to enemies within a certain range. Level 7, 200-meter range. The massive cross that Zhou Yi summoned began to glow with a brilliant golden light that shone down on the monsters. The next second, a storm of golden flames erupted, engulfing them and burning them relentlessly as they screamed in agony. Jiang Churan's eyes sparkled, her face a mask of pure awe. When the assault was over, most of the monsters had been annihilated. Only the larger, high-resistance monsters were left standing. All darkness will vanish under the light's radiance. Light, converge, storm, descend. Divine Light Storm summons a hurricane of condensed holy light at a designated location, dealing light magical damage to all enemies within a certain range. As soon as Zhou Yi finished his chant, enormous lances of holy light materialized in the air. Then, these lances of light rained down, forming a massive circle around the remaining monsters. A second later, a vortex erupted in the center, sucking the demons in and tearing them to shreds. From some nearby bushes, a group of people watched with their jaws on the floor. That's insane. Who is that? Is he even human? Boss, should we go say hi? Hearing his team member, the leader paused to think. Besides me at level 26, the other 5 are all level 24. Forget one-on-one, even a 6-on-1 fight would be suicide. This guy is on another level, and he's so young. In the end, the team leader decided to lead his group out to meet Zhou Yi. He thought to himself that he had to get on this guy's good side, but before his group could move, a mechanical beast sped towards Zhou Yi's position from the distance. When the machine stopped, Zhu Dan, Zhu Rao, Wen Tianrun, and Su Qinglian appeared on its back. Zhu Dan raised a hand in greeting, Junior Zhou, we're here to help. But when they took in the carnage around them, the group of 4 froze for a full 5 seconds. Zhou Yi glanced over at them, then took out a recovery potion and downed it in one go. A system notification popped up. Congratulations, you have reached level 17. You have gained 15 free attribute points and 15 skill points. Congratulations, you have reached level 18. You have gained 15 free attribute points and 15 skill points. Name, Zhou Yi, level 18. Strength, 160. Stamina, 162. Intellect, 172. Zhou Yi thought, 180 demons for 60,000 experience points. Too bad there's a level cap on EXP gains, otherwise this battle would have yielded even more. Looking at the empty potion bottle, he muttered, "My mana pool increased, but with so many high-level skills, it's still not enough. I'll have to ask my teacher back at the academy. She should have a solution." Just then, Zhu Dan's group finally snapped out of their shock, dismounted the mechanical spider, and walked toward Zhou Yi. Su Qinglian asked, "Zhou Yi, did you do all of this?" Zhu Dan also chimed in, "Zhou Yi, your power is beyond anything I could have imagined." Before Zhou Yi could answer, Jiang Churan suddenly collapsed to the ground. The girls asked with concern, "What happened to her?" Zhou Yi replied, "I guess she overexerted herself and entered a weakened state." The girls went over to help Jiang Churan. Su Qinglian, however, stared intently at Zhou Yi, asking, "While you were wiping out the demons, did you run into any that were particularly tough to deal with?" Zhou Yi stroked his chin in thought before answering, "The strongest demon that died by my hand was a level 23 gold rank. None of them were especially difficult. Is something wrong?" Su Qinglian explained with a frown, "Both the demon and human armies have commanders. If there's no commander here, it means the main demon force isn't around. It's not safe to stay. We need to get back to base immediately." Zhou Yi instantly agreed. Hidden in the bushes behind them, one of the squad members watched Zhou Yi's group leave. "Boss, looks like they're taking off. Do we move out now?" But their captain seemed hesitant. "Yeah." But before the captain could finish, a crushing, invisible force slammed down on them, filling them with a paralyzing fear. "Boss, what's happening?" The leader peered out, his face twisted in horror. "The demonic energy. It's so thick! That's a demon!" The sky had turned a sickening blood red, a massive barrier sealing off the entire area. A moment later, a rift tore open in the barrier, and a massive dragon descended. Riding on its back was a humanoid figure radiating an overwhelming demonic aura. Through an appraisal skill, the two creatures' basic info flashed in everyone's minds. Monster, demon, level 30. Quality, legendary, with hidden skills and notes. Monster, fire dragon, level 24. Quality, golden. Its skill was blazing bombardment. At the same time, back at the military base, every monitor flashed red. "Warning! Warning!" Emergency state declared. Otherworldly energy readings have exceeded the limit. Analyzing data. Analysis complete. Level 4. Otherworldly invasion confirmed. Location locked. East of the Raging Wind Mountains. Longitude 111.454 east. Latitude 15.305 north. The monitoring officer saw the alert and immediately grabbed his radio, broadcasting to the entire military zone. "Confirmed. Level 4 incursion. All Legion members, assemble for battle immediately." I repeat, confirmed. Level 4 incursion. All Legion members, assemble for combat. Warriors and Knights of the Snow Dragon Legion, cease training exercises and report to the main square at once. Priest Squad of the Snow Dragon Legion, prepare for triage. Ensure your mana reserves are at maximum capacity. Logistics team of the Snow Dragon Legion, begin distributing magic cores and crystals. Mage Squad of the Snow Dragon Legion, lock onto coordinates 111.454 east, 15.305 north. Construct a large-scale teleportation array. Soon, the Legion's soldiers stood in perfect formation within massive, golden magic circles on the ground. A soldier ran up to the platform, reporting to Shu Wuzhou, commander of the Snow Dragon Legion. Reporting to the Grand Marshal. All personnel are assembled and awaiting your command. Shu Wuzhou drew his sword, pointing it forward and roaring, "We are the sword that pierces through all thorns, the shield that defends our home." The soldiers below echoed his cry in unison. "We are the sword that pierces through all thorns, the shield that defends our home." Satisfied, Shu Wuzhou gave the order, "Move out." A few minutes earlier, in the demon's lair, the demon lord sat on his throne, looking down at his massive army. Every demon in this legion was hand-picked and screened by me personally. In the 6 months since we arrived on this blue star, we've lost fewer than 10 of our own. But in our final moments of celebration, before returning to the sacred realm, 100 of our kin were hunted down and slain. We return to the sacred realm in half a day. Before we leave, we're going to make some real noise. The demons below roared in excitement. "Thank you, Your Highness, for this blessing. Thank you, Your Highness." Back in the present, the demon lord rode atop the fire dragon, glaring down at Zhou Yi's group. "I will never forgive you. I'll rip out your souls and burn them in hellfire for eternity." With that, the demon lord began summoning his army. "Olimus, son of the devil, has used the summoning skill. Silver-ranked demons have been summoned. Golden-ranked demons have been summoned." Su Qinglian immediately activated her appraisal skill, scanning the demonic horde. A legendary-ranked demon, golden-ranked demon knights, and silver-ranked demon sorcerers. Her expression turned grim. Drawing her weapon, she stepped in front of Zhou Yi. "Zhou Yi, the Qingluan squad will protect you. If you see an opening, you have to break through the encirclement and get out of here." "That's right, Zhou Yi." You have to survive, Zhu Dan said, joining the other two girls in front of him. In their hearts, they all shared the same thought. Zhou Yi was the most monstrous genius they had ever met. His talent was worth protecting with their very lives. Just then, a massive golden magic circle materialized in the sky, drawing everyone's attention. It's the Snow Dragon Legion. They're all class advancers of level 30 or higher, and their commander is a level 51 warrior. We're saved! But while the others celebrated, Zhou Yi's brow furrowed in suspicion. If they were teleporting here, why didn't they pinpoint our exact location and warp directly to us? Zhou Yi's question was answered a second later as the demon lord opposite them suddenly burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. Don't get your hopes up, humans. The magic circle covering us prevents your little legion from getting in. Su Qinglian cried out in shock. What? That's impossible! She looked up at the sky and saw them, countless soldiers standing on golden magic circles, trapped outside a shimmering red barrier. Outside the barrier, Shu Wuzhou turned to Wang Liang. What's going on? Why is the teleportation point so far off? Wang Liang placed his hand on the red film, assessing it for a moment before answering gravely. This is a forbidden class magic circle from the demon race. The dark flame wall. Once deployed, the space within cannot be teleported into, and all external attacks are blocked. We'd need the power of at least 2 more legions to break it. Otherwise, we can only wait for its duration to expire and dissipate on its own. Shu Wuzhou's brow tightened. How long will that take? Wang Liang replied, 5 minutes. Hearing this, Shu Wuzhou closed his eyes, let out a long sigh, and gave a heavy command. Get all their information. Keep a full record. After the battle is over, notify their families to come collect the bodies. Wang Liang replied, Yes, sir. At that exact moment, inside the dark flame wall, a system notification popped up. A legendary rank demon has been detected. A new mission has been issued. Achievement quest, slay the demon. Failure, penalty, none. Reward, S+ rank talent, blessing of the medicinal spirit. Looking at the system panel, Zhou Yi smirked. A new achievement quest, finally. A golden light erupted from Zhou Yi's body as he slipped past Zhu Dan's group and moved to the front. Su Qinglian quickly grabbed his arm, crying out, Zhou Yi! Opposite them, the demon lord's gaze locked onto him. Such a dense, sacred aura. It seems you're the one who laid a hand on my kin. To show my respect, I will personally tear you into 100 pieces and let you die in endless agony. With that, the demon lord and his fire dragon charged forward. Zhou Yi shook off Su Qinglian's hand, raising his weapon to meet the attack. Just then, the fire dragon opened its maw, unleashing a torrent of magic toward Zhou Yi below. Su Qinglian screamed in terror, Zhou Yi! But Zhou Yi's face was calm as he swung his axe, sending a golden arc of light soaring upwards. The two attacks collided violently in midair, but Zhou Yi's attack ripped right through the dragon's magic, continuing its ascent and cleanly severing one of the dragon's massive wings. With a wing missing, the fire dragon could no longer fly and plummeted straight to the ground, taking the demon lord with it. A deafening crash echoed as the dragon's colossal body slammed into the earth, lying motionless. The demon lord landed safely, but he was clearly shaken by the impact. Seizing the opportunity, Zhou Yi appeared behind him in a flash, swinging his axe with deadly intent. The demon lord sensed the danger and spun around, slashing his own weapon backwards, but it only managed to clip Zhou Yi's shoulder pauldron, knocking it off. In the next instant, the demon lord saw a golden light streaking towards his face. He desperately raised his weapon to block, using the force of the blow to leap backward. Looking at the massive crater his opponent's axe had just carved into the ground, the demon lord screamed in his mind, in total disbelief. What the hell is this? This human is only level 18. How can he possibly have the strength to fight me head on? Zhou Yi didn't press the attack. He set his axe aside for a moment, cracking his knuckles as he stared down the demon lord. You're pretty good at blocking. Oh, and by the way, you're the first legendary grade monster I've ever met. You human bastard, the demon lord roared, launching himself forward and thrusting his sword at Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi grabbed his weapon again, leaping high into the air to dodge while simultaneously bringing his axe down in a massive, cross-shaped slash that rained destruction on the demon below. The pure white blade's stun effect landed perfectly. Gotcha, Zhou Yi thought, raising his hand to the sky. Judgment of light. But the stun was short-lived. Just before the holy lightning crashed down, the demon lord snapped out of it, roaring, Flame Demon Shield! Watching the shield completely absorb the lightning storm, Zhou Yi muttered, so even the judgment of light can't get through to him? It was clear that normal attacks wouldn't even scratch the thick hide of this legendary level demon. Then I have no other choice but to use the skill I received after the grand exam. As for the demon lord, he bellowed an order to his army. My beloved warriors, crush him for me. Hearing the command, the demons shrieked, charging at Zhou Yi with pure bloodlust. but he didn't even spare them a glance. Holy light erupted around him as his body slowly rose into the air, radiating waves of golden mana. Everyone stared, completely captivated by Zhou Yi's ascension. He lifted both hands, and a massive vortex tore open in the sky. From its depths, a colossal hand began to emerge. Why do I feel like some terrifying existence is about to descend? The moment the Demon Lord finished his sentence, the entire space was bathed in a brilliant gold. The giant hand slammed down upon him and his minions, making the very earth tremble and crack from the force of the shockwave. Su Qinglian whispered in a daze, "Am I dreaming right now? Is this really Zhou Yi's power?" Meanwhile, Jiang Charan could feel the succubus bloodline inside her trembling with absolute fear. Outside the Crimson Barrier, Si Yuzhou spoke. "That power, it's on par with a magic crystal cannon. Have you identified who's trapped inside yet?" Wang Liang answered. "They're all Suheng University students. The one who cast that last skill is this year's top scorer, the Holy Knight, Zhou Yi." Si Yuzhou sighed with a hint of regret. "The top scorer, huh? It's a shame the level gap between them is just too massive. If Zhou Yi had a little more time to grow, that one skill could have wiped that demon off the map." And just as he predicted, the Demon Lord was still alive. Now, demonic energy even more terrifying than before pulsed from his entire body. The Demon Lord roared in a rage, "How dare you insult a great existence like me? Flame Demon Legion, charge! Flame sorcerers, cast your spells!" Immediately, from all directions, the demons swarmed towards Zhou Yi. But the Demon Lord turned to the demon that was healing him. "He's nothing but a level 18 Holy Knight." The healing demon affirmed, "Exactly. After so many major battles, his mana reserves must be completely empty by now. Without mana, facing our 3 legions, we can bury him with numbers alone." Indeed. Satisfied, the Demon Lord turned his gaze back towards Zhou Yi. At the center of the onslaught, Zhou Yi's face was calm as he thought, "The hand of God used up almost all my mana, and my equipment's recovery speed is too slow. I'll have to rely on my trump card." A skill window appeared before Zhou Yi. S rank, Divine Art, a one-time use secret technique of the Holy Knight's Temple. Casting this secret art requires 0 mana and cannot be blocked by silent skills. After using this secret art, you will receive a portion of the God of Light's power. Based on the body's endurance, all 4 corresponding stats will be massively increased. The level of all Holy and Light skills will be temporarily boosted by 5, and the recovery rate of HP, stamina, and mana will be multiplied by 20. The effects will last for a set period of time, and after the skill ends, the user will fall into a state of weakness. A second later, a pillar of light descended from the sky, piercing through the red barrier and shining down upon Zhou Yi. What the hell is this now? Doubting his eyes, the Demon Lord looked up to see Zhou Yi floating in the golden pillar, embraced by a goddess with 3 pairs of wings. Feathers rained down from above, and any demon they touched was instantly incinerated, turning to dust. Si Yuzhou reached out to touch a feather, exclaiming in shock, "It can't be. That's the god's descent art." Wang Liang, the vice captain of the Snow Dragon Legion standing beside him, couldn't help but ask, "Captain, what's God's descent art?" It's a pinnacle skill that only the highest level of divine class professionals can master. It allows them to channel the energy and faith of a god. I once saw a priest cast God's descent. With a single move, he was able to restore our entire legion to its peak condition. It's because of God's descent that our army was able to hold out against the siege of 3 demon legions until reinforcements arrived. A god's power is as vast as the ocean. Without us, he could wipe out all the demons by himself. Down below, the Demon Lord's eyes widened at the sight, screaming in disbelief, "Impossible! This is a pinnacle secret art. He's a level 18 Holy Knight. On what basis can he wield the power of a god?" The mage standing behind him urgently reminded him, "Your Highness, once God's descent is cast, only an equal divine power can interrupt it. If he completes the ritual, our entire legion will be annihilated." The Demon Lord muttered. "It's just one skill," he asked. "How long until the return magic circle in the valley is established?" "1 minute," the mage replied. "I see. Now is the time for you to show your loyalty," the Demon Lord said. "Yes," the mage replied, then roared with conviction. "All demons, hear my command. Offer everything you have to the Demon Lord." Immediately after, he was the first to sacrifice his soul. "Great Demon Lord Olima, I, Roskin, offer my entire being as a tribute to your glory." "Great Demon Lord Olima," another demon cried out, "I offer my entire being as a tribute to your glory." And so, hundreds of demons chanted the slogan and willingly sacrificed their souls. Then, their souls were all absorbed by the Demon Lord. Watching the dark power emanating from the Demon Lord grow larger and larger, the goddess spoke with contempt. "Pathetic, ugly, lower-class creatures. Holy Knight, I grant you my divine power." As the goddess spoke, she lifted Zhou Yi's hand and pointed it at the Demon Lord. Zhou Yi's eyes immediately lit up, and a beam of light shot from his hand straight towards the demon lord, absorbing the sacrificed souls. The ground shook as a cataclysmic explosion occurred, kicking up a blinding cloud of dust. But as the dust settled, everyone saw that the demon lord had somehow managed to get back on his feet. He was even gathering a giant ball of fire. The power of the demon flame is my strongest innate skill. It condenses the fire element to its absolute limit. Its surface temperature can reach 15 million degrees Celsius. If my clan members hadn't made their offering, I wouldn't have been able to use this skill, the demon lord thought, then screamed, "Die, holy knight!" He then threw the fireball straight at Zhou Yi, only to be met with utter disappointment. When the dust settled, he saw Zhou Yi still standing there, without a single scratch on him. It was then that he finally understood that he and Zhou Yi were not on the same level. So, without wasting a second, he immediately turned tail and ran towards the magic circle to escape. But of course, Zhou Yi wasn't going to give him that chance. "Heretic, in the name of a god, I sentence you to death." With those words, Zhou Yi waved his hand, and a beam of light descended from the sky, directly taking the demon lord's life. Returning, I have completed my mission, my glory, returning to the holy realm. The demon lord muttered a few delirious words before breathing his last. Witnessing the scene, the remaining demons were like headless chickens, screaming in fear. What do we do? The demon lord is dead. The return magic circle has been destroyed. How can we get back to the holy realm? It's finally over. Zhou Yi said one sentence before falling into a state of weakness. He lost consciousness, and his body began to fall freely to the ground. Zhou Yi, Jiang Churan, and the Qing Luan squad rushed forward in a panic. The vice captain of the Snow Dragon Legion hastily gave orders. "Cleric, check on Zhou Yi's condition immediately. Squads 1 and 2, quickly search for other surviving professionals around the mountain area. The rest of the Legion personnel, charge with me." So heavy. I can't breathe. It feels like something is pressing on my chest. I can't move. Is this sleep paralysis? Am I about to die? Thinking this, Zhou Yi's eyes shot open. It was then that he realized he was in a hospital room, and he was, in fact, being crushed by a 50-kilogram shadow. Jiang Churan rubbed her sleepy eyes and said, "Zhou Yi, you're awake. You've been unconscious for 2 days and 2 nights. I'll go let everyone know." "Oh, right. Thanks for saving me." Jiang Churan suddenly planted a kiss on Zhou Yi's cheek, then spun around and bolted out of embarrassment. "Girls these days," Zhou Yi muttered, shaking his head. Just then, the system panel flashed to life. Daily quest, 200 push-ups incomplete. 200 squats incomplete. 200 sit-ups incomplete. I was out for 2 whole days. That means I missed 2 days of daily rewards. He hoped the achievement reward would make up for it. Achievement quest, demon extermination, complete. Corresponding rewards have been distributed. Congratulations, you have received the S+ talent skill, Death Resistance. Your body can now defy death itself, rapidly recovering from any and all damage received. Congratulations, you have received the S-rank magic item, the Felix Felicis potion. After consumption, the user's luck will be greatly increased for 12 hours. A talent that can heal any damage? Sure, every class has some kind of healing talent, but the effects vary wildly. But being an S+ rank talent called Death Resistance, this had to be on another level entirely. With that thought, Zhou Yi excitedly summoned a knife. Without a second's hesitation, he plunged it right into his chest. He pulled the blade out and watched. The wound healed at the speed of light. Zhou Yi couldn't help but be impressed. Healed in 2 seconds? Now that's what I'm talking about. With this, normal damage won't even slow me down in a fight. My survivability just skyrocketed. But what about a more serious injury? Thinking this, Zhou Yi summoned a massive axe. But after a moment of hesitation, he decided not to test his luck and put it away. He'd check out the luck-boosting potion instead. Luck, huh? How much does it boost it by? Will I just stumble upon a legendary weapon lying on the street? Or maybe I'll help some old lady cross the street, and she'll turn out to be a 3rd advancement class user, or find some god-tier equipment at a street stall. A single potion held infinite possibilities. Better save it for later. Just as Zhou Yi was about to close the system, another notification caught his eye. A-rank Holy Flame Halo. Condenses a halo of holy flame around the body, granting control over the fire element. It boosts the fire and light-based damage of the user and their allies by 20% for a set duration. The Holy Flame Halo. What's this? A divine skill? Zhou Yi remembered the moment he fought the Demon Lord. That's when he'd received the S+ rank Divine Angel's Protection. It was now bound to him. Your light-based abilities have been greatly enhanced. All light and divine type skill effects are amplified. A-rank Holy Flame Halo. condenses a halo of holy flame around the user, granting control over the fire element, and boosting fire and light damage for the user and their allies by 20% for a set duration. The Holy Flame Halo is a light-based skill, which means it gets a massive boost from the Divine Angel's protection. So when I use the Holy Flame Halo, my light and fire-based skills will get a 40% damage increase. And if I use Punishment of Light on top of that, does that mean I'm basically a dual-element fire and lightning mage? As Zhou Yi was lost in thought, a knock on the door snapped him back to reality. A strange young man had come to visit. After they were seated, the man introduced himself. I am Wang Liang, a mage and the vice commander of the Snow Dragon Legion. Student Zhou Yi, because you eliminated the demon and destroyed the portal in time, we were able to capture many demonic prisoners. Zhou Yi replied humbly, You're too kind, sir. I was just doing what I could. So, what can I do for you? Originally, the commander was supposed to come thank you himself, but he's busy, so I've come in his place. Your final attack may have leveled half the valley, but the traces of the demon's arrival were perfectly preserved. The Legion has uncovered the demon's secret. The commander has gone to report this to his superiors. As he spoke, he took out an orb. The moment it was activated, the entire room transformed into a virtual space, displaying all sorts of items before Zhou Yi's eyes. These are the resources the Snow Dragon Legion has accumulated for hundreds of years. Don't be shy, just tell me what you like, Wang Liang said generously. Zhou Yi's eyes widened as he browsed through the list. They even have high-tier S-rank treasures? After searching for a bit, Zhou Yi asked, Vice Commander Wang, does the Snow Dragon Legion have an S-rank Extreme Frost Lotus in its warehouse? Hold on, let me check. Wang Liang performed a few operations, then pointed at the screen. Is this it? That's the one! Zhou Yi shouted with excitement. All right then. Wang Liang kept a calm face, but inside, he was crying a river of tears. 100 million contribution points. That was 3 years of his salary. I'll just have the commander cover it, he thought. The Extreme Frost Lotus is at our main warehouse, so you'll have to wait here a few days. If you get bored, I can arrange for some people to accompany you on a monster hunt in the mountains. Wang Liang walked towards the door with a cool expression, but once out of Zhou Yi's sight, he couldn't help but grin. He'd have the younger Legion members go with Zhou Yi to hunt beasts and build some goodwill. Once Zhou Yi becomes a top-tier powerhouse, the Snow Dragon Legion will bask in his glory. My plan is absolutely flawless. As Wang Liang was patting himself on the back, Zhou Yi's next words were like a bucket of ice water. Sorry, but I have to go back to school tomorrow for the freshman tournament. Just send the Extreme Frost Lotus to my dorm. He'd completely forgotten this monster was still just a student. Wang Liang sighed and replied, The Extreme Frost Lotus will be delivered to you at Suhang University, Dorm 101, in 2 days. In the future, if you run into any trouble you can't handle in the Gale Mountain Range, be sure to contact the Snow Dragon Legion. After he left, Zhou Yi flopped onto the sofa, a happy smile spreading across his face. Zhou Yun is saved. I really have to thank that demon. If it weren't for him, I never would have had the chance to get the Extreme Frost Lotus from the Legion's warehouse. Glancing at the clock, he muttered, It's almost midnight. Gotta finish today's daily quests first. Over at the Blue Phoenix squad, Su Qinglian had just stepped out of the shower when her teammates swarmed her. Captain, we want to invite Zhou Yi to join the Blue Phoenix squad. What do you think? Su Qinglian said nonchalantly. I doubt he'll agree. With his strength, he's more efficient hunting monsters alone. Zhu Dan just smirked. You never know until you try. Besides, Captain, don't you want him to join us just as much as we do? Wen Tianrun chimed in. Yeah, I've seen you secretly go visit him a few times already. Su Qinglian didn't answer, instead recalling her visit. She had indeed invited him to join their team, but he had politely declined. Though she was disappointed, Su Qinglian didn't push it. But before she left, she couldn't help but say, Oh, right. To thank you for saving us in the Gale Mountain Range, this is a special thank you just for you. With that, Su Qinglian had placed a kiss on Zhou Yi's cheek and left with a brilliant smile. Zhou Yi unconsciously recalled Jiang Qiran's similar gesture and couldn't help but feel a little awkward. A special reward, a special thank you. Girls are so bold these days. In another development, Xu Yuzhou was reporting to his superiors. According to our investigation, the otherworldly demons' invasion this time, they appeared alternately in the Gale Mountain Range, just like 3 years ago. The investigation shows the demons have mastered a way to travel through medium-sized spatial rifts. Are you certain? Do you have any idea what this report implies? Xu Yuzhou confirmed that until now, otherworldly creatures could only invade Blue Star through large-scale rifts. Because large-scale rifts are rare, the threat of an otherworldly invasion was always considered manageable. But medium-sized rifts on Blue Star, they're countless. If otherworldly creatures can now use them to invade, Blue Star faces an extinction-level crisis. Because of that, this finding was double and triple checked. Fortunately, we discovered that only creatures below level 30 can pass through the medium-sized rifts. The man with horns on his head gave the order. If that's the situation, we need a counter strategy, and fast. Senator Yang, inform every Grand Legion in the nation. They are to immediately investigate all mid-sized spatial rifts in their territories. Senator Zhang, you will attend the International Federation Assembly. Report our findings and gauge the reactions of the other nations. Just then, Wang Wei, the headmaster of Suhong University, spoke up. Director Xu, you're telling me this intel came from an 18-year-old kid? That's right. Xu Yuzhou projected an image of Zhou Yi onto the screen. This young hero is named Zhou Yi, a newly awakened holy knight, the top scorer on the Suhong provincial exams, and the #1 freshman at Suhong University. He used a divine advent spell to obliterate a demon and destroy its teleportation gate. His actions have bought us an invaluable advantage. The room buzzed with surprise. A holy knight as the provincial valedictorian? That was practically unheard of. Suhong province, and his surname is Zhou. Could he be a descendant of the Frostbone Zhou Clan? The high-ranking official then turned to Wang Wei. Senator Wang, when you get back to the university, I want you to look into this Zhou Yi for me. Of course. And if he's a real talent, be sure to let us know. Don't try to hide him away. Someone chimed in with a playful jab. Xu Yuzhou secretly admired Zhou Yi's luck. These were the most powerful figures in the entire nation. Earning their favor meant his future was set. 2 days later, the freshman tournament officially began. A drone zipped across the Suhang University campus, its voice echoing everywhere. Attention all students. The freshman grand tournament will officially commence at 10 a.m. sharp. Please make your way to the main gymnasium immediately. As the clock ticked closer, the judging panel stood up. It was led by the Dean of the War Academy, alongside the heads of weaponry, elementals, tactics, and logistics, who rose to give a speech. I am Wu Meng, Dean of the War Academy. Welcome, everyone, to Suhong University. This year's tournament will be split into 2 phases. Phase 1 is a Secret Realm Challenge dungeon. Your rank will be based on the difficulty you choose and your clear time. Phase 2 will be open challenges. Each of you will have 3 chances to challenge a higher-ranked student. A victory will swap your positions. As Wu Meng spoke, Sumir fidgeted nervously. Where are Zhou Yi and Jiang Churan? If they don't get here soon, they'll be disqualified. I really shouldn't have told him about the glacial ice lotus until I was absolutely sure. Now this is a total disaster. But Sumir wasn't the only one who noticed Zhou Yi was missing. Whispers started spreading through the other students. Hey, anyone seen Zhou Yi? Nope. You think he forgot about the tournament? Probably. He's been gone for a whole month after all. Hey, works for me. That's one less rival to worry about. Standing in the crowd, Shen Lingfeng smirked to himself. So, Zhou Yi, you wasted a whole month away from campus instead of training, and now you don't even have the guts to show your face. You had your chance right in front of you and you blew it. Pathetic. And now, the first phase of the tournament begins. The Silver Tier Secret Realm is now open. As Dean Wu Meng's voice faded, the gateway to the Secret Realm roared to life. A torrent of dark flames erupted, engulfing the massive space. This year's freshmen are the strongest in our academy's history, so to truly test your limits, this secret realm will not only have easy, hard, and nightmare modes, but we have also added a special abyss difficulty. A student gasped in excitement. Whoa, they unlocked abyss difficulty already? No wonder the gate is overflowing with that dark fire. This is insane. I heard abyss mode is like 10 times harder than nightmare. This is gonna be awesome. I'm definitely gonna be the one to clear the abyss dungeon. With that, the students began their final preparations, equipping their best gear and stocking up on potions. Enter. With Dean Wu Meng's command, the dungeon info flashed before everyone. Secret Realm Instance, Furbong's Lair. Recommended level, 12 to 19. Selectable difficulties, easy, nightmare, abyss. Party size, 1 to 6 players. Warning. A clan of vicious Furbongs inhabits this dark and twisted forest. It is said that a single human body isn't even a snack for the smallest of their kind. In the next instant, all the freshmen were teleported inside. Wu Meng watched the main screen, noting that everyone chose either Nightmare or Abyss. He nodded in approval. Not bad at all. This generation is full of fighting spirit. But then, he noticed something odd. Wait, where are contestants number 001 and 003? Sumir hesitated before answering. Reporting, Dean. Contestants 001 and 003 went to the Gale Force Mountains to train, and they haven't returned yet. Wu Meng's face darkened with fury. The freshman tournament decides their entire future and the resources they'll receive. How could they be late for something so critical, so young, and already letting their high ranks go to their heads? Becoming arrogant and reckless. Dean, Zhou Yi isn't like that. He's only late because Sumir tried to explain, but Wu Meng cut her off with a sharp wave of his hand. Students like that need to be taught a lesson. If they don't show up, they don't participate. They'll be ranked dead last. But just then, Zhou Yi came sprinting in, carrying Jiang Churan on his back. Sorry, we're late. Without another word, he and Jiang Churan slammed their hands on the portal. Difficulty. Abyss. In a flash of light, they were warped into the dungeon. You have entered the Furbong's lair. Difficulty selected. Abyss. Warning. Monsters on Abyss difficulty are extremely aggressive. Be prepared to retreat. Hey, let's hope this is as tough as they say. As he spoke, Zhou Yi activated a series of buffs. Dawn's Blessing, Gift of Courage, Divine Favor, Guardian's Aegis. He drew his weapon, ready for battle. Furbong Warrior. Level 17, Silver Tier. Skills, Guardian, Frenzied Strike, Furbong Vindicator. Level 18, Silver Tier. Skills, Aura of Resilience, War Stomp. Zhou Yi scanned the info on the roaring beasts charging at him. Finally, a chance to really cut loose. With a grin, he leaped high into the air, hammer swinging down. Elsewhere, Jiang Churan unleashed her B-rank skill, Flash Step, Legion Breaker. Her blade became a blur, launching waves of sword energy that pierced straight through the enemy's defenses. Meanwhile, Shen Lingfeng focused the full power of fire into his fist. He unleashed his ultimate flame strike, dealing massive single-target damage to the monsters. Another top student used his C-rank skill, Whirling Heart Stab. He spun, leaped, and kicked an enemy to the ground, stunning it. But with 16 Furbongs attacking at once, he was completely overwhelmed. The judges monitored the students' progress on the screens, offering their initial assessments. Overall, this year's freshmen are performing quite well. The Furbong Lair is the hardest dungeon we have. In previous years, new students would get wiped out almost instantly, but this year, they're all managing to hold their own. Just then, Wu Meng ordered the tech team, pull up contestant 001's screen. Let's see what wasting a month in the Gale Force Mountains has gotten him. The monitor immediately switched to Zhou Yi's perspective. The screen was filled with smoke and fire. Then, a system notification popped up. Congratulations on clearing the first wave. 16 Furbongs defeated. Time, 5 seconds. The result was so shocking, Zhu Huayang, Dean of the Elemental Academy, shot up from his seat. 5 seconds? How is that possible? He only used a support skill, Holy Flame Aura. How did he produce enough firepower to instantly annihilate those monsters? Song Qi, the Dean of the Weaponry Academy, looked stunned. It's only possible if his intelligence stat is absurdly high. Wu Meng, having never seen anything like it, remained cautious. There are many reasons for such high skill damage. High stats, powerful buffs, rare artifacts. We can't draw any conclusions from just one fight. Even with my years of combat experience, I couldn't make out that strange aura. What kind of skill was that? And what was its effect? Zhou Yi clearly hadn't wasted the last month. This kid's interesting. But Zhou Yi had no idea he was causing such a stir among the judges. His focus was entirely on the battle. Punishment of Light. The moment Zhou Yi uttered the words, thousands of lightning bolts crashed down from the heavens, instantly wiping the monsters off the map. A system window popped up immediately. Congratulations on clearing the second stage, eliminating 200 Furbongs. Clear time, 1 minute and 23 seconds. Riding his momentum, Zhou Yi unleashed Victorious Spear, successfully clearing the third stage in just 3 minutes and 29 seconds. Abyss-level dungeon cleared. Clear time, 4 minutes 57 seconds. Evaluation, rank SSS. You are now the official record holder for this dungeon. Clear rewards, B+ rank skill book, the Penitent Hammer, 212 experience points, 25 free attribute points, and 25 skill points. The Penitent Hammer. Swing this hammer infused with divine power to inflict massive damage upon your enemies. As the first clearer, you have unlocked a new talent achievement. Please select one of the following 3 options. A rank Aura Focus. Increases neural reaction speed by 30%. Grants a 30% chance to prevent your skills from being interrupted. A rank Swift Movement. After entering combat, movement speed continuously increases, up to a maximum of 50%. A rank Steadfast Guardian. When wielding a shield as a weapon, defensive power is increased by an additional 30%. The notification stunned Zhou Yi. You can get a brand new talent just by clearing a dungeon? A player's strength is directly tied to their talents. I mean, my S+ rank talent was the only reason I could class change into a Holy Knight in the first place. This must be a special reward for silver rank dungeons and higher. After all, I broke records in the bronze level competition dungeon, but never got anything like this. Getting to choose 1 out of 3 is actually pretty generous. At least I don't have to worry about getting stuck with a useless talent. With that, Zhou Yi started weighing his options. Steadfast Guardian would be perfect for a tank build Holy Knight, but that's not my playstyle. Swift movement is decent, but it pales in comparison to aura focus. In a real fight, the time it takes to see an enemy and launch a counterattack is everything. The stronger the enemy, the faster their attacks. That makes superior reaction speed priceless on the battlefield. A battle can change in an instant. Aura focus lowers the risk of my skills being interrupted, which could totally turn the tide. Just then, a new gate seething with a dark aura materialized. A message appeared above it. Abyss-level dungeon cleared. Do you wish to activate the bonus dungeon key? A repulsive energy radiated from the portal. Heh, let's hope this bonus stage is a little more entertaining. Filled with anticipation, Zhou Yi stepped through the gate without a second thought. Meanwhile, back in the viewing room, the judges were once again floored by his performance. Each expert offered their analysis. His combat style is incredibly fierce. Perfect elemental control, sharp thinking, and amazing adaptability. Opening the abyss-level difficulty was the right call. Zhou Yi is a complete all-rounder. Not only has he mastered powerful offensive magic, but his knowledge of enhancement abilities and even his close-quarters combat are shockingly impressive. But his Holy Knight skill set is almost too broad. Leveling everything at once with that kind of resource drain, he might just end up being mediocre. Wu Mang nodded in agreement with Zhang Ling, head of the Tactical Institute. That is indeed a potential problem. After the freshman tournament ends, I'll speak to him personally. Hearing this, Song Qi and Zhu Huayang immediately chimed in. Dean Wu, Zhou Yi hasn't chosen an academy yet. Shouldn't his future dean be the one to have that conversation? Exactly. We have to wait until Zhou Yi decides on a school before saying anything. His mastery of elemental magic makes him a perfect fit for the Elemental Academy. And just like that, the fight to recruit him had begun. The statement immediately grabbed everyone's attention. Principal, it seems everyone is quite taken with young Zhou Yi. A shame I arrived too late to see him at his full power, Wang Hui said with a smile. Now, back to Zhou Yi. The moment he stepped into the bonus dungeon, a scene of death and decay unfolded before him. Staring at a mountain of bleached bones, Zhou Yi wondered, was some kind of evil god ritual held here? His gaze locked onto a skeleton sitting on a throne atop the pile, and he answered his own question. If this world has a god of light, it's only natural for it to have corresponding evil gods. But evil god isn't just another name for a dark god. It's a catch-all term for gods of chaos and madness, and there's a huge difference between the two. Worshipping the gods of light or darkness just requires faith, but worshipping an evil god demands sacrifices of pure life and soul. The infamous Blood Abyss incident from a few years back was caused by a third-class player who worshipped an evil god. He secretly plotted the sacrifice of an entire mid-sized city. Tens of millions of lives vanished overnight, while he instantly shot up from level 54 to 89. Though he was eventually taken down by the army and the Paladin Order, the tens of millions of souls devoured by the evil god were lost forever. Since that day, the worship of evil gods has been strictly forbidden in the Zhangxia nation. Discovery means an immediate death sentence. Yet, the cults of the evil gods continue to grow in the shadows, with many willing to risk it all for power. And of course, it's not just humans. Beastmen, elves, even angels can fall to their worship. Lost in thought, Zhou Yi stepped onto a red magic circle on the ground. Instantly, a thick purple smoke began to swirl around the skeleton on the throne, and then the creature awakened. Level 19 Phantom Furbong. Note: Chieftain of the Phantom Furbong tribe evolved through an evil god ritual. Pure flesh and blood. It has been so long. You smell. Delicious. Human. So, it's an undead creature, immune to physical attacks. A warrior-class player would be totally stuck here. Zhou Yi slung the hammer over his shoulder, a grin playing on his lips. Sounds good. Come and get me. He then activated Divine Light Storm, summoning a swirling vortex of holy light right on top of the boss, dealing area of effect magic damage to everything in range as an opening statement. A futile effort. The boss had barely finished speaking when it was sucked into the vortex and completely shredded. But moments later, the creature reformed, good as new, and it even offered some praise. Human, I admit your holy light is potent, but against the immortal power granted by the great Lord Xia, it is utterly meaningless. Noticing the holy aura around Zhou Yi intensifying, the boss sneered. Such dense holy light. I see. You're preparing your ultimate attack. It is useless. Everything you do is a pointless struggle. Once you've used your final gambit, how much power will you have left? The next time I revive will be the moment of your death. Oh, is that so? Zhou Yi smirked, aiming his palm at the boss. Instantly, a massive orb of light blasted forward, causing the creature to shriek in agony. But even as it faded, it spat one last defiant cry. I told you, you cannot destroy me. Don't be ridiculous. With that, Zhou Yi unleashed a relentless barrage of light orbs, obliterating the boss until nothing was left. Congratulations, you have completed the side quest. Completion time is 1 minute and 12 seconds. Clearance reward. Congratulations, you have received 7,113 experience points. Congratulations, you have reached level 19. Congratulations, you have received the gold rank monstrous horn. So the infinite revival was just a bluff. Looks like all I had to do was drain its energy reserves. Before leaving the secret realm, Zhou Yi glanced back, lost in thought. When I first entered this space, I sensed a faint, yet incredibly violent energy. It wasn't elemental power, but when I used God's descent, the sensation was strangely similar, which means that had to be the lingering power of an evil god. When the phantom bear first revived, some of its freaky power had vanished. That's how they figured its resurrection ability must have a limit. The real strategy was to keep killing the phantom bear over and over, forcing it to drain the evil god's energy until it ran completely dry. While Zhou Yi had already cleared the mission, the other students were still struggling just to survive. Some students got totally wrecked by the boss, but a few managed to conquer it. Shen Lingfeng was one of them. That bonus stage was definitely the most brutal part of the entire dungeon. You have to kill the phantom bear a full 10 times to put it down for good. Good thing I leveled up twice just before this. I can probably clear this whole thing in under 8 minutes. With that thought, Shen Lingfeng smirked, leaving the instance with total confidence. The Hand of God. Zhou Yi can use an S-rank skill? Wu Kei-kin, dean of the Logistics Academy, couldn't hide his surprise as a smile spread across his face. The other instructors started gossiping the moment Zhou Yi walked out. He must have just gotten lucky and found some kind of shortcut. Oh yeah? Let's see any other freshman try a shortcut like that. You're right. It seems our little holy knight has some secrets of his own. An S-rank skill isn't something a student from a barren district should even know about. Before that instructor could even finish his sentence, the headmaster's pointed cough cut him off. He got the message and immediately went silent, but he was totally baffled. Why was the principal defending some random student? Just then, Su Mayer, who was watching Zhou Yi intently, let out a little gasp of excitement. His level. Something's not right. How is he level 19? Her words sent another wave of murmurs through the crowd. Seriously? Level 19? When the exam rankings came out, he was only level 13. Not even an abyss-level dungeon can boost you 6 whole levels like that. This kid is a monster, and I know some of the inside story. Wang Hui spoke up to explain. After enrolling, Zhou Yi left the school to go monster hunting and level up. He spent his time in the Raging Wind mountain range, and he got a massive haul from it. He was already level 18 before he even entered the dungeon. For a guy who can single-handedly wipe out the Flame Demon Legion, this freshman tournament is basically a walk in the park. If the tournament didn't determine how resources are allocated, I doubt he would have even bothered to show up. Meanwhile, Shen Lingfeng, stepping out of the dungeon, was stunned to see Zhou Yi already standing outside. How is he out here already? Don't tell me he finished the dungeon before me. The thought was unbearable, and he immediately started making excuses in his head. No way. He must have failed the bonus challenge and bailed early. I carry the glory of Jiangning's 8 great families. I absolutely will not lose to some poor nobody from the north. Shen Lingfeng vowed to himself, deactivating his skills. He shot a cold glare right past Zhou Yi without a single word, leaving him completely confused. Dude, what's with the attitude? Did he fail the dungeon or something? Just then, he heard a scream from nearby. Zhou Yi whipped his head around just in time to see Jiang Churan falling out of the dungeon portal. Watch out, Zhou Yi shouted, moving like a blur to catch her. Big brother Zhou Yi, you really are faster than me, huh? Jiang Churan said, naturally wrapping her arms around him. Big brother? Zhou Yi gave her a puzzled look. Well, you're a few months older than me. Isn't that what I'm supposed to call you? Jiang Churan replied matter-of-factly. All right then. It was a small thing, so Zhou Yi just went along with it. At that exact moment, a whole flood of students came tumbling out of the portal just like she had. But they weren't lucky enough to get caught by a hottie, and from the looks of it, they had a really rough time in there. The second they hit the real world, they started crying out in pain, begging for help. Healing squad, get over here and help them, now! Su Mayer commanded urgently as she rushed to treat a severely injured male student. An hour later, all the students were finally out and safe. Wu Man closed the Secret Realm's entrance and made the announcement. Phase 1 has officially concluded. We will now announce the rankings in clear times. Finally, I've been waiting for this. Shen Lingfeng was smiling smugly, but his face twisted the second he read the leaderboard. Rank 1, Zhou Yi. Dungeon clear time, 4 minutes and 57 seconds. Bonus stage clear time, 1 minute and 12 seconds. Rank 2, Shen Lingfeng. Dungeon clear time, 13 minutes and 35 seconds. Bonus stage clear time, 7 minutes and 42 seconds. Rank 3, Jiang Churan. Rank 4, Song Xiaolan. Rank 5, Qin Feng. He really cleared the Abyss dungeon before me, and he was a whole 15 minutes faster. Unable to accept this reality, Shen Lingfeng looked like he was going insane. He climbed onto a dragon-carved pillar, screaming internally, "Zhou Yi, you stole my spot as the top scorer, and now you've stolen the #1 title in the tournament. I don't care how you did it, but in the next phase," Shen Lingfeng glared daggers at Zhou Yi. "I will grind you into the dust." Zhou Yi had no idea what was going on in his head. He was just weirded out by the guy's dramatic display. Why is he climbing up there? And now, the free-for-all challenge of Phase 2 officially begins. With a clap of Wu Mang's hands, a series of floating arenas materialized in the air. Each person has 3 chances to challenge someone. After each duel, there is a 5-minute rest period. Phase 2 is finally here. I want to challenge rank 754. My class isn't built for fighting monsters, but it's perfect for PvP. I challenge rank 86. I want to challenge Zhou Yi. Shen Lingfeng roared, leaping directly onto an arena, his eyes locked on his target. "Get up here, Zhou Yi. Let's see who's really stronger." Jiang Churan quickly filled Zhou Yi in. "That's Shen Lingfeng, the #2 rank from the Jiangning family consortium. He possesses the incredibly rare Flame Dragon bloodline. Because of you, his dream of being #1 in Suhong was shattered. That's why he has such a massive grudge against you. He's clearly out of my league, but is too blinded by hatred to see it. What a moron." With that thought, Zhou Yi leaped onto the fighting stage. "I hope you can give me your best shot. Let's go, Zhou Yi. A holy knight versus a berserker. Let's see who's really the strongest," Shen Lingfeng declared arrogantly. The second the referee yelled "begin," he unleashed his power, shooting forward to attack Zhou Yi with red flame fist and blood frenzy. Down in the stands, Wang Hai instantly saw Shen Lingfeng's strategy. Those are a berserker's signature skills. Shen Lingfeng is going for a swift and decisive victory. Wu Mang agreed. He immediately activated Blood Rage and Red Flame Fist for his opening attack. He's trying to cut off Zhou Yi's ability to stack buffs. Zhu Huaiyang sighed in admiration. As expected of a child from a great family, his battle tactics are incredibly decisive. Shen Lingfeng's strategy was good, but Zhou Yi was one step ahead. When he realized his attack had 0 effect, Shen Lingfeng's eyes went wide. "Holy Light Protection? When did you cast that?" Holy Light Protection was a B+ rank skill that could block physical damage. It was the one skill he didn't want him to use, and he was too slow. Shen Lingfeng cursed himself internally. "A smart choice," Zhou Yi said coolly. "Your attack was fast, I'll give you that, but it only takes me 0.1 seconds to cast Holy Light Protection," he said smugly while summoning his penitent hammer. "I was actually hoping you'd give me a decent fight, so I let you have the first move. Sorry to say, you're not even a warm-up." With that, Zhou Yi swung his hammer straight into Shen Lingfeng's face, sending him crashing to the ground and shattering his flame shield in an instant. How can he have so much power? While Shen Lingfeng was still reeling, he suddenly realized Zhou Yi was already right on top of him. The hammer was already swinging down again. "There's no time to dodge. I can't lose." As Zhou Yi's hammer slammed down, Shen Lingfeng was knocked clear off the arena once more. But this time was different. He activated Flame Dragon's Roar. Catching the hammer blow with one hand, he launched himself forward, throwing a punch at Zhou Yi with the speed of light. The Flame Dragon's drive. "So this is the power hidden in your bloodline," Zhou Yi mused to himself, moving like a phantom. He effortlessly weaved through Shen Lingfeng's blitz of attacks. First Jiang Churan, and now Shen Lingfeng. It seems every powerful awakened has an ultimate trump card hidden in their bloodline. He couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. "Even with your bloodline awakened, you're still no match for me," Zhou Yi declared, snatching Shen Lingfeng's wild assault out of midair. He readied his axe for another devastating swing. But this time was different. Shen Lingfeng actually dodged the blow, catching Zhou Yi by surprise. "My Flame Dragon bloodline isn't just for show. It excels in close-quarters combat. Today, you'll witness its true power, Dragon's Breath." Without warning, Shen Lingfeng unleashed a torrent of fire from his mouth, straight at Zhou Yi. Whoa, he's using Dragon's Breath. That's the ultimate Flame Dragon bloodline skill. Shen Lingfeng was pushed to use his ace in the hole. But Zhou Yi hasn't even revealed a special bloodline yet. This could put him at a serious disadvantage. "Zhou Yi's going to lose." Jiang Churan's heart pounded as the crowd's panicked whispers filled the air. But on the stage, Zhou Yi calmly summoned his sacred flame halo. It absorbed the entirety of the dragon's breath, giving Shen Lingfeng a sudden, chilling premonition. The look in Zhou Yi's eyes. It was like a commoner staring into the face of an absolute king. Refusing to accept reality, Shen Lingfeng desperately blasted another wave of dragon's breath. "It's useless. Your flames are completely under my control now." Zhou Yi gathered the dragon's breath into his hand. Then, with a swing of his axe, he sent it roaring back at its owner. "This battle has gone on long enough. It's time to end it. Trying to defeat me with my own fire? In your dreams, I'll reclaim control. Shen Lingfeng tried to use a skill to disperse the flames, but to his horror, the inferno continued its path, slamming directly into him and knocking him unconscious. The winner is Zhou Yi. As the referee declared victory, the medical team rushed to Shen Lingfeng's side. That arrogant fool. He was completely and utterly dominated from start to finish. And the scariest part, he wasn't even fighting at his full potential. Just how monstrous would he be if he went all out? With his high level and insane battle instincts, it's no surprise he crushed Shen Lingfeng. Still, who would have thought? He reached level 5 in just 1 month. As the crowd was buzzing, Wu Meng nodded toward the arena, a smirk on his face. Well, look at that. Another top-ranked freshman is stepping up. A petite girl in a Taoist robe was challenging Zhou Yi. I am Song Halan, a level 17 Spirit Taoist. I look forward to our match. Spirit Taoist, a special and extremely rare class from the Xia Kingdom. They specialize in using various talismans and sealing arts. Zhou Yi's mind flashed back. The priest said sealing arts might be the only way to control Zhou Yun's strange bloodline awakening. And now, a master of those arts was standing right in front of him. Zhou Yi sized up his new opponent and replied coolly. Zhou Yi, level 19, Holy Knight. Student Zhou Yi, she began. I'm guessing you weren't going all out in your last fight, were you? Once we begin, would you let me experience your power at its absolute peak? Don't worry, I won't interrupt while you're casting your enhancement skills. Down in the stands, the students overheard and their jaws dropped. It was unbelievable. Wait, level 19? When did that happen? No wonder my inspection skill failed. He's 3 levels higher than me. That's right. He didn't even use a single buff against Shen Lingfeng. This is insane. Isn't she Song Halan from the prestigious Song family of Guiyun province? They're the only family officially certified for outside operations. A smirk played on Zhou Yi's lips. You don't have to ask me twice. I'll give you exactly what you want. Then it's a promise, Song Halan replied, bowing with a smile. And with that, their battle officially began. Zhou Yi activated his skills one by one. Dawn's Blessing, Courage's Grace, Guardian's Grace. Song Halan could only stare in utter astonishment. This is me at my peak. Now, let's enjoy this fight. With a flick of his wrist, Zhou Yi sent a bolt of light hurtling toward her. Looks like I have no choice. I have to go all out too. Song Halan's expression turned serious. She began activating her talismans. Penitence Ward. A series of paper charms flew into the air, forming a circular barrier to block Zhou Yi's attack. She grabbed another talisman and chanted an incantation, causing the light to detonate. As thick smoke obscured the arena, Song Halan tried to reposition, only to realize Zhou Yi was no longer where he stood. As she scanned her surroundings, on high alert, a voice echoed from directly behind her. Did you really think a little smoke could help you escape me? Zhou Yi swung his axe down. With lightning-fast reflexes, Song Halan spun around, a talisman shield materializing just in time, successfully blocking the surprise attack. But a single question echoed in her mind. How did he get behind me so fast? All her automated defensive gear had triggered, but it was barely enough to withstand the blow. Looks like I have to risk it all on this next move. Making her decision, Song Halan launched several fireballs to buy herself some time. Then, she began the incantation to summon her army of talisman soldiers. A grin spread across Zhou Yi's face. Interesting. The legendary talisman soldiers of the Taoist arts. At Song Halan's command, the paper army charged as one. Zhou Yi dispatched the soldiers with just a few swift strikes. But just as quickly, they reformed from scraps of paper and resumed their assault. The soldiers themselves aren't tough, but they regenerate like vengeful spirits. This was getting annoying. The only way to stop them is to cut off the source of their magical power. As he fought, Zhou Yi noticed Song Halan's bewildered expression. This is impossible, she thought. My talisman army should be able to stall a level 30, awakened. Yet he's moving through them like they're nothing. While she was lost in thought, Zhou Yi appeared behind her in a flash, his axe already mid-swing. Song Halan immediately threw her hands up. I surrender! The winner is Zhou Yi. He stopped his attack, a confused look on his face. But didn't you want to see my full power? Song Halan just laughed. We're not even in the same league. I accept my loss completely, she thought to herself. Are you kidding? I'm not about to end up like Shen Lingfeng. There are other matches to fight. Maybe we can have a real match next time. With that, she gracefully leaped off the stage. Zhou Yi spun his axe, his cold gaze sweeping over the crowd below. Anyone else? I'll be waiting right here. But of course, nobody was stupid enough to volunteer for a beating. Suddenly, everyone had a million excuses not to fight him. Jiang Churan looked up, a huge grin on her face. That's my brother Zhou Yi. Su Mani also watched him, becoming more impressed by the second. He had the physical power to crush warriors and the strategic mind to outwit mages. Zhou Yi's power is completely beyond anything I imagined. At that moment, a teacher turned to his colleague, his voice filled with doubt. Are you absolutely sure he's from some no-name family in the barren north, not some secret prestigious clan? He's the top-ranked freshman. Genius doesn't even begin to cover it. The kid's a monster. Meanwhile, Wu Mang watched the tense faces of the other academy deans and smirked. The second round was almost over. Soon, it would be time for recruitment. It was obvious to everyone. Zhou Yi was about to become the most sought-after recruit. Su Mani realized this too, and turned to whisper to Wu Mang. Don't worry, Dean. I've already made arrangements. Zhou Yi will be ours. Meanwhile, students swarmed the injured Shen Lingfeng like vultures, taking the chance to challenge him and boost their own rankings. Meanwhile, Shen Lingfeng's ranking was in a total freefall. He was seething, but couldn't do a damn thing, just cursing them in his head. Just you wait. Once I've recovered, I'll teach you the meaning of true regret. 30 minutes later, the second round's free-for-all challenge finally wrapped up, with the top spots claimed by Zhou Yi, Jiang Churan, and Song Xiaolan. And with that, the entire freshman grand tournament was officially over. Everyone was re-ranked, which meant their living quarters and credit points would be completely redistributed. Even for those at the bottom with barely any points, there was no need to worry. The academy offered plenty of ways to grind for points, as long as you were willing to work for it. Up next was the academy introduction ceremony. First, our 5 deans will briefly introduce the philosophies of their 5 academies. Wu Mang spoke up, being the first to introduce his own school, the War Academy. The dark age of massive, otherworldly invasions might be over, but countless professionals still sacrifice their lives on the battlefield every single year. The goal of the War Academy is to forge students with overwhelming combat power, to maximize your chances of survival on the field. Extreme and brutal. That is the motto of our War Academy. The Elemental Academy only recruits from disciplines focused on elemental magic. I will guide you to explore the true essence of elemental power. The Weaponry Academy's purpose is to enhance your skill with arms, rather than depending on a ton of skills. Come to our Weaponry Academy. With only your body and your weapon, you will possess the ultimate power. The Tactics Academy is designed to train students with the ability to command and strategize effectively. No matter your profession, you should join our Tactics Academy. As everyone knows, in war, a top-tier strategist can dramatically reduce the casualty rate of an entire legion. A strong logistics system is the foundation for the success of every operation. Greetings, all you life class professionals. Choose our Logistics Academy. Here, although we're not known for our fighting skills, you will learn the specialized knowledge of all life professions. Once we've mastered our skills, who knows, maybe even the frontline warriors will come begging us for help. Haha, the logistics dean laughed heartily while slapping his belly, making the other deans wish they could pretend they didn't know him. Wu Mang cleared his throat and concluded the presentation. All the relevant information about the academies has now been fully introduced. Students can now log into the system and choose their preferred academy. Hey, Zhou Yi, which academy are you thinking about? Jiang Churan inquired. Zhou Yi remained silent, his gaze fixed on his phone screen. Just then, Wu Mang addressed Zhou Yi directly. Student Zhou Yi, if you come to the War Academy, I will become your personal mentor. A personal mentor? Zhou Yi asked, intrigued. Wu Mang explained, each mentor can recruit 1 elite student for private instruction. The resources held by that mentor will be prioritized for that student's use. Furthermore, I've prepared a welcome gift for you, including 3 A-rank skill books and an A-rank resource exchange token, among other things. Ahem, the other deans suddenly joined the race to recruit the prodigy. Zhou Yi, choosing a personal mentor is no small matter. You need to consider this carefully. If you come to our Elemental Academy, I promise to equip you with a full set of legendary gear. The dean of the Weaponry Academy, who was standing beside the War Academy's dean, suddenly used an instant movement technique to appear right in front of Zhou Yi. As long as you become a member of the Weaponry Academy, any external resource that can help you grow stronger will be yours to freely choose and use. Hey, I was here first, Wu Mang complained from the balcony. How can you talk about first come, first served? The key is sincerity. Zhou Yi scratched his chin, feeling a bit awkward. He couldn't shake the feeling that this had all happened before. The other students watched this scene, unable to hide their jealousy. 3 deans were personally fighting over Zhou Yi. Is this the kind of special treatment reserved for the top scorer in the entrance exam? It's enough to make anyone green with envy. Being a mentor's personal student is like being a direct disciple in a clan. You even get priority access to your mentor's resources. But the conditions offered by the 3 deans seem way too generous. A-rank skill books are already insanely rare, but the Elemental Academy Dean is even more generous, offering a whole set of legendary equipment. Old Zhou and Old Song are really playing for keeps this time. The Weaponry Academy makes sense, but what on earth is the Elemental Academy trying to do by snatching a Holy Knight? While Wu Mang was silently judging his two old friends, he heard the headmaster say something shocking. Zhou Yi, become my direct disciple. The headmaster? All eyes simultaneously turned to Headmaster Wang Hui. I will perform the Bloodline Fusion Art for you once. What is the Bloodline Fusion Art? The Bloodline Fusion Art is a forbidden magic that requires combining the blood of other races to cast. This spell can grant you a special bloodline. This technique will significantly enhance your physical constitution. With each level up, you will receive more free attribute points and skill points. The fact that Headmaster Wang wanted to take Zhou Yi as his student immediately caused an uproar among the other students. He's pulling out a forbidden class spell right off the bat. Isn't that a bit overkill? You have to know that Headmaster Wang Hui's top disciple is the Guildmaster of the Skydance Guild, the top guild in the Central Xia Kingdom. If Zhou Yi becomes the headmaster's disciple, he could use that connection to instantly skyrocket to the top. Shen Lingfeng, standing at the front, felt his jealousy burn even hotter hearing this. That bastard is just too lucky. If it weren't for Zhou Yi, I would have been the #1 freshman. I would have been the one to get a powerful backer like Headmaster Wang Hui. Zhu Huayang knew he couldn't compete with Wang Hui, so he could only smile bitterly and say, I never expected Zhou Yi's appeal to be so strong that even the headmaster couldn't help but make a move. There are still many surprises to come from Zhou Yi. Wang Hui replied, then took something out and handed it to Zhou Yi. This is a reward that the Grand Marshal of the Snow Dragon Legion specifically asked me to deliver to you. Shen Lingfeng recognized it at a glance. A gold medal. How is that possible? Even the Shen family, one of the 8 great families in Ning'an, doesn't have a gold medal. What has Zhou Yi done to deserve such a rare honor? Oh my god, am I seeing things? Is that a medal of honor? Song Xiaolan exclaimed in astonishment. Jiang Churan said excitedly. And it's a gold contribution medal. My father fought on the front lines for years and only earned a silver contribution medal. In honor of outstanding contributors who have overcome all obstacles and pushed forward for the civilization of the Central Xia Kingdom. Zhou Yi read the medal's inscription, wondering to himself when he had ever made such a great contribution to the Central Xia Kingdom. As if reading his mind, Wang Hui spoke up to explain, I know everything about your performance in the Gale Mountains. You fully deserve this gold contribution medal. The Gale Mountains? But destroying that legion of evil creatures shouldn't be enough to earn a contribution medal. Could there be a hidden story behind this? Lost in thought, Zhou Yi still accepted the gift, not forgetting to say, thank you, headmaster. Zhu Huayang laughed teasingly. Zhou Yi, why so distant? Still calling him headmaster? Zhou Yi immediately understood. He bowed his head to Wang Hui and said, Master, I am deeply honored to become your student. We mustn't delay. I'll take you now. With that, Wang Hui used his spiritual energy to transport Zhou Yi away with him. Wu Mang smiled and approached Jiang Churan, but he was cut off by Song Qi after saying just one word. Student Jiang Churan, if you agree to become my personal disciple, I promise to treat you the same way I was going to treat Zhou Yi. Old Song, are you deliberately trying to get in my way? Humph. Since the headmaster has already claimed Zhou Yi, I certainly can't let you have Jiang Churan. Back with our main character, Zhou Yi was brought to Wang Hui's private villa, a place he mainly used to preserve some extremely valuable items. From now on, if you need anything, you can come here to find me. First, I will take you to select the necessary materials for the Bloodline Fusion Art. Zhou Yi figured this villa had to be Principal Wang's private stash. Getting in and out required teleportation, meaning it could be in another province, or maybe not even in the country. Just then, a magic circle blazed to life in front of him. Wang Hui channeled his elemental power and warned, the Bloodline Fusion Art will fundamentally alter the very essence of your blood. Most people get distracted by flashy, forbidden tier spells, but they completely miss the real game changer, the core essence of a variant bloodline. A normal person's potential has a hard cap. As they level up, the gains from each rank up get smaller and smaller. That's why so many people, after hitting a wall, resort to fusing with other races' blood to break their limits. Zhou Yi's jaw dropped. Wait, what? You mean even at your insane level, you still have to worry about the grind? Of course. After a professional hits their 3rd class change, every single level requires a sea of experience points. I'm level 64 now. Monsters at my rank are usually Lord tier beasts, not exactly easy to take down. I've prepared 3 types of primal blood for you. They're from the angelic race, the titan race, and the dragon race. All of them are god-descendant bloodlines. The Bloodline Fusion Art will grant you 1 special grade bloodline, so you just need to choose one of these 3. This angelic primal blood was extracted from the remains of an archangel. They are the divine descendants of the god of light. Fusing with it will grant you a high-level affinity for light attributes. The Titan race are born children of the Thunder God, with innate mastery over lightning. Fusing with their blood will supercharge any lightning-based skill you use. And the Dragon race are direct descendants of the Dragon God, possessing the purest dragon bloodline. Fusing with it grants an ability that can suppress all Beast, Angel, and Titan races. These are all top-tier races, at least level 60. Even with the system's help, I still don't know everything about this world, he thought. He knew he couldn't just choose blindly. Hesitantly, Zhou Yi asked Wang Hui, "Sir, in your opinion, which one should I pick? Which one is the best fit for my current build?" Faced with 3 insanely rare options, any normal kid would probably just follow their gut and pick one at random. The fact that he could stay rational and ask for advice at such a crucial moment proved just how calm and composed this kid really was. Wang Hui gave a nod of silent approval before giving his advice. The Titan and Dragon bloodlines are incredibly powerful, but after fusion, they would mainly boost your raw power and magical abilities. Considering your close connection to the God of Light, the angelic primal blood is your best bet. You might just achieve an evolution beyond your wildest dreams. After thinking it over, Zhou Yi decided to follow his principal's advice and chose the angelic primal blood. It seems the angelic blood is a perfect match for you. You're my 5th student. You have 4 seniors ahead of you. When I get the chance, I'll introduce you to them. Sir, I have one more question. Why did you give me that medal for distinguished service? Just taking out a demonic legion couldn't be enough to earn something so valuable. Wang Hui's expression turned serious. All right, I won't hide it from you any longer. By wiping out that demonic legion in the Windstorm Mountains, you unknowingly exposed their entire plan. The military discovered that otherworldly creatures could invade through medium-sized spatial rifts. The weight of those words hit Zhou Yi instantly. Does that mean there are countless monsters hiding all across the country? That's right. The initial investigation across the nation has already uncovered hundreds of creatures that came from various spatial rifts. Luckily, those creatures were all low-level, so the army could handle them. Legions nationwide have been ordered to exterminate these threats. In the future, the school system will start issuing related quests. As my student, I hope you'll grow strong like your seniors and dedicate your power to serving the nation. Zhou Yi clenched his fists, his eyes burning with resolve. Yes, sir. Wang Hui handed Zhou Yi a small cube. The bloodline fusion art requires a few more preparations. Go home and rest for now. Take this transportation device. Use it to come here tomorrow morning at 9. The next morning, Zhou Yi opened his system panel and looked over his rewards. Which one should I pick? The principal said, the effectiveness of the fusion depends on my own body and my own luck. Thinking of that, Zhou Yi immediately selected the Fortune Elixir. Item: S rank Fortune Elixir. Effect: after drinking, the user will become extremely lucky for 12 hours. I hope this S rank potion I got from that boss monster actually comes in clutch. With that, Zhou Yi drank the elixir, then immediately opened a random treasure chest. Congratulations, you have received the S-rank heavenly treasure, Dragon Condensation Fruit. The Dragon Condensation Fruit was a mystical fruit that grew from the corpse of a giant dragon. Eating it could greatly enhance one's physical constitution and increase magic damage. Zhou Yi nearly jumped for joy. Holy crap, an S-rank treasure! All my previous random chests were full of junk. This luck potion is the real deal. It's like I hit the jackpot. Realizing it was almost time for his meeting with Principal Wang, Zhou Yi quickly used the device to teleport to the villa. When he arrived, he overheard Dean Zhu speaking with Wang Hui. Principal, are you really sure about this? The remains of God-descendant angels are incredibly scarce. Creating their primal blood is nearly impossible. Out on the market, a single portion of that would have entire army legions fighting over it. I've always been waiting for someone I was willing to give this to. Zhou Yi is the one I've chosen. I am very satisfied with him, so there's absolutely no reluctance on my part. Zhou Yi stepped forward, pretending he hadn't heard a thing. Principal, Dean Zhu. Wang Hui looked him over and smiled. Excellent. It seems you've successfully adjusted your body to its peak condition. Come over here. This is the bloodline fusion ritual I've prepared for you. Take off your shirt and sit in the center of the magic circle. Zhou Yi did exactly as he was told. Wang Hui then turned to Zhu Huayang. Dean Zhu, if you would please activate the formation. I'll stand guard. Understood. The Dean complied, and the magic circle roared to life, beginning the fusion process. A brilliant golden light of the light element instantly enveloped Zhou Yi, but just as quickly, a chilling blue light of pure ice energy surged out, suppressing the gold. Witnessing this, Dean Zhu gasped in shock. Such terrifying ice power! So Zhou Yi possesses his own special bloodline. In moments, the entire villa was covered in a thick layer of frost. Looking at his own spellcasting arm, now frozen solid, the Dean was in awe. If Zhou Yi had chosen to be a mage, with this horrifying ice power, he could have become a top-tier ice master in the future. I knew his sister was awakening an ice bloodline, Wang Hui said, so I suspected he might have a similar one. But the angelic bloodline is one of the most supreme. During fusion, it should have completely suppressed any lower quality bloodlines. That's why I didn't pay it too much attention. But now, the angelic and ice bloodlines are clashing, fighting for dominance. For his ice bloodline to be this high quality, I fear Zhou Yi's background is anything but ordinary. Wang Hui's brow furrowed in thought. He knew that most human variant bloodlines originated from the very first players of the game Eternity. After Eternity merged with reality, players with higher-level professions could pass down their complete bloodline inheritance. The fact that Zhou Yi's ice power could rival the angelic bloodline, it meant only one thing. His ancestor must have been an incredibly high-level player, one of the original pioneers who entered the world of Eternity. Otherwise, there's no way a descendant like Zhou Yi could awaken such terrifying ice power. If it weren't for his ice bloodline getting in the way, the angel bloodline would have already completely fused with Shao-Gi. But right now, the two powers were at war inside him. Even if his ice bloodline eventually gives out, there won't be much of the angel power left to absorb. Losing this much angel blood essence could make the whole ritual a total waste. All they could do was leave it to fate now. Forcing it to stop would just make Shao-Yi's power go haywire, killing him on the spot. Let's just hope fate is on his side, Zhu Huayang sighed. Meanwhile, as Shao-Gi endured the agonizing war raging inside him, something totally unexpected happened. The gate of consciousness has activated. Do you wish to enter the spiritual zone? In a flash, Shao-Gi found himself in a completely different reality. In the distance, an angel smiled at him. My son, you finally arrived. Is this my own spiritual zone? While Shao-Gi was still trying to process things, the angel spoke again. My child, congratulations on receiving the God's blessing. The divine has sent me to grant you true power. You will no longer be bound by morality or restricted by principles. You will only need to follow your own desires and will. So, are you willing to accept this power? But behind that heavenly hood wasn't an angel's face. It was the twisted, cruel smile of a demon. Ugh, gross. Why is my first instinct to summon my holy light hammer and smash her face in? Don't be afraid, my child. Just accept this glorious gift. You'll gain power beyond your wildest dreams. The fake angel held out her hand towards Shao-Gi, only to get a hammer straight to the face a second later. Shao-Gi casually slung the hammer over his shoulder, feeling instantly better. Ah, much better, he thought. Guess I should always trust my gut. Meanwhile, in a place far away, the Archangel Hangdieu was watching Shao-Gi's every move, and she couldn't help but chuckle. Her servant shot her a questioning look. It's nothing. I just found someone. Very interesting. With a wave of her hand, she thought with anticipation, Don't you dare disappoint me, kid. Back in the mindscape, after getting rocked by Shao-Gi, the fake angel shrieked, What was that for? You dare to offend the divine? God will strike you down and leave no trace of your existence. Now get on your knees, immediately, and beg for mercy. I might even consider pardoning you on God's behalf. Not interested. Shao-Gi aimed his weapon at the fake angel, a clear declaration of war. You ungrateful little brat. That wicked smile returned to the fake angel's face. She held out a hand, now tipped with razor-sharp claws, and clenched her fist. Instantly, thousands of chains erupted, binding Shao-Gi completely, as countless red eyes opened in the darkness. The fake angel laughed with satisfaction. Such a sweet sound. This is what happens when you disrespect Lord Ia. Tch, so you're just a minion of the evil god. The moment the words left his mouth, he got slapped hard across the face. Insolent fool. Brat. You've actually managed to catch my master's interest. He sent me personally to baptize you. Consider yourself blessed. My lord will guide you onto the right path. Then, a wave of evil energy began to corrode Shao-Gi's consciousness. At the same time, back in the real world, a dark aura exploded from his body. That's the evil god's power. Wang Hui immediately reinforced the magic circle to keep it from shattering, wondering how could the evil god's power be hiding inside an angel's bloodline, unless that angel was killed by the evil god himself. Seeing Wang Hui's energy get rejected by the circle, Zhu Huayang's face went deathly pale. This is bad. Shao-Gi's in serious danger. The evil god's power will do anything to destroy the angel's essence. But then Wang Hui's eyes widened. Wait a second. The angel power within him isn't weakening. It's actually getting stronger. His ice and angel bloodlines were starting to overpower that dark energy. And back inside his mindscape, Shao-Gi, fueled by both bloodlines, shattered the fake angel's chains, leaving her completely stunned. I was about to devour this brat's soul. Where did this immense divine power come from? Shao-Gi had transformed into a warrior of light, complete with wings of pure ice. He drew a weapon from his back and stabbed the fake angel straight through. The illusion vanished, revealing the true, monstrous form of the evil god's minion. The creature cackled. You call that an attack, kid? It's barely a tickle. Your pathetic resistance is just a minor inconvenience to my plan." With that, the minion hurled its chains at Chao Ni again, but this time, they only shattered against a newly formed wall of ice. Before the monster could even react, a magic circle lit up beneath it, and massive ice spikes erupted from the ground, impaling the creature. Haha, a worthy gift, I'll admit, but your so-called human power is just a tiny spark granted by the gods. As the most devout follower of the great Lord Ea, what I call power is something a mere mortal like you could never comprehend. The minion's body swelled to a monstrous size as thousands of eyes opened all over it, unleashing a barrage of destructive beams. Yet somehow, Shao Yi effortlessly dodged every single deadly ray. Insects are only good for scurrying away. The minion then shot out its chains, binding Shao Yi completely before preparing to launch its ultimate attack. But it never expected Shao Yi to shatter the chains and erect a shield, completely nullifying the devastating blow. "What?" the minion cried out in shock, but it quickly recovered, once again firing a volley of beams from its thousands of eyes. Just like before, Shao Yi dodged with incredible grace, closing the distance to the minion's main body. Then, with a single powerful finger strike, he completely obliterated it. With the enemy gone, a sphere of pure light descended from the sky. Shao Yi let his power subside, reaching out to accept the glowing orb. Instantly, back in the real world, a pillar of light shot down on Chao Ni, leaving Zhu Huayang and Wang Hui both shocked and ecstatic. This is pure angel power. It's completely erased the evil god's energy. It seems the angel bloodline has elegantly fused with his ice bloodline. A celestial figure appeared, embracing Chao Yi from behind before fading away, signaling the fusion process was finally complete. Zhu Huayang stroked his long beard with a smile. Chao Yi's fate is truly extraordinary. To receive the blessing of the god of light at such a critical moment, he turned a catastrophe into an opportunity. Wang Hui couldn't hide his proud smile as he checked on his favorite student. "Shao Yi, how are you feeling now? It looks like your power has taken a quantum leap." Just then, a series of system windows popped up in front of him. Special Bloodline, Six-Winged Angel. Grade A, Heavenly Light Divine Rune Bloodline. With the Heavenly Light Divine Rune, you possess an extremely high affinity for light and ice elements. With further bloodline evolution, your affinity for other elemental magic will also gradually increase. Innate bloodline talent, Magic Immunity B+, grants a certain probability of immunity to enemy spells and skills, including stuns, debuffs, and other non-damaging abilities. A Six-Winged Angel bloodline. And it inherited 2 innate talents? Shao Yi exclaimed. Hearing this, Zhu Huayang's eyes nearly popped out of his head in shock. A Six-Winged Angel, your bloodline fusion was an overwhelming success. That's the highest tier of bloodline in the entire angel race. On top of that, the talents you inherited can continue to evolve all the way to S+ rank as you grow stronger. "Sir, I also awakened an S+ rank secret art bloodline called Angelic God Form," Shao Yi stammered, reading the new notification. Secret art bloodline, Angelic God Form S+, unleashes a portion of the bloodline power stored in the body, transforming the user into a six-winged angel demigod. The higher the user's level, the more power can be unleashed. A word of warning, before level 50, the angel bloodline's power isn't fully refined. Using this secret art will leave you in a weakened state. Now, go ahead and try activating it. I want to see just how high your power level can truly soar. Following Wang Hui's command, Zhou Yi began channeling the angelic body's secret art. A massive surge of angelic power erupted from him, leaving Zhu Huayang completely speechless. That elemental fluctuation is insane. Wang Hui activated his own spirit energy, sizing up Zhou Yi. Impressive. After unleashing his bloodline's secret art, his power multiplied by at least 5 times. "Zhou Yi, how do you feel right now?" "It's unbelievable. My whole body is surging with a power I've never felt before. The light and ice elements are like loyal partners, ready to obey my every command." The overwhelming power surge caused the safety system in Wang Hui's villa to blare. Warning. Warning. High-level elemental energy detected. Activating level 3 defense state. A six-winged angel truly is a favorite of the elements. Shut down the secret art quickly. If this keeps up, the room's defense system will attack him. Zhou Yi immediately retracted his power, and the system returned to normal. But just then, he felt a wave of sickness and used a healing skill, making Zhu Huayang worry. "What's wrong? Are you feeling any discomfort? Even though the secret art dramatically boosts your power, you've never been in a prolonged battle. You're feeling the strain all over your body," Wang Hui explained. "The bloodline art can indeed skyrocket your combat power, but the energy from a six-winged angel is just too immense. For you, right now, the cost is too high. It should be saved as your ultimate trump card." Zhu Huayang watched them, thinking to himself, a six-winged angel bloodline, two evolutionary talents, and an S-rank secret art. For any other freshman, catching up to Zhou Yi would be nothing but a distant dream. Based on your awakening, I'm guessing the ice bloodline in your sister is just as potent, isn't it? To give her the best chance at awakening, you need to refine that extreme cold ice lotus into an extreme cold pill. Suda University has an alchemy department. You can place an order through the school system. Now go get some rest. Wang Hui patted Zhou Yi's shoulder. As soon as he left, Zhu Huayang's smile vanished, his expression turning serious. Headmaster, why was Zhou Yi targeted by the evil god's energy? If anything were to happen to him, it would be a huge loss for Suheng University and for all of Zhongxia. It was only by the grace of the god of light that he survived. I will launch a full investigation and leave no stone unturned. Back in his dorm, Zhou Yi couldn't stop thinking about getting the extreme cold pill for his sister. Besides the main ingredient, the extreme cold ice lotus, he also needed an A-rank treasure, the ice spirit herb. The Snow Dragon Corps would be sending the lotus soon. But what about the herb? Zhou Yi did some quick math. Bronze medals were worth 500 credits, silver 1,000, and gold, the highest, 2,000 credits. He had enough credits for now. He could probably just buy it from the school's general store. Just then, Su Mayer arrived on Dean Wu's orders, bringing the resources the War Academy had promised. She didn't know why, but after just one day, Zhou Yi felt significantly stronger. This pressure wasn't from a level up, but from the raw nobility of his bloodline. Su Mayer thought with awe. Zhou Yi was a bit surprised by her words. Didn't I already choose teacher Wang Hui? Why is Dean Wu sending me resources? Su Mayer explained, Headmaster Wang Hui is your personal mentor, but you'll still take regular classes at our academy. Besides, these resources are allocated by the War Academy to all top-ranking freshmen. Oh, I see. But why our War Academy? Miss Su, aren't you a mage? They let mages teach at the War Academy? Su Mayer joked back, then handed over the resources. An A-rank treasure, a heavenly mountain dragon root. Another A-rank treasure, the ice spirit herb. An A-rank weapon, the chaos blade. A B-rank piece of armor, the white chestplate of perseverance. And a B-rank enchanting material, the wind-chasing mystic tendon. A B-rank enchanting material, earth dragon's blood. A C-rank skillbook, ice spear. A C-rank skillbook, ice beast's protection. And a C-rank skillbook, blade of light. There were a lot of items, but only one caught Zhou Yi's eye, the ice spirit herb. It was used with the ice lotus to craft the extreme cold pill. This pill could dramatically increase the chances of awakening an ice bloodline. Was this fate or what? Talk about a lucky break. Once the extreme cold ice lotus arrives, I'll just need a few more minor ingredients to craft the pill. After Zhou Yi signed for the items, Su Mayer's tone shifted. All right, business is done. Now it's my turn to lecture you. You're stronger now, so training in the Gale Mountains is fine, but heading into the inner zone, that's just reckless. You should always make sure you can protect yourself before you act. As she spoke, her expression grew a little sad. Every year, plenty of talented students graduate from Su Heng, but very few truly become shining stars. You have to understand, many talented people encounter unexpected dangers out there and are cut down in their prime. Don't mind my nagging, it's always better to be careful. I can't tell her I have a system protecting me. And the danger level was within a controllable range. Zhou Yi chose his words carefully. I understand your good intentions, Miss Su. I'll take your words to heart. Also, I wanted to ask you something. Since my strength has increased again, could you recommend a safe place for me to get some practical combat training? You really are a monster. Su Mayer sighed, then led Zhou Yi to a room filled with robots. You can use these training bots for combat drills. You can also set different difficulty levels to challenge yourself. These training robots have combat modes from level 1 to level 10, and their power increases exponentially with their numbers. In level 10 combat mode, a robot can defeat a level 20 master. Your challenge will also be fully recorded by the telescopic camera bots around the room. They'll track all your data during the fight and create a detailed report when you're done. You can pause at any time, but I still recommend starting with a lower difficulty. I have to get to class. Take it one step at a time, know your limits, and don't push yourself too hard. All you have to do is give the command to the vision sphere to begin. The moment Su Mayer left, Zhou Yi gave his command. Vision sphere, let's begin. Activate combat mode, level 7. Command received. Executing program. Combat monitoring initiated. 50 training robots have been deployed. Warning, combat mode level 7 is now active. As soon as the sphere finished its announcement, a storm of attacks rained down on Zhou Yi, but for a master of evasion like him, this was child's play. After effortlessly dodging the robot assault, Zhou Yi launched a counterattack with his newly acquired Ice Force, shattering a massive robot with a single punch. Looks like this ice force is pretty useful. Zhou Yi thought smugly, then switched to Ice Storm. With just one move, he wiped out the entire robot army. Congratulations on successfully passing the Level 7 combat mode test. Training results. 50 Level 7 robots defeated in 3 minutes and 40 seconds. All targets eliminated. Composite evaluation. Excellent. The Ice Force has proven exceptionally effective for enemy control. Heh, if combat mode Level 7 was this easy, I wonder if even the highest difficulty could make me go all out. After a moment's thought, Zhou Yi decided to test his limits. He told the system to jump straight to combat mode Level 10. Due to the training robot's excessive damage, the system initiated a backup plan for Level 10. The robots immediately began a powerful upgrade and modification sequence. Combat Mode Level 10, Superclass Training Robot activated. Its stats are equivalent to a Level 25 Professional, and its highest combat AI has been unlocked. If the battle threatens your safety, please order an immediate ceasefire. That just made Zhou Yi even more hyped. This was exactly what he wanted. Finally, I can fight without holding back. After a 3-second countdown, a robot unleashed a chilling ice attack, catching Zhou Yi by surprise. But he recovered in a flash, leaping high to dodge. He activated Ice Light Phantom, using light and ice to create a crystal clone, confusing the enemy. Then, he lunged forward with his holy light cone to shatter the robot's weapon. But to his shock, the robot perfectly copied his move and attacked back, knocking the weapon from his hand. How could it copy my skills? Did the system sync my combat data with the robot? Attack system synchronized? Combat efficiency increased. Weapon module optimization complete. Back online. Is that? Zhou Yi stared in disbelief as one of the cannons morphed into a mechanical wolf. It can even copy my Gale Wolf? Looks like I have to face it head on. With that thought, Zhou Yi shifted gears. He sent the robot wolf flying with a single punch and activated his angel's domain. Let's see you try and copy this. Meanwhile, somewhere else. After agreeing to become Headmaster Song's direct disciple, she had gained massive resources and made huge progress. The last time she challenged combat mode level 7, she failed every time. Today, she would try again. Jiang Churan scanned her fingerprint to enter the training room, only to receive a system notification. We regret to inform you that the training robot has been severely damaged. Please return tomorrow to issue your challenge. This training area was for freshmen. Most of them couldn't even get past level 6. Even for someone like Brother Zhou Yi, challenging level 10 would be no small feat. Who in the world is in there? Back with Zhou Yi. After activating his angel's domain, he unleashed holy light chains. The bindings of pure light locked the robot down. Next, he used True Sight of Light to pinpoint its weaknesses and hidden abilities, planning his next attack. The moment he saw the robot's weak spot, the energy unit on its chest, Zhou Yi aimed straight for it. He unleashed a devastating punch that turned the machine into a pile of scrap metal, and blew away the entire training facility with it. Combat mode level 10 has been successfully cleared. Access credentials reactivated. Due to severe damage to the training grounds, we recommend scheduling your next challenge for next week. Level 10. Successfully challenged? Just what kind of monster is in there? Jiang Churan cautiously stepped forward, her mind racing. Student Zhou Yi, congratulations on clearing combat mode level 10 in 5 minutes and 32 seconds. Overall evaluation. Outstanding. Strongest single physical attack, 27,304. Strongest single magic damage, 56,021. Highest single skill combo damage, 106,021. If it weren't for that surprise attack from the robot wolf, I probably could have won this even faster. Looks like I desperately need to form a contract with a magic pet who can fight by my side. Just as Zhou Yi was thinking, he heard a voice call out from behind him. Brother Zhou Yi! Jiang Churan ran over, her face beaming. Brother Zhou Yi, did you finish your bloodline fusion? How did you get so strong in just one day? It's nothing. I just finished the bloodline fusion this morning. I'm a 6-winged angel now. Jiang Churan's eyes filled with admiration. That's amazing. That's an incredibly rare divine bloodline. My phantom bloodline is just considered a relatively high-quality one, that's all. Zhou Yi just chuckled, then asked Jiang Churan to take him to the magic pet market to find a partner and boost his combat power. Of course, Jiang Churan happily agreed. An hour later, at the magic pet market, a vendor shouted, Silver rank red flame tiger cub can grow up to level 20. Only 110 study points. A horned dragon rhino can reach level 19 with a dragon bloodline. Only 210 points. First come, first served. After walking around the market, Jiang Churan asked, See any magic pets you like, Brother Zhou Yi? Zhou Yi looked thoughtful. I already tamed a Gale Wolf back on Madwind Mountain. Unfortunately, I passed out after defeating the demonoid and missed the best time to form a contract with it. I'm hoping to find a Gale Wolf cub with a wind-type magic talent to make a contract with. The second the words left his mouth, a nearby vendor called out, "A Gale Wolf Cub! I happen to have one right here." A young man with glasses said with a slick smile, "Hey there, fellow students. I'm Liu Zishui, a third year from the Logistics Academy, and also a level 22 beast breeder. I happen to have a Gale Wolf Cub that I raised myself. Care to take a look?" Jiang Churan whispered. A breeder is a life skill class, and this student is from our Suhong University. Compared to the other sellers in the market, the quality of his pets might be better. Zhou Yi heard this and nodded. All right. Just then, Liu Jishui held up a small beast with 2 different colored eyes and began his sales pitch. This Gale Wolf is only about 10 days old. Its mother was a silver rank Gale Wolf. I've already used my appraisal skill and confirmed its potential is silver rank. If you want it, it's only 60 points. Zhou Yi looked a little let down. Silver rank. Do you have any gold rank? Gold rank? Forget me. You probably won't find more than a handful in this entire market. If you really want one, I can let you know if I hear anything, but the price will be much, much higher. I'll pass then. Let's see this one first. Zhou Yi picked up the little Gale Wolf. The cub seemed to like him, letting out a soft, purring whine. Brother Zhou Yi, something seems off with this cub. It's way too small. It's clearly underdeveloped. Hearing this, Liu Jishui got a little nervous. Gale wolves are naturally smaller than other magic beasts. This size is normal for a cub. Zhou Yi lifted the little wolf high and grinned. No problem. I'll take this one. You have to remember, there are no trash pets, only trash masters. I can see its potential. After the transaction was complete, Liu Zhishui beamed, handing Zhou Yi a scroll. This magic pet contract scroll is a free gift. Your total is just 60 points. You can form a contract with the Gale Wolf Cub now. It's super convenient. You can keep it in your contract space right beside you. Liu Zhishui was secretly celebrating. In the entire litter, this was the weakest runt. He'd been stressing about not being able to sell it. But then this reckless kid just showed up out of nowhere. Good thing he already paid the points. If this weak cub actually deranks during the contract process, it would be a huge headache. All right, little guy, I believe you can become stronger than anyone. With that, Zhou Yi began the contract ritual with the tiny Gale Wolf. Thanks to the luck potion he drank earlier, its 12-hour effect was still active. And just like that, the defective product transformed into a transcendent magic pet, stunning everyone who was watching. That purple light, could it be the birth of an epic rank pet? No way, someone actually bought an epic rank pet in this market? What insane luck. Hey buddy, you selling that Gale Wolf Cub? I'll give you 1,000 points for it. Brother Zhou Yi, you have a true eye for talent. It turns out this cub was a devolved epic rank pet. Once it received your magic power, it immediately recovered its true potential. Zhou Yi just scratched his head and smiled, thinking to himself, epic rank. Huh, looks like I seriously underestimated the power of that luck potion. The whispers from the crowd only made Liu Ji grind his teeth in fury. Damn it. To think he actually sold an epic tier spirit pet to some rookie for practically nothing. Oh, that's right, Zhou Yi, Jiang Churen pointed out. You still haven't given him a name. Zhou Yi thought for a second, then replied, let's call him Little Hui. And while Jiang Churan and Zhou Yi were having fun with Little Hui, Liu Ji was absolutely losing his mind. The man sneered, my apologies, student. Due to my oversight, this cub was sold to you at a silver tier price. If you want to keep it, you'll need to pay an additional 1,500 points. Of course, you could also break the contract and return the magic pet. I'll refund your 300 points. You better decide fast. If you don't know what's good for you, don't blame me for getting nasty. The crowd erupted into whispers. It was obvious Liu Zhishui hadn't checked the cub's rank properly, or he never would have sold it so easily. But Liu Zhishui had the powerful Liu family backing him, and they were long-term partners with the academy. This kid was in for some serious trouble. It looked like the epic tier magic pet he just got. And was about to be ripped from his hands. Trying to take back something already sold? Unheard of. Zhou Yi's power suddenly flared, his expression turning ice cold as he said, stop daydreaming and get the hell out of my sight. With just a single glare, Zhou Yi struck fear into Liu Zhishui's heart. He's just a freshman. How could his aura alone be so powerful? As Zhou Yi took a step forward, Liu Zhishui trembled, stammering an excuse. My friend, it's my fault. This is all a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Please, just take this Tempest Wolf Cub, Zhou Yi warned. You know what to do. Don't let me see your face again, or you'll suffer the consequences. With that, Zhou Yi and Jiang Churan turned to leave. The soft feeling of his hand made Jiang Churan's heart race. Brother Yi, can I come over and pet Xiao Hui sometimes? She asked. Anytime, he replied. Just then, some passers-by finally recognized Zhou Yi. Wait a second, isn't that Zhou Yi? The top-ranked freshman! The same Zhou Yi that Principal Wang Hui took as his personal disciple. I heard he was even awarded a gold medal of contribution. That Liu Ji Shui always uses his family name to act like a fool. Looks like he finally messed with the wrong person. Make way, please make way. Whoa, is that Liu Wu Cheng? Is he here to back his little brother up? Liu Wu Cheng strode through the crowd to his brother's side. Liu Ji Shui immediately started whining. Big brother, you have to get justice for me. Before he could finish, a swift kick landed squarely on his face. You useless piece of trash. Do you have any idea what it means for a freshman to receive a gold medal of contribution? You're lucky he even let you off the hook. Now stop being an eyesore and get as far away from here as possible. Liu Ji Shui clutched his swollen cheek, wondering what he had done to provoke such a terrifying figure. Back with our main character, an epic tier newborn Tempest Wolf. It can already use its wind abilities on instinct. Just as Zhou Yi was testing Xiao Hui's abilities, a member of the Snow Dragon Corps arrived. They delivered the Extreme Ice Lotus right into his hands, making him grin from ear to ear. I can't believe how efficient the Snow Dragon Corps is. It hasn't even been 3 days since I left the Tempest Mountains, and they've already brought it to me. With the Extreme Ice Lotus finally in his possession, he just needed to refine it into the Extreme Cold Pill. Then, the crisis of Zhou Yun's bloodline awakening could easily be solved. Remembering what his master Wang Hui said, Zhou Yi immediately booked an appointment with an alchemist. We've scheduled an appointment for you with the 9th level alchemist, Master He Tian. Because the materials and secrecy needed to refine an S-class treasure are extremely valuable, please come to the alchemy department for a detailed consultation. After receiving the notification, Zhou Yi rushed over to the department. Unfortunately, Master He Tian was out, and only his apprentice, Lin Yi, was on duty. What kind of pill do you wish to refine? If you have any questions, I can answer them for you first. An S-class pill, the Extreme Cold Pill. As Zhou Yi spoke, he brought out the ingredients, causing Lin Yi to gasp in shock. An S-class Heavenly Treasure, the Extreme Ice Lotus, an A-class Ice Spirit Grass. You look like a freshman. How do you have so many rare treasures? Zhou Yi just smiled humbly. Just lucky, I guess. Since you've already prepared the Lotus and the Spirit Grass, you just need to pay an additional 800 academic credits for the S-class pill refinement fee. Leave me your contact information. As soon as my master finishes refining the Extreme Cold Pill, I'll notify you to come pick it up. After they exchanged contact info, Zhou Yi headed to class. There, he overheard 2 students talking. Hey, did you know? They've been discovering strange underground creatures in many places recently. For real? I hadn't heard. Lately, many legions and guilds have been recalled from the front lines. A friend of mine in the legion told me it's because these otherworldly creatures have been spotted all across the Zhongsha nation. It seems the news of the otherworldly invasion is already spreading everywhere. As Zhou Yi was lost in thought, someone suddenly tapped his shoulder. Song Xiaolan? You're in this class too? Of course. My advisor is Dean Wu Mang himself. Looks like we're classmates from now on. Song Xiaolan held out her hand and said playfully, Student Zhou Yi, I'll be in your care. He replied, likewise. Song Xiaolan laughed. You're so strong, I doubt you'll need my help, but if you ever need anything in the future, just let me know. Right at that moment, the Magical Beast Studies professor walked in, and it was none other than Su Mayer. Before we officially begin, I have a few important announcements. The rumors are true. Many otherworldly creatures have indeed appeared within the Zhongsha nation. Although these creatures aren't very strong, the nation is taking their appearance very seriously. Facing this potential threat, the Zhongsha military has already entered a level 3 state of readiness. At the same time, the resources provided by all major academies will be doubled. Therefore, here at Suhong University, the monthly resources allocated to students based on their rank will increase by 70%. Additionally, completing academy missions will now reward you with far more academic credits than before. And finally, Abyss mode for the 3 major school dungeons will now be open. However, you'll need to use credits to purchase Abyss keystones to unlock it. The students burst into excited chatter. The nation is giving out tons of resources. They're determined to cultivate powerhouses at any cost. The Abyss mode is finally open. Now I can farm way more resources. Even the course credits and quest rewards got a serious boost. Looks like the school's making some big moves. Alright, I know you're all excited, but settle down. Teacher Sue, standing at the podium, snapped her fingers. A wave of energy instantly silenced the rowdy students. No matter how the rewards change, as students, all we need to do is focus on getting stronger. Looks like I'm not the only one improving. Teacher Sue is way more powerful than when I first met her. Zhou Yi thought to himself. Okay, class, let's begin today's lesson. Turn to page. A few hours later, class was dismissed. I'm already level 19, and I've got the Extreme Frost Lotus. There's no need to head back into the dangerous Gale Mountain range, the Abyss-level Goblin Dungeon. That's the perfect place for me to grind some EXP. Just as Zhou Yi was lost in thought, he spotted Jiang Churan standing not far away. Churan, What are you doing here? I heard the clearance rewards for the school's 3 dungeons were increased. I wanted to ask if you'd go with me. What a coincidence. I was just thinking the same thing. After teleporting to the dungeon lobby, Jiang Churan asked, Brother Zhou Yi, which difficulty are you going to challenge? Abyss level. What about you? Jiang Churan quickly waved her hands. Abyss is way too hard. There's a huge gap between us. With my strength, I think I can only handle hard mode. Zhou Yi took her hand to comfort her. It's okay. After I clear Abyss, I'll party up with you and we'll challenge it again. Okay, it's a deal then. I'll go try hard mode first. Good luck. Jiang Churan replied shyly before turning to leave. Just then, someone's arrival caused a huge stir in the lobby. It's Ji Mingxuan. What's he doing here? It's been a while since we've seen a top ranker come to challenge the dungeons. Wait, that's not all. If you break the clear record for an Abyss-level dungeon, you can get a Talent Achievement Award. It's true. You can't get a talent achievement without some special opportunity. No wonder Ji Mingxuan rushed over here. A screen showed his stats. Ji Mingxuan. Profession, Mage. Level 23. Earthly ranking, 86. He muttered, how boring. Now I have to waste my time clearing an Abyss dungeon. Zhou Yi glanced at Ji Mingxuan's info, then selected the Abyss-level Goblin dungeon and walked in, sending another shockwave through the hall. Zhou Yi, isn't that the #1 freshman? Haha, a level 19 Holy Knight daring to challenge Abyss difficulty? He really doesn't know his own limits. His 400 course credits are probably going right down the drain. Standing nearby, Ji Mingxuan heard this and scoffed internally. It seems the resource adjustment has made some people a little too confident. You have selected the Abyss Difficulty Challenge. 400 course credits have been deducted from your account in exchange for an Abyss Demon Stone. Teleporting to the Goblin Undercity. Warning. Monsters in Abyss-level dungeons become far more aggressive as the difficulty increases. If you find it overwhelming, crush the Abyss Demon Stone to escape immediately. Man, why is this place so wrecked? Is this what happens when goblins take over and destroy everything? As Zhou Yi wondered, a goblin launched a sneak attack from behind. But with a casual flick of his wrist, Zhou Yi sent the monster to meet its ancestors. Just seconds later, an entire legion of goblins swarmed Zhou Yi, charging at him all at once. Monster, level 22 Goblin Warrior, Silver Tier Potential. Skills, Ambush, Cleave. Now that's a lot of goblins. But a challenge is worthless if the enemy isn't strong. As he finished his thought, Zhou Yi swung his mace in a single arc, wiping out the entire mob. Instantly, another wave of goblins appeared, forcing Zhou Yi to get strategic. It seems the gimmick for this stage is just endless waves of goblins and suicide attacks. This is designed to drain your mana. I've got to conserve my energy to make sure I have enough juice left to use my skills on the boss. With that in mind, Zhou Yi decided to use Radiant Shadow Slash. He unleashed a blinding flurry of strikes with his weapon, creating a storm of light-speed slashes that tore through the enemy ranks. Congratulations! You have defeated the Goblin Horde and received 11,236 experience points. Level 19, 22,743 out of 54,000. Just as I thought, the higher the level, the harder it is to rank up. Even if I kill tons of goblins, I'll probably only hit level 20 at most. Hopefully the EXP from the boss will give me the final push I need to break through. Zhou Yi pushed deeper into the dungeon and soon found the boss. Monster. Level 24 Goblin King. Epic Tier Potential. Skills. Unknown. Warning. The Goblin King has led his clan to conquer several human cities. A pathetic little human. Welcome to your grave. How dare you slaughter my entire clan? Die, human. With a roar, the Goblin King swung its massive axe down, forcing Zhou Yi to leap high into the air to dodge. This goblin is surprisingly strong. Even with that huge body, its speed isn't affected at all. Zhou Yi gathered his power and launched a counterattack, but the boss was in a super armor state, making it immune to all physical attacks. It even activated a shield that reflected some of the damage. His last attack barely even scratched it. Knowing physical attacks were useless, Zhou Yi switched to magic, conjuring magical chains from the ground. He successfully bound the boss, immobilizing it completely. He then unleashed a single palm strike, instantly obliterating the boss's life force. Congratulations, you have completed the Abyss-level dungeon. Clear time, 10 minutes and 56 seconds. Based on previous records, you have set a new speedrun record for this dungeon. Congratulations on defeating the boss. You have received 30 free attribute points, 30 skill points, and 24,119 experience points. That Goblin King was an Abyss-level boss, and I took it out in one hit. I even saved a ton of mana and was ready to unleash my stronger skills on it. Just then, another notification popped up. By setting a new clear record, you have unlocked a new talent, Rapid Casting, A rank. The casting speed of your magic skills will be significantly increased. Low-tier spells can now be cast instantly. I can't believe it. Setting a new Abyss-level dungeon record actually grants a new talent. With the buff from an A-rank rapid casting talent, my power has just jumped to a whole new level. Time to head back. The only downside is I'm still just shy of level 20, but now that I'm loaded with course credits, I can bring Churan back to challenge the Abyss dungeon next time. Meanwhile, outside in the dungeon lobby, many of the students who had attempted Abyss mode had already given up, unable to handle the heat. They now stood with everyone else, staring at the ranking board and buzzing with discussion. So far, no one has successfully cleared it. This Abyss dungeon is just too insane. The moment I stepped inside, I was swarmed by hundreds of silver-tier goblins. If I hadn't escaped when I did, I would have been trapped in there for good. No wonder it's Abyss difficulty. The intensity is on another level. Looks like our only hope is a top ranker like Ji Mingxuan. Standing in the crowd, Jiang Churan thought to herself, "Thank goodness I only chose hard difficulty, or I never would have cleared it. I just hope brother Zhou Yi can make it through. Hey, I heard that the Abyss difficulty was also open during the last freshman tournament. Yeah, how many people even succeeded then? That's right, I think there was a guy named Zhou Yi, a level 19 holy knight who took first place among the freshmen. I heard he even set a new record." As the two guys were talking, someone suddenly shouted, "The dungeon record. It's been updated." The guy's eyes went wide with disbelief as he pointed at the ranking board. He stammered, Is that the name Zhou Yi at the top of the list? Number 1, Zhou Yi. Difficulty Abyss. Clear progress. 100%. Time, 10 minutes and 56 seconds. This has been confirmed as the fastest clear record for the Abyss-level Goblin Dungeon. The crowd absolutely erupted. Someone finally cleared Abyss difficulty. Zhou Yi? Why have I never heard that name before? Could it be Senior Zhou Yi from the 3rd year? No, he's the top freshman. But even if he's strong, there's no way he could take down the level 24 epic tier Goblin King. I'm a freshman too. It's only been a few days, so how the heck did Zhou Yi get so strong so fast? Just wait a bit. Big Bro Xuan probably entered the dungeon later. That's why he's a little behind. A young man laughed, brimming with confidence, adding in his head, "Just wait till Big Bro Xuan sets a new record. Zhou Yi's name will get knocked right off that board." But to his shock, at that very moment, a battered Qi Mingxuan staggered out of the dungeon. The guy panicked, rushing over to catch him. Damn it, this Abyss-level dungeon is way too hard. I burned through so much gold-tier equipment and still failed. Qi Mingxuan cursed under his breath. He then noticed the crowd wasn't fawning over him like they were just minutes ago. Instead, they were all huddled around the ranking board, buzzing with excitement. He was a little confused, but didn't think much of it, pulling out a potion to heal himself. It wasn't until his lackey told him that Zhou Yi cleared the Abyss-level dungeon with an insane time that he was so shocked he choked on his potion. Hey look, Zhou Yi's out. No way, he's just a level 19 freshman. How in the world did he clear an Abyss-level dungeon? How could I lose to a nobody like him? I have to get to the bottom of this. Taking this long to come out, he probably cheated. Furious, Qi Mingxuan slammed his potion vial down and plastered on a totally fake smile to talk to Zhou Yi. But before he could even finish his sentence, Zhou Yi blew right past him, heading straight for Jiang Churan. Congrats on clearing the dungeon. I barely managed to pass the hard difficulty. I feel like you're leaving me further and further behind. Zhou Yi reached out and patted Jiang Churan's head comfortingly. Don't worry, the Elf King is easy to deal with. I'll show you all the tricks to beat this stage. Besides, I'm not short on school credits now. I can run you through it a few times until you master the key points. Then you can challenge the Abyss difficulty too. While the two lovebirds were lost in their own world, the crowd was still singing Zhou Yi's praises. And as Ji Mingxuan sat huddled in a corner, he had to accept a harsh truth. In the light of Zhou Yi's glory, he was now just a washed-up star. Keeping his promise, Zhou Yi led Jiang Churan to conquer the Abyss-level dungeon. He fought beside her, buffing her power, and pointing out the goblins' weak spots so she could crush them with ease. Everything was going perfectly, until they reached the final boss. An Abyss-level boss is no joke, so how could brother Zhou Yi possibly beat it? While it looked tough, its magic resistance was pathetic. It could be easily obliterated by powerful magic skills. Hearing this, Jiang Churan volunteered to take on the boss herself. Since the boss had weak magic defense, she decided to test the power of her succubus bloodline with the Demon Blade skill, unleashing a massive wave of slashes. The demonic energy in the attack was designed to explode on impact, dealing extra shadow damage to the enemy. But instead of destroying the boss, her attack supercharged it, making it even more powerful. The boss slammed its foot down, creating a seismic wave that shook the ground, stunning and pushing back its enemies. Zhou Yi unleashed his own power to counter the attack, shouting with concern, "Churan, are you okay?" "I'm fine, brother Zhou Yi. It's all my fault. I couldn't control my new power, and the boss absorbed it and got stronger. Don't blame yourself. First, let me test out a few strategies to see what works." With that, Zhou Yi attacked with Light's judgment, but the boss's shield completely blocked it. His skills weren't as effective as before. Its magic resistance had clearly shot up. Thinking to himself, Zhou Yi said, "This is a little tricky. Let me try again. If I can't beat it, crush the Abyss Crystal immediately. Remember, this is just a trial run. Don't get yourself hurt." With that, Zhou Yi summoned magic chains to restrain the boss, but the beast shattered them in an instant. Watching this, Jiang Churan's self-blame only grew. It was all her fault. She made things worse. What could she possibly do? What to do? This spiral of negativity was the perfect trigger for the demoness sleeping inside her. Asterisk. That's right. It's because you're too weak. Asterisk. Asterisk. If you could fully master the demonic power in your bloodline, you wouldn't have to watch your precious brother Zhou Yi struggle. Only by becoming stronger can you help him. Asterisk. It's time. Unleash your true power. Get stronger, Jiang Churan muttered as if hypnotized, her eyes slowly turning a deadly shade of red. Just as Zhou Yi was about to activate his angel form to protect her, a surge of dark power blasted past him from behind, slicing clean through the boss's weapon arm. Churan? Zhou Yi stared in shock at the woman behind him. "Brother Zhou Yi, let me take care of this monster," she said with a seductive smile. "Why can't I absorb this magic?" "On the contrary, it's invading my own power," the boss screamed in confusion. "Don't worry, that was just the appetizer." With a flick of her wrist, Jiang Churan pumped even more dark magic into the boss. "I want it! Give me more! Give me more magic! You look disgusting right now." Jiang Churan stared at the boss with pure contempt, then ended it with a single, devastating blow. Congratulations to student Jiang Churan for defeating the Goblin King, earning 15 free attribute points, 15 skill points, and 23,200 experience points. Finally got rid of that disgusting monster. Jiang Churan powered down and sauntered over to Zhou Yi, playfully touching him. The sudden change gave him cultural shock. It took him a moment to notice something was off, and his eyes grew cold. "Oh, is that really you, Churan?" The demoness persona froze, then slowly faded away, revealing the normal Jiang Churan. She blushed, flustered, and embarrassed, trying to explain. "Brother Zhou Yi, what just happened? It was the demonic power in my succubus bloodline acting up." Zhou Yi lifted her chin, examining her for a moment before letting out a sigh of relief. "Thank goodness. For a second, I thought you'd been possessed by a demon. How could that happen? By the way, Churan, let's team up and challenge this a few more times. I'm sure that after you get used to your demonic power, you'll be able to solo this abyss-level dungeon. Besides, the Goblin King and us are old friends now. I'm sure he'll understand, right? After all, that's how it is for students. Defeating the boss is one thing, but figuring out how to get the most rewards from the dungeon, that requires a lot more thought." As Zhou Yi spoke, a sly grin spread across his face, sending a shiver down the Goblin King's spine all the way in the afterlife. Outside, everyone was still processing Zhou Yi's record-breaking clear time when the leaderboard updated again. A new record, a full minute faster than the last one, and the one who set it was none other than Zhou Yi, shocking them all over again. "Are you kidding me? It's Zhou Yi again. Can't he let anyone else have a moment of peace? He actually cleared it again, even faster this time. That's terrifying." Suddenly, the board flashed again, displaying a new record that shattered Zhou Yi's. First place, Jiang Churan. Difficulty, Abyss level. Clear progress, 100%. Time, 9 minutes and 23 seconds. It was confirmed. This was the new fastest clear record for the Abyss level Goblin Dungeon. Isn't she a freshman who should only be able to challenge the hard difficulty? Now she can solo an Abyss level dungeon? Well, Jiang Churan is the second-ranked freshman. With Zhou Yi guiding her, it's not impossible for her to punch above her weight. At that moment, one of Ji Mingxuan's followers clutched his head and sighed, "Brother Xuan, now I finally understand how you feel. Once you realize the gap between yourself and a true genius, that feeling of powerlessness is absolutely crushing." And so, Zhou Yi and Jiang Churan continued to solo the Abyss-level dungeon one more time each, then teamed up for one last run before returning to the main hall. "Brother Zhou Yi, I heard the Elemental Academy is having a fireworks show for the new students tonight. Let's go watch it together." Zhou Yi smiled. "That's a great idea. It'll be a good chance to relax." And so, the two of them headed for the Elemental Academy. Looking at the scenery, Zhou Yi was impressed. As expected of the Elemental Academy, even the streetlights are controlled by magic. "I can't believe we spent so much time in the dungeon it's already night. We really hit the jackpot conquering the Abyss dungeon this time. It was all thanks to your help. Your effort was the key. I just gave you a little support," Zhou Yi replied with a smile. Just then, he saw a giant statue and couldn't help but stop and ask, "Who is this statue of?" "This is the mage Wei Yang, also known as the Guardian Archon. He once single-handedly stopped several massive invasions from the Otherworld army. His heroic deeds became legendary. Unfortunately, during the Great War, he was ambushed by a Lord-class demon and died a hero's death. His soul was completely obliterated, to the point where he couldn't even be resurrected. What a true hero. I still don't know much about history. Could you give me a brief summary of the Dark Age? Of course, Jiang Churan began. To talk about that part of history, you have to start with the Golden Age, 80 years ago. Starting in the year 254, many naturally gifted professionals began to rise. That's why that year was called the Golden Age. Legends like the Tempest Sword Saint, Shang Pinghai, and the Blazing Blade Saint, Li Xiaoyang, are still fighting on the front lines of the battlefield even today. But just when everyone was filled with hope and preparing to counterattack the Otherworld, the Dark Age suddenly descended, bringing with it the most insane invasion of otherworldly creatures. Faced with this threat, the great heroes of the Golden Age sacrificed their precious lives one after another. After 30 long years of war and the heroic sacrifice of hundreds of millions, we finally earned this moment of peace. Now, otherworldly creatures are invading again. I hope this is just a bad dream. Please don't worry. Zhou Yi patted her head to calm her down. These creatures just slipped through a spatial rift. They're nothing special. Besides, we're not the same people we were before. If darkness falls again, this time, they're the ones who should be scared. Jiang Churan couldn't help but laugh at his words. You're right. We've been stockpiling our strength for a long time, just waiting for another shot at them. Just then, fireworks lit up the night sky in a brilliant display. Jiang Churan excitedly grabbed Zhou Yi's hand and pulled him along. Come on! The view from the observation deck will be even better. Yeah, Zhou Yi replied warmly. The next day, he took a train back home to visit his little sister. Auntie Qing, why isn't my brother back yet? Don't worry, he just called. He said he'll be here any minute. Just as A Qing finished her sentence, Zhou Yi walked through the door. Welcome home! Xiao Yun cried, running to give him a huge hug. Zhou Yi caught his sister with a bright smile. I was so worried about your condition on the way here, but seeing you so full of energy, I can finally relax. Xiao Yi, you're back. Zhou Yi smiled at A Qing. Auntie Qing, it's been a while. Xiao Yi, how long are you planning to stay this time? Probably 3 or 4 days. I took this leave mainly to finish Xiao Yun's final treatment. That's so short, Xiao Yun pouted. But her mood quickly shifted as she asked eagerly. Brother, did you bring a present for your favorite, most adorable little sister? Of course. I brought you this special reward from an abyss-level dungeon. As he spoke, Zhou Yi pulled a horn from his inventory. Just blow on this, and a golden rank phantom beast will instantly appear to protect you. Xiao Yun clapped her hands in excitement. That's my big brother! It sounds so amazing! Zhou Yi ruffled her hair. I believe that once you're all better, you can become just as strong as me. A few minutes later, Secretary Zhao brought Kuei Lina to Zhou Yi's residence. Secretary Zhao, Miss Kuei, welcome. Mr. Zhou, I contacted Miss Kuei yesterday. She traveled all night from the next city over to get here. Kuei Lina just smiled. Secretary Zhao, you have to understand, an invitation from Zhou Yi isn't something the current me can afford to ignore. Zhou Yi replied humbly, You're too kind, Miss Kuei. I should be the one thanking you for coming all this way to help. Oh, and I almost forgot to congratulate you. You not only got the Glacial Lotus, but you refined it into an even more potent extreme cold pill. An extreme cold pill? Secretary Zhao couldn't hide his shock. An S-rank elixir is a priceless legendary treasure on the market. Zhou Yi just scratched his head. Well, I had help from a master alchemist my teacher recommended. But for now, let's get ready for my sister's final healing ritual. Right. The main event is what's important. A moment later, Xiao Yun tugged on Zhou Yi's shirt, asking nervously, Brother, are you sure this is going to be okay? Xiao Yun, you don't have to be so tense. Trust me. After you take this pill, your frost bloodline will awaken, and its power will never trouble you again. With that, Zhou Yi handed the pill to his sister. Xiao Yun took the extreme cold pill and stood in the center of the magic circle, a determined look on her face. Brother, I'm ready. Hearing this, Zhou Yi activated multiple skills like Dawn's Blessing, Graceful Protection, and Courageous Grace to buff Xiao Yun, creating the perfect conditions for Kuei Lina to begin the treatment. Even though I'm a second advancement priestess, the purity of his holy light seems to surpass my own. As Kuei Lina was lost in thought, Zhou Yi urged her on. Next, I'll have to trouble you to activate the formation, Miss Kuei. It's nothing. Kuei Lina unleashed her power, activating the formation and instructing Xiao Yun to use the pill immediately. In an instant, a massive wave of frost energy erupted outwards, forcing everyone to instinctively fall back. Xiao Yun's frost energy is going wild. Is this going to be a problem? A Qing asked worriedly. It's fine. I'll handle it. Zhou Yi used his holy flame wheel to cancel out the frost explosion, saying confidently, Thanks to the extreme cold pill, I believe this is the last time Xiao Yun's frost energy will ever go berserk. Kui Lina carefully observed Zhou Yun's condition, then said with joy, "The hardest part is finally over. Now we just need to wait patiently for her to complete her bloodline awakening." A while later, the treatment was finally complete. Zhou Yi rushed over to Zhou Yun's side. "How do you feel now?" "My illness. I think it's been completely cured," Zhou Yun replied cheerfully. "Zhou Yun, quick, check your personal stats. See if anything has changed." Zhou Yun tested her power and replied, "My frost bloodline. It seems it granted me a bloodline talent for ice element control. The ice elements and I are totally in sync now. I can command them to do whatever I want." "Wait, can a bloodline awakening actually grant you a new talent?" "A normal bloodline awakening? Of course not. But you're Zhou Yi's sister, awakening the rare frost bloodline." Zhou Yi replied proudly, thinking to himself, "We both benefited so much from this frost bloodline. Could our ancestors have really been powerful frost bloodline professionals? But even if that's true, considering our family's past, it's more likely the clan has long since fallen. Even though Zhou Yun's bloodline has successfully awakened, just to be safe, could you please give her another full checkup?" "No problem at all," Kui Lina happily replied. Just then, Secretary Zhao spoke up. "Mr. Zhou, not only has Miss Zhou Yun fully recovered, she's also awakened her frost bloodline. The mayor takes this matter very seriously. He's specially arranged for a batch of cultivation resources to be sent over for you two." Zhou Yi shook the secretary's hand gratefully. "Thank you. I'll be returning to the academy soon, so I'll have to trouble you to help look after Zhou Yun. Don't be so formal, sir. It's my honor." Watching Zhou Yun laughing and joking with Ah Qing, Zhou Yi suddenly asked, "Have you thought about what class you want to pursue in the future?" "A class?" "A mage, of course." Zhou Yi nodded. "That class suits you well. When you reach level 10, I'll help you find a hidden class change book for a unique type of mage." "Awesome. I can feel the dark power in my body awakening as well. I believe the day of our power's liberation is not far off." Dark power? Zhou Yun's wicked gaze and ominous words left everyone stunned as Kui Lina rushed over to examine her. "Did I miss something during my examination? How could there be dark power?" Suddenly, Zhou Yi remembered a day when he and Zhou Yun were kids, before they had awakened their powers, when they used to cosplay as superheroes saving the world. "Don't be tempted by the power of darkness. We must seal it away to protect world peace." 3-year-old Zhou Yun's words echoed in his mind. Back in the present, seeing his sister about to recite her childhood lines again, Zhou Yi quickly dragged her outside. "I should probably show you what Time's real-time's ice power is." "Auntie Qing, save me. My brother is trying to uphold justice by getting rid of his own family." Looking at Miss Zhou Yun's spirit, I believe she'll become an outstanding mage in the future. She's not normally like this, really. While Secretary Zhao and A Qing tried to explain away Zhou Yun's childish behavior, Kui Lina had a serious expression, thinking to herself, asterisk dark power, asterisk. As soon as the awakening process ended, Zhou Yi suggested a sparring match. "Brother, I'll summon the spirits and freeze any power that stands in my way." With that, Zhou Yun launched ice elementals straight at Zhou Yi, but they were all blocked by his holy guardian light. "It seems you've made a full recovery. Now, I can finally start arranging your training schedule." Zhou Yun immediately tried to make a run for it. Big bro. That cold energy in my body is acting up again. I don't think I can train with you anymore. But under Zhou Yi's stern gaze, Zhou Yun was dragged into the training session, willing or not. After the brutal workout, Zhou Yun collapsed onto the ground, completely spent. "Bro, I never knew training was this exhausting. The great mission to save the world? Yeah, you can handle that on your own. I really don't know what to do with you." Zhou Yi sighed, then summoned Xiao Kui. "This is Xiao Kui, the mana beast I just contracted. For the next few days, he'll be your new training partner. But don't you dare lose to him. That would just be pathetic." "Deal! Now that I have Xiao Kui with me, I promise I'll train my hardest," Zhou Yun said, already fawning over the little creature. "Come on, Xiao Kui, let's go sign a dark contract and become partners in crime." Zhou Yi chuckled, watching Xiao Kui's utterly reluctant expression. "Don't worry, little guy," he thought. "I will forever remember your noble sacrifice." A few days later, Zhou Yi was carrying Xiao Kui, about to head back to the academy, when Su Mani showed up at his door, surprising him. "Instructor Su, what brings you here? The National Freshman Exchange Tournament is about to start. The team battle requires a 5-person squad. I came to see you today because you need to finalize the roster for our academy's representative team. You're the top-ranked freshman, so the responsibility of being captain naturally falls on your shoulders. And building that team is your first duty." "No problem," Zhou Yi answered with a grin. "Here's the data on the top 10 students. Besides you need to pick 4 of them as your teammates." Zhou Yi answered without a second thought. "Instructor Su, I plan on picking the 4 highest-ranked freshmen as my teammates." Hearing this, Su Mani immediately scolded him. "You're being way too careless. In team battles, fights can easily drag on. It's a test of the squad's endurance. That's why having a priest-class professional for healing and support is absolutely crucial. Even though you're a holy knight who can apply buffs, your healing abilities are nothing compared to a dedicated priest. For a 5-man team, you need a proper healer. But Zhou Yi just smirked confidently. We won't need one. If we can crush our opponents fast enough, we won't need to worry about healing. Instructor Su, I'm absolutely confident I can win the solo tournament. And in the team battle, once I activate my angelic bloodline, I can probably take on their entire team by myself. During the freshman tournament, Zhou Yi's power was leagues above everyone else. With him on the team, they really might not need a healer. They could just steamroll the other schools. Thinking this, Su Miney finally relented. If you're that sure of yourself, I'll submit this roster to Dean Wu. By the way, has your sister's bloodline awakening been resolved? It's all taken care of. And I have you to thank for the tip about the glacial ice lotus. That's good to hear, Su Miney replied with a smile. Just then, Zhou Yi remembered something. Instructor, do you know where I might find a hidden class change scroll? A hidden class change scroll? Is this for your sister? Zhou Yi answered honestly. After learning that creatures from another world are coming through those rifts, I've had this looming sense of dread. So, I need to make sure Zhou Yun has the power to protect herself. And fast. You're very thoughtful. The Academy website has hidden class scrolls, but actually buying one isn't going to be easy, Su Miney said cryptically before taking her leave. Zhou Yi was puzzled by her words, but when he pulled up the Academy website to check, he understood immediately. The restrictions to buy a hidden class scroll were insane. A student had to be at least level 25, hold an A rank or higher, complete an A rank Academy mission, and rank in the top 10 of the Earth rankings or the top 100 of the Heaven rankings. So that's what she meant. Getting a hidden class scroll was nearly impossible. Even the cheapest one cost a whopping 20,000 Academy credits. Looks like getting a scroll for Zhou Yun was a long-term goal. He'd aimed to get it done within half a year. Just then, Zhou Yi received a new system notification. Detecting that the National Freshman Exchange Tournament is about to begin, an achievement quest is now being issued. The system will grant corresponding achievement rewards based on the host's overall performance. A huge grin spread across Zhou Yi's face as he read the message. The last 2 achievement quests had given him an incredible power boost. This time, he had to go all out and aim for the best possible result to get the ultimate reward. Meanwhile, the Academy Deans were meeting to discuss the upcoming national tournament. We've received the team battle roster submitted by Zhou Yi. Let me read the lineup for everyone. The captain is Holy Knight Zhou Yi. The other members are Spirit Swordsman, Jiang Churan, Taoist, Song Jialan, Mage, Tang Lingxi, and Warrior, Wei Tiesun. Hearing the list, Wu Kekin was confused. Why is there no priest on the team? Song Qi agreed, saying, Exactly. Isn't a team composition like that extremely risky? Without a healer for support, their margin for error is practically 0. While the other deans worried about the lineup, Zhu Huayang thought differently. On the contrary, I don't see any problem with this plan. With Zhou Yi's abilities, a priest would be redundant, he thought to himself. None of them here truly understand his power, especially when he unleashes his bloodline. Even without teammates, Zhou Yi could probably win the entire team tournament all by himself. He can provide buffs, his defense is outstanding, and his attack skills are even more devastating. It's like he's filling 3 roles at once: DPS, tank, and support. The Dean of Tactics, Zhang Ling, who had been quiet, finally spoke. I have no objections. With Zhou Yi's abilities, they have a complete advantage. His very presence is an effective strategy. Song Qi thought for a moment, then decided, Very well, I approve as well. I hope Zhou Yi can show us something truly surprising during the tournament. All right, it's decided then, Wu Ma announced. The team issue is resolved. Now, about their training. Dean Wu, I'll have to trouble you with that. After all, while this group of freshmen is unusually strong, their ability to cooperate as a team still needs a lot of work. Not a problem. I'll have Su Miney inform them to assemble at the War College in 3 days. Back with our main character, Zhou Yi was grinding his daily quests when he got a message from instructor Wang Hui about scheduling a private lesson. This is my first lesson since becoming his student. He'll probably teach me a brand new skill. But first, I should choose my daily reward. Skill points it is. Please select today's reward. Option 1. Gain 15 attribute points. Option 2. Gain 15 skill points. Option 3. Random skill book. Option 4. Random treasure chest. Zhou Yi selected the skill point reward. Instantly, he felt a change surge through his body. Just by finishing daily quests, he could earn attribute points and skill points. With a system like this, widening the gap between me and everyone else is just too easy. The next day, Wang Hui and Zhou Yi arrived at a training ground. Seeing the pack of level 23 forest direwolves ahead, Zhou Yi asked, "Instructor, do you need me to clear out these mobs?" "No need to worry. This is a private leveling zone for the Heaven's Plume Guild, which I founded." And just as expected, not even a second later, a massive dragon lord appeared in the sky. Its roar alone sent the wolves scattering in pure terror. Seeing Zhou Yi's stunned expression, Wang Hui explained, "That's a level 62 dragon lord. It belongs to my top disciple, and its job is to terrify every magic beast in this forest. If even his disciple's magical beast is this powerful, just how monstrous must the senior brother himself be?" Wang Hui smiled with pride. "My top disciple has long since reached my level, achieving rank 64. In fact, his actual combat ability might even surpass my own. That's why I could entrust the Tianwu Guild to him without any worries." Hearing this, Zhou Yi was filled with awe. Level 64 at just 30 years old, his senior brother's talent was truly heaven-defying. "Ha! In all my years, I've met countless professionals, but your talent is among the very best I've ever seen. Keep working hard. I believe your future achievements could even surpass your senior brother's." "All right, little Yi, watch closely. I'm going to demonstrate a special skill for you." And with that, Wang Hui combined his holy light and shield infusion skills, forging two colossal shields of light. The shields slowly closed in on each other, and the moment they touched, boom! A world-shaking explosion erupted, leveling a huge patch of land and leaving Zhou Yi utterly speechless at the power of a third advancement professional. When it was over, Wang Hui handed Zhou Yi a book. "Little Yi, this is the first skill I will teach you. Just link your consciousness to the skill book's surface and use your skill points to learn it." "Understood." Zhou Yi nodded, then closed his eyes and followed Wang Hui's instructions, successfully learning the new technique. Holy Light Infusion Shield, A+ rank, level 1. It creates two shield walls in a designated area ahead. The walls slowly converge, and upon impact, they detonate, dealing massive light attribute magic damage to all enemies. At the same time, allies can pass through the shields, but enemies cannot. Note, this is a Holy Knight legacy skill. After reading the description, Zhou Yi couldn't hide his curiosity. A Holy Knight legacy skill? Teacher, how do you know a Holy Knight's technique? This was created by your senior sister back when she was a third advancement Holy Knight. I inherited this skill from her all those years ago, and now, I'm passing it down to you. You've learned it, correct? Show me what you can do." Zhou Yi did exactly as he was taught. Though the power wasn't great, Wang Hui still looked satisfied and praised him. "It's only level 1 Holy Light Infusion Shield. To be able to do this, much is already excellent. I prepared this skill specifically for your team battles. You can use the shield walls to divide the battlefield, thereby restricting the enemy's movements. Now that you've grasped the new skill, it's time for practical combat training." Just as Wang Hui finished speaking, a dragon descended behind him. "Glon here will command the surrounding magic beasts to attack you. How much experience you can get by defeating them depends entirely on your own effort." "No problem, teacher." Getting his answer, Wang Hui signaled to Glon. The dragon let out a mighty roar. The sound wave instantly enraged every beast in the area, causing them to lock onto Zhou Yi as their sole target. A magic beast lurking in the bushes behind Zhou Yi shot out, aiming to bite his head off, but he was ready for it. A single basic strike was all it took to send the creature packing. After that, Zhou Yi unleashed everything he had, from elemental light buffs to ice magic, to handle every monster that attacked him. He fought through the entire night until the sun began to rise. Seeing Zhou Yi's exhausted state, gasping for air, Wang Hui chuckled. "Pushing yourself that hard? I can't believe you burned through every last drop of your stamina and mana. Aren't you afraid another beast will show up?" Zhou Yi just grinned back. "Why would I be, when you're here?" He laughed, chugging a recovery potion, while thinking to himself, "This feeling of crazily grinding experience points is just too awesome. Congratulations, you have advanced to level 22. You have received 20 free attribute points and 20 skill points." Zhou Yi immediately spent all his new points, leveling up Holy Light Infusion Shield from level 1 to level 3. "Not bad. I originally predicted you might take down around 100 beasts, but I never expected you to eliminate nearly 400. It's all thanks to your guidance, teacher. Otherwise, it would have taken me 1 or 2 months to level up on my own. You were bold enough to form a team without a priest for the exchange tournament," Wang Hui advised. "As my student, you must remain calm at critical moments and never, ever let your guard down." "Don't worry, teacher. With me here, this year's championship title is definitely ours." At the Wild Wind Forest rest stop, an announcement boomed over the speakers. The National Freshman Exchange Tournament was about to begin. With 218 colleges and universities participating, who would take home the championship? Wait, am I seeing this right? Suhong University doesn't have a priest? A team that extreme is something only a low-tier school would try, right? Zhu Yao and Zhu Dan happened to be walking by. Hearing the two girls, they came over to peek at the roster before chiming in. Zhou Yi is the captain, of course, and Jiang Churan is the vice captain. After a quick glance at the online comments, Zhu Dan burst out laughing. Someone in the comments actually said, "Our school's team composition is all wrong because we're missing a priest." This one says any team without a priest is guaranteed to lose. This is hilarious. Zhu Yao jumped in. They have no idea how terrifying Zhou Yi's power really is. The other two girls glared at Zhu Yao and Zhu Dan, asking with a hint of anger, "And who are you?" Su Qinglian, sitting nearby, watched the argument start and quietly told Wen Tianrun, "A run. Let the staff know that I'll be covering their bill today," she thought to herself. With Zhou Yi on the team, it doesn't matter if there's no priest. This year's championship is ours. Back to the main plot. After his lesson with Wang Hui, Zhou Yi spent all day sparring with training robots. But ever since hitting level 22, the robots had become way too simple, making the training less and less effective. Just as Zhou Yi was about to ask Su Miney for advice, she called him with news. Dean Wu was starting special training today. It was for all the students participating in the exchange tournament, so she told Zhou Yi to assemble at the War Academy's main hall immediately. Besides Jiang Churan and Song Xiaolan, whom he already knew, there were two more people in the hall, Wei Tixin, a level 18 warrior, and Tang Lingxi, a level 18 mage. While the students got acquainted, Wu Meng used his appraisal skill to scan Zhou Yi. "I have to say," the dean noted, "under Headmaster Wang Hui's guidance, you've leveled up surprisingly fast." Hearing this, Jiang Churan turned to Zhou Yi in shock. "You leveled up again?" "With the teacher's help, I was lucky enough to gain a little." "All right, time is short, so I'll keep this brief. To help you all prepare for the National Freshman Tournament, I will be your supervising instructor. I will lead your training for the team battles. I will also provide specialized training for the individual and survival matches. For today's training, I will mainly be evaluating your teamwork and cooperative combat abilities. First, you will form a team and challenge the Abyss-level Goblin Underground City dungeon, and of course, the school will cover all credit costs for your participation. No wonder they were pushing me and TX to hit level 18 so fast. It was to prepare us for an Abyss-level dungeon. Everyone's skills are pretty solid. And as a team, even an Abyss-level dungeon should be manageable." As she thought this, Tang Lingxi stole a glance at Zhou Yi. "Zhou Yi can clear an Abyss dungeon all by himself. With the four of us helping, there's no way we can fail." Noticing Tang Lingxi's gaze, Zhou Yi turned and gave her a brilliant smile. This made her blush and quickly hide behind Tixin, leaving Zhou Yi a bit bewildered. "Is my smile really that scary?" With the briefing done, the five-person squad dove right into the instance. Zhou Yi got straight to business, his voice dead serious. "This is our first run together, so I'll be calling the shots." "No problem," the others agreed in unison. "Wei Tiatam, you're our tank. Draw all the aggro. Jiang Churan, Tang Lingxi, you're on magic and physical DPS. Song Halan, you'll provide backup damage from the rear. I'll be handling support for everyone." The moment Zhou Yi finished his assignments, a horde of goblins swarmed them. Wei Tiatam charged in first, smashing her fist into the ground and sending the monsters flying back. The sheer force of her own punch shocked her. Her skill's effectiveness had jumped by over 40%. Is this the captain's support ability? Tang Lingxi watched Zhou Yi's casting, completely blown away. "Are you kidding me? His casting speed is unreal. He unleashed 3 buff spells in less than a second. Even a dedicated mage like me can't match that kind of speed." Shaking herself out of it, Tang Lingxi didn't dare hesitate, unleashing a destruction seal spell to slow the goblin advance. Jiang Churan seized the opening, her blade a blur as she cut down the monsters. "Xiaoran Tiatam, watch out for an ambush." Right as Zhou Yi yelled, a rain of arrows flew towards them. Thanks to the warning, Wei Titam instantly threw up a shield wall, successfully blocking the goblin ambush. But Jiang Churan realized something was off. This was totally new. Since when did goblins have archers? Monster, Goblin Archer, level 23, silver grade, skills, ambush, barrage. Reading the monster's stats, Zhou Yi just smirked. Looks like our party size triggered an upgrade. The goblins have evolved their attack patterns. With that, Zhou Yi used Punishment of Light, instantly wiping out the entire Goblin Archer squad. "I'll take care of these annoying long-range threats. The rest are yours." After all, Zhou Yi's whole point was to build team synergy. Soloing the dungeon would defeat the purpose. "No problem," Jiang Churan and Wei Titam replied. Seeing everyone fighting so hard lit a fire under Zhang Halan. She began launching her own offensive talismans at the goblins. Meanwhile, Wu Mang was watching the students' progress on a monitor, nodding in approval. Compared to the freshman tournament, Zhou Yi's casting speed has more than doubled. Some of his skills are practically instant cast. Su Miney guessed, It seems the talent he chose after clearing the Abyss-level instance had something to do with boosting his casting speed. Seriously, Zhou Yi's rate of growth is just insane. He just enrolled, and he's already leading Jiang Churan to the top of the Abyss-level instance rankings. Wu Mang chuckled. That's why I wanted to test him a bit more. So I cranked up the difficulty for them. Back inside the instance, their flawless coordination was making short work of the overwhelming goblin horde. As a few monsters got too close, Jiang Churan just scoffed. She activated Phantom Slash, a flurry of high-speed strikes that easily shredded them to pieces. The others weren't slacking either, each showing off their skills. Song Halan ripped a talisman, unleashing the Five Thunders technique upon the monsters. Tang Lingxi then summoned a wind magic spell, a devastating tornado that swept through the enemy ranks. Then she shouted, "Tietam, deliver the final blow." Got it. Replying instantly, Wei Tietam launched herself into the air, unleashing a barrage of kicks from above. By the time she landed, every monster was down. The enhanced buffs made this overwhelming victory feel easy. That felt incredible. A satisfied grin spread across her face. Still itching for a fight, Wei Tietam turned to Tang Lingxi. "So, is that it? Did we clear them all out?" Tang Lingxi nodded. "Yeah, Xiao Bai told me there are no more goblins around." Zhou Yi just laughed. "Don't get cocky. That was just the warm-up. The next boss is the main event, so don't let your guard down." Wei Tietam cracked her knuckles, her face brimming with confidence. "What's there to be scared of, big bro? Your buffs have practically doubled my strength. With you supporting us, clearing this instance will be a piece of cake, right?" Song Halan chimed in cheerfully. "Totally! Student Zhou Yi could probably clear this place by himself." Tang Lingxi nodded in agreement. The captain's strength is truly something else." Hearing all this, Zhou Yi felt a headache coming on. "Are you guys trying to jinx me or what?" Jiang Churan didn't say a word, just covering her mouth to hide a smile. A moment later, the party arrived at a massive set of doors. Wei Tietam asked, "The final boss has got to be in there, right?" Zhou Yi replied, "No doubt." But as he got closer to the door, a bad feeling crept over him. "Forget it, we'll deal with it inside." Making up his mind, Zhou Yi pushed the doors open. As the team stepped inside, a colossal boss came into view. It spoke. "You finally arrived, you fools. Monster, second generation Goblin King, level 25, epic grade. Skills, unknown. Note, the new leader of the Goblin tribe, replacing the old king after his death." Tang Lingxi gasped. "A level 25 epic boss? Ha! I heard I had distinguished guests, so I prepared a few gifts for you." With a wicked laugh, the boss raised its weapon, conjuring a massive fireball and launching it straight at Tang Lingxi. "This is fireball? How can it be this powerful?" Muttering to herself, Tang Lingxi was still in shock. She was frozen to the spot, watching blankly as the fireball hurtled towards her. "Lingxi, move!" Wei Tietam screamed, lunging forward to shove Tang Lingxi aside. She immediately summoned a shield to block the attack, but it was no use. The shield held for less than a second before cracks started to appear. "It's no good! I can't block it!" The moment she said it, her shield shattered completely, leaving her to face the massive fireball head-on. Wei Tietam gritted her teeth. "Damn it! Even with the captain's buff doubling my strength, I can't even block a single one of this monster's normal attacks." The boss let out another twisted laugh. "Don't be in such a rush. This is the end I've prepared for you. Now, turn to ash." As it spoke, its hands were a blur, creating even more fireballs to hurl at the team. One fireball was already overwhelming. Now, facing a whole barrage of them, despair began to set in. But this is precisely when a true leader proves their worth. "Everyone, fall back!" Zhou Yi commanded. He stepped in front of his team, using his ice powers to create a wall of ice far larger and thicker than Wei Tietam's shield, ready to intercept the incoming attack. "Captain, be careful! That's no ordinary fireball spell." Just as Tang Lingxi shouted her warning, the fireballs slammed into the ice wall. Most of their energy was neutralized, shrinking them down to the size of a baseball. With a sharp cry, Zhou Yi used suction to pull one of the mini fireballs into his palm. He clenched his fist, extinguishing it instantly, and said, "This thing's a lot tougher than I thought. Its power is way beyond the last one I dealt with." Hearing this, Song Halan stepped up. "Then let me take the first shot this time." Song Halan's hands moved in a blur of complex seals, summoning a swarm of talismans that surrounded the boss. "By heavenly mandate, with spirit as my guide, let the divine sigil appear. Obey my command, explode." As the word explode left her lips, the talismans detonated in a massive fiery blast that engulfed the boss. A second later, the Goblin King simply inhaled the entire explosion. It crushed the burning paper in its hand, completely unscathed by the attack. Song Halan cried out in disbelief. "How did that have no effect?" Just then, Tang Lingxi spoke up, her face grim. "Lanji, let me try my magic." Without waiting, Tang Lingxi channeled her fire magic, creating a barrage of flaming arrows and launching them straight at the boss. Let's see how it handles this model. Kung So Nian let out a battle cry, unleashing her demon ring skill to launch a flurry of sword strikes at the boss. Their attacks weaved together, slamming into the beast and causing a massive explosion as a shockwave blasted outwards. But it was no use. The boss was completely unfazed, protected by a shroud of purple energy. Heh, a little interesting, it sneered, but playtime is over. And with that, the boss opened its maw. A small purple orb began to form, rapidly absorbing the surrounding energy and growing larger by the second. Finally, it fired the devastating blast right at the group. Tang Lingxi cried out in despair. The level gap is just too huge. There's no way we can fight this thing. Just as everyone was about to give up, Zhou Yi stepped forward once again. Don't be afraid. I'm still here. As he spoke, Zhou Yi summoned a golden barrier, blocking the boss's attack head-on. Just like that, the monster's kill move was completely neutralized. Wei Tiexin spoke up. Brother Yi, let me try a close-range assault. Zhou Yi just smiled, placing a hand on his shoulder. A level 25 epic boss is a bit too much for you guys right now. Leave the rest to me. Then, Zhou Yi activated his Eye of True Light skill, focusing on the boss. The Eye of True Light revealed the enemy's weaknesses and hidden abilities, guiding his next move. This Goblin King was only one level higher than the last one, but its stats were literally doubled. If I use my S-rank Bloodline secret art, I can multiply my power several times over, he thought. This is so obviously targeted at me. It must be a special test from Dean Wu. If that's the case, I might as well put on a show for everyone. Body of the Divine Angel. My true power. As he spoke, Zhou Yi's transformation began. He became a divine angel, wielding the power of holy light in his left hand and the power of chilling frost in his right. Outside the instance, Sumeni asked worriedly, Dean, isn't this boss's difficulty setting a little extreme? Is this really necessary? Dean Wu explained, their strength is impressive, that's true, but other schools have their own prodigies. In the upcoming tournament, the geniuses from Mado and Qingjing University will be their fiercest rivals. That's why I need this loss to teach them how brutal the competition really is, Sumeni whispered. A loss? Then she chuckled. Dean, you are seriously underestimating Zhou Yi. Dean Wu simply smiled back. I hope he proves me wrong. At that same moment, back inside the dungeon, the boss watched Zhou Yi's transformation with growing fascination. Interesting. You turned into a little glowing bird. Whatever tricks you have, kid, bring 'em on. I'll humor you. Without a word, Zhou Yi unleashed a radiant pulse attack on the boss. The boss shot back. Big words for a little brat. You're the challenger here, remember? It then countered with world-ending meteor fire. The two attacks collided, erupting in a cataclysmic explosion. Waves of pure energy radiated everywhere. Kung Se Nian quickly plunged her sword into the ground, using her own magic to shield everyone from the blast. Song Halan gasped in awe. So this is Zhou Yi's true power? She finally realized that she and the others weren't even playing in the same league as him. Song Halan turned to Kung Se Nian. Xiao Ran, has he ever used this form before? Kung Se Nian smiled. This is the first time I've seen it too. Looks like Brother Yi is finally getting serious. After the first exchange, both the boss and Zhou Yi were completely unharmed. The boss grinned menacingly. Is that all you've got, little brat? No matter what form you take, you can't possibly defeat me. With a whisper, Zhou Yi summoned chains of holy light that shot towards the boss, binding its limbs and body tight. What is this? While the boss was stunned by the chains, Zhou Yi unleashed the Spear of Victory, summoning multiple spears from above to rain down on the monster. Now then, let's switch up the offense. Zhou Yi followed up with a radiant flame storm, creating a vortex of fire that engulfed the boss. These were no longer just single attacks. This time, Zhou Yi's combo chain dealt an insane amount of damage. Damn you! The boss roared in agony. Seeing this, Zhou Yi just smirked. Don't worry, there's more. Zhou Yi shot forward, shoving a hand straight into the boss's screaming mouth. Thunder light beam. A moment later, after the attacks faded, the boss reappeared. Black blood trickled from its mouth as it spoke weakly. It seems you still haven't used your full power. I'm sorry I couldn't give you a better fight. Zhou Yi laughed. Yeah, it's a bit of a shame. I wanted to test out my Hand of God in my six-winged angel form. I'll have to save it for next time. But since you're barely hanging on, I'll see you off. With that, Zhou Yi raised two fingers, condensing energy and firing it at the boss. At that exact moment, outside the dungeon, Dean Wu gasped in shock. A monster. This is a boss I personally tuned to be a challenge for even a level 26 professional. Zhou Yi's current strength. It's just terrifying. He then turned to Sumeni. Miss Su, do you have his combat data from the training grounds? Sumeni smiled. I do. In fact, he ran a test right before coming here. He cleared the level 10 combat challenge in just 6 minutes and 12 seconds, with ease. Hearing this, Dean Wu laughed. No wonder you and old Zhu have so much faith in him. Su Mei laughed back. Well, this was the perfect chance for him to prove his strength to you. Back in the dungeon, as the boss faded away from Zhou Yi's final attack, a notification window appeared. Congratulations on clearing the Abyss level instance. Clear time, 21 minutes and 16 seconds. Distributing clearance rewards now. Instantly, a bright light enveloped Tang Lingxi as she leveled up. Her face was a mask of shock. I got 8,000 experience points. Wei Tiexin was just as stunned. Me too, 8,000 EXP, he yelled. Clearing one Abyss dungeon gives more than a week of grinding outside. As for Zhou Yi, he had already reverted from his transformation, back to his normal form. Beside him, a notification window popped up. Congratulations. You have earned 11,236 experience points. Congratulations. You have received 10 free attribute points and 10 skill points, Zhou Yi thought to himself. At this rate, I'll level up again in no time. Just then, Kung Se Nian ran over, asking with concern, Brother Yi, how are you? Are you hurt? Zhou Yi stood up, dusting himself off. I'm fine, just used up a lot of stamina. We should go check out what rewards the boss dropped. Okay! The group walked over to where the boss fell and found a golden chest waiting for them. When they opened it, the items inside materialized before their very eyes. Gold grade weapon, Staff of Blazing Flames, level 24 requirement. Gold grade weapon, Fire Spirit Shield, level 24 requirement. Gold grade weapon, Ring of the Flame Demon, level 24 requirement. Wei Tiexin yelled in excitement. Dude, these rewards are insane, right? They're all gold grade items. Brother Yi, your drop rate is crazy. Zhou Yi just laughed. Looks like our luck was pretty good this time. Does anyone need these 3 pieces of gear? The other 4 shared their thoughts. First up was Wei Tiexin. The level requirement is way too high. I can't use any of them. Tang Lingxi said, the fire attribute scaling doesn't suit me, so I can't use them either. Kung Se Nian added, this gear isn't compatible with my or Halan's class. Song Halan suggested, Zhou Yi, you contributed the most this time. You should just take them all. Zhou Yi didn't refuse. He collected the items with a smile. What a shame. In that case, I'll take this gear for now. When we get back, I'll auction them at school for academic credits and split the points evenly among everyone. Wei Tiexin quickly refused. No way, Brother Yi. Look, you have to take 70%. Without you, we never would have cleared that gate so easily. Song Halan insisted, a bit embarrassed. Exactly. You were the key to taking down that boss. I barely did a thing, but Zhou Yi just smiled. Let's split it evenly. This way, none of us have to stress about credits for a long time. Jiang Chunian chimed in with a smile. Just take it, guys. Besides, Zhou Yi is the last person here who needs more credits. With everyone in agreement, the others couldn't refuse and happily accepted their shares. All right, settle down. After distributing the loot, Zhou Yi's smile turned serious. Remember, our goal isn't just winning the tournament. We're fighting to protect our school's honor. Wei Tiatam's eyes burned with resolve. Brother Yi, I won't let you down. I'll double my efforts in our next training session. Count me in, Yi. I'll give it everything I've got, Song Halan declared. Me too, Captain. Zhou Yi nodded, satisfied. Good. That fighting spirit is our key to victory. I believe our squad will achieve a stunning victory in the exchange tournament. As Zhou Yi's team exited the gate, they were met with applause from Wu Meng. Congratulations on clearing the Abyss level instance that I personally designed for you, Dean Wu. They greeted respectfully. Wu Meng's praise was endless. Your performance was outstanding, far exceeding my expectations. Of course, Zhou Yi. You were the biggest surprise of all. Zhou Yi just grinned, scratching his head. I just did what needed to be done. Wu Meng's expression sharpened. So, about first place in the tournament, what are your thoughts? Zhou Yi clenched his fist, his voice firm. First place? We're taking it, no question. Good. That's the confidence a champion needs. Su Mei stepped forward with an idea. Zhou Yi is an all-rounder, skilled in both support and defense. We can create 2 distinct battle plans around that. At first, let's place him in a support role to conceal his true power. Then, at the most critical moment, he can unleash his full strength and catch our opponents completely off guard. With this strategy, our claim to first place will be ironclad. Wu Meng smiled, nodding in approval. An excellent strategy. Let those old fools see just how formidable Zhou Yi truly is. Even among geniuses, there's always a pecking order, Su Mei added. However, their teamwork still lacks a bit of fire. They'll need a lot more practice on that front. Agreed. Tomorrow, we'll begin a special training regimen targeting that very weakness. All right, that's all for today. Go get some rest. Of course, to keep you motivated, we've prepared a few punishments as well. Zhou Yi flinched. asking nervously. Punishments? Sir, could you maybe give us a small hint? It would spoil the fun. Now, we have other matters to attend to. And with that, Su Meier and Wu Mang turned to leave. Zhou Yi wanted to call after them, but it was like they didn't hear him. In just a few steps, they vanished from sight. He sighed. So be it. Turning back to his team, he said, all right then, let's give this training everything we've got and prepare to crush the exchange tournament challenge. Yeah, they all roared in unison. Time flew by. On a seemingly ordinary day, in front of the dungeon gate, a random player sighed. Man, the nightmare-level goblin instance is just too tough. You're telling me? Another replied. I've failed twice already. Just can't get past the boss. If nightmare level is this bad, I can't even imagine how insane the abyss level must be. Just as he finished his sentence, a voice cut through the chatter. Hey Ling, hi. You think we can clear this abyss level run in under 10 minutes this time? The two players jumped, turning to see a group of 5 laughing as they walked by. The speaker was a girl with flowing dark hair. It was Zhou Yi's team, back to challenge the gate once again. In response to Wei T Tam's question, Tang Lin Hai smiled. After all the training we've done together, plus, with the captain's buffs, 10 minutes should be a piece of cake. You've got a point, Wei T Tam admitted. Besides, Dean Wu personally showed me a few new moves yesterday. Tang Lin Hai grinned. Well then, I'll be looking forward to the show. Once Zhou Yi's team entered the gate, the first player whispered, Who are those guys? Treating an abyss-level run like it's a race. The second player answered, That's the team representing our school in the National Inter-High Freshman Exchange Tournament this year. The first player's jaw dropped. Freshmen? I thought the highest level on our team was 19, but their lowest member is level 20. That's insane. And that guy leading them, he looked seriously strong. The other player pointed to the ranking board with a sigh. Not just strong. Look up. That's Zhou Yi, the guy who holds the #1 clear record. A third player overheard and glanced up at the board, then gasped. Zhou Yi, so that's him. The legend even the masters on the Earth rankings can't beat. About 7 minutes later, deep inside the gate. Go on, you little pests. The gate's boss unleashed its signature move, world-ending meteor fire. But Wei T Tam just laughed, her eyes blazing. I've been waiting for this. Now, shatter. With a fierce battle cry, her fists glowing with red energy, she charged forward. Her punch completely shattered the boss's attack. With the dean's guidance, she thought, I finally have the power to face you head-on. Suddenly, the boss's voice echoed through the chamber. Weaklings will always be weaklings. Don't think a little progress gives you the right to be arrogant before me. Wei Tai Tam froze for a split second, turning to see a massive fist about to crush her. Tai Tam, get back, Zhou Yi commanded, instantly appearing in front of her. He met the boss's giant fist with his own. In the blink of an eye, the boss's entire arm twisted into pieces. It let out an agonizing roar of pain. My arm! Zhou Yi glanced back at Wei T Tam with a reassuring smile. You did amazing, T Tam. Blocking its first attack alone is a huge feat. Next, let's take it down together. Tang Lin Hai added with a grin. Yeah, take a breather. We've got it from here. The boss howled in pure rage. You insignificant gnats. I'll kill you all. But before it could even move, it was ensnared by brilliant golden chains. A massive current of lightning surged through them, making it shriek in agony. Zhou Yi held the end of a chain, a smirk on his face. Feeling that now, are we? But don't worry. No matter how loud you scream, we have no intention of letting you go. That's right, Song Ha Lan said, her expression hardening as her hands flew through a series of complex seals. Seal heaven, bind earth. A swarm of glowing talismans shot out, plastering themselves all over the boss's body. Next, Tang Lin Hai stepped up. Now, have a taste of the technique my master taught me. Lightning magic, divine thunder's descent. A colossal bolt of lightning crashed down from the sky, striking the boss directly. Finally, Jiang Chunyan dashed forward, shouting, This is the finisher. With one powerful slash, she sent the boss's head flying high into the air. A system notification rang out. Congratulations on clearing the abyss-level gate. Clear time, 8 minutes and 36 seconds. Beginning reward distribution. A moment later, Zhou Yi's team emerged from the gate. Dean Wu was already there, beaming with pride. Incredible. You broke the 9-minute barrier. Your performance this time was flawless. I couldn't find a single fault. Zhou Yi was surprised. Dean Wu, what brings you here? The dean's expression turned serious. I'm here to deliver news. The exchange tournament date has been finalized. It's in 1 week, which means tomorrow, I'm taking all of you to the host location, Qingjing University. At this, Song Ha Lan let out a joyful cheer. Yes, It's finally time. Jiang Chu Nian clenched her fists, her voice filled with excitement. All of our hard work, it's all been for this very moment. Wei Tiashan just laughed. All that training. And now we finally get to cut loose in a real match. But Tang Lingxi was curious. Qingjing University. I wonder what it's really like over there. Meanwhile, Zhou Yi cracked his knuckles, a hungry smile on his face. I'm so bored of grinding dungeon bosses. Finally, a chance to clash with the top geniuses from other schools. The next day, as promised, Wu Meng arrived to escort Zhou Yi's team to the tournament venue. Before leaving, he reminded them, for security, I'll be taking you through the school's dedicated teleportation point, directly to the Qingjing University arena. At the teleportation site, Principal Wang Hui and the academy deans were already waiting. After a formal greeting, the principal addressed the students. You are the best of our freshmen, and you carry our school's honor on your shoulders. We've been champions for 4 straight years. I expect you to bring home our 5th consecutive victory. Sir! Zhou Yi's team answered in perfect unison. With that, Wang Hui ordered Chu Huayang to activate the teleportation array. In the blink of an eye, Zhou Yi's group, along with Wu Meng and Su Mani, arrived at Qingjing University. The speed left Zhou Yi stunned. Wait, we're already at Qingjing University? Weren't the 2 schools over 2 million kilometers apart? He asked. Su Mani smiled and replied, You can thank Dean Chu's magic for that. Otherwise, we'd be stuck on a train for days. But only a 3rd advancement mage has the power to cast a super long-range teleportation spell like this. Just then, a voice called out, Welcome, teachers and students of Suhang University, to Qingjing. It is a tremendous honor to have you here. Wu Meng grinned and walked forward. Old Cheng, what are you doing here? He shook hands warmly with Cheng Yongsun, a 3rd advancement mechanist. When an old friend arrives, I have to come personally to escort you to your quarters. Cheng Yongsun replied with a warm smile. Then his eyes scanned Zhou Yi's team. The rookies you brought this time, they look pretty impressive. I've heard rumors that your school has some freshmen with extraordinary power. Well then, I suppose we'll see each other on the battlefield. You can count on it. After the greetings, Wu Meng turned to his students with instructions. The opening ceremony for the exchange match is on the 10th. The real battles begin right after. You've trained for a month, and you've probably hit your current limits. So for the next few days, no more extreme training. Relax a little. But be warned, Qingjing has a massive influx of visitors right now, so there might be spies from other races mixed in. Whenever our most gifted gather like this, you can bet demons from other races will try to assassinate human geniuses. Alright, that's all for today. You can go out and explore, but you must be mindful of your safety. With that settled, a robot guided Zhou Yi's team to their private, pre-arranged rooms to rest. Welcome to the Qingjing University residential area. If you require any assistance, you may call on me at any time, the support bot stated. No need, but I have to say, the service here at Qingjing is pretty novel. Zhou Yi stood by the window, gazing at the city for a moment before opening his system panel. He spent all his accumulated experience points, smoothly leveling up to 23 and gaining 20 free attribute points and 20 skill points. Still so far from level 24. And a lot of my skills are still just C and B grade. After reaching 2nd advancement, the skills a Divine Knight can learn must be at least B+ or higher. I could even learn the A+ skill, Knight's Orb. The Light Orb can enhance my teammates' stats, while the Dark Orb can unleash a devastating blow on the enemy. And as for 3rd advancement, that's still way too far off. For now, I should just focus on completing the system's achievement mission for this event. 1 week later, the 157th National University Freshman Exchange Tournament of Zhongsha officially began. The very first match was between the students of Suhang University and Rongyang University. The electrifying atmosphere in the massive stadium left Zhou Yi in awe. No wonder everyone wants to compete in the National Exchange Tournament. A spectacle like this is absolutely insane. Jiang Churan, standing beside him, added, and this is just the opening ceremony. By the time the finals start, the number of spectators will at least double. While Zhou Yi's team was buzzing with excitement, their opponents on the other side of the field weren't so thrilled. What rotten luck. We drew Suhang University right off the bat. Nothing we can do. Our luck's just bad. We're just the stepping stone on their path to victory. Suhang University won the whole thing last year. Anyone who faces them is doomed. Hearing his teammates' despair, their brown-haired captain snorted. What are you scared of? We ranked in the top 30 last year. We can at least put up a decent fight. At the same time, chatter erupted from the stands. That Divine Knight in the back looks like he's level 23. He is. That level is high enough to completely dominate the others. Good thing he's just a support class. If he were an attacker, he'd be an even bigger nightmare. Looks like Rongyang University's defeat is already sealed. Now we just have to see how many trump cards they can force Suhang's team to reveal. Down on the arena floor, the The brown-haired captain had also noticed Zhou Yi's level. He was terrified, but he forced himself to speak. Suhong University's team is certainly skilled, but on the battlefield, level isn't everything. The teams took their positions as the arena was constructed and defensive fields were raised. The robot announcer initiated the countdown. Just as the 3-second timer ended, the Rongyang students prepared to charge, but their captain stopped them. Let's play it safe. We'll start with defense and see what tricks they have up their sleeves. In that exact moment, he saw the enemy's divine knight simply wave his hand. A brilliant halo of light instantly enveloped the entire Suhong University team. In the blink of an eye, all of their stats began to skyrocket. The audience gasped in shock. He cast several buff skills in just a few short seconds. Can you even believe that? Zhou Yi, the divine knight, truly lives up to his name as Suhong's captain. Even Cheng Yongshun was taken aback. Old Wu, that divine knight captain of yours, Zhou Yi, is something else. If he keeps this up, your team's collective strength has already increased by 50%. Wu Mang just smiled with pride. The divine knight is a hidden class. Its greatest effect is casting wide area enhancements on the battlefield. In a small team battle like this, its performance is obviously just as terrifying. Cheng Yongshun fell silent, thinking to himself, good thing my school's team has a few aces up its sleeve. Otherwise, dealing with Zhou Yi alone would be a total nightmare. Let's see if Rongyang's response is worth learning from. Unfortunately, in the eyes of the Rongyang team, Zhou Yi's group now looked like a squad of demons. One of them was shaking so badly he dropped his weapon. Captain, what's the plan? The captain's face was drained of all color, but he forced out the words. I can probably block them. After observing the situation, Zhou Yi let out a disdainful smirk. It seems our opponents are nothing special. In that case, let's stick to the simplest plan. Everyone, attack directly. We'll crush them in a single strike. Understood. Jiang Churan and Song Halan replied in unison. Getting the order, an excited Tang Lingxi created a blazing orb of fire. Captain, let me take the first shot this time. Instantly, Tang Lingxi unleashed countless fire arrows toward the Rongyang team with her fire magic long arrow skill. The sudden assault forced the Rongyang team to grit their teeth and throw up a defensive barrier, the shield of holy light. The Rongyang captain grunted as he held the line. We defended it. See? They're not so tough after. Suddenly, his teammate behind him screamed, his face pale. Captain, another one is coming! Right before their eyes, Wei Tiashan was charging straight at them, her eyes blazing with fighting spirit. Her fist, radiating raw power, slammed into their defensive shield and shattered it completely. But she wasn't done yet. Jiang Churan rained down countless sword strikes from above, the demonic annulus. Then, a torrent of lightning energy followed. The relentless assault created a massive explosion. Their overwhelming barrage completely crushed the team from Vinduang University. Seeing their opponents unable to fight back, the system's voice rang out, "This battle is over. You are victorious." Suhong University takes the win. The system's drone hovered high above, announcing, "Thank you to both teams for that spectacular battle. Please wait a moment. The next team match will begin shortly." The moment the match ended, Jiang Churan started to complain. "My opponent is a warrior, but I'm in match 27. I'll be waiting forever." Song Xiaolan sighed beside her. "I've got it even worse. Match 45. What century will that be?" Hearing this, Chu Yi chimed in with a grin. "I'm match number 6, against a swordsman. Looks like my luck isn't half bad. I'll be up in the second round." Jiang Churan and Song Xiaolan could only look on with envy. Meanwhile, in the stands, the crowd was buzzing with whispers. Chu Yi didn't even have to lift a finger in the last match. I really want to see what he's actually capable of. Can a support class Holy Knight really compete in a solo tournament? I bet he's hiding his true power. After all, he is the team captain. And just like that, it was time for Chu Yi's match. The crowd erupted with excitement, chanting, Chu Yi, go, Liu Ge. As the two fighters stepped onto the stage, the system began its introduction. Solo tournament, match number 9, Chu Yi from Suhong University versus Liu Qiang from Chuanan University. Contestants, prepare yourselves. The match is about to begin. Chu Yi's opponent was Liu Qiang, a level 18 swordsman from Chuanan University. Liu Qiang smirked, thinking to himself, just a support class? Looks like my luck is pretty good, getting such an easy win right off the bat. Behind him, Liu Qiang's friends started chatting. Liu Ge's opponent is the captain of Suhong University. That's right, this is going to be an intense fight. Ha ha! A Holy Knight is just support! Liu Ge is gonna steamroll him! Not keeping the audience waiting, the system began the countdown. 3, 2, 1, begin. The moment the match began, Liu Qiang lunged forward, sword raised. He sneered, "If you surrender now, I might let you lose with a little bit of dignity." But Chu Yi just laughed nonchalantly. "Haha, you want me to surrender? Where do you get the nerve to talk so big in front of me?" Enraged, Liu Qiang slashed down with his sword, roaring, "You little punk, I'll teach you to be arrogant." Scorching flame rush, but Chu Yi effortlessly dodged every single strike. His speed stunned Liu Qiang, who could only gasp. "He's so fast," he scoffed. "But this is where it ends." Suddenly, his feet were trapped in ice. He stared in utter confusion. "Huh?" When he looked up, Chu Yi was already rushing in, fist raised high. Liu Qiang cursed under his breath. Damn it! So he resorts to cheap tricks, but with a burst of fire magic, he instantly melted the ice, trapping his feet. Furious, Liu Qiang charged forward with a powerful slash, yelling, "Pathetic worm!" Unbelievably, Chu Yi blocked the blade with his bare hand. Liu Qiang's mind went blank. He blocked it? In the next instant, Chu Yi drove a powerful fist straight into his gut. He screamed in disbelief. Impossible! The force of the blow sent Liu Qiang flying dozens of meters. The crowd was in shock. Whoa, what just happened? Their captain got sent flying just like that? I didn't even see Chu Yi's attack. One of the instructors sighed. His opponent is the captain of Suheng University. Liu Qiang was far too arrogant and underestimated him. Even though he's a support class, his actual combat power should never be underestimated. As the dust settled, Liu Qiang was revealed, his face covered in blood. His body was completely immobilized. The system's drone quickly scanned him before making the call. Liu Qiang is unable to continue the battle. The winner is Chu Yi. Chu Yi lowered his fist and said with contempt, "Pathetic. He couldn't even block a single one of my C-rank skill punches." Hearing this, the entire stadium erupted. Damn, what a terrifying punch. He dominated his opponent in just a few moves. It's unbelievable. Ha ha ha, and that might not even be his full strength. Elsewhere, instructor Chu Yu from Qingjing University exclaimed in shock. "It's only been a few months since I tried to recruit him in Lijiang. How has Chu Yi's power skyrocketed this fast?" Dean Cheng smiled beside her. "Miss Chu, from the sound of it, Chu Yi was almost one of our students." Chu Yu said regretfully, "That's right. If I had known back then, I would have fought tooth and nail to recruit a top scorer like him." Sigh. "If we had Chu Yi on our team now, we'd be unstoppable, wouldn't we?" Meanwhile, Xiaolan, a level 19 archer, watched Chu Yi with keen interest. "So Chu Yi is that special guy Xiaoran was talking about. His power really is impressive. I can't believe he's proficient in support, close combat, and magic." However, Chu Xiaobai, a level 18 priest, had a worried look on her face. She thought, something is not right about the speed of Chu Yi's ice skill. Not even the ice mages in my own clan can cast that fast. Suddenly, her bracelet began to glow. Chu Xiaobai was stunned. Wait, this is the family treasure reacting. Could he be an awakener of the frost bloodline? Noticing her friend's silent shock, Xiaolan turned to her. "Xiaobai? Is something wrong?" Startled, Chu Xiaobai quickly covered her bracelet. I'm fine." Then she immediately made an excuse to leave. "Sister Lan, something urgent just came up. I have to head back first." Her strange behavior left Xiaolan completely bewildered. Okay. Chu Xiaobai hurried to a secluded spot and called Chu Heng. The phone barely rang once before Chu Heng answered. "Xiaobai, isn't today your tournament? Why are you calling me in the middle of it? And you're using the secure company line?" The moment she heard his voice, Chu Xiaobai spoke urgently. "Dad, I found an awakener of the frost bloodline, and his last name is also Chu. The purity of Chu Yi's bloodline is over 70%. Hearing this, Chu Heng was completely stunned. He asked frantically, "Are you sure? A frost bloodline with such a high purity?" Chu Xiaobai replied, "I'm 80% certain, but to know for sure, I'll need to get closer to him." Chu Heng calmed himself, pushing up his glasses. "All right, find a chance to let me meet this Chu Yi. I'll start running a background check on my end immediately, to see if this boy is really from our Chu clan." After hanging up, Chu Heng rose and stared out the window, his heart filled with a glimmer of hope. Chu Yi, a frost bloodline. If this is true, then perhaps our Tianlan Chu clan can finally be saved. Back in the arena, the right side of the stands was roaring, "Shu Yi! Shu Yi!" But the left side was just as loud, screaming, "Li Zin! Li Zin!" A student next to Li Xin laughed. "Brother Xin, don't show him any mercy later." Li Xin gave a vicious smile. "Don't worry. My only concern is that Chu Yi won't be strong enough to even make me use my full power." But Wei He, standing beside them, offered a word of caution. "Xiaoxin, you need to be careful. Chu Yi is incredibly strong. Even I can sense an extremely dangerous aura coming from him." Li Xin's expression immediately turned serious. "Brother Wei, I understand." In the next moment, Li Xin unleashed his power. The student next to him gasped in admiration. "As expected of Brother Xin, that pressure is incredible. That's his level 18, Armor of the Rushing Wind. Chu Yi probably won't even be able to lay a finger on him." Another student chimed in. "That's right. Let's hope Chu Yi doesn't get beaten so badly he starts crying. As the match was about to begin, the stadium exploded with cheers. Chu Yi is the strongest. Go Chu Yi! Chu Yi! From Suhong University, Modu University's Li Xin. Go! Go! Just then, Chu Heng arrived. Breathing heavily, he said, "Good. I made it in time." Chu Donger looked around, fascinated. Wow, this stadium is just as impressive as our own clan's training grounds. Just as Chu Yi appeared behind them, Chu Donger spotted him instantly. She spun around excitedly, calling out to her sister before rushing forward to pull Chu Yi into a hug. As Chu Yi held her, he asked with a puzzled look, "Father, Donger, what are you two doing here?" Chu Heng answered calmly. What else could it be but to investigate Chu Yi's identity? He could very well be from the main bloodline, scattered during the Dark Ages. When the clan head learned a member had awakened the Frost bloodline, he sent me to verify it. It's also a chance to let your sister witness the power of Suhong's #1 freshman. Suddenly, Chu Donger pouted, grumbling unhappily. What's so amazing about a support class holy knight? There's nothing to see here. Chu Xiaobai quickly corrected her with a serious tone. Donger, that's the wrong way to think. So what if he's a holy knight? If Chu Yi's bloodline purity really exceeds 70%, he's fully qualified to unlock our clan's hidden class. Hearing this, Chu Donger asked eagerly, Sister, among the younger generation of our main branch, the highest bloodline concentration is only 40%, right? So is Chu Yi's 70% purity really that incredible? Suddenly, Chu Heng's voice boomed. Donger, I told you before we came here to show Chu Yi some respect. By seniority, you should even call him your older brother. Chu Donger shot back in annoyance. Even if he is one of us, if he wants to be my brother, he'll have to prove he's strong enough for that title. Chu Xiaobai quickly stepped in to smooth things over. All right, now that father is here, we'll know the truth once he tests Chu Yi's bloodline. For now, let's just quietly watch his match. Finally, Chu Donger relented. Fine. At that moment, the system's voice echoed through the arena. The first match of the third round in the singles tournament is about to begin. Will our two contestants please enter the arena? Li Xin from Mado University and Chu Yi from Suhong University. Li Xin appeared, completely encased in armor. He spoke with confidence. I was planning to go with light gear and finish you quickly, but my captain said you're strong, so I guess I have to take this seriously. Chu Yi calmly replied, Oh, well, good luck with that. Chu Yi observed Li Xin for a few seconds, thinking to himself, he was able to gauge my true strength. It seems the captain of Mado University is no slouch. But then, he stared at Li Xin and thought, turns out he's only level 18, a whole 5 levels below me. I'm afraid a single punishment of light would knock him out instantly. Li Xin, a level 18 martial artist from Mado, was already in his fighting stance. But under Chu Yi's gaze, a shiver ran down his spine. Facing Li Xin like this was giving Chu Yi a headache. Tomorrow's team battle is against Qingjing University. I have to hold back in this match. I can't reveal too much of my power. Close combat will have to be my only option. This feeling of being restrained was really annoying. Seeing both fighters were ready, the system announced, Contestants, prepare yourselves. The match officially begins in 3, 2, 1. The moment it began, Chu Yi unleashed Blessing of Protection, creating a massive flash of brilliant light. The glare shot directly at Li Xin, forcing him to shield his eyes. This display only made Li Xin more contemptuous. You've got some flair, I'll give you that, but it's all for show. Instantly, Li Xin charged towards Chu Yi. He arrogantly launched a low kick, but Chu Yi blocked it effortlessly. Is that all? Chu Yi thought. He immediately countered with a devastating light strike elbow. The blow forced Li Xin to hastily raise his arm guard to block. Pain shot through him as he thought, that hurts! Why does it feel like my gear is completely useless? But the block didn't last. Chu Yi's next strike sent Li Xin flying. His body slammed hard against the barrier wall. The entire audience was stunned. A martial artist was being completely overwhelmed by a support class. You really do see everything if you live long enough. What is going on? Chu Yi actually injured Li Xin. Li Xin's awakened talent was the A-rank Steel Bones. His defense should be far superior to Chu Yi's. After the brutal hit, Li Xin got back on his feet and demanded, Are you sure you're not from a martial arts family? Otherwise, how could your fighting skills be so much stronger than mine? Chu Yi simply flexed his arm and replied, Nah, not at all. My physique is just a little bit tougher than average. With that, he unleashed a barrage of countless punches, the Holy Fist barrage. Li Xin could only grit his teeth and defend, cursing inwardly, Damn it! His offense is so overwhelming, there's no way for me to escape. Chu Yi's relentless assault forced Li Xin further and further back. Suddenly, Chu Yi's voice turned cold. This ends now. Seeing the punch about to land, Li Xin panicked. There was no way he could block this blow. Instantly, Li Xin screamed in terror. Stop, Chu Yi, I surrender. Hearing this, Chu Yi swiftly redirected his punch to the side. The immense force of the attack still sent Li Xin flying. Li Xin collapsed onto the arena floor in agony. Seeing his armor and body shattered, the system announced, "The winner of this match is Chu Yi." Congratulations to Chu Yi for advancing to the 4th round of the singles tournament. Chu Yi scratched his neck, thinking, "Man, holding back is harder than I thought. I got a little carried away and hit him a bit too hard." The entire stadium was terrified by his power. Gasps erupted from the crowd. "Unbelievable. I never knew a support class Holy Knight could fight like that. A Holy Knight just defeated a martial artist with his bare hands. This is insane." Chu Yi's close quarters combat ability is truly terrifying. Chu Yi slowly walked over to Li Xin's body, extending a benevolent hand to heal him. Holy light art. As 2 medics rushed over, Chu Yi spoke up apologetically. "Sorry about that. He surrendered too late, and I couldn't pull back my strength in time." Walking past a nurse, Chu Yi added, "But I did use a small healing spell to stabilize his injuries. I'll leave the rest to you." The nurse stared blankly and nodded, but when she saw Li Xin's body, she couldn't help but gasp. Ning. Li Xin's trembling form made the nurse exclaim, "His injuries are severe." Li Xin groaned in agony. "Ah, it hurts so much." The 2 medics immediately began first aid. Examining the wounds closely, one nurse said, "This won't heal in 2 or 3 days. I can't believe a holy knight like Chu Yi could cause this much explosive damage." After the match ended, Chu Xiaobai said, "See? I told you Chu Yi's strength is immense, far surpassing the other geniuses his age in our clan." After witnessing the fight, Chu Heng replied with a serious expression. He sent a heavily armored opponent flying with a single punch. That's truly monstrous power. The Frost Bloodline's hidden class in our clan seems to possess a special strength attribute. Chu Yi's overwhelming power had left Chu Donger completely speechless. She let out an embarrassed huff and said, "Fine, I admit he's really strong. Are you happy now?" Her reluctant confession made Chu Heng chuckle. "Ha ha ha, it seems Chu Yi's strength has finally won Donger over." He turned to Chu Xiaobai and said, "Xiaobai, I'll trouble you to arrange a meeting between me and Chu Yi." Chu Xiaobai nodded with a simple, Just then, the system announced the match between Jiang Churan from Suhong University and Jiang Feng. "The battle with Mado University is heating up. The final winner is about to be decided. Let's look forward to it together." Outside the arena, Chu Yi thought to himself, Jiang Feng's strength is even weaker than Li Xin's. Little Ran should win this easily. Just as he predicted, inside the ring, Jiang Feng was at a disadvantage. She thought furiously. "The contestants from Suhong are insane this year. I feel like I'm at my limit. I don't know how many more moves I can take." In contrast, Jiang Churan pressed forward, continuing her relentless assault. She said to herself, "Time to end this quickly." The technique unfolding before her eyes terrified Jiang Feng. Her eyes widened in horror as she screamed. It was Jiang Churan's phantom slash, landing countless blows that pierced through Jiang Feng. Finally, Jiang Feng could take no more and collapsed. The system announced, "Jiang Feng of Mado University is unable to continue. The winner is Jiang Churan." Jiang Churan advances to the 4th round of the singles tournament. The entire stadium is once again shocked by the sheer power of Suhong University. They couldn't believe it. The prodigy from Mado University didn't even stand a chance. "I can't believe Suhong University had another monster besides Zhou Yi. This Jiang Churan is on a whole other level. I wonder what'll happen when their team faces Qingjing University tomorrow. That's gonna be a must-see match." Below the stage, Zhu Yi walked over to praise her. "Xiao Ran, you fought amazingly. That final move was especially awesome." Jiang Churan replied humbly, "I was just lucky. My opponent was pretty weak." Then her tone turned playful. "If I had to face you, brother Zhu Yi, I'd have no choice but to surrender." Zhu Yi just scratched his head, embarrassed. "You're kidding, right? How could I ever fight you?" Suddenly, someone ran up to them. "Student Zhu Yi, please wait a moment." Zhu Yi turned around, confused. "Are you looking for me?" Catching her breath, she introduced herself. "I am Zhu Xiaobai of the Tianlan Zhou Clan. I'm here because you've awakened the Frost Bloodline. To possess a Frost Bloodline with such high purity, you must be a member of our Zhou Clan." Zhu Yi was confused. Frost Bloodline? The Tianlan Zhou Clan? Beside him, Jiang Churan quietly began to explain. "Brother Zhu Yi, I know of the Zhou Clan. They, like my Jiang Clan, are an ancient family. They've been a powerhouse in Tianlan province for hundreds of years. They have a long history, and their strength cannot be underestimated." Jiang Churan continued, "But I've heard that in recent years, fewer and fewer members of the Zhou clan have been able to awaken the Frost Bloodline, so the Zhou clan is desperate for anyone who awakens that power. Brother Zhu Yi, you could probably get a massive amount of cultivation resources from them." Jiang Churan's bluntness made Zhu Xiaobai blush, as she admitted that it was true. But Zhou Yi calmly rejected the idea. No thanks, I don't need any of that. But you claim I'm a member of the Zhou clan. Do you have any proof? Hearing his question, Zhu Xiaobai took out a strange stone and said, as a matter of fact, my father is here as well. He brought the Bloodline identification stone. If you truly are one of us, the stone will resonate with you. Zhou Yi reached out his hand to touch it. All right, let's give it a try. The moment he touched it, a massive power erupted from the stone. Zhu Xiaobai screamed in shock. Zhou Yi, the purity of the frost bloodline you possess is over 90%. But Zhu Yi just smiled calmly. I did feel a sense of kinship with you through my bloodline. I never thought joining a tournament would lead me to discover the origin of my power. After confirming his bloodline, Zhu Xiaobai asked, Student Zhu Yi. No, brother Zhu Yi. My father would like to meet you. Is that all right? Zhu Yi easily agreed. Sure. Zhu Yi turned to Jiang Churan. Xiaoran, you head back first. I'm going with her for a bit. Jiang Churan smiled in reply. Okay, but brother Zhu Yi, don't feel any pressure. The Zhou clan might be big in Tianlan, but there's still no match for my Jiang clan. Zhu Xiaobai immediately shot back. Hey, the Zhou clan is pretty amazing, you know. And with that, Zhu Xiaobai led Zhu Yi to meet Zhu Heng. As they reached the room, she stopped and said, Brother Zhu Yi, my father and my sister are already inside waiting for you. At that moment, Zhu Yi couldn't help but think cynically. When Zhou Yun was gravely ill, during their most difficult times, the Zhou clan never once reached out to help. Now that I've awakened my bloodline, they come knocking on my door. I really don't know what to say. Suddenly, the door opened. Zhu Heng stepped out, saying, You two finally made it. Zhu Xiaobai quickly greeted him. Ah, Zhu Heng walked up to Zhu Yi and introduced himself. Hello, young friend. I am Zhu Heng. Zhu Yi politely shook his hand. Hello, I'm Zhu Yi. Zhu Heng smiled and said, I've heard great things about you. Meeting you in person, you truly are extraordinary. As his own necklace began to glow, Zhu Heng's excitement grew. You actually possess a frost bloodline of such high purity. Realizing his reaction was a bit much, Zhu Heng quickly composed himself. Your father and I shared the same great-grandfather, which makes Xiaobai your distant cousin. It's a tragedy your father passed away so young. Zhu Yi stated flatly, That's all in the past. Let's get to the main point, Zhu Heng said with excitement. Zhu Yi. If you agree to return to the main family branch and reclass into the hidden ice system profession, our Zhou clan will use all of its power and resources, unconditionally, to help you quickly reach your third job advancement. Hearing this, Zhu Yi asked, A hidden profession? But I've already advanced to Holy Knight. Can I even change my class again? Suddenly, Zhu Heng became even more excited. You don't need to worry about that. We've already prepared a top-tier class change item. Besides, with your high-purity frost bloodline, you can unleash the true power of the hidden ice system profession. Zhu Yi started to think seriously. The ultimate support system in his body was already bound to the Holy Knight class, and it was under the guidance of the Holy Light that he was able to grow at a superhuman speed to reach his current level. To him, right now, the so-called hidden class of the Zhou clan was completely worthless. After careful consideration, Zhu Yi asked, From the sound of it, if I don't change my class, there's no way I can receive the Zhou clan's support, is there? Zhu Heng looked shocked but replied, That's not wrong, but once you change your class, our Zhou clan's library of countless skill books will be waiting for you. You'll get massive resources and never have to worry about leveling up again. After hearing him out, Zhu Yi shook his head. Getting massive resources, that does sound nice, but I still choose to refuse. Hearing his rejection, Zhu Heng started to panic. He quickly threw out more offers. After you change your class, all of your skills will be reset. Your skill points will be returned, and your stats won't decrease. Plus, after you join the main branch of the Zhou clan, we guarantee we can get you to level 50 for your third job advancement in less than 6 years. Zhu Yi stood his ground. To be honest, none of the conditions you've offered are appealing to me at all. I can get massive resources from my university, so I don't need to worry about leveling up. Besides, I prefer my current class as a Holy Knight. Zhu Heng was dumbfounded. A Holy Knight is just for support. Our Zhou clan's hidden profession is a top-tier position. Zhu Yi, what is wrong with you? Just for support? Those words struck a nerve, he said angrily. In your eyes, a Holy Knight is just a support profession? That only proves how shallow you all are. As it happens, we have a match against Qingjing University tomorrow. I'll show you what a true Holy Knight is really capable of. Zhu Yi decisively turned and left. Before he walked out, he waved goodbye. Student Xiaobai, I'll be leaving first. We'll see each other tomorrow in the arena. Zhu Xiaobai quickly tried to stop him. Brother Zhou Yi, wait a minute. Seeing that he had left, she turned to question Zhu Heng. Dad, why didn't you try to keep him here? Zhu Heng's face was grim. Just let him go. He still doesn't realize the limits of a holy knight. Tomorrow, after he gets a taste of Qingjing University's true power, it won't be too late for you to talk to him again. Just then, Zhu Dong'er, who was sitting behind the chair, raised her hand. Wait, I have a different opinion. She lifted her head and said, Father, you're all being way too lenient with Zhu Yi. To convince him to join the main branch of the Zhou Clan, do we really need to put in so much effort? Zhu Xiaobai replied nervously, That's because. Zhu Heng helplessly said, Let your father explain this. He explained seriously. The ancestor of our Zhou clan was the first ever awakened professional of the Frost bloodline on this planet. Under the leadership of their ancestor, the Chu Clan rose to formidable power. Generations of descendants awakened the Hanbang bloodline, some even reaching the legendary third transformation. But everything changed. With the dawn of the Dark Era, Chu Heng explained that during the Dark Era, countless demons invaded from another world. The Chu Clan's ancestor led their strongest warriors to the front lines. But on a deep assault into enemy territory, the ancestor vanished without a trace. Without their ancestor's protection, all of the third transformation elders fell in a final, desperate battle against the otherworldly invaders. Although 5 elders managed to resurrect themselves through a forbidden art, they were afflicted by an eternal curse from a demon lord. Chu Heng sat down heavily, his voice low. Ever since that day, the Hanbang bloodline awakening rate for our descendants plummeted to less than 1% of what it once was. This eternal curse is absolutely vicious. It can't be purified or diluted simply by continuing the bloodline. With no true successors, the Chu clan appears strong on the outside, he explained with a faint smile. But in reality, we're unbelievably fragile. That's why, if Chu Yi, with his incredibly pure Hanbang bloodline, returns to the main family, we will pour the entire clan's resources into cultivating him. In the future, Chu Yi's power could even rival that of our great ancestor. He stated seriously, right now, Chu Yi is riding a winning streak in the solo matches. His confidence is at its peak. But once he faces the team from Qingjing University, he'll understand that our Chu clan is the only key to unlocking his true potential. Chu Dongni asked curiously, Dad, what if? What if Chu Yi actually wins? Chu Heng hesitated. Well, that's... Just then, Chu Xiaobai came over and ruffled her hair. Hey, since when did you start cheering for Chu Yi? Tomorrow is your sister's match too, you know. Chu Dongni sniffled. I was just saying what if. The next day, the arena was electric. The crowd buzzed with anticipation. Dude, you're here for the Suhang versus Qingjing University showdown too, right? Of course. This is the top-tier university team battle. I can't believe we're getting a finals-level match in only the 3rd round. This is insane, the crowd chattered excitedly. I wonder if Chu Yi can keep his winning streak alive against Qingjing University. Qingjing has the home field advantage this time. I've got a bad feeling about this. Sitting in the back, Chu Dongni thought worriedly. The odds are definitely in their favor, but brother Chu Yi, no, Chu Yi, can he really pull off a victory? Just then, the system announcement echoed through the stadium. Will the representative teams from Qingjing University and Suhang University please enter the arena? As the 2 teams walked out, the stands erupted in a deafening roar. Shu Hang! Shu Hang! The moment he stepped onto the stage, Chu Yi instantly activated his Mystic Light War Halberd skill. A colossal weapon materialized and slammed into the arena floor. The sight of it sent a shockwave through the crowd. A War Halberd. So Su Heng's team captain Chu Yi is a weapon user. I guess that's not surprising for a holy knight, but his entire aura, it feels completely different. Yeah, even from hundreds of meters away, his presence is giving me chills. Chu Dongni's eyes widened in disbelief. The power Chu Yi is giving off today. Why does it feel several times stronger than before? Chu Heng muttered in suspicion. You mean, he wasn't even using his full strength until now? At that moment, Li Yuan, a level 22 warrior, spoke up. What's Chu Yi thinking, standing so far out front? Does he actually plan on being the main damage dealer? Halan, a level 19 marksman, replied. Based on his performance in the solo matches yesterday, playing the DPS role is totally believable. Chu Xiaobai, a level 18 priestess, reminded them. Besides, Chu Yi's level is the highest among all our freshman contestants this year. Lu Zhou, a level 20 mage, scoffed. He's just a holy knight with some damage skills. What good is a high level? Wang Xuan, a level 22 mechanic, added with a contemptuous smirk. As a team captain, that level of strength is honestly pathetic. Li Yuan's voice turned grim. Last year, Suhang University crushed us in the team battle. Everything we worked for went down the drain, and we lost first place. He coldly slammed his sword into the ground. This year, our opponent is Suhang University again, Li Yuan growled. So give me 100%. When the match starts, I want you to go all out. I don't care if you injure them, or even cripple them. No problem, they answered in unison. On the sidelines, Dean Cheng strolled over to Wu Mang with a smug smile. Yo, old Wu, your boy Chu Yi has to be the tank and the damage dealer. Think he can handle that kind of pressure? Don't spread him so thin that you lose everything. Wu Mang just laughed. Haha, you don't need to worry about us. In the arena, strength is the only thing that matters, and I have complete faith in my student. Wu Mang's confident attitude gave Dean Cheng a strange feeling of unease. First-year students usually have very limited skill points. A jack of all trades is a master of none. Could that old fox Wu be hiding some kind of trump card? In the arena, Chu Yi spoke seriously. All right, once the match starts, we'll do it just like in training. I'll lead the attack. You guys back me up and react as needed, Wang Tiexin said excitedly. Ha ha ha, with Brother Yi going all out, we can finally just coast to a win. Even if it's Qingjing University, this'll be an easy victory. But Chu Yi turned back to caution them. Still, be careful. We're up against last year's runner-up after all. If anyone gets hurt, fall back to me immediately. I'll heal you up. Got it. The team responded as one. Then, the system's countdown began. 3, 2, 1. Match start. The second the match began, Chu Yi declared, I'm going in. As he charged forward, a flurry of skills activated around him. God's grace, blessing of protection, blessing of agility, blessing of courage. On the massive screen, the commentator's voice boomed. Facing Qingjing University, Su Hang's Chu Yi shows zero hesitation. He's chosen to charge straight at the enemy. The crowd is going wild. When two teams are this evenly matched, shouldn't they start with some long-range attacks to test the waters? This is a clear sign of Chu Yi's absolute confidence in his own power. Look at that! He's casting multiple buffs while sprinting. That requires insane mastery. Seeing this, Li Yuan's face twisted into a vicious grin. Humph, in such a hurry to die? Perfect. We've prepared our strongest long-range assault just for you. Behind him, Halan was already drawing her massive bow. In an instant, she let loose a volley of arrows. Choking arrows! The projectiles screamed through the air, heading straight for Chu Yi. But facing the attack, Chu Yi didn't even flinch. The arrows closed in on him. Halan smirked confidently. My A-rank skill, choking arrows, locks onto a target's every possible escape route, without a tank to block for you. Chu Yi, let's see how you stop this. As the arrows were about to hit, Chu Yi just clicked his tongue. How annoying. He casually reached out and crushed the enchanted arrow with his bare hand. The sight left Halan completely stunned. What? He shattered my choking arrow with his bare hands? That's an A-rank skill, and I've even leveled it up to 8. Beside her, Li Yuan let out a cold snort. He's just a holy knight playing DPS. He must have poured all his stats into defense. But this is where it ends. Once Lu Zhou finishes casting his spell, let's see how you block that. At that moment, immense power gathered around Lu Zhou's staff. He unleashed the energy with a roar. Chu Yi, take this, my ultimate attack! A massive phoenix made of pure fire materialized in the air. Extreme Fire Phoenix. The fiery bird targeted Chu Yi and unleashed a torrent of flame from its beak. Fire Phoenix Breath. Chu Yi leaped back, dodging the initial blast. But Lu Zhou wasn't done yet. Extreme Fire Phoenix. Blazing Impact. As the massive phoenix dove towards him, Chu Yi stood his ground calmly. Is that just fire? Lu Zhou roared in fury. He's not even trying to run. Looks like I'll be the one to take Chu Yi down. In the stands, the crowd was in awe. No way! That's the top player from Qingjing. That Extreme Fire Phoenix is an A+ rank skill. A skill that powerful. The arena can't possibly contain it. How will Chu Yi even respond to this? He's charging forward alone. That's just pure arrogance. From the stands, Chu Yu sneered. If he's smart, Chu Yi should just run. He could use his speed advantage to fall back and regroup with his team on defense. Hearing this, Sume let out a laugh. Run away? Chu Yu snapped. Sume, what's so funny? Sume calmly replied. My apologies. The idea that a mere A+ rank skill could make Chu Yi retreat. I just found it amusing. Chu Yu fumed. Humph. You'll be crying when Chu Yi loses, Sume simply replied. Is that so? I just hope you actually have the power to back up that talk. Down in the arena, the sight of Chu Yi advancing sent a shockwave through the crowd. Chu Yu was baffled. What in the world is happening? Suddenly, an immense power exploded from Chu Yi's body. His current status was revealed, the A-rank Holy Flame Halo. The halo condensed a divine flame, granting him the ability to manipulate the fire element itself. It also buffed him and his nearby allies, boosting fire skill damage by 20% for a set time. Chu Yi commanded with absolute confidence, Holy Flame Halo, absorb it all! Lu Zhou screamed in disbelief. How is this possible? The phoenix was drawn towards Chu Yi, who told the small firebird, "Come now, become my power." Instantly, the phoenix was completely subdued by him. From the sidelines, Song Halan declared proudly, "It seems Qingjing University completely underestimated the true caliber of our Holy Knight captain." Jiang Turan added, "Not even Shenling Feng's flame dragon bloodline could harm brother Chu Yi, let alone a simple fire skill like this." The phoenix was now held firmly in Chu Yi's hand. He smirked. "So sorry to disappoint you all. I possess the Holy Flame Halo, which also lets me manipulate the fire element." In the stands, everyone's eyes were wide with shock. Someone gasped, "A god! I think I just felt the aura of a divine being. This is terrifying. To think Chu Yi obtained such a powerful god-gifted skill. Chu Yi could truly be called Yi the God." Chu Yi was just as stunned, demanding furiously, "A god-gifted skill? How could he possibly have a god-gifted skill? Even third-class advancement professionals can't obtain the Holy Flame Halo easily. How in the world did he get it?" Su-mei smiled. "Perhaps Chu Yi is just lucky. After all, it's normal for a genius to have a fateful encounter." Chu Yi shot back, "Don't get cocky. We still have plenty of aces up our sleeves." Su-mei just shrugged. "And I'll say it again. I hope you actually have the power to back that up." Su-mei's casual dismissal was driving Chu Yi insane. Meanwhile, Chu Donger watched Chu Yi with eyes full of admiration. She asked, "Dad, what's a god-gifted skill? Why is everyone so worked up?" Chu Heng replied, "Because a god-gifted skill is the most special kind of ability there is." He explained, "It can't be learned from any skill book, nor can it be passed down through inheritance. Only a professional who has received a blessing from a god is worthy of obtaining one. It's obvious. Chu Yi's Holy Flame Halo was bestowed upon him by the God of Light himself." Chu Heng recalled the past. "Our Chu family has the Frost bloodline. Many of us were followers of the Frost goddess, but after our bloodline was cursed, her blessings vanished." He lowered his head, his voice filled with despair. "Therefore, professionals worthy of a god's blessing possess unimaginable potential. The conditions we offered him were likely insignificant to someone like Chu Yi." Chu Donger whispered, "So, our trip here was for nothing." But Chu Heng's voice was firm. "No, there's still a chance. After the match, I will negotiate with Chu Yi myself. He could be the hope for the Chu family's restoration. I will not give up so easily." Back on the battlefield, Lu Zhou stared at Chu Yi, his mind reeling. How could this happen? My extreme fire phoenix. How is it just gone? Seeing Lu Zhou's shell-shocked state, Li Yuan clapped him on the shoulder. "I don't know how he did it either. But one thing is clear. Fire-based magic is completely useless against him. Lu Zhou, don't lose hope. Hit him with a different elemental skill." He immediately snapped back to reality and nodded. Li Yuan raised his sword high and issued his command. "Halan, continue using ranged attacks to stop his advance. We absolutely cannot let him break through our formation." "No problem," Halan replied, loosing a volley of arrows. Lu Zhou, his fighting spirit reignited, launched his own attack. A cunning smile spread across his face. "Chu Yi, don't get too comfortable. We've got a little something for you." Instantly, a massive stone wall erupted, blocking Chu Yi's view. Lu Zhou roared, "Rock Fortress Wall!" At the same time, Halan's arrows rained down from the side. Gale Arrow Rain! Chu Yi's expression was grim. "You think this is enough to stop me? A good strategy. But you're still far too naive." Standing his ground, Chu Yi simply raised a hand. Holy Light Heart Shield. In an instant, a barrier materialized, disintegrating every arrow that approached. Chu Xiaobai was shocked by the display. That's the AC rank Holy Light Heart Shield, and by the looks of it, it's a very high level. Even Halan was forced to admire his skill. Chu Yi's defense is perfect. But at least we've stopped his momentum. Chu Yi smirked. "It's true you've interrupted my rhythm. I guess I'll have to use a ranged skill of my own to shatter your little formation." Suddenly, Li Yuan sensed a terrifying change in the air. He screamed, "This is bad! Everyone fall back!" But it was too late. Chu Yi had unleashed a massive vortex of fire that swept through the area. "Holy Flame Storm!" Li Yuan leaped back, yelling, "Get clear of it! That thing destroys everything in its path. Its destructive power is overwhelming." Halan dodged frantically, terrified. A holy flame storm of this magnitude. If she got caught inside, she'd be eliminated on the spot. Suddenly, Li Yuan cried out, "Wait, where's Lu Zhou? Don't tell me he's still in there." He was. Lu Zhou was using every ounce of strength to hold on inside the vortex. He cursed, "Damn it, is this guy really a holy knight? The elemental skills he's using are even more terrifying than those of a mage like me." Seeing Lu Zhou was still hanging on, Chu Yi's lips curled into a smirk. "Looks like the fire isn't hot enough. But don't worry. I did absorb your extreme fire phoenix completely, after all." As the flames intensified, Lu Zhou's shield began to crack and shatter. Chu Yi's voice was like ice. Burn. Inside the vortex, Lu Zhou screamed in hopeless agony. His scepter slipped from his hand, shattering as it hit the floor. When the storm subsided, Lu Zhou's body was charred black. He collapsed in pain, moaning, "Help, help me." But Chu Yi was just getting warmed up, a look of disappointment on his face. "Tch, to think I couldn't finish you in one go. You won't be so lucky next time." His sheer arrogance sent Li Yuan into a rage. He roared, "You insolent bastard! Xiaobai, heal Lu Zhou now." "I will deal with Chu Yi," Chu Xiaobai immediately acknowledged. Chu Yi raised his mace and grinned. Perfect timing. A golden beam of light shot straight for Li Yuan. Radiant slash. But Li Yuan stood his ground, a look of contempt on his face. "Humph. Watch me block this head on." Just as the attack was about to connect, Li Yuan activated his defense. "Aegis shield!" Seeing the massive shield floating in midair, Chu Xiaobai gasped. "That's the captain's Aegis!" The radiant slash slammed into the shield, creating a colossal explosion. After the blast, Li Yuan fell to one knee, panting heavily. He couldn't help but think, this Chu Yi's power, it's truly on another level. No wonder Li Xin's steel talent is so OP. Even his basic punches were impossible to defend against. Suddenly, a fire ignited in Li Yuan's eyes as he roared, "But I am no pushover!" He instantly launched a counterattack. Raging Chi slash. Chu Yi just casually swatted the attack away with his mace. He sneered, "All flash, no substance." Seeing his attack get destroyed in an instant, Li Yuan was stunned. How is that possible? How did he just block that head on? My slash can normally take out a level 20 gold rank magic beast. Li Yuan refused to give up, charging forward with his sword. "I don't believe it." Chu Yi moved again. Just as Li Yuan leaped into the air for a downward slash, Chu Yi met the attack with his mace. "Humph, then I'll just beat you into submission." The clash of their weapons created a massive shockwave of power. Li Yuan's strength was actually thrilling for Chu Yi. He grinned with excitement. "Now this is more like it. You really live up to your title as the captain of Qingjing University. You're the first person my age who can match me in a direct power clash." Li Yuan struggled to block, growing more frustrated by the second. "Damn it, Chu Yi's attribute power is even higher than mine. If this keeps up, my stamina is going to completely give out." In the very next second, Chu Yi sent Li Yuan's sword flying from his hands. He yelled angrily, "You can't even hold on to your own weapon. Are you already out of gas?" Chu Yi lunged toward Li Yuan, shouting, "Get back!" Li Yuan was completely frozen. "This is bad. There's no time to dodge." In that critical moment, a shield appeared, protecting Li Yuan from the fatal blow. Having his attack blocked left a sour taste in Chu Yi's mouth. My guaranteed hit attack was just stopped. At that same moment, a giant robot appeared high above him. He quickly spun around and threw up a shield. "Holy Light Guardian!" But the mech's horn cracked the barrier on impact. In an instant, Chu Yi's defensive shield was shattered. He furiously launched an attack of his own. "Break for me." After the strike, Chu Yi landed back on the ground. He silently sized up the situation. "Damn, this robot's sneak attack is seriously powerful." My level 9 Holy Light Guardian was shattered in a single hit. Li Yuan stood up, panting heavily. Seeing Wang Xuan had saved him, he quickly said his thanks. "Xiao Xuan, thanks for saving my neck." Wang Xuan calmly replied, "It's what I had to do. If I hadn't stepped in, we probably would have lost. Leave Chu Yi to me. You go deal with the others." Wang Xuan slowly began to reveal his skills, saying, "I originally planned on hiding my true strength to deal with Mao University's ace, but I never imagined Chu Yi alone could push our entire team into such a desperate corner." Wang Xuan summoned another robot. This time it was a wasp mecha monster, model GX100, level 21, silver tier. Then, another wave of robots appeared. A lightweight S-type rocket bot, level 21, silver tier. A-B-T, 200 ranger, level 22, silver tier. Seeing the army of mechs before him, Chu Yi was shocked. Wang Xuan is only level 19, but all his robots are around level 21 or 22. In the audience stands, Wu Meng glanced at Dean Cheng and chuckled. "Dean Cheng, it seems your Qingjing University was hiding an ace up its sleeve." Dean Cheng replied confidently, "Of course." He looked toward Wang Xuan with pride and said, "Wang Xuan possesses the S+ rank talent, Heart of the Machine, which lets him create robots at a higher level than himself." Wu Meng said with great interest. "So that's what an S+ rank talent can do. The victory of this team battle now rests on those two." Down on the stage, Chu Yi suddenly smiled and said, "A mechanist's swarm tactics, huh?" His eyes blazed with fighting spirit. Chu Yi said excitedly, "Then let me see just how powerful this little army of yours really is." Enraged, Wang Xuan ordered his robots forward, yelling, "You dare to charge straight into my mechanical army? You must have a death wish." The robots immediately unleashed a hailstorm of bullets, all flying straight toward Chu Yi. Next, the Wasp mecha took to the sky to attack. Finally, tanks in the back began a relentless barrage of cannon fire. Chu Yi quickly threw up a shield to block. Gemini Heart Shield. Chu Yi watched the endless stream of bullets with a cold expression. Suddenly, he uttered a single word, "Go." The shield immediately surged forward, repelling every bullet and pushing back the robots. Next, Chu Yi immediately used his skill Holy Light Cross. A giant cross of light erupted around his body. The surrounding robots began to short-circuit, and in a flash, they all exploded into scrap metal. Wang Xuan watched his robots get blown up and angrily cursed. Damn it, my mechs are made with fire-resistant materials, yet they still couldn't take the hit. Wang Xuan suddenly pulled out a keyboard and declared, "I have plenty more robots at this level." He then slammed one of the keys, and another wave of robots was created. Wang Xuan said furiously, "I refuse to believe your spiritual power is infinite. Charge." At the same time, over with Chu Yi's teammates, Wang Tiexin was effortlessly crushing robots while laughing. Haha, Wang Xuan would have never guessed that Brother Yi specializes in dealing with this kind of situation. Just then, Chu Yi glanced at the system window and made a quick calculation. The timing is perfect. A new skill was ready to be unleashed. Divine Storm. The moment Wang Xuan saw it, he frantically gave an order. It's that terrifying skill again, retreat, but he was a step too late. The Divine Storm had been activated, wiping out every single robot on the battlefield. At the same time, Wang Xuan's screen was flooded with red error messages. Unit 74 connection lost. Wang Xuan gritted his teeth in anger. I've already lost a third of my forces, and we've barely even started. Damn it all. He suddenly took a deep breath and said to himself, it seems swarm tactics are useless against him. I have no choice. I have to use my final trump card. Wang Xuan quickly summoned a colossal machine. Come forth, HX Arbiter. A machine appeared with a jaw full of teeth, looking like a shark ready to unleash an overwhelming wave of power. At the same time, grappling hooks around the HX's body moved upwards. Wang Xuan screamed like a madman. Arbiter, combine! Instantly, the HX opened a hatch, pulling Wang Xuan inside to merge with it. As this happened, the HX's body grew larger and larger, beginning to touch the arena's protective shield. The moment it made contact, the system alarms blared. Facility restrictions detected, urgently upgrading the defensive field's intensity. Seeing the colossal robot, the audience was in an absolute panic. They cried out, "This is just way too over the top!" For the first time in the National University and College Tournament, an epic-grade mechanical creation had appeared. A new monster was born, HX Arbiter, level 23, epic tier. A girl watching the stage couldn't help but marvel. This year's freshmen are all absolute monsters. Down on the field, seeing Wang Xuan bring out his secret weapon, Li Yuan couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ha ha ha! Brother Xuan's Arbiter has finally appeared. Li Yuan looked at Jiang Churan and said, "It's over for you guys now. You're guaranteed to lose." But Jiang Churan ignored his taunt and continued to charge forward to attack. She furiously swung her blade at Li Yuan and shouted, "Humph! Brother Chu Yi will not lose." Li Yuan scrambled backwards to dodge, his voice still dripping with contempt. Still trying? Why even bother? On Chu Yi's side of the fight, Wang Xuan's voice boomed from inside the HX. Mech, Chu Yi, first, let me give you a taste of the Arbiter's overwhelming firepower. A volley of missiles shot out. Chu Yi watched them approach without flinching, calculating his next move. It's a saturation attack. I can't meet it head on. Immediately after, Chu Yi used chunks of rock to launch himself into the air. He nimbly weaved back and forth to dodge the missiles. Chu Yi looked at the missiles flying past him and thought, can't you do anything new? But he didn't realize another missile was streaking toward him from the front. Luckily, Chu Yi twisted his body just in time to dodge. The moment the missile passed him, it immediately detonated. Seeing the sheer destructive power of the blast, Chu Yi couldn't help but feel a chill. That was way too close. From inside the mech, Wang Xuan laughed maniacally. Run! Run away! Wang Xuan launched another relentless assault, asking, this time, you have nowhere left to run, do you? With no other choice, Zhou Yi brandished his mace, shattering the incoming fireballs. At the same time, his opponent reached back and drew a massive sword, swinging it down with a cold single strike. With just one swing, the ground cracked in two. Inside his mech, Wang Xuan's voice taunted him relentlessly. Zhou Yi, is running all you know how to do? He unleashed a flurry of sword strikes, his voice dripping with contempt. Is everyone from Tohang University such a coward? His words struck a nerve, hitting Zhou Yi's pride. He immediately fired back. Running? Fine. Let's settle this head on. Seeing Zhou Yi take the bait, Wang Xuan sneered to himself. He can't even handle a little provocation. What an idiot. He slammed down on a lever, his mind filled with disdain. With that kind of self-control, he's the captain of Tohang? Looks like that university is really going downhill. The Judicator mech swung its sword down again, but this time, Zhou Yi didn't dodge. He met the attack head-on with his mace. The mace sent the massive sword flying. Zhou Yi immediately countered with his own skill. Hand of God! A brilliant light erupted above them, seemingly absorbing everything around it as the Judicator began to crackle with electricity. The match monitoring system blared with alarms. What the hell is going on? The shield's energy is being drained. Suddenly, a voice from the control tower rang out. Initiate emergency protocols. The system drones below quickly flew up, rushing inside the barrier. Each match is monitored by a powerful magic light stone, which can also be used to restore the duel's protective shield. Over where Li Yuan and Jiang Qiran were, that bright flash of light caught her attention. Seeing Li Yuan lunging toward her, Jiang Qiran quickly leaped back to dodge the attack. Jiang Qiran glanced toward Tong Lingxi and screamed, "Fall back!" Elsewhere, Helan's arrows rained down as she and Wang Tiexin were forced into a retreat. The moment Jiang Qiran's words rang out, the two exchanged a look and immediately pulled back. On the other side, Li Yuan also sensed something was wrong. He yelled out an order, "Don't pursue them," but Lu Zhou angrily shot back. "They're running scared. Why wouldn't we chase them?" The Qingjing University team quickly regrouped. Li Yuan stared at the source of the energy and said, "Something's off. This power feels wrong." Just then, a colossal hand of light materialized from the blinding glow. The entire stadium screamed in terror. "What is that thing?" Inside his cockpit, Wang Xuan's face went pale with absolute fear. A divine tier skill. That terrifying aura. It had to be an S-rank skill. Although it was only one rank higher than his A+ grade Judicator, the gap between them was like heaven and earth. But then, a thrill of excitement coursed through him. Wang Xuan yelled, "No! How can I be afraid before we've even fought? It's just a divine skill. I refuse to believe you can beat me." Wang Xuan became one with his mech, launching a frenzied assault. Judicator, limit break mode. The serrated edges of his sword whirred to life. Wang Xuan unleashed a wild storm of slashes, his face a mask of crazed desperation as he executed his final attack. Consecutive slash. A barrage of energy blades shot toward the giant hand. For a second, he thought he'd succeeded, but a flash of light shattered his hopes. The hand descended, crushing the Judicator with overwhelming force. A massive shockwave erupted, sending a wave of destructive energy across the stage. The spectators screamed in panic, reeling from the sheer power of the blast. On the arena floor, robot fragments skittered across the ground toward Zhou Yi. He coolly kicked a piece away. After that single attack, the Judicator was completely destroyed, and Wang Xuan had been defeated. Helan stared in disbelief. "We." She could barely choke out the words. "Lost." Just then, Wang Xuan, writhing in pain, raised a hand and called out, "Zhou Yi." His voice trembled, but the only reply he received was Zhou Yi's cold, retreating back. The entire stadium exploded. Holy crap, that holy light was insane. It was like a nuke went off. The crowd began to chant his name in unison. "Zhou Yi, Zhou Yi, Zhou Yi, Zhou Yi." He walked calmly through the roaring cheers. "Zhou Yi, Zhou Yi!" Rival Dean watched, stunned. An S-rank divine skill, hand of God. It's no wonder our Qingjing University lost. His heart ached with the loss. He truly believed that with Wang Xuan on their side, winning this year's championship would be an easy feat for Qingjing. After watching that fight, Dean Cheng was sweating bullets. He never imagined a monster like Zhou Yi would appear. Close combat, support, magic. He was unbelievably strong in every category. He was completely versatile. Dean Cheng turned to leave, but before he went, he spoke to Dean Wu. "Dean Wu, you have an incredible student at Tohong University. In my 30+ years of teaching, Zhou Yi is the most brilliant I have ever seen," he added with a sigh of regret, "among all the geniuses I've encountered." Dean Wu just smiled in response. In the stands, the crowd cheered for Tohong University and Zhou Yi. "Tohong! Zhou Yi! Tohong!" The cheers were deafening. "Zhou Yi!" Jiang Qiran watched the scene, completely bewildered by the sheer frenzy of it all. Wang Tiexin walked alongside them, grinning. That was too easy. Qingjing University wasn't so tough after all. But Song Helan questioned him. "Easy? Without Zhou Yi, we never would have been able to handle Wang Xuan." Tong Lingxi nodded in agreement. "That's right. A level 23 epic class mech. Without classmate Zhou Yi, we would have lost 100%. Wang Tiexin just laughed. "You're talking about a what-if scenario. The reality is, we do have Brother Yi." Jiang Qiran chuckled. "In another half a year, the stadium will be expanded. This year's freshman tournament arena holds 200,000 spectators," she said cheerfully. "Plus, with all the live broadcasts and the hype from this match, Brother Zhou Yi's name will be famous all across the Xia Nation." Zhou Yi just playfully scolded her. "You're getting more and more informal, you know that?" In another room, a woman was watching the match live on a screen. She made her assessment. "Zhou Yi's strength is quite impressive. She spoke with an air of arrogance. A prodigy like him is exactly the kind of talent our Tianyu guild needs. His level is a bit low, though. We'll have to wait until after his second-class advancement to extend an invitation. A man stepped up beside her and suggested, Tianyu is the top guild in the Xia Nation. Even our logistics staff must be at least level 30 with a second-class advancement. But after this battle, Zhou Yi's combat data will be sent to the top brass of every major guild. By then, won't we have to fight for him? She immediately dismissed his concern. No. The woman's eyes gleamed with interest as she watched Zhou Yi on the screen. With the old guildmaster here, even if we can't recruit him right away, she said confidently. This little junior of mine will eventually become a member of our Tianyu guild. At the hospital, the atmosphere in Wang Xuan's room was tense. Doctors were in a heated discussion. Keep up the recovery arts and the spirit-calming spells. Don't stop. Report before your mana is completely exhausted. Everyone was desperately trying to save Wang Xuan's life. Second team of priests, get ready to relieve the first team. Damn it, how can this holy light be so tyrannical? It even bypassed the dispel magic. Zhou Yi went too far. Just then, Li Wen spoke up. If he hadn't triggered the arena's magic shield, it's hard to say if Xuan would even be alive. The rest of us would have been seriously injured too. The entire team bowed their heads in shame. Li Yuan stepped forward as their representative. Dean, we're sorry. We lost. We failed to live up to the resources the school invested in us. Dean Cheng waved his hand dismissively. This loss isn't your fault. Zhou Yi was simply too powerful. In the end, Qingjing University will have to settle for third place in the team tournament. Hearing this, everyone looked up in shock. Third place? Dean, even though we lost to Tohang, we can still beat Mo University. Yeah, Dean. If we lose to Mo University too, our school will be a laughingstock. This is a crushing humiliation, Dean Cheng said, his eyes on Wang Xuan. Wang Xuan is critically injured, and all 200 of our mechs were lost in that last battle. Our Qingjing University has no one left who can fight Mado University's champion. Lying in his hospital bed, Wang Xuan was consumed by hatred. Zhou Yi. You think you're so tough. You're strong, I'll admit it. But after my second-class advancement, my mechanical heart will finally unleash its true S+ power. Wang Xuan's hands clenched the sheets in pure rage. When that day comes, we will have our final battle. At that exact moment, in another room, Zhou Heng bowed his head to Zhou Yi in a sincere apology. Zhou Yi, I'm sorry. I was truly blind to your abilities. A holy knight can act as support, but they can also possess overwhelming carry potential. Of course, in all my years, I've only seen you, Zhou Yi, capable of such a feat. You, Zhou Yi, are truly a genius, a prodigy seen once in a generation. But Zhou Yi cut straight through the flattery. Mr. Zhou, drop the fake compliments. Say what you came here to say. Zhou Heng chuckled. Someone with real power is always direct. He then got straight to the point. I've already reported this to the clan. The clan head and the council of elders have made a joint promise. As long as you return, they will use the clan's full power and resources to nurture you. Zhou Yi asked, confused. The clan head and the council of elders? Seeing his confusion, Zhou Heng explained, the Zhou clan is massive. Each year, when resources are divided, how much each branch receives depends entirely on their own power. Our vast family is a web of competing factions. The two largest factions are the council of elders and the clan head. Zhou Heng's expression suddenly turned serious as he pushed up his glasses. Under normal circumstances, those two sides would never cooperate. But on the matter of you, Zhou Yi, their goals have perfectly aligned. Zhou Yi was a little taken aback that all this fuss was over him. This actually wasn't a bad deal. With the promise from the Zhou clan's leadership, I won't have to worry about a thing. Returning to the main branch will be complicated, but my mentor is Principal Wang Hui. Even without the clan, I can get resources to level up quickly. Zhou Yi thought carefully. But the most important thing is, I have the ultimate weapon, the system. After thinking it over, Zhou Yi made his decision. I'm afraid I have to disappoint you. I don't plan on changing my class. His answer left Zhou Heng utterly devastated. He asked sorrowfully, is there truly no hope for our Zhou clan to rise again? Seeing the man's despair, Zhou Yi offered a bit of comfort. However, I know someone who possesses the ice bloodline. Perhaps you might consider your clan's hidden class in the future. Zhou Heng slumped against the wall, dejected. It's no use. It's no use. For the Zhou clan's 3 hidden classes, you not only need the ice bloodline, but its concentration has to be incredibly high. An ordinary bloodline isn't nearly enough to complete the class transfer. Zhou Yi pointed at him and asked, my sister's ice bloodline concentration is at least 3 times higher than yours. That should be enough, right? Hearing this, Zhou Heng's eyes lit up with a brilliant fire. He excitedly grabbed Zhou Yi's hands, asking, your sister also awakened the ice bloodline? Suddenly, Zhou Heng burst into thunderous laughter, his spirits soaring once more. This is wonderful. I might actually live to see the Zhou clan rise again. I can finally face our ancestors. The heavens have blessed the Zhou clan. Blessed our clan. Wait, really? Is her bloodline concentration truly 3 times higher than mine? That means her concentration is nearly 10 points. She can choose any of the 3 hidden ice system classes. His crazed expression made Zhou Yi curse inwardly. He's lost his mind. I can't let him get too worked up. Zhou Yi cut in to calm him. Let's not get too excited. Whether or not she chooses to follow the Zhou clan's path, we must ask for her opinion first. Zhou Heng nodded eagerly. Right, whatever you say. When can we go meet your sister? Hearing the question, Zhou Yi fell into deep thought. For me, joining the Zhou clan doesn't offer much of an advantage. First, I can't change my class. Second, I can get all the resources I need from the system and Principal Wang Hui. But for Zhou Yun, this is a completely different story. I can provide her with resources for her training, but it's nothing compared to the full backing of an entire clan. Besides, when our parents were in trouble, the Zhou clan did nothing. For them to compensate Zhou Yun with everything they have now isn't too much to ask. After careful consideration, Zhou Yi decided to call Zhou Yun, his heart pounding with anxiety. I left Xiaokuei with her before the match. I hope he hasn't been mistreated. The moment he called, Zhou Yun picked up. As soon as the video connected, she appeared on screen, hugging Xiaokuei and shouting with glee. Seeing this, Zhou Yi thought to himself, I knew it. She was spinning Xiaokuei in circles, laughing and praising him. That fight was so amazing. It was a total domination. So many girls at my school have a crush on you now, Zhou Yun chattered endlessly. They all want your number, but I'm not giving it to them. My future sister-in-law has to be strong. Like really strong. Super strong. She needs broad shoulders, toned arms, and muscular legs, Zhou Yun said excitedly. She has to be able to lift a sword that weighs hundreds of pounds, but also know how to use a needle to sew you a shirt. Stop joking around. There's something serious I need to tell you. Zhou Yi's tone changed as he explained. A while ago, some people from the Zhou clan came to find me. He gave her a brief introduction. The main branch of the Zhou clan has 3 hidden classes. The Frostfang Archer, the Glacial Bone Swordmaster, and the Ice Purity Mage. The Archer and Swordmaster are physical damage classes. The Ice Purity Mage is a magic user class. Based on your ice bloodline concentration, you can choose any of the 3. Hearing this, Zhou Yun paid close attention. She looked seriously at the 3 images before her, then made her decision, choosing the mage profession. Brother, I'll choose this one. Ice attribute magic attacks feel right for me. Zhou Yi reminded her. Once you accept the Zhou clan's plan, you'll have to go to their territory in Tianlan province for at least 3 to 4 years of training. You need to think this through. Zhou Yun's reply was firm. I've already thought it through. Zhou Yun's voice was filled with emotion. You're shining so brightly, brother. As your sister, I absolutely can't be left behind. She thought to herself, if I can use the clan's resources, I won't have to be a burden on him anymore. After she had made her choice, Zhou Yi made a promise. Once I finish things up here, I'll go with you to Tianlan province. And with that, their conversation came to an end. After talking with Zhou Yun, Zhou Yi headed back to the freshman tournament arena. The announcer's voice boomed over the speakers. Welcome everyone to the 4th round of the National Freshman Exchange Tournament. Today, we will select the top 8 peerless geniuses who will advance to the 5th round of the solo tournament. The system's voice continued. But first, I will announce the rewards provided by the Xiaoyan Professionals Alliance for our top 8 finalists. The system displayed a potion, an S-rank magic potion. The crowd went wild. Holy cow, an S-rank magic potion? As expected from the Xiaoyan Professionals Alliance, they're so generous. Even a 3rd advancement professional would kill for that. Jiang Churan, who was standing beside him, turned and said, Brother Zhou Yi, last year's grand prize was only an S- rank magic potion. Zhou Yi replied, because of the recent crisis, the Alliance needs to cultivate more geniuses. She nodded. You're right. Suddenly, the system's voice boomed again. The rewards for advancing to the top 4 will be an S-rank resource, and for the champion of the solo tournament, a new weapon appeared on the screen. They will win a legendary grade weapon, forged by the Grandmaster Blacksmith of the Xiaoyan Professionals Alliance, Qi Jun himself. This reward even made Zhou Yi's jaw drop. A legendary grade weapon. This is the highest tier of weapon humanity can forge. The prize was so incredible, it made every single competitor's blood boil with desire. That championship has to be mine. With the rewards announced, the system calls all competitors to the arena. Jiang Churan walks ahead, smiling at Chu Yi. Cheer for me, okay, Chu Yi? He gives her a confident nod. Of course she can do it. Just then, Chu Yi's opponent steps onto the stage. The two finally face off. Feng Qiang, clad in armor, speaks first. Chu Yi, I know you're strong. He brandishes his sword and shouts, "But don't think for a second I'm a pushover." A smirk plays on his lips. Normal professionals foolishly chase balanced stats, but he's different. Feng Qiang's confidence is absolute. He poured every single point into strength. His power should be unrivaled. Just then, the system voice rings out. The match begins. The moment the countdown ends, Chu Yi explodes forward with his mace. Feng Qiang rushes to meet him, laughing mockingly. "So you're finally here, Chu Yi. You got the guts to face my power head-on?" He strikes first with a violent slash, and the two colossal forces collide. But in an instant, his blade begins to crack. The next second, Chu Yi's mace shatters the sword to pieces, slamming straight into Feng Qiang. He collapses in agony, his voice laced with disbelief. "How is this possible? I only use strength values. How can your power completely overwhelm mine?" Chu Yi casually rests the mace on his shoulder, scoffing. "Is that all you've got?" The entire stadium erupts. A pure strength build was just dominated by brute force. Just how terrifying is Chu Yi's power? Chu Yi's stats are a complete mystery, making everyone seriously suspect he's a hacker. Down below, his opponent's teammates from Demon Lord University shout in protest. "No way!" In a contest of strength, Big Bro Qiang actually lost. Their leader, Su Qishen, analyzes the situation. With his equipment bonuses, Feng Qiang's strength should be around 370 points. To crush him with one blow like that, Chu Yi's strength must be at least 450. He shudders, recalling the horrifying scene, and that's on top of his ridiculously high intelligence stat. The guy is a monster. The worried leader asks, "Wei He, what are your chances of beating Chu Yi?" Wei He thinks for a moment, then replies, "A 30% chance." At the same time, back on the stage, Feng Qiang struggles to his feet, gritting his teeth. "I haven't lost yet." Feng Qiang forces himself up, roaring, "Bring it on." A knight dies on his feet. He never surrenders. Chu Yi replies, his voice laced with respect, "I respect you for being a real man." Feng Qiang charges forward, unleashing a void slash, but Chu Yi meets him without missing a beat, countering with his penitent mace. The heavy weapon connects with devastating force. Feng Qiang screams in pain as he's sent flying. Below, someone from Mado University immediately shouts, "Announce the end of the match. We forfeit." The system quickly processes the information and makes the announcement. Mado University forfeits. The winner of this match is Chu Yi. The stadium is drowned in a storm of cheers. Chu Yi is the strongest. Chu Yi, I love you. As the medics rush over to Feng Qiang, they all just shake their heads. Shh, it's that troublesome holy light again. Hurry up, we need to treat him immediately. Waste of breath, he's Chu Yi's opponent. With that, the three of them carry Feng Qiang away for treatment. A day after the match, the members of Suhong University gather in a room to discuss strategy. Wu Meng begins, "Excellent. Our Suhong University now has 2 people in the top 8. Wu Meng praises Song Halan. "Your advancement was a pleasant surprise. Making it to the top 4 won't be easy, but you need to give it your all." Song Halan replies cheerfully, "I understand." Next, he addresses Jiang Churan. "Jiang Churan, with your skills, you could have made the top 8. It's just, your luck was a bit terrible, running into Wei He, a top contender for the championship." Wu Meng seriously tells her, "There are only 2 spots left in the top 8, and they'll be decided in the loser's bracket. I hope you can seize this chance." He then turns to Chu Yi and says, "Chu Yi, I have full confidence in you. The mission of winning the singles tournament is now in your hands." Chu Yi accepts seriously, "Understood." Wu Meng continues, "In tomorrow's team matches, we have 2 bouts, both against ordinary universities." He looks at the others behind them and says, "So, this is a chance for you substitutes to get out there and get some practice." After the strategy is decided, Wu Meng begins to explain the next day's tactics. Jiang Churan sits on a nearby chair, lost in thought. The 4th round's loser's bracket is infamously known as the cruel match. 70 competitors will fight for only 2 spots to advance to the 5th round. After that, just making it to the top 4 in the 6th round means earning a rare S-rank resource. Jiang Churan's eyes harden with resolve. "Even with my family's immense wealth, an S-rank resource isn't something you can just ask for. If I can get my hands on it, my power will definitely leap to a whole new level." Suddenly, a voice cuts through her thoughts. "Chu Yi, your true strength is out in the open now." Wu Meng continues cheerfully, "With your power, you could wipe out those teams by yourself. But tomorrow's team battle is for their training. Just protect them, and try not to interfere." Chu Yi nods. "I get it." Suddenly, 2 female students walk in. When they spot Chu Yi, they scream in shock, "Whoa, it's God Yi." Their shouts act like a beacon, drawing in a massive crowd of other girls who swarm him. "Student Chu Yi! Student Chu Yi! It's really Student Chu Yi! The real Student Chu Yi! Oh my god, he's so handsome, and he's looking at me." Chu Yi is completely bewildered. Who are you all? They all shout at once. I'm your fan. Can I have your autograph? He asks, still dazed. An autograph? In the next instant, the girls pull out stacks of photos of him and scream, Me too! Me too! I want one too! Thank you, God Yi. You're so handsome. We'll be cheering for you in the next match. Good luck. Oh my God, student Chu Yi is blushing. That's so cute. God Yi, you have to take good care of yourself. Please don't get hurt. Ugh. When Chu Yi finally sees the pictures, his face turns completely black. Is this supposed to be me? Song Halin, sitting nearby, pipes up. Looks like you're pretty popular, huh, Chu Yi? At that moment, a spirit's voice echoes in Jiang Churan's mind. Are they going to steal your dear Chu Yi away? She worries that if she can't keep up with him, she'll be left behind. Jiang Churan's resolve becomes unshakable. Out of 70 people, there are only 2 spots, and she will claim one of them. She whispers to herself, Chu Yi, I will definitely get it. Seeing her fighting spirit ignited, the inner voice chuckles with satisfaction. At the same time, a sudden chill runs down Chu Yi's spine. He glances around, puzzled. Why does he suddenly feel like he's being watched? That night, the 4th round's losers bracket began. The competitors were all teleported into a wild forest. Everyone was confused. Why are we in a forest? Doesn't the venue change every year? I remember last year it was a castle. Someone pipes up with an explanation. The losers bracket is created by teachers and military experts who input real wartime data. Then an AI integrates it all to simulate and create a unique instance. A girl holding a scepter scans her surroundings warily and continues. To make the instance feel more like a real battlefield, a randomizer is built into its initial creation. That's why the location is different every single year. The girl adds, and it's not just that. The monsters we have to face are different every year, too. Jiang Churan proceeds cautiously, analyzing her surroundings. This environment is so damp. Someone else starts to ask, Huh? So what are we supposed to do now? We have to. Suddenly, his voice is cut off. The system's voice appears and announces, Welcome, students, to this instance. The forest maze. The system begins explaining the rules. Every 30 minutes, mysterious monsters will appear around the abandoned village. There will be a total of 3 attack waves. The only thing on these monsters' minds is to devour. You must try to kill as many as you can before being consumed. In the end, the 2 students who kill the most monsters will advance to the 5th round of the singles competition. Before beginning, the system adds a final note. This instance poses no threat to your lives, and there are no return scrolls. Hearing this, a collective sigh of relief ripples through the crowd. Someone laughed. All we gotta do is kill monsters. This should be a piece of cake. Yeah, nothing to worry about. We've run dungeons like this a million times, no problem. Jiang Churan silently scanned her surroundings. Unknown beasts spawning randomly put everyone on edge. The system announced the first wave was about to begin. Just as it did, a strange purple mist rolled in. Churan stared intently at where the smoke appeared. Here it comes. But as the mist cleared, there was nothing there, only rustling leaves. Churan wondered to herself, They haven't shown up yet? Just then, a guy behind her suddenly grabbed his own neck and groaned. So itchy! He cursed in frustration. Damn it, why does it itch so much? Hearing this, Jiang Churan was horrified. A purple substance was sprouting from the man's neck, making him scream endlessly. It's so itchy. It burns. The more he scratched, the faster it spread. It burns. It burns. He scrambled wildly towards Jiang Churan, begging for help. So itchy. It's unbearable. Please help me, classmate. Help me. And just like that, the student was officially taken down by the monster. The system announced, Lin Shu of Danthantu University has been devoured by a demonic beast and removed from the instance. Churan was suspicious. She hadn't seen a single monster. Could it be they can conceal their bodies? Soon, more students were infected, and panic erupted. What the hell was happening to them? Seeing so many classmates fall without ever seeing the enemy sent waves of terror through the group. What is going on? Where are these things coming from? We can't see them at all. How are we supposed to fight this? In the middle of the chaos, only Jiang Churan kept a level head. Panicking was pointless. First, she had to calm down and find the source of the problem. Every monster has a weakness. Churan wondered, are they invisible, or do they not even exist in physical form? To infect so many people so quickly, it had to be contagious. But how was it spreading? As she pondered, a small purple object shot out and latched onto her arm. Staring at the purple mass beginning to sprout from her skin, Jiang Churan's eyes sharpened. Fungal bacteria. Instantly, she summoned a flame and incinerated the purple growth. After destroying it, the answer hit her, and she spoke aloud. So that's how it works. Jiang Churan transformed into her demonic form, then shouted a warning to everyone. There are spores in the air. Once they land on you, they grow instantly. Use your fire skills to create a barrier. The others immediately followed her lead, igniting their flame shields. But some students didn't have fire abilities. They were forced to cry out for help. Damn it, I'm a warrior. I don't have any fire skills. Classmate, help me! No way. We're competitors. This isn't the time for friendship. A short time later, every student without a fire skill was swiftly eliminated. System announcement: Alan of Royal City University, devoured by a demonic beast, has been removed from the instance. Zhao JJ of Lumion Academy, devoured by a demonic beast, has been removed from the instance. Lu Ban of Green Vine Academy, devoured by a demonic beast, has been removed from the instance. At the same time, Jiang Churan muttered to herself, just burning these spores doesn't count as a kill. I have to find the monster that's releasing them. Just then, grotesque mushrooms sprouted from the tree trunks. They bared their fangs and spewed out countless more spores, and with that, Jiang Churan finally found her targets. She leaped forward, yelling to the others, "They're in the trees!" As soon as Churan struck one down, the system dinged. Jiang Churan of Suhang University has slain a demonic beast. +1. More monsters began emerging from the bark. Fearless, Jiang Churan flew towards them to attack. Dance of the Phantom Shadow, Black Flame. A series of notifications rang out. Jiang Churan of Suhang University has slain a demonic beast. +1. Meanwhile, back at the freshman tournament arena, the team battle was underway. The system's voice boomed. Both teams are in position, constructing the battle stage. Defensive barriers activated. The team match between Suhang University and Meigao University begins now. The moment the word was spoken, both sides charged in for a fierce clash. As one side rushed, the other met them head-on. A red-haired brawler immediately unleashed his skill. Blazing Tempest. Countless fire tornadoes shot towards the enemy. Across from him, a cloaked figure countered. Water Attribute. The two skills collided, and the water blade sliced right through the fiery vortex. But in that instant, Tan Wei appeared, his claws flashing out to shatter the cloaked figure's attack. He sneered, "Your water blades are way too brittle." While Tan Wei was gloating, an arrow came flying at him from behind. Luckily, Zhou Yi was there in a flash, throwing up a shield to block it. Zhou Yi's voice was stern. "Tan Wei, don't let the adrenaline of battle cloud your judgment. Watch your back." Then, he turned to the blonde girl behind them. "Zhang Jing, your job is to provide cover for the team. You have to watch all 6 directions." "Watch all 8 directions," she corrected, realizing her mistake. "A blind spot like that can't happen again." Startled by the rebuke, Zhang Jing squeezed her eyes shut in fear and shouted, "Got it!" The red-haired girl on the enemy team glared at them, furious. "They're actually using us as training dummies." The man in blue armor roared, "Brothers, are we just gonna stand here and take this?" A unified, determined voice answered him. "Hell no!" He gave the order. "Charge!" The blue-armored warrior bellowed. "Get them for me!" Both teams rushed at each other again, but at that exact moment, Zhou Yi's phone buzzed with a notification, causing everyone to freeze in their tracks. It was a cheerful message from Jiang Churan. "Won my match. Moving on to the next round." Zhou Yi thought with a sigh, "This girl." The cloaked opponent saw this blatant disrespect and exploded with rage. He yelled, "You're playing on your phone in the middle of a match? You have no respect for your opponents. I'll make you eat those words." 1 second later, that same guy was lying face down on the ground. The system announced the results. In this year's collegiate team tournament, Suhang University is the winner. The next day, news of the freshman tournament was everywhere. After the 4th round of the solo bracket ended, the 5th round was set to begin the following morning. 4 matches would decide which of the final 8 would advance. On the afternoon of the 2nd day was the 6th round, where the final 4 would become 2. The finalists of those 2 matches were Zhou Yi and Wei He. A streamer immediately started recording a hot take news segment. "What's up, everybody? Today is the day we crown the champion of the solo tournament." He pictured Zhou Yi putting on a pained expression as he recounted his backstory. He comes from a humble background. Both his parents are gone. He fought his way up step by step, becoming the strongest holy knight in the history of the university entrance exams, shocking everyone. Zhou Yi then shifted his tone to talk about Wei He. "He is a true prodigy. From a family with a 100-year legacy, blessed with top-tier talent and a special bloodline, the warrior Wei He." The streamer's face lit up with excitement. "So, who will ascend to the champion's throne? Let's find out together. Your boy will be live streaming the entire fight for you all. Don't forget to like and follow so you don't get lost." After the video dropped, everyone started buzzing. Yi is fighting Wei He. This is going to be an insane match. It's got to be a total stomp for Wei He. Did you even see his match a few days ago? That guy's fighting style is brutal. I don't think this will be so easy. It's a shame Goddess Jiang ran into Wei He in the round of 4. Otherwise, it would have been awesome to see Su Hong take both 1st and 2nd place. Just then, the clear blue sky was shredded by the sound of helicopter blades. The crowd quickly parted, making way for the aircraft to land. The moment the door opened and they saw who was inside, the crowd went absolutely wild. It's Suhang University. As the team stepped out, they were met with a storm of cheers. Goddess Jiang is so beautiful, look at that face. Yi, I'll support you forever. Song Xiaolan, don't give up, you'll get them next time. Yi, can I get a picture? An autograph? Wherever Chu Yi went, the crowd roared his name. Chu Yi! Chu Yi! Suddenly, someone spotted another helicopter approaching and yelled, Mordu University is here too! Instantly, the cheers shifted to Mordu University. Wei Hei! Wei Hei! Wei Hei! Dean Su walked over to greet Wu Mang. Good morning, Dean Wu. Today, the champion and runner-up of the singles match will be decided between our two schools. Friendship first, competition second. Wu Mang replied cheerfully, Good morning to you, Dean Su. But inwardly, he was sneering. With the strength of your so-called Wei He, do you really think you can take on Chu Yi? What a joke. By now, Wei He had already locked his eyes on Chu Yi from a distance. Wei He steeled his resolve. Chu Yi, the final battle is finally here. I will crush you and take the championship. At last, the moment had arrived. Just before the match, a strange smile crept across Chu Yi's face. The system announcer's voice boomed. Let's give a huge welcome to our two finalists, Chu Yi and Wei Hei. As they enter the arena, the match is about to begin. Spectators, please take your seats and enjoy the show. With 5 seconds on the countdown clock, the crowd went absolutely wild. Let's go! Wreck 'em. God, Yi is unstoppable. Senior Wei, you can't lose. Go Wei Hei. Show Suhong University what you're made of. The place was packed. Hey, who's stepping on my foot? Over at the Chu estate, Chu Hang was watching the match with the Old Master Chu. The countdown hit 3 seconds. Old Master Chu suddenly asked, This kid from the Wei family, he's been called their greatest prodigy since he was young, raised with all the resources of a top-tier family. Can Chu Yi actually win? Chu Hong answered with dead certainty. Yes. After analyzing all of Chu Yi's tournament records, his growth rate is staggering. His power is far beyond anyone his age. Truly top tier. Chu Hang stared at the screen and continued, Wei, he is the best of the Wei family's next generation. He deserves the title of genius. But when I look at Chu Yi, it's like I can see the shadow of our ancestors. Just then, in the arena, the countdown finished. The system announced, Begin. The moment the word was spoken, Chu Yi activated his buffs. Courage blessing, holy light cross, holy protection, weapon blessing. Wei, he gripped his sword and shot towards him like a bullet. Wei, he leaped into the air, his face twisted with rage, and swung down on Chu Yi, but a brilliant golden light erupted from Chu Yi's body. The two forces collided with a heaven-shaking boom. Wei, his brow furrowed as he stared intently at him. Chu Yi's expression was ice-cold. Chu Yi launched an attack of his own, forcing Wei He to jump back to dodge. Wei, his eyes narrowed as he dove back down. His eyes glowed blood red. His face contorted in a ferocious snarl as he roared, Berserk! A red aura exploded around him. Gripping his blade, he yelled, Blazing Blade Technique! And unleashed a flurry of razor-sharp strikes. Chu Yi dodged calmly. As he weaved through the attacks, he analyzed his opponent's move, Berserk, the signature skill of a berserker. It boosts all 4 of the user's primary stats to varying degrees. But, after the 3-minute duration, he'll enter a severely weakened state. On top of the Berserk skill, he's also using the Blazing Blade Technique. It's a buff that adds fire-based magic damage to his attacks. Chu Yi continued to evade every single blow. Wei He charged forward again. Chu Yi stood his ground, ready for battle, thinking, not bad, he's definitely worthy of being Mordu University's top freshman. With sharp eyes and a fearless expression, Chu Yi dodged once more. Wei, he roared in frustration. Thunderclap slash. A ring of fiery red light exploded from his blade. An A-rank warrior skill that lets you swing your blade at extreme speeds. The higher the skill level, the stronger the attack and the faster the slash, eventually reaching the speed of lightning. Wei, his eyes blazed. He thought, I've practiced this skill tens of thousands of times, raising it all the way to level 9. He brought his blade crashing down. Chu Yi raised his warhammer to block, and the impact created a scene of pure, dramatic power. Wei, he gritted his teeth in fury. Such immense power. He pushed more force into his blade, thinking, my battle blade weighs over 1,000 pounds. Amplified by Thunderclap Slash, the kinetic energy is terrifying. I'm confident I could slice right through solid metal alloy with this. Chu Yi's face showed no fear, but I'm actually at a disadvantage in a head-on clash with him. Can't afford to be reckless. With a powerful shove, Chu Yi sent Wei He flying backward. A golden light transformed the weapon in Chu Yi's hand. Holy Light Cross, level 9, B rank. With both hands, Chu Yi unleashed a golden beam that formed a colossal sword of light. Wei, he just smirked. I was already prepared for that move. Wei, he dropped to one knee, his expression terrifying, and roared, War Frenzy. His body erupted in a blinding red light, clashing with the immense golden energy. Dean Su watched in horror. The two powers slammed into each other, creating a massive shockwave. A protective aura formed around Wei He. He slowly stood up, a wicked grin spreading across his face as he rested his hand on his massive blade. A system window appeared before Chu Yi. Wei, he's awakened talent, War Frenzy, rank S. While active, all 4 of Wei He's primary stats are boosted, and all incoming damage is reduced by 80%. However, after War Frenzy ends, all the damage he took will be doubled and inflicted back onto his body. Wei He instantly appeared in front of Chu Yi. He's using it this early? Chu Yi thought. Looks like he wants to end this quick. Wei He's War Frenzy can be activated for 2 minutes at most. The best strategy is to drag this out until it ends. But even with an 80% damage reduction, I can still beat him. Wei. He swung his blade down, and Chu Yi met every single strike. The weapons clashed with a deafening clang. Wei, he attacked relentlessly, thinking, against a holy knight with so many healing and recovery skills, a long battle is a stupid strategy. That's why I went all out from the start, stacking my berserk skill and War Frenzy talent to push my power to its absolute limit. A massive explosion rocked the arena. The crowd was buzzing. Why is he meeting him head on? One person exclaimed. Wei, he is at his peak right now. The best thing to do is stall for time. God Yi is fighting like this because he's totally confident in his own power. I believe in God Yi. Wei, he moved in a flash, slashing at Chu Yi, who leaned back, dodging by a hair's breadth. Chu Yi raised his hand, a golden light gathering. Swift victory, he declared. A huge magical seal appeared in front of him, followed by a gigantic golden arrow forming behind him. Shrouded in red aura, Wei He roared ferociously. Bring it on! A massive explosion followed. Wei He laughed victoriously. Ha ha! Your swift victory is useless. Chu Yi calmly raised a hand to his forehead and cast another spell. You're celebrating a little too soon. Punishment of light. Bolts of lightning rained down, striking Wei He with savage intensity, but a shield protected him. Wei, he gritted his teeth. So, this is his strongest offensive move. Even with 80% damage reduction, this actually hurts a little. If I wasn't in my War Frenzy state, that one hit might have been enough to take me out. He looked up as the lightning strikes weakened. But Punishment of Light has at least a 1-second cooldown between each bolt. Wei, he slammed his foot down. That's my chance. I just have to attack in the gap between strikes and take him down. He charged forward, only to be struck by another bolt of lightning. Wei He's face was a mask of pure shock and disbelief. How is this possible? How can the lightning from Punishment of Light be this fast? I clearly studied every single skill he's used in this tournament. Could it be his Punishment of Light is already over level 20? Another bolt of lightning crashed down on Wei He's body. A devastating attack. That tiny sphere let out a savage, bloodthirsty roar. Let me remind you all, you are now witnessing the grand finals of the National University and College Freshman Exchange Tournament. The crowd shielded their eyes. That was brutal, they gasped. A girl screamed, covering her face as Wang Xuan just smirked. Wei, he let out a shriek of agony. Why? Wei, he stared at Chu Yi, his mind reeling. How could this be? They were only 10 meters apart. But in that moment, Chu Yi seemed like a giant, while he was nothing. A single finger from Chu Yi could crush him flat. He was an insurmountable wall. Impossible to overcome. I don't believe it! Wei, he roared. A red light pulsed in his palm. Gritting his teeth, his eyes rolled back as he screamed, Secret art! The Heaven Shadow Blade erupted in a massive explosion of dust and smoke. The blast was so huge it clouded the entire stage. But through it all, Chu Yi stood unfazed, a single red streak marking his face. Chu Yi glanced at the cut on his cheek. The red blade slammed into the ground, cracking the earth beneath it. In front of Chu Yi, a storm of countless blades began to rain down. Chu Yi analyzed the scene, thinking, body transformation. Legend says the Wei family's ancestor achieved enlightenment during the Great Demon War, fusing his soul and mana together. He forged tens of thousands of blades from his very being, a technique that could wipe out an entire city of demons in an instant. Wei, he hasn't reached his ancestor's level yet, but the raw power of this body transformation is still a sight to behold. Chu Yi smirked. Finally, I can stop playing around with you. Suddenly, the storm of blades descended with terrifying speed, a downpour of certain death. Chu Yi raised a hand, his fingers moving with effortless grace. If I used my previous moves, the audience would be disappointed. So this time, I'll show you a fusion skill I created myself. A bone-chilling cold swept across the arena. 1,000-mile freeze. Chu Yi stood at the center of a massive blue vortex, his hand outstretched, commanding the absolute power of ice. He took a single step, and the ground beneath him instantly flash froze. The ice spread like a plague, consuming the entire arena in a dome of frost. The hovering flycam went wild, its announcer's voice booming. Ladies and gentlemen, fellow students, Student Chu Yi's skill has completely encased the arena. We've totally lost visuals on the situation inside. The crowd roared in confusion. What's going on? Another man shouted. What the hell? What kind of insane move is this now? How can he use ice-type magic? An elder shot up from his seat. Elder! Chu Heng cried out in shock. The elder's face was a mask of disbelief as he pointed, yelling, Chu Heng, are you seeing this? Such diluted ice elemental power. With a gesture from Chu Yi, the tens of thousands of blades began to freeze solid, one by one. Soon, the entire blade storm was frozen in place, bound by golden chains of light. Chu Yi clenched his fist, his eyes sharp. The golden chains pierced through the ice, and the entire construct shattered into millions of pieces. He grabbed a pendant from his other wrist, which was now wrapped in those same golden threads. Shards of ice flew everywhere as he was sent flying. He crashed hard onto the ground, coughing up a mouthful of black blood. The ice dome slowly melted away. The announcer's voice echoed, Contestant Wei. He has lost consciousness. The winner of this battle is Contestant Chu Yi. The crowd erupted. He won! Chu Yi is number 1. Our senior is way too strong, the announcer's voice declared. Congratulations to Chu Yi, and a huge thank you to contestant Wei Hei. They gave us an absolutely incredible peak-level performance. This was easily the most spectacular battle in the last 10 years of this tournament. Let's give it up for the number 1 prodigy of this new generation. Chu Yi raised his hand with a smile as fireworks exploded behind him, lighting up the sky. The Flycam's voice returned. The solo competition has now concluded. Next up are the team battles and the survival tournament. Let's look forward to it. Wu Mang said cheerfully. To be so young and already master the Wei family's secret body transformation technique. In any of the past tournaments, he would have been the undisputed number 1. It's just his bad luck that he ran into Chu Yi. Beside him, Jiang Qiran fiddled with her hair and smiled happily. Wu Mang watched Chu Yi walk off, stretching and yawning. He thought, based on my estimates, for Chu Yi to beat Wei He should have needed to use his divine angel body. But this time, he only used punishment of light and a new fusion skill of light and ice elements. The next generation is truly terrifying. Wu Mang put a hand on Chu Yi's shoulder. Great job. Thanks to you, our Suhong University finally took first place in the solo competition. Song Xiaolan chimed in. That's right. Even though we've won the team competition for 4 straight years, we haven't won the solo championship in all that time. Brother Yi really made us proud. Wang Tiexin said with confidence. The team battle tomorrow is against Mado University. Now that he is seriously injured. Mado University is no longer a threat to us. The team championship is in the bag. Song Xiaolan was stunned. Hey, stay humble. Don't get so arrogant. Jiang Qiran hugged Ling Shi and grinned. Brother Chu Yi, little Shi was wrong earlier. She said you could definitely pass for a grand archmage. Ling Shi blushed and pulled her hood over her face in embarrassment. Ah, student Chu, I was just... Jiang Qiran just beamed. Brother Chu Yi, let's all go relax tonight. Chu Yi just scratched his head. The world buzzes with life on a vibrant city night. It's been about 300 years since the eternal game merged with reality. The emergence of magical beasts, otherworlders, and new professions has created thousands of incredible new dishes all across the Blue Star. And in the most prosperous district of Qingjing City, the East District is home to its most famous food street. Here, anything that flies in the sky or runs on the ground can be turned into a gourmet delicacy, satisfying any customer's craving. A vendor shouted, Grilled dragon meat! Get your grilled dragon meat! 20-year-old whelp fresh and tender. Melts right in your mouth. Dire wolf blood jelly. Dire wolf blood jelly. Good for your yin and yang. Great for your skin. Deep sea monster fish balls. Made from level 30 deep sea tyrant fish. Crispy, chewy, and unbelievably delicious. Tong Halan linked arms with Lingzi and pointed at a food stall. Hey, that looks amazing. Lingxi just smiled, holding her candied fruit, while Jiang Ran and Zhou Yi walked ahead, laughing together. From a distance, a Liang stared at Jiang Ran and muttered, Total knockout. He tossed 2 skewers to the guy behind him, adjusted his hat, and declared, A perfect 10. The guy jumped, startled. What are you doing? A Liang smirked. A girl that stunning? You only meet someone like her once in a lifetime. If I let this chance slip by, I'll regret it forever. His friend was shocked, but she already has a boyfriend. A Liang just scoffed. So what if she has a boyfriend? Once I step in, won't that be that? Just then, Zhou Yi turned his head. His face was ice cold, his sharp eyes glowing a fierce red. A Liang froze, suddenly terrified. His friend saw it and taunted him. Giving up already? That's not your style, A Liang, he stammered, pointing a shaky finger at Zhou Yi, to the god of war, Yi. A while later, Jiang Qiran leaned over, catching her breath. This food paradise is no joke. We've been walking for an hour, and we haven't even seen half of it. Tong Ha Lan, holding on to Wang Ti Xin, explained, Well, it's 6 streets all connected. Of course it's massive. You two pick a spot and save some seats for us, she said. We're gonna go grab some food. Wang Tiexin scratched his head. I want to rest too. Song Xiaolan shoved him from behind. Rest your butt! Let the two lovebirds have a moment alone. You trying to be a third wheel or something? Ling Shi glanced back, her eyes catching a sign. 50-year-old specialty plum wine. The shopkeeper smiled. Our plum fruit wine can increase your agility stat. Each bottle is 800 milliliters. It's great for personal use or as a gift. Hearing this, Jiang Churan pointed at a bottle. We'll take one of those. The owner brought out the bottle with 2 small cups. Here you are, miss. Your plum wine comes to 20,000 mid to low tier crystals. Please pay when you're ready. A moment later, a notification chimed. 200,000 transferred. Jiang Churan held up her glass to Chu Yi. Brother Chu Yi, congratulations on winning the solo tournament. They clinked their glasses. Cheers to us, Chu Yi said. Jiang Churan downed her cup in one go. After finishing, she looked puzzled. The alcohol content in this seems pretty low. 10 minutes later, Jiang Churan's face was flushed. Drunk and dizzy, she asked Zhou Yi. Why are there 2 of you? Zhou Yi looked at her. You're drunk already? That was fast. Jiang Churan giggled happily. 1 Zhou Yi, 2 Zhou Yis, 3 Zhou Yis. He sighed, thinking to himself that as a level 19 professional, normal liquor couldn't possibly get him drunk. But this olive wine was brewed using D-rank heavenly treasures. While not high in alcohol, it gets people drunk incredibly easily. Zhou Yi stood up. It's getting late. Little Tong and the others aren't back yet. Let's go find them. Jiang Churan held out her hands, whining like a child. But Brother Yi, I don't want to go. Before she could finish, a sultry voice cut in. Hey, handsome. A woman holding a wine glass gave him a seductive look. My glass is empty. Can you buy me a drink? Zhou Yi shot her a sideways glance. Zhou Yi pointed to the back of the table. There's half a bottle of olive wine right there. 100,000 mid to low grade currency. Pay up. The woman burst out laughing. Aren't you interesting? I like that. How about we find a quiet place to continue our chat? Jiang Churan's face burned with embarrassment, her long hair hiding her eyes. She suddenly pushed the woman away, shouting, You're way too close, the woman whispered in her ear. Little beauty. That's not very nice. I can tell you and this guy aren't lovers. How can you block his romantic fortunes like this? The woman thought to herself, that's Zhou Yi, this year's strongest rookie, and his friend, Jiang Churan. So many people assume she's his girlfriend. But I know they aren't a couple, just a naive kid and a girl who's new to love. These two still need a push to finally get together. This is the perfect opportunity for me to swoop in. If I can make Zhou Yi kneel at my feet, all the resources he's earned will become mine. She moved closer to him. Right, handsome? Jiang Churan, blushing and furious, stammered, you. Just then, Zhou Yi grabbed her hand. Jiang Churan looked down in shock at his hand holding hers. Zhou Yi's expression didn't change as he said, I don't mind if little Ran blocks my romantic fortunes. Holding her hand, Zhou Yi started to leave, but not before tossing one last comment over his shoulder. Besides, you're pretty average. I wouldn't really call you fortune anyway. The woman's jaw dropped. Average? As they walked through the crowd, Zhou Yi held her hand tightly. Jiang Churan suddenly stopped. Brother Yi. He turned to look at her. She looked up, her face bright red, and said, I like you. Zhou Yi was stunned. He could only manage to say, Little Ran. Her cheeks were completely flushed. I know I shouldn't be saying this right before the tournament, but I can't stand seeing so many girls flocking around you. When I see them, it feels like another version of me appears. And she wants to kill them all. She threw herself into his arms. Can I be your girlfriend? She murmured, before passing out in his embrace. Wang Tixin froze mid-bite, a dumpling halfway to his mouth. Huh? Tong Halan, Wang Tixin, and Ling Shi stood there holding their food, eyes wide with shock at the scene before them. Blue skies, white clouds, and a blaring alarm clock. Jiang Churan's mind flashed back to last night. I like you, and she shot straight up in bed. Red-faced, she peeked her head out. Wu Meng saw her and called out, Little Ran, you're up a little late today. Time for breakfast. Wang Tixin waved her over. Ling Shi, Tong Halan, and Zhou Yi all looked at her. Zhou Yi quickly turned away and started stuffing his face. Tong Halan and Ling Shi watched him with narrowed eyes. Jiang Churan pulled out a chair, completely bewildered. Was I dreaming? Was it really just a dream? She stared blankly, her face still red as she picked at her food. Zhou Yi acted completely calm, as if nothing happened, but Ling Zi and Tong Halan huddled together, staring right at her. Last night, Zhou Yi had carried her back and told the three of them, please just pretend you didn't see anything that just happened. Tong Halan didn't get it. Why? Don't you two like each other? Zhou Yi looked down at the sleeping Jiang Churan and said, the Kung family of Jingchuan is an ancient clan. They existed even before the eternal game descended. After hundreds of years, they've become one of the top-tier family powers in all of China. Sure, I have some fame now, and I'm Master Wang Hui's personal disciple. It might look good on the surface. Zhou Yi looked up at the sky, but achievements like mine are nothing in the eyes of the Kung family. I don't want to put little Ran in a difficult position. When I possess absolute power, factions and families will be nothing but dust. It's all just a matter of time. Tong Halan hid her face behind a bun and whispered, Brother Neat, you're a true god of war. I'll support you forever. From now on, I'm the president of the Neat and Ran Shipper Club. Zhou Yi broke out in a cold sweat. Wu Meng put down his chopsticks. A total of 10 universities and colleges are participating in the finals of the National Freshman Team Tournament. Each school must fight the other 9. There will be 45 matches in total. The top 3 will be decided by the number of wins. Today is our 9th and final match. As long as we win this one, the championship is ours. I expect you all to stay humble and crush Mado University, everyone shouted in unison. Understood! Wu Meng raised his hand, thrilled. She looked at Sun Qiao. Sun Qiao, you're coming in as a substitute. Don't feel too much pressure. Jiang Feng, standing beside her, added, Sun Qiao is a summoner. She'll be a huge asset to our team. Everyone on the field needs to make protecting her the #1 priority. Dean Su, the team leader, spoke up. As your coach, I could give you a pep talk, but there's no need. Wei, he is seriously injured and still unconscious. Our team's strength has taken a massive hit. Plus, with Zhou Yi on their side, there's no way we can take first place. Dean Su thought to himself, I never imagined a rookie could be so ridiculously well-rounded. If our entire team's strength is a 1, then Zhou Yi alone is a 2, or even a 3. He's unbelievably strong, like a monster. No, he is a monster. One person who could practically sweep through all the top academies by himself. Dean Su gripped a student's arm tightly. But I have to say this. Even if we lose today's match, we cannot lose the honor of Mado University. I need every single one of you to give it your all. Can you do that? The team roared back. Yes! Let's go! Dean Su led the way, followed by the 5 formidable students of Mado University. Sun Qiao thought, even if Wei He were here, we'd probably still lose. Is Mado University going to get 3rd place again? But 7 years ago, our team captain was badly injured and couldn't play. Relying on their teamwork and incredible skill, the other members defeated their opponents. Coincidentally, that match was also against Suhang University. Sun Qiao touched her face, wondering, if I use that method, could I create a miracle and turn the tables for Mado University? A drone flew high above the arena as an announcer's voice boomed. The moment you've all been waiting for. The team battle between Mado University and Suhang University is about to begin. All right, listen up. Before the battle begins, let me announce the insane prizes for the top 3 teams in the HVM Professional Alliance Group Tournament. First off, for the 3rd place university team, every single member, including the subs, will get a full, custom-forged 3-star gold-grade equipment set. The runners-up in 2nd place will each get a complete 4-star gold-grade set. And as for the champions, the HVM Professional Alliance University itself is personally gifting the reward. A 2-star, epic-grade equipment set for every single member. The crowd below went absolutely wild, their cheers shaking the arena. This year's prize pool isn't just double last year's. It's on a whole other level. Damn, they're stupidly rich. It's not even fair, Zhou Yi muttered, calculating the insane value. Fine, you want to flex that kind of cash? I'll be the one to take it all from you. A legendary weapon from the singles tournament might outclass one piece of epic gear, but it's nothing compared to the team championship prize. A full set has 7 pieces, top, bottom, belt, boots, weapon, necklace, and a ring. And every university team has a total of 10 members, including their subs. 70 pieces of epic-grade gear. More than enough to forge 2 legendary tier weapons. Wang Tixin grinned, looking completely confident. We totally scored this time. That epic gear is in the bag. The announcer's voice boomed, declaring the prizes finalized. Please welcome the representatives from Suhang University and the team from Mado University. As both squads took the stage, the crowd erupted. Zhou Yi! Zhou Yi! Zhou Yi! Let's go, Mado University! The fighters took their positions, Zhou Yi's crew looking supremely confident. 3, 2, 1, begin! Sun Qiao's team remained stone-faced, the tension thick enough to cut with a knife. Zhou Yi's squad charged forward in an instant. Zhou Yi gripped his massive warhammer, a smirk on his face. Sun Qiao simply closed her eyes, raising a hand as she began her incantation, a sphere of light forming before her. Sun Qiao thrust both hands out, chanting furiously, Summon, Dragon Hatchling Rias. Summon. Wasp Swarm, Jack Jian. Summon, Giant Serpent, Hadida. Summon, Hell Guardian, Sabius. Summon, Lion King, Kamala. 5 immense spirits materialized around her, their power overwhelming. With a deafening roar, the spirits charged straight for Zhou Yi. The Lion King, Kamala, lunged forward, unleashing a devastating blast of golden energy from its core. Ling Shi raised her scepter, effortlessly neutralizing the attack, then sent the blast flying right back. The wasp swarm surged forward, stingers poised. Song Xiaolan formed a hand sign, casting a spell as enchanted talismans shot through the air. The talismans latched onto the wasp's tails. With a flick of her wrist, Song Xiaolan detonated them all like fireworks. Meanwhile, Wang Tixin was locked in a brutal clash with the serpent, Hadida. Jiang Chu Ran charged in, spinning her weapon with deadly grace. She landed several lightning-fast slashes against the Hell Guardian, Sabius. At the same time, Zhou Yi weaved through a storm of attacks, his eyes sharp. Not bad, he thought. Real combat really is the fastest way to level up. Our teamwork has improved by at least 30%. Jiang Feng and the blonde girl could only stare, their jaws on the floor, while Sun Qiao remained perfectly calm, continuing her incantations. With a few swift moves, Zhou Yi blew away everyone in his path. He launched a heavy blow straight at Sun Qiao, but she stayed composed, eyes shut. She squeezed them tight, then snapped them open, revealing irises that glowed with terrifying power. A massive, spectral hand materialized, catching the warhammer mid-swing. Zhou Yi's brow furrowed in frustration. The giant hand held firm against his overwhelming force. Even Sun Qiao gritted her teeth, struggling to maintain control. It was Ling Yan Yuan Xiao, its eyes glowing crimson red. It blocked the attack with one hand, then slammed a fist downward with immense force. Zhou Yi gritted his teeth, barely holding on as the ground beneath him shattered on impact. Ling Yan Yuan Xiao let out a terrifying roar as a green sigil formed, firing off a volley of projectiles. Sun Qiao was stunned. Gritting her teeth, she summoned Hadida again, but with blood-red eyes, Ling Yan Yuan Xiao grabbed the serpent by the neck, crushing it. With a final squeeze, black blood sprayed everywhere. Ling Yan Yuan Xiao ripped Hadida's head clean off, then turned its terrifying gaze on Sun Qiao. "No need for these pathetic tricks," it snarled. "Why did you summon ME?" Shielding herself in terror, Sun Qiao stammered. "Attack!" Trembling, she pointed a finger at Zhou Yi. "Defeat him." A system window appeared. Monster, Lingyan, Yuan Xiao. Level 24. Potential, Legendary. This creature was a legendary-grade magic beast, a born master of flames, and unbelievably rare. Encountering one, was it a blessing or a curse? As it roared, Zhou Yi's face grew grim. A legendary tier summon, Lingyan Yuan Xiao. The beast turned back to Sun Qiao. "Very well. Now, prepare to die." Terrified, she waved her hands frantically. "Wait, no, that's not." The ground erupted as it lunged. Shielding her face, Sun Qiao realized its true intention. As Ling Yan Yuan Xiao launched itself into the air, Wang Tixin yelled, "How is that a legendary tier summon?" Ling Si quickly raised her scepter, chanting, "Heavy water shield." A shimmering orb of blue light enveloped them, but the beast dodged with ease. Song Xiaolan swiped her hand through the air, chanting an incantation, with yellow earth as the foundation and earth key as the source. "Earth spirits of the four corners, answer my call." A massive wall of rock erupted from the ground, she thought. Heavy water shield is an A+ rank defensive skill, and Little G has it at level 8. In the last match, it blocked a full combo from Qingjing University's top assassin, and now it can't even stop a single blow from that thing? With a single punch, Lingyan Yuan Xiao obliterated the rock wall. Wang Tixin leaped in front of Song Xiaolan, casting Shield Wall. A crimson barrier materialized. Lingyan Yuan Xiao soared into the air, clasped its hands together, and brought them crashing down on the shield. Song Xiaolan glanced back. "Good thing Brother Yi's buff is active. Model. It boosted my skill's effectiveness more than twofold. If it hadn't, that blazing ape would have already shattered my defenses. This legendary-grade beast is insane." "Second, bro. What's our move?" Chu Yi raised his hand, casting Holy Light Soul Shield as a sigil flared to life. The blazing ape swiped at him with its massive claws. Chu Yi turned to his team. "Leave this fight to me. All of you, get out of the arena, now." Song Halan, Ling Shi, and Wang Tixin shouted in unison. "What?" Wang Tixin protested. "Are you kidding me? Second, bro, this isn't some student from Magic City U. This is a legendary-grade beast. It doesn't know how to hold back." Chu Yi stared her down. "Look at me. Do I look like I'm joking right now? I have a way to deal with this crimson flame ape, but if we fight, I won't be able to protect any of you." Jiang Churan stared at him, her eyes filled with worry. "Brother Chu Yi, You don't need to worry about us. We can, Ling Shi interrupted. My power might be small, but I still want to contribute whatever I can. Song Halan's eyes widened. Big Bro Yi, we're a team. The blazing ape struck with a devastating punch. Chu Yi quickly explained. Fighting a legendary grade beast means one wrong move and you're dead, even if the priests revive you. You'll suffer a 30% stat penalty, and you'll be in a weakened state for 3 months, unable to train for real combat. Have any of you even calculated that cost? Chu Yi placed a hand on Jiang Churan's head, gently stroking her hair. I know you're worried I can't handle it alone, but in reality, your presence here is just a distraction. Then, Chu Yi looked at her with gentle eyes. Besides, it's just one legendary grade beast. The crowd below the stage was stunned. A girl shouted, "This is an earth-shattering comeback." A scene from 7 years ago was about to repeat itself. The announcer grabbed the mic. Magic City University's substitute summoner, Sun Qiao, has summoned a legendary grade beast. Can Chu Yi really turn this desperate situation around? Who will claim the crown for the team tournament? We're about to find out. The red-haired guy smirked. A legendary beast. This is perfect. Chu Yi is as good as dead. Just like equipment, a beast's potential is ranked. Bronze, silver, gold, epic, and finally, legendary. At the same level, different potentials mean completely different levels of power. For example, a simple charge skill from a bronze-tier beast might only have the effect of a D or E rank human skill. But in the hands of a legendary tier beast, that same skill is at least A rank, maybe even reaching S rank. What's even more terrifying is that legendary beasts have all kinds of resistances to negative effects. They're incredibly resilient and almost impossible to kill. The Goblin King from Suhang University's Abyss-level dungeon was only epic tier. To think a legendary grade beast would appear in a friendly team competition. This is just unbelievable! Chu Yi's undefeated myth is about to end! The announcer suddenly gasped. What's going on? Why are they forfeiting? A sigil appeared beneath the feet of Song Halan, Ling Shi, and Wang Tiexin. Once you forfeit, you can't be harmed in the arena. Chu Yi glanced at Jiang Churan behind him, and she understood instantly. I forfeit too, she declared. Rectangular shards of light materialized around Jiang Churan. Chu Yi remained, holding up a hand to stop her. She paused, turning back to him. Brother Chu Yi, good luck. The blazing ape smashed its fist against the shield. Chu Yi leaped back to dodge the attack. With a roar, a crimson aura exploded around his arms. The ground cracked and shattered. Debris flew everywhere, and as the smoke cleared, 2 drops of red blood fell to the ground. The blazing ape looked at its severed tail with a pitiful expression. I'm injured. Chu Yi transformed, a massive hammer in his hand, a golden light radiating from his body. Now that Xiao Ran and the others are off the stage, there's nothing holding me back. So, let's see just how powerful your legendary grade beast really is. Dan Wei was in shock. Am I dreaming? Sun Qiao exclaimed. Chu Yi actually managed to injure a legendary grade beast with a single strike. The blazing ape stared at Chu Yi. Human, I can sense a high-tier bloodline aura on you. It thought to itself, the blazing ape clan is a naturally born legendary race. We are born kings, destined to rule. But in my memories, my mother warned me. There are a few supreme bloodline races that we must never, ever offend. A memory flashed of his mother holding him close. And now, for the first time, I sensed that supreme bloodline aura on this human. If he wasn't so weak, I'd flee immediately, even at the risk of suffering the summoning magic's backlash. Luckily, he's just a human who got lucky and fused with a supreme bloodline. That's all. The blazing ape raised its fist, energy swirling around it. I was careless, human. Now, I'll show you my full power. It lunged forward, a green energy flaring in its hand. With crimson eyes, it brought its fingers together, materializing a wicked chained flail in its palm. The blazing ape gripped its weapon. Chu Yi calmly beckoned. Come on. He thrust his hand out. Holy light radiant chain. A golden chain shot forward. The beast raised its hand, casting its own spell. It threw its flail, which collided with the holy chain. Chu Yi immediately unleashed another spell. Light burst. A powerful blast of green energy erupted. The blazing ape was sent flying. It stabbed its weapon into the ground to stop itself, digging a long trench. It looked up, its eyes glowing with red-hot fury. Chu Yi watched, surprised. Not a single scratch on it. Old Master Chu panicked. Quick, stop the match. We cannot let our clan's greatest hope be lost here. Chu Hang immediately turned to run. I'll go find Wu Mang right now. Old Master Chu turned and shouted, even if we have to offend Suhang University, we must stop this match and protect Chu Yi, Dean Cheng said anxiously. Teacher Wu, just forfeit. If Chu Yi dies because of this, our country will lose a future general. Another agreed. That's right. Chu Yi is destined to become a powerhouse who rules over a region, to risk his life and stall his progress for a single match. It's completely backward. Chu Heng rushed in. Teacher Wu, I'm begging you, please forfeit. My Chu Clan is willing to compensate Suhong University 100 times over. The man beside Wu Mang urged, we can't let Chu Yi's future be ruined for some meaningless title. Teacher Wu, make the announcement. Wu Mang casually cleaned his ear. What do you all take me for? Wu Mang recalled a conversation with the principal. What is Chu Yi's true power level? The principal of Suhong University stood with his hands behind his back. Don't worry. As long as it's not a legendary beast over level 26, Chu Yi can handle it. Wu Mang stared at the screen, thinking. After level 20, the power gap between levels is enormous, for both humans and beasts. Assuming equal potential, a level 26 beast is equivalent to multiple level 24 beasts, and Chu Yi is only at level 24. And that's a 2-level gap, he declared. It's fundamentally impossible for Chu Yi to win this. Chu Heng was frantic. You're not afraid for Chu Yi? The blazing ape raised its weapon high, its eyes burning red, and brought it crashing down. Chu Yi cast his spell. Punishment of Light. A bolt of lightning struck down from the heavens. The blazing ape was engulfed in the blast, roaring in agony. It thought, this holy power. It's making my entire body go numb, Chu Yi said calmly. Here comes another one. Punishment of Light. The beast howled in pain, barely blocking the second strike. It roared, Human, let's see what you've really got. Bring it on. From his position above, Chu Yi thought, my Punishment of Light is now a level 14 A-rank skill, enhanced by my S+ grade Holy Angel's Tenfu. After transforming into my angel form, my 4 major stats are doubled. The power of my Punishment of Light can easily one-shot the epic grade goblins in the Abyss dungeon. But hitting this thing only seems to cause temporary damage. It heals almost instantly, as if it was never even hit. Chu Yi stared at the unharmed blazing ape. What terrifying regenerative power. In a flash, the beast lunged, appearing right in front of Chu Yi. A golden energy flashed past its eyes as holy chains wrapped around its body. It roared in fury, sick of these annoying games. Chu Yi watched, his mind racing. He'd fought a legendary class demon before, and won. But that one was severely weakened by light magic, never getting to show its true power. I need to study this. The next time I face a legendary, I have to be ready. Its attack speed is picking up, and its resistance to my light magic is growing stronger. Its ability to adapt is insane. No wonder humanity sacrificed so much during the Dark Ages. Demonic beasts are on a whole other level. Amidst a flurry of attacks, Chu Yi spread his arms wide, chanting sacred spells. Divine grace, protection, blessing, courage. He thought to himself, these are just the opening buffs before I even use my angel form. My true peak state is only after using angel form and then casting my enhancement skills. The blazing ape demon leaped high, shattering the ground as rocks flew everywhere. Li Xin was stunned. Chu Yi can get even stronger? The guy next to her added, good thing he didn't attack Xiao Qiao directly. If the summoner dies, the summons vanish too. Jiang Feng chimed in. You think he'd forget something like that? As the lion roared, she yelled, don't let your guard down. Protect Xiao Qiao and Li Xin. Right. The 3 of them snapped into formation. Just then, Chu Yi appeared, his body cloaked in golden energy, divine lightning crackling in his hands. At the same time, Wu Kang's own power exploded, fiery chi materializing into a suit of blazing armor. He slammed his 2 weapons together, instantly forging them into a massive, towering staff. Just then, a colossal hand, dozens of times his size, descended upon him. Everything shattered from the force of their clash. The hand slammed into the ground, leaving a deep imprint before a massive explosion erupted. The shockwave pulverized the surroundings. Everyone panicked, scrambling for their lives. At that moment, a 3rd-rank mage from the Xiaoyan Alliance stepped forward, opening her grimoire to cast a spell. As she chanted, Water's Protection, droplets of water swirled together, forming a violent vortex that solidified into a massive shield, blocking the raging inferno. Seeing this, the guy with the black top knot let out a sigh of relief. Phew! We're saved! The pink-haired girl clapped, overjoyed. It's a 3rd-rank mage from the Xiaoyan Alliance. We're safe now. The kid in the t-shirt next to her agreed. That was terrifying. For a second there, I was wondering if a cleric could even resurrect us in the gym. With a serious expression, the Alliance mage controlled the spell, her mind racing. She knew today's battle would be fierce, so the Alliance had already buffed the protective barrier to level 7 before the match. A level 7 barrier should block a full power strike from a peak 2nd-rank mage, but she paused, her mind still reeling. Chu Yi's single attack had completely shattered it. This kind of power hadn't been seen in 100 years. It seems our Central Xia kingdom has produced another supreme genius. This is an honor for Central Xia, an honor for all of humanity. Just then, a footstep echoed. The four of them froze in terror, seeing the fierce bolts of lightning. A moment later, the blazing ape demon reappeared, its face a mask of pure murderous rage. It ground its teeth, smoke and fire hissing from its breath as it seethed. Damn it, that light and ice magic is coursing through my veins, destroying my regeneration. Damn you humans, damn your holy light. In a fit of rage, it slammed both fists into the ground, cracking the earth beneath it. The great demon child cannot fall here. In that instant, Chu Yi delivered a thunderous punch straight to its face. Though he was tiny compared to the demon, the force of the blow sent it reeling. The monster let out a final, agonized scream. In the next second, Chu Yi shot towards it like a bullet and roared, "Die!" He delivered a powerful kick that sent it stumbling backward. A brilliant golden light descended as rock fragments flew through the air. Phantoms of a bird and a lion appeared, roaring ferociously. Then, a voice cut through the chaos, making Jiang Feng and Sun Qiao break out in a cold sweat. "Do you concede, or will you continue?" Sun Qiao closed her eyes, recalling her magic, and slowly replied. Her voice echoed through the stadium, "We concede." At that moment, Headmaster Su breathed a sigh of relief, and Old Master Chu smiled with deep satisfaction. The announcer's voice boomed. "The winner of this team battle is Suhang University. Let's give them a huge round of applause for their championship victory. And let's hear it for the MVP, Chu Yi. Without his incredible comeback, we wouldn't have witnessed such a spectacular battle." The crowd went wild, chanting, "Yi Shen, Yi Shen." The announcer continued, "With that, all 45 matches are concluded. I will now announce the final team rankings for this tournament. First place, with 9 wins and 0 losses, Suhang University. Second place, with 8 wins and 1 loss, Meido University. Third place, with 7 wins and 2 losses, Qingjing University." The entire audience erupted in cheers. "Suhang University, Chu Yi, Yi Shen," a commentator chimed in. "It's hard to believe Chu Yi is only 18 years old. His combat power is already off the charts. There's no doubt he's destined to be one of Central Xia's top-ranked professionals." Afterwards, he reverted to his normal form, exhausted and drenched in sweat. Suddenly, a voice called out to him. "Chu Yi." It was Jiang Churan. She ran up to him, concerned. "You used your angel form. How are you feeling?" Instantly, an orange-haired guy frantically gestured to his cameraman. "Quick, get the camera on them. This is the ship everyone's waiting for. All my views depend on this couple." The live stream overlay popped up. 50,000 viewers online. He gently patted her head and said softly, "Sorry to make you worry. I'm still a bit weak, but the level up helped." His simple act of affection made the live chat explode with comments. "They are definitely a couple. I knew it," one person commented. Another begged, "Please, stop with the couple goals. My heart can't take it. Yi Shen belongs to everyone," while someone else sighed, "That fairy is just too beautiful." Suddenly, a hand covered the camera lens, followed by a soft cough. A flood of angry comments poured in. "Who's blocking the screen? It was just getting to the good part. Dude, can you even stream properly? Streamer, get rid of this guy. I'll donate a super rocket." The culprit was Wu Mang. He crushed the camera in his grip, yet he was still smiling. "Private live streams are forbidden after the matches conclude," he said. "Is that a rule you don't understand? Let me teach it to you." The streamer and his cameraman went pale, their faces drained of all color. He then turned to Chu Yi. "Head back to the villa first. I'll brief everyone on the final event, the survival match." The survival match? A short while later at the villa, a voice echoed. "The survival match is the final event of the team competition. All players from the 10 universities will enter a free-for-all dungeon." Wu Mang stood with his hands behind his back, speaking gravely. Unlike the simulated dungeons from the individual rounds, the survival match dungeon is a real, open-world instance. Because of that, you will encounter many unexpected situations. Even the strongest players could have bad luck and get eliminated right at the start. He showed a simulation of a player defeating several monsters, gaining 100 points. The rules are simple. You gain points by killing demonic beasts of various levels. Next, a player holding a white flag surrendered, losing 500 points while the opponent gained 500. He continued, "Eliminating a player from another school will earn you half of their total points. After 7 days, the school with the most points wins." Now, about the map. The dungeon is absolutely massive. Each day, players will only be able to explore a specific zone, model. As the match goes on, the searchable area will gradually shrink. Everyone must enter the new zone within the time limit, or face automatic elimination. And there's one more thing you must remember. Your entry point into the instance dungeon is random. If you encounter the void on the border, get out immediately. Wu Mang's eyes darkened with a grim warning. The void is filled with countless spatial rifts, able to kill a third-tier professional in an instant. In unison, they all replied, "Understood." Later that night, a pair of feet walked slowly through the darkness. The figure was Dean Su. He arrived at a base, and the doors slid open automatically. The air inside was heavy, a silence so deep you could hear every breath. A voice suddenly cut through the tension. "Dean Su, you've finally arrived." As he approached the table, he asked, "Why have all of Suhang University's lead instructors gathered here? What's the plan?" Dean Cheng answered calmly. "Dean Su, barring any unforeseen incidents, first place in this survival match will go to Suhang University again." He paused, then continued, "Are you really okay with that?" The scene shifts elsewhere. A green-haired girl is casting a spell, as a camera drone live streams the event with an announcer's voiceover. "Ladies and gentlemen, the final event of the National University and College Freshman Exchange Tournament, the survival match, is about to begin. This time, the battle will be a long one, lasting a total of 7 days and 7 nights. Because of this, there's no live audience. Instead, we'll be using a non-stop app live stream. Now, allow me to introduce this year's instance dungeon." A massive stone structure, shrouded in mist, slowly came into view. The hype man's voice boomed. "This is no ordinary dungeon. According to reliable sources, this is an ancient Beast Clan battlefield. Its name is..." The gate began to materialize. The announcer declared, "The Imperial Beast Ruins." Seeing the gate, every player buzzed with excitement and anticipation. A voice proclaimed, "The exact date of this Beast Clan war is lost to time. But one thing is certain. It's filled with mystery and danger. Savage, high-level magic beasts lurk in the wilds. Their razor-sharp claws and fangs are always ready to welcome the challenge of anyone who dares to enter." He continued, "Every inch of soil, every single rock, could be hiding a forgotten divine weapon or concealing a priceless natural treasure. Only those with enough wisdom and courage can unearth its secrets." Hearing this, one student cheered, "Divine weapons? Natural treasures? If I get my hands on one of those, does that mean I've already won?" The black-haired guy next to him frowned, thinking to himself, "Asterisk, what school is this naive kid from? If this dungeon is open to the public, the military must have already swept it clean. How could there be any treasures left? Asterisk." The gate slowly creaked open as the announcer gave one last push. "Contestants, raise your weapons, hold firm to your beliefs, and bravely face this challenge. We await the birth of your legends." The black-haired guy saw Zhou Yi, and a flicker of worry crossed his mind. Asterisk, I hope I don't run into him too early in the dungeon. Asterisk, just the sight of the t-shirt wearing man's shoulders was enough to radiate an intimidating aura. At the same time, another figure appeared, a long cloak hiding his features, creating an air of powerful elegance. It was Zhou Yi and Wei He, standing back to back. Zhou Yi was deep in thought. Asterisk, even with physical contact, we weren't teleported together. It looks like finding the others is going to take some time. Asterisk. Lost in his thoughts, he heard Wei, his footsteps moving away, and instantly snapped his head around. Humph. In a flash, his opponent used a skill to accelerate. With 1,000-mile journey, he was gone in the blink of an eye. He muttered to himself, "You idiot. Your point total is 0 right now. Why would I make a move on you yet?" He then summoned a hammer, a wicked grin on his face. "You have to fatten up the rabbit before you slaughter it." Meanwhile, in another part of the forest, a green light glowed. It was Xia Lan. With her eyes closed, she was silently focusing, observing her surroundings. Suddenly, a red figure zipped through the trees. She remained perfectly still, pinpointing the target's location. Asterisk. Direction. North. Distance. 1,000 meters. Male. Affiliation unknown. Asterisk. Xiaolan opened one eye, drew her bowstring tight, and took aim, thinking, asterisk, what if it's Zhou Yi? Asterisk. An arrow whistled through the air. The figure saw it coming and instantly recognized the attack. Asterisk. An elven arrow. Asterisk. In the next second, Wei He swiftly dodged the shot. He called out, "Xiaolan, it's me. I'm on your side." His sharp gaze locked on, and the arrow stopped dead in its tracks. Xiaolan replied, "Good thing you spoke up in time. By the way, why were you running in such a hurry?" Hearing her question, he awkwardly scratched his face and hesitated. Have you seen anyone from Suhang University yet?" He thought to himself. Asterisk, I can't just tell her I got nervous and accidentally used my blink skill. Asterisk, the two began to move together. As they walked, she explained, "No, my plant empathy skill only lets me search within a 10-mile radius, and only in areas with heavy vegetation. You're the only person who's entered my search range so far." He understood and replied, "Oh, well, according to our agreement, we should team up. Sounds like a good idea." "Works for me," she answered. Elsewhere, a guy with black hair was watching the match on a tablet, looking confused. He muttered, "Strange. One from the capital university? one from Qingjing University. Why would they choose to team up? Hearing him, a young man with glasses lying on the bed replied slowly without looking up from his book. The contestants' levels aren't that different. Everyone's wary of each other, so no one's making a move yet. Besides, this dungeon is incredibly dangerous. Cooperating at the start is the smartest play. The survival match gets more intense later on. This is only the first day. By day 7, the devices they carry will reveal everyone else's location. That's when the real player versus player action gets exciting. Hearing that, the other guy nodded. Oh, so that's how it is. Back in the battle, a swarm of different monsters charged ferociously. Zhou Yi simply lowered 2 fingers and uttered a single word: fall. In an instant, they were all annihilated. Points began to rack up, accumulation points plus 100. A short while later, in a different area, green monsters rushed forward, snarling, "Some brat from the outside dares invade our territory. Kill him! Kill him!" The next second, it was Zhou Yi. His right arm glowed with a blue energy as he said one word: freeze. In a heartbeat, the monsters were encased in ice, unable to move. He then snapped his fingers and walked away as the ice instantly shattered into pieces. Next up, he annihilated some giant spiders. Accumulation points plus 500, followed by another 50 points. Zhou Yi swung his massive hammer behind him into a spider, taking it down with ease. The system announced, accumulation points plus 1,200. Before long, he had defeated the entire swarm of monsters. Zhou Yi smiled, satisfied, and touched a blue ring on his finger. Asterisk. Took care of a tough one. Let's see how many points I've racked up now. Asterisk. He looked at his info panel. Asterisk. A mechanist can operate solo. I can use scout robots to avoid high-level beasts and find low-level ones. Plus, I can split my forces to hunt on multiple fronts at once. Asterisk. Asterisk. No wonder Dean Wu said the survival match is a stage for mechanists and summoners to shine. Asterisk. The system displayed the rankings. First place, Zhou Yi, 15,792 points. Second place, Wang Xuan, 5,547 points. Third place, Li Mengze, 2,547 points. Zhou Yi pointed at the screen, thinking, asterisk Xiaoran, Xialan, Tixin, and Ling Shi's rankings are all within my expectations. Asterisk, the information displayed. Ninth place, Jiang Churan, 2,049 points. 10th place, Wang Jiexin, 2,017 points. 11th place, Xialan, 2,002 points. But then he suddenly froze, confused. Zhou Yi's eyes narrowed. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. Asterisk Tan Wei and Zhang Tie's levels and combat abilities might not be on par with Tie Xin's group, but they should be at least average among all the contestants. So why are their point rankings so incredibly low? Asterisk. The leaderboard showed 72nd place, Tan Wei, 540 points. 81st place, 470 points. His hand stopped scrolling. Zhou Yi's face was a mask of shock and disbelief. Asterisk Tan Wei was eliminated. Asterisk. The leaderboard flashed an update. Rank 72, Dam Vi, 540 points. Rank 81, Truong Chiet, 470 points. Eliminated. He knew there were only 3 ways to get axed: the secret realm, demonic beasts, or other players. But the zone hadn't started shrinking yet, so getting wiped by the realm itself was out of the question. Chu Yi remembered Dam Vi's fierce determination while fighting that giant serpent, and started thinking, sure, Dam Vi was a substitute, but that didn't mean he was weak. Stacked against all the contestants in this match, Dam Vi was definitely upper tier. The guy was cautious and never took stupid risks. If he ran into a beast or player stronger than him, he was skilled enough to escape. A dark thought entered Chu Yi's mind. Could other players be ganging up? Chu Yi then pictured players with wicked smiles, working together. In this realm, you had to watch out for more than just monsters and solo players. Weaker teams, for their own benefit, would form alliances, waiting for the perfect moment to strike and eliminate members of other teams who got teleported in alone. At the start of the game, every team member gets scattered and isolated, making cooperation impossible. So, a situation like this should only happen in the later stages. Just then, an announcer's voice echoed, "Attention all contestants, the secret realm safe zone is about to shrink. Please reach the safe zone within 3 hours, or you will be considered to have failed the challenge." Hearing that, he was completely caught off guard. A moment later, elsewhere in the realm, a figure zipped through a canyon with lightning speed. The person exclaimed, "My luck sucks. That's Chu Yi." He immediately took off, sprinting for cover. As he ran, he thought about the insane distance of this first shrink. He'd have to go all out just to reach the safe zone within the time limit. Dam Vi's elimination would have to wait. Suddenly, a flash of blue light erupted on a mountaintop, and he instantly changed direction. Chu Yi used a skill, racing toward the peak where he sensed Lingxi's aura. At that moment, Tang Lingxi was blasting a girl with orange hair with water magic. Suddenly, Wu Kang appeared from nowhere, weapon in hand, launching a surprise attack on her. Tang Lingxi spun around in shock as he swung a heavy blow, sneering, "You annoying side character." She threw up a shield just in time. A second later, she countered with a stone thorn spell. A giant, spiked sphere of rock materialized right over his head. The stone sphere crashed down, flattening Wu Kang, who could only stare with wide eyes and a dropped jaw. Tang Lingxi clicked her tongue in annoyance. You're a real pain. Did your teacher never tell you not to underestimate any opponent? And another thing, did you really think my memory was that bad?" Just then, Luo Sheng leaped into the air, launching another ambush. Tang Lingxi readied her stance and said, "Did you think I'd forget there were two of you?" Then she slammed her staff hard into the ground. As the attacker prepared to strike, a swarm of rocks flew towards her. Stone Spirit Bind. In an instant, Luo Sheng was encased in a sphere of rock, while Wu Kang was still pinned to the ground. Both of them were completely neutralized, unable to fight back. Tang Lingxi, catching her breath, said, "Are you going to surrender on your own? Or do I have to injure you badly and eliminate you myself?" Suddenly, the sound of clapping echoed. She was shocked to see Li Jian hiding in a corner, thinking, there was another one hiding here? He saw her at the same time and remarked, "I never expected Suhong University to have such an outstanding elemental mage. It seems Miss Tang's talents have always been hidden by her teammates. What a shame." The moment he finished speaking, his demonic hounds lunged at her, but she just yelled back, "You talk too much." She unleashed her water arrow skill to wipe out the hounds. In that exact moment, one of them appeared right behind Tang Lingxi, and it sank its teeth deep into her arm. Seeing this, Li Jian yelled with delight. "Perfect chance! Rip her arm off," he thought to himself. Without her staff, her casting speed and power will plummet. She's at a disadvantage now. No way she can beat me. Without a hint of fear, Tang Lingxi flashed a cunning smile and said, "A perfect chance you have to be able to seize." As the words left her mouth, a magic circle blazed to life right beside her. This made Li Jian scream in horror. Without a staff? How is that possible? In the next second, a massive explosion erupted, and the shockwave sent him flying. Even his two demonic hounds were blown to bits. After the explosion, the system notification appeared, detecting contestant Li Jian of Qingkang University. Severe injuries, unconscious, unable to continue the match. The announcement was clear. Contestant Li Jian has been eliminated. Contestant Tang Lingxi is awarded 1,050 points. At the same time, Tang Lingxi collapsed to the ground, spitting up a mouthful of blood. "Crap, my mana is completely drained." One of the guys who ganged up on her saw this and seized the chance to finish her off. Wu Kang hurled a sharp dagger straight at her, but suddenly, a foot appeared from nowhere. The scene left him stunned, thinking, what? The one who had blocked his dagger was none other than Chu Yi. He raised his leg, his voice dripping with ice. "You're courting death." A single kick from him created a massive sonic boom. Tang Lingxi struggled to speak. Chu, using the last of her strength, she whispered the rest of his name before passing out. "Brother Yi." Then, the match system announced again, detecting contestant Wu Kang of UHE University. Severe injuries, unconscious, unable to continue the match. Contestant Wu Kang has been eliminated. Contestant Chu Yi is awarded 1,240 points. Suddenly, while Chu Yi was healing Tang Lingxi, he shot a glance to the side. It was Luo Sheng, about to attempt a sneak attack. Chu Yi's murderous glare made him freeze in terror. And so, the system announced again, detecting contestant Luo Sheng of Chaoyang University has forfeited. Contestant Tang Lingxi is awarded 1,860 points. After those three announcements, Chu Yi realized these three clearly weren't from the same school. This wasn't some coincidental team-up to take down Lingxi. This had to be a coordinated attack. A while later, he helped Tang Lingxi to another spot to rest. Suddenly, his AI bracelet sent a notification. Rank 69. Zhang Ze, 680 points. Eliminated. Even Tang Lingxi received the exact same notification. Rank 69, Zhang Ze, 680 points. Eliminated. This made her exclaim in fury. Zhang Ze must have also been surrounded and attacked by this shameless, despicable group. Next, she turned to Chu Yi with a puzzled expression. "Brother Yi, this whole thing is just too weird. The entry points to the secret realm are supposed to be completely random. How did they regroup so fast on the very first day, and also pinpoint our team's locations to ambush them?" He voiced his own theory. "I'm guessing they used some special method to track other people's locations." His words made her scream in outrage. "That's cheating. How could they dare do something like that in the national tournament?" However, he added, "If this is a special skill one of them possesses, then according to the rules, it's hard to call it cheating. But if they're using some underhanded trick, nobody can see." His eyes glinted with killing intent as he declared, I'll make them wish they were never born. Suddenly, Tang Lingxi looked devastated. Sister Ran and the others are still scattered all over. They've probably already been ambushed. I'm scared. Hearing this, Chu Yi gently comforted her. They've definitely formed an alliance. Their plan is to weaken my team over the first 6 days. Then on the final day, they'll target me. It's an unavoidable fact that our teammates will be ambushed as part of their plan. Moreover, he asserted with absolute confidence, but in the face of overwhelming power, all their schemes and tricks are useless. Everything they're doing today, 6 days from now, I'll make them pay it all back, twice over. His arrogance made her blush, her face flushed with embarrassment as she thought his name in her heart. Brother Yi, after settling her down, he quickly shouldered his sword and left, but not without a warning. Don't get angry. Your wounds haven't fully healed yet. Drink some of this mana potion. Stay here and rest tonight. I'm going to go clean up all the demonic beasts in this area. Days passed. Then, the tournament drone delivered the message everyone was waiting for. November 20th, 2064. The final day of the National Intercollegiate Survival Tournament. Today, the remaining 74 contestants would begin the final slaughter to decide their ultimate rank. Every player's location would now be broadcast on their AI wristbands. Let us all bear witness to the birth of a true champion. The announcement sent shockwaves through the audience. The final day, a complete bloodbath was about to begin. After 6 brutal days, Suhong University was down to its last 3 contenders, Zhou Yi, Tang Lingxi, and Jiang Churan. Their opponents, the other 9 schools, with a combined 71 members. The numbers were overwhelmingly stacked against them. Could Zhou Yi possibly withstand a coordinated assault from all 9 schools at once? Meanwhile, in the vast desert of the secret realm, a massive group of players lay in wait. One of them checked his tracker. Zhou Yi and Tang Lingxi. They're heading right for us. Wei, he glanced at the map and immediately barked out orders. Jiang Churan is to the northwest. Her skills are decent, but she's no monster like Zhou Yi. There are already more than 10 of our people near her position. Xiaolan, take 5 more and rendezvous with them. You must eliminate Jiang Churan. That leaves 47 of us here to deal with Zhou Yi. Xiaolan didn't hesitate for a second. Understood. With the plan in motion, Wei, he addressed the remaining group. Based on his speed, I'm guessing he'll be here in about an hour. This battle will decide our final ranks in this tournament. Everyone, give it 100% of your focus. Be ready for anything. Elsewhere, a blade sliced silently through the air. Jiang Churan moved with deadly grace, effortlessly fending off her attackers. Anyone who dared to charge her was swiftly and brutally put down. Just then, Xiaolan appeared, her bow already drawn. Xiao ran. It's been a while since we had a proper fight. She aimed her arrow at Jiang Churan. I know I'm using superior numbers to overwhelm you, but after this is over, let's have a true one-on-one duel. Jiang Churan just scoffed at the offer. Xiaolan, why bother waiting? Her aura suddenly exploded with power. She declared with newfound arrogance, you only thought I was weak because Zhou Yi was always taking the lead. Today, I'm going to show you just how wrong you were. Seeing the transformation, Xiaolan's eyes widened in shock. It was the complete succubus manifestation. She couldn't believe it. To think, Xiaoran has already mastered her bloodline to this extent. Even with 24 of us, this is going to be tough. With that, she loosed an arrow, signaling the others to attack, and shouted her command. Deep in the desert, 2 massive beasts were locked in a savage battle. But suddenly, an immense power washed over the area, and both creatures instantly fled in terror. Wei He and Wang Xuan waited patiently. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble. Sand billowed into the air as Wei He realized who was coming. Zhou Yi. Just as he said the words, he's here, a colossal giant emerged from the dust. Riding atop the giant's head were 2 figures, none other than Zhou Yi and Tang Lingxi. Seeing him arrive, Wei He smirked. Zhou Yi, you should feel honored. To take you down, he gloated. We've assembled 47 of the top players from every major university. Zhou Yi just laughed, his voice dripping with sarcasm. 47 players, or just a disorganized mob? His insult struck a nerve, and the other players erupted in anger. How arrogant. He's way too arrogant. But Zhou Yi remained completely unfazed. He challenged them, his voice booming with confidence. What's the matter? Did I say something wrong? Is there a single one of you here who I haven't defeated before? He pointed a finger at the crowd. You used your numbers to pick off my Suhang teammates one by one, and now you've ganged up to face me. Without your mob, you wouldn't even have the guts to stand in my presence. So come on, you weaklings, teaming up won't save you. His utter contempt sent them into a frenzy of rage. But Zhou Yi simply declared, a cold finality in his voice, I'm about to teach you all a lesson. No matter how many ants there are, they can never devour a dragon. Instantly, the battle erupted, with Wang Xuan the first to charge. HX Arbiter! Then, two of his allies joined in. Heed my call, raging fireblade technique. The rest of the horde surged forward as one. As Zhou Yi leaped from the giant's shoulder, he yelled to Tang Lingxi, "Just wait there for me." Simultaneously, a stream of courage buff notifications flooded his vision. He slammed into the ground with the force of a meteor. Without a moment's hesitation, he charged forward, weapon in hand as a skill window appeared. Blessing of Dawn. With a single move, he cut down countless opponents. Every swing of his blade sent a wave of players flying. His sheer power left the others reeling. "He's so fast," one of them stammered, but another scoffed. "No matter how strong he is, he's just a freshman. How can one rookie possibly defeat 47 of us?" Summoned beasts now blocked Zhou Yi's path. He charged straight at them without a second thought. One of the monsters swung a massive fist down at him. He met its fist with his own. A shockwave of pure energy erupted from the impact, completely obliterating the creature. But the other players didn't let up, continuing their relentless assault. Angelic body, defensive field, open, guardian of light. Mana shield. Layer after layer of defensive barriers materialized. Zhou Yi's next blow shattered the first barrier, but not all of them. Seeing this, one of the casters smirked. "There are still 6 barriers left. We blocked it." Her confidence made Zhou Yi laugh. "Blocked it?" he echoed. Then he pointed right at them. That was just the warm-up. The moment the words left his lips, a colossal hand materialized in the sky above them. The sheer sight of it made Wang Xuan's face drain of all color. The other players were frozen in absolute terror. They quickly snapped out of it, screaming at each other, "Move! Get out of the way! Run! If that hits us, we're dead!" But as the others scattered, Wang Xuan stood his ground, ready to face the attack head-on. Wei He saw him and screamed, "Wang Xuan, what do you think you're doing?" All while his own system flashed with crimson warnings. "Extreme danger. Even if the chance of success is practically 0, I have to try," Wang Xuan declared. "This is a countermeasure I developed while analyzing our last fight." Metal plates began to materialize, assembling themselves according to his will. "I've rewatched our battle hundreds of times," he explained, frantically assembling the plates. "I analyzed the force of the Hand of God. It looks solid, but its power is actually widely dispersed. If I can gather all my machinery into a single shield designed to diffuse the force, I might just be able to withstand this one fatal blow." Just as Wang Xuan locked the final plate into place, the Hand of God descended. Showing no fear, he roared, "Bring it on!" The divine hand slammed into his makeshift shield and effortlessly crushed it into scrap. The impact shattered the very ground, kicking up a colossal cloud of dust. From above, Zhou Yi looked down on them like a god passing judgment. "Your lives are in my hands. Surrender, or die." But Wei He wasn't finished yet. He screamed Zhou Yi's name and unleashed a final, desperate attack. Zhou Yi. His attack flew forward with a roar. Crimson flame burst. The attack left Wei He, panting, completely drained. He thought, as long as he's focused on blocking this. Just as planned, the other survivors charged from all sides. Gale/Azure Silver Sword style. They swarmed Zhou Yi in a coordinated assault. Wei, he watched, confident in his strategy. Everyone is in position. Even if this doesn't eliminate him, it will definitely leave him severely wounded. Watching the mob descend on him, Zhou Yi just let out a heavy sigh. Effortlessly blocking the onslaught with a single hand, he spoke, "I suppose I've been far too merciful with all of you." And with that, he began to dismantle the Guardians of Light one by one. As Wang Xuan lay defeated, a single thought of regret filled his mind. He's even stronger than before. "I thought this would be an epic battle, but I didn't expect it to still be a one-sided slaughter. If I'd known it would be this easy, uniting 9 universities was completely unnecessary." He stared at the system panel, his will to fight gone, miserably accepting that he'd be the nation's laughingstock. Meanwhile, Ngomang roared with laughter, bursting with pride as he watched the battle on the big screen. A 9-school alliance. Dean Trin must have pulled a lot of strings to go after Suhong University. Hearing this, Dean Trin played dumb. "Dean Go, what are you saying? I don't understand." Annoyed by this act, Ngomang snapped, "There are no outsiders here, so you can drop the charade." He then reeled off a list of every key player involved in this massive team-up, concluding Ungui Herp from Mo, Hatlan from Than Kin, Li Qian from Than Tuong, Ngo Kang from Nak Ki, and Lek Thang from Trio Duong. Unless you're a complete fool, anyone can see what you're plotting. Furthermore, he posed a question that was more of an accusation than a query. A regular university wouldn't have the guts. Mado University, secure in second place, has no reason to get involved in this mess. So unless it was Than Kin University, the host of this tournament, who else could possibly unite 9 different academies? Dean Trin worried silently. Than Kin had the home field advantage and still got crushed so badly. This dishonorable tactic was their only way to save face. Back on the day they all schemed to take down Chu Yi, he had loudly challenged the others. Dean To, if Suhang University takes first place in all 3 major events, where will that leave the honor of our academies? But Dean To wasn't intimidated and shot back, Dean Trin, don't use that as an excuse. My motto university has been 3rd for years. We're satisfied with taking 2nd this year and have no time to fight for the top spot. Hearing this, Dean Trin immediately made an irresistible offer to secure his cooperation. As long as you join us, my Thonkin University is willing to offer each of your schools a portion of S-rank resources, a sign of our sincerity in this collaboration. Seizing the opportunity, Dean To demanded 2 portions, nothing less. Backed into a corner, Dean Trin had no choice but to agree, sealing the deal. He then laid out the plan for all the deans present. Tell your students not to eliminate players from the allied schools. Cooperate whenever possible. The main goal is to eliminate every student from Suhang University, except for Chung Yi, before the 6th day. And if you encounter Chung Yi, retreat immediately. Wait for everyone to group up before confronting him together. Back in the present, Nomeng called out the cowardly deans who joined the plot. You're all considered renowned figures, so why are you all so silent now? He then turned his attention to Dean Fuong Hak. Seeing he was being addressed, the man quickly responded, Huh? Ngomang's voice dripped with sarcasm. Dean Fuong Hak, a man of high morals and great prestige. Aren't you afraid that joining this shameful scheme will destroy your precious reputation? Without missing a beat, the old fox cunningly replied, Dean Ingo, why would you say that? Cooperating during the tournament is a perfectly reasonable strategy. We haven't broken a single rule. His shameless attitude made Nomeng scoff in disgust. Suddenly, Ngomang's voice turned sharp as steel. Do you really think your pathetic little tricks can stop Chung Yi from claiming the champion's title? How laughable, he declared with absolute confidence. Anyone with eyes can see his strength. He is not someone you can handle with these cheap schemes. A true powerhouse never fears a challenge. No matter who targets us, Suhang University will take first place. Elsewhere, a contestant hit the teleport button, but a red warning flashed on the screen. Teleportation failed. Please wait patiently. This made Vuong Hian cry out in shock. What? At the same time, outside, the students defeated by Chung Yi were groaning in pain. It hurts. I surrender. Let me go back. I need a healer. Why can't we teleport? It seemed Vuong Hian had realized something was terribly wrong. Just then, a strange rift tore through the void, and from behind Chung Yi, a pair of colossal eyes opened. At the same time, the deans saw this on their screens. Ngumang wondered aloud, how did that thing appear in the secret realm? Dean Trin urgently commanded, quickly, forcefully teleport all the students back now. But something bizarre was happening at the portal. The operator reported in a panic, the space-time continuum is unstable. I can't activate the teleportation magic. His words sent a wave of fear through the deans. The students in that realm are the future elite warriors of our Shia country. If we lose them here, it will be a devastating blow to our nation. This is a live broadcast. If other countries see this, our nation's honor will be dragged through the mud. We have to get them out no matter what it takes. Even Ngo Meng was deeply worried, wondering if Chung Yi could return safely. Suddenly, the screen filled with static. Live feed lost. Please re-establish connection. The deans erupted in chaos. What's happening? They shouted in a panic. At a time like this, what is going on? Did you just see that bizarre beast appear behind Chung Yi? Didn't see it, but at the warning, he whipped his head around just as the void monster lunged, phasing right through him. He instantly summoned his weapon and swung with all his might. However, the creature vanished into thin air, leaving him bewildered. It's gone, he thought to himself. Just then, Vuong Hian's robot landed safely on the ground. With the boy standing safely, Chung Yi immediately demanded, What do you know? As he landed in front of him, the boy revealed the creature's name, the Void Beast. He further explained that it had been sealed within the secret realm for decades, unseen by the world. It was a legend, a boogeyman story told by the older generation of hunters. Born in the endless void, it exists beyond normal comprehension, freely tearing through rifts in space-time and shifting between reality and illusion, making it impossible to catch. Its most terrifying ability is that it can tear space itself apart, creating a turbulent vortex. Once you're pulled in, there is absolutely no escape. Just as he was about to ask how it broke the seal, a blood-curdling scream echoed through the area. The appearance of the Void Beast sent the other contestants into a panic. What is that thing? Run! In response, Chung Yi readied his fist. His punch flew towards it with incredible power. Sensing the immense pressure from the attack, the Void Beast opened its eyes. It instantly appeared in front of Chung Yi, delivering 2 sharp slashes to his leg. The hero gritted his teeth against the searing pain from the cuts. At that moment, another portal ripped open, its pull sucking Chung Yi inside. Unfazed, he prepared to counterattack, He launched his own attack directly into the spatial gate, but as he struggled against the portal's force, the Void Beast prepared to strike at him from within the rift. Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed a technique, roaring, Holy Fist. The attack, brimming with terrifying power, tore through the atmosphere, a horizontal bolt of lightning screaming with righteous fury. But that vibrant crimson arrow of light was completely dominated by the Void Beast in less than half a second. Sun Yan quickly grabbed onto Chu Yi, trying to escape the aftershock of the brutal collision. Under the immense pressure, they both slammed into the cold ground, tumbling a great distance. Lan, gripping her bow tightly, shouted for Ngui Herp to gather everyone for a joint attack on the beast. Amidst a thick cloud of white smoke, Sun Yan slowly pushed herself up from on top of Chu Yi. The exhaustion from the desperate struggle was etched all over the young man's face. He struggled to ask, Sun Yan, why are you here? She simply replied with relief, Good thing I made it in time. Then, she began to explain everything. I realized no one could escape this domain. Something had gone terribly wrong, so I had to come. But just then, Chu Yi sensed a lethal presence. The Void Beast's attention shifted to a new target. Luckily, a flash of golden power intercepted it just in time. The result was a cataclysmic explosion that shattered the very ground. Unlucky enough to be in range, Lan was instantly engulfed. So Nian screamed her teammate's name in terror, while Trung Yi seized the moment to give an order. So Nian, I've been poisoned. I need time to purge it. You have to protect the other students. Emboldened, the Void Beast went on a wild rampage, with only Kiet left to face it. As its razor-sharp claws descended, So Nian appeared in the nick of time, throwing up a defensive barrier. Stumbling back, the young man was rendered helpless, only able to stammer, I, but it wasn't over. The monster's other colossal hand swept across, clearly having no intention of letting its prey escape. In this life-or-death moment, a familiar voice cut through the chaos, activating my power. Get back. Skill. Enchanting sound. Kiet's body instantly arched backwards, dodging the fatal blow. Thwarted, the Void Beast roared in fury. Insolent trash! You don't know your own limits. Trung Sam could only evade again and again, facing an enemy that overwhelmed him in both size and power. Where in the world did this thing crawl out from? He struggled to hold his ground, knowing the situation was getting worse. A terrifying pressure washed over the entire area, followed by a sound of cruel, mocking laughter. Ha ha ha! You're no match for me! A bunch of pathetic ants dreaming of challenging the god of time and space. Meanwhile, Chu Yi was activating self-heal and death resistance on himself. This Void Beast's power was just too bizarre. Get close, and it would instantly tear open a time-space rift, making any direct approach impossible. And if you try a long-range attack, it flees the moment it senses danger. The entire battlefield had devolved into absolute chaos. Hordes of players were gathered, but none of them could do a thing against the ferocious beast. Among the victims, Olivia was suddenly wrapped in a pink cord that shot out from nowhere. The one who just swooped in to save the day was none other than Sun Yan. She handed the girl over to Lin Hai and instantly bolted in the opposite direction. Lin Hai, already tending to an injured student, quickly accepted her new charge. Suddenly, Olivia just lost it and started screaming her head off. Oh man, we're so screwed. Lin Hai struggled with the victim's frozen arm. Hey, calm down a sec. Let me seal that wound for you. Her face instantly darkened with pure terror. It's over. There's no saving us. We're all going to die here. It wasn't supposed to be like this. Lin Hai tried to calm her down, her voice filled with unshakable faith in Chu Yi. Get a hold of yourself. Brother Yi is incredibly strong. He'll save everyone. But her words fell on deaf ears. This isn't what the teacher said. Frustrated, Lin Hai grabbed Olivia's uninjured arm. What is it you know? But by now, Olivia was completely lost in a panic, her words becoming a jumbled mess. Ah, it's not the same. It's not the same. Why isn't it the same? It shouldn't be like this. What she revealed next left Lin Hai completely frozen on the spot. It was as if her entire world had been plunged into darkness. Far in the distance, the battle between the Void Beast and the players raged on. Countless flashes of light from various attacks illuminated the front lines. The more Lin Hai listened, the more her expression twisted with extreme tension. Her eyes widened in a horror she couldn't hide. A razor-sharp slash flew from a distance, and without hesitation, cleaved an innocent victim in two. She didn't dare waste another second. She immediately turned and ran, hoping to salvage the desperate situation. The battle reached its climax. So Nian was now trapped in the beast's maw, completely pinned by its razor-sharp teeth. By the time Chu Yi, Lan, and Lin Hai realized what was happening, it was already too late. Before he could even process it, the beast unleashed a powerful shockwave, trying to stop him from advancing. Chu Yi risked everything, charging towards the black hole that was sucking everything in. Behind him, So Nian and Lin Hai desperately called his name. Brother Yi, Lin Hai tried to explain the situation. The reinforcements from Azure Academy placed a guiding butterfly egg on us. Using a special method, the mother bug can pinpoint our location from thousands of miles away. That's how the players from the 9 universities were able to gather here so quickly. The sudden way he whipped his head around startled Wang Hian. He immediately tried to clear his name. I didn't know about this. I thought it was just a coincidence. Lin Hai continued her explanation. But besides being a tracker, the guiding butterfly is a void beast symbiotic partner. That's why we ran into it in this domain. It misunderstood, thinking we were thieves who stole its eggs. That's why it kept attacking. So Nian's chances are slim to none. Chu Yi stared at his glowing hand, his mind racing. Lin, Hai, do something for me. Find every single one of the bug eggs, including the mother bug. Hearing his request, she began to understand what he was about to propose. You want to? At that moment, his entire body was enveloped in a surge of life force, as if every cell within him had awakened at once. I failed to protect So Nian, but as long as I can find her, I don't care if I have to level this entire domain or search the endless void. His golden eyes burned with an unwavering resolve that couldn't lie. Let me become the bait. Just then, another voice suddenly cut into their conversation. Chu Yi, I have a way to subdue the void beast. Tan Qiu struggled to speak as he forced himself up. Chu Yi, the Tan family has an incredibly special secret sealing art. It's capable of sealing beings far beyond our own power level. However, with great power comes unimaginable risk. The moment the sealing art is activated, it will instantly drain every last drop of the caster's mana. If you can't withstand the shock of having your magic ripped away, if you can't survive that moment between life and death, then the only path left is oblivion. Then, a deep sadness filled Tan Qiu's eyes as he admitted his own powerlessness. But I can't do it. Lin, Hai, once again yelled in anger. Then why did you even bring it up? But things were at a breaking point. Chu Yi had to cling to this final sliver of hope. Tell me how to do it. Using the method Tan Qiu provided, Chu Yi immediately took action. A spirit butterfly, glowing with a mystical light, gently probed the mountain of eggs. Almost instantly, several eggs burst open. As the dust settled, a rift suddenly cracked open in the space before them. With his wish fulfilled, he clenched his fist with even greater strength. In another form, he was ready to face the challenge. Chu Yi wasn't a summoner. To use the art, he needed a catalyst. And a summoner's own body is the best and most unique catalyst of all. Finally, he made his decision calmly. I will gather all of my mana into this eyeball and turn it into the summoning catalyst. Chu Yi teleported wildly, swinging his axe. He swept it ferociously while thinking, take this. You can use it to activate the sealing art. Seeing the brat still standing strong, the void beast began to feel uneasy. What? How can he still fight me for this long? But its arrogance was blinding. It even sighed for him, a pity. No matter how hard you struggle, facing me is pointless. Suddenly, a blinding flash of light exploded against its body. The resulting shockwave sent his golden hair flying, while the void beast, hit by the terrifying attack, was utterly stunned. How are you able to? Chu Yi continued to swing his axe, his voice a low threat. You're not going anywhere. It immediately burst out laughing. You fool! Haven't you realized it yet? You can't possibly catch me. The moment it finished speaking, the rift quickly sealed shut. Although it had successfully escaped, it nervously watched for any movement. But to its absolute horror, he had completely caught up. Not good. Just as the void beast feared, Chu Yi gathered his strength and brought down a heaven-shattering blow, smashing it to pieces. The environment around it was utterly shattered. The beast's pent-up rage finally exploded. You think just because we met once, you can get cocky? The fabric of the universe lunged at him like a blade. Arrogant human, let me show you the true power of a time-space god. In that split second, on the brink of death, he remembered Sun Qiao's careful warning. A summoner's magic could help him travel through dimensions or summon powerful beasts. With this power, he could not only open the seal, but trap the creature inside the rift. But my magic is limited. I can't protect you completely. Seizing the opportunity, Chu Yi unleashed everything from his holy light great seal to Light's judgment just to defend himself. The more dangerous the situation, the faster his mind raced. Once inside the chaotic flow of time-space, he had to fight for every single second. He had to force the void beast to attack, to reveal a weakness. Ignoring his own fading strength, he launched his ultimate move, the Holy Fist Barrage. Racked with pain and covered in wounds, Chu Yi pushed on, waiting for the perfect moment to unleash his secret art. The void beast, having the upper hand, grew careless. Don't get ahead of yourself, kid. For today's humiliation, I will definitely... Before it could finish, he trembled and thought to himself, I can't hold on much longer. At the same time, he raised his hand. As Light's judgment finally blazed to life under his command, It forcibly created a seal to bind his opponent's body and soul, slowing its movements until it could no longer attack. But to defeat 1,000 enemies, you have to sacrifice 800. Chu Yi was almost completely drained. Using the angel form twice had consumed way too much of his magic. As a dazzling magical radiance slowly formed, he whispered the words, pouring what was left of his power into the skill. The beast only froze when it realized its movements had been restricted. You! His fingertips, bathed in holy light, twitched. The spirit sky runes instantly formed a cage, trapping the void beast on his command. What else could it do but surrender to its chains? Completely out of energy, Chu Yi felt himself falling, and memories began to surface. He remembered the hope of winning the championship for his school 5 years in a row. And Su Ran's gentle whispers. Vivid memories suddenly stirred his sleeping heart. He saw her landing gracefully, gazing down at him, and even the moment her succubus form brushed his lips with a kiss. It felt like she had just transferred something to him. Amidst the haze and his own ragged breathing, his vision suddenly focused. Su Ran held up a mesmerizing heart, her voice an alluring invitation. Remember to come find me. In that very instant, he snapped awake, his eyes glowing with a strange crimson light. A newly empowered Chu Yi immediately launched his next move, using every last ounce of strength for a chance to lock down the void beast. Now, you're gonna stay put for me, the beast asked in a panic. What? Golden strands of holy script moved in succession, morphing into countless chains that bound the void beast. Its arrogant reign was finally over. The absolute control left it stunned and begging for mercy. I surrender, I surrender, I surrender, the system notification appeared. You have successfully subjugated a magical beast. Do you wish to accept it as a summoned beast? Ignoring the tempting offer, Chu Yi's only focus was on his interrogation. Give me Xiaoran, the beast whispered in confusion. Who? Only to scream in agony as he began to apply pressure. Ah, my eyes. My eyes. Ah, I know. You mean that girl, right? Ha ha, she's fine. She's perfectly fine. In a frosty area he hadn't noticed before, a flower bud stirred. Its petals, shaped like the universe itself, slowly began to open. It turns out Su Ran was sleeping safely inside the time-space flower. Ling Shi, who had been anxiously waiting outside, suddenly realized her senior was back, and she had her safe and sound Chu Yi back as well. The surrounding students rushed over. How's Xiaoran? Chu Yi, did you really tame the void beast? Meanwhile, the faction hoping to overthrow him began to waver. The teleportation is restored. Should we still make our move? After he handed Su Ran over, she blurted out in confusion, Second brother, you're not even saying anything. As he readied his stance, his giant hammer was immediately aimed at the heavens. Wang Xuan was stunned, roaring, Chu Yi, what is the meaning of this? His friend quickly chimed in, What are you trying to do? The only answer they got was the realization that the match wasn't over yet, sending the whole crowd scrambling to get away. Is Chu Yi insane? Chu Yi stood tall, weapon in hand, and faced them all defiantly. Surrender or challenge me. What are we supposed to do now? Having no choice, they all gave in. I'm speechless. I totally give up. To think you still have fight left in you. We were never your enemies to begin with. A notification flashed. Sun Qiao of Mado University has forfeited. Xialan quietly added, That's right. We were just worried about you. Even the top player from Yueqi Zhaoyang University admitted defeat. God Yi's will to win is just too strong. He calmly raised his hand to surrender. Chu Yi's point total skyrocketed, jumping from over 10,000 to nearly 50,000 as he absorbed all their points, leaving the other teams fuming. They're all gone. Who are we even supposed to fight now? But once everyone had left, Chu Yi's body went limp, and he collapsed, scaring her half to death. While supporting Su Ran, Ling Ji, his second brother, anxiously checked his wounds. His voice was barely a whisper. I'm completely out of magic. If they had decided to attack me in my weakened state, I don't think I would have survived. His vision started to blur, but his determination still burned bright. The top 3 spots on the leaderboard are us. The first place in the survival match had to be secured, and the true number 1 was Chu Yi, with nearly 36,000 points. He was followed by Jiang Suran and Tang Lingxi. Seeing the system confirm their victory, Chu Yi let out a soft, tired laugh. As team captain, I didn't bring shame to Suhong University. Just then, the live battle report updated. Suhong University took first place with 500,000 points, with Qingjing University in second. Third place went to Mado University, with a significant point gap. This was the 183rd National College Freshman Exchange Survival Match, a tournament that had produced countless geniuses over the years. The host announced with heartfelt sincerity, Many of these geniuses have gone on to become pillars of our nation, and all of you here today represent the future hope of our country and all of humanity. But the students were too busy with their own chatter. We can go pick out epic grade gear tomorrow. This is awesome. After fighting for 20 hard days, we can finally relax. I'm gonna eat a huge meal tonight. As for Chu Yi, after a short rest, he got right back to business. He read the system notifications one by one. Congratulations, you have received innate earth milk, 50 free attribute points and 50 skill points. He couldn't contain his joy. A god-tier talent, a god-tier skill, and a god-tier treasure. Heh. What seemed like an impossible task had yielded the sweetest rewards. A 20-day-long tournament where you had to get first place in every event to complete the mission. It was way harder than the college entrance exams or the demon spawn mission. I can't believe the rewards for this mission are this insane. Chu Yi couldn't hide the massive grin on his face. An S+ swordsmanship talent, an S+ skill, and a legendary treasure. This would grant him an immeasurable power boost. Of course, he chose to accept them all. Instantly, a bright light filled every cell in his body. The magical sensation was so vivid it completely washed over him. So this is the power of the divine sword heart? A pure, high-level energy gathered above Chu Yi's head. It only dispersed after he had fully absorbed it. He felt hazy, like he'd just awoken from a deep sleep. Before him was a chaotic, empty space, shimmering with a faint golden light. As soon as morning came, Chu Yi began testing his new strength. Even with just a light swing of his sword, the surrounding earth and rock were completely devastated. Chu Yi stood dazed amidst a swirling cloud of debris, lost in thought. Just a casual wave of my hand can create such terrifying destruction. This power is truly unbelievable. And it seems the divine sword heart gave me another new ability. He examined the new gift carefully. The light was even sharper than that of a blessed weapon. This was a special kind of offensive sword chi, one that only appears when a swordsman reaches a certain level of mastery. This was beyond all his expectations, so he quickly raised his hand again. Only professional swordsmen who train day in and day out can activate sword chi, and now I can use it freely. A blinding radiance instantly sliced through the air. Before, I could barely manage it, but now, it's like I've become a sword master overnight. Learning new skills from here on out should be a piece of cake. For instance, a normal attack combined with the system's sword glimmer skill could push the damage to 18, and that's just the level 1 enhancement. That single slash carried an immense pressure that shattered the stone wall, and based on his projections, once the skill leveled up, the damage would be even more insane. However, Chu Yi wasn't lost in the hype. He was perfectly calm, sighing to himself. In the end, this was all just theory. If he had a true swordmaster to spar with, he could get a much better read on the power boost from his divine sword heart. The thought had barely crossed his mind before he was already contacting Chiran. "Brother Chu Yi, you called me here in such a hurry. Did you want to have a sword duel with me?" His request for her help was well-founded. As the direct descendant of the Jiang family, Jiang Chiran had been training in swordsmanship under the tutelage of a grandmaster since she was 3. She never forgot her duty, training relentlessly day after day. It was that dedication that earned her the title of Genius Sword Maiden. Still, Chiran thought to herself shyly, in terms of overall strength, Brother Chu Yi is definitely the strongest. But when it comes to sword technique, I have absolute confidence. As the confrontation began, the aura around Chu Yi instantly shifted. "Chiran, you better go all out." She wasn't scared in the slightest. In fact, she seriously took a stance to initiate the fight. "Brother Chu Yi, be careful." The words had barely left her lips when Chiran swung her weapon, unleashing an overwhelming attack. It was so ferocious it snapped his practice weapon in two. However, this was the exact moment Chu Yi had been waiting for. While she was still suspended in midair, he made his move. A flash of panic appeared in Chiran's eyes. I didn't see wrong. That was sword ki. After landing and stabilizing herself, she exclaimed, "Brother Chu Yi's talent for the sword is this outrageous?" But she barely had a few seconds to recover before the next wave of attacks closed in. Unfazed, Chiran relied on her experience, raising her weapon to defend. Her phantom shadow sword, bursting with energy, immediately countered. They went back and forth, locked in a struggle for over 100 bouts. The two were so focused, they didn't even notice Wu Mang's arrival. Am I dreaming? When did Chu Yi become so proficient with a longsword? He observed every detail, analyzing the fight. Every one of Chu Yi's strikes felt like a divine, overwhelming force. In contrast, Jiang Chiran's style was swift and unpredictable. His years of experience allowed him to see things clearly. Jiang Chiran was actually able to go toe-to-toe with Chu Yi, holding her own quite skillfully. If it wasn't for her higher-level skills, it meant Chu Yi was intentionally suppressing his power and speed to match hers. The moment her weapon was sent flying, Wu Mang knew it was over. Even so, when the blade made contact, the resulting shockwave could have crippled both her arms. But instead, Chu Yi simply snatched the treasured weapon Chiran always carried. She panted, completely out of breath. "Brother Chu Yi, I'm done. I admit defeat." Chu Yi's tone immediately softened. Are you okay? Seeing his concern, she reassured him. I'm fine, just a little exhausted. The second they stopped, the old man approached, full of praise. Astonishing. Turns out you're a hidden sword master, Chu Yi. Why didn't I see you use these skills during the competition? The young man quickly replied, Hello, Headmaster Wu. Then he just laughed sheepishly and scratched his head, explaining himself. Ha ha ha, just saving a little something for a rainy day. But inwardly, his mind was racing. The conditions to get this new talent were incredibly strict. It couldn't be from setting a high-level dungeon record or from a class change ritual. Just getting it out of nowhere would look way too suspicious. I guess I can't fool this old fox. Suddenly, Chu Yi remembered something and asked, Headmaster Wu, was there something you needed me for? The headmaster then got to the point. I came to bring you all to the victory banquet hosted by the Alliance. But there's something else I need to tell you. An image of the crime scene flashed through Wu Mang's mind. Feng He is dead. When the Alliance investigator Xia Yan found him, Feng He was already gone, discovered in his dorm room. He recounted the details of the crime. According to Feng He's students, he claimed he could use insect eggs to locate people in the secret realm more easily, promising S+ resources as a reward. It was clear the other headmaster had been plotting this for a long time, luring students to the laundry room to secretly plant the insect eggs on the contestants' clothes. Unfortunately, that's where the trail gets tricky. He revealed the current roadblock. His students don't know anything else. Chu Yi was stunned. So, the lead is completely dead? But Wu Mang gave him a firm answer. Don't worry. The Alliance is investigating everyone Feng He has been in contact with for the past 10 years. We should have results in a week. For now, the victory party is about to start. Let's go. At the same time, he explained the deeper meaning of the event. At this banquet, all the top powers of the Zhongxia nation will be present. Their main goal is to recruit you all into their teams and guilds. As Wu Mang led the group, he gave them the rundown on the lavish party. To lure you in, they'll offer conditions that can only be described as extravagant. Money, beautiful women, authority, resources, and sure enough, just as predicted, the moment they arrived, people started approaching them with offers. Once you accept these conditions, you're bound to that power. As your team's advisor, I won't object to you joining any faction, but you must not make your choice lightly. Just then, the sound of applause echoed, drawing everyone's attention. Ladies and gentlemen, Feng Yu's voice boomed, delivering the opening speech. You are all students from the top 10 universities who competed in this year's National Freshman Exchange Tournament. Making it this far was no easy feat. Therefore, every single one of you will receive a reward from our Xiayan Professionals Alliance. After his words, items were distributed to each person. In your hands is a bank card. Inside is a deposit of 20 million Zhongxia currency, provided by our Xiayan Professionals Alliance. This reward immediately sparked a huge buzz. Additionally, each of your statuses within our Xiayan Professionals Alliance will be upgraded to that of an elite peripheral member. That is the highest authority one can have, outside of being a core member of my Xiayan Alliance. The benefits Feng Yu listed sounded incredibly tempting. At any salvation base in the Zhongxia Nation, you'll receive a 20% discount on all equipment and potions. Of course, if any of you wish to become a core member of our Xiayan Alliance, you may contact me directly. Hearing this grand speech, Chu Yi couldn't help but feel impressed. 20 million per person, for 100 contestants, that's 2 billion. The Xiayan Professionals Alliance is loaded. The people around him were buzzing. 2 million Zhongxia currency. They've never given out this much before. With this money, you could buy a B+ rank resource. What a huge win! The main character's instincts helped him realize it quickly. This was also the most direct way for them to flex their power. At the same time, a notification rang out. The rewards for the top 3 in the solo, team, and survival matches will be distributed tomorrow. Finally, Feng Yu raised his glass to all the guests. The victory banquet officially begins. Please, eat and drink to your heart's content. The crowd below roared back an enthusiastic reply. Cheers. At that moment, Wu Mang proactively gathered his team, a toast to Suhong University for winning first place in this year's tournament. The students immediately joined the lively atmosphere, clinking their glasses. Tanwei excitedly walked over to join the fun. Second brother, we owe our first place win all to you. This glass is for you. Wu Mang quickly nodded in agreement. He deserves a toast. He deserves it. If it weren't for Chu Yi, our school's final ranking among the big 3 would have likely been dead last. Following his lead, beautiful girls flocked over like devoted fans. I'd like to toast you too, brother Chu Yi. Me too, me too. Nearly everyone around them wanted to use this chance to greet him. And us! The awkward situation made him a little embarrassed. Are you all trying to drink me under the table? Suddenly, a familiar and powerful voice cut through the noise. Chu Yi respectfully clasped his hands, using this chance to express his gratitude. If it wasn't for you, I doubt I would have survived long enough for the healers to arrive. You saved my life. If you ever need me, I'll gladly die for you." Then he immediately downed his glass, sealing his solemn oath, a man of his word. Su Ran, who'd been watching from the side, found herself totally intrigued. Looks like Chu Yi just gained another crew of die-hard fans. Right after, Wang Xuan rushed over, pushing Changshan aside to get to the front. Me too! Me too! Xiao Bai watched quietly from the back, a million questions running through her mind. Dad, is it just me, or has the holy aura around Chu Yi gotten way stronger? Chu Heng stated it as a fact. It's not your imagination. His aura has already surpassed most second advancement holy class users. That information left her completely floored. What? It's only been a few days. He couldn't believe it either, but the proof was right in front of them. A change this obvious meant he'd leveled up again. That kind of growth rate is just terrifying. The party eventually wrapped up. The very next day, a futuristic jet appeared on the school grounds. The advanced machine landed softly as all the students watched in awe. The cabin door slid open. Once everything was set, Feng Yu spoke from the cockpit. Everyone's on board. You'll need to go to the Xiaoyan Professional Alliance headquarters to claim your rewards. The headquarters is in the Dingshan district of Qingjing City. The only way in is by a specialized fighter jet. Dan Wei, sitting inside, was geeking out over the high-tech gear. Whoa, these are all the latest X-1000 Phantom model fighter jets. Su Ran, seated up front, knew all about them too. The X-1000 Phantom is made by Zhongxia's biggest fighter jet manufacturer. Its top acceleration is 3 times the speed of sound in just 10 seconds. That fact just made the curious young Dan Wei even more hyped. Yes, that's the one. It costs almost 1 billion. At that moment, Feng Yu finished her prep, telling them to buckle up. But the second the jet launched, Dan Wei slammed straight into the wall because he forgot his seatbelt. The jet took off faster than your X moves on, sending him bouncing in every direction. It flew so fast all you could see was a streak of light left behind. By the time the jet finally stopped, he was seeing stars circling his head. He'd arrived. Su Ran had a similar experience, but the weird part was, she ended up right on top of Chu Yi. The moment she came to her senses, she scrambled back to her seat, her face beet red with embarrassment, while he tried to say something to break the awkward silence. That was fast. Dingshan District is 20 kilometers from Qingjing University. At that speed, we got here in 20 seconds. Just like that, they arrived at the security checkpoint. Around them, everything was running like clockwork. Feng Yu switched into tour guide mode. The Dingshan district has a total of 40 ground entrances and 15 aerial passages. External fighter jets entering Dingshan must undergo a full scan, so we have to queue up. A drone then followed its programming, flying over to scan them thoroughly. Beep. Registration number 00638. The Xiaoyan Professional Alliance jet has special clearance. And with that, they were allowed through the teleportation gate. Stepping inside revealed the magnificent, massive headquarters. Su Ran stared out the cockpit window, amazed by the view. Hey, isn't that the flag of Qingjing University? Feng Yu eagerly explained. Yep, that's Qingjing University's floating island. Besides schools, many legions and guilds are also built here in Dingshan. Chu Yi stood back, silently sizing up the Xiaoyan Alliance's floating island. The mana fluctuations were even stronger here. Every single machine on the island had extra defensive mechanisms. All the students finally began to exit the aircraft, filing out in a single line. Feng Yu made the official announcement once more. This is the headquarters. Suddenly, a voice caught Wang Xuan's attention. Excuse me, coming through. But when he turned, he was staring at a gigantic creature. It was a huge dragon. Another student explained excitedly. To have a mythical beast with an average level of 60 as a pet, that must be an incredibly powerful third advancement professional. Afterwards, Feng Yu explained the process. For your individual rewards, you'll need to go to the main office. The staff will escort you. One by one, each student was given directions. Student Wang Xuan, please follow me. Student Jiangsu Ran, this way please. Student Wei He. But the most exceptional person was guided by her personally. Chu Yi, you ranked first in the solo match, first in the team match, and first in the survival match. I will be the one to take you to claim your rewards. Please, follow me. Since it was a bit of a walk, the two started making small talk. You were the best performer in the entire exchange tournament. The Xiaoyan Alliance values you highly. Have you considered becoming a core member of the Alliance? I'm sorry. For now, I have no intention of joining any faction. You don't even want to hear our conditions? Our alliance has very few rules. No, thank you. He was smart enough to see the catch. Few rules still means there are strings attached. Besides, I'm only a freshman. I can't be tied down by some faction already. But Feng Yu remained hopeful. Geniuses always have their own plans. Ha ha ha, no rush. When they arrived at the door to a secret chamber, she announced his prize with a flourish. Your rewards are divided into 3 categories. First, for winning the solo tournament, a custom-made legendary grade weapon. The prize for winning the team tournament is a full set of custom-made epic-grade equipment. And for winning the survival match, you can choose any one item from the Xia Yan Alliance's resource vault. Then, she continued to explain as she led the way. Right now, I'm taking you to the highest level blacksmith in the Xia Yan Alliance. Master Qi Jun will be crafting your legendary weapon for you. This is Master Qi Jun's forge. The special door in front of them slowly creaked open. It's a little hot. A wave of steam and smoke immediately billowed out. Feng Yu stepped forward to make the introduction. Master Qi Jun, the solo tournament champion, has arrived. The man's intimidating presence felt like it could crush anyone. A deep voice rumbled out. You are Chu Yi. Unfazed, he answered politely. Master Qi Jun, I am Chu Yi. The master's piercing eyes scanned him from head to toe. Apparently satisfied, his tone softened slightly. Very good. Your current level is 23. Based on the requirement of one piece of equipment every 5 levels, I will design a level 25 legendary weapon for you. Tell me, what kind of weapon do you want? Chu Yi quickly stated his request. I want a longsword with enhanced strength and intelligence attributes. Watching their conversation, Feng Yu was quietly stunned and a little impressed. To forge better equipment, Master Qi Jun had learned an extremely rare eye technique. A normal professional would be completely overwhelmed by its gaze, unable to even speak. As expected of this year's all-around champion, he's facing Master Qi Jun without even flinching. At the same time, Chu Yi added more details about the weapon he wanted. As for the equipment's special effects, I don't have any major requirements. It just needs to be compatible with my Holy Knight class and have enough damage output. But in his head, he had a clear strategy. A gold-grade weapon enhances 2 of the 4 main stats. A legendary weapon enhances all 4. But as a Holy Knight, I need to be a frontline fighter and a caster, so strength and intelligence are the most important. Based on what he'd already seen, Qi Jun gave his serious assessment. I've watched all of your fights. You're sharp, aggressive, and overwhelming. A longsword is a fitting choice. Then, he excitedly summoned a radiant holy light stone as a bold idea sparked in his mind. I have a few thoughts. Feng Yu recognized it instantly. That's a rare drop from the Holy Sanctuary Ruins dungeon. With an annual output of less than 10 pieces, it was a legendary material. As if sharing one mind, she and Chu Yi gasped in shock. The ancient sunstone of holy light. Qi Jun went into full scholar mode, explaining it in simple terms. The ancient sunstone of holy light is a treasure from the very core of the sun. Weapons forged from it unleash a divine light, instantly purging and destroying spirits, demons, and creatures of darkness. His lesson over, he focused his mind, summoning the meteoric silver steel. With a powerful shout, countless stones were pushed up by the lava. Golden-grade meteoric silver steel, legendary-grade abyssal obsidian, epic-grade soul fragments, golden-grade dragon soul cores, and legendary-grade tears of a saint. With a wave of his hand, roaring flames pulled the stones into a swirling vortex. The heart of the blazing demon, the essence of the void, the sands of time, and the eye of the storm. Qi Jun poured his entire consciousness into forming the seals, beginning the refining process as the lava churned. Under the 1,000-degree heat, the volcano itself erupted with an earth-shattering blast, purging all evil creatures and making them scream in agony. It burns! It's too hot! I'm dying! Using his supreme forging skills, he refined the essence into a towering pillar of lava, divine quenching great hammer. The lava flow sucked in the dark spirits trapped within. The power of the thunder god coated the hammer. All the energy gathered, unleashing a blinding, golden-orange light. Feng Yu and Chu Yi could only gaze in awe at this incredible weapon forging as the mighty hammer smashed away every last impurity. Now, Qi Jun began pouring the molten stone into the weapon's mold, stabilizing the internal stress, tempering its nature, grounding it with the earth. Once the material had hardened, he lifted it out with a pair of tongs. A brilliant light flowed across its surface, its face like a mirror, revealing an edge so sharp it practically glowed. He tapped skillfully across the blade's surface, carving intricate runes. The glyphs flickered to life as magic surged through the weapon, forging a divine artifact to command all elements. Next came the quenching. He plunged the blade into water for rapid cooling, infusing it with the might to crush all demons. The runes flared, mana coursing through it, forging the divine artifact. The very soul of a war god was bound to the blade, giving it an unyielding battle intent that could shatter enemy lines without tasting a drop of blood. For the final shaping, Qi Jun hammered the metal with immense force. The thunderous blows sent sparks flying in every direction. Feng Yu quickly threw up a protective barrier. When the masterpiece was finally complete, the master let out a breath of admiration. Good. The radiant holy sword he had crafted pulsed with a powerful golden aura, so solid it looked like it could pierce through anything. Then he took a deep breath and roared, giving it one last surge of power. The instant he finished, Jun hurled the sword with blistering speed, so fast it shot past Zhou Yi, leaving only a streak of blinding light. Zhou Yi snatched it from the air with perfect precision, feeling the immense weight in his hand. He raised the sword, carefully inspecting it. The master smith panted, exhausted from the ordeal, but gave him one final instruction. A legendary weapon must accept you as its master. Release your energy and dominate it. Zhou Yi immediately followed his advice, closing his eyes and focusing his entire spirit, pouring his power into the blade. The two energies merged, releasing crackling arcs of immense power. Just then, the system announced a special bloodline, 6 Desires Angel. Zhou Yi began to inspect the sword closely, from its mirror-polished blade to the solid wooden hilt. He was completely satisfied, marveling to himself. 4 major stat boosts and 3 special effects. This was the real deal, especially the first one, an attack speed boost. In a real fight, for every one swing his opponent makes, he could land 3 or 4. Seeing the look on his face, Jun could easily guess his thoughts. It seems you're quite pleased with it. But Zhou Yi was stunned by the master's sudden change in appearance. Master Jun, what happened to you? The old man gave a weary explanation. Forging a weapon of this caliber consumes a massive amount of my life force and magic. This transformation is perfectly normal. Feng Yu stepped closer and whispered, the birth of a legendary weapon requires countless processes. Only a genius like Master Jun could finish it in such a short time. A normal weapon master would need at least 2 or 3 months. The master slowly turned his back to them. Before leaving, he gave one last piece of advice. You two should go. I need to rest. The Radiant Holy Sword was forged mostly from holy-type materials. If you want to upgrade it later, it's best to stick with holy materials, or else you'll risk weakening its power. Zhou Yi was deeply grateful and bowed his head. Thank you, Master Jun. Feng Yu quickly pulled him away, changing the subject. Next, let's go claim your rewards from the guild tournament. At the same time, Jun let out a satisfied sigh and dove straight into the boiling lava. The next situation was a little awkward for him. A group of tailors dressed in black bunny outfits surrounded him to take his measurements. Hello, student Zhou Yi. We are the team in charge of your epic-grade equipment set. A purple-haired girl playfully lifted his chin. So, do you have any specific requests for this set? Zhou Yi hastily pulled his shirt down and answered in detail. I need a light armor set with stat enhancements focused on strength and intelligence. The opponent professionally scheduled the delivery. Understood. The equipment will be ready in 1 month. Someone will be assigned to escort it to your school. With business concluded, the tailors immediately started gossiping. Such a thin waist, and his muscles are so nice. Plus, he's super innocent. Watching the innocent deer lost among a pack of hunters, Feng Yu sighed to herself. A naive student being played with so easily. Then she snapped her fingers, making a new announcement. Next up is the reward for the survival match. Make your choice here. Following her gesture, a circle of information materialized around them. You can choose any one item. Zhou Yi carefully read through the dense lines of text on the selection screen. Faced with a galaxy of options, he remained calm and analyzed them carefully. Every single one was an S-rank, life-saving divine artifact, the kind of thing most professionals would bleed for. Then, he decisively pointed at his desired item. I want this one. Feng Yu appreciated his decision, but she was also a bit curious. The spatial leap stone is a great escape tool, but you're not picking a resurrection item? He didn't hesitate for a second, confidently confirming it. I'm sure I want this. In reality, he already had a plan. Resurrection items were rare, but he already had the rebirth cross from the system. Besides, he had another use in mind for the spatial leap stone. Feng Yu immediately granted his request. All right. She then handed over a box containing a mysterious green gem. It's yours now. Zhou Yi looked at his prize with satisfaction. Suddenly, a pleading voice tore through his mind, crying out in desperation. Let me out! Let me out! Noticing his strange expression, she asked, What's wrong? The color had suddenly drained from his face. He forced a smile and brushed it off. It's nothing. Maybe I just need to rest a bit. With her work done, the professional handed him a business card with a message. All right, the rewards have been collected, so my mission here is complete. Of course, if you're not satisfied with your epic equipment or legendary weapon, you can contact me directly. The other students are probably waiting for us in the hall. Let's go. Soon, he was brought back to the assembly area. The moment the Xiaobai sisters saw his familiar figure, they rushed over excitedly. Brother Zhou Yi, he turned to them. What's up? He wanted to find a private place to talk, but that wasn't their plan. No need. We just came to say goodbye. This afternoon, all the exchange students and teachers are being teleported back by the Saint Scripture University's magic circle. I have to go back to the clan with Dong Air too. In a hidden corner no one noticed, A small beetle was secretly observing their conversation from below. If you have time, I hope you can bring Zhou Yun to Tianlan province. Since you're both descendants of the Chu family, the clan will definitely invest all its resources into training you. Knowing this would be good for them both, he nodded in agreement. Yeah, after Zhou Yun graduates in 6 months, I'll take her there. I wish you all a safe journey. After the brief reunion, Chu Yi stood there for a moment, watching them leave. Only after they were all gone did his razor-sharp gaze shoot upwards. In a flash, he appeared on the very branch where the bug had been. Finding nothing suspicious, Chu Yi frowned, wondering, was that feeling of being watched just my imagination? Suddenly, a voice called up from below. Hey Yi, we're heading to the market to buy some local goods. You coming? He flatly refused. I'm not going. A moment later, Chu Yi was back in his house, slamming the door shut. His mind was in turmoil. Could it be that his old wounds hadn't healed, making him overly tense? All at once, a splitting headache ripped through his mind, like giant jaws were crushing his very brain. A voice suddenly echoed, Human, release me. Strange patterns and an eerie light bloomed across the floor as a monstrous shadow began to form in the center. Chu Yi knew exactly why it had appeared, but he still tried to reason with it. You signed a contract with me. Why must you struggle like this? The Void Beast? It let out a roar of pure indignation. It's ridiculous. This great one has lived for thousands of years, yet I have to obey some kid who's still wet behind the ears. If it weren't for that bizarre final spell, you'd be no match for me. Chu Yi mercilessly listed its crimes. You injured 63 people, sent 10 to their graves, and forced the Xiaoyan Professional Alliance to spend a fortune on healing and repairing the secret realm. If they knew the mastermind was still alive, what kind of end do you think you'd meet? The Void Beast stubbornly retorted. Is threatening me all you're good for? Chu Yi's patience was wearing thin. The Alliance's third-rank mages can use a soul-erasing art to wipe a high-level magic beast's mind, turning it into a puppet. You might not fear that, but even if you die, your flesh and blood would sell for a high price. Enraged by his words, the beast spat a vicious curse. But then, Chu Yi caringly offered it an S-rank space jump stone. You were heavily injured fighting me. I can't take you to a healer, so you need to replenish your energy. The Void Beast paused, staring at the stone with a complex look in its eyes. Chu Yi then stated a single, cryptic phrase. 1 year. He paused, then laid out his terms. Your energy is useful to me. Serve me obediently for 1 year, and I'll cancel the contract and set you free. But with its deep hatred for humans, it wasn't easily swayed. And why should I believe you? Why bother explaining? The threat returned to his voice. You have no other choice. It's either trust me or walk the path of death. With that, Chu Yi took out another item as a show of good faith. Your soul-bound beast. I'm returning it to you. The beast cautiously took it and placed it on its head, cradling it gently. Just as Chu Yi turned to leave, it suddenly called out, Wait a second. Tossing the stone into its mouth, it added a warning. There's something you might want to know. The Void Beast slowly uttered each word. The little butterfly told me. Right as I was capturing it, it finally revealed a terrifying piece of news. They aren't actually human. At the shopping district, the calls of merchants filled the air. The raging flame saber comes with its own fire effects, only 998. Hey buddy, don't hesitate. Today's a special price. Buy a set of battle armor, get a free nail clipper. Guaranteed real, no scams. In one stall, Su Ran was busy trying on jewelry while Nadia hyped up the merchandise beside her. Miss, this hair clip is inlaid with a frost crystal. Not only can it level up your style, but it also has a defensive effect. She passionately listed off its benefits. The gem is also infused with the mana of a wood-type mage. It can speed up wound recovery. It's perfect for a job user who's as beautiful and strong as you. Chu Yi suddenly appeared from behind, gently placing a different hairpin in Su Ran's hair. This one suits you better. She couldn't hide the joy sparkling in her eyes. Brother Chu Yi. His appearance left Su Ran a bit confused. Didn't you say you weren't coming? He smiled and explained. I finished up my business, so I thought I'd come take a look, and maybe buy some souvenirs to take back. Seeing the two acting so sweet, Nadia smiled to herself. Oh, a handsome guy and a beautiful girl. What a perfect scene. I totally ship it. Just then, another voice cut in. Miss Zhang. 3 pairs of curious eyes turned to look. The owner of the voice was none other than Wang Hao. I can't believe I ran into you here. This must be fate. Ironically, Su Ran had no idea who he was. And you are? Ignoring the awkward moment, he introduced himself with a bow. Miss Jiang, you're so forgetful. I'm Wang Hao, grandson of Wang Batian, the second-rate thunder-type genius of the Thunder Prison Wang family's 3rd generation. Nadia couldn't help but chuckle at his words. The first time meeting someone, and he calls himself a genius, and a second-rate one at that. Ha ha ha. He was about to ramble on, On your birthday a year ago, I gave you a Frost Soul sword, but she was already sick of him. The Wang family. They were like lingering ghosts. Chu Yi immediately knew what to do. On my way here, I saw a street full of food stalls. Let's go check it out. He put his arm around her shoulder to lead her away. We have things to do, so we'll be leaving now. But someone found this sight unbearable. Insolence. Wang Hao furiously summoned a ball of lightning. How dare you? A mere commoner dares to touch the pearl of the Jiang family. He roared out an order. Kneel for me. With that, he hurled the orb at Chu Yi. But it never touched a single hair, slamming into an invisible barrier. Though a bit surprised, his appraisal skill let him see Chu Yi's information, and he sneered in contempt. So, just a holy knight hiding in a turtle shell. This commoner's level is low, and his class is useless. Beating him will be a piece of cake. Su Ran was enraged that someone would dare insult her man. But what kind of man lets a girl protect him? He quickly stepped forward to propose a duel. I'll play with you. Chu Yi then set the rules. 3 moves. If you can even touch the corner of my clothes, I'll apologize to you. If not, you'll kneel and apologize to me. And a warning. You break it, you buy it. The nearby crowd smelled drama and rushed over to watch. Looks like we've got a show. Young people are so hot-headed these days, starting fights in the middle of the street. Wang Hao gritted his teeth, a vicious glint in his eyes. Who does this trash think he is, challenging me? Without holding back, he immediately unleashed his full power. Frenzied thunderstorm. A barrage of lightning bolts rained down from above, but none of them could break through the protective shield. Chu Yi emerged from within, completely unscathed, looking as majestic and imposing as a god. The surrounding crowd started murmuring. He doesn't know his own limits. He can't even break the guy's defense. Witnessing this, Wang Hao started to feel a bit nervous, but he put on a brave face. That's a pretty tough turtle shell. He must have put all his stat points into defense. Pathetic. But inwardly, he was cursing. Damn it, I didn't expect this guy's defense to be so tough to crack. However, the so-called second-rate genius wasn't about to give up so easily. He quickly gathered his energy and summoned 2 lightning leopards. That was just the appetizer. This lightning leopard shadow is my killing move. I'll show you the price for offending Wang Hao, you peasant. At their master's command, they shot straight toward Chu Yi. For this move, he had to draw his weapons. Soul Starfall, Salvation Cross. He immediately hurled the 2 holy items forward. In the blink of an eye, the 2 lightning leopard shadows were completely obliterated. Wang Hao had to shield himself from the aftershock of the attack, and for the first time, he felt true fear. How is this possible? Who is this guy? While he was struggling, Chu Yi on the other side was completely relaxed. You still have 1 move left. He quickly racked his brain, but he couldn't place the man before him. Impossible. I've never seen this person among the geniuses of the great families. He's just a holy knight with a trash profession. There's no way his strength is above mine. Still unwilling to give up, Wang Hao slowly drew his sword from its sheath. I refuse to believe you can block this move. Like a bolt of lightning, he charged at Chu Yi with his sword, unleashing his thunder flash slash. Chu Yi reacted just as quickly, countering with his holy light cross. In an instant, a beam of light slammed down from the heavens. The ground erupted, scattering rock and debris everywhere. From above, he glared down at the pathetic figure below him with pure contempt. So this was the great lightning genius. What a disappointment. After a few minutes, Wang Hao finally managed to lift his face, revealing a deep crater in the ground. Over at a stall, Nadia suddenly realized something. Why did that guy look so familiar? She felt like she had seen him somewhere before. The Holy Knight. The Holy Knight! It finally clicked. She rushed to her colleague. That's Chu Yi, the #1 ranker from this year's freshman exchange. Her coworker was stunned. No wonder. And the girl beside him must be his girlfriend, Jiang Churan. Their chatter was loud enough for him to hear everything. Wiping a trickle of blood from his mouth, Long was in utter shock. A freshman? He was really just a freshman? Watching the 2 of them leave, Wang Hao's eyes burned with the promise of revenge. Chu Yi, I'll let you live for now. Just you wait. Once my big brother gets back, I'll make you pay. As for that woman, his hatred ran even deeper. That shameless witch, Jiang Churan, daring to mess with the Wang family. My brother will never let you get away with this. The next day, warm sunlight shone everywhere. As Chu Yi's group entered, students on both sides buzzed with whispers. That's Suhong University's representative team. Look, it's Chu Yi. He's even more handsome in person than on stage. Wow, just as you'd expect from the goddess Jiang. With that body and face, even a girl like me is falling for her. Wu Mang smiled warmly, expressing his gratitude for Qingjing University's hospitality. Cheng Tian was fuming at the thought of just being their background decoration, but he forced a pleasant smile. This exchange tournament really let your Suhong University steal the show, didn't it? We all just became your stepping stones. The man was grinning from ear to ear but replied with humility. Why must you put it in such a harsh way? Competition comes second, friendship comes first, the other person added. Ha ha, that's right, and I guess I'm in third place. They couldn't linger, as a mage was already rushing them. Everyone, please prepare for the teleportation magic circle. All the mages chanted in unison, activate. Helen led the way, waving to her new friend. Goodbye for now, Xiaoran. She smiled and waved back. See you next time, Xiaolan. Everyone else took the last few moments to say their goodbyes. I'll definitely crush you next time. In your dreams, goodbye. In a flash of light, everyone vanished from the teleportation circle and suddenly reappeared in the main hall of their own academy. Wang Huijiang welcomed them with open arms. Welcome back, the young heroes of Suhong University. They all greeted the three leaders in unison. Headmaster, Dean Chu, Dean Song, he beamed with a satisfied smile. Our Suhong University is the talk of the town. The top headlines are all about our championship victory. Song Yi also smiled and praised them. You all performed exceptionally well. You've worked hard. Next, the headmaster stepped forward to present the rewards. The exchange tournament is, in truth, a battle between universities, meant to test the teaching capabilities of each institution. Naturally, great deeds come with great rewards. He called out 5 names. Even as substitute members, you all showed outstanding performance in your matches. Then he declared in a loud voice, each of you will receive a reward of 5,000 academy credits. Their eyes went wide with shock. For those who don't know what 5,000 credits means, let's just say, at 500 credits per run for the Abyss-level Goblin Dungeon, that's enough to clear it 10 times. If a normal student wanted to earn 5,000 credits through school missions, it would take them at least an entire school year. The award ceremony continued. Jiang Churan, Song Helan, Wei Tiexin, Tang Lingxi. You all performed exceptionally well in the tournament. Your reward is 20,000 academy credits. The 4 of them responded together. Thank you, Headmaster. Finally, it was time for the most important person. Chu Yi, as the team captain, secured first place in both team and individual competitions, defeated both Wang Xuan and Wei He, and turned the entire situation around to save his teammates in the survival match, leading them to the top. Therefore, Wang Hui declared he will receive the grand prize from Suhong University, 100,000 academy credits. Hearing that number, his eyes instantly lit up. 100,000. The crowd around them was stunned. 100,000 credits. That's like 3 billion Zhongsha currency. Zhang Ze frowned and shot back. Who taught you how to do math? 100,000 credits is enough to exchange for several S-rank divine skills in the school vault. What good is regular money? Huang Bin was so shocked he just blurted out, with 100,000 credits, you could probably raise a pig into a peak-level magic beast. Hearing his friend's ridiculous comment, Xu Qiang smacked him hard on the head. What are you talking about? How could you compare Brother Yi to a pig? He clutched his head in pain, trying to defend himself. That's not what I meant. Someone else sighed in awe. That's an insane amount. But Brother Yi definitely deserves it. Chu Yi smiled, completely satisfied, already calculating how to use the credits. He was just about to run out, too. Now he wouldn't have to worry about the next dungeon. The school's Warped Grove dungeon, restricted to levels 23 to 26. I'll check that out later. With the awards ceremony finished, Wang Hui announced, Suhong University is never stingy with those who contribute greatly. Everyone, go get some rest. They all cheered. Yes, sir. As they were leaving, he stepped forward to call out, Sir. The man stopped and asked casually, What is it? Chu Yi hesitated before speaking. Sir, there's something I wish to ask you. The man had already guessed his student's intentions. Is this about Feng He, the dean of Qingkang University? He nodded. Yes, it is. But Wang Hui had no intention of revealing the truth. This matter was tied to too many things that even deans like Wu Mang had no right to know. Not telling him was for his own good. However, a single sentence stopped him. But what if I'm already involved in it? Then, the man turned to see him tear a rift in the very fabric of space. Chu Yi explained, My void beast familiar told me that the one who captured it wasn't truly human. Is this connected to Feng He? Gazing at the spatial rift, the man sighed in admiration. I originally thought you fought a life or death battle just to drive it away. I never imagined you still had enough power left to actually tame it. At this point, Wang Hui had no other reason to refuse. He took out an ancient book. Since it has come to this, I will tell you. Feng, he is a pseudo-human. Hearing the strange term, he couldn't help but feel puzzled. A pseudo-human? His teacher flipped through the pages, covered in ancient script. Pseudo-humans are creatures that are half human and half demon, created by the chaos god Spawn. They possess the appearance of humans, but hold the heart of a demon. They are monsters that serve their evil god. In a low, steady voice, Wang Hui explained, based on the evidence, The Void Beast's rampage was Feng He's doing, a display of his loyalty to the evil god. He added, "Death and chaos are the two things the evil god loves most." Chu Yi remembered the rumors he'd heard. "So, he's dead then?" The man disagreed. "That's just the official story we released to the public. The truth is not so simple. When he was being investigated, he transformed into a true servant of the evil god, attacked the investigators, and escaped." Wang Hui then posed a question to his student, Chu Yi. "Do you know why Feng He chose to make his move during the exchange tournament?" He answered confidently, "Because the exchange tournament gathers the most elite freshmen in all of Zhongshan Nation. An incident there would have a massive impact." But his teacher added another reason. "That is only one part of it. The most important reason is that the secret realm beneath the Myriad Beast Wasteland is a weak point in the evil god's seal." He recalled the distant past. "The reason it's called the Myriad Beast Wasteland is because 1,000 years ago, a great war between the beast clans took place there. However, the cause of that war was the descent of the Chaos God's spawn. It was a battle for survival itself. The Chaos God's spawn wanted to descend upon the mortal realm through the rift in the Myriad Beast Wasteland. The beast clans used the power of their entire race to seal it away, but their civilization was destroyed in the process." Chu Yi frowned, listening intently to the warning. Besides just causing chaos, Feng He was likely using the Void Beast to probe the rift in the wasteland. If he finds out you've subdued it, he will definitely come back for you. Suddenly, a magic circle lit up beneath their feet. Wang Hui sighed with resignation. "Decades ago, the Heavens Dance Guild acquired a divine tier angelic attack skill book. I was planning on giving it to you later on, but it seems we can't afford to wait." A short while later, at the main gate of the Tianwu Guild's resource warehouse, his guide gestured forward, pointing out the details. The resource warehouse was the very heart of the guild, a vault for rare skills and ancient divine artifacts. Naturally, it was protected by countless layers of defense. The entrance was guarded by 2 level 60 legendary magic beasts, the Azure Leaf Earthstrider lions. His guide diligently explained every detail. The gate itself was carved with a forbidden magic seal. Any unauthorized mana fluctuations would be instantly absorbed by the runes, empowering the barrier itself. Not even a 3rd advancement job class could ever hope to break through by force. Seeing someone approach, Yang Ba looked up in surprise. Wang Hui," he greeted with a grin. "Old Yang, so it's your turn to guard the warehouse this month," he replied casually. "Someone else takes over tomorrow. You're just in time. We should have a few drinks." Chu Yi, standing to the side, silently sized up the man. Even though his aura was suppressed, his mana fluctuations felt even stronger than the academy's director. This proved he was a 3rd advancement powerhouse. Wang Hui finally made his request. "But first, I need a Divine Lightning skill book." The guard's eyes sharpened. "Oh? For your new student?" Nothing got past Yang Ba. Wang Hui just smiled and introduced them. "That's right. Chu Yi, this is the brother who went through life and death with me back in the day. You can just call him Yang Ba." The young man spoke politely. "Hello, Yang Ba." The name and face were already familiar to the guard. "I saw your match," he said. "A young hero. Your reputation is well-deserved." Chu Yi scratched his head, embarrassed. "You praise me too much." As he spoke, Yang Ba activated one of his skills, lecturing, "Humility is a good thing, but don't overdo it. Otherwise, people will see you as weak, and trouble will find its way to your door." Wang Hui felt that was a bit much and quickly cut in. "Old Yang, you're still nagging like always. It's just because you love to preach that the kids don't like you." But Yang Ba was stuck in his ways. Don't listen to your elders, and you'll pay the price." With that, he pulled a book from a ring of light and turned to hand it to Chu Yi. "Take it." Wang Hui gave his student a tip. "You probably have a lot of spare skill points. Just use them to absorb this skill book directly." Chu Yi carefully took it. "Yes, sir." He then checked his points. His daily quests had been giving him more rewards than before. He had indeed saved up quite a bit. Staring at the tome in his hands, he commanded the system, "Begin." Instantly, the pages dissolved into glowing streams of light, pouring directly into his mind. In his mind's eye stood a 6-winged angel with a brilliant golden sword. A system notification appeared. Consumed 100 skill points. S- rank skill, Divine Lightning, Revelation, has been learned. At level 1, it increases resistance to abnormal statuses by 50% and boosts lightning-type skills by 50% for 14 seconds. Then, a Divine Strike shattered the vision. Consumed 100 skill points. S- rank skill, Divine Lightning, Heavenly Punishment Blade, has been learned. At level 1, you can summon Divine Lightning to coalesce on a weapon for an extremely fast slash, dealing immense lightning attribute damage. Next, countless golden chains appeared. Consumed 100 skill points. S- rank skill, Divine Lightning, Heavenly Prison Chains, has been learned. At level 1, you can control Divine Lightning to form a prison, trapping your enemies. While Yang Ba and Wang Hui were chatting away, a storm of lightning began to surround Chu Yi, lifting him into the air. A moment later, a blinding light erupted with him at its epicenter. Thousands of violent lightning bolts shot out in every direction. The sudden bombardment destroyed the surrounding area, kicking up a massive cloud of dust that obscured everything. Even the golden lion had to roar, warily eyeing the explosion. Chu Yi stared at the system window before him. Divine Lightning skill has activated at level 1. Skill effect has fused with the Divine Sword Heart talent. Lightning damage has been upgraded by 20%. Even he couldn't believe it. A single skill book actually contained 3 god-tier skills. This was a massive win. As the lightning phenomenon faded, Wang Hui approached, remarking, "Looks like your harvest wasn't bad. As a god's scion, any skill an angelkin learns will be at least A+ rank or higher." But no one understood his current power better than Chu Yi himself. Incredible strength, extremely high elemental affinity, and now, multiple high-rank skills. No wonder the god scions were all so powerful. Yang Ba, on the other hand, was much more blunt. A+ is considered low among the god scions. There are even skill books above S+. This was the first time Chu Yi had ever heard of this, and he was stunned. "Wait, S+ isn't the highest rank?" Yang Ba explained while pouring a drink. S+ is the highest rank a human job class can master, but the god scions hold skills that are beyond even that. Suddenly, Wang Hui had an idea. "Regarding the skill you just learned, I'll have a young friend show you around the guild to get you acquainted." With a snap of his fingers, a pair of legs in high heels appeared beside them. A woman named Ningxin bowed respectfully. "Guildmaster, you summoned me?" The guildmaster recalled a previous request she'd made. "Steward Yu, weren't you the one who always wanted to meet my student? Well, I've brought him right to you." This elegant and beautiful woman was one of the 3 great stewards of the Tianwu Guild. She extended a hand to introduce herself first. "Student Chu Yi, hello. I am a steward of the Tianwu Guild. My name is Yu Ningxin. I originally intended to find you at Qingjing University, but unfortunately, by the time I got there, you had already left." He politely shook her hand but couldn't help asking, "You were looking for me?" Wang Hui stepped in to explain. "Steward Yu is responsible for recruiting new members for the Tianwu Guild. She can't help herself when she sees a promising new seed." Yang Ba added a word of caution. "Chu Yi is only a first year. Don't bother him with guild affairs. The guild master and I are going to catch up. You can give Chu Yi a tour." Ningxin immediately followed their orders. "Yes, sir." Along the way, she explained some of the basics. The Tianwu Guild was founded 45 years ago. This is the guild's first and main stronghold. Most guild members' homes are located right here. This place was originally just a mountain forest. But after years of development and 5 major expansions, it's grown to the size of a prefecture-level city. The two stood observing the view from the city wall as she added a final detail about their future plans. "And we are about to begin our 6th expansion." Just then, Chu Yi seemed to notice something and looked up. In the next instant, his pupils constricted, as if he'd seen something beyond imagination. There, on the cliffs above, a massive silver dragon was stirring. Every step it took shattered the ground beneath its claws. After finding a comfortable spot, it settled back down to sleep. He stared at the majestic scene, feeling like he was in a dream. He couldn't believe it was a legendary Eastern dragon, a magic beast so rare you hardly ever saw one, even on TV. A proud look appeared on Ningxin's face. "That dragon is the guardian beast of the Tianwu Guild. It has protected us for 32 years. Stay away from that mountain range. Its temper isn't the best." After the warning, Chu Yi lost his curiosity and turned his gaze below. He couldn't help but wonder about the long lines of people. "Where are they all going?" She explained patiently. "That's the dungeon entrance. The guild headquarters has 3 instances: gold, epic, and legendary, open for guild members to challenge." Then, she made a generous offer to the newcomer. "Want to give it a try? You can swipe my card." Chu Yi had been thinking the same thing, so he didn't refuse. This was a perfect chance to test out his new weapon and skills. Ningxin could only watch helplessly as her contribution points took a nosedive. "Little brother, you really have no mercy, do you?" As he was teleported inside, a notification popped up. Entering nightmare-level dungeon, the Sighing Plague Zone. He had only just appeared and was already surrounded by a massive horde of native monsters. Dungeon requirements, level 20 to 30. Party size, 1 to 8. On the borderlands lies a place corroded by plague. Those who enter will face monsters twisted by forbidden magic into undead husks. They have lost their minds and will frantically attack any living thing. First wave, the tide of the rotting undead. The hideous ghouls rushing toward him were level 20 common zombies with 2 skills, lunge and claw. There were also level 22 intermediate zombies, which had an additional skill, terrifying howl. And just like that, Chu Yi began to unleash his power. Golden lightning crackled around his fist. The bolts shot out, slicing through the zombie horde like a high-score game. The skill he just used was the S-rank Divine Thunder, Heavenly Revelation, level 1. It boosted his resistance to abnormal statuses by 50%, increased his lightning damage by 50%, and lasted for 14 seconds. He was definitely satisfied. Heavenly Revelation could instantly boost his strength by an entire level. Chu Yi knew how to push the skill's limits. Even though level 1's Heavenly Revelation only lasted 14 seconds, in a real fight, that was more than enough. Each new strike was more ferocious than the last, a maelstrom of golden lightning erupting from him. He was confident. This power alone was enough to let him dominate for several runs. A notification window popped up. Congratulations, you have cleared the first stage. 200 zombies killed in 35 seconds. The path to the second stage, the mutated village, is now open. The test run left him smiling. The power was legit. If he could level it up, he could wipe out these monsters even faster. Stepping through the portal, Chu Yi immediately covered his nose. The stench of rotting flesh was overwhelming. The second stage, the mutated village, was open. He became more cautious. The toxic air was even worse than the Gale Mountains. His vision was blurred. It was better to be careful. A strange, unsettling sound echoed around him as the blinding light faded. Shh, these damn humans. He quickly selected his next skill. The second stage will test you against a legendary grade weapon. Nameless figures hidden in the darkness began to whisper, "Kill him, kill him, kill him. He's such a low level. Another piece of trash coming here to die. My darlings are so hungry. A useless holy knight. So disgusting, I'm gonna puke. Later, I'll tear him to shreds." But their gloating was cut short by Chu Yi's slash. "Found you. Now get out here." The dark mist slowly dissipated, revealing their grotesque forms. A level 25 hunter zombie, with its hyper bite skill, lunged to attack. Its head met the brilliant arc of his blade, but they weren't fighting alone. Something else was pulling the strings from behind. A level 25 butcher zombie appeared. It had skills like Power Strike and Whirlwind Slash. A savage roar echoed as it raised a massive, sharp cleaver, ready to strike its prey. But this new arrival only made Chu Yi more excited. Perfect timing. His final new skill was the S-rank Divine Thunder, Heavenly Punishment Blade, level 1. It summoned divine lightning that condensed on his weapon, allowing him to strike at incredible speeds and deal massive bonus lightning damage. Without a moment's hesitation, he swung his sword in one clean, decisive arc. The butcher zombie, which had been winding up an attack, was instantly cleaved in two. As the skill ended, he praised himself. Not bad. Its body was tougher than the first stage zombies, and it still only lasted 2 seconds. The ground in front of him had been split open. The remaining zombies seemed to break formation, staring at each other, frozen for a few seconds. Then, they began to communicate, planning a strategy in their own strange language. Immediately after, another one let out a savage roar. It centered on itself, instantly triggering a berserk state in all allies within range, making them attack their enemy with fearless aggression. Just as expected, the frozen horde suddenly became frenzied, their taunts growing louder. "That holy night smells disgusting. Today is the day you die. Just a tiny human. Coming here was a fatal mistake." Chu Yi, standing opposite them, had no clue what they were babbling about. What is all this nonsense? He wondered for a second before charging in to clean house. He activated his S-rank skill, Sword Flash, unleashing a lightning-fast strike that dealt massive mixed damage. The hunter zombie grotesquely transformed at blinding speed, its fangs growing so large they tore through its flesh. Then, its head split into 2 horrifying halves. But that gruesome evolution didn't slow Chu Yi's decisive assault. Instead, he leaped forward, swinging his blade in a perfect, beautiful arc that sent the hunter zombie flying into the distance. Suddenly, a dangerous aura from a level 26 plague spreader washed over him, making him shudder. Chu Yi spun around just in time to block the attack as the system provided more info on plague breath. If a player is infected by the toxic gas, they immediately contract the plague. They lose a certain percentage of their health every second and can be paralyzed until they are defeated. With astonishing precision and skill, he expertly twisted his weapon, cleanly severing the monster's head and sending it tumbling through the air. As Chu Yi grimaced at the disgusting slime covering his hand, the cold, mechanical voice of the system announced, "Death resistance. Any damage the body receives will be rapidly regenerated." While retrieving his weapon, he analyzed his strategy. Before, he used a warhammer for long-range attacks, but in close combat, he'd drop it to use pure white blade, then switch to a longsword for easy counterattacks. As another wave of zombies shambled forward, Chu Yi felt a bit disappointed. Wiping out 20 monsters in 1 minute is too slow. This is no fun at all. Perhaps he should save Heavenly Punishment Blade for stronger monsters to maximize its effect. No sooner said than done. He didn't hesitate, forming a seal on his forehead and focusing his mind to activate his latent power. To deal with a situation like this, a magic skill would be much better. Soon, his Divine Storm skill created a massive vortex. An uncountable number of enemies were sucked into the violent torrent of power. It successfully killed the Butcher Zombie, the Plague Spreader, and the Hunter Zombies. As soon as the notification appeared, Chu Yi stepped through the portal. Congratulations, you have cleared the second stage. 100 zombies killed. Time elapsed, 1 minute and 50 seconds. The path to the third stage is now open. Forbidden Wind Tunnel. Please proceed forward. He narrowed his eyes, observing the dark, crimson-colored Forbidden Wind Tunnel. A level 45 zombie cultist swaggered down the steps, its voice dripping with false sincerity. You who have entered this place, you must be filled with doubts about your life. As it drew closer, the priest skillfully baited its target. It is all right. The great god welcomes all who have lost their way. Chu Yi was skeptical of this new information. A god? The creature continued to whisper, trying to build faith. Yes, under the guidance of the god who holds life and death, we shall find the true meaning of existence. Then, the priest began weaving a fantastical illusion. Life is fragile and short, but if you follow our god, you will be granted immortality and escape the shackles of reincarnation. This is the ultimate honor, allowing you to transcend the mortals who struggle with life and death. Finally, it made its tempting offer, hoping to hook a big fish. Come, lay down the sword that represents your narrow-mindedness and join us. Together, we shall enjoy the endless blessings of eternal life. For a moment, the powerful promise seemed to pull Chu Yi into a spiral of internal conflict. Noticing he was seemingly entranced, just as planned, the priest gave a wicked, calculating smile. That's right, young one. This is an opportunity mortals can only dream of. Chu Yi finally spoke the question that was boiling in his mind. I have one thing to say. The creature responded with an accepting tone. Young one, the god is willing to listen, but it certainly wasn't prepared for a sword to the face or the arrogant words that followed. As if I'd ever want that. The shining blade, along with his contempt, exposed the filthy corruption, achieving eternal life by becoming. That's just selling your soul. I'd rather die. The sermon had failed to convert anyone. The priest switched to cursing. You foolish human, you will regret this. Even with its body severed, it gave one final, firm command. Go, my holy maidens, show him the fate of those who defy our god. The nuns quickly accepted their orders, summoning their weapons. They slowly opened their eyes, revealing a dark, crimson glow within. They assembled in 2 rows of 5, spears at the ready. Faced with this murderous intent, Chu Yi excitedly gripped his staff. Sparks of electricity flashed around him, instantly transforming the ordinary wood into the S+ grade Divine Sword of the Heart. He swung his new weapon to meet the enemy legion's overhead assault. The counterattack created a world-shaking explosion that kicked up a massive cloud of dust. In the aftermath, Chu Yi had completely vanished. While the priestesses were still confused by their opponent's sudden disappearance, he reappeared and unleashed Divine Thunder, Heavenly Punishment Blade, swiftly finishing them all off. A lone nun watched in horror as her comrade turned to dust. Then, she threw her head back and let out a furious shriek. A smirk played on Chung Yi's face as he closed in. So, you things can make noise after all. He finished off the nun with a single, clean slash. Her defeat was so swift, he couldn't help but make a quick assessment. Looked intimidating, but surprisingly weak. With a single flourish of his sword, Chung Yi cut down countless elite zombie nuns. Time and again, his blade danced through the air in deadly arcs, severing limbs with brutal elegance. Even their sharpest spears were sent flying, skittering uselessly across the floor. His whirlwind of attacks blew away enemy after enemy. The pastor, who'd been watching the chaos unfold, finally raised his voice. Behold this glorious lightning. This flesh and blood will patch the cracks of this sinful world. To the very last, the zealot was unrepentant. Their screams are a symphony offered to our God. The higher the pitch of their cries, the deeper our altar descends into hell's embrace. Chung Yi stood firm on the crumbling floor, a graveyard of scorched remains behind him. His expression hardened as he threw down the gauntlet. You're next. The pastor simply smiled, his expression as gentle as one would use for a misbehaving child. Then, a cruel light flashed in the man's eyes. Black smoke began to gather, aimed right at Chung Yi. He froze for a second, but before he could even react, tendrils of dark energy shot out, shackling his legs. Coming to his senses, Chung Yi calmly assessed the magic circle now surrounding him. Disbelief and suspicion flooded his mind. When did this get here? Thinking back on how easy the fight was, it clicked. Their attacks were just a cover to build this magic circle. No wonder their attacks were so dense but packed no real punch. It was all a diversion. Suddenly, a hand shot out from the array below, grabbing his ankle. Stunned, Chung Yi looked down, only to see dozens of nuns clawing their way up. Utter confusion washed over his face at the bizarre scene. Looking down, his expression grew grave. His body felt like lead, and his power was rapidly fading. A crushing pressure took hold, as if some colossal beast from below was dragging him into the abyss. A system notification popped up. The trap was called Wither's Restraint, an area of effect skill that takes 10 seconds to cast. It curses enemies, causing decay that weakens them and throws their minds into chaos. Just as the notification faded, 2 waves of damage hit him, dropping his stats by 100. He instantly activated a skill. A golden light erupted, shattering the tendrils. Good thing I have death resistance, he thought. The magic immunity blocked part of that decay curse. He glanced at his arm, nearly half consumed by the curse, lost in thought. From afar, the pastor's tempting voice echoed, "Young man, accept the blessing of our God. You will exist in this world in your most beautiful form yet." Ignoring the priest's arrogance from beside the demonic gate, he stood half-trapped in the array, completely unfazed by the dark energy trying to ensnare him once more. Chu Yi scoffed. "Is that the only line you know? Are you a broken record or something?" Within the red glow of his eyes, a brilliant flame ignited. The holy flame halo materialized behind Chu Yi's head. It was the crown of the sacred flame, granting mastery over the fire element. It boosted his own power, along with the fire and light-based skills of his entire party, by nearly 40%. A pillar of divine fire descended, engulfing both him and the magic circle. He shattered his bonds and ascended, a blazing figure shrugging off the charred bodies of the nuns. They burst into embers, scattering like dying fireflies. He summoned victorious lances of light, launching them straight at the pastor. But a dark aegis materialized, blocking every strike. It didn't just absorb the massive damage, it was immune to both physical and magical attacks, and even reflected some of the damage back as dark corrosion. Undeterred, Chu Yi unleashed another attack, a blinding sword flash aimed right at the protective barrier. Under the overwhelming assault, the pastor's shield began to crack, leaving him utterly stunned. He threw up his hands, desperately screaming an invocation. "Great Asia, reveal your fury. Punish this insignificant insect." Hearing that name, Chu Yi paused mid-strike. Asia. His eyes darted to a 3-eyed statue, now glowing with a faint golden light. His pupils shrank in disbelief. Could that be the same evil god the bear fiend was talking about? What's it doing here? He held his attack, his gaze fixed on the pastor, who was now transforming, shrouded in dark energy. Chu Yi gripped his divine sword, his mind racing. I don't know what he's planning, but there's no way I'm letting him finish it. This shield absorbs and reflects damage. I'll just have to shatter it with pure, overwhelming power. He swung his sword, unleashing the divine thunder. Heavenly Revelation's grace! Age! He roared. If one strike isn't enough, I'll just hit you with another. He followed up immediately with divine thunder, heavenly punishment's edge. The slash not only shattered the shield to pieces, it sent the pastor's head flying clean off his shoulders. The dark, twisted body crumbled to the ground. The head, still half transformed and locked in an expression of shock, tumbled through the air before landing with a sickening splat. But Chu Yi didn't let his guard down. He instantly activated his angelic form. The dark remains of the corpse writhed and reformed into a hideous, shadowy entity with glowing red eyes. "You rotten brat. If you won't submit, then I'll devour you in my master's name." Chu Yi let out a defiant smirk. "Now that's a much better look for you." The enraged creature lunged, firing off orbs of pure darkness straight at him. But he wasn't about to stand still. He expertly weaved between the projectiles, sidestepping the crimson energy erupting from each dark sphere. He took a quick, serious scan of the battlefield, then calmly clasped his hands together. Aegis of holy light. At his command, a sacred sigil materialized high above, blasting a pillar of light straight down. Chu Yi continued his assault. Divine thunder, heavenly prison's chains. The words had barely left his lips when arcs of energy transformed into lightning chains, pinning the monster to the floor. Still conscious, it let out a howl of pure agony. "Let me go, you wretched mortal!" it shrieked, still fighting back. "You will pay for this! Oh, great and powerful God! Punish this blasphemer who dares to defy you!" Chu Yi shattered the creature's fantasy with a sneer. "Don't fool yourself. Your pathetic evil god can't save you now. Accept the judgment of the light." He raised his hand for the final blow. "Heavenly prison's judgment." As he spoke, 1,000 more chains rained down from above, impaling the shapeless creature. It roared in agony. "Let me go. Lord Asia will grind you into dust for this." A system window appeared, detailing the S-rank skill, Divine Thunder, Heavenly Prison's Chains. It controlled Divine Thunder to form a cage, locking an enemy in place. Looking at the screen, Chu Yi began to analyze. Player skills fell into 5 main types: attack, defense, buffs, debuffs, and control. Summoning and crafting existed too. but they were rare. Of those, control skills were exceedingly rare. As the monster struggled against the golden chains, his thoughts continued, and control-type skills were some of the most powerful in the game. Using control skills in a real fight can create some insane opportunities. He came to a conclusion as the creature thrashed uselessly. With a solid control skill, you don't have to worry about the accuracy of your most powerful, easy-to-dodge attacks. Even trapped, the monster howled in defiance. Lord Asia's fury will burn you to cinders. Your soul will suffer for all eternity. Chunyi's curiosity was piqued. So, who exactly is this Asia you keep screaming about? The creature's massive eye shot wide open. Black, pulsing veins spread across its iris. A truly terrifying sight. The creature gazed up at the colossal statue and began to chant. Lord Asia is the supreme god, wielding infinite power. With a wave of his hand, he can destroy 1,000 foes. Traitors will be devoured, and the loyal shall have eternal life. Chu Yi sneered, kicking the thing's deformed head closer. Eternal life? Looking like times that asterisk? You're a twisted monster. The priest immediately screamed back in defiance. You ignorant fool! Before a painful memory washed over him. Once, he was a nameless priest in a small, peaceful village, loved and treated like family by all. In return, he dedicated his life to healing their sicknesses. But a terrifying plague swept through the village, leaving only suffering and helplessness in its wake. They begged for a miracle, but he was too weak to give them one. He recalled the countless times he ran to the city, pleading with higher-ranking priests to save his people. He ignored their scorn and disgust, begging for just a shred of compassion, for any helping hand. He even went to the high priest, the twisted one, to beg for aid. But the cruel truth was, they refused to set foot in his village, calling his people insects unworthy of their power. Despite it all, he rushed back, clinging to a desperate false hope. I've returned, he cried. We're going to be saved. From that moment on, even as his body rotted and dark power stained his flesh, he smiled, clutching a demonic cross as he ran to his people. He collapsed beside the cursed, praying for a miracle that would never come. Suddenly, the corpse exploded, throwing him to the ground. In that horrifying instant, he knew it was all a lie. With endless sorrow, he and the remaining villagers buried their dead. The people in his village were growing weaker, and the death toll was rising every day. Their cries echoed in his ears. Lord Priest, please save me. Sir, it hurts so much. It hurts so much. Please, have mercy on me. In that moment, he hated his own uselessness, hated the cold indifference of the high-ranking priests. Powerless tears streamed down his face, his voice trembling as he spoke. I am so sorry. But in his darkest hour of despair, a mysterious power answered his call. The priest used this immense energy to drive out the plague. The villagers' suffering ended, and even the dead rose again. Faces once twisted in agony now wore serene smiles. No one was troubled by the plague anymore. Looking at the soulless bodies, the priest knew he'd made the right choice, that his sacrifice was worth it. This corrupted form was just a small price to pay. It was all worth it. To this day, he remains a faithful fanatic. Lord ASEAN has chosen us. I will spread the glory of Lord Asia to the farthest lands, so that more may receive his blessing. Chu Yi sighed, disgusted by such blind devotion. This guy was a lost cause. He'd never get any useful information from him. Without another thought, he swung his blade, splitting the priest's body in two. Even on the brink of death, the priest prayed desperately to the god he worshipped. Lord Asia, show them your power. Save your loyal servant and destroy this enemy. Chu Yi looked down at him with a cold, mocking gaze. Still expecting your evil god to save you? Then, he delivered the final cruel blow. I'm afraid he abandoned you long ago. Today is the day you die. But the priest just screamed, clinging to his undying faith. How dare you disrespect Lord Asia? Even in death, I will drag you to hell with me. Chu Yi met his crazed words with a faint smile. Self-destruction isn't that easy. Before the priest could act, Chu Yi unleashed a chain of light, stopping him cold. He then raised his hand, summoning a sacred glow as his voice boomed like a divine judgment. Holy Light Cross! The seal activated instantly, locking the priest in place. Writhing in agony, he kept pleading to a god who would never answer. Lord Asia, save me! But the stone statue remained silent, unmoved by the splattering black liquid. A system notification announced the death of the zombie bishop. Chu Yi returned to his normal state, landing gently on the ground. The reward screen immediately listed the items he'd received. 12,323 experience points, a high-level life recovery potion, a mana recovery crystal, and guardian armor and boots. He reached out, casually accepting them. Not too bad, he commented, even though the experience wasn't enough to level up. But suddenly, Chu Yi felt a strange presence. The evil energy hadn't completely vanished. He kicked a weapon up from the ground and snatched it from the air, then charged toward the statue, preparing to destroy the source for good. You disgusting thing. It ends here. A brilliant golden light pierced through the statue, shattering it to dust in an instant. The system chimed once more. Congratulations, you have destroyed the evil god statue and received an unexpected reward, surprising him for a moment. Red text appeared in a pop-up window, describing the new item, a divine crystal, an ancient relic containing godly power that allows holy class users to undergo a second job change, found only in dungeons related to gods or evil gods. Chu Yi stared at the glowing orb floating before him. This was the first time he'd ever seen an item related to a second job change. Looks like I'll have to run this dungeon a few more times. As soon as he stepped outside, Ningxin approached him with words of praise. Not bad. Your first time clearing the dungeon, and you did it in 10 minutes and 25 seconds. That's good enough for the top 20 on the leaderboard. Chu Yi handed her the loot with an urgent offer. Deacon Yu, these are all for you. I need to go back into the dungeon one more time. Ningxin quickly tried to talk him out of it. You just got out, and you want to go back in? Why? This dungeon is no joke. It drains your energy. Chu Yi's mind flashed with the records set by previous players. He clenched his fist and declared decisively, the first run was just a warm-up. This time, I'm challenging the fastest clear time. The #1 spot. Right now I feel like I can break it. She tilted her head, thinking for a moment before reminding him. The top 10 are all level 30 professionals. If you want to break the record, you should at least wait until you're level 27. Chu Yi's resolve didn't waver. I know my own limits. Don't worry. Seeing that she couldn't stop him, Ningxin could only offer a few words of caution. All right then, just be careful. I won't take your share of the rewards from this run. Keep them for yourself. Just then, Zheng Ming suddenly appeared. What? Auntie, what are you doing here? She exclaimed in surprise. Zheng Ming, when did you get back? He scratched his head sheepishly. Just now. It took 2 months to clean up that disgusting swarm of otherworldly creatures. I'm exhausted. Chu Yi happened to overhear their conversation and wondered to himself, cleaning up otherworldly creatures? Was he talking about that spatial rift? He quietly stepped back into the new dungeon, his mind still on the things he had learned. When I was at the Raging Wind Mountains, I discovered that low-level, otherworldly creatures could pass through medium-sized spatial rifts. My teacher said the government immediately raised the combat alert to level 3 and sent the army to clear the area around the rift. Meanwhile, a worried Ningxin asked about the mission's casualties. Zheng Ming's expression darkened as he remembered his fallen comrades. Our team had over 12 people. Only 8 of us came back. And that was with the army protecting us. Otherwise, I might not have made it back either. After a few seconds of silence, she sighed softly. A 1/3 casualty rate? That's a terrible loss. Ningxin suddenly crossed her arms, gently scolding Zheng Ming. Did you call your mother yet? You child, you took such a dangerous mission without saying a word. He replied with a forced smile. Isn't that why I came to find you, Auntie? I took the mission behind her back. If I tell her now, she'll definitely chew me out. She shrugged and said nonchalantly, That's not my problem. He immediately clasped his hands together, begging her to cover for him. Please, Auntie. Come on, I'm totally fine, see? Instead of answering, Ningxin turned to the person now approaching them, asking in confusion, Chu Yi, why haven't you entered the dungeon yet? He calmly explained, Deacon Yu, I already came out of the dungeon. She was so shocked she covered her mouth with her hand. What? He pointed to the newly updated dungeon leaderboard. Sanctum of the Divine, Nightmare Difficulty, Rank 1, Chu Yi, Level 23. Clear time, 1 minute, 59 seconds. He then flashed a smug smile. See for yourself, Ningxin muttered in disbelief. Unable to trust her own eyes. He cleared a Nightmare Difficulty dungeon in less than 2 minutes? And he's only level 23. Chu Yi quickly made his next request. Deacon Yu, I want to try Abyss Difficulty. She let out a long sigh, her eyes a mix of helplessness and awe. You're an absolute monster. Here, take my card and run as many dungeons as you want. Even Zheng Ming couldn't hide his total shock. You're Zhou Yi, right? The #1 freshman at Suhong University? 2 months had passed, but his record-shattering dungeon clear was still the talk of the town, earning him the admiration of the entire student body. Holy crap, the Abyss-level dungeon record was just broken again. 1 minute and 29 seconds. That's unbelievable. At that point, I was still stuck on the first gate. So this is the power of President Wang's personal disciple. It's terrifying. Suddenly, another voice in the crowd chimed in. Hey, did you guys see the nightmare level run a few days ago? He cleared it in just 59 seconds. My whole body went numb just watching it. Even second advancement professionals aren't that fast. Zhou Yi left the dungeon looking pleased, thinking back on his recent good fortune. These past 2 months have been insane. After Master Wang Hui discovered he was farming the Celestial Guild's dungeons, he just handed over his own point card and let him grind without limits. He then pulled up his own status window. With no point restrictions holding me back, I obviously had to level up as fast as possible. So, after 2 months of grinding at the Celestial Guild, he'd finally hit level 29, high enough to take on his class advancement quest. Zhou Yi plotted his next move. He'd contact Master Wang Hui later to get the Paladin's advancement letter. Just then, his phone buzzed with a notification. It was a summons from Dean Wang Hui. The phone still had the adorable keychain Suo Ran had given him. It's from the hottest pet blind box series in Ning'an City. It took me forever to get this pufferfish model. A little later, Zhou Yi arrived at the dean's office. Master. The moment Wang Hui saw him, he was full of praise, just as I predicted. 6 levels in 2 months. Not bad. He walked closer, patting Zhou Yi's shoulder and speaking cryptically. I could have taken you out into the wilderness to hunt monsters and power level you to 40, or even 50. But do you know why I didn't? Without hesitation, Zhou Yi answered immediately. Because that would create a second-rate professional. Lacking fundamental training, they'd never be able to unleash their true power. Zhou Yi added seriously, only a professional forged in the crucible of life and death battle can become a true top-tier powerhouse. A golden light flashed as Wang Hui cast a spell, remarking, "It's impressive that you understand this point." He placed the advancement letter on the table in front of him and began to explain. This world is full of fakes who power level using their family's resources, but they rarely survive their second or third advancement. Since you're level 29, you should prepare for yours, Wang Hui continued. The Paladin's second advancement is the Oracle, which greatly enhances your control over holy light and shores up the weaknesses of the first class. But for you, your power already far exceeds the norm. This is the advancement letter. Channel your consciousness into it to see the conditions for your class change. A system window popped up in front of Zhou Yi. The Paladin advancement letter would allow him to change his class from Paladin to Oracle once all conditions were met. He calmly closed his eyes, focusing on absorbing the power from the letter. Then, a series of notifications appeared. The conditions were, first advancement as a Paladin, level 29, 100 Holy Spirit crystals, and 100 threads of repentance. Zhou Yi scratched his head, confused. Threads of repentance? That meant the repentant thoughts of heretics who worshipped evil gods. Master, you remember that item I got from the Abyss-level dungeon, right? Wang Hui nodded. Yes, but it requires a special skill to make them produce threads of repentance. You have to use it within 30 minutes of their death, or their soul will dissipate. Zhou Yi's face darkened as he raised another issue. Master, how did you know I had that skill? Wang Hui replied casually. I heard you were clearing the Divine Breath dungeon, so I figured you must have acquired it. And with your strength, collecting 100 Holy Spirit crystals should be a piece of cake. Zhou Yi was a bit moved, realizing his master had planned out his second advancement for him long ago. He simply replied, "You're right." Wang Hui then continued, "So, you just need to complete the 4th requirement to advance." He even gave Zhou Yi a tip. There's a mission on the school's network related to heretics. Your chances of getting the threads of repentance from it are high. You should go take a look. Zhou Yi heard him and simply responded with one word, yes. After getting home, he immediately searched for the missions on the school's official website. A flood of information appeared, making him thoughtful. Suhang University was one of the top 3 universities. Its student body wasn't large, with only about 5,000 students across all 4 years, not even a third of the size of other universities. As he hit the search button, he analyzed the situation. Suhang University's resource investment was so high they couldn't accept too many students. But despite the small student body, the missions were incredibly diverse, all of them offering course credit. Right now, I only care about quests related to heretics. The results appeared instantly. The first was a combat mission. Take down a level 34 fugitive heretic. The reward was 400 credits. The second was an investigation mission. Traces of heretics had been discovered in Longfeng City, Chongshan Province. Reporting their location offered a reward of 100 to 1,000 credits. Zhou Yi stroked his chin, thinking, I need 100 threads of repentance, so the first mission is out. Let's see where Longfeng City is. Without wasting a moment, he searched for the location. It wasn't a major city, but it was known for its specialty product, the Abyss fruit, so it was probably more developed than Lijiang. If heretics were active there, his chances of getting the threads of repentance were high. Zhou Yi clicked to accept the mission, but a warning popped up. This has been confirmed as a high-risk mission. 2 students who previously accepted have lost contact. Do you wish to proceed? This caught him off guard. A high-risk mission? He frowned, analyzing the situation. Just like dungeon difficulty, school missions were divided into 4 tiers: simple, normal, dangerous, and high risk. A glint of caution appeared in his emerald eyes. High-risk missions had a mortality rate of at least 70%, but this didn't make Zhou Yi hesitate. As expected, no mission involving heretics was ever simple. I need to prepare before I go. He raised his hand and summoned his void-guiding butterfly. The creature responded respectfully, "Master, what are your orders?" He didn't answer, silently activating his positioning skill. A glowing magic map appeared with detailed information. The skill used the void-guiding butterfly to mark spatial coordinates, allowing him to sense its location and teleport there instantly. Zhou Yi instructed the butterfly, "If you encounter a danger you can't handle, use your speed to escape. This will give me an extra layer of security on my mission to Longfeng City." After finishing his preparations, Zhou Yi stepped onto the school grounds, thinking, "I just need to buy enough mana recovery potions from the school website, and then I can head out." From a distance, two female students gasped when they saw him. "It's God Yi! He's alive!" The other smiled admiringly. "He's truly the leader of the golden generation. That intense aura, not even the fourth-year seniors can compare." Meanwhile, in the Dean's private alloy training room at the War Academy, Wu Meng was training against 7 robots at once. As he fought, he asked Su Mei, "You're saying Zhou Yi accepted a high-risk mission and left the school?" She confirmed his question. "That's right. The mission location is in Longfeng City, Chongshan Province, and it's related to the heretics." Wu Meng sent several robots flying and continued, "A heretic mission, huh? Looks like he's preparing for his second advancement. That kid's got some nerve." The familiar name also sparked a memory, but that mission in Longfeng City, I feel like I've heard another instructor mention it. Su Mei glanced at the information in her hand and confirmed the Longfeng City mission was originally ranked as normal, but after 2 students, level 26 and 28, lost contact, it was upgraded to high risk. The school estimates it'll take a second advancement professional to handle it. Wu Meng grunted in response while still battling the robots. They must be hiding some kind of trick up their sleeve over there. For other students, this might be a hassle, but for Chu Yi, it was nothing. With that thought, he sent his opponent's head flying, then kicked off the ground and rocketed forward. The analysis continued in his mind. Those two had definitely gotten some serious training in the Heaven's Veil Guild dungeon. A level 29 Chu Yi could hold his own even against a second promotion professional, and he had plenty of trump cards up his sleeve. Wu Meng wiped out the robots in a single move. At the same time, he switched Chu Yi's class status to on leave. Nothing else needed his attention. Finally, he instructed Su Mi to remind the kid when he got back that the official leave of absence still had to be followed. Meanwhile, the high-speed train was blasting down the railway at full throttle. This was a straight shot from Suhang to Longfeng, a 100,000-kilometer journey through multiple danger zones. To get there from Ning'an University's teleportation plaza, it took 12 teleports and 7 high-speed trains just to reach Yongqing and Chongshan Province. Chu Yi wearily leaned his head against the window. All that was left was a 2-hour subway ride to his destination. Suddenly, his phone buzzed with a new message. "Hey Chu Yi, are you here yet?" He quickly typed a reply. "Almost. Another hour to go." The response came back instantly. "Okay, call me when you get there." Bak Na, sitting next to him, chimed in admiringly. "Whoa, your phone charm is a squeak beast. That's a specialty from Ning'an City. Are you from there too?" Chu Yi gave a friendly nod. "Yeah? You too?" With a bright smile, she started sharing her story. "You could say I'm half a Ning'an native. My grandma lives there, so I grew up there as a kid. Now I only get to visit during summer break. After all, Suhang Province is so far from Chongshan. Are you heading to Longfeng City for a vacation or something?" Chu Yi asked casually, while secretly using his appraisal skill on them. "Just have some business to take care of. What about you guys? Visiting Longfeng for a vacation?" The results came back. Both were level 13 pharmacists. Unaware she was being scanned, Bak Na answered cheerfully, "Yep, we're planning to relax in the Longfeng hot springs. I'm Bak Na, and this is my best friend, Lu Kiet. Your level is too high for me to read," she said. "Judging by your aura, you must be a combat class, right?" After Chu Yi gave a simple, she started hyping herself up. "I knew it. My 6th sense is pretty sharp. I really admire combat professionals like you." But in his eyes, her words were a bit clumsy. The aura difference between a life skill professional and a combat professional was massive. It was totally normal for her to notice. Wanting to connect, Bak Na held out her phone. "Hey, handsome. My friend and I are both pharmacists. If you ever need to buy any potions in the future, whether it's for recovery, mana, or healing, we'll give you a 20% discount." Chu Yi was a little embarrassed, but couldn't really refuse. "All right, thanks." Finally, the train pulled into Longfeng City. As they got off, Bak Na remarked, "Wow, time really flies." She and Lu Kiet grabbed their luggage and said goodbye to Chu Yi. "If you need anything, just contact me anytime." But she was so busy talking that she walked right into someone going the other way. Ta Van saw a beautiful young woman in front of him and, forgetting all shame, launched into his cult's pitch. "Oh, my beautiful sister, I'm so sorry. Look, the Holy Spirit cult can bring endless happiness to everyone," he continued, turning to Lu Kiet. Our church has a very special event happening soon that will demonstrate the grace of our God. He wouldn't even let Chu Yi go. This young man, your aura is extraordinary. You must have a true connection with the divine. To Chu Yi, it was all just cheap flattery, but he still glanced at the flyer the guy handed him. After reading it, Chu Yi's suspicions skyrocketed. He let out a sharp, That one sound made Ta Van's face go pale. He was forced to backpedal, snatching the flyer back before running off, shouting, "May the Holy Spirit Lord protect you always." Liu Qiat, who didn't seem to know much about the Holy Spirit cult, read the paper and wondered aloud, is religious culture this popular in Longfeng City? But Bak Na snatched it away from her. "Get rid of this thing, fast, it's bad luck." Liu Qiat was confused by her friend's strange reaction. "What's wrong? Is something off?" Bak Na had to explain what her family had been through. "It's normal you don't know. My older brother has worked here for years. He told me that about a year ago, religious activities started popping up in Longfeng. Back then, the Holy Spirit cult was seen as just a mysterious organization. Many people who joined got attribute boosts and leveled up, but then everyone realized that while they looked the same, their personalities had completely changed, as if they'd become different people." Bak Na's story continued with a sad tale. "My brother's friend was a really gentle guy, but after joining the cult, he became incredibly short-tempered. His outburst scared his whole family. The cult claimed it was a sign of a faithful believer, but I always felt something was wrong." After hearing the story, Liu Qiat asked, "So, what's this miracle then?" But by then, Bak Na had already tossed the flyer in the trash, replying with a weary look. "Who cares? We can't mess with stuff like this. Who knows what's really going on with them?" Chu Yi crossed his arms, sizing up the situation. "Back in the day, I briefly saw the God of Light's consciousness at Mount Kung Fong. Miracles aren't always a good thing. This might be a lead to find the evil cult, since they often disguise themselves as normal religions." Soon, night fell over Longfeng City. At 8:30 p.m., the neon lights of the Hoan Duong shopping center lit up a corner of the street, making it stand out. A crowd was gathered on the 9th floor, buzzing with excitement. "Are we really going to see a miracle today? I don't know. I came here hoping for that miracle too." My neighbor said after he witnessed the miracle, his intelligence stat jumped by 20 points, and he got way stronger. Ko-man, standing in the crowd, scoffed at what he heard, using a miracle to lure people to a gathering. They've got some nerve. Tuang Thuong obviously realized this too. No kidding. The Holy Spirit cult became a major religion in just 1 year. They couldn't have done it without some tricks. Despite the snide remarks, he remained focused on the mission. True. Remember to record their entire fake-out process later. Triyu Lin, standing beside them, reminded him quietly. "Ko-man, just gather evidence that the miracle is fake. Don't dig too deep. This is an A+ rank mission. One wrong move and you're dead." With a level 19 leading the charge, how could he dare disagree? "You got it. We'll just collect clues. Absolutely no direct contact." Satisfied with his answer, she turned to their level 18 machinist. "Tuang Thuong, are the mini robots all set up?" He grinned. "Don't worry, the entire room is under surveillance." Vu Han, who was using her appraisal skill, suddenly cut in. "Hey, why can't I see that guy's class and level info?" Chu Yi was right in her sights, but her screen just kept showing an error. The other three immediately activated their own appraisal functions. "Huh? I can't see his level either." "Ko-man, what about you?" He was having the same problem as Triyu Lin. "Can't see it. If none of us can scout him, it means he's at least level 20. Tuang Thuong was skeptical. "This is just a normal Holy Spirit cult gathering. Why would a powerhouse over level 20 even show up?" Vu Han then dropped a bombshell. "He has a divine aura about him. Could he be a member of the Holy Spirit cult?" As they were frantically whispering, Chu Yi suddenly shot a bone-chilling glare in their direction. All four of them froze, the blood in their veins turning to ice. Without hesitation, Triyu Lin gave the order. That look sent a shiver down my spine. "He might be a second promotion master. Do not draw his attention." Vu Han whispered a quiet understood, while the two men fell silent, accepting the command. While they were sizing him up, Chu Yi was analyzing them too. "These four don't seem like ordinary citizens, but it has nothing to do with me. My target is the Holy Spirit cult." Suddenly, the sharp ring of a bell cut through everyone's thoughts. The atmosphere instantly became dead silent. A representative stepped forward to speak. "Welcome everyone to the gathering of the Holy Spirit cult. Everyone here is blessed by the Divine Lord. I am his humble servant, Le Tuvien, and I will guide you to his grace." Zhou Yi watched silently from the back. A level 18 and 2 level 17s. Not exactly top tier. He'd see what kind of game they were playing. Meanwhile, Tuvien continued his grand sermon. "The Holy Spirit cult worships the one true Divine Lord. Our creed will lead you to enlightenment and salvation. In the eyes of our Lord, all beings are equal." He kept spinning his web of fantasy for the recruits. With enough devotion, the Divine Lord would grant them anything. From free training dungeons to precious resources like mana potions and treasures that boost your stats, everything was within reach. Finally, he dropped the ultimate bait. Each month, the church will grant every member 8,000 currency for living expenses. That bombshell sent the crowd into a frenzy. I bust my butt all month for only 4,000, but if I join the cult, I get 8,000 and free training resources? Maybe this is my chance to become a real powerhouse. Tu Vienne just kept pouring honeyed poison into their ears. This is the Divine Lord's love for you all. He wishes for you to live without worldly worries so you can focus entirely on your faith in him. His next words were a signal to his two acolytes. Everyone, the power of the Holy Spirit's Divine Lord is infinite. And now, I, his humble servant, will personally demonstrate his magnificent power for you all. He stepped toward the strange statue, ready to begin the performance. This is a rare opportunity granted to us by the Lord himself. Witness his glory with your own eyes and feel his boundless grace. Zhou Yi stared at the artifact, unable to identify it, but he could feel a dense magical aura pulsing from it. It was definitely some kind of magical tool. Zhao Ling's group was also on high alert, a Holy Spirit statue. They were about to fake a miracle. This was their chance to gather concrete evidence. Tu Vienne stood before the statue, raising his hands high and screaming, "Oh, Divine Lord of the Holy Spirit, show them your power!" The eager faces in the crowd below only fueled his fervor. "Let these devout followers witness your greatest miracle." The moment he finished, an acolyte rang a small bell. With each chime, the statue began to emit a soft golden glow. Soon, it erupted into a blinding light, forcing Zhou Yi to shield his eyes. He stared in shock as the so-called miracle took the form of a goddess embracing her followers. Someone in the crowd screamed, "What is this?" That question flipped a switch, igniting the crowd's excitement. "It's a miracle, a real miracle. This light, I can feel my body overflowing with power." The image from the statue began to chant in an ancient tongue. The mesmerized followers turned to each other in disbelief. "Wait, is anyone else hearing that sound? The miracle. It's speaking to us." Guman's team was also enveloped by the chanting. Zhu Yuhan felt her allies fall under some kind of trance. Then, Zhao Ling suddenly looked at her own hands, her voice trembling. I just advanced to my second job class." The words stunned Yuhan, who was still protected by her necklace. Beside her, Guman was laughing manically. "So much money. With these resources, I'll become the strongest warrior." Even their other teammate wasn't immune to the spell's grip. "Mom, I'm now the top machinist in the entire country. The family will finally be proud of me." She watched in horror, realizing what was happening. This was a high-level hypnosis spell. Yuhan stared helplessly as the miracle continued to spread its influence. Her necklace, which granted immunity to mental control, could only be activated once every 30 minutes. All she could do was wait for the cooldown, try to wake one teammate, and then force a breakout. Zhou Yi was the other person unaffected. He grabbed a nearby man's head, analyzing the situation. Evil hypnosis magic. So this is how the Holy Spirit cult lures in its followers? Tu Vienne was more than satisfied with the miracle's effect. As expected of the sacred relic granted by the Lord Bishop himself, the results were spectacular. He immediately ordered the subordinate behind him, "Begin the operation. We've wasted enough time." They're getting impatient. The enchanting bell chimed again, sending out another wave of sound. In an instant, the entire hall was flooded with golden ripples. As the bell fell silent, wisps of necrotic energy crept into every corner of the 9th floor. 5 strangers cloaked in black smoke slowly materialized on the altar. Tu Vienne bowed respectfully. "Lord Bishop." A glint appeared in Zhou Yi's eyes. This feeling. These were evil cultists. Feng Li spoke, his voice dripping with annoyance. "Tu Vienne, what took so long?" The man frantically clasped his hands and explained, "My Lord Bishop, there was a reason for the delay. Spreading the word of the Holy Spirit cult requires a delicate touch." The bishop waved him off dismissively. "They're just a few disposable pawns. Don't waste so much time in the future." Feng Li reached out and touched the statue. "After this sacrificial ceremony is complete, you will officially join the Holy Spirit cult. Receive the Divine Lord's blessing." Tu Vienne was floored by the sudden good news, overjoyed by the promotion. "Thank you, my Lord Bishop, for this honor." Zhou Yi's mind raced, putting the pieces together. So, without using their evil powers, these cultists looked just like normal people, almost impossible for a regular professional to spot. But as a holy knight blessed by the sacred light, he was extremely sensitive to evil energy. The vile aura pouring off those 5 was as clear as ink on white paper. On the altar, Feng Li continued his dark sermon. "The Holy Spirit is eternal, forever undying. O great Divine Lord, the offerings have been prepared for you. Please, enjoy the feast." Watching the scene unfold, Zhou Yi's mind churned. The new bishop is only level 27? No, he must have a higher level backer. He decided to wait and see if he could gather more intel. After all, 5 evil cultists were a decent haul, but he wanted the whole nest. A golden light flickered from the statue. Feng Li and his followers spread their arms, chanting in unison, "The Holy Spirit is eternal, forever undying." After hearing the chant 5 times, the statue's face twisted into a grotesque grin that stretched from ear to ear. It opened its mouth, spewing forth shimmering waves of energy. The followers below bathed in it, ecstatic, like a desert traveler finding an oasis. Zhou Yi felt the crazed atmosphere around him and shuddered. They're extracting their souls. The chant, "The Holy Spirit is eternal, forever undying," now came from the mouths of the hypnotized followers themselves. His mind spun. The soul is the key component for resurrection, whether it's a priest reviving someone or a powerful warrior saving themselves. A normal person's soul is weak and dissipates after death, but strong or weak, the soul is absolutely vital. Zhou Yi finally understood the true evil of this cult. The hypnosis was a net to control their minds, but this illusion was actually draining their soul force. He remembered the horrific rumors he'd heard. People who joined the cult looked the same on the outside, but their personalities would change completely, like they were 2 different people. He'd finally found the answer to the recent string of bizarre incidents. The personality shifts in the Holy Spirit cult members. It had to be linked to their damaged souls. Zhou Yi watched the golden waves being pulled from the dazed followers, a question burning in his mind. What is that statue planning to do with all these collected souls? Zhao Ling had entered the 9th floor filled with determination, but now she was just another victim, letting her soul be eroded. Yuhan grabbed her arm with all her might, her heart pounding like a drum. If I keep waiting for Ling to snap out of it, we're all going to die. I can't just wait around. Ling, wake up. She decided to risk it all and activate her ice spirit technique. Spirits of ice, hear my call and gather. Let your power bring forth an absolute freeze. Seeing a thin layer of frost coat Zhao Ling, she cried out with joy. There's hope. But her joy was short-lived. The frost melted in an instant, completely useless. Magic dispelled. The ice resistance is too high. Yuhan's blatant move had caught Tu Vien's attention. So, there's one who resisted the hypnosis. He waved his hand, unleashing a storm of demonic power. Black flame, go. Seeing the necrotic energy hurtling towards the girl, Zhou Yi didn't hesitate, unleashing his holy light shield skill. But surprisingly, there were more than 2 people in the crowd who hadn't been entranced. Liu Ran moved faster, throwing out a radiant spirit shield. A solid golden barrier materialized in front of Yuhan, successfully blocking the dark magic. Now that their cover was blown, she pressed the attack, launching a radiant fireball right at Feng Li. But as expected of the Holy Spirit Bishop, he casually flicked his wrist, batting the dangerous spell aside. After dealing with that cat's paw, he immediately exposed her. Radiant Light. You're a top mage from the Church of Light. A level 25 Light Mage, but your shield was shattered so easily? Liu Ran was in total shock. How was this possible? She'd mastered Radiant Light all the way to level 15. It was a skill that had once insta-killed a level 26 gold tier bear. The massive power difference shocked her back to her senses, and she immediately tried to use a teleport scroll. But the heretic cultist just waved his hand and completely blocked it. This was bad. His power was far beyond what she'd imagined. She had to escape. Now. Come and go as you please? Is that some kind of song title? Feng Li wasn't about to let her slip through his fingers. You barge in here and ruin my ritual, and you still think you can just walk away? He unleashed a swamp mire spell, and sticky mud oozed up from the floor to trap her. Liu Ran reacted instantly, leaping back, but 2 of Feng Li's cultists attacked at the same time, blasting her with a wind blade and a fireball. A swirling torrent of golden light formed a barrier around her. Power of light, gather by my side, form an unbreakable shield. A 2-on-1 fight was never a good sign, and now she was caught in a pincer attack. 2 mages. This was the worst possible situation. If it had just been one, she might have had a chance to use a scroll while they were casting. Her escape plan had gone up in smoke, but Liu Ran still had to fight. Power of the divine. Gather in the light. Cleanse the evil from this world. But deep down, she wasn't optimistic. Even worse, another close combat class enemy was heading her way. If he got close, she was definitely dead. She desperately unleashed her attacks, trying to break through their shields. She was 58 years old, and ever since changing to a hidden class, she had been directly recruited and trained by the Church of Light itself. But the Sacred Spirit cult members weren't just going to stand there and take it. They launched a vicious counterattack, forcing her to desperately dodge their blows. After 4 long years of training, this was her first time out in the field. She really thought she could destroy this cult's operation all by herself. Was she really going to pay for that arrogance with her life? Zhou Yi, who had been observing the fight, let out a heavy sigh. He couldn't watch anymore. With a flick of his wrist, he unleashed his skill. penance dagger. The previously silent shopping mall suddenly erupted as floor after floor exploded with a deafening roar. Liu Ran fell to her knees, staring in disbelief at the devastating trench before her. The other half of the building, the enemies she'd been struggling against, were just gone. Did he kill them all? A terrified Tu Vian pointed a finger in another direction, warning, "There's another intruder. That holy light aura is insanely dense." Feng Li obviously wasn't blind. He turned and questioned Zhou Yi. "You're a high-ranking knight of the Church of Light." He didn't answer, instead delivering his judgment. Heretic cults are nothing more than gatherings of pathetic, sinful trash. Liu Ran trembled as she tried to stand up, her mind racing. 2 mages and a warrior, all over level 25 with support magic, were killed in an instant. Could he be a second advancement professional? The church must have had its eye on Longfeng City for a while. Feng Li was furious at the insult. He recklessly ordered his 2 remaining cultists to attack. Go! But Zhou Yi didn't even consider them a threat. He swung his sword just once and dealt with his opponents. Feng Li couldn't believe what he was seeing. Just one move? Impossible. A single thought screamed in his old, cunning mind. I have to run. He decisively kicked his pawn, Tu Vian, forward to block the path. The man couldn't believe his own fate. He was clearly being sent to his death. Zhou Yi didn't mind the prey that served itself up. He cut him down with a single cold slash, completing his fate. Then, without delay, he summoned a blue butterfly. Guiding spirit, follow him. The butterfly obeyed, darting into the portal of deathly energy just before it vanished. Liu Ran timidly approached him, respected high-level priest. She introduced herself humbly. I am the Light Mage, Liu Ran, from the Shanghai branch of the Church of Light. The closer she got, the more she understood. The concentration of holy light wasn't just scary. He was like the physical embodiment of holy light itself. She could even feel the holy aura around his body buzzing with excitement. Zhou Yi asked curiously, You're from the Shanghai branch? What are you doing all the way out here? She didn't hide anything, and at the same time expressed her gratitude. I was out on a training exercise and accepted a quest that brought me here. Thank goodness you were here, my lord. Otherwise, I would have been in terrible danger. He turned to leave, replying nonchalantly, it was nothing. She hurried to catch up with him to confirm. Excuse me, my lord, but which divine priest from the Church of Light are you? I've never encountered such powerful holy light before. Zhou Yi made a simple gesture with his hand and stated bluntly, I'm not a member of your Church of Light. With a loud bang, Liu Ran's mind went completely blank. Not from the church? She looked at the ruined altar that he had destroyed with a snap of his fingers. She blinked, trying to process it again. An aura of holy light this dense. Other than the divine staff of the Church of Light, who else could possibly possess it? A bold and daring idea sparked in her mind. Could he be a holy son? Liu Ran frantically searched through her memories. Holy Son and Holy Maiden were titles reserved for the absolute top prodigies within the Church of Light. It was also a special kind of authority. They received the best training the church had to offer. They were raised to be invincible at their level and could even defeat higher-level enemies. To avoid being targeted by heretics, the identities of the Holy Son and Holy Maiden were always kept secret until they came of age. Only the high-ranking priests knew. Convinced she was right, she looked around. My lord, should we wake everyone up now? He clearly wasn't in the mood to babysit. No need. We've already caused a scene. We'll wait for the security bureau to handle this. The situation is complicated, and waking them up carelessly will only cause unnecessary panic. Zhou Yi walked toward the corpse of a sacred spirit cultist and explained, The people at the security bureau have experience dealing with unusual situations. They'll do a better job of calming the public. She scurried after him, trying to kiss up. You really do think of everything, my lord. He clasped his hands together, creating his penance skill. By the name of the divine, awaken the conscience of the soul. As he finished speaking, a cloud of golden dust fell from his hands onto the corpse. The area around it was even covered in the lilies of penance. A dark shadow of deathly energy twisted and shot out of the body at his call. After that, twisted souls floated in the air. The space echoed with mournful sounds. I am guilty. I repent for the sins I have committed. After the battle, Zhou Yi held out his hand to withdraw his magic. He clenched his fist, his mind filled with thoughts. Only 4. That's too few. He let the leader go so the guiding spirit could track him and find more heretics. By now, it should have caught up. Liu Ran stood behind him, silently observing, then questioning herself. Her own penance skill was so basic, but it was nothing compared to the Holy Son's. If she could train with him, she would definitely become much stronger. She just wasn't sure if he would even notice her. While they were lost in thought, the security bureau arrived. They stormed in and shouted a warning. Hands in the air! Everyone drop your weapons! We are the law enforcement officers of the Longfeng Security Bureau. In the middle of the ring of soldiers was a tall man. That was the captain of the Security Bureau's action team, Wang Hao. He approached Liu Ran and politely questioned her. I'm Wang Hao, captain of the Security Bureau's action team. Respected professional, can you please tell me what happened here? She reflexively raised her hands in surrender as she answered, Hello, Captain Wang. After that, she quickly reported the incident. The Sacred Spirit cult are heretics. They use some kind of method to gather normal citizens here and were preparing to extract their souls for a sacrifice. Wang Hao had a worried look on his face. Extract their souls? Were you the one who stopped them? Liu Ran quickly waved her hand, stammering in denial. Not me. It wasn't me. She turned to Zhou Yi, but he was already gone. Huh? Where did he go? Liu Ran felt a little sad and blamed the other person. Lord, Holy Sun, did you really just abandon me here all by myself again? Meanwhile, Wang Hao was busy directing the cleanup of the scene. Team 1 is in charge of evacuating the crowd and ensuring their safety. Be careful not to cause a panic. Team 2, check the scene and collect evidence. Don't miss any suspicious items. Suddenly, a mysterious hand reached out, casting a powerful spell. A voice boomed through the area. Team 3, begin healing. Prioritize the heavily wounded. Move fast and secure their survival. Everyone hit by the magic immediately showed signs of being deprogrammed. Who are you people? What are you doing? I want to go home. Wait, wasn't I just at some kind of gathering? Where am I right now? This is so weird. I feel like my whole body aches, and my head is pounding, like someone's hammering inside my skull, Xiang Shang mumbled, rubbing his eyes. Ugh, my head is killing me. Once he came to his senses, he rushed to his teammate. Han, did we succeed? Noticing the pitiful state of the enemy in front of Nishi, Yuhan answered, What are you thinking? You were all hypnotized by the Holy Spirit cult. I only escaped thanks to a magical tool, but I never expected they had 5 masters hiding behind them, at least level 25 or higher. Hearing this, he was completely stunned. Level 25? Then how are we supposed to survive this? She continued. He's a second advancement divine class. He wiped out the entire Holy Spirit cult in a single blow. Xiang Shang lit up like he'd struck gold. A second advancement divine professional? An absolute boss. That's right. My robot must have recorded his fight. We can post it online. It'll definitely cause a huge sensation. Without a second thought, he brought out his robot to show everyone. But before they could watch, the world around them began to shake violently. Xiang Shang's group froze in place, stunned. Elsewhere, a dark, oppressive atmosphere filled the air. In the very center, a figure was shrouded in a mass of magical slime. Feng Li's voice was filled with resentment and hatred. Damn it, who the hell times his times he? How could a person like that suddenly appear in Longfeng City? He staggered forward, 100 questions racing through his mind. Is he from the Church of Light? No, that can't be right. I've always been careful in my work. There's no way I would have attracted the attention of a master from the Church of Light. They were all hypnotized, leaving no trace. So, where did I go wrong? Feng Li threw open the massive doors before him. The sacrificial ritual was destroyed, and we lost 4 disciples. The master is going to be furious. The more he thought, the more frantic he became. What am I supposed to do? In another turn of events, a blue butterfly, born from the residual magic, appeared like a glimmer of hope. A mysterious crack formed on the wall. Chu Yi reached out, pulling the crack apart to reveal his handsome face. This was spatial positioning, a technique that borrows the power of a void beast to sense and lock onto coordinates, opening a rift in space for instantaneous travel. Back in the dark chamber, Dufeng noticed the familiar figure and immediately began his interrogation. Sect Master Feng, you've returned. He cut straight to the point. I sensed the life force of 4 precious disciples vanish. Explain yourself. Feng Li immediately dropped to his knees to confess. My lord, there was an incident during the operation. Someone with immense holy power intervened and ruined everything. He didn't just stop the sacrifice, he killed our people. This person's power is unbelievable. I was no match for him at all. Dufeng pressed on coldly. Then why are you still alive? The man groveled, begging for a chance to live. My crimes are worthy of 1,000 deaths. I beg you, my lord, spare my life. I'm willing to atone for my failure by finding even more sacrifices to make up for this loss. The leader's voice was like ice. You're more trouble than you're worth. Hearing this, Feng Li's entire body trembled. My lord, I truly gave it my all. But that mysterious person, he was too strong. Meanwhile, Chu Yi, perfectly disguised as one of the disciples, stood silently among their ranks. He carefully observed the situation. The evil energy radiating from the black orb was overwhelming. This had to be the cult's headquarters, with over 100 disciples gathered. Their scheme is definitely about more than just collecting souls. Dufeng, unwilling to waste any more time, shut his eyes. Enough, your excuses are useless. Fortunately, although the sacrifice was interrupted, the ritual itself is complete. It won't affect the grand plan. The cowardly Feng Li stammered, "My lord, are you saying the sacrifice was a success, but it was clearly cut short? We haven't fully collected the soul power the master requires. Could it be? Did we anger the master?" The leader finally snapped. "You fool! Do you really think we're holding sacrifices all over the city just for a pathetic amount of soul power?" Utterly fed up, he turned to another disciple. "Sectmaster Su, you're here. Explain it to this idiot." "As you command, my lord." Su Ling stepped forward with a wicked grin and began to explain slowly. "My lord, this is the grand design for world destruction. Over the past 5 years, the Holy Spirit cult has conducted 307 sacrificial ceremonies, all placed at key points within Longfeng City. Each sacrifice activated a node." He explained every detail with relish as Chu Yi listened intently, not missing a single word. When these nodes are connected, they form a massive magic array that covers the entire city. Its name is the Chaos Purgatory Array. To execute this plan, we planted disciples in every level of society in Longfeng City, spreading the teachings of the Holy Spirit cult among the people. More and more secrets were revealed. They lured those with strong desires into the cult, expanding their influence to provide manpower for the plan. At the same time, they added a colorless, tasteless, magical drug to the city's water supply, which slowly weakened the people's bodies and minds, making them easy to control. Chu Yi's mind raced as he listened. No wonder those professionals were so easily hypnotized, he thought. But what is their true goal for activating this Chaos Purgatory Array? Meanwhile, Su Ling's voice droned on. "We have dug numerous secret tunnels beneath the city, linking all the sacrificial points. These tunnels are lined with magic runes to channel and gather the energy." He then revealed the timeline. Tonight, the magic array has already activated. The souls and life force of every living being in the city are continuously being drained away, flowing through the tunnels toward the seal of the Lord of Chaos. The more he spoke, the more twisted his expression became. "The lives and souls of this entire city will be sacrificed. The great Lord of Chaos is about to awaken. He will bring endless chaos and darkness to reshape this world. The great Lord of Chaos is awakening." As Chu Yi listened, his expression grew grim. The Lord of Chaos, an evil god. He then began to summon his magic, preparing to strike. Sacrificing an entire city to awaken an evil god? I will never let that happen. At that moment, Feng Li desperately pleaded his innocence. "My lord, please forgive me. I knew nothing of this," Du Feng sneered. "Sect Master Feng, you're such an imbecile. How could I entrust something so important to you?" As he spoke, his voice suddenly sharpened into a roar. "Who's there?" Chu Yi was startled, his eyes flying wide open. The leader aimed a spell right where he was standing, unleashing a massive explosion. Luckily, Chu Yi raised his defenses just in time and remained unharmed. As the smoke cleared, Chu Yi was already in a battle stance. Divine Thunder, Revelation Stance, Level 1. He entered the stance, increasing his resistance to abnormal statuses by 50% and boosting the damage of his lightning skills by 50% for 14 seconds. Sword Flash. He activated a lightning-fast strike designed to deal massive mixed damage. Feng Li recognized him instantly. "It's you again." Su Ling wasted no time, lunging forward to cast his own spell. Phantom Fissure Slash! He channeled dark power into his weapon, creating a black, scythe-like blade with immense cutting power. But Chu Yi would not be outdone. Divine Thunder, Ring of Heavenly Punishment, S rank, Level 1. He summoned Divine Lightning, condensing it onto his weapon and slashing with unbelievable speed, creating an arc of lightning damage that was off the charts. Even Du Feng knew who he was. Chu Yi. "So it's you. What rotten luck." The man immediately tattled, "Sir, that's him. He's the one who ruined the Hengyang Chamber's ritual. How dare he show his face at headquarters? He's not leaving here in one piece." He couldn't take it anymore and slapped him right across the face. "You let someone follow you, you absolute moron. I have half a mind to end your life right here and now." Feng Li rubbed his stinging cheek, while the other guy just kept trashing him. "You've got the brains of a rock, yet you talk so big. If it weren't for our blood connection, you'd never be a bishop. Look at you, so pathetic and weak. Without my mercy, you'd be an ant your whole life. And you dare say he won't make it back? You'll die without even knowing why." Meanwhile, the other two were still locked in a fierce battle. The clash between their gold and violet magic sent devastating shockwaves through the area. After a moment, they broke apart. Chu Yi retreated, creating a safe distance. He activated his demon eye to analyze his foe, but the appraisal failed. He couldn't help but be impressed. This guy was a true second advancement master, way stronger than the last cult leader he faced. This was going to be a real fight. Down below, Su Ling wasted no time. He swung his scythe, unleashing his ultimate skill. Phantom Scythe Strike summoned blades of dark moonlight from every angle, attacking his enemy to inflict multiple wounds and disrupt his movement. The blur of his spinning scythe formed a magic circle straight out of a movie. He glared at Chu Yi, offering a backhanded compliment. Just a level 29 Holy Knight, and you blocked 3 of my attacks? Not bad, but then his voice turned cold as he prepared his next move. But this is where it ends for you. Dark Vortex. Centered on himself, he gathered dark power into a massive black whirlpool, its immense gravity pulling in all life around it, inflicting lasting dark corrosion. Su Ling's magic flew out like razor-sharp slashes, chaotically slicing through everything. At the center, a black hole had already formed, ready to devour everything in its path. Chu Yi braced himself against the intense pull. The situation was getting worse. He summoned his holy light Aegis, slamming his sacred sword into the ground to anchor himself. The two were locked in a stalemate, the ground around them shattering into pieces. Su Ling's voice dripped with contempt. My dark vortex devours even light itself. Your struggle is useless. A first advancement Holy Knight has some skill, I'll give you that. But compared to a second advancement master, you're an ant facing a dragon. I'm 14 levels above you. Chu Yi knew he was at a disadvantage, his mind racing with calculations. His divine angelic Aegis could resist most of the dark corrosion, but this black vortex was draining his mana and stamina like crazy. If this keeps up, I'll be sucked dry sooner or later. The cultist's eyes blazed with dark fire as he roared with confidence. Before absolute power, how long can your little candle flame last? But Chu Yi refused to back down, firing back a defiant retort. My light is more than enough to crush your little parlor tricks. A brilliant aura exploded behind him. He'd made up his mind. A battle of attrition was a losing game. He had to end this fast. For the first time, Su Ling hesitated, a question forming in his mind. The purity of this holy light. It's far beyond any normal holy knight. Could he be the secret weapon of the Church of Light? But his rank is just too low. No matter. Whatever his background is, he's not leaving here alive today. Dufeng, fearing a long fight, urged him on. Bishop Su, finish him, now. But it was too late. Chu Yi had completed his transformation. Talent, Aura of Focus, rank A. Skill, Sacred Radiant Wheel, level 11, rank A. Secret Art, Angelic Divine Form, S+. He then summoned a particle beam and aimed it straight at his opponent. Su Ling was stunned by the sight. He couldn't believe it. His dark vortex was fused with a primordial chaos core. It could devour the output of a level 50 expert. How could it be broken so easily? Impossible. All cultists, kill him. Spare no expense. He planned to crush his opponent with sheer numbers. The cultists weren't strong individually, but there were a ton of them. They could easily drain his stamina and mana. Su Ling screamed his command. Feel the binding darkness of the chains of suffering. A swarm of chains shot out to bind Chu Yi, followed by a massive tidal wave, trying to drown him completely. Chu Yi calmly drew his light sword, his gaze turning razor-sharp. With a single swing, he shattered the water attack. But the fight wasn't over. The horde of cultists charged in like a frenzied mob. Too many small fry. Time to clean house. Chu Yi spread his arms, his stance firm as a mountain. He summoned light shields on both sides. Twin Heart Shields, level 11. The charging apostles were mercilessly thrown back the moment they got close. One spectacular move after another lit up the battlefield like a blockbuster film. Chu Yi was a one-man army, dominating the entire area. Seeing he was being overwhelmed, Su Ling quickly fell back to defend, then launched his own counter, Phantom Triple Slash. But Chu Yi barely moved. He just casually stretched, and a powerful wave of light magic erupted from him, knocking his opponent back. A moment later, the battlefield grew a little quieter. Su Ling was slammed against a wall. Dufeng cursed in fury. Useless! You can't even handle a level 29 Holy Knight? Feng Li could only tremble and mutter. Are you kidding me? How are we supposed to fight a monster like that? Chu Yi clenched his fist, feeling the power coursing through him. Thank goodness for the angelic divine form transformation. With all the buffs, my combat power might look like level 29 on the outside, but it's actually closer to level 40. Add in the advantage Holy Light has against evil forces. That's how I can dominate someone so far above my level. Dufeng exploded with rage, a blood-red killing intent pouring off him. Useless trash. When this ritual is complete, you'll all pay the price. But then, seeing the coward collapsed on the ground, he roared, Bishop Feng, what are you doing? Feng Li was so scared he was tripping over his own words. He can't be level 29. He must have some kind of item that hides his true level. My lord, I'm waiting for the right opportunity. I can't just charge in and die for nothing. While they were distracted, Chu Yi charged forward to press his advantage. Dufeng furiously ordered, You pathetic coward, get up there and block him now, but the scared rabbit was frozen to the spot. My lord, I'm still looking for the perfect time to strike. Now is not the time. Chu Yi focused his divine power, his hawk-like gaze locked on the two figures before him. He lunged forward, his weapon held tight as he closed in on Feng Li. Du Feng seized the opportunity, grabbing the man's head and using him as a human shield. Feng Li took the full force of the blow. Father, why? Asterisk, cough, cough. Asterisk. Then he coldly tossed his comrade's body aside, endlessly cursing the useless trash. Witnessing this inhuman act, Chu Yi had to ask, wasn't that your own son? Son, with him or without him, it makes no difference. To die for the Lord of Chaos is the greatest honor of his life. Chu Yi was speechless. For some void god, you'd even discard your own family? You're completely insane, the villain replied, his tone 3 parts mockery and 7 parts condescension. When chaos descends, every living being will be my child. Chu Yi, you are no match for this. Don't die needlessly for a city that's already doomed. Hearing his name, Chu Yi couldn't help but wonder, you know me? Du Feng didn't hesitate to reveal what he knew. First place in the National University Freshman Exchange Tournament. An outstanding performance. I've known about you for a long time. While they were talking, Chu Yi suddenly sensed something was wrong. It was Su Ling, trying for a sneak attack. He managed to swing his sword just in time to defend. But before he could deal with him, Du Feng began to transform behind him. Chu Yi shouted in alarm, "This is bad!" In a flash, he teleported out of the enemy's encirclement. Then, he suddenly reappeared, landing a devastating blow on Su Ling. Skill. Void Beast's Void Leap. Immediately after, 1,000 invisible punches rained down on the cultist. Iron Fist Flurry. Level 9. Rank B. The man was pummeled relentlessly, screaming in agony. Ah! Du Feng watched the spectacular display and burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. So it was you who stole the Void Beast. You've saved me a lot of trouble. Ignoring him, Chu Yi coldly prepared his next skill. Skill. Punishment of Light. Level 16. Rank A. He finished Su Ling off cleanly. But a question lingered in his mind. How did he know I had subdued the Void Beast? After a moment of deduction, Chu Yi knew for sure. Principal Feng He, you're the traitorous madman. Knowing he could no longer hide, the man confirmed it. That's right. Feng He stepped out of the magic circle, his voice dripping with glee. The Lord of Chaos will remake this world, and I will be one of the rulers of the new world. His eyes were white with lust for power as he staggered forward, threatening the man before him. If you hadn't ruined the ritual, the Lord of Chaos would have awakened 2 months ago. Today, both you and the Void Beast belong to me. One will be an offering, and the other will fuel the Chaos Lord's power. Chu Yi stood his ground without a hint of fear, his mind racing. Belief in an evil god really does give you a massive power boost. Feng He is a level 49 second advancement assassin, but the pressure he gives off is even greater than Principal Wu's at level 52. Even with my angelic divine form and all its buffs, fighting him is still going to be incredibly difficult. Suddenly, thousands of stone spikes erupted from the ground below. In a flash, he was caught in the seal. Chu Yi quickly summoned his light arts, struggling wildly within the prison of stone. Feng He watched the bloody scene with absolute glee. Go ahead and struggle. For every minute you last, 5 more souls will become nourishment for the Lord of Chaos. He spread his arms wide, summoning another barrage of sharpened pillars that rained down on his opponent. Luckily, Chu Yi defended in the nick of time, casting his spell, Holy Light Guardian, level 13, grade B+. His opponent's attack suddenly changed direction. Chu Yi's eyes followed, but he couldn't react in time. The attack slammed into his right bicep, splattering blood everywhere. Looking at his gravely wounded shoulder, he saw it wasn't just a normal corrosive spell. This was the very power of a dark god-given form. The gnawing pain was so unbearable, he had to grit his teeth and carve out the demonized flesh himself. Lost in his dark transformation, Feng He let out a burst of insane laughter. Aha! A colossal wave of energy erupted from his mouth, blasting towards Chu Yi. But even as the sudden tide of power rushed at him, Chu Yi didn't take a single step back. With just one sword, the hero deflected the sky-splitting energy blast with an apocalyptic roar. In a flash, he teleported behind Feng He, completely immobilizing him. The man could only stare upward, frozen, as a brilliant light descended upon him. At Chu Yi's command, a pillar of light slammed down like a thunder god's hammer. Skill, Punishment of Light, level 16, grade A. Luckily for Feng He, his sharp instincts allowed him to throw up a shield just in time. Trying to lock down my movements, then finish me with a punishment of light. Are you? His thin lips spat words that could get under anyone's skin. A textbook strategy, I'll admit. Too bad you forgot I was once the headmaster of the War Academy. From a corner of the room, iron chains shrouded in a mysterious red aura slithered forward, ready to turn the tables in his favor. They quickly wrapped around Chu Yi, freeing Feng He. As he was dragged towards a stone altar, Feng He's voice echoed in his ears. These are the same combat tactics I was teaching my students 10 years ago, but sadly for him, Chu Yi had more important things on his mind. The abyssal bone chains were forged from the power of chaos itself, specifically designed to counter holy attributes. Once bound, they not only seal all light system skills, but also slowly drain the victim's life force. While Feng He knelt, awaiting the glorious moment to come, he sneered, "Struggle all you want. This is your end." Chu Yi, however, was stretched taut across the stone altar, his limbs chained and pulled in 4 directions. "This is bad. These chains suppress holy power." Up above, bolts of lightning cracked across the sky, a terrible omen. Feng He cackled as he grabbed Chu Yi's face. His long, black nails dug deep into Chu Yi's cheek, the pain so intense he coughed up blood. With a look of pure ecstasy, Feng He anticipated humanity's new era of suffering and licked the blood from his hand. Feng He could feel a wicked presence slowly fill the air, making his soulless eyes gleam with malice. Suddenly, boulders began to fall from the sky like a midnight storm. But even standing in the open, both men were untouched, as if the stones knew to avoid them. Chu Yi saw hazy red figures begin to materialize around him. They were the vengeful souls of the dead, drawn out as the dark energy consumed the living world. Feng He's mood turned joyful, like a clown lost in a fever dream. "Listen, those are the footsteps of the approaching Lord of Chaos." Thunder boomed, shaking the very foundations of the 6 halls. Bodies lay strewn across the ground, creating a grim, apocalyptic atmosphere. All the while, Chu Yi could only stare in horror at the scene before him as hundreds of souls drifted past the stone altar where he lay. Among the strangers were 2 people he recognized, Bai Na and Liu Qi, gliding past him like mindless robots. The 2 of them stood silently with the others, waiting for the vile energy to envelop their souls. The swirling dark energy transformed them all into lifeless stone statues surrounding him. Chu Yi seethed with rage at the inhumanity of the beast Feng He worshipped. "You animal!" But Feng He just gave a cold reply to the one who dared oppose him. "This is a necessary price. A simple-minded fool like you could never understand." The chaotic situation forced Chu Yi to quiet his rage and think of a new plan. "I could have the Void Beast get me out of here, but then everyone in Lingfeng City will die for sure. I have to stop him. Even if I'm no match for him, I refuse to be a coward." Chu Yi silently summoned a small glass vial filled with a golden liquid. Innate Earth Milk, S+. Massively increases all negative status resistances and boosts physical recovery speed. He gulped down the strange liquid in one go. Negative status resistance plus 100%. Physical recovery speed plus 100%. In Feng He's eyes, this was nothing more than the final desperate struggle of a fish on a cutting board. "Keep struggling." Chu Yi ignored the taunt. A brilliant aura flared to life behind him, bolstering his fighting spirit. He would use the name of the divine to awaken the soul's conscience. Seeing his enemy's sudden confidence, Feng He's expression flickered with uncertainty. "What are you trying to do?" In return, Chu Yi calmly delivered his verdict to the World Ender. "Repent." He activated a skill, pulling the residual spiritual energy from the countless bodies on the ground. Fatigue was clear on his hazy face. He had collected the will of repentance 104 times. Inside his body, Chu Yi forced 2 opposing streams of energy to collide with each other. The sheer, overwhelming pain of his reckless act made him spit out a mouthful of blood. The heavenly saint warriors stirred within him, rising with immense power. Following them, his legion of ice corpses answered his call. The 2 incompatible energies clashed, creating a powerful shockwave inside him. Chu Yi gritted his teeth, forcing his body to absorb both streams of power. Feng He stared, stunned by the spiritual energy swirling around him. This power, what is he trying to break through to? His twisted mind suddenly put the pieces together. A second awakening. Realizing Chu Yi's intent, Feng He threw his head back and roared with laughter. "A forced second awakening? Haha, you've really shown me something. It seems despair has completely rotted your brain." He began to lecture the man who was gritting his teeth through the process. Under normal circumstances, a second awakening requires an enormous amount of resources to support it, like magic gemstones and priceless, rare elixirs. All of those are necessary to fortify the body and level up one's power, not to mention having a powerful master stand guard to prevent any outside interference during the breakthrough. But you're bound by the abyssal chains, your holy power is suppressed, and you're completely alone with no energy supply. The brutal war between the 2 internal armies sent shockwaves through Chu Yi's nerves. "The power in your body will run wild, like a stallion that's broken its reins. If you fail, it will violently tear you to shreds." His face lit up with excitement as he watched his enemy writhe in agony. Best case, your level drops. Worst case, your soul shatters into nothing. Though confident, Feng He still prepared a spell to finish him off. "But you're a freak of nature. I can't let you succeed, not even if there's a 1 in a million chance. Chu Yi's mind grew hazy as he felt the intense conflict raging within him. As Feng He continued his arrogant rant, the two energies began to secretly fuse together. Just die during your little awakening. The final, silent clash took place within him, marking the end of his long, gnawing agony. The vengeful ice wraiths shattered, reforming into razor-sharp crystals. At the same time, the holy guardians dissolved into faint, shimmering golden leaves. The two warring powers were now reforged, merging into a single new item. The agony finally ended for Chu Yi, a reward for his bitter struggle on the path of salvation. A system notification flashed. Congratulations, you have acquired the Arbiter's exclusive skill, Judgment, God's Advent, Divine Summon, Divine Recovery. He gained over 100 unallocated attribute points. This godly power sculpted his body, chiseling his features into a fearsome mask. From his grand entrance alone, Fong Hak was blasted into a stone wall by a whirlwind. Then, Chu Yi unleashed a powerful blow through the air, sending a shockwave straight into his foe. His body went rigid, completely paralyzed and defenseless. Fong Hak was sent flying by the overwhelming force. Even the ancient azure pool suffered from the sheer fury of Chu Yi's attack. Tossed high into the air, it was a long moment before Fong Hak crashed down like a sack of dirt. His eyes widened in pure shock. He couldn't believe the lower half of his body was just gone. But instead of rage, a sickening, twisted grin spread across his face. Useless. You think the cheap tricks of a second-class holy knight can actually harm me? A thick, dark aura instantly erupted, regenerating his missing half. As the evil energy lifted him to his feet, he summoned a horde of tormented souls, ready for battle. They swarmed forward like an endless plague of locusts. But Chu Yi was completely unfazed by this deathly aura. Save it. Your final words are just noise. He raised his hand to the sky, weaving a complex magic circle. S-rank skill, Judgment Descends, Level 1. Using his mortal body to channel divine punishment, he would unleash catastrophic damage upon all creatures of darkness. But the price was steep. After using this skill, he would enter a state of total exhaustion. All his stats would plummet by 40% for a full 2 hours. His eyes blazed like fire, fixed on the approaching Fong Hak. You are guilty, and I am your judgment. Our hero became the judge, ready to decide the fate of this wretched creature. The sentence is death. Bolts of lightning rained down like divine fury, each one striking the traitor. But the more he was struck, the more Fong Hak seemed to revel in taunting Chu Yi. You will never succeed. My master's power is absolute. The air grew heavy, and Chu Yi watched his enemy's next move with caution. Like so many souls before him, he offered himself as a sacrifice to chaos. Vicious tendrils of dark magic shot out instantly. They swarmed him, moving so fast that Chu Yi had no time to defend himself. A deep, booming voice of unknown origin echoed from the chaos. Submit. How wonderful it would be to destroy everything together. The dense, hateful energy seeped into his body like a potent venom, forcing him to cough up a mouthful of black blood. The ground was littered with skeletal remains, their wails of anguish echoing all around. The grim landscape had transformed into a true hell on earth. Suffering is the only truth. Join us. Ah! His eyes turned blood red, his face a mask of cold indifference. Chu Yi was becoming something he no longer recognized. Fortunately, his iron will fought back, allowing him to regain control of his mind. The chaos entity squeezed him tighter with its tentacles, screaming to brainwash him. Become an eternal part of me! The holy power within Chu Yi reacted violently, causing a painful backlash in his mind. Arr! He skillfully broke free from its grasp. His entire body was empowered by a holy light, allowing Chu Yi to confidently raise his sword once more. This corruption of consciousness was far more advanced than mere hypnosis. His massive sword plunged straight into the heart of chaos. Unfortunately for you, you picked the wrong opponent. The deep gash caused an agonizing pain that made the formless monster hiss and recoil. The open wound revealed the chaos's vital core. How dare you? Chu Yi paid no mind to its meaningless rage. He simply replied with cold indifference. And why wouldn't I dare? Holy Knight. His quiet words were nearly drowned out by the clash of demonic tentacles against his holy blade, a weapon designed to vanquish all evil. The brilliant aura of his divine power disintegrated the tentacles into thin air. An explosion erupted as the unstable evil energy lost control. Chu Yi stood stunned for a moment, lowering his shield to catch his breath, but a demonic blade silently emerged from the ground beneath him. He heard a sound and turned, confused. But before he could react, the chaos entity drove the blade straight through his back, the shock making him gasp. The swift, brutal attack splattered his blood across its white teeth. Its repulsive tongue eagerly licked away the sweet crimson. The taste of his blood shattered the mental chains, sealing its true, wild instincts. I am pleased. I am the Lord of Chaos. A god. A god cannot be slain by a tiny mortal. Our fate was sealed the moment we met. Become my slave, and I shall grant you the power of a demigod. Hearing those vile words, Chu Yi's fighting spirit only blazed hotter, even as he healed himself. The power of a demigod? How about we make a deal instead? You can be my punching bag, and I'll teach you what real god-slaying power looks like. Besides, there's a limit to your little charade. He shot the chaos entity a contemptuous smirk. At best, you're merely a clone of the real evil god. That's why a mere human like me can actually hurt you. Your arrogant speech is laughable. Suddenly, the creature sensed something was wrong. It stammered, unable to form words. This is impossible. Chu Yi clutched his head, thinking to himself, a shame this body can only withstand this for 2 more minutes. My time is running out. He began to summon a miraculous holy power. With a single cold wave of his hand, a pillar of light pierced the heavens, shaking the very earth. The holy celestial army materialized, ready for battle. S-rank skill, God Summon, Level 1. Archers stood ready high above, bows drawn and awaiting the command. This ancient angelic contract required a heavy price, consuming 30% of the caster's life force to summon the angels to battle. Attention. The angel's duration is directly tied to the host's remaining spiritual power. Other stoic figures stood by, calmly assessing the battlefield. Seeing this formidable army, the chaos entity felt a flicker of panic, but roared to maintain its pride. You inferior creations, don't even think you can stop me. At Chu Yi's silent command, the eyes of the entire legion snapped open. Initiating purification. Executing divine punishment, the entire celestial garrison descended upon the battlefield, unleashing an explosion of holy light to carry out heaven's judgment upon the blasphemer. A cataclysmic explosion of pure rage vaporized everything in the vicinity. Even stone structures crumbled to dust before this terrifying power. The violent shockwave ripped through the vast forest, shaking the trees to their roots. And there, at the very center of the newly formed crater, Chu Yi knelt on one knee, his body covered in wounds and glowing golden cracks. A notification popped up next to a floating deep red crystal. Obtained, Crystal of the Evil God's Power. Quality, unaccessible due to damage. He suddenly coughed up a mouthful of murky plasma, his voice a heavy whisper. Then, his body finally gave out, collapsing completely onto the cold stone. You weren't even worthy of being called a clone. In the empty, barren wasteland, only dust and smoke remained. It was as if Chu Yi had been completely forgotten by the world. The moon and brilliant stars silently watched over the lonely figure of the tragic young man. It seemed as though he would finally rest after the exhausting battle. And yet, despite the painful cracking of his bones, he heroically pushed himself up with one hand. But in his current state, even rolling over was an impossible luxury. Warning alerts blared non-stop. Life signs unstable. Please seek immediate treatment. Chu Yi's glazed eyes stared at the words as they appeared. Critical life signs detected. Current heart rate is 8 beats per minute. Blood pressure is 50/30. 17 broken bones detected. Internal organ damage is at 63%. Immediate treatment recommended. He summoned every last ounce of his strength to play his final trump card. A brilliant light gathered in his trembling palms. Divine, start, recovery. Elsewhere, Liu Ji desperately called out the name of someone lying motionless on a bed, his voice filled with panic. "Na, you're awake." Bai Na, thankfully, was beginning to stir. Her mind was still foggy from the deep sleep. Weren't we, at the hot springs? How did we end up? She quickly filled him in on the situation. A miracle was a miracle. Outside, a massive pillar of light ripped clean through the clouds, unleashing countless angelic beings. They danced around the bodies scattered across the streets. This was the Divine Awakening Restoration, a level 1, grade 5 skill Chu Yi had just summoned. It unleashed a sacred domain that blanketed the entire city, purifying the corruption and reviving anyone whose soul hadn't yet faded away. But once the skill ended, he'd be hit with divinity exhaustion. All his stats would drop to 0 for 10 agonizing days. In the dead of night, the Void Beast's voice echoed in Chu Yi's mind. You forced your second job advancement, shredding your own meridians, and then you used a massive life-saving skill? You're lucky you didn't just drop dead. Seriously, why didn't you let me get you out of there? You could have hidden in the back. How would that be any different from those evil cultists? He gasped for breath, weakly forcing out each word. Before I decided on my second advancement, I remembered my choice back in school. I chose to be a holy knight. An image of himself, clad in brilliant armor, flashed through his mind, making him feel so small. He recalled the skilled way he swung his weapon, with honesty and courage. The glowing cross, a symbol of his undying faith in justice, was etched into his hammer of mercy. He finished with a mighty blow against the earth, fulfilling his duty, doing what was honorable. Even as blood filled his mouth, Chu Yi clung to his core belief. This entire life is for justice and righteousness. That is what it means to be a holy knight. He struggled for each painful breath. If I run from death, I betray everything I stand for. What's the point of power then? He activated his positioning skill one last time. A blue magic circle flared to life beneath his broken body at Suhang University. Just then, a voice called down from a nearby cliff. "Leader, what in the world happened here?" Wang Hao frowned, surveying the scene below. "A fight on this scale is beyond us, but I'm certain some legendary hero gave their life tonight to protect Longfeng City. They are a true hero of Longfeng City." By then, Chu Yi had successfully teleported back to his dorm room. Gasping for air, all his system windows flashed crimson red, signaling a critical situation. Soul damage detected. Life signs critical. Divinity exhaustion status. All attributes reduced to 0 for 10 days. As his vision blackened, he managed to whisper one cherished name: Teacher. The last thing he saw was a countdown, 239 minutes and 55 seconds. A short while later, his vision slowly returned. This time, the warning panels were gone. Chu Yi slowly opened his dazed eyes, his breath coming out in bubbles. He sat up, finding himself in a biotank. Countless medical wires had been hooked into his body during the intensive recovery process. "I was out for 2 days. Wang Hu, who was sitting nearby, suddenly questioned him. "You're awake. So, how does it feel to stare death in the face? Single-handedly wrecking an evil god's sacrificial ritual. Should I call you brave or just reckless?" Chu Yi could only scratch his head awkwardly. The situation was an emergency. Golden veins still pulsed across his skin, forcing a violent cough. His teacher calmly explained everything. "Your entire meridian network was shredded like a fishing net. Standard healing arts can only patch up your physical form. That's why I put you in this medicinal spring to keep your life force stable." He then added a stern warning. "This spring is infused with 5 dragon orbs, priceless healing artifacts. You will absorb every last drop, if you dare to waste any of it." But Chu Yi suddenly cut him off, shouting in protest. "But teacher, this is clearly your foot-washing water." Wang Hui flashed a completely shameless grin, trying to deflect. "Don't sweat the details. The important thing is that you're still alive." But then his expression turned deadly serious. He skillfully pulled up a holographic panel, ready to debrief him on what happened during his 2-day coma. The action team captain from Longfeng City's public security not only perfectly preserved the battle site, but he also collected samples of the lingering holy light. They both stared intently at the image displayed in midair. "Look at this energy wavelength. It's a perfect match for your holy power. Anyone who looked into it would trace it right back to you. Therefore, the official story is that I was the one who did it." Chu Yi immediately pushed back. "Teacher, I don't need to hide behind you." But Wang Hui was firm, telling him he was still young and his rank was too low. "If word gets out about what you did, the evil god's cultists will send assassins after you. Those psychos won't let any threat to them live. So, I used my authority to classify this incident as triple S level secret. Once you complete your 3rd job advancement, all the honor will be rightfully returned to you." But Chu Yi's brow furrowed in frustration, his mind flashing back to that life-or-death battle. A second later, he declared, "Teacher, after I defeated the evil god, I discovered its true form was just a crystal of its power." He then summoned it as tangible proof. Chu Yi held it out for Wang Hai to inspect. "This is the true face of the evil god. It doesn't look like much, but it has destroyed so many people. Just touching it, you could feel the wails of countless resentful souls. They swirled within the crystal, a sickening and tragic mass of despair." Witnessing this horrifying scene sent a surge of rage through his teacher. To think a mere fragment could dare to cause so much devastation. Wang Hui immediately gathered a massive amount of energy in his palm, making the very air around it ripple. Foom. In a flash, he successfully sealed the cursed crystal within a glowing cloth. Scene change. Elsewhere, a man named Hong Ling's pruning shears froze mid-snip when he heard the familiar name Wang Hui. The old man turned around, his expression questioning. "Wang Hui, why would he be there?" The Spectre reported dutifully. "Our intel says Wang Hui's direct disciple, Chu Yi, went to Longfeng City on a mission. He discovered Feng He's plot and immediately contacted Wang Hui, who had just arrived." Hong Ling stroked his chin, deep in thought. Discovered by Wang Hui. Indeed, this complicates things. He's not an easy man to deal with. You will notify all branches to go dark immediately. We can't afford to provoke the military right now." His subordinate bowed. "Yes, sir." The old man's gaze remained fixed on the vibrant red rose before him. Why does that name, Chu Yi, sound so familiar? The Spectre's next words made it all click. 2 months ago, he was the one who ruined Feng He's plan during the freshman tournament. At the time, we suspected he'd tamed a void beast, so we had him under surveillance for a while. The old man finally realized who Chu Yi was. It's him. I remember now, that talented little brat. A wicked smile spread across his lips. In that case, let's prepare a little welcoming gift for our friend. One he'll never, ever forget. A voice replied from the shadows. Understood. With a cruel snap, he plucked the rose's head from its stem, letting it fall to the cold, hard floor. Meanwhile, another man, Shen Lingfeng, stood alone in the pouring rain, staring up at a brightly lit villa. His mind was a wreck, full of confusion and doubt about his own life. That kid comes from nothing. No family backing. No resources. How in the world did he cultivate someone with such monstrous strength? It's just bizarre. Just then, something slammed hard into a window of the building. The crash immediately caught Lingfeng's attention. Huh? Who's there? The next second, a blood-curdling scream shattered the night's silence. Roar! His eyes flew wide open, completely shocked by the sudden chaos. Inside, a towering, shadowy figure loomed menacingly over Chu Van. Women and children, my two favorite things. Their fear. It smells exquisite. A raspy voice echoed from a mouth full of perfectly white, sinister teeth. And you two are both. With those words, Lu Bin gathered dark energy in his palm and lunged straight for them. Double the pleasure. But in that critical moment, something shot in from the side, causing a massive impact that sent a cloud of dust exploding from his head. Stunned by the sudden ambush, his attack froze completely. It was none other than Ling Feng, in his powered-up form, who had arrived to save them in the nick of time. Seeing this, his opponent gasped in shock. The Flame Dragon Bloodline! Enraged, Lu Bin attacked again, another one who's come looking for death. Ling Feng stood ready for the clash. At the same time, a jolt of lightning shot through Chu Yi's mind, as if he'd sensed the disturbance from miles away. He shattered the medical restraints holding him down. His body floated effortlessly in the air amidst a spray of biofluid. Void Beast, lead the Void Butterfly! In the next second, Chu Yi was fully clothed once more. His voice was stern as he gave the command. Spatial teleportation! Pinpoint Chu Van's location! His expression was dead serious. Xiao Kui's life force is dropping, which means Xiao Van is in grave danger. Stop wasting time and find her. The Void Beast closed its eyes, focusing its spiritual senses. A butterfly-shaped formation quickly appeared, revealing everything to avoid future disaster. I will protect your body with all my might, but as for how much damage you'll take after teleporting, you better pray for yourself. Space itself suddenly began to crack like fragile glass. Chu Yi's figure plunged straight down through the rift. Soon, he could see the tense battle unfolding between Ling Feng and Lu Bin. Though he was clearly at a disadvantage, Ling Feng still checked on the person behind him. Little girl, can you still stand? Chu Van hesitantly nodded. Good. Then go, he urged. Go find your brother, now. He had met a worthy opponent, and his face was already covered in wounds. You little brat, you really have a death wish. Risking your life like this for some girl. Was it worth it? Ling Feng struggled to breathe. Was it worth it? Without hesitation, he unleashed a massive burst of flame that pierced straight through his enemy's body. That's none of your business. As if hit by the full wrath of a dragon, Lu Bin was officially wiped from existence, reduced to nothing but dust. The only thing left was the sound of his horrific, fading scream. Ah! The intense heat billowed away on the cold night wind. Ling Feng wiped the warm blood from his chin. The wet, stinging sensation sharpened his mind amid the chaos. The moment Chu Van saw her brother, she rushed into his arms. However, it seemed he hadn't fully recovered. His face suddenly grew pale. She quickly recounted what had happened. You're finally here. That guy was so scary. He hurt Xiao Kui. Chu Yi gently stroked his sister's head to calm her down. Don't be afraid. I'm here now. His attention was suddenly drawn to Ling Feng, who was trembling in the distance. Why is Shen Ling Feng here, of all places? Despite his injuries, he was still strong enough to taunt him. Well, the savior has finally arrived. You really are a model big brother. I was starting to think your sister was about to become a roasted pigeon. Chu Van stood between them, defending her brother. Don't you dare talk about my brother like that, Ling Feng just smirked. Ouch, little sister, your words wound me. After all, I did risk my life for you, but her stance was firm. I will repay you for saving me, but you will not speak to him like that. Ever since we were little, no matter what danger we faced, my brother was always the first one to stand in front of me. He's the best brother in the entire world. Ling Feng clutched the bleeding wound on his chest. Hey Chu, your little sister actually knows how to be grateful. So how come I haven't heard a single word of thanks from you? Droplets of blood dripped onto the cold ground, punctuating his deliberate taunts. Is this all the great Saint Knight has to offer? Chu Van was about to protest again, but Chu Yi held her back by the shoulder. Xiao Van, he's just jealous. He's bitter because he doesn't have an amazing sister like you, so he's just spouting nonsense. The two siblings then put on a perfectly coordinated performance. Even though Shen Lingfeng did save you, this could all be a self-harm ploy. It's a classic psychological tactic. When you can't have something, you try to devalue it, right? That's exactly it. This made Lingfeng fume. You. He was so furious, he literally coughed up blood. Nonsense. Me? Jealous of you? Ha ha. Why would I ever be jealous of you? But from overexerting himself, he momentarily lost consciousness. His eyes went completely white, like an empty shell. As Lingfeng's body lost its balance and fell, a steel rod impaled him through the abdomen, pinning him in midair. Deep red fluid stained the entire steel bar as he slid down from the momentum. Chu Yi stared, watching the entire gruesome scene unfold. He gently pushed Chu Van's head into his chest, shielding her from the traumatic sight. The weak voice suddenly called out again. Chu Yi, stop dragging your feet. Hurry up and save me. I haven't logged out yet. Don't just stand there like a log. He just replied with another taunt. Shen Lingfeng, to be that badly injured and still running your mouth. I guess the wound isn't that serious. Then, he calmly exposed Lingfeng's strange behavior. Compared to that, I'm more curious why you showed up at my house. Just in time to find Chu Van being attacked? For a moment, he didn't say a word. Memories flooded his mind like a film playing in reverse. Hey, have you heard? There's this new trend going around called the Hero's Path of Remembrance. What the heck is that? Turns out, Lingfeng had overheard some excited discussions. It's when you visit the old homes of powerful figures to feel the traces of their growth and journey to greatness. If we could learn even a little bit, wouldn't our strength skyrocket? What is this nonsense? Don't mess with me. Why would I lie to you? Lots of people are doing it lately. He coughed violently while making up a random excuse. Cough, cough, cough. Can't a guy just be passing by? Or do you think the whole world revolves around you? Everywhere you go, people are praising you, he thought to himself. There was no way he could admit such an embarrassing reason. Suddenly, Chu Van felt Chu Yi's body grow heavy. Brother? What's wrong? He was completely dizzy from exhaustion, but he managed one last comforting word. Sorry, I scared you. Golden veins covered his arm, which even started leaking a thick fluid. She cried out his name in a panicked, broken voice. Brother! A sickening thud echoed in the dead, silent atmosphere. She saw Chu Yi lying motionless, covered in countless wounds. Chu Van was horrified, quickly covering her mouth to stifle a sob. Teary eyes slowly welled up, and tears streamed down her cheeks. In a state of pure panic, she grabbed a nearby phone like a lifeline, her voice trembling. What do I do now? Chu Van made the call, tears streaming down her face as she pleaded, Brother, don't scare me. Please pick up the phone. Suddenly, a voice boomed from behind her, humra with a loud, teasing tone that made Chu Van jump. Chu Yi, this room of yours is more chaotic than a battlefield. It turned out to be Wang Hui. He walked over, took the phone from Chu Van's hand, and reassured her. Calm down. I'll handle this. Just then, Shanran rushed in from outside, calling out loudly, Brother Chu Yi. She quickly helped him up and handed him a strange green liquid, saying worriedly, Brother Chu Yi, drink this quickly. It will help. Wang Hui wasn't just standing around. His hands were a blur of energy, trying to patch up Zhou Yi while nagging him nonstop. Kid, you really know how to push it. I barely dragged you back from death's door, and you go charging into a time-space rift with no magic shield? It's a miracle you're even alive. I'm not a healer, you know. This is just a patch-up job to keep you from falling apart. After a ton of effort, Zhou Yi finally woke up, staring blankly at the faces in front of him. He couldn't help but feel confused. Teacher? Su Ran? Why? Are you guys here? Wang Hui's face twisted in annoyance as he explained. The Void Beast knew you were seriously injured after that stunt. It dropped you here, then immediately came to find me. I was with Su Ran at the time, so we followed it. That aura, it's the same as those cult freaks from Longfang County, but they didn't come after you. They ambushed Zhou Yun. My guess is they don't know the whole story from Longfeng. They just saw your face and decided to take their anger out on her. Wang Hui delivered the bad news with urgency. The military has launched a secret, nationwide purge of the Holy Spirit cult. They're in the shadows. We're out in the open. We can't stay here. You need to get to the Zhou family estate. Now. Hearing this, Zhou Yi completely agreed. Going to the estate meant he could get Xiao Yun home. She'd be safe there too. Although he was annoyed, Wang Hui was still worried about Zhou Yi's injuries. You're too messed up for any kind of teleportation. The only option is to take the public Sky Soarer airship to the Zhou territory. The Sky Soarer is an A-rank security vessel, fully armed for protection. It'll get you to the Zhou's domain in 48 hours. I'll let their people know to meet you at the Sky Soarer port. Su Ran immediately jumped in. I'm going too. This time, I'm going to protect Zhou Yi. As they were planning, a strange voice suddenly echoed nearby. Wang Hui seemed to notice the odd sound. He kept talking while scanning the area. We don't know how deep the Holy Spirit cult's infiltration goes. So for this trip, you have to disguise yourselves as normal tourists. The lower your profile, the better. Then, that weird voice piped up again. This time, Wang Hui's gaze finally landed on a damp corner where a figure was curled up, crying out pathetically. Hey, don't you guys see me? Am I invisible? Did I turn transparent or something? Are you just treating me like air? I'm injured too. Wang Hui walked over, sized the guy up, then smacked his own forehead with a sigh. Man, my memory's shot. All right, let me see your wounds. Then it clicked. Wait, aren't you the kid Zhou Yi wiped the floor with at the freshman tournament? Ling Feng managed a weak, fake laugh. Thanks for your concern, headmaster. Soon, at the Sky Soarer port, Zhou Yi was settled in his familiar wheelchair, with Zhou Yun, Su Ran, and the strange new guy beside him. Seeing Zhou Yi casually sitting there, Ling Feng's face soured with discontent. He protested with a scowl. I object. On what grounds? Does he get to sit in a wheelchair disguised as some rich young master, while I, a descendant of the Flame Dragon bloodline, have to act as his servant? Unfazed, Su Ran stared directly into Shen Ling Feng's eyes, her words like ice. One more mouth means one more risk. We didn't even want to bring you. If you hadn't thrown a fit. Hearing that, Shen Ling Feng leaped up, his voice dripping with resentment. The headmaster was urgently summoned, and he specifically ordered me to take part in this mission. You think I wanted this? I am of the Flame Dragon bloodline. Just as he was ranting, Zhou Yun suddenly cut him off with a happy shout. The airship is here. A thick fog rolled in ahead of them, completely blocking their view. After a long moment, the fog slowly began to clear, revealing the scene behind it. Looming before them was a colossal spaceship, far beyond anything they could have imagined. From the ship, a golden tentacle descended, flowing down to the ground like a ribbon of silk. The second she saw it, Zhou Yun squealed with delight and ran forward, shouting, "It's a giant flying octopus!" She waved. "Hello, Mr. Octopus!" Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she pointed. "Brother, look! The tentacle is glowing!" Su Ran calmly explained. "That's monolight. It's charging." The airship stopped here to recharge its energy. It can only take off once its mana is full. Besides, these tentacles have multiple functions. When waiting for passengers, they're a staircase. In battle, they become a protective shield. And finally, they can fire mana cannons. In a flash, they were aboard the ship, stepping into a world of breathtaking luxury and comfort. Just then, an urgent announcement echoed from the speakers. Attention Skysoarer passengers, the boarding ramp will be closing shortly. Will any passengers who have not yet scanned their tickets please do so now? Seeing the pained look on Zhou Yi's face, Su Ran worried his wounds were acting up. She quickly supported his arm and asked gently, "Zhou Yi, do you want to go to our room and rest? The ship's launch can cause some discomfort. The rooms have special stabilizing formations." Hearing her concern, the corner of Zhou Yi's mouth curved into a small smile. He decided to tease her a little. "Little Ran, are you trying to treat me like a kid you have to protect?" His words made Su Ran's cheeks turn pink. She stammered, That's not what I meant. I was just afraid you'd be uncomfortable." But Zhou Yi didn't seem ready to let her off the hook. "On the way here, you were worried I was hungry. Then you were worried about the sun. And you even pinched me to make me take my medicine." Zhou Yi looked directly into Su Ran's eyes, his tone gentle but firm. "I know my own condition. You don't need to worry so much." Suddenly, a flashy figure appeared. A woman in a gaudy outfit strutted toward them, her eyes lighting up as she gasped, "So beautiful." Without any hesitation, she reached out and caressed Zhou Yi's face. "Tisk, tisk, just look at this skin. It's whiter than snow." Her eyes were filled with a mix of desire and pity. She purred seductively. "Just looking at you makes my heart ache. Why don't you come with Big Sister? I'll hire the best priest to heal this broken body of yours." Hearing those words, all three of Zhou Yi's companions were stunned, their faces showing pure disbelief. Su Ran snapped out of it first, her eyes flashing with fury. She instantly whipped her lash out at the woman with terrifying speed. Enraged by the harassment, Su Ran growled, her eyes spitting fire. "Get your filthy hand off him, or I'll cut it off." The flashy woman admired her own perfectly manicured hands and let out a dramatic sigh. She smirked, her voice dripping with mockery. "Ooh, the little bodyguard actually bites. Big Sister here just wanted to invite the young master for some tea and a chat. Besides, your master hasn't said a word. What are you getting so worked up about? My little master? Is this bodyguard your lover?" Su Ran ground her teeth, her face tense, looking like she was about to lunge forward and tear the woman to shreds. "No wonder. I barely touched him and she looks like she wants to eat me alive. Honey, if you like men, just say it. Big Sister knows that flavor best." Just as Su Ran was about to lose control and charge again, Zhou Yi quickly grabbed her hand and called her name softly. "Su Ran." Zhou Yi glanced at a warning sign hanging prominently nearby and gently reminded her, "She's provoking you. Don't fall for her trap." Because the sign clearly stated, private fighting is strictly prohibited on the Sky Soarer. Violators will have their magic sealed and will be imprisoned in the lowest level of the ship. After calming Su Ran down, he turned to the flashy woman with a polite, social smile. "If the lady is looking for some fun, perhaps you should head to the third-class cabin. They have entertainment there that's more suitable for you. I'm afraid this body of mine can't handle your enthusiasm." On the surface, his words were polite, but inside, he was on high alert, using a casual tone to hide his caution. "She's watching all four of us right now," he thought. Her goal is definitely not as simple as just messing around. But the gaudily dressed woman had her own plans brewing as well. The third-class cabin was filled with untalented porters. Was she mocking him by lumping him in with these lowly grunts? With that thought, she shot back, "Well, little master, you really know how to kill a mood. Now you've completely ruined my fun." Before disappearing, she left them with a chilling promise. "Everyone calls me Lady Hong. And in this world, there's nothing I can't have. Soon enough, you'll come begging to serve me." Wherever Lady Hong went, the staff would bow their heads in reverent, fawning respect. Sun Yen turned to say something to me, Chu Yi, but I quickly cut her off, turning to Shen Lingfeng instead. "That bracelet on her wrist looks strange. It's still a bit damp. Have you ever seen it before?" Shen Lingfeng immediately recognized it. "I have. It's the symbol of the Mermaid Merchant Guild." With his vast knowledge, Shen Lingfeng added that Sun Yen, being from out of town, wouldn't know about them. The Mermaid Guild is a powerful financial group in Jiangbei, seemingly legitimate on the surface, but operating in the shadows. They commit unspeakable crimes, like targeting skilled individuals with rare and beautiful bloodlines. They capture them, turn them into players, and sell them off. These poor souls either end up as pets for depraved nobles or are tortured to death in brutal underground trades. This woman calling herself Lady Hong is likely a high-ranking manager in the guild. Her position is definitely not low. "I've heard the boss of the Mermaid Guild has eyes and ears everywhere, with a tangled web of connections," he continued. "Even my own father warned me not to mess with them, to avoid them at all costs." But what he kept to himself was that the head of the Tianlan province branch, the Mermaid Guild, and the Tianlan Chu family had a major clash 3 years ago. The Chu family lost. Shen Lingfeng was torn, wondering if he should reveal this to Chu Yi. But after hearing everything, my mind was already racing, piecing together the scattered clues. So that's why Lady Hong's words were so harsh. She was provoking Sun Yen on purpose, trying to get a look at our trump cards, to appraise the value of her goods. Of the four of us, Chu Van is the weakest link. If they wanted to capture someone, she would be the perfect target. After a moment of thought, I made a proposal. "Shen Lingfeng, for the next 2 days on this ship, can you stick to Chu Van like glue and protect her? Lady Hong is ruthless. She'll likely try to get her revenge, and I'm worried she'll go after Chu Van." Hearing this, Shen Lingfeng nodded eagerly. "Don't worry. You think I can't handle one little girl?" The spaceship glided through the absolute silence, as if slicing through an endless galactic silk. A cleaning staff member was pushing a cart down the hotel corridor, going about their work. But just behind her, a blazing red light suddenly erupted, tearing through the darkness. A bizarre glow shot straight into the cramped bedroom where Sun Yan and Chu Van were sleeping, illuminating the entire space. Next, that ghostly light crept towards Shen Lingfeng's room. A blood-red light spread, slowly consuming every corner of the room. The intruder was none other than Lady Hong. Her eyes scanned over each person, like a venomous spider eyeing its plump prey. "Little master, I've arrived." Her greedy gaze landed first on Chu Van. "I knew it. You have the bloodline of a succubus. So rare, you'll fetch a very high price." Next, Lady Hong turned to Sun Yan, another rare beauty. Then, she approached Shen Lingfeng, her hand shamelessly feeling his abs as she delivered a crude evaluation. "This kid looks pretty average, but his body is strong. He could probably work in the mines for a good 10 years. Her words hit him like a slap to the face, a deep and utter humiliation. His anger exploded. "Your entire family looks average." Spitting out the vicious curse, he launched a powerful kick straight into Lady Hong's stomach. Seeing his violent reaction, she just smirked, her expression dripping with contempt. But the fire in Shen Lingfeng's soul raged on, showing no signs of cooling. He lunged again, growling, "Who are you calling average?" And just like that, neither backing down, they clashed in a tense, head-on confrontation. In that exact moment, a strange streak of light tore through the darkness. Shen Lingfeng gritted his teeth, burning with pure rage as he continued his relentless assault. Lady Hong dodged the deadly blow with lightning speed, using her soft silk ribbon to ensnare her opponent. Meanwhile, Sun Yan had woken up and joined the fray. Shockingly, a wild wolf appeared from nowhere, lunging straight at Lady Hong. But the moment it attacked, Its snout was bound tight by her silk ribbon. Seeing the danger, Sun Yin screamed in panic. Xiao Hui! Cornered, Lady Hong finally understood. Well, she spat bitterly. So you were all deceiving me. Her cold eyes studied her flame-wielding enemy as she whispered, the flame dragon bloodline. Then, her sharp gaze shifted to Sun Yin and Xiao Hui as she smirked. And a succubus bloodline. I bet you're more than just a pretty face. Just then, Chu Van helped me, Chu Yi, into the room. I bowed formally to Lady Hong. Thank you for your item, Lady Hong. It blocked the skyship's security system from detecting the commotion in here, allowing us to make our move. However, this revelation didn't seem to faze Lady Hong in the slightest. Instead, she just sneered. Made your move? So what? You're just a brat who's still wet behind the ears. Today, I'll show you the meaning of being completely crushed. Before Lady Hong could make a move, Shen Lingfeng shot forward with incredible speed. She was never one to be trifled with, and the discovery that she'd been used sent her into a fury. Lady Hong ground her teeth, her form flickering as the red-haired cripple illusion vanished, revealing her true power. The rest of you, try not to look so pathetic, Shen Lingfeng roared, unleashing a flaming punch right at her. You've pushed us too far. But tragically, all he hit was a thin silk ribbon. It vanished instantly, his punch hitting nothing but air. A moment later, that same ribbon reformed into a human shape, silently appearing behind his back, preparing for a vicious counterattack. A decisive and powerful strike was launched, aimed directly at Shen Lingfeng with overwhelming force. Seizing the opportunity, Sun Yin unleashed a lightning-fast barrage of attacks at Lady Hong's illusion. But as she closed in, she was instantly ensnared by the silk puppet, bound tightly and unable to move. Her entire body, from head to toe, was wrapped in white silk like a cocoon, with no possible escape. Unfazed, Lady Hong let out a cold laugh, her eyes mocking Sun Yin. Little beauty, how does it feel to be trapped in my silk? As the silk puppet raised its sharp threads to strike from a distance, Sun Yin thought in despair that she was completely out of options. A devastating, fatal blow rained down on Sun Yin's fragile back. Lady Hong turned her gaze to Chu Yi, crossing her arms with a triumphant look, ready to enjoy the show. Little master, do you have any other tricks up your sleeve? Better use them now, because I'm getting impatient. You've really ticked me off this time. I think I'll turn you into a specimen. I, Chu Yi, forced myself to remain calm, analyzing every detail, knowing I was their last hope. Every time the silk puppet attacks, it forces Sun Yin to use her mana to defend. At this rate, she'll be drained in no time. The item my master gave me can definitely shatter the space Lady Hong created. But if I use it, it will blow a hole through the entire cabin. The skyship's security will swarm us. It's better to wait for her to get a little closer, then use a different item to trap her. That's a much safer bet. As for Sun Yin, she was desperately fending off the puppet's relentless, brutal attacks. Suddenly, her eyes blazed a deep crimson, as if a powerful, hidden strength was violently awakening within her. Lady Hong's hand reached out, wrapped in a magical pink smoke, as she continued her seductive taunts. Stop fighting it and just use my power. Su Ran gasped for air, each ragged breath a warning to stay back. But Lady Hong, completely unfazed, took another step forward, her voice dripping with sarcasm. Why are you rejecting me like this? I am me, and you are you. Besides, think about your precious Chu Yi. He's seriously injured right now. Shen Lingfeng is just a worthless loudmouth. You're the only one who can protect him. Are you really that selfish? Do you not even care if Chu Yi lives or dies? Su Ran struggled to speak, her neck still trapped in Lady Hong's grip. It's not like that. But her words only fueled the woman's persuasion. Chu Yi risked his life for you. Now that he's fallen into a trap, you're just going to pretend you can't do anything? Look at him. He can't even stand, yet he still wants to protect you. She let out a contemptuous scoff, her words turning venomous. And what about you? You can't even break free from these old silk threads. How are you going to protect him? Just give up the fight. Unleash your true demon power. On the other side of the field, Chu Yi quietly activated a treasure. The object in his hand began to glow with a mystical light. Suddenly, a deafening explosion shattered the suffocating silence. The silk puppets were blasted into the air, and at the same time, a strange laugh echoed everywhere. A familiar figure approached, possessing Su Ran's innocence and Lady Hong's seductive charm, speaking with a graceful smile. Long time no see, Chu Yi. He was stunned, utterly unable to believe what he was seeing. Then he realized this girl was the one, the bizarre aura that had always lingered inside Su Ran's body. Even Lady Hong couldn't hide the shock on her face. A pure-blooded demon. Her eyes flashed with greed, and a sinister smile spread across her lips. Perfect. This is absolutely perfect. Chu Yi was still frozen, reeling from the scene unfolding before him. Shen Lingfeng stared blankly at Su Ran, captivated by her newfound beauty and power. Chu Yun and Xiao Kui were completely speechless, unable to form words as they witnessed this extraordinary sight. After gaining full control of her new power, Su Ran's voice turned cold. "So you're the one who wanted to harm Chu Yi? Just a measly level 30 puppet master." She exposed Lady Hong's rank without a second thought. Level 30, puppet master. Lady Hong immediately shot back with arrogance. "You're nothing but a demon bloodline. Do you really think you can start a rebellion?" The moment she finished speaking, she unleashed countless sharp silk ribbons at Su Ran. The Mermaid Guild has a whole cold storage full of demon specimens. Seeing Su Ran at a disadvantage, Chu Yi couldn't help but scream out in worry. Su Ran simply smirked, a mocking smile playing on her lips. Her hand moved with a gentle but firm grace, touching the incoming ribbons. With confident ease, her long, slender legs elegantly tore the soft silk into tiny shreds. As her hands moved, Su Ran's voice dripped with contempt. "Insects belong in a cage." Witnessing the terrifying power erupting from her opponent, Lady Hong seemed to realize something. This is a domain. More precisely, it was the abyssal demonic crest, a pure-blooded demon's innate skill. Within this domain, all of an enemy's combat abilities would be severely weakened. Chu Yi stood by, his eyes wide with shock as he felt Su Ran's aura, now 10 times stronger than before. Realizing her disadvantage, Lady Hong frantically unleashed countless silk puppets, hoping to stop her opponent. But not a single trace of panic appeared on Su Ran's delicate face. She casually raised her jade-like hand, making a gesture as if she were controlling something invisible. In that instant, Lady Hong felt disaster looming. A horrifying power erupted from the ground, throwing her into the air. "What?" A giant stone hand suddenly appeared, brutally gripping her by the throat. The hand squeezed so tightly that Lady Hong's face turned crimson, and fragments of old memories began flooding her mind. A moment later, she coughed up a mouthful of blood and weakly asked, "What did you do to me?" Su Ran's eyes sparkled with amusement as she watched Lady Hong crumble, her voice mocking. "I'm helping you remember your youth. Look how cute you are right now." This was a terrifying ability. Forced memory haunting. It drains life force and materializes negative memory fragments, creating a mental shockwave against the target. In her utter despair, Lady Hong screamed, on the verge of madness. "Searching for hidden memories, destroying my brain." She couldn't resist the mental torture any longer. Lady Hong shrieked hysterically. "Stop pretending to be innocent. A pure-blooded demon truly is a monster among monsters. If that brat you care so much about knew your true face." Hearing those poisonous words, Su Ran didn't flinch. In fact, she wanted to end this game quickly with her next move. Abyssal Demon Sword Seed. A strange energy suddenly surged, spreading out and trapping Lady Hong in an invisible cage. The color drained from her face, her eyes widening in absolute horror. Seeing her opponent's terrified expression, Su Ran couldn't help but let out a delighted chuckle. Hearing Lady Hong's pointless provocations was like watching a cheap comedy act. She sneered back, "Do you really think your little insults will work? In my domain, my word is law." With a look of sheer boredom, Su Ran decided to speed things up, giving a cold command. "End this." The power Su Ran unleashed grew even more intense, an overwhelming force that made everything around them tremble and shatter into pieces. And then, on Lady Hong's face, the traces of time began to appear. Her youth faded, replaced by wrinkles. In a single moment, her skin was covered in a web of cracks, like an ancient porcelain doll about to break, completely drained of life. It turns out, the one who just fell was merely one of Lady Hong's sacrificial pawns. The real one was still sitting calmly, taking a long drag from her pipe and casually blowing out a puff of smoke. She stretched her body gracefully to shake off a bit of fatigue, then mumbled to herself, "A little interesting. A demon flame dragon, and a Chu." As her eyes scanned the newcomers, a thought struck Lady Hong. Could they be connected to the Tianlan Chu family? After a moment of thought, she commanded her subordinate, "Inform the old master. This year's tribute, I will choose it myself." On the other side, Su Ran was acting just as strangely, her sweet voice deliberately drawn out. "Chu Yi." Chu Yun noticed something was wrong and immediately tried to move forward. "Brother Shen, Sister Ran doesn't seem right." Shen Lingfeng quickly stopped her. "Don't go over there. She's incredibly dangerous right now." Su Ran, with her new demeanor, stubbornly clung to Chu Yi. "You promised you would come find me. Ran has been waiting for you for so long." Chu Yi seemed not to hear. His expression remained indifferent as he quietly asked, "Since when?" Su Ran moved closer, gesturing for him to be silent as she gently cut him off. "This way, you'll remember, right?" A memory flashed through Chu Yi's mind, of his closeness with Su Ran. The image of their kiss became crystal clear. He suddenly realized she was the one who had been with him in the moment he was almost overcome by demonization. Chu Yi was stunned. his eyes fixed on the figure before him as he stammered. You were the one back then. Because you saved my last breath, I was able to resist the forbidden art and subdue the void beast. Hearing this, Su Ran's eyes lit up with joy, and she beamed a radiant smile. Chu Yi, you remember me. I'm so happy. Shen Lingfeng suddenly charged from behind, his aura blazing as if to crush anyone in his way, roaring with fury. Let go of Chu Yi. Instantly, Su Ran countered with a lightning-fast punch. A cold, murderous glint flashed in her eyes. She pinned Shen Lingfeng with a glare as sharp as a blade, warning him. Getting angry, little flame dragon? We're supposed to be allies. Even though his head was spinning from the blow, Shen Lingfeng managed to retort with a defiant voice. Stop putting on an act in front of me. You're not Kung Se Nian at all. You just have the same bloodline power. You think I can't see you're nothing but a monster? But mid-rant, he froze, his eyes widening in pure terror. He watched in horror as Sun Yan raised a fist, crackling with destructive energy, ready to bring it down on him. Her voice was ice-cold. Want me to rip out your tongue and serve it as an appetizer? Whoa, wait! Chung Yi screamed in a panic. Luckily, Thumb Lin Fong just barely dodged the vicious attack, but Sun Yan wasn't letting him off the hook. She chased him down with terrifying speed. This time, the blow connected, sending him flying with a look of agony. Seeing Sun Yan grab his hair, Tum Lin Fong just smirked mockingly. Did I hit a nerve? Monster. Watching them, Chung Yi started coughing, completely overwhelmed by the situation. Sun Yan unleashed her fury, slamming punch after punch into Thumb Lin Fong's face until he couldn't even fight back. Her eyes were locked on him, like a predator cornering its prey. You just don't get it, do you? Her grip tightened, twisting his hair painfully. Sun Yan glanced at the strange power lurking behind him with a sneer. Those little claws of yours couldn't even scratch Lady Hung, and you think you can hurt me? The arrogant entity was as cocky as ever. From behind, Chung Yi yelled, "Stop!" and threw something forward. A brilliant golden shield of light flared into existence. It was a rechargeable holy power shield that didn't consume mana. It instantly deployed to block both magic and physical attacks. But after a single use, it needed to be recharged, a gift from Principal Wung Hui himself. Chung Yi struggled out of his wheelchair, his voice gentle, almost begging. Tiu Nian, please, don't hurt him. Wiping blood from his lip, Thumb Lin Fong frowned, his tone urgent as he warned Chung Yi. Chung Yi, I'm trying to save you. If you get charmed by this succubus, my mission from the principal will be a total failure. Listen to me, that's not the Kung Sun Yen you know. The consciousness mixed in her bloodline has taken over. If she doesn't disappear, the real Kung Sun Yen's life is in danger. To their shock, the girl didn't even hesitate. She confessed instantly, that's right. I'm not Kung Sun Yen. That pathetic weakling couldn't even protect herself. She begged me to save you, crying like a pathetic dog. Hearing those venomous words, Chung Yi gritted his teeth and grabbed her wrist, growling, "Shut up!" He knew the real So Nian better than anyone. She did it to save me, Chung Yi roared. She ignored the risks of her bloodline power, and you have the nerve to mock her? Don't you dare insult her. Tio Nian is the strongest girl I've ever met. I'll support and understand every choice she makes. After his emotional outburst, Chung Yi slowly let go of her arm, his expression complex. Thank you for saving me 3 times. Once in the dungeon, once during the freshman tournament, and just now? If I can, I'll repay you for all 3. But please, can you let Tio Nian come back? Without a second thought, Chung Yi pleaded with everything he had. Tell me what I have to do to send you back to where you belong. Hearing his plea, the girl paused for a moment before speaking. You lucky boy. Suddenly, she gave Chung Yi a soft kiss on the cheek. Consider that the first repayment. Tum Lin Fong, seeing this, quickly covered Chu Ven's innocent eyes. In that moment, the other Sun Yin began to fade into nothing, but a cold voice echoed, meant only for Chung Yi. The price for summoning me. She can't afford to pay it. Chung Yi's brow furrowed, a vague sense of dread creeping into his heart. Every time she lost control, it was to protect him. But what was this price? A moment later, the normal Sa Nian was unconscious in his arms. He held her close and called out softly, Thumb Lin Fong. Startled, Thumb Lin Fong snapped, What do you want? Can't you see my face is about to be permanently ruined? Teaming up with you psychos is a one-way ticket to the crematorium. Chung Yi ignored his whining. That bloodline consciousness you mentioned, what exactly is it? Thumb Lin Fong popped his dislocated shoulder back in place and answered, I don't know the exact details. My old man just says that a high-level bloodline is like a sealed ancient beast. If the host is strong, it's a blessing. If the host is weak, it's a body-snatching demon. The term was completely new to Chung Yi. Body-snatching? Thumb Lin Fong confirmed without missing a beat. Yep, body-snatching. Why else do you think Kung So Nian became a completely different person? Rumor is, some think this mixed consciousness is a crazy second personality. Others say it's the remnant soul of an ancient ancestor, hiding in the bloodline, waiting for a chance to be reborn by stealing a body. As Chung Yit gently laid Sun Yin on the bed, Tum Lin Fong continued his explanation. It's hard to say for sure, but one thing is certain. If you borrow power from your bloodline that's way beyond your level, you'll either go insane, completely change into someone else, or the powers inside you will clash and literally tear your body apart from the inside out. This new information left Chung Yit reeling. The price for her help was, at the very least, giving up control of her own body. He thought for a moment, then looked at Thumb Lin Fong. So, that's why she's been so out of it lately? Because she can't suppress this other consciousness anymore? Still, Chung Yi had to ask, do you know any way to fix this? The answer was exactly what he expected. If I did, I would have done something already. But then Chu Van, standing behind them, asked, Big brother, you have to know how to save Sister Sun Yin, right? Her question left Thumb Lin Fong speechless. I'm not. Backed into a corner by the two siblings, he snapped in frustration. Go back to the Chu family and ask your clan leader. Those old guys have seen everything. And if the Chu family can't handle it, then go to the Kung family. The Kung family is huge and powerful. A little problem like this should be a piece of cake for them to solve. Just then, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from outside. A team of the ship's security guards rushed toward the scene of the dispute, their faces grim. As soon as they arrived, they stormed in, their voices booming with authority. Who's fighting in here? Disturbing the peace on the sky ship, a guard yelled. You'd better start talking. This ship isn't some playground for you rich kids to do whatever you want. Chu Ngit and Chu Van both stayed silent, not knowing what to say. Then, in perfect sync, they both pointed a finger straight at Thumb Lin Fong. A single thought crossed their minds. He's the chosen one to take the fall. The guards immediately swarmed him, dragging him away as he yelled, I'm the victim here. Have you people no shame? Down in the skyship's brig, Thumb Lin Fong was on the verge of tears. I've been framed. Kung Sun Yin beat me up, so why am I the one taking the blame? Just you wait, till I get out. I'm gonna take your wheelchair apart. Time passed, and finally, the familiar announcement rang out. The skyship has arrived at Sky Harbor. All passengers, please disembark in an orderly fashion. The guy who got arrested a few days ago was now standing there looking perfectly clean, obviously having paid a hefty sum to get released early. Thumb Lin Fong looked down at the crowd below and said to Chu Ngit, Chu Hung is a pretty big name in the Chu family. For them to send him to pick you up, you must be a pretty big deal. Sure enough, a few people were waiting for them at the docks below. A young woman was even waving at them enthusiastically. Model. Seeing Xiaobai getting a little too excited, Chu Heng quickly whispered a reminder. Xiaobai, stay low-key. Headmaster Wang said this is top secret. We can't let anyone find out. Reminded of his duty, Xiaobai immediately nodded. As the figure stepping off the boat grew clearer, Chu Heng moved forward to greet him, flashing a warm smile. You've finally arrived. It must have been a tough journey, Yer. Get in the car and rest first. Hearing Chu Heng's familiar tone, Chu Yi was a bit surprised. He scratched his head awkwardly and replied, Yer? Are we that close? Sorry for the trouble. Soon, the luxury car was on the move, picking up speed incredibly fast. Behind it, only a cloud of dust remained, slowly fading into the air. But Madame Hong had unexpectedly followed them all the way here. A glint of greed flashed in her eyes as she muttered, Chu Yi, the top freshman of Suhong University, Wang Hui's personal disciple. So, the Chu family was hiding a genius like this all along. If I could make him work for me, my status in the Merchant Guild would definitely rise another level. Su Ran carefully observed the scene inside the car, instantly recognizing the object and letting out a soft gasp. This is an Esther-grade artifact, the Ice Soul Spider. Hearing this, Chu Heng let out a loud laugh. Miss Jiang certainly has a sharp eye. As for what Headmaster Wang mentioned, let's just say inside this shield, it can block all forms of spiritual eavesdropping. Chu Yi politely replied, You've gone to great trouble, Uncle Heng. Chu Heng waved his hand dismissively. Not at all. It's what I should do. But his other hand was frantically signaling the person next to him as if to say, Xiao Bai, don't just stand there, make your move. Getting the signal, she turned to Chu Yun with a bright smile. Little Yun, I'm your cousin, Chu Xiao Bai. This is a little something for our first meeting. I hope you like it. Chu Heng sat to the side, silently observing and calculating. Even if Chu Yi didn't want the hidden ice-type profession, letting Chu Yun train with the Chu family was a very good sign. As long as he could win her over, Chu Yi would naturally be pulled into their circle. Chu Yun accepted the gift politely and replied, Hello, cousin. Thank you. Witnessing the joyful look on Chu Yun's face as she opened the gift, Chu Heng couldn't help but feel a sense of triumph. His mind raced with deeper calculations. Chu Yi's talent was exceptional, and he had Headmaster Wang Hui and the Tianwu Guild backing him. If he could get him to support the family more often, the Chu family could definitely return to its peak. He didn't want to waste any more time on meaningless pleasantries, and got straight to the point, his voice low but powerful. Year. As I've said before, the Chu family's power is split between the Patriarch and the Elder Council of the Ice Dragon Pagoda, where the old Patriarch resides. He holds the core inheritance and resources. The Elder Council is led by the third Elder, Chu Feng, and manages the training resources for the outer disciples. The old Patriarch and the Elder Council are constantly at odds. He was afraid someone, jealous of your talent, would ruin things. He lowered his voice, his expression grave. That's why only Xiao Bai and I were told about this mission to bring you here. The secret path we took. Even the guards don't know about it. After hearing this, Chu Yi just smirked and replied coolly, "You went through a lot of trouble, Chu Heng. Now, what is this ice dragon abyss my master mentioned?" Hearing his question, Chu Heng quickly answered, "That is the Chu family's ancestral land, the place where Kang Ya is buried." He didn't stop there, continuing the story with a voice full of pride. When our ancestor was young, he encountered an ice dragon named Kang Ya in the northern ice fields. Kang Ya's scales were harder than black iron, and its breath could shatter entire glaciers. The ancestor spent an entire year fighting it in the glaciers for 49 battles. In the end, he used his own blood to form a contract, finally taming it as his mount. Later, when the demon tribe invaded, Kang Ya carried our ancestor to the front lines. In the final battle, to protect the retreating clan members, Kang Ya used its own body to block the entrance to the demon cave. By the time the ancestor fought his way back, Kang Ya's body had perished, but its soul remained. This was a difficult problem. Fearing its soul would dissipate, the ancestor used the dragon-piercing sword to carve a sealing spell, locking Kang Ya's soul within its own dragon body. The ancestor originally planned to find a way to revive it, and then come back to free Kang Ya. But who knew that in the chaos that followed, the ancestor would go missing? Since then, Kang Ya's body and soul have transformed into a secret realm. The conversation in the car continued just like that, until the wheels crunched over the first thin layer of ice, signaling that the car had entered a snow-covered road. Chu Heng slowly continued his story, his gaze fixed on the distance. In the Ice Dragon Abyss today, the outer ice walls are Kang Ya's scales, the ice pillars in the middle are its bones, and the ice lake is its blood. The realm is divided into 3 gates. Any descendant of the Chu family can enter the abyss to face its trials. If you can reach the central area, or the 3rd level, you can directly enter the inner sect. Hearing this, Chu Yi cut him off. Kang Ya's soul now actively tests the human race? Hearing this question, Chu Heng answered without a moment's hesitation. Of course, years ago, every Chu descendant could enter the Ice Dragon Abyss to train, but with our diluted ice bloodline, most can only reach the outer edges. When I was 30, I barely made it to the 3rd level before Kang Ya's remnant soul broke 3 of my ribs and threw me out. After I healed, my bloodline purity directly increased by 15%. Chu Heng made it very clear to Chu Yi. As long as you could enter the 3rd level, you would gain immense benefits, but it came with great risks. Kang Ya no longer recognizes the Chu bloodline. 50 years ago, a 3rd rank advancement elder broke into the 3rd level and was instantly frozen solid by a single blast of dragon's breath. Chu Heng advised him earnestly, "Year, you must reach the 3rd gate, where Kang Ya's remnant soul resides. If you want to subdue its soul, you'll need the same do-or-die spirit our ancestor had. Only then might Kang Ya bow its head to you." Chu Yi's face was deep in thought. He answered gravely, "I understand." Chu Heng continued to ask, "When do you plan to enter the Ice Dragon Abyss? Are you feeling unwell right now? There's a secret base nearby where you can rest temporarily." Chu Yi didn't answer right away. He silently checked his system panel. State, miraculous depletion, full attribute recovery, duration 10 days, countdown, 3 minutes and 52 seconds. Chu Yi calculated silently. Just enough time. The car came to a stop. Chu Yi spoke calmly. "No need. I can enter the Ice Dragon Abyss right now." He and the others got out of the car, and an icy chill enveloped everything. Su Ran moved closer to Chu Yi, her heart filled with worry for him. She shyly suggested, "Brother Chu Yi, can I go with you?" Chu Yi gently refused. "Wait for me out here, trust me." With that, he turned to Ling Feng. Before Chu Yi could even speak, his friend already understood. "All right, I know. I'll take good care of the little lady." Chu Yi then looked at Chu Heng, not forgetting to thank him. "Thank you, Uncle Heng." Then, he walked away alone, seriously preparing for what was to come. A system notification appeared. Innate miracle depletion, restoring all attributes. Name, Chu Yi. Class, Arbiter. Level, 30. 12,000 out of 1 million experience. The faint outline of a sword began to form in Chu Yi's hand. It was called a blessed weapon, Dawn's blessing, the grace of the gods. Chu Yi gripped the sword tightly, striding forward with confidence, radiating a powerful aura. In this place, glowing butterflies fluttered around a block of ice, and coiled around it was a snake-like monster with shimmering blue scales. It had 2 arms, each holding a sharp blade. And there wasn't just one. There were many of them gathered here. They were called Ice Serpent Men, level 25, gold tier. Skills, Frost Breath and Group Link, Ice Spike Assault. Chu Yi arrived at the spot, swung his sword to warm up, and spoke calmly. 10 days without being able to move freely. My bones were starting to get stiff. The moment the Ice Serpent Men saw Chu Yi, they rushed forward to attack, baring their fangs aggressively like starving beasts. Chu Yi wasn't scared in the slightest. He said with excitement, "Guess you'll do for a warm-up." As fast as lightning, Chu Yi had already sliced through several of the Ice Serpent Men. His attack was a blinding flash amidst a cloud of icy mist. The swarm of ice serpents surged forward relentlessly. Chu Yi unleashed his ultimate skill, Holy Storm. A massive vortex erupted, pulling the serpents into its chaotic center. Nearby, a huge sheet of ice began to fracture. In the heart of the frozen wasteland, a dragon-like beast lay motionless, its head encased in ice. This was the Ice Abyss Serpent, a level 55 golden tier monster. Its skills included Frost Breath and a devastating ice barrage that could warp magnetic fields. Chu Yi's raging vortex closed in on the beast. With a look of pure determination, he roared, "Judgment of Light." A blinding power erupted, completely engulfing the monster. Its colossal body crashed to the ground behind him. Chu Yi didn't even flinch, simply walking away with composure. By morning, the snow had ceased, leaving the air crisp and clear. As Chu Yi traveled through the landscape, a strange feeling washed over him. There was something oddly familiar about this place. The Void Beast appeared, explaining, "It's because of the Frost bloodline within you. Any normal Ice class user would have frozen solid here." Chu Yi greeted it with a smile. "Long time no see." He then added his thanks. "I never got to thank you for calling my master last time." The Void Beast shot back bluntly, "Just staying out of trouble would be thanks enough, especially if you die before our 1-year pact is up." An awkward silence fell between them as they stared each other down. Just then, a pack of monsters emerged, surrounding them. Chu Yi and the Void Beast didn't break their stare. With a flick, the beast unleashed its power. Void Shredder! Blinding arcs of energy sliced through the monsters, wiping them out instantly. Realizing the beast had protected him, Chu Yi softened his tone. "Thanks," the Void Beast replied coldly. They were just small fry. But the danger wasn't over. The monsters weren't completely gone. Their massive bodies shattered the ice shelf. The ground beneath Chu Yi crumbled, forcing him to fight for his balance. Just as he was about to fall, he leaped onto another plummeting chunk of ice. Seeing his chance, Chu Yi dove headfirst into the abyss, and a shocking sight met his eyes. Beneath the ice, an army stood frozen in time. Countless figures armed with swords and shields. Chu Yi's eyes locked onto a skeleton wearing a crown, an eerie blue light glowing from within its skull. It sat upon a throne with an air of absolute authority, clearly their leader. Chu Yi thought to himself, the Demon Clan. Just then, the rest of the ice crashed down before the demonic army. The armored skeletons were identified. Ice Abyss Bone Demons, level 35, legend tier. Their skills included bone armor, storm cage, and they were the reanimated remains of the demon army that fell to the frost dragon. The disturbance awakened them. An ominous blue glow emanated from their bodies. As Chu Yi emerged from the wreckage, he activated his appraisal skill. A small magic circle appeared before his eyes, assessing the situation. The Void Beast issued a grave warning. There are at least 200,000 of them. Fighting them would be suicide. Besides, we're only on the 2nd floor of this secret realm. We must conserve our strength. The skeletons began to stir, searching for something. One of them spoke, its voice rattling. An intruder has arrived. But Chu Yi wasn't afraid. He channeled his power. God's grace, blessing of the dawn, dangerous streams of light gathered in his hands. As a powerful aura exploded from his body, he declared with confidence, "The ice element here is 10 times denser than in the outside world. It's more than enough to give them a proper burial." With that, Chu Yi unleashed his power. Flashes of light tore through the gloomy cavern sky. Sensing the immense danger, the skeletal leader roared a warning. Suddenly, the energy converged into a vortex, and from it, a colossal hand emerged. The massive hand slammed down on the demon horde, crushing them instantly. But through the swirling mist of ice and snow, the remaining skeletons charged forward. Chu Yi didn't let up. His eyes blazed with power as he yelled, "Freeze!" A swirling vortex of energy formed, a brilliant light at its core. From above, countless razor-sharp icicles materialized, surrounding the demon army. With a wave of his hand, he commanded the attack. Holy storm! A violent gale erupted, sweeping up the deadly icicles. The storm tore through the demon ranks, ripping them to shreds. It formed smaller vortexes, scattering the skeletal soldiers. The leader roared in fury, "You coward, hiding in the shadows! The war soul of my clan is eternal. We will not be provoked by an insect like you." Following his command, the skeletons began to beat their shields rhythmically. With every strike, bizarre fragments of soul energy floated into the air. Along the high walls, rows of skeletons stood at attention, glowing with a chilling blue light. Chu Yi watched, completely bewildered. What in the world are they doing? Suddenly, the bone demons began to merge together, forming a single, horrifyingly giant skeleton. It was bone symbiosis, a skill formed by the lingering will of the fallen demon army. It channeled the power of the dead into one being, resonating their life force for a final rebirth. Chu Yi was stunned by the massive creature before him. It's just pieced together from scraps. Does this mean these bone demons can't be killed? He realized he hadn't received a single experience notification for killing any of them. The large eye in the center of the symbiote's forehead flashed. It spoke in a guttural voice. "Found. You." Chu Yi, ever the warrior, drew his sword bravely. "Legend tier is no joke, but I refuse to believe you're invincible." As he raised his blade towards the symbiote, it began to radiate a dazzling golden light. He struggled to speak. "I can't. Kill you." From the massive skeletal hand, the light shone with the intensity of a sun. Smaller skeletons began leaping from the giant, as if on command. Each was clad in armor and wielded a different weapon. The bone soldiers rained down from above. He cut them down with a few zigzag slashes of his sword, his expression cold and focused. The massive bone symbiote simply watched, observing his every move. Chu Yi leaped into the air, landing on a bridge below. Moving like a blur, he dashed toward the bone symbiote, his face an icy mask of determination. He stopped just short of its massive, unblinking eye. He raised his sword, but the creature's jaw suddenly dropped open, as if preparing some dark attack. Chu Yi didn't hesitate. He leaped forward, sword held high, determined to end the symbiote once and for all. But then, he froze. A cold sweat trickled down his face. A memory from his past flooded his mind. His eyes filled with a deep sadness and regret as the world around him faded away. Shouts echoed around him. "The left flank is collapsing! We need reinforcements!" Chu Yi walked in a daze. A tall man rushed up from behind, clapping him hard on the shoulder to get his attention. "Chu Yi, snap out of it!" the man yelled. Chu Yi looked back, confused. Just then, his gaze fell upon a young man, an arrow buried in his stomach as he was thrown through the air. The tall man's voice boomed again. "We need to buy time for Lord Frostfang." Suddenly, a swirling purple portal ripped open in the sky, shocking everyone. It was a teleportation gate for the demon clan. Armored skeletons wielding massive warhammers poured out of the vortex, but the knights didn't back down. They stood ready for battle, their commander shouting his orders. "Sons of the Chu family, hear me. Fight to the death. We absolutely cannot allow the demon clan to escape our Tianlan territory." At that moment, a knight was sent flying by a brutal blow from a warhammer. The tall man continued to fight with fierce determination, screaming, "We live and die with Tianlan." Just then, a massive azure dragon appeared in the sky. His cry echoed once more, "We live and die with Tianlan." The dragon opened its maw, gathering a sphere of brilliant azure energy. It fired a beam of pure light straight down at the battlefield, and in a flash, everything returned to normal. The soldiers around him erupted in cheers. "It's Lord Frostfang! He's here! We're saved!" Frostfang. Chu Yi's expression was one of shock and dawning horror. He thought to himself, "Does this mean I'm back on the battlefield of the demon invasion from 100 years ago?" Frostfang coiled in the air, surrounded by a brilliant aura. It then descended menacingly, its gaze sweeping over the knights below. Suddenly, several swords shot out of nowhere, plunging deep into Frostfang's belly. The dragon roared in agony. As it thrashed in pain, the knights were sent flying in all directions. Those watching from afar could only stare in horror. In the distance, an armored skeleton swung a sword that was dozens of feet long. It had already made its move, one single thrust, skewering several knights in a row. Chu Yi looked like a cornered wolf, his eyes burning with hatred as he screamed, "You demon trash!" The armored skeleton soared on a black crow, its chilling voice echoing again, "Time to die." Before it reached its target, Sun Ya tore into the crow's wing, sending the skeleton plummeting. The crow was useless now. Sun Ya spat it out without a second thought. It glanced down at the blood gushing from its wounds where the sword had been pulled out. Zhongya's gaze then shot up to the sky, where a pink vortex had appeared with another skeleton peeking out from the center. Zhongya stared, as if realizing something terrifying. That aura. It's a heavenly demon. The thoughts raced through its mind. If they break through, the entire heavenly orchid realm will become a demon wasteland. Every living thing will just become nutrients for the demon clan. To save every single innocent life, Zhou stomped its foot in fury, shattering the floor. No way, it thought. I can't let them break through. If the demon tide proves unstoppable, it thought as it shot through the air, then I'll use my own dragon body as a sacrifice. Zhou flew straight for the skeleton, sitting calmly in the middle of the vortex. It dove headfirst straight into the portal, dragging itself and the skeleton deep inside. The vortex snapped shut, unleashing a blinding flash of pink light. Chu Yi had to shield his eyes with his arm. The force was so strong that the ground collapsed, shattering into pieces. The portal flared one last time and began to shrink. Everyone stared at the gate, not daring to even blink. After a moment, it faded and vanished completely. Someone cheered softly. "The transport gate is gone!" Then, the entire group erupted in celebration. "Lord Zhou drove the demon clan back! This is great! We've held the Heavenly Orchid line!" Only Chu Yi stood in silence, lost in thought. He had just tossed the dragon core into the transport gate to trigger the explosion. All around him, the cheers continued. Long live Lord Zhou. As long as Zhou stands, so does Heavenly Orchid. He looked at the chaotic aftermath of the battle and thought with a hidden smile, "Awesome. I didn't break my promise to you." Suddenly, a voice called from behind, making Chu Yi whip around. "Zhou!" A handsome man ran toward him, and he realized, that's the ancestor of the Chu family. And just like that, Chu Yi snapped out of the memory. He came back to reality just in time to see a massive, sharp blade swinging at him. Chu Yi barely managed to block its powerful attack, flying backward to dodge the blow and landing hard on the ice. A flash of light from the monster made him squint as he muttered, "What the hell is in there?" A cluster of blue light was nestled among the bones, and when he saw what was inside, he was stunned. Dragon scales. Chu Yi let out a smug laugh. How did I not realize it from the start? The movements of these bone demons are too perfect, and their attack patterns are way too simple. Chu Yi stared at the monster's loose skeletal frame. He thought for a long moment, then a dark smile crossed his face as he said with certainty, "Just as I thought." They were the ones who caused Zhou tragic death, the ancestor of the Chu family. How could he let his enemies die so easily? Sunlight shone on the motionless skeleton as his voice continued, steady and even. After shattering their core, he placed a cyclical curse on them. They revive infinitely, using Zhou dragon scales as an energy source, turning them into tomb guardians for Zhou itself. Anyone who barges in using force gets attacked, and these bone demons just reassemble after being shattered. Chu Yi muttered as he walked. Even a second-tier master would have trouble winning a war of attrition like this. No wonder the descendants of the Chu family always get stuck at the second trial. But if you stop attacking and appear harmless, these mindless things will naturally lose their target. He took step after step onto the thick snow, thinking to himself that it was a truly brilliant and complex form of revenge, using the enemy's bodies as a barrier, punishing them in their most humiliating, near-death state. This revenge was far crueler than simply killing them. A cold wind blew, making Chu Yi squint one eye, but the thought remained clear. "Ancestor of the Chu family," he said with unwavering determination in the freezing snow. "One day, I will definitely become stronger than you." Chu Yi stood on the snowy peak, looking down at Zhou massive skeleton. He leaped, diving straight down, but was suddenly thrown back by an invisible force. Chu Yi slammed into several rocks, groaning in pain as he tried to recover, his mind racing. What the hell just happened? A faint, yet enormous image of Zhou appeared, its voice booming with authority. "Who are you? Why have you trespassed in this place? Were you sent by the scum who trapped me in this ice fissure?" Chu Yi struggled to his feet and called out twice, "Zhou!" Zhou snarled in a rage, baring its fangs. "Are you here to mock me? A level 30 scrub like you isn't even worthy of feeling my demonic claws. You parasites. All you know is how to absorb the power of the Dragon Clan. The blood in your veins stinks just like those murderers." It raged even harder, its mouth wide open as it spewed insults. "All of you just want to see me go insane. Greedy, selfish, and doing whatever you please. You covet my body, wanting to forge me into a weapon." Chu Yi tried to explain. "Wait a minute, I'm from the Chu family bloodline. I came here to Zhou, cut him off," still seething. The Chu family bloodline. Always the Chu family bloodline. Zhou anger boiled over as it started to attack. "How much longer are you going to lie to me? You piece of trash, I'll chop you into 100 pieces." Its attack was so fast he had a hard time dodging. Chu Yi grimly thought to himself, "So fast." It opened its mouth, firing beams of energy. He dodged each attack, still trying to explain. "Zhou, don't you remember? You were the one who destroyed your own dragon core to seal the demon transport gate. You are the hero of the Chu family." But Zhou wasn't listening to a single word and shot back, "Nonsense. The dragon core is the heart of the Dragon Clan. How could I possibly tear it out myself? It was obviously you people who dug out my dragon core, and now you're here trying to confuse me. You're a fake, a liar. Everything is a lie. The attacks came even faster, slamming into the ice and shattering it to pieces. It roared. I want to tear apart everyone who has deceived me. Though in pain, Chu Yi tried to calm it down. Zunya, calm down and listen to me. Do you remember? It swung its massive tail towards him. Get lost. Chu Yi was thrown a great distance, but he managed to stay on his feet. He thought to himself, Zunya has lost its memories, and being trapped for so long has made it suffer, so it blames everyone who comes near. Its mind is in complete chaos. No wonder it was the ancestors' contracted pet. Even after 100 years, the remnant of its dragon soul is still enough to make anyone tremble in fear. His face darkened. He was covered in wounds but refused to give up, thinking that his rank and power were far below Zunya's. But there was no way he was just going to give up here. Since I've made it to the Ice Dragon's abyss, there's absolutely no way I'm leaving empty-handed. A glowing cross-shaped symbol appeared on Chu Yi's forehead as he yelled out a challenge. You want to vent your anger? Then come and fight me. Fight until you remember who you are. He unleashed a dazzling golden power. The immense energies from both Chu Yi and Zunya crashed into each other. It spat out another massive blast of energy, kicking up a blizzard of snow. From within the white mist, Chu Yi charged forward with his sword. Bring it on! If the ancestor of the Chu family could form a pact with you, then I can make you return to your true master. The slashes rained down one after another. Meanwhile, somewhere else, Ling Feng was calmly enjoying a dragon-shaped ice cream. Ling Feng kept munching on the Chu family's exclusive ice cream bar and said, She's been standing there for 3 days and 3 nights. She's about to turn into a statue. So Nian glared at him through the glass window and threatened, Are you tired of having a tongue? Ling Feng's face darkened, his teeth grinding so hard his face contorted as he continued his nonsense. So you're Jiangse Nian now, right? Suddenly, Xiaobai rushed in, throwing the door open and shouting, This is bad! You guys need to go! Now! The two of them asked in confusion, What's going on? She didn't answer the question and just rushed inside, rambling on and on. She isn't here yet. Your father told me to get you all out of here, fast. Where is Xiao Yun? Ling Feng demanded, his patience wearing thin. What are you talking about? Make it make sense. Xiao Bai grabbed Suran's hand, her face a mask of pure panic. There's no time to explain. You have to come with me, right now. Suran calmly met her desperate plea. If you don't tell us what's going on, we can't possibly help you. Besides, Chu Yi is still in the Ice Dragon Abyss. I am absolutely not leaving him behind. A companion, siding with Suran, chimed in. That's right, Shen Ling Feng. I'm not some helpless bystander. Tell us what's happening. If we can help, we will. Xiao Bai waved her hands frantically, trying to explain. No, you don't get it. This isn't something you can handle. If we don't leave this instant, it'll be too late for all of us. Chu Heng's strike sliced through the air, narrowly missing Lady Hong and startling her. He spoke with deadly seriousness. Lady Hong, this is the Tianlan Chu clan's territory. Your arrogance ends here. At the same time, Ling Feng and Su Ran unleashed their power. Razor-thin threads of energy coiled around Lady Hong's fingers with deadly precision. She scoffed, her voice dripping with disdain. Chu Heng, to suppress that freezing bloodline of yours, you're not even at 30% of a level 40's power. And you think you can stop me? Chu Heng shielded Chu Yun, trying to keep his composure. Even in our darkest hour, the Chu clan will not allow an outsider to harm our guests. He thought to himself, Chu Yi is at a critical point in his breakthrough in the Ice Dragon Abyss. I cannot let Lady Hong interfere, even if it means my frozen meridians shatter. I have to buy him enough time. He sent a pillar of ice shooting towards Lady Hong. In another part of the estate, she simply smirked. And where do you think you're going? Lady Hong's voice echoed as she leaned casually against the doorframe. It's been a while, little girl. The three of them, Xiao Bai, Ling Feng, and Su Ran, froze in utter shock as they gasped in unison. You're alive? Rewind to 30 minutes earlier, in a grand, traditional chamber. Lady Hong sat across from the Chu clan's patriarch and several other figures. Lady Hong began the conversation. Patriarch of the Chu clan, here is this year's supply of Frost Essence Crystal. Another voice rang out. We are grateful you made the journey, Lady Hong. Lady Hong replied, You could have just sent someone to retrieve it for us. Beside them lay chests overflowing with treasure. The item was a Frost Essence Crystal, a rare consumable of epic grade and an energy crystal type. Another elder, Chu Feng, the clan's third elder, gave a command. Bring them in. Chu Heng was seated right beside him. Servants entered, carrying one treasure after another. Heavenly Snow Silkworm Thread, which adds a stealth effect when forged into equipment. Mystic Ice Jade, which imbues a weapon with a passive ice-shattering ability. The elder continued. As we promised last year, the treasures have all been prepared. Lady Hong let out a faint smirk, and after a moment she replied, "Just this? It's not nearly enough." Her voice was laced with sarcasm. "Your Chu Clan hides its best treasures yet refuses to hand them over. It seems your desire for the Frost Essence Crystal isn't very sincere." Chu Heng shot to his feet. "Lady Hong, what are you implying? Every year, our clan exhausts its resources to gather precious items for this trade." In her hand, she held a weapon they'd offered, the Icy Shatter Halberd. It had a level 30 requirement, with a base physical attack of plus 350. The ice attribute attack was plus 120, he thought furiously. This greedy woman. Her price goes up every single year. What kind of game is she playing now? With a snap, she shattered the priceless weapon in her hand. "I've grown tired of these flashy trinkets. This year, we'll trade for something else. If the Chu Clan Patriarch agrees, I'll provide enough Frost Essence Crystal to last an entire year." The clan elder remained polite. "And what does Lady Hong wish to trade for?" Chu Heng felt a knot of dread in his stomach. Something was wrong. Lady Hong's voice turned cold. "A living person." The elder asked again, "A living person? Who?" She answered without a hint of emotion. "Chu Yi." Hearing that name, Chu Heng lost his composure. "What?" He forced himself to be calm. "Lady Hong, you must be joking. How can a person be part of a trade?" But inside, Chu Heng was panicking. Why would she target Chu Yi? She replied with a shameless smile. "Joking? You're the funny one. One person's life in exchange for the survival of your entire clan. Sounds like a pretty good deal to me, doesn't it?" The clan patriarch's voice was firm as steel. "Lady Hong, please see yourself out. Chu Yi is a descendant of the Chu clan. He is absolutely not for trade." Lady Hong didn't even bother to look at him, casually inspecting her nails as she spoke. "Refuse to hand him over? Tell me, can your precious Chu clan even survive for another 2 months?" An elder turned to the patriarch, his voice trembling. "Last year alone, we lost 3 children to the freezing bloodline." Patriarch. "If our supply of Frost Essence Crystal is cut off..." The old man's mind raced. "The Mamet Merchant Guild controls the only mine that produces it. The Chu clan's cursed bloodline grows weaker with every generation. They need the crystal not only to cultivate their power, but simply to survive the freezing curse itself. That's why, every year, they are forced to trade their resources to the Mamet Guild." Finally, the patriarch declared, "Say no more. I would rather our bloodline be severed completely. The Chu clan will never stoop to selling its own kin to survive." Another elder couldn't accept it. "Patriarch, even if you won't consider us old fossils, you must think of the children of this clan. Chu Yi is a genius, it's true, but he is still too young. He cannot save the entire Chu clan on his own." Hearing this, the patriarch erupted. "As long as our clan's honor survives, there is hope for a comeback. If our honor dies, then everything is already lost." The old patriarch spoke in a low, pained voice. "Chu Yi has never once been protected by this family. He does not deserve to be burdened by its fate." The elder pleaded, "Patriarch, the children cannot wait any longer." But the old man was resolute. "Lady Hong, I ask you to leave," he thought. "You old fool. She's forcing this choice because she sees Chu Yi's limitless potential. If we cannot even protect him, then the Chu clan truly has no future at all." At that, Lady Hong's demeanor shifted, turning impossibly cold. "Very well," she said, her voice like ice. "If the Chu clan insists on protecting Chu Yi, then from this day forward..." She rose to leave with her entourage, delivering a final, cruel verdict. "Your supply of Frost Essence Crystal is cut. May your entire clan and all you old relics wither and die." Back in the present, Lady Hong turned to Xiaobai. "Thank you for leading the way, little one." Her silk-like threads tightened around Xiaobai's neck. With a sickening crack, the girl went limp and fell, unconscious. As the girl lay motionless on the floor, Lady Hong recalled the meeting. That old patriarch. Did he really think he could signal Chu Heng right in front of my face? Did he take me for a fool? Su Ran cried out in worry and rushed to her friend's side. But Ling Feng, refusing to be beaten, charged forward. "This time, you're going down at the hands of this great master." Lady Hong's minions swarmed him, their bodies flowing like silk ribbons, but Ling Feng was unfazed, unleashing a flurry of relentless strikes. More of them rushed Su Ran. With just a few swift slashes of her blade, she diced them into 100 pieces. Their shattered remains rained down upon the floor. Ling Feng began to cast a spell, creating a wall of fire to protect the others. Lady Hong looked on, amused. "Only 3 days, and you've already learned to coordinate your attacks. It seems you've been training. How interesting. I'm starting to like you more and more." Lady Hong mused to herself. The succubus girl, the flame dragon. Both of them are on the verge of a breakthrough. She spoke aloud. "I'll admit, you're talented. It's a shame that in the face of true power, you're all just dust in the wind." Su Ran lifted Xiaobai, thinking frantically. "I have to protect her, but it's limiting my ability to fight. Didn't we already destroy this woman once before? What is she doing here? in the Chu Clan's home. Lost in thought, she failed to notice a single thread snaking towards her. So this is who Xiao Bai couldn't warn us about. The thread crept ever closer, yet Su Ran remained oblivious. If Chu Yi is here, then that must mean. Suddenly the threads coiled tightly around her body. Lady Hong's voice echoed. But your combat experience is still a bit lacking. In that same moment, threads erupted from the ground, ensnaring Ling Feng as well. She continued, I am the young miss of the Shi family, the so-called genius and failure produced by your clans. The warm-up is over. Now, I will deal with you myself. The thread yanked Su Ran forward as the woman taunted. You little succubus! Where has all that power from before gone? Ling Feng was slammed hard against the wall. My blood threads absolutely adore your flames, little fire dragon. Both men were hoisted into the air, completely paralyzed. The Crimson Lady sneered. Want to surpass me, a battle monarch? You're still far too weak. Her expression hardened. Speak. Where is Chu Yi? But he ignored her and roared. Let me go. You want me to burn you to a crisp? The Crimson Lady paced toward the curtains. If you won't talk. I heard that to save his sister, Chu Yi charged into the raging wind mountains alone. With her in my grasp, I doubt he'll stay hidden. He screamed in fury. Don't you dare touch her! Behind the curtains, Chu Yun was hiding, but the Crimson Lady had already found her. That voice echoed again, hiding behind a curtain. Can you even see your brother from there? Su Ran refused to stay down, screaming with all her might. Power! Lend me your strength one more time! Meanwhile, the Crimson Lady's hands were wrapped in countless red threads. So, she's finally gotten serious. In that case, I'll show you what true domination looks like. Instantly, an army of puppets controlled by the Crimson Lady rose to their feet, their massive bodies charging forward in a crazed assault. Blue cracks appeared on Chu Heng's face. He muttered that this was going to be tough. Chu Yi had certainly used a lot of puppets. As the puppets closed in, Chu Heng grabbed a chain, leaped high into the air, and shouted, Jiang Su Ran, Shen Ling Feng, get Chu Yun and Xiao Bai out of here. I will hold them off. Seeing him try to cover their escape, the Crimson Lady screamed, Keep him alive! Su Ran clutched Chu Yun, and Ling Feng held Xiao Bai tightly as they yelled, Got it! At that moment, Chu Yi held a sphere of power in his hand. He glared at the monster before him and roared, Remember this! He charged forward, slamming a heavy blow into his opponent's head. Take this, Sacred Fist combo. Chu Yi then quickly dodged to the side as another blast of energy shot past him. Raising his hand, he prepared a single technique to subdue his foe. Holy Light Cross, he yelled. Submit to the righteous. Before the final blow landed, the monster's eyes filled with the image of the approaching Chu Yi. It called out weakly, Master. A punch carrying immense power descended upon it. Hand of God. After the attack, a dead silence fell over the area, leaving only a thick cloud of dust. Chu Yi landed, coldly remarking, Finally, some peace and quiet. The giant beast then asked him, Who are you? Chu Yi didn't hide a thing, stating his identity outright. I am Chu Yi, a descendant of Chu Fan. He sat down, letting his body slowly recover as he began to recount the monster's past sins. 100 years ago, you sacrificed your life to destroy the demon race's teleportation gate, securing peace for the Tianlan continent. My ancestor was your master. Chu Fan, after sealing your body and soul here, he went off alone to find a way to save you. But he disappeared as well. Chu Yi smiled, extending an invitation. Follow me. From now on, I will give you a new purpose. Your soul, trapped here, gradually lost its sanity. I had to use some forceful methods to bring you back to your senses. After learning the truth, the dragon closed its eyes, replying sorrowfully, So that's what happened. How can one be revived once their dragon core is shattered? He actually refused to believe it. It's been 100 years. My master is. It then looked straight at Chu Yi and asked, You came for my dragon soul, didn't you? Shuangya explained, I can see that your foundation is broken. It requires pure energy to be restored. Accepting the dragon soul will force you to endure the agony of a myriad of souls tearing at your heart. Your body will feel like it's being ripped apart 1,000,000 times. Are you willing to accept that? Chu Yi answered, without a shred of hesitation. I am willing. Compared to physical pain, the helplessness and weakness of being unable to protect the one I love is the greatest suffering of all. Hearing this, Shuangya couldn't help but feel impressed. This kid from the Chu family has guts. It sent a stream of power toward Chu Yi and said, Then come. A swirling orange vortex, filled with tiny blue specks, suddenly appeared. His frozen meridians seemed to slowly thaw and recover. Chu Yi's entire body began to emit a green mist. Inside him, the ice covering his meridians started to shatter. He clenched his jaw and squeezed his eyes shut, his face contorted in agony. Shuangya quickly reassured him. Hold on just a little longer. Your meridians were shattered. If you hadn't found me, you wouldn't have survived for another month. The blue specks of light moved to regenerate Chu Yi's very bones. The cracks and deep internal wounds were mended, step by step. But this process subjected Chu Yi to the most horrific pain imaginable. Blood streamed from his eyes, nose, and mouth. Yet, the green light continued to flow, healing his heart. A smile appeared on Chu Yun's face, her joy plain to see. The rest of Helan's group felt the same way. Su Ran squinted, looking behind her in astonishment. The dark night sky seemed to be tearing apart, revealing a hazy figure standing before the colossal dragon. A series of notifications appeared one after another. System check. Ice Dragon Soul Fusion at 100%. System check. Foundation has been completely restored. Ice Elemental Affinity plus 500%. At that moment, 2 dragon horns sprouted from Chu Yi's head. Congratulations on completing the hidden quest. Perfect second awakening. Reward. Skill. Domain of the Dragon God. Shuangya urged him. Protect Tianlan. For both me and him. The Crimson Lady used the puppet strings in her hands to bind a young woman tightly. She then stepped forward, loosening the strings and letting the girl collapse to the ground. The Crimson Lady flicked her red silk ribbon toward Chu Yun, cooing softly, "Good little sister, come over here. I won't hurt you." Chu Yun's body was instantly bound by the red silk. The Crimson Lady commanded, "Be a good girl now, and take me to your brother." Just then, a dirt-covered hand shot out, grabbing her by the ankle. "Get off!" The Crimson Lady looked down with contempt at the person holding her leg. The little flame dragon is still so stubborn, even at death's door, trying to be her guardian angel, are we? Ling Feng used the last of his strength to stop her from taking Chu Yun, gasping, "You are not to touch her." The Crimson Lady sneered in disgust. "Look at you, like a beaten dog. You can't even protect yourself, yet you want to protect someone else? It's truly laughable." Though on the verge of collapse, Ling Feng was resolute in protecting Chu Yun. "What the hell would you know? I, Shen Ling Feng, would rather die than let you touch a single hair on her head." The Crimson Lady's voice turned to ice. "Let go!" Ling Feng screamed back. "I won't!" Seeing his defiance, she lifted her foot and stomped down hard on the hand gripping her leg. "How about now?" Despite the searing pain, Ling Feng refused to loosen his grip. Tears streamed down Chu Yun's face. She cried out in anguish, "Brother Shen, let go! Don't worry about me! Please, let go! My brother won't blame you!" Ling Feng opened his mouth and bit down hard on the Crimson Lady's leg. "I won't let go!" Chu Yun screamed. "Brother Shen!" The Crimson Lady, now truly enraged, kicked Ling Feng with all her might, sending him flying backward. "You lunatic!" Ling Feng dug his hands into the ground to stop his momentum after the brutal kick. Chu Yun cried out in worry. "Brother Shen." The Crimson Lady stroked her chin, thinking to herself, "This brat is tougher than I imagined. To make the prideful flame dragon bloodline so utterly devoted, this Chu Yi is truly a valuable asset." The Crimson Lady then flicked her fingers in annoyance. "You pathetic thing that doesn't know its place. I have no interest in you, if you're in such a hurry to die." She wrapped a puppet string around Ling Feng's neck. Then farewell. The string began to tighten. His eyes bulged, his mouth hung open, his face a mask of pure agony. Chu Yun screamed in terror, "Brother Shen, run!" Seeing Ling Feng go limp, Chu Yun sobbed, turning to beg the Crimson Lady, "No, please, don't hurt him. I'll go with you." Just then, a colossal, overwhelming pressure suddenly descended on the area, stunning even the Crimson Lady herself. Fear crept into her voice. This pressure, it's overwhelming. The moment she spoke, an immense wave of power slammed into Lady Hong. With golden wings and dragon horns, Chu Yi appeared from nowhere to save Chu Yun. In disbelief, Chu Yun whispered, "Brother." Chu Yi's gaze fell upon Ling Feng's battered, wound-covered body. Shen Ling Feng, and Suo Ran, who was pierced by countless puppet strings. Xiao Ran. Chu Yi then saw Xiao Bai and Chu Heng, unconscious on the ground. Xiao Bai, Uncle Heng. He gently blew a stream of mystical smoke. Instantly, Chu Yi's eyes transformed. One turned gold, the other blue. He forged his power into an iron chain. The divine thunder. Heavenly prison lock. Lady Hong's eyes widened, a thrill of excitement on her face as she licked her lips. Countless puppets materialized in her hands, all bearing her likeness. Chu Yi. So you finally decided to come out. Every puppet that approached was effortlessly destroyed by Chu Yi. Suddenly, Lady Hong appeared behind him. She cooed, "Just be a good boy, and come home with me." Chu Yi didn't answer. He simply stomped his foot, and the ground beneath him shattered. In that instant, a wave of power sliced across Lady Hong's neck. Holding his sister, Chu Yi's sheer force sent his opponent flying back. Lady Hong thought in terror, what terrifying power. Beyond the puppets he'd already destroyed, a few of her high-level ones remained, desperately struggling to dodge Chu Yi's attacks. The level 20 puppets are one thing, but the level 30 elite and the level 40 guardian puppet, I poured my very soul into crafting them. Yet he's rendering my entire puppet army helpless. With that thought, she leaped forward, charging straight at him. Lady Hong unleashed a flurry of puppet strings, her eyes wide with madness as she screamed, "This is impossible! You're only level 30. You can't just ignore a 15-level gap. This just makes me want you even more." She commanded one of her puppets, "Capture him." The puppet strings wove together, forming a giant crimson sphere that trapped Chu Yi and Chu Yun inside. Lady Hong was brimming with confidence in her technique. Holding the item that was supposed to be a hindrance, she sneered, "So what if you can fight above your level?" With that, she and her puppet slammed into the crimson sphere. Though trapped, Chu Yi showed no fear. He calmly called out, "Holy storm." Instantly, a massive explosion erupted, shattering the giant sphere. The shockwave spread far and wide, leaving only the area where Chu Yi stood untouched. Lady Hong quickly devised a new plan. "This isn't a power that can be measured by levels anymore. The situation is bad. I have to retreat." Chu Yi closed in on her with a cold expression, calling out, "Yang Ya!" Realizing her predicament, Lady Hong desperately yelled, "Wait a minute." She then presented Chu Yi with a threat. "Chu Yi, if you dare touch me, the Misty Rain Guild will never let you go. This is the guild's highest level wanted order. The moment I tear it, you'll be hunted to the ends of the earth." Certain that Chu Yi would be afraid, Lady Hong pressed her advantage. "I doubt you want to drag the Chu family into this, do you?" A dragon's murderous gaze locked onto her. Lady Hong trembled, thinking, "What is this monster?" Realizing she'd messed with the wrong person, she clasped her hands and forced a smile, begging for mercy. "Brother Chu Yi, this is all a misunderstanding. A huge misunderstanding." As the dragon coiled around her, Lady Hong quickly explained, "I was wrong. I shouldn't have touched Chu Yun. I shouldn't have hurt Jiang Suo Ran and the others, and I definitely shouldn't have opposed you. Just let me live, and I'll give you all of my cold marrow crystals." "No. I'll give the Chu Clan the Misty Rain Guild's entire cold marrow crystal mine," Chu Yi asked with suspicion. "A mine?" "Yes," Lady Hong affirmed. She claimed the mine produces enough cold marrow crystals every 1,000 years to sustain the Chu family for a century. Just think about it. With this mine, the Chu family will no longer suffer from their frozen bloodline curse. You can focus on your cultivation. Why bother with a small fry like me? Desperate to live, Lady Hong even offered, "I can become your subordinate. Just say the word, and I, Lady Hong, will walk through fire and blades for you." But in her heart, she was thinking, "If my puppet string can just touch me, I can teleport back to the guild's headquarters in an instant. Just need to stall for a little more time, just a little longer." After hearing her out, Chu Yi's lips tightened. He thought, someone like Lady Hong would never beg for mercy so suddenly, unless it's a trap. With that, he immediately rejected her offer. "There's no need. A true expert fears no threats and resists all temptation." Lady Hong froze, her voice filled with disbelief. "Brother Chu Yi." He swung his hand, unleashing a massive wave of power. She frantically used her strings to create a shield in front of her, but Chu Yi's power shattered her defense with ease. Lady Hong's eyes bulged, unable to believe what was happening. Before the blow landed, her last thought was, "This is no ordinary holy knight. This is clearly a god cloaked in holy light." Unbelievable. After dealing with Lady Hong, Chu Yi gently set Chu Yun down. He used his power to break the strings binding Suo Ran and caught her in his arms. Looking at the unconscious girl in his embrace, Chu Yi said softly, "I'm back." Ling Feng thought in disbelief. The opponent I gave my all against and still couldn't defeat. Chu Yi beat her in just a few moves. How is that even possible? He stared blankly as Chu Yi approached him. How can I ever be like him? Chu Yi bent down, placing a hand on his chest in a gesture of gratitude. "Thank you," he said sincerely. "Thank you, Ling Feng, for doing everything you could to protect my sister." Hearing this, Ling Feng suddenly smiled, then burst into laughter. "Then hurry up and heal me already. I'm about to bleed out over here." Elsewhere, the Chu clan head stood in contemplation before a giant painting. The portrait before him was of Chu Yi. Just then, someone called out, "Clan head." The man turned to see Chu Yi behind him and said, "You've come. This is our first formal meeting. It is my failure as clan head that you had to witness such a disaster. I am truly ashamed." Ignoring the clan head's pleasantries, Chu Yi got straight to the point. "Let's skip the formalities. I want to know why the Chu family needs cold marrow crystals. The Chu family must have absolute power to protect Chu Yun. Otherwise, I will not allow her to return." "Did Chu Heng tell you this?" the clan head guessed. Chu Yi replied. Chu Heng mentioned it, but he wasn't clear. The old man silently observed Chu Yi, completely astonished. This kid just survived a brutal battle, yet his aura is as steady as a deep lake. The ruthlessness in his eyes is 100 times stronger than any of the boys raised in a greenhouse. The clan head explained, the curse not only drastically reduces the awakening rate of our family's ice bloodline, but it also makes our descendants too weak to resist the bloodline's freezing backlash. Every year, members of the Chu family die because their bloodline freezes. Your sister, Chu Yun, once suffered an attack. It was the mildest form of the bloodline freeze, which is why the extreme cold ice lotus could treat it. But for most Chu descendants, their bloodline freeze can only be suppressed with cold marrow crystals. The clan head continued. Lady Hong exploited this weakness, daring to increase her tribute demands every year. This time, she went too far, wanting to trade you for the cold marrow crystals. His voice turned cold and sharp. The tribute. Before the old man could finish, Chu Yi cut in. Starting today, there's no need to pay it anymore. Leaning on his staff, the clan had turned and began to analyze the situation for Chu Yi. Chu Yi, chasing Lady Hong away, only solves the immediate problem. The Misty Rain Guild behind her is incredibly powerful, and they control the Cold Marrow Crystal Mine. We are at their mercy. Chu Yi delivered the critical news. Lady Hong is dead. As soon as the words left his lips, the clan head's expression changed drastically. His eyes widened as he shouted in disbelief. What did you say? Faced with this bombshell, the Chu clan head trembled. A level 45 puppet master with hundreds of puppets? No way he could have won, even with a breakthrough in the Ice Dragon Abyss. Chu Yi calmly explained, she got cocky. She didn't bring any backup. Plus, the Ice Dragon Abyss tripled the power of my ice skills. Chu Yi materialized Frostfang right in front of the old man. More importantly, I woke up Frostfang in the abyss. The clan head's eyes shot open, asking with pure joy, Frostfang is awake? Does it still remember the ancestors? Chu Yi answered for the spirit weapon. It remembers restoring my body and helping me crush Lady Hong, but its dragon soul is crazy weak right now. I'm keeping it inside me. I won't wake it unless I absolutely have to. Hearing this, the clan head threw his head back and roared with laughter. He was so ecstatic he tossed his cane to the ground, then suddenly dropped to his knees, clasping his hands in prayer before the portrait. Ancestor, did you hear that? At his young age, he's already earned Frostfang's acknowledgement. That kind of spirit and destiny. Even you might not have compared back then. The new generation is terrifying, the clan head thought with pride. He thought the kid was just talented, but never imagined this. He raised his hands to the sky, shouting with glee, Heaven has not forsaken my Chu clan. Chu Yi picked up the cane, worried. Clan head, maybe we should stand up first. After helping him to his feet, the old man laughed. Sorry you had to see that. I just got a little too excited. Then Chu Yi's tone shifted. Tell me the inside story of the Merchant Guild, he thought to himself. The evil sect is already targeting Chu Yun. I can't keep her by my side forever. If I can help the Chu clan handle the guild, this will be the safest place for her. The clan head no longer held anything back from Chu Yi. He stroked his beard and began spilling everything he knew. The Merchant Guild started as just a small corner shop. The owner was a low-level warrior named Liu Xuan, who scraped by smuggling ore. The game changed 10 years ago, that winter. He said a once-in-a-century blizzard hit Blackwind Valley, freezing over all the trade routes. Liu Xuan took a few buddies and went into the valley. Half a month later, only Liu Xuan walked out. After that, he suddenly had an endless supply of cold marrow crystals, black ice jades, flowing tonsure, and even 100-year silver ore. The clan head pulled out a wooden box for Chu Yi. Liu Xuan claimed he found a new mineral vein and somehow got the mining rights. Over the years, plenty of people have tried to sneak into the valley to find it. They either get lost or end up as popsicles outside the valley. No one has ever seen this so-called mine entrance. Hearing this, Chu Yi realized something was off. It was way too convenient. The clan head's face grew dead serious. He continued, and the coincidences just keep piling up. 3 years ago, we could still buy a stable supply of cold marrow crystals from traveling merchants. It was expensive, but enough for the clan's needs. But that spring, the merchants all vanished, and the crystals disappeared from the market. Right when we were starting to panic, Lady Hong showed up at our door. Back then, Lady Hong had made them an offer. She told them she had a mineral vein and would supply them at half price. The only condition? The Chu clan had to help them handle a few minor annoyances. Chu Yi repeated with suspicion, minor annoyances? The clan head recalled the painful memories and explained, basically, they wanted the Chu clan to act as their muscle, suppressing the smaller families in Tianlan province who wouldn't bow to the guild. Most of those small families have bloodline defects. The guild provides them with cultivation resources, but the price is giving up their most talented child. Those kids leave, and they never come back. Those families hate the guild, but they're terrified of getting their resources cut off, so they take all their anger out on the Chu clan, the guild's attack dogs. For the past 2 years, our disciples get secretly attacked whenever they go out. This whole play by the guild was designed to leave us completely isolated and helpless. After listening, Chu Yi stroked his chin, piecing together the true conspiracy. First, they monopolize the supply. Then they act friendly with a low price. Then they use our family to crush dissent. And finally, they make us the public punching bag. The clan head confirmed it. Exactly. And after that, every delivery from the guild came with a new condition. We knew we were walking into a pit of fire. But with our clan's children needing the cold marrow crystal to survive, we had no choice but to go along. He took out a crystal and showed it to Chu Yi. Look at this. This is the crystal the guild gave us last year. 3 years ago, the crystals were pure ice blue. But in the last 2 years, they've started to get tainted with black. Chu Yi reached out and took the crystal. The clan head continued. Lady Hong said they were just natural impurities from deep within the mine, but our physician believes these crystals have been corroded by something. The moment Chu Yi touched the crystal, a strange golden mist swirled around his fingers. The power pulsed outward. Weirdly, a wisp of black gas followed, but it was instantly vaporized by the golden energy. Chu Yi thought, this demonic energy is faint, but it feels so familiar. I've definitely come across this aura somewhere before. He suddenly remembered something else. Also, Lady Hong once told me something. The clan head cut him off. When the Great One awakens, dealing with your Chu Clan will be as easy as snapping his fingers. Chu Yi guessed, the Great One isn't Liu Xuan. The clan head immediately shot that down. To have so many rare ores, to make a level 45 puppet master like Lady Hong his loyal dog, there has to be a true mastermind pulling the strings. Liu Xuan is nowhere near powerful enough. Chu Yi clenched his fist. I get it now. Lady Hong is dead, and the guild won't just let that slide. I'll take full responsibility for the mess I made. Hearing that, the clan head yelled, what are you saying? You are of Chu blood. You carry the same blood as our ancestor. The old man clapped a hand on Chu Yi's shoulder and declared, your problems are the Chu Clan's problems. Whatever storm is coming, the Chu Clan will face it with you. Chu Yi smiled and grasped the hand on his shoulder. I appreciate the thought, clan head. He then turned to face his comrades. But I've never been alone. Ling Feng complained with his eyes closed. Man, what took you so long? Brother Yi, the headmaster said you were in trouble, Taishin reported. He basically gift-wrapped the 3 of us and threw us over here. Chu Yi's teammates were a level 23 spirit Taoist, a level 24 mage, and a level 24 warrior. Seeing them, Chu Yi was stunned. 2 months, and you guys have improved this much. Taishin laughed and puffed out his chest. Of course, we're with you, brother. We can't be dragging you down. Xiaolan rested her hands on Ling Shi's shoulders, a mischievous glint in her eyes. On the way here, Ling Shi kept saying she wanted to ask you about ice magic. How come you're so scared now that you're here? Ling Shi clasped her hands in front of her chest, blushing and stammering. Brother Yi. Standing there among the greenery, Chu Yi's flawless face and gentle smile made him stand out even more. He walked ahead, urging them on. The situation's urgent. We'll talk on the way. The group immediately fell in line behind him. Watching the lively group from behind was the old man, leaning on his cane. His eyes, fixed on Chu Yi's crew, were incredibly soft. He whispered, Chu Yi, you're so much like the ancestor. The group chattered excitedly. I want to bring snacks for the road. Is Blackwind Mountain going to be cold? I have these really cute boots that would be perfect for the snow. This young master isn't afraid of the cold. Our family has strong cold resistance. Standing off to the side, Chu Yi felt like a third wheel for a moment, but then his eyes lit up with a sudden realization. If this were the old me, I definitely would have tried to sneak in there all by myself. A map materialized, the route glowing brightly. After all, the demonic energy of Blackwind Valley has no effect on me. Even if I run into an enemy way stronger than me, I can always tap into the Void Beast's power to bail. But ever since I took out Lady Hong, the system's been dead silent, almost like it's forcing my hand, locking me onto this path with no way out. Suddenly, a blinding golden system window flashes to life. A new timed mission has just been triggered. Expose the secrets of the Trading Company with your teammates. The reward? An S+ ranked skill book for every single member of the team. Chu Yi lies there in nothing but his boxers, panting. The system window glows ominously before him. They call it the ultimate support system for a reason. A system like this never makes a pointless move. This time, it's probably not about the mission itself. It's about teamwork. An image of his comrades, beaten and unconscious, flashes through his mind. My teammates always thought they were strong enough to protect everyone they care about. But they forgot the one real truth. Being strong yourself is all that matters. A dangerous glint flashes in his eyes. That whole mess with Lady Hong taught me a valuable lesson. Even the fiercest lion gets caught off guard sometimes. And when you're vulnerable, even the weakest dogs will come out to bite. Tiet Tam's shout snaps him back to reality. Yo, Yi, if we don't get moving, it's gonna be dark. Seeing the look on his face, So Nien steps closer, concerned. Chu Yi, are you okay? Chu Yi closes his eyes for a second, then nods. I'm fine. Let's go. He turns to the others, his voice firm. To the teleportation gate. Just before the portal closes, one of them calls out, about time, while another whines, hey, aren't we gonna grab a bite first? I'm starving! He smiles, watching his crew head out while still waiting for him. He couldn't be prouder of Tiet Tam's reckless courage. Tong Ha Lan, a total show-off but surprisingly meticulous. Tham Lin Fong, who talks tough but has a heart of gold. Duong Lin, high, shy but unbelievably resilient. And So Nian, gentle yet fiercely determined. They're his true comrades. The reason this lion can rest easy. Teammates are never a burden. Fast forward one day later, and the scene has completely changed. They've arrived at a mountain range blanketed in pure white snow, but a strange, crimson fog hangs heavy in the air. Black Wind Valley. They say it's covered in snow year-round and shrouded in a blood-red mist. Few who enter this valley ever make it out alive. A military-style vehicle tears through the snow, but what's really creepy is that this is the Trading Company's main hideout, and there isn't a single guard in sight. It's like Lu Tuyen isn't even worried about his secrets getting out. Chu Yi's team gathers, all bundled up in thick winter coats. So Nian confirms, this is the place. The public map only marks the valley entrance. The inside is a total blank. He calmly shoves his hands in his pockets. Figured as much. Chu Yi raises a hand, summoning a shimmering blue butterfly. Pinpoint their location. Be quick about it. Yes, master. A skill information window materializes. Skill. Positioning. Uses the user's mana to create a spatial coordinate marker via a void butterfly. The void beast can then sense this marker to tear through the void, and instantly arrive at the designated location. Tiet Tam blows into his cupped hands. Man, this place is insane! The wind feels like it's full of needles. Hearing this, Chu Yi thinks to himself, he's right. It's at least 3 times colder than the Ice Dragon Abyss. He activates his skills, bathing the entire team in a golden light. Courage Endowment, Weapon Blessing, Blessing of the Dawn, God's Grace, Protection's Grace. He doesn't forget to warn them. Everyone, stay sharp. Lin Fong stares at the light surrounding him, impressed. So this is the first time I'm getting buffed by him. It's just as insane as the rumors say. His status window pops up. Name, Tham Lin Fong. Class, Berserker, level 22. Strength, 204 plus 61, a 30% increase. Agility, 190 plus 57, a 30% increase. Constitution, 227 plus 63, a 30% increase. Intelligence, 170 plus 51, a 30% increase. Just as someone mentions his skills, his combat power skyrockets. Guess I'll get to test this out soon enough. But from behind, thin, sentient threads creep towards one of the team members' legs. Lin Hai is suddenly yanked into the air, screaming for help. Lin Fong whips around, shouting, "What the hell is going on?" In a blur of motion, someone pivots on the snow and launches into the air. It's Chu Yi. He catches Lin Hai securely in his arms, while his other hand slices through the threads in a brilliant golden arc. He lands softly, holding her princess style. Lin Hai blushes, flustered, thanks, Yi. Lin Fong stares at the writhing threads sprouting from the cliff face. What the hell are these things? They look like Lady Hong's puppet strings. No way. Is she still alive? Chu Yi steps forward, his expression grim. He channels a bit of his energy into one of the severed threads. The tendril is instantly enveloped in crackling electricity, causing it to recoil violently. These aren't puppet strings. They're the tentacles of a living creature. Chu Yi turns to Ha Lan. Ha Lan, use your spirit arts. Scan that cliff face. Ha Lan begins her incantation, rising into the air, surrounded by glowing, floating talismans. By the mystic heavens and the root of all ki, she claps her hands together and thrusts them forward. The talismans fly out, sticking to the cliff face in perfect rows. They form a massive, glowing Bagua symbol that bathes the area in golden light. Ha Lan shouts, "Open!" The formation activates, kicking up a whirlwind beneath her. A look of dread crosses everyone's faces. They all had the same terrifying thought. Don't tell me this entire snow mountain is... The illusion shatters. Before Ha Lan is a writhing mass of tangled tentacles, covered in hundreds of grotesque, staring eyes. What are these things? Suddenly, a cluster of tentacles twists together, forming a spear-like drill and shooting towards her. In response, Ha Lan quickly draws a symbol in the air. By the thunder hidden and the sacred command, repel this evil and protect this ground. A giant talisman shield materializes in front of her, blocking the attack. Spirit art, evil suppressing seal. But after stopping the attack, dark spots appear on the shield. From those spots, the talisman begins to corrode, dissolving into smoke. The shield is destroyed. Halan flies up, dodging the relentless barrage of tentacles. It's slime. It can absorb spiritual energy, she thinks to herself. My spirit arts are completely dependent on spiritual energy. This thing is the perfect counter to my abilities. Chu Yi is stunned by the sight. The swarm of tentacles closes in, surrounding his team. Everyone raises their guard. Lin Fong is in shock. Then, his anger erupts as he unleashes a fireball. His hair ignites, flowing like a roaring flame, ready to incinerate everything. Disgusting. Waves of fire blast towards the lunging tentacles. But it's completely useless. The flames die out, and the tentacles press forward, unharmed. Lin Fong clicks his tongue in frustration. From within the writhing mass, horrifying figures emerge. Humanoid puppets, controlled by the monster, surround Chu Yi's party from all sides. Their bodies are wrapped in tentacles. Their faces are pitch black, save for glowing, milky white eyes. They shamble forward, a soulless, terrifying army. Tiet Tam cracks his knuckles, a grin spreading across his face. All right, now this is a party. Beside him, So Nian's expression is ice cold, her hand on the hilt of her sword, but Chu Yi holds up a hand, stopping them. A golden barrier of light expands from him, followed by a system notification. Divine Talent, Sword Heart S+. Holy Light Protection, he sizes up the situation. Let me handle this. You guys just stay put, don't move from that spot. It looks like they're afraid of the holy light. Sword in hand, he moves like a hurricane, cutting down puppet after puppet before they can even react. After taking down a huge chunk of the enemy forces, Chu Yi figures it out. They have no reaction to my weapon. But physical attacks work. He shouts their names, Tiet Tam, So Nian. Tiet Tam and So Nian rush forward, weapons ready. Chu Yi lays out the plan. Tiet Tam, you're on the front line. Break their defense. So Nian, you flank from behind. The three of us will form a triangle formation and push forward. Tiet Tam is pumped. Finally, my turn to shine. Chu Yi gives one last order to the others. You three, stay inside the light. Do not come out, no matter what. Lin Fong isn't having it. He scoffs, pointing at himself, eager to get in on the action. Hey, hold on. I'm a berserker, you know. I do more than just play with fire. He summons a sharp crimson spear, its tip wreathed in crackling flames. He grins with excitement. Chu Yi walks over to Lin, Hai and Halan, then nods towards the fighter. All right, Tam Lin Fong, you're with us. From the rear, Lin Hai and Halan searched for the enemy's weakness. They turned in sync, giving a sharp nod. Behind them, Lin Fong launched forward, enveloped in a blinding golden aura. The little master was here. Tiet Tam soared into the air, her massive axe raised high and brought it crashing down. The mountain-shattering strike aimed right for the eye within the black tentacles. As the axe blade connected, the tendrils dissolved into nothing. She let out a satisfied laugh. The technique worked. Nearby, Lin Fong and So Nian were just as fierce. He skewered the monsters on his spear like slabs of meat, roaring, "How's that for the little master's power?" Beside him, her sword flashed, cleaving creatures in two. Chu Yi's brilliant golden sword swung in a wide arc, making the monsters vanish into thin air. Lin Fong and Tiet Tam pressed their attack without pause. The black tentacles just kept writhing and multiplying. Chu Yi observed grimly, realizing you couldn't just cut them all down. For every one he destroyed, a new monster would leap out or crawl from the mountainside itself. Suddenly, something black shot past Lin Hai like a gust of wind. With her sharp reflexes, her eyes caught a glimpse of it. She froze for a moment, then turned to where Chu Yi was fighting and waved. "Brother Yi." Chu Yi rushed to her side, where Lin Hai presented a command token. "Brother Yi." The token belonged to the Thien Lan Khan clan. Nearby, Ha Lan found a scrap of cloth with an inscription. Looking at the evidence, a grim theory formed in his mind. These were likely from those smaller clans, searching for whatever the Black Wind Valley had left behind. He realized these silver threads didn't just devour magic and spiritual power, they devoured life force itself, twisting even the bones of their victims. The source was the mountain. Every single monster was tethered to the cliff wall. Snapping into a ready stance, he swung his sword back. With that thought, Chu Yi unleashed a powerful slash. Instead of striking the monster, he aimed for its lifeline. His sword tore through the very earth, carving a massive fissure in the ground. "Let's see what you're hiding in there." The rocks on the surface, etched with strange symbols, began to crumble and collapse. Chu Yi's team stood within a protective barrier, unharmed by the rain of stones falling around them. As the dust from the collapse settled, the scene behind it was slowly revealed. Lin Fong and Tiet Tam froze, their pupils dilating in shock. She gasped. As the smoke cleared, they saw at their feet a field of skeletons, half emerged from the ground. They were now surrounded by massive blocks of ice, each one reflecting their images perfectly. Thiet Tam shouldered her weapon, confused. Was that all just an illusion? Chu Yi walked forward, his reflection mirroring his every move. He shook his head. It's not an illusion. He stood before one of the ice walls, stating his conclusion. This is camouflage for a dungeon entrance. Chu Yi explained, Blackwind Valley was never a natural mountain range. It's a massive, hidden dungeon that fused with our world, Blue Star. The fusion was so perfect, no one ever discovered its secret. Everyone listened intently, hanging on his every word. Chu Yi raised a hand, deep in thought as he analyzed the situation. No, Liu Xuan discovered this secret. The Merchant Guild dared to leave Blackwind Valley unguarded because they knew the dungeon itself was the best protection. It could turn any intruder into its own nutrients. Lin Fong stuffed his hands in his pockets with a sneer. All this for a stupid trick. Lin Hai realized the terrifying truth. So the monsters we just fought were all people who trespassed here. Chu Yi didn't deny it. He gently touched the surface of the ice, sending ripples across it. The guardians of the first gate are the mountain. Anyone who dies here becomes a part of it. Where he touched, a bright light began to glow. He warned everyone, get ready, the guardian of the second gate is coming. The glass-like barrier above them shattered into a million sparkling pieces. The team immediately formed a defensive circle, back to back. Lin Fong shouted, This broken mirror is trying to launch a sneak attack, Chu Yi commanded. Lin, Hai, add 2 layers of ice and earth defenses. Don't let them take advantage of the chaos. She quickly responded, Right. Every shard of the broken sky reflected the team's anxious and vigilant faces. Chu Yi stared grimly into the dissipating mist, waiting to see what horror would emerge next. Out of the fog, a single figure slowly approached him. In another area, Lin Hai was surrounded by a massive forest. She looked around frantically, yelling, Brother Yi, Xiaolan, where is everyone? Lin Hai clutched her scepter, cautiously scanning her surroundings. The scene shifts to Lin Fong. He was shirtless, his hands clenched into fists, growling with rage. What is this disgusting monstrosity? Cut to Ha Lan, hiding behind a pillar with a large talisman in her hand. Heaven and earth, the source of all chi. Switch to So Nian, standing on a transparent platform, gripping her sword and screaming out into the void. Over with Thiet Tam, she was swinging her axe amidst a field of graves, unleashing a mountain-shattering strike, but her attack was stopped cold by an identical version of herself. The shockwave of the impact cracked the ground beneath them. She roared in anger. An illusion? This copycat even mimics my full strength. The figure opposite her, with the same face but soulless eyes, repeated her exact words. An illusion? This copycat even mimics my full strength? Thiet Tam's face twisted with disgust. Absolutely sickening. She wrenched her axe free from the identical weapon. Her other hand shot out in a powerful punch. The clone instantly raised an arm to block it. Seizing the opening, she swung her leg in a powerful kick from behind, catching the clone completely off guard. Sent flying by the powerful impact, the clone crashed through several tombstones, shattering them to pieces. Thiet Tam strode forward with a sneer. You idiot! You can't even recognize a simple feint. Lying in the rubble, the clone's lifeless voice repeated, You idiot! You can't even recognize a simple feint. Thiet Tam looked down, crossing her arms with an exasperated frown. It only knew how to perfectly mirror her techniques. It had no idea how to adapt or counter. Suddenly, there was a massive shockwave. Thiet Tam raised her arms in a defensive stance as her clone burst from the smoke, launching an attack that she managed to block. As they fought, Thiet Tam realized her clone was learning faster and faster. She had to end this fight quickly. The scene cuts back to Lin Fong, where a brilliant beam of light slammed into the ground. The dragon's breath! Lin Fong's arm, now covered in dragon scales, was being pushed back. What? You're done learning? Now you're just gonna rip off the little master's blazing dragon domain? His copy lunged forward, but Lin Fong was faster, leaping away from the attack. Lin Fong's body was now half dragon, and his weapon blazed with intense flames. Today, I'll teach you the difference between the original and a cheap knockoff. He unleashed a devastating slash, but the clone dodged it with ease. An identical spear materialized in the clone's hand. Lin Fong smirked. Heh, you're pretty quick on the uptake. He charged forward, his spear spinning like a drill of pure fire. If you want to learn my techniques, then I'll let you learn all of them. The fiery drill grew larger and more powerful as he advanced. Heaven-scorching strike! The two spears crashed together in a blinding flash of light. The immense force of the impact shattered the ground around them. From the rubble, the clone launched a sweeping attack, but Lin Fong ducked underneath it. Lin Fong gripped his spear, preparing his power for the next assault. Using his momentum, he spun his spear, creating a ring of fire that blocked the clone's incoming attack. The clone slowly approached, bringing its spear point right up to the flaming circle. With inhuman skill, it weaved through the rings of fire, its face still a blank mask. The spearhead plunged directly into Lin Feng's chest, drawing blood. His entire body began to glow, his face darkening as his eyes blazed with light. You can copy my completed techniques, but you can't keep up with the evolution of the blazing dragon force inside my body. As if feeling no pain, he reached up and grabbed the spearhead buried deep in his chest. The clone just stared back with its empty eyes. Lin Feng roared, "You mindless fool!" Behind him, a golden vortex swirled with blinding light as the image of a massive dragon roared into existence. He looked like a god about to deliver divine punishment. Die. Elsewhere, paper talismans flew through the air like razor blades. They created a massive explosion, obscuring everything in a cloud of smoke. Halan, covered in wounds, clutched a talisman hidden in her sleeve. She stared cautiously into the smoke, when suddenly 3 talismans shot out like a spear, making her whip around in surprise. Halan leaped away just as the talismans exploded. The soulless face of her clone emerged from the smoke. Halan ran, taunting it with contempt. "I thought you had some real skill. That's not how you use a Taoist's sacred charms." Halan moved like a phantom. She bit down on her hand, drawing blood. A Taoist charm borrows its power from the world itself. You can copy the form, but never the spirit. Around her, raindrops began to glow, suspended in midair. Look closely at this rain, at this wind. They are all a part of the Tao's very heart. Halan raised a hand, tracing a line of golden light. Her expression was utterly commanding. The heart is the vessel. Power is its expression. She roared, "You have no heart. You don't understand the Tao's majesty. That's why you can't command the natural world. A copied charm is nothing but an empty shell." The glowing raindrops shot toward the clone. The copycat bit its own hand, trying to mimic her technique, but horrifying tentacles erupted from the wound instead. The clone's eyes widened in pure shock. This was impossible. Its entire body was pierced from within as the grotesque tentacles burst out. The scene shifts to a massive tree. Lingxi slumped against it, covered in wounds. Her clone stood defiantly behind a shield, blocking her attacks. "Lingxi, my dear sister, just give up. Even as your perfect copy, you can't defeat me." Though battered and bruised, Lingxi gripped her staff tightly. She thought, "I'm not struggling. I'm waiting for you to reveal your weakness." She glanced at her wounded legs, analyzing the situation. "It's only been 10 minutes. You went from simply copying my voice and skills to launching your own attacks, and now, setting traps just for me. Your growth rate is terrifyingly fast, but if you're like a dungeon boss, there has to be a strategy to beat you." The clone unleashed another barrage, forcing Lingxi to dodge desperately. The clone smirked. "See? Still running?" It launched a volley of ice shards, its voice like venomous honey. "Come to me, little sister, Lingxi. Let's become one." Lingxi stared at the ice shards and noticed something. They had no core sigils. Her eyes shot open in realization. "I get it now." The clone swaggered closer, full of confidence. Leaning heavily on her staff, Lingxi spoke loud and clear. "I was suspicious from the very beginning. What kind of skill could perfectly replicate decades of a person's power? The truth is, you can only copy the surface. You can't replicate my precise mastery over the elements." Blood dripped from her wounds onto the ground. The clone was confused. "What are you talking about?" Lingxi placed a hand on the tree, and glowing runes spread across the bark. From behind the tree, an ethereal green fire erupted. It's just like with the ice element. A novice can summon a water orb, a master can form a water needle. But your ice magic doesn't even have the most basic core sigils. It proves how crude your understanding of the elements truly is. Gripping her staff with both hands, she slammed it into the earth. Light burst forth from the newly formed cracks in the ground. But that's something you can never learn. It's not about the details. From the cracks, spears of ice shot directly at the clone. Lingxi yelled, "The true power of an all-element mage is making the elements work together." Lingxi's eyes widened, her jaw dropping at the sight before her. Countless magic circles of every kind filled her vision. A faint voice whispered, "Magic isn't about memorizing spells. It's about understanding the elements. I'm sure, given enough time, you could copy all of these spells too." Suddenly, a blinding light erupted. "But why would I ever give you that time?" And just like that, the fake Lingxi was obliterated by the light. Elsewhere, Chu Yi was locked in combat with his own double. Divine windstorm! Their blades crashed against each other in a shower of sparks. The impact triggered a massive explosion. From within the smoke, 2 brilliant flashes of light erupted. Chu Yi was stunned, thinking he used Holy Light Cross. Only 0.5 seconds after the last skill. The force deviation is 0.1 degrees less than before. His simulation accuracy. It's constantly improving. He'd already noticed something crucial. Its movements were no longer robotic. More than that, I can feel it, analyzing my weaknesses as we fight. With that thought, Chu Yi charged forward. A training partner that evolves this fast? I can't pass up this opportunity. They clashed relentlessly in midair. Their power seemed perfectly matched, neither giving an inch. But this time, its copy was half a second too slow. Why the lag? So, when you copy an elemental skill, the delay is more noticeable. Does your databank get corrupted when processing new information? Chu Yi gritted his teeth, glaring at his identical foe. The fake Chu Yi sheathed its sword and landed. The real Chu Yi said coldly, "You're not one for conversation, but you act exactly like a machine." He asked coldly, "What is it you want from me?" The fake Chu Yi touched its chin, speaking with a vacant expression. Basically, a wicked grin spread across its face. "I just want to see how far a copied body can be pushed." Faced with Chu Yi's power, the clone declared confidently, "I know everything about you. You can't kill me." Chu Yi just scoffed. "Is that right? Where I come from, there's an old saying." He held out a hand, golden threads weaving around his fingers. "Those who talk big," Chu Yi finished the proverb, "often bite their own tongue." At that moment, a massive hole blew open in the clone's abdomen. Its entire body began to crack and crumble. "You knew, from the start," it stammered. Chu Yi calmly explained. "From the moment we started fighting, that mirror's surface has been reflecting my every move, and every single one of your delays happened right after the mirror's reflection. That means everything you learned came from observing me through that mirror. You tried to hide it well, using relentless attacks to distract me, to make me forget the mirror was even there," he reminded the clone coldly. "But you forgot one thing. You came from me, and I know all of your little tricks." Lingzi looked over, astonished. Chu Yi slowly emerged from the dust cloud. Lingzi rushed to his side. "Brother Yi, you're finally out." Lingxi was frantic. "You have to hurry. Go save Sister Ran." Chu Yi's face filled with concern. What happened to Xiao Ran? Meanwhile, Su Ran was facing the demon within. Her dark self smiled. Still trying to hold it back, it taunted her mercilessly. "You're too scared to even accept your own bloodline power." So pathetic. "And you call yourself a chosen prodigy?" Su Ran gritted her teeth, thinking, "I can feel the succubus consciousness pulsing inside me, like countless hands trying to tear their way out." But another voice echoed in her mind. "Let me help you," Su Ran fought back. "I will not lose control again." But the mysterious voice whispered, "You won't be able to dodge her next attack." Su Ran struggled to suppress her inner darkness. She had to stay lucid to finish this mission with Chu Yi. The insidious voice continued its temptation. "Chu Yi will be so disappointed when he sees you fail. Listen to me, Su Ran. I am your true power." Su Ran squeezed her eyes shut and screamed, "Get out of my head! My power is mine to command." The demon lunged forward, sword drawn. "Is that so? Then try and stop me. With those hands too afraid to unleash your own bloodline." It swung its blade in a vicious arc, but Su Ran managed to dodge just in time. She'd evaded the demon's attack. Though the attack failed, the demon pressed on relentlessly. "Do you see it now? The gap between us?" It smiled, listing every one of Su Ran's secret fears. "You're afraid of so many things. What Chu Yi thinks of you. Your fear of losing control. But me? I'm afraid of nothing." Another sword strike flew, and Su Ran leaped back to avoid it. "Your swordsmanship, no matter how refined, taluses, your magic, no matter how powerful, it's all meaningless if you won't use your bloodline. You're no different from any ordinary adventurer." The demon kept pushing her, testing her breaking point. "Oh, that's right. In your memories, your precious Chu Yi told you that kindness isn't a weakness. It posed a cruel question, but I'm crushing that kindness right now, after I've broken you completely. Do you think he'll even remember a useless weakling like you?" Su Ran whispered, "I'm not. I can't be." And once again, that insidious voice echoed in her mind. "Model, take a good look. This is the price for cornering me. But you're nothing but a mindless copy. You think a little demonic power makes you invincible? Pathetic. I can tear you to shreds, just as easily as I can protect the real her." Lingxi turned to Chu Yi, her voice laced with worry. "After we defeated our clones, we were sent back here. That's when we realized. These mirrors let us watch everyone else's battles. Sister Ran is way stronger than any of us. So why is her clone dominating her?" Xialan explained the grim reality. "The longer the fight drags on, the stronger the copy gets. Worse, it starts to develop its own consciousness. This means Sister Ran is in serious danger." Ling Feng couldn't make sense of it. He couldn't hear what they were saying, but the battle looked all wrong. Why is she holding back? Just use your bloodline power already. Chu Yi watched in silence. He understood better than anyone. "Xiao Ran. She's not fighting the clone. She's fighting herself." It's not that Xiaoran lacks the strength to win. It's because she's lost control too many times before. She's terrified of her own bloodline power. But the clone has one massive advantage. It has no fear. It can unleash everything without a second thought. Ling Feng exploded, slamming his fist against the mirror. Just let me in there. Why are you going easy on that fake? Tai Xin's anxiety grew. Brother Yi, what are we going to do now? Can we just shatter the mirror? Chu Yi didn't answer. He knew it wasn't that simple. This mirror world is linked to Xiaoran's consciousness. Forcing it open could shatter her mind. He stepped forward, his decision made. A conventional approach won't work here. We have to break the rules, he warned the others. All of you, get back. As far back as you can. In the next instant, his transformation began. He raised a hand and simply crushed the mirror's surface. Ling Shi and the others could only stare in utter shock. His plan was to forcibly sever the energy link to the clone, breaking the dungeon itself to free Sister Ran. Inside, the demon clone pinned Su Ran down, sneering, "Just look at you. So pathetic." Su Ran coughed weakly, her eyes darting around in fear. Suddenly, a brilliant light flashed before her. It shot towards them in an instant, and the demon clone simply disintegrated into nothing. Squinting against the light, Su Ran slowly sat up. Through the shattered remains of the mirror, Chu Yi reached out his hand. He smiled gently, his voice a calm anchor. "Don't be afraid. I'm here now." Hearing his words, Su Ran bit her lip, her expression crumbling into pure relief. But just then, the world around her began to fracture. The very air seemed to crack like glass. Staring in terror, Su Ran gripped her sword and thrust it with all her might into the wall that held her captive. The moment she broke free, Su Ran charged, her sword aimed straight at Chu Yi. He couldn't believe his eyes. Asterisk Su Ran? Asterisk, he thought, his mind reeling. Not wanting to hurt her, Chu Yi could only meet her blade with his bare fist. But the force of the impact alone sent Su Ran flying backward. The others watched, jaws on the floor, absolutely stunned. Su Ran crashed to the earth, shattering the ground beneath her. Chu Yi's expression turned grim. Asterisk, my holy light. It's burning her. Asterisk, what's going on? Her body shouldn't react to holy light like this. But Su Ran was already charging again, sword raised. Chu Yi had no choice but to counter with his own holy power. Chu Yi immediately retracted his aura. Asterisk, both my lightning and holy light will hurt her. Asterisk. He changed tactics, thrusting his hand forward. A stream of green smoke erupted, forming ethereal tendrils. They wrapped tightly around Su Ran's wrists, then her ankles. In moments, Su Ran was completely immobilized. Asterisk. This is the only way. Asterisk, he thought. Asterisk, I can restrain her without causing any real harm. Asterisk. Chu Yi moved closer to her. Xiaoran, look at me. But suddenly, the dungeon walls began to dissolve around them. The entire team watched, completely baffled by the turn of events. The dissolving fragments swirled together, forming the massive face of a stranger in the air. A voice boomed, dripping with rage. Interference with dungeon rules detected. Initiating ultimate deletion protocol. That face belonged to the Silver Thread Spider, level 20, epic grade. Skills: Silver Thread Spit, Shadow Thorn Assassination. The Rock Flame Soldier, level 30, gold grade. Skills: Molten Crash, War Stomp. The Bone Vine Puppet, level 34, gold grade. Skills: Bone Spike Lunge and Vine Entanglement. The Bone Warrior, level 23, epic grade. Skills: Shattering Cleave, Will Siphon, and Sludge Fiend. Level 33, gold grade. Skills: Acid Spit and Regeneration. Ling Shi leaped into the fray, her sword a silver blur. She easily sliced the monsters in two, but to her horror, their severed bodies began stitching themselves back together. Ling Shi cried out, "They're not just healing, they're fusing. The silver threads are stitching them together." Xiaolan produced a talisman, her voice ringing out. "By the sacred flames I command thee. Banish evil, shatter illusion. Spirit Burst Talisman, activate." Instantly, holy fire erupted, engulfing the monsters. Seizing the opening, Taishin charged forward with her axe. She brought the massive weapon down, smashing it straight into a monster's head. Taishin then hurled her axe. It spun like a deadly boomerang, mowing down everything in its path. Ling Feng just smirked, catching a monster by the throat with his bare hands. As they fought, Chu Yi realized something. Asterisk. All these silver threads, they're being controlled by a single source. Asterisk. His gaze fell on the bound Su Ran. Asterisk. The core logic of this dungeon is survival of the fittest. It was the same at the first gate. Those who lose their battles are controlled by the silver threads and become the next wave of monsters. Asterisk. Asterisk. I shattered the energy link for the second stage, but I couldn't free Xiaoran from her own mental trial. Asterisk. Asterisk. Countless silver threads are still connected to her. Her succubus bloodline is inherently unstable, giving the dungeon the perfect opening to seize control of her mind. Asterisk. Asterisk. The puppet master behind all this sees ME as the real final boss. That's why it's throwing every monster it has at us, trying to eliminate me before I can find it. Asterisk. Power began to gather around Chu Yi. He would drag this coward out of the shadows. Asterisk. A manipulator who relies on psychic power. Their true body is always well hidden. They won't reveal themselves easily. But to free Xiaoran completely, I have to force the final boss into the open. Asterisk. He looked at the restrained Su Ran. I'm sorry, Xiaoran. What I'm about to do, you're not going to like it. A massive wall erupted from the ground beside her. Then another and another. The walls slammed together, forming a stone box that completely encased her. Chu Yi watched with a cold expression, then turned to Xiaolan. Xiaolan, use an aura-sealing talisman. Seal off all the energy around Xiaoran's prison. On it! Xiaolan shouted. She produced 3 talismans at once, ready to follow his command. Heaven and earth have their boundaries. Energy has its flow. Ward off the external evil. Seal the chaos within. By this sacred decree, all is forbidden. The 3 talismans flew out, sealing the box from 3 directions. Lingzi cried out as she fought. Second brother, there are too many. We can't hold them back much longer. Ling Feng agreed, the situation growing dire. They just keep coming, and they're devouring each other to get stronger. Chu Yi assessed the battlefield. Asterisk, we can't kill them all. The dungeon has thrown everything at us. If we fight them head-on, the team's energy will be gone in less than half an hour, and I'll be forced to waste my own energy protecting them. Asterisk. His mind made up. He closed his eyes. An immense power began to gather at his chest. Asterisk. This is no time to hold back. I have to end this with my most powerful, direct attack. Asterisk. Chu Yi's voice cut through the chaos. Everyone, fall back now. Use your strongest defensive skills to protect yourselves, and no matter what you see, do not get distracted. Understood. Ling Feng, Ling Shi, Xiaolan, and Ti Xin all shouted in unison. Ling Feng added, Don't you worry about us. Just do what you gotta do. By now, a colossal aura of power was swirling around Chu Yi. From inside her prison, Su Ran could only watch. The energy radiating from Chu Yi expanded outwards like a shockwave. Faced with this overwhelming pressure, the horde of monsters froze in place, before starting to dissolve into dust. As their fleshly forms disintegrated, the silver threads within were revealed. Tai Xin cried out in disbelief. What in the world is that? They're not disappearing. They're merging into one. Is the dungeon fusing all the monsters into a single entity? Ling Xi's voice was grim. My mana sense is going crazy. There's a vortex of energy at the center of those threads. Its intensity is more than double all the previous monsters combined. Zhou Yi let out a slow breath, and from the heavens above, a barrage of blinding light suddenly appeared. Divine Summoning, Level 1, S rank. A pair of colossal white wings blotted out the sky as a figure in silver armor drew its bow, aiming right at the enemy. Behind Zhou Yi, an entire legion of silver knights stood at the ready. Ling Feng pointed towards the sky, his eyes wide. That kid Zhou Yi can actually summon a supporter of that caliber? Tai Xin continued. Is that the ultimate skill of a holy knight? Ling Hai thought to herself, the energy is terrifying. It even caused the chaotic space of the instance dungeon to freeze for a moment. After being stunned by Zhou Yi's power, the giant monster let out another furious roar. Zhou Yi gritted his teeth, knowing the price. Summoning the angel instantly drained 30% of his own life force, and every second it remained on the field would consume his spiritual energy. After this is over, I have to upgrade the divine summoning skill, he thought, to lower this insane cost. He then roared a command to his holy knights. Target, eliminate all monsters. Instantly, a storm of arrows rained down. Every single arrow was aimed at one target, the colossal beast. The monster raised its hands to block the assault, but under such immense power, it was swiftly defeated. The torrent of light showed no signs of stopping, continuing to blast straight ahead. Ling Hai gasped. He's too powerful. This level of strength is far beyond what this dungeon should be able to handle. A knot of worry tightened in Helan's stomach. But Brother Yi can't maintain this for much longer. A summoning of this level has a completely devastating drain on one's spiritual power. With the monster dealt with, Zhou Yi let out a sigh of relief. He turned his head, his gaze locking onto Chu Ran. The angels can handle the small fry, he thought. My only target is you. With that, he strode towards her. He unleashed a pulse of power and issued an ultimatum. I'll count to 3. Get out. If you're 1 second late, I'll destroy this entire place. Chu Ran pressed her lips together, glaring at him with cold eyes. Zhou Yi began to count. 1, 2. Just as he was about to say the last number, a massive shadow appeared behind Chu Ran. Ah, Zhou Yi smirked. So the instance boss finally decided to show its face. Seeing the dark corruption covering the boss's body, Zhou Yi understood immediately. It's been contaminated by a shadow creature, corrupted mind devourer, level 50, legendary grade, skills, unknown. Zhou Yi stared coldly at the instance boss. The mind devourer observed Zhou Yi with a hint of amusement. Of all the people who have barged in here over the years, you are the youngest of the strong ones. And yet, your aura is far more powerful than those old fools. The mind devourer manipulated Chu Ran with countless silver threads. Zhou Yi gritted his teeth, raising a hand to shield his eyes. The mind devourer leaned in closer, speaking with confidence. Don't be so tense. I didn't come here to fight you. It glanced behind him and continued. On the contrary, I want to offer you a choice. Hearing this, Zhou Yi's eyes widened. He stared in disbelief at the scene unfolding before him as a hoard of treasures materialized in the air. The purification crystal, containing pure, purifying energy, capable of removing all curse-type status effects. The serenity jade, to suppress the berserk factor in one's bloodline and stabilize an irregular constitution. And the crimson dragon crystal, containing violent flame energy that can be fused directly into a weapon. It would grant his attacks an additional 50% fire damage. The obsidian core, a high-density metal ore containing spatial waves, could be used to craft displacement gear, reducing skill cooldowns by 15%. The spirit-nurturing jade, containing the breath of life itself. Inlaid into defensive gear, it could automatically restore the user's health points. For healing-type professions, its effects were doubled. The shield wall scroll, which summons an energy shield in a 10-meter radius that lasts for 10 seconds, and a scroll that grants weakness detection for 1 hour, allowing the user to see the level and weak points of any enemy. Ling Hai was ecstatic. That dragon crystal, if I could fuse that with my dragon scale gauntlets, I could blow those monsters to bits with one punch. He Lan was just as thrilled to see items she wanted. Healing and defense. This is an unbelievable treasure trove. Zhou Yi's expression remained cold, but his mind was racing. The Zhou family's eternal curse. This purification crystal. For a moment, his resolve wavered. And the Serenity Jade. It's practically tailor-made for Chu Ran. The Mind Devourer put an arm around Zhou Yi. Tempted, aren't you? Look at how much pain she's in. A single drop of Serenity Jade would let her sleep peacefully for nights. She would no longer have to fear her own bloodline exploding. It tried to persuade him further. These are just appetizers. Come closer. Prove that you have passed the dungeon's trial. This is your reward. Take your prize and leave this place. Faced with such temptation, Zhou Yi recognized it for what it was. A test. If he chose to stop here, he could walk away with immense benefits right now. But then he remembered the life-or-death battles he'd fought with his comrades. The limited-time mission to expose the secrets of the Mamet Merchants Guild. Zhou Yi looked the Mind Devourer in the eye. These things are indeed tempting, but it seems you've misunderstood one thing. He raised his sword and slashed at the enemy. I didn't come to Blackwind Valley for a reward. He pressed his attack while continuing. The system's quest. My comrade's revenge. Not even the curse on the Zhou family can be solved by taking a handout from you. The Mind Devourer looked genuinely shocked. You would give up a reward that's right at your fingertips? Zhou Yi scoffed. You're familiar with everything about me. You even know about the Zhou family curse. It's hard not to suspect that this is a trap aimed specifically at me. Zhou Yi's body began to transform. He muttered, the purification crystal, the serenity jade. I want them all. His voice dropped to an icy declaration. And you have to die. Dragon God transformation. With a roar, Zhou Yi charged forward, slicing the Mind Devourer in half. But the ground below suddenly shattered. The Mind Devourer spread its arms, melting into the earth. A colossal stone monster erupted in front of Zhou Yi. The Mind Devourer didn't waste words, slamming a powerful fist into the ground. Instantly, the earth began to shake and crumble. In a flash, everything was swallowed by the chaos. Zhou Yi managed to leap to safety, narrowly avoiding falling into the abyss. But he saw that Chu Ran was not as fortunate. Caught completely off guard, she began to fall. Panicked, Chu Ran screamed, Brother Zhou Yi. Hearing her call, Zhou Yi lost his cool. Chu Ran, he dove after her, reaching out his hand. But the moment he touched her, she vanished into empty space. Seeing this, he knew at once. Trying to distract me with an illusion? Enraged, Zhou Yi launched a direct strike at the Mind Devourer. Seeing its trick exposed, it didn't panic at all. Instead, it just laughed. Is that all the skill you have? Zhou Yi replied in a low, dangerous tone. Try me and find out. The Mind Devourer began to unleash a new technique. A white, lightning-like light flashed in its eyes. I was going to give you a reward, let you leave in peace. You really are stubborn until the very end. Different faces flashed through the mind devourer's thoughts. While deleting the sequence, I learned a few things. Let's see how you deal with them. It stretched, and the images shattered. But suddenly, the mind devourer noticed something. What? Zhou Yi appeared with his friends right behind him. Whoever said I was fighting you one-on-one? As the words left his mouth, a massive blue dragon appeared behind them. The soldiers Zhou Yi had summoned earlier unleashed a continuous volley of arrows. Bone Fang charged forward, attacking alongside the soldiers. All of their attacks were aimed at the shadow monster, striking it until it was engulfed in smoke and dust. In an instant, its image began to fade away. No! A shocking explosion followed, and the surrounding rock formations shattered into pieces. The dust cloud in front of them suddenly obscured everything. For some reason, shards of glass began to appear, much to Zhou Yi's surprise. These mirror shards still haven't disappeared. Through one of the fragments, Zhou Yi saw the image of a man kneeling on the ground. This image reminded him of someone. Is this? Zhou Yi reached out to touch it, and suddenly, a golden energy enveloped him. Time itself began to flow backward. 10 years ago, in Blackwind Valley, a man was kneeling before something. Black tentacles were wrapping around the man as a voice echoed, "You wish to save your daughter?" Though terrified, the man still managed to answer. Tianlan's greatest healer confessed, "Without the 1,000-year ice jade, she won't survive the winter. I heard tales of your power on the black market and came seeking your blessing." The monster was immensely pleased. A blessing. A fine choice of words. "I can grant you enough wealth to buy every herb in the city, but in return, you will do 3 things for me." Terror seized the man, his hands trembling. He barely managed to ask, "What are they?" A cascade of countless jewels rained down, followed by the monster's command. "Use this fortune to lure more people to Blackwind Valley. The vitality of the weak is my sustenance. The souls of the strong will become my eternal guardians." Disbelief flooded the man's eyes. "You want to kill them?" The monster let out a deep laugh, its razor-sharp teeth inches from his face. "Relax. They come here willingly, don't they? After all, who can refuse the temptation of getting rich overnight?" With no choice, he returned and told his friends a lie. "They're digging up mystic crystal stones in Blackwind Valley. A single piece is worth 1,000 mid-grade coins." His friend was skeptical. "Isn't that the place of no return? Last year, Old Man Wang led a team in there. Not even their bones were found." The man quickly invented another lie. "That's because they took the wrong path. I found the true mineral vein, but I'm short on people. Work with me, and you'll get a 30% cut." And just like that, with the man's help, the number of people slaughtered by the monster grew. The horror of it all made him sick, and tears of regret streamed down his face. "This is a terrible sin," he cried, but the monster was unmoved. "A sin? It's their own greed that brings them here. Why do you truly think they march into Blackwind Valley? To help you? No. They just want to build their fortunes on the bones of others." His descent continued as he began luring more victims. "Elder Feng, the price is negotiable. I just need you to spread the word." Not long after, his own operation fell into chaos. "What's happening, boss? The North City Guild says if we don't pay an 80% tribute, they'll shut us down. We have no powerful backer. These thugs could wipe us out completely." Hearing this, a cold fury ignited within the man. The pressure only made him more ruthless, deaf to the pleas of his enemies. "Boss Liu, I was a blind fool. Please spare me. The North City Guild is yours to command. I was wrong." As he listened to their terrified screams of "please spare me," the last of his remorse withered away. Now, when he stood before the monster, there was no fear left in his eyes. The man, now known as Liu Xuan, stated his grand plan. "I want to establish a merchant guild. On the surface, we'll mine and sell ore. But secretly, it will be the perfect way to screen candidates for the valley." The monster readily agreed. "Excellent. What will you name it?" The name he chose was The Mermaid's Lure, which made the monster curious. Why that name? Liu Xuan replied instantly, "I once encountered sirens at sea. They had divine beauty and heavenly voices, but their songs lured sailors to crash upon the reefs. I was the only survivor that day, clinging to a piece of wreckage." After hearing his story, the monster spat out what looked like a human bone. A fittingly fortunate name. Before long, his business was booming. "Boss, here is this month's list of ore production. We have enough Han Sui crystal for the Zhou family's tribute. 4 and 17 new nutritional sets for the valley." Lu Xuan took the list, satisfied. "I see. The quality of this batch is a bit poor. Tell Madame Hong to be more selective next time. Don't send me just any trash." His assistant bowed respectfully in response. "Yes, sir." Liu Xuan continued. "Also raise this year's prices by 2%. All of this. were visions flooding the main character Chu Yi's mind, leaving him completely disoriented. How could these fragments record 10 years of history so clearly? Shards of crystal swirled around him, gathering like a vortex in the palm of his hand. In an instant, they formed a single, purple stone. The blue spirit dragon appeared. This is the dungeon core. To possess it is to possess the entire dungeon. Even mid-tier guilds rarely have one. And now, you have one. The benefits are enormous. Prison mirror core acquired. 30% dungeon control unlocked. You can now manipulate the basic laws of this space. Frostfang, the dragon, continued. From now on, you'll never have to worry about resources. A dungeon is a gold mine, a literal money-making machine. You're one lucky kid. Now, use your spiritual power and feel your new connection to the dungeon. Chu Yi focused his mind, and a new energy began to flow into him. Rings of pure power erupted around him in a stunning display. Nearby, Ling Xi, who was tending to Suo Ran, was also struck by the immense energy wave. The rings of power expanded ever wider. As Chu Yi focused, his senses sharpened. I feel like I can see every tree and every blade of grass in the dungeon without using my eyes. It seems I can manipulate everything in this place. But as his power surged, a small figure suddenly appeared nearby. Chu Yi's eyes remained shut, lost in his new senses. But the person he saw in his mind was unmistakable. It was his sister, Chu Yun. Why are you here? Chu Yun turned to him and spoke softly. Brother, I was worried about you. I found the route online and came to find you. Chu Yi was speechless, overcome with anger and helplessness, as she quickly apologized. I'm sorry. Frostfang appeared, amused. The little girl certainly has guts and incredible luck. Now that you control this dungeon, she will be perfectly safe here. Overwhelmed, all Chu Yi could do was warn her. Just behave yourself, or I swear I'm sending you right back home. Just then, a notification appeared. Quest. Expose the secrets of the Mermaid's Lure Guild. Complete. Reward. 1 S-rank skill book per member. Status. Distributing system rewards now. Chu Yi's friends were stunned to see Chu Yun. Why are you here? Shen Lingfeng sternly reminded her. This place is dangerous. What were you thinking following us? This isn't a playground. As he spoke, Chu Yi tossed an item to him, then entrusted him with his sister. Shen Lingfeng, protect my sister. Shen Lingfeng caught it deftly and agreed without hesitation. You don't even have to ask. What is this? Before Chu Yi could answer, the item's information flared to life. S-rank skill, Bloodlust Rage Level 1. Draws blood aura from enemies to form condensation orbs. Orbs gather into a soul blood sphere and are thrown at the enemy, causing a massive explosive blast. Shen Lingfeng looked like he was about to have a heart attack. An S-rank skill book? He Lan heard from a distance and was equally shocked. What? Chu Yi quickly handed her another book. It's for everyone. He Lan stared at the book in her hand, unable to believe her eyes. This is really S-rank? Ling Xi couldn't hide her surprise either. This is priceless. Why are you giving them to us? That's what He Lan wanted to ask. Brother Yi, do you know what this is worth? On the black market, one book costs 7 million mid-grade coins, and you have to fight just to buy it. But Chu Yi waved it off like it was nothing. It's the hidden reward for clearing the dungeon. I divided them based on your classes. Shen Lingfeng asked blankly. You're just giving them to us? My entire Shen family only owns 3 S-rank skill books in total. He Lan felt the reward was too great, far too precious. We just came along to do some grunt work. How could we possibly accept an item this good? This thing is clearly on another level. The level 1S triple threat formation summons a field that puts every enemy inside into a cursed state. Their life force gets cut in half, but Zhou Yi pushed her to accept the gift. We stormed this dungeon as a team. I can't take all the credit for myself. Ling Xi still felt she didn't deserve it, but something this valuable. Even with the class restrictions, you could sell it for a fortune. The item she held was the level 1S elemental domain, which creates a space-isolating barrier. It summons elemental crystals that crash down and trigger a second explosion, dealing massive damage to the enemy. Hearing this, Zhou Yi walked over and gently patted her head, smiling as he spoke. Is money more important than your life? Besides, the path ahead is only going to get harder. I can't let my team face those risks empty-handed. Yan Shen Lingfeng, however, gladly took his gift. Very interesting. Next time, no matter who you're fighting, I'll charge in and handle it alone. Zhou Yi could only let out a dry cough, offering no reply. Tai Xin hugged the book in her hands, overjoyed. This is my first S-rank skill book. In the next dungeon run, I'll be the one leading the charge. Xia Lan was ecstatic on the side. I'll master the triple threat formation completely. I definitely won't hold anyone back. Ling Xi, of course, felt the same way. Me too. Shen Lingfeng couldn't resist showing off to Ti Qin. Look at this. It absorbs the enemy's life force, then uses that life force to create an explosion. How awesome is that? But Tai Xin just had to fire back at him. Mine can directly annihilate low-level enemies. Yours still has to collect blood first. Too weak. The item she held was the level 1S, Raging Wave Quake, which strikes the ground to create a shockwave. Enemies within range suffer continuous, massive damage, and lower-level foes are instantly vaporized. Hearing them bicker non-stop, Zhou Yi couldn't help but step in to stop them. All right, it's settled. First, master your skills. Then we'll go meet the big shot hiding in the depths. Hearing this, Shen Lingfeng started boasting. Watch me. I'll have this learned in 10 minutes flat. Taixian immediately shot back at him. Are you kidding? It'll only take me 5 minutes to get the hang of it. Xialan chimed in from the side. We should get ready too. Let's not get left in their dust. Suddenly, a hand grabbed onto Zhou Yi's shirt. Chu Ran looked at him with a bright smile, offering a compliment. You seem to have a way of bringing everyone together. Flustered by her praise, Zhou Yi gave a nervous laugh. Maybe it's because we're teammates. I almost forgot about this. The item he took out was the mind purification liquid. It suppresses the berserker factor of a bloodline and stabilizes abnormal body types. This was what he wanted to give to Chu Ran. Your bloodline issue can't be completely solved just yet. Take this as a precaution in case you need it. But he didn't stop there. He looked into Chu Ran's eyes and said with determination, Little Ran, I will do everything in my power to keep you from falling into that situation again. Hearing these words, Chu Ran was so moved that tears began to fall endlessly. Seeing this, Zhou Yi panicked, completely confused. Why are you crying again? Did I say something wrong? Chu Ran's eyes reddened as she leaned against his chest, gently replying, No, I believe in you, brother Zhou Yi. Meanwhile, at the Rain Merchant Guild headquarters, many researchers were gathered on the top floor. The massive stone in the center was emitting an incredibly strange energy. This energy suddenly blasted the researchers, but they seemed unaware of their own situation, still moving closer to the energy source. One of them looked toward a man and asked worriedly, Boss, look at this. The man answered calmly, The crystal's dungeon core has been linked to Blackwind Valley for 10 years. A disturbance like this has never happened before. This man was the one Zhou Yi had met before. He was Liu Xuan. With that powerful figure guarding Blackwind Valley, it should be an impenetrable fortress. Anyone who barges in there is just delivering nutrients to our doorstep. But for this energy disturbance to appear now, could something unexpected have happened inside? Suddenly, his eyes flew wide open as if witnessing something terrifying. A researcher was slammed against the wall by the energy, crying out in pain. Others nearby were also knocked down in the chaos. One of them couldn't help but scream, This is bad! Liu Xuan sensed trouble and immediately ordered his subordinate. Get a message to Lady Hong at once. Tell her to get to Blackwind Valley immediately and investigate what's causing this chaos. The subordinate didn't dare hesitate. Yes, boss. At that moment, Lady Hong was still a mess, her clothes in disarray and her hair a tangled wreck. She clutched her wound in pain. That damn holy night. If I wasn't always so cautious and hadn't spent a fortune on resurrection items, I would have definitely died that time. Unfortunately, resurrection items can only reform the body. They can't restore me to my peak condition. Right now, forget manipulating a puppet formation. I can't even control more than 10 corpses. With my strength so low, I'll have to spend the next half a year recovering at the base. No one better dare to leave. But just as she thought this, a message arrived for her. The boss orders you to immediately investigate the unusual energy in Blackwind Valley and report your findings quickly. The words struck Lady Hong like a bolt of lightning. Go to Blackwind Valley now? In her current state, that was likely beyond her capabilities. An energy disturbance in Blackwind Valley. Could it be that Zhou Yi is making trouble again? If I run into him in my current state, it's a guaranteed death sentence. But if the guild finds out I'm seriously injured, all those vultures who've been eyeing my position, like hounds smelling blood, will surely pounce and tear apart the power I've worked so hard to build. The effort I put in to climb to this position today, I absolutely cannot let it all go to waste. But she couldn't possibly defy Liu Xuan's orders. Filled with rage, she could only force herself up and obey him. My life is like a drifting weed, not mine to control. Prepare the car. Back with Zhou Yi, he was still trying to absorb the power. Strange details kept appearing in his mind. The iron prison has always guarded the dark creatures. The secret of these creatures must be hidden within these fragments. Find it, and I'll know the enemy's fatal weakness. But one thing among them caught his attention. Zhou Yi slowly reached out to touch it, driven by intense curiosity. The moment he touched it, he felt like he'd fallen into a demonic realm, seized by countless ghostly hands. Images of Zhou Yi began to appear in the crystal shards. The scene became a blur, everything swirling around him. Zhou Yi's eyes were clenched shut, sweat dripping from his brow. He was surrounded by ethereal bones. At his waist was a glowing orb, with a dragon's shadow staring intently at it. Zhou Yi opened his eyes, his lips pressed in a worried line. The information is too chaotic, and something is trying to stop me. His eyes, sharp as knives, glowed jade green. He focused his will, trying to find a signal in the storm, listening and watching with all his might. Zhou Yi felt a filter blocking out the noise, an image of a man lying on his back with tentacles wrapped around his body, even forcing their way into his mouth. It was a memory fragment of a sacrificial offering. A large fragment in front of him showed a gate like a black hole, sucking giant rocks from the ground up into a channel. On another fragment, monsters of all shapes snarled, their fangs bared as their domain opened. A flood of fragments rushed towards him. They shot forward with a blinding light, forcing Zhou Yi to shield his face. He jolted awake, gasping for breath as if he'd seen something horrific. Cold sweat dripped down his face. He held the stone in his hand, his eyes lost in thought. Frostfang, seeing his state, asked with concern, "What did you see? Why do you look so pale?" Zhou Yi spoke slowly, but his eyes still held a dazed look. "A channel. I get it now." No wonder the demonic aura in the cold emerald crystal felt so strangely familiar. Frostfang didn't quite understand and looked at him questioningly. "What do you mean?" He began to explain the situation. "A few months ago, I fought the demon race and snuck into a medium-sized rift in the Hurricane Mountains. The aura here is exactly the same as theirs." Frostfang slowly pieced it together. "The demon tribe. You saw them inside this core?" He described a horrifying vision, a gaping maw filled with razor-sharp teeth, surrounded by writhing tentacles, smiling menacingly at the earth. "Yes, and it's far worse than you can imagine." Peeking into the mirror prison's memories, I discovered the dark entity is actually a portal to another world, one that's still taking shape. It plans to funnel resources from that realm to our world, tricking a guild into offering up human sacrifices. They call it providing life energy, but it's really just fuel to open the gate permanently. Hordes of monsters lie in wait for their prey. Once it absorbs enough life force, a stable portal will open completely, unleashing an endless army of demons upon us. Frostfang lowered his head, a familiar look from a century ago. He turned to Chu Yi and asked, "Are you scared now?" Chu Yi's gaze remained fixed on the orb, not scared, cautious. Rushing in won't solve anything. Tai Sin and the others just survived a brutal fight. They haven't mastered their newly acquired powers yet, and they aren't in peak condition. With a determined look, Chu Yi clenched his fist. To charge in recklessly now wouldn't be bravery, it would be pure stupidity. This thing isn't invincible. We just need time. Time for all of us to get much, much stronger. Frostfang agreed with his logic, but was still curious. Caution is the key to a hunter's survival. True. So, how will you get them battle-ready? They won't get stronger by just sitting around. Chu Yi raised the orb, a dangerous glint in his eyes and a sly smile on his face. "Oh, we won't be sitting around. Don't you see? This entire mirror prison is the perfect training ground." As he spoke, images flashed through his mind. "I have basic control over this place. I can create simulated opponents, allowing everyone to test the limits of their S-rank skills. In a completely controlled environment, he could even run diagnostics and push them with different levels of pressure to test them." Hearing the bold plan, Frostfang let out a laugh. "Now this is interesting." Chu Yi walked over to his team and announced, "All right, everyone, change of plans. We're not heading deeper just yet." Ling Feng turned, confused. "Why not?" Chu Yi explained grimly. "What's waiting for us in there is powerful. Stronger than anything we have ever faced before. I won't risk anyone getting hurt, or worse, because we weren't prepared. Before we make our final move, you're all going through some special training." Tai Xin put his hands behind his head, totally lost. Special training? In a freaky place like this? How? But Ling Feng's reaction was the complete opposite. His eyes lit up as he clenched his fists in excitement. "Special training? What kind?" he asked eagerly. An image appeared in his mind of Chu Yi as a puppet master. "I will use the dungeon's energy to create a simulated opponent, one that matches your power level, or is even a step above. The goal is simple. Through endless, hyper-realistic combat, you will unleash your full potential and completely master your newfound powers." Hearing this, Ling Feng practically jumped for joy. He grinned ear to ear. "Simulated combat? Hell yeah, I'm going first." But Ling Shi raised a hand, her face full of concern. "Shen Ling Feng, you just recovered from your injuries." But Ling Feng just waved her off, showing he was perfectly fine. "It was just a scratch. I'm good to go." Chu Yi's face turned serious. "Shen Ling Feng, this is not a game. The pain, the pressure, it will all be real. I will adjust the difficulty based on your performance. You might die in there, over and over again." But that didn't scare Ling Feng in the slightest. In fact, his eyes burned with even more determination. He simply said, "Bring it on." Chu Yi sighed in relief, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. His team wasn't scared. They were ready. He activated his power. The core floated into the air, swirling with golden light before their very eyes. The light engulfed Ling Feng completely. He stood his ground, unfazed. Then, the light faded into a purple mist, revealing Ling Feng standing alone in a vast, cave-like space. Suddenly, a figure wrapped in bandages lunged from the shadows, sword in hand. Ling Feng's razor-sharp instincts kicked in, and he spun around just in time. A status window popped into existence. Simulated body. Shadow Stalker. Level 35. Quality. Gold. Skills. Shadow Step. Severing Blow. Instantly, Ling Feng's hair erupted into flames. His ears grew long and pointed, and massive horns sprouted from his head. In his new demi-human form, Ling Feng gathered a ball of fire in his fist. He launched a blazing punch at the stalker, but just as it made contact, the enemy dissolved into smoke, dodging the attack completely. Ling Feng's eyes widened in shock. He unleashed a furious barrage of attacks in every direction, but the stalker was too fast, effortlessly weaving through the storm of blows. Realizing his opponent's power, Ling Feng roared in frustration. A shadow type! Damn it! In that instant, a cold blade grazed his neck, drawing blood. Ling Feng was stunned by the blinding speed. How can he be this fast? He threw another powerful punch, but the bandaged figure dodged it with ease. Outside, Chu Yi maintained the simulation, channeling his power into the core. His eyes were glued to the images of Ling Feng's desperate battle. So, I can sense the fight's every detail. This means I can adjust the simulation and the environment in real time. Shen Ling Feng isn't used to fighting shadow types. First, I'll tone down the environmental distractions. Once he adapts, I'll crank up the difficulty. Inside the fight, as the stalker closed in again, Ling Feng unleashed a torrent of dragon's breath, engulfing him in flames. The bandaged stalker was incinerated, turning to dust. But it wasn't over yet. Ling Feng glanced behind him with a smirk. Next time, bring a team. Outside, as more power flooded the core, Chu Yi turned to the others. Are you ready? He Lan, Lingzi, T-Xin, and Su Ran were enveloped in light, their faces set with grim determination. In a flash, they were gone, leaving only Chu Yun hugging her wolf cub. She looked around, confused, then stared at Chu Yi with hopeful eyes. He knew exactly what she was thinking. Don't even dream about it, he said flatly. Rejected without a second thought, she pouted in disappointment. Since she couldn't join the training, Chu Yun decided to build a snowman instead. Frost Fang approached Chu Yi. Well, kid, how does it feel to control this mirror core? Images of his friends fighting flickered within the orb. It's incredible, Chu Yi replied. It's like holding a key. Heavy, but a perfect fit. He gazed at the object in his hand, explaining how it felt to use it. My connection is still weak, but I can feel it growing deeper and stronger. Each time I create and maintain a simulation, my link to this space becomes clearer. The amount of power I can wield seems to grow, even if just by a little. Frostfang was pleased, but his tone was stern. I guess you have some talent after all. Remember this, treat this core like a new limb. Use it often, practice with it, until it becomes an extension of your will. When you achieve 100% mastery, every tree, every stone in this entire mirror prison dungeon will bend to your command. While they spoke, Chu Yun was nearby, bizarrely performing a bowing ritual to the snowman she'd built. Then, she looked up. Her innocent expression was gone, replaced by pure killing intent as she sliced the snowman's head clean off. The person next to her continued the conversation. That is the true power of a dungeon master. Before the majestic green dragon, Chu Yi declared with absolute confidence, I will achieve it. Meanwhile, Chu Yun ran, panting, to where the snowman's head had landed. She bent down to pick it up, right next to a large wall of ice. And in the reflection on the ice, she saw the silhouette of a group approaching. Chu Yun's eyes widened in absolute horror. Cold sweat beaded on her forehead as she stumbled backward, terrified. Her little wolf growled menacingly. She let out a piercing scream, Big Brother! In a blur, Chu Yi was there, shattering the ice wall with a single, perfect strike. After the ice exploded into shards, he looked down at her. What's wrong? Chu Yun scrambled to her feet, grabbing his arm desperately. Unable to hide her terror, she pointed forward. It's her! She's here! That evil woman in red. She was inside the mirror. They both stared at the glacier ahead, and she knew it for sure. The woman was inside the ice. The scene cuts to the entrance of Blackwind Valley. A woman appears, draped in patterned red silk, her eyes heavy with exhaustion. Behind her stood hulking figures, bound entirely in crimson wrappings. She gave the order, 6 of you, scout the path ahead, stay hidden, and do not be seen. The path forward was a whiteout of snow, a dangerous haze hiding God knows what. Sensing a strange aura, Lady Hong suddenly raised a hand to halt them. Wait, she commanded. 2 of you, enter from the front. 2 of you, circle around to the back of the valley and sneak in through the cracks. The other 2, protect me. Chu Yi observed everything, thinking to himself. His spiritual force was linked to the core of the mirror prison. Its perception could extend across the entire Black Wind Valley. It was like the whole valley was rigged with cameras. No matter what tricks she tried, she would never escape his grasp. His gaze turned icy, reflecting the intruders in his eyes. So, she was still alive. Her breathing was a mess. She must have used a forbidden technique to survive, but she was far from recovered. He turned and patted his sister's head reassuringly. The woman's condition was laughably weak. She was walking right into a trap. "Little Yun, don't be scared. I'm about to show you a little game." Hearing this, Chu Yun relaxed a bit and asked, "What kind of game, brother?" A thoughtful look crossed Chu Yi's face. "Cat and mouse." Meanwhile, Lady Hong hid and watched. Something was wrong. It was too quiet. Her instincts screamed at her, and she felt prying eyes everywhere, as if the entire valley was watching her every move. She had to find the source of this strangeness before she could report back to the boss. She ordered the two red-wrapped figures forward. "You two, go on ahead. Remember to conceal your movements." The two figures scrambled up the ice walls, while Lady Hong ran below, stunned. The first gate. It's been completely destroyed. Staring at the massive ice wall cleaved in two, she guessed it had been shattered by a single sword strike. A faint, familiar energy lingered in the air. From the ground, tentacles emerged, glowing with a faint yellow light. They writhed as if begging for help. She skidded to a halt, kicking up a cloud of snow as she saw what lay before her. Tendrils bathed in golden light erupted from the earth. Lady Hong gritted her teeth. Holy light. So it really was him. She glanced at the bracelet on her wrist, weighing her options. Should she report to the boss first and let him handle it? No. Doing that would reveal her weakened state, and she'd fail the mission. She'd better contact the hidden surveillance point inside the valley first to get a read on the situation. If she could pinpoint Chu Yi's location, that would be even better. But it was no use. Her bracelet flashed red again and again. Connection failed. Connection failed. She couldn't believe it. Even the Merchant Guild's highest-level encrypted signal was being blocked. Was this a spatial interference field? Impossible. Lady Hong closed her eyes. Red threads materialized from her hands, like a puppeteer trying to control her marionettes. The puppet strings relied on soul energy, so they shouldn't be affected by some unusual energy shield. Although, ever since entering the valley, there had been some kind of pressure that was making the connection sluggish. The red threads spread out across the landscape. The images of her two red-wrapped puppets flickered, but she could still feel them. Suddenly, a blinding light flashed, and the two puppets turned to look. At that exact moment, she coughed up blood. The connection was gone. The two puppets were still leaping across the cliffs when two immense forces slammed into them, tearing them apart like they were made of paper. Her face darkened in horror. The other two were gone as well. Could Chu Yi really possess spatial abilities? Or was he not the only intruder here? Lady Hong seethed, her hands clenched into fists. He took out 4 of her battle puppets in an instant, without giving them a single moment to react. In her current state, she had absolutely no chance of winning against him. From the sky, a girl with 2 long braids looked down in surprise. "Why is your face so pale, Lady Hong?" Lady Hong spun around and demanded, "What are you doing here?" The girl landed lightly on the ground. "Just a sect tribute collector passing through," Shadow Strike said with fake pity. "While you were sick in bed, I was the one who went around collecting all the sect's tributes. So I'll be taking over this mission too, right, Lady Hong?" Lady Hong's anger flared with suspicion. "Did you kill my puppets?" Shadow Strike looked annoyed, casually twirling her braid. "What are you even talking about? I have no idea. Looks like you've run into some major trouble, huh? You should hurry back and rest up. Who knows, maybe there's more than one intruder. You wouldn't want to die here, would you?" Lady Hong's face grew even paler. "Your tongue is as sharp as ever." Shadow Strike smirked playfully. "Maybe I just picked it up after following you for so long." Lady Hong and her remaining puppets turned to leave. "Fine, you can go on ahead and scout." Suddenly, a huge chunk of ice crashed down right in front of Lady Hong, freezing her in place. She scrambled backward in a panic as Shadow Strike looked up at the sky, surprised and confused. From above, dozens of figures that looked just like her were falling from the sky. He made this many clones? As a clone attacked, she dodged and yelled, "How do you have puppets like this? Hey, Lady Hong, you better explain this to me." But Lady Hong just stood there, staring at her own reflection in the ice, haggard and weak. Screams echoed from within the ice, and her face went blank. "Lady Hong, ah Hong, I'm begging you, please spare me. We were best friends. Why did you push me? Lady Hong, you even killed your own people for status." Meanwhile, Shadow Strike was still fighting the clones, who were getting stronger by the second. "They're getting even stronger," she roared. "These aren't like those dead puppets from before." "Lady Hong, what kind of powerful expert did you use to create these?" The girl used a flurry of moves to block the clones' attacks, but in just a few moments, they learned her skills and used them against her. Furious, a terrifying power began to radiate from her body. Staring daggers at the clones, she growled through her teeth. Beaten. By a bunch of fakes like you? How could I ever show my face at the guild again? Then, with a swing of her arms, she unleashed a massive wave of power. She grabbed the nearest clone by the neck and screamed, "I've suffered just as much as you have, Lady Hong." After that, she took down the remaining clones with a single, devastating attack. On the other side, Lady Hong saw illusions of the people she had wronged. Their gloomy voices rose up. "Ah, Hong, don't be blinded by gold and silver. Have you forgotten the corn cakes we shared in the slums? Please, spare me. I won't say anything. I can leave this place right now and never return to Tianlan province. Your men have my fiancée. They said if I don't obey, they'll strip her and parade her through the streets. Have mercy. I'll tell you everything. Don't be a fool. My 10-year-old son is still waiting for me at home. If you kill me, he'll be an orphan. Please, for the sake of the child, let me live this worthless life. I'll even become a prostitute, as long as I can watch him grow up. Just leave my body intact. Let me bow to my mother one last time before I die. Is that too much to ask? Lady Hong, you would even kill your own people for a little status. Were the riches Lord Liu gave you more important than our 20 years of friendship?" At the very end, an image appeared of a woman with a gentle smile, reaching out her hand. "Little one, you're hungry, aren't you? Wipe the blood from your face and come with me. From now on, your name will be Hong." Tears streamed down Lady Hong's face as she choked out the words, "foster mother." But in an instant, the woman's expression twisted, her eyes filling with hatred as she lunged toward Lady Hong. "When you were young, I thought you were just stubborn. I saved the best food and prettiest clothes all for you. I never imagined an ungrateful wretch like you would harm me too. Everything I taught you, you used it all against me." Lady Hong threw up a hand to block the attack, screaming, "Get out!" She unleashed crimson silks, ensnaring a massive skull to command its power. The Red Madam screamed in defiance, her voice echoing with rage. "I live in a mansion with gold-tiled floors now. I make people kneel and serve me the finest delicacies. That girl, Ah Hong, who survived on corn cakes, she froze to death in the slums a long time ago. I poured my soul into conquering Tianlan province's business world. You think I'd leave a loose end like you alive? If you die with your body intact, allowing you to be a good, dutiful son, wouldn't that make my years of building a reputation in Tianlan province a complete joke? Instead of believing your last-minute groveling, I'd rather make you watch her pay the price for your own stubbornness. That way, you'll never forget. Anyone who opposes me always brings ruin to those around them. You want to talk about paying the price? You're not worthy. This isn't a charity. If I don't let you bargain, you die." He became an orphan because his own mother betrayed him. What does that have to do with me? Lord Liu gave me wealth and glory. He didn't give me anything. I earned it with my mind, with my schemes. That's far more real than the 20 years of empty sentiment you talk about. You call me ungrateful? You're the one who raised me this way. If you truly cared about me, you would have climbed higher with me, not protected your pathetic, peaceful life while telling me to stop dreaming. The truth is, you couldn't keep up with me, and you wanted to drag me down into the mud. With a final, furious shout, she commanded the skull to unleash a colossal wave of power. The blast shattered the phantom figures from her illusion, as if destroying the very nightmares that haunted her. The energy surged through the mirror and burst outward, but in that same instant, the mirror reflected the light, sending it hurtling back. The mirrored attack appeared behind her in a flash, nearly getting him killed by those replicated puppets. "Now, I believe it's your turn to explain yourself, isn't it?" The Red Madam wrapped her in crimson silk once more. The energy she had just unleashed returned in an instant. Light flared, and she was pulled into another vision, a desolate, ruined wasteland. "This is my memory. How can this be here?" Behind the Red Madam, a monster opened its cavernous mouth, ready to devour her. She spun around in a rage. "Damn it! Still not giving up, are you?" But the monster was gone. In its place stood only a single mirror, a mirror maze with illusions, just a cheap trick to trap me. Red threads began to snake from her arms, her eyes turning ice cold, making me admit defeat won't be that easy. One by one, the puppets created by the Red Madam materialized. "Guardian puppet, level 35, appear." She commanded, "Smash these mirrors for me." But as the puppet swung at the glass, the mirror reflected its image, creating a dark duplicate from its own shadow. The original puppet sensed the new threat, glancing over its shoulder. In an instant, a brutal clash erupted between the two. The sound of their violent blows was enough to make anyone's skin crawl. Elsewhere, the Red Madam watched in horror as her puppets turned on each other. "Stop! All of you! Stop! What's wrong with you? You are my puppets. Obey my command and stop fighting." As the armor on her creations began to shatter, she screamed, "Stop! I said stop!" But her words were useless. They continued their frenzied assault. Finally, they stopped, but they were covered in wounds. The Red Madam trembled, crying out, "What are you trying to do?" Then, one of the puppets turned to look at her, a grotesque smile spreading across its face before they all vanished. Her nerves were stretched to the breaking point. She glanced around in terror. This isn't an illusion. It's domination. He can even control my own puppets. What kind of power is this? The Red Madam was drenched in a cold sweat, her mind racing. Chu Yi's control over the Black Wind Valley was completely beyond her understanding. And she was all alone. Of the 36 stratagems, flight was her only option. She had to escape, right now, and report this to the boss. He would know what to do. The Red Madam bolted back the way she came. The boss will definitely have a plan, but beneath her feet, the ground cracked and splintered. She looked down, startled, only to find the path had vanished. It had transformed into a bridge of ice. The slick surface sent her sliding down, snapping her control threads. After a terrifying slide, she finally stopped by slamming headfirst into a solid wall. The Red Madam looked up helplessly. My puppet strings are useless. He's just toying with me. I'm like a bug in a spider's web now, a plaything in your hands. Do whatever you want. Chu Yi, if you've got the guts, come out and kill me. Stop hiding like a rat. Outside, he watched her pathetic state through his control of the illusion. Chu Yi's voice echoed into the illusion. Struggle, just like all the people you treated as offerings. Now you get to feel their despair. He manipulated the mirrors, forcing her to see her own reflection. This special stage was designed just for you. The Red Madam began to bargain with Chu Yi. Chu Yi, the Merchant Guild's power is far beyond your imagination. The boss still has trump cards. Let me go, and I can plead your case to Lord Liu, he replied flatly. Not interested. Losing her composure, she shrieked, Chu Yi, the guild's legions are on their way. You can't keep me trapped forever. A bizarre-looking doll appeared in her hand. This is an explosive puppet, crafted by the guild's top-level artifact master. The entire guild only has one of these. Chu Yi, you can't control everything. Let's see you stop this. She unleashed a massive surge of power, shouting to the outside, even if I die, I'll destroy this entire place. A huge explosion rocked the illusion, leaving the Red Madam battered amidst the smoke and dust. She felt as if she'd lost something, a dazed look on her face. When she came to her senses, she looked down and discovered her legs were completely gone. Chu Yi's cold voice echoed around her. You want to die? I haven't given you permission yet. The Red Madam touched her head, a helpless laugh escaping as tears streamed down her face. You're a demon. Just kill me already, he responded calmly. Isn't watching your prey struggle in despair your favorite pastime? So why is it, when it's your turn, you're suddenly begging for death? You have some serious double standards. The Red Madam pushed herself up with her hands, her spirit completely broken. If you can control the entire Black Wind Valley, then the woman from before. You killed her, didn't you? She lowered her, then muttered, You want to take my place, just like she did. Chu Heng and Chu Xiaobai are still at the Chu family estate, aren't they? She instinctively looked to the sky, as if she could see the person beyond, her voice certain. That's right. A firm declaration aimed right at Zhou Yun, making her flinch with unease. And your little sister, too. Just then, chains of brilliant blue light erupted from all around, shooting straight for Lady Hong, whose face tensed. In an instant, the chain suspended her battered body, creating an intricate spiderweb that trapped her tightly in the center. Chu Yi's tone softened, but his expression remained a mask of cold fury. He then glanced at his sister standing behind him. Little Yun, don't watch. I'll finish this quickly. Chu Yun turned her head, hesitating for a moment. Then, with newfound courage, she stepped forward. Brother, let me do it. Chu Yi looked back, completely surprised. Little Yun clenched her fists tightly. She tried to kidnap me before. She wanted to hurt you and Sister Xiaoran. I was terrified of her. But now, Chu Yun's eyes burned with resolve. She placed a hand over her heart and spoke clearly. But if I'm always afraid of her, she'll haunt me forever. She will always be my nightmare. I can't live in fear like this. Please, brother, let me face her. Chu Yi reached out and gently stroked Chu Yun's hair. His voice was soft, and the reassuring gesture made her blush slightly. All right, I'll be right here with you. With that, he instantly teleported them both directly in front of Lady Hong, who was bound by the chains. A twisted grin spread across the woman's face, as if she expected this. Well now, is the little girl here? Lady Hong sneered at the siblings. It must feel nice to be protected all the time. Do you really want to be the one to kill me? Her face contorted in a crazed smile as she screamed. Do you even have the guts? Lady Hong struggled violently, causing the chains to dig deeper, drawing blood. The wounds on her legs, bound too tightly, began to gush. A few drops of blood splattered across Chu Yun's face. As she wiped the blood from her cheek, it was as if she was wiping away her fear itself. You evil woman. Chu Yun quickly formed an ice crystal, her voice ringing with defiance. I'm not afraid of you anymore. Lady Hong let out a provocative laugh. With that little trinket, I still remember you hiding behind Chu Yi, crying your eyes out. I'll never forget it. And now you dare point a weapon at me? But Chu Yun was completely unfazed by her words. She commanded the ice crystal, sending it piercing through Lady Hong's body, shattering the chains in the process. Though heavily wounded, the woman still raved like a lunatic. I am Lady Hong! Chu Yi and the Chu family were supposed to be mine. Laughing maniacally, Lady Hong grabbed a shard of the broken ice crystal. How could I possibly lose to a little brat like you? She took aim and hurled the sharp crystal straight at Chu Yun. Just die already! Zhou Yi roared after Peng Huang, shouting, Xiao Yun! In that instant, an immense power exploded from Chu Yun. Fearless, she crushed the shrinking ice crystal, vowing, You will never appear before my brother again. And with those words, Chu Yun shattered the crystal into a million glittering pieces. Immediately after, a storm of countless ice shards descended, piercing through Lady Hong's body. Blood sprayed everywhere as her eyes rolled back into her head, but it wasn't over. The tiny shards then swarmed her body, rapidly draining every last drop of blood. The dungeon has absorbed Lady Hong's energy. Control of the mirror prison core has been upgraded to 35%. Scanning for new guardians, Hongchu's bewitching shadow has been recorded in the dungeon's databank. Holding the ice crystal, Chu Yun spoke softly to her brother. Brother, from now on, I don't want to be a weakness used against you. Sensing the lingering fear in her voice, Chu Yi gently hugged her from behind. It's all over now. You did so well, little Yun. You've really grown up. Her brother's comforting words brought tears to her eyes as she grasped his hand. Chu Yi continued to praise her in a quiet voice. As they stood there, Lady Hong's body silently faded away. The little girl who always needed protection was gone. Elsewhere, in a dark room, a map covered in countless red dots hung on a wall. A man sat in a chair, observing it intently. Just then, a girl emerged from the shadows, standing quietly behind Liu Xuan. His voice was indifferent. I know, her value was spent. Anyway, this intruder is no ordinary opponent. Liu Xuan frowned, looking at a compass in his hand. The secret of that place has been exposed. The Dark Compass, an epic-grade artifact forged from demonic remains and abyssal crystal. Its core is inlaid with the remnant soul of a demon lord. The wielder can borrow the artifact's power, fusing with the demon lord's energy to greatly enhance their own dark power level. Staring at the dense arcs of lightning on the compass, Liu Xuan spoke a single name, Dark Deer. Instantly, a group of figures appeared, kneeling on one knee, awaiting his command. Their eyes showed they would do anything he asked. The members of Dark Deer, a level 41 Dark Wind Spirit, a level 42 Bone Curse Necromancer, a level 43 Darkstone Armored Warrior, a level 42 Blood Human Dark Swordsman, and a level 40 Shadow Strike Assassin. Liu Xuan leaned back in his chair, his cold eyes fixed on them as he rested his chin on his hand. There's been a disturbance at Black Wind Valley. I need you to go clean up the mess. Our master is still in slumber and must not be disturbed. Eliminate the intruder with absolute speed. Liu Xuan raised his hand, and red pills materialized in the air before each member. If necessary, use the blood-drunk pills to unleash your potential. A blonde-haired man stood, clasping his hands together. Rest assured, boss. Dark Deer will ensure the intruder never leaves that place alive. Suddenly, Liu Xuan snapped, useless. He stood up, and with a wave of his hand, a purple energy enveloped the entire group. Go. His voice dropped to a low command. Find that troublesome little rat. A hazy image appeared, showing a place like a hellish abyss. Amidst crackling flames that could sear flesh, a voice began to complain. So noisy. Behind Lady Hong were dozens of others, all bound with their hands tied tightly behind their backs. The next image showed her kneeling respectfully before a man. This month, 177 have been offered to the master. Then, the entire memory shattered as if it never existed. Chu Yi's heart filled with rage as he cursed, Damn that rainy night merchant guild. A faint blue light emanated from his sharp, icy eyes as a tide of killing intent rose from their depths. That female assassin wasn't absorbed by the dungeon when she died. The merchant guild must already know about Lady Hong's death. Liu Xuan is probably on his way here right now. As for the guild using living people for sacrifices and dealing with the demon tribe, this evidence is best handed over to my teacher. He waved his hand, opening a screen. Only his teacher could mobilize forces quickly enough to stop Liu Xuan and completely eradicate the merchant guild. On the other side, Wang Hui answered the call almost immediately. Chu Yi, what's going on that you're contacting me at this hour? Without hiding anything, Chu Yi reported the situation. Teacher, it's an emergency. I'm in Black Wind Valley. I've discovered the central secret of the Rainy Night Merchant Guild. He carefully recounted the events. The Merchant Guild was using living people to nurture a dark entity in the valley, but they were still hiding something else. He couldn't tell his teacher the truth about the mirror prison core. Not yet. he would have to pin the information he found on Lady Hong. With that thought, Chu Yi began to lie without even blinking. This is what I managed to get from Lady Hong. I can confirm the dark entity is actually a growing interdimensional gate. The purpose of the sacrifices is to accelerate the gate's formation. Once it fully matures, the demon tribe from the other side will pour out endlessly. The Central Xia Kingdom will face the same crisis we did 100 years ago. Wang Hui's expression didn't change. He calmly crossed his arms and asked, "What is the current status of the dimensional gate?" Chu Yi reported honestly. Because it absorbed too much energy, it has now entered a dormant digestive period. This digestion process is our final window of opportunity. Once it's complete, the gate will be permanently stabilized. After grasping the entire situation, Wang Hui nodded decisively and gave his orders. Understood. I will immediately use my highest authority to contact the military. They're sending elite troops to lock down Black Wind Valley. You need to pull out immediately. That's an order. But Zhou Yi still hesitated for a moment. He couldn't even finish his sentence. Crimson lightning tore across the sky. Suddenly, the comms went dead. His link to Wang Hui was completely severed. Liu Xuan was here, far sooner than anyone expected. The rest of the squad reacted instantly to the anomaly, gathering at Zhou Yi's call in a flash. Su Ran looked up, searching his face for answers, a little doubtful. Brother Yi, instead of answering her, you turn and call everyone to the prism? Get over here, now! It's an emergency! The prism showed Liu Xuan and his crew closing in fast. Zhou Yi quickly laid out their escape plan. Listen carefully, everyone. He has 5 underlings, all over level 40. He himself is a level 46. The power gap is insane. A direct fight is suicide. I'll get you out first. I'll hold them off until reinforcements arrive. Before he could finish, Ling Feng roared back, I'm not leaving! He scratched his head, worried but defiant. If anyone's leaving, it's them. I'm a man. I didn't train just to run away. Besides, I'm not letting you play the hero by yourself. Dream on. Zhou Yi wasn't impressed, shooting back with a harsh lesson. Shen Ling Feng. This is no time for a temper tantrum. The difference between level 40 and 26. But it wasn't just Ling Feng. Even the normally gentle Su Ran spoke up. Brother Yi, I'm staying too. And she wasn't alone. One by one, the others echoed her resolve, determined to help. We're a team. No one faces danger alone. We want to fight too. We can't let you carry the burden every single time. We all have S-rank skills now. We can make a difference if we stay. But Zhou Yi seemed completely unmoved. His face was a mask of pure exhaustion as he looked at them. This bunch of low-level rookies with more guts than sense was a massive headache. He didn't argue further. But before agreeing, he laid down the law. Fine. If you're all staying, then we're changing the plan. I'll warp space itself, separating Liu Xuan from his lackeys. I'll drag the 5 into different zones for each of you to handle. I'll be nearby to support you, but remember, this is not a drill. This is a real fight. You have to go all out. Most importantly, do not fight to the death. Your primary mission is to buy time until the army arrives. The second you're overwhelmed, call for me, and I'll teleport you out instantly. Got it? His long speech didn't dampen their spirits. In fact, their fighting will burn even brighter. That's more like it. Yeah, we got this. Don't worry, leave it to us. Just then, Liu Xuan casually strode forward. Seeing them just standing there, his face twisted in rage as a dense violet miasma exploded from his back. You idiots don't know when to die. Scram! Zhou Yi opened his palm, unleashing his own spatial cube. Begin. In that same instant, golden threads of light ensnared Liu Xuan's crew. A strange sigil materialized beneath their feet. As he felt his subordinates' auras vanish, Liu Xuan knew exactly what it was with a single glance. A spatial distortion. In a flash, the assassin, Ying Ji, was transported to a desolate, ruined landscape. Su Ran was already waiting for her. The moment her enemy appeared, she lunged, her greatsword arcing high, but her blade only sliced through an empty afterimage. Ying Ji's true form remained untouched. Well. So, the little rat is a girl. A cocky smirk spread across her face. She showed no fear, only the pure arrogance of a level 40. Too bad. What can a pathetic level 26 like you possibly do to me? Su Ran didn't waste her breath. Her massive blade spun, the tip rocketing forward like a bullet, but it only pierced another illusion. Still, her spirit didn't waver. In fact, her violet eyes grew even colder, harder. With a flick of her wrist, she spun again, unleashing another powerful strike. This time, she found her mark. Ying Ji was forced to catch the blade with her bare hand, but her voice held a hint of grudging respect. You can see through my phantom steps? Just like before, Su Ran remained silent. She twisted the hilt, then with both hands, swung the flat of the blade with immense force, a seemingly clumsy attack that just grazed the assassin's clothes. And yet, Ying Ji landed safely on the ground without a scratch, causing Su Ran to fight to keep her composure as frustration began to creep in. Even for an assassin not focused on raw power, a level 40 was overwhelmingly strong. This wasn't going to be easy. Watching from afar, Zhou Yi closed his eyes, sending her instructions telepathically. Xiao Ran, don't meet her head on. Her raw speed and power are on another level, but you can use your succubus's enhanced perception to lock onto her location, then force her out of the shadows with a sword formation. An assassin's greatest weapon is stealth. Once you take that away, she's much less of a threat. Pushed to her limit by Su Ran's relentless assault, Yingji snapped. This time, she didn't dodge, she went for the kill. As razor-sharp shurikens flew at her, Su Ran simply slammed her massive sword straight into the earth. The world around them seemed to grind to a halt. The projectiles struck her blade and ricocheted away. Beneath Su Ran's feet, a glowing circular sigil began to expand. Ghostly apparitions, each in her image, flickered into existence, sowing chaos on the battlefield. This was her skill, Phantom Sword Formation. To explain this technique, Phantom Sword Shadow Formation, Level 1S, summons a sword soul to attack the target. It also has a chance to stun and apply a poison debuff. Upon despawning, the sword soul delivers a final, devastating blow. So it didn't matter how many illusions Yingji created. The phantom swords cut them down effortlessly, leaving nothing behind. She was still sneering with contempt when a sword shadow slashed right through her. Yingji froze, a jolt of searing pain erupting in her chest. What? For the first time, fear crept into her eyes as she stared at the bizarre formation. Every second I'm in this field, my speed drops. I can't maintain perfect concealment anymore. Worse, she could feel the wound corroding. Her face went deathly pale, sweat beading on her brow. That damn brat! She poisoned her blade! But then, Yingji suddenly melted into the ground, phasing through the earth itself. A moment later, she re-emerged, her body completely healed, without a single scratch. My level is high, but my assassination arts are useless here. Trapped in this formation, I'm being suppressed to death. Even as she muttered to herself, Yingji charged straight for Su Ran. That brat must be the core of the formation. If I kill her, the whole thing collapses. She lunged, her hand aimed straight for Su Ran's gut, screaming in triumph as if she'd already won. Even then, Yingji completely misjudged the situation, still sneering about the massive level gap. See? The level difference is just 2. But then, Su Ran grabbed the assassin's wrist and pulled the hand from her own stomach, shocking Yingji to her core. What are you doing? Su Ran held her fast, ignoring the blood spreading across her uniform. At that moment, dozens of phantom hands grasped the great sword above. They aimed its deadly tip straight toward the heavens. Su Ran stared her down, ending the game with one final move, Sword Soul, returned to silence. Meanwhile, on another front, the battlefield was torn asunder, covered in deep gouges, as if the earth itself had been ripped apart. With a deafening roar that shook the heavens, Lin Feng's ferocious dragon claw was completely stopped by his enemy's unyielding steel shield, and yet he didn't show a hint of despair. Instead, it was like a shot of adrenaline, fueling his rage even further. My blazing dragon knee is next. Let's see how many of these your little shield can take. He instantly activated his 2 hidden states, Blood Frenzy and Crimson Flame Fist. Lin Feng's opponent, a man with brownish blonde hair, held the shield firm with one hand while thrusting a spear with the other, cursing, "You ant." Lin Feng quickly summoned a barrier of dragon chi to block the spear tip. In a flash, the battlefield was split by 2 clashing auras, but Shikai's spear was far sharper than Lin Feng had ever imagined. Even though he managed to block the attack, it didn't end. The assault was relentless. Worse, he was slowly but surely being driven back. Cracks began to spiderweb across the dragon shield where the spear struck. From a distance, Chu Yi sent a telepathic warning. Lin Feng, he's a level 43 Dark Warrior. His physical defense and raw power are off the charts. A head-on clash is a losing battle. Use your dragon's breath to burn him, wear him down, and enrage him. Your opening will appear right after he goes berserk. Shikai, already tasting victory, smirked with pure superiority, even feigning a little regret. First time I've met someone even more reckless than me. Your moves are powerful and decisive, with no obvious flaws. Plus, reaching level 26 at your age is impressive. Too bad. Shikai poured more strength into his muscles, driving his spear forward once more. When it comes to a contest of pure strength, I will not lose. Heeding Chu Yi's advice, Lin Feng changed his entire strategy. The moment he withdrew the dragon shield, he slammed a powerful fist straight into the ground. I'm done playing your game. Shikai was stunned by this seemingly random move. The massive cloud of dust that kicked up disoriented him for a crucial second. Seeing this golden opportunity, Lin Feng shot forward without a shred of hesitation. There's an opening. He opened his mouth wide, just as Chu Yi had advised. and attacked. Dragon's Breath. Sensing the immense danger, Shikai immediately thrust his spear forward, forcing his opponent to dodge. The dragon's breath vanished into thin air, but Shikai was only growing more frenzied. He stomped the ground, spun on his heel, and used the momentum to launch his entire body forward. With his gleaming spear in hand, he roared, "That opening? I left it for you on purpose. Did you really think fighting a level 43 would be so simple?" Shikai could now feel the danger from Lin Feng. He grew desperate and thrust his spear with killing intent. Die. Too bad Ling Feng was tougher than a cockroach. His body weaved between every single thrust, and he still had the breath to curse back. "Tch, you stubborn iron turtle, you almost got the drop on me, but that was just for show." He'd barely dodged the spear multiple times and was starting to sweat. As the fight dragged on, the massive gap in their power levels became undeniable. If this keeps up, he thought, I'm going to be completely drained sooner or later. Finally, the inevitable happened. Lin Feng was no longer fast enough and was sent flying by Shikai's blow, but Chu Yi had been waiting for this exact moment. Now, his power is at its peak, but his defenses are wide open. Hearing those words, Lin Feng staggered to his feet, wiping a trail of blood from the corner of his mouth. Nice hit. Watching Shikai charge in again without giving him a moment to breathe, he just let out a defiant laugh. "The harder you hit, the more excited I get." Lin Feng stretched out his hand. It was time to return every wound he had received. "Didn't you say you love crushing me with raw power? Today, you're going to learn what it means to pay a blood debt with blood." After entering his berserk state, Shikai lacked the sanity to see the trap. Instantly, the entire battlefield transformed into a deep, crimson sea of blood. Blood seemed to pour from the sky and well up from the ground, covering everything. Following a shout from Lin Feng, blood droplets the size of dumplings began to fly in from all directions. He couldn't dodge. More accurately, there was nowhere to dodge. The blood droplets latched onto his body. Feeling his strength being drained away, his pupils shrank in absolute horror. "They're absorbing my life force and my power!" Shikai crushed the blood sacs clinging to him like leeches, his berserk state becoming even more unstable as he roared. "What is this dark magic?" Lin Feng didn't bother explaining, just stood there laughing with satisfaction. "Iron Turtle, even the hardest shell is useless now. Have a taste of your own power." Then he muttered 4 words, Bloodlust Fury. He then explained the ability. Bloodlust Fury Level 1 absorbs the blood chi from an enemy's body, forming blood essence orbs. These blood essence orbs gather to form a soul blood sphere. When thrown at an enemy, it can cause a massive blood chi explosion. At that moment, all the spheres stuck to Shikai detonated at once, creating a thick red fog that completely engulfed the area. Outside in the original space, Chu Yi was busy, constantly observing everyone's situation in their separate pocket dimensions through his scrying glass. The first 4 space fragments were proceeding smoothly, all thanks to his help. But then, something went wrong on Xialan's side. A skeleton had broken through her protective barrier and was lunging forward to tear her to pieces. Fortunately, Chu Yi saw it happen from the outside. Xialan is in danger. He channeled his power into his multifaceted orb, preparing to protect her from afar. Guardian of Light. Instantly, a brilliant and powerful barrier of golden light appeared around Xialan, blocking the skeleton's hideous hand. Furthermore, the power of the holy light easily purified the bony monster, causing it to shriek in agony. In the end, the unlucky skeleton could only crumble into a pile of bone dust next to the barrier Chu Yi had casually created. Xialan was filled with gratitude, but she wasn't ready to give up and wanted to keep fighting for her friends. "Thanks, I can still hold on." Chu Yi didn't reply. He quickly scanned the situation of his teammates in the 4 other dimensions, all while maintaining 5 battlefields at once. The drain on his spiritual power was greater than he'd imagined. Thankfully, no one else was in mortal danger for now. In the 6th space, his little sister, Zhou Yun, was perfectly safe, playing with a puppy. The sight brought Chu Yi a moment of relief. She's safe here. Now, time to deal with the biggest nuisance of them all. That nuisance was, of course, the scene unfolding in the largest scrying glass before him. There, Liu Xuan was on a rampage, cutting through an entire army as if it were nothing. To stop his advance and buy time for his teammates, Chu Yi had no choice but to summon his personal guardians. From deep within the earth, hundreds of monsters of all shapes and sizes began to emerge. They stretched out their long, grotesque arms, breaking through the rock and soil like a writhing swarm of worms. The scale of the Guardian army grew and grew, until the entire area, for 1,000 meters in every direction, was crawling with them. And all those Guardians had a single mission given to them by their master: stop him. Yet, in the middle of that treacherous landscape, a lone figure walked forward with casual, fearless steps. Liu Xuan had his hands in his pockets, his sharp gaze looking down on the squirming masses with utter contempt. Ants. A terrifyingly powerful aura began to radiate from his body, so immense that the very ground around him trembled, and the air itself grew thick and hard to breathe. As the dust began to settle, the figure of Madame Hong slowly came into view. A deadly, crimson light gleamed in her eyes. She lunged forward, trailed by streams of red energy and shadowy figures known as the Crimson Bewitching Phantoms. Liu Xuan simply mused, "Well now, Madame Hong." He raised a hand to his shoulder, his voice as cold as ice, not even staying quiet in death. Threads of purple spiritual energy shot out, instantly restraining Madame Hong. They threw her backwards with incredible force, slamming her body hard against the ground. Liu Xuan's voice boomed again. "Stop hiding in the shadows and playing games. Come out and face your death." As he spoke, a bizarre compass materialized in his hand, swirling with a blood-red spiritual energy before his cold, emotionless face. The energy gathered and condensed, forming a colossal blood-red phantom right behind him. Liu Xuan raised his arm to his shoulder, and the phantom's arm mirrored the movement perfectly. Then, Liu Xuan slammed his hand down with a mighty roar. The phantom mimicked the motion, unleashing a devastating palm strike that obliterated the vast area before him in a series of thunderous explosions. Just as everything shattered, Chu Yi's body shot up, suspended in midair as the attack rushed toward him. Suddenly, a blinding golden light erupted from the center of his forehead. A shimmering barrier appeared before Chu Yi, blocking the deadly blow. Liu Xuan looked up and sneered, "A little level 30 rat can actually block 50% of my power? The secrets you're hiding are far more interesting than I imagined." After stopping the powerful blast, the barrier in front of him slowly dissolved. In a flash, Liu Xuan leaped into the air, appearing right in front of Chu Yi. Just as Liu Xuan unleashed his attack, Chu Yi's figure instantly teleported behind him. Liu Xuan frowned and turned his head, his voice filled with disbelief. "You stole the prison core mirror? And you've mastered it to this degree? Should I call you a once-in-a-century genius, or a fool who doesn't know life from death?" Chu Yi calmly replied, "Boss Liu, you flatter me. Compared to your grand scheme of sacrificing living people to feed a gate to another world, my little tricks are hardly worth mentioning." He thought to himself, "I knew those magical beasts couldn't stop Liu Xuan. Sending them out was just a way to buy a little more time." Liu Xuan shot back, "That worthless Madame Hong, seems she revealed quite a few things to you before she died." Chu Yi responded, "When you're facing death, you'll trade any secret for a chance to survive." He mused internally. It seems he doesn't know the prison core mirror can view past memories. Liu Xuan raised his hand, gathering energy, his face alight with a predatory excitement. "Hand it over," he threatened, "and I might let you die a little more comfortably. I could even give you a chance to work for me. It's a pity for a talent like you to die." At that moment, Chu Yi began to transform, laughing loudly as he replied, "You've been a dog for so long. Have you forgotten what it's like to be a man?" Liu Xuan continued his negotiation. "A wise man knows his place. If I wanted to, I could awaken the Demon Clan ahead of schedule. When that happens, this whole Blackwind Valley will be overrun, and you won't survive either." As his transformation completed, Chu Yi shot back, "You don't dare. Everything the Merchants Guild is doing. Isn't it just to spread rumors and hide the truth until your master awakens?" Chu Yi's voice rang out, "Your master isn't ready, and a mere henchman like you doesn't have what it takes to step into the light." Hearing this, veins bulged on Liu Xuan's face, his features twisting with rage. He swung his arm and roared, "Such a sharp tongue! I will personally rip your soul from your body and let you taste a fate worse than death." But before Liu Xuan could strike, a brilliant golden sigil appeared in the sky above him. From that dazzling light, a powerful beam shot straight down. Liu Xuan hastily raised his hands, using his own power to block the attack. A golden phantom materialized, summoning a massive sword. The phantom then raised the sword high, preparing to strike. The target of this colossal blade was none other than Liu Xuan, trapped within his own red barrier. Liu Xuan's eyes glowed red as he roared, "Hell's crimson tide," a technique that draws upon the dark energy of a massive area, forming a weaponized current with both destructive and corrosive properties. Chu Yi watched intently as a blinding spot of light appeared inside the red sphere and began to expand. Activating Righteous Judgment, Level 5. A divine magic circle opened, and blades of light rained down from the sky, ambushing the enemy. The final blow came from the Angel of Justice itself, hurling a spear of light that would cause devastating damage. Liu Xuan's deep voice echoed through the space, striking first. Truly excellent combat instincts. A pity. In the face of absolute power, such clever tricks are meaningless. Just before the attack hit his body, Chu Yi clapped his hands together. Mirror-like shards appeared, each one reflecting Liu Xuan's face. Then, the crimson energy blast shattered the fragments. The deadly attack continued onward, forcing Chu Yi to leap back, narrowly dodging the blow. He finally landed a great distance from the impact, clutching his chest in pain. A trickle of blood appeared at the corner of his mouth. Liu Xuan, holding his compass, coldly declared, "Very good. A level 30 ant actually managed to injure me, but this is where it ends." He activated a fusion skill, temporarily gaining the power of a demon lord and massively boosting all of his attributes. With the Crimson Phantom looming behind him, Liu Xuan sighed. "To force me to use the true power of my origin compass, you should be proud." He raised his hand and declared, "Now, be destroyed." Chu Yi's eyes widened in shock as an immense pressure wave slammed into him. Liu Xuan's palm strike shot straight for his position, causing terrifying destruction. Chu Yi's body was sent flying helplessly through the air. When the palm strike ended and the dust settled, he was seen skidding across the ground, using his hands to keep himself from collapsing completely. Chu Yi looked up, thinking, level 46 plus an epic grade item, the very nature of his power has undergone a qualitative change. Even if my class has an advantage against his dark energy, with a level gap this huge, I have no chance of winning. His brow furrowed in determination as he yelled, "Tai Xin!" The scene shifted, revealing her in another dimension, losing a fight with a sword at her throat. Chu Yi quickly intervened, knocking the sword away and neutralizing the danger. The image faded, and Liu Xuan's voice rang out, full of smug realization. "So you've been using the prison core mirror to maintain 5 mirror dimensions all this time." He stood there, gloating. "I was wondering why my assassins were taking so long to break through your home base. It'll take them some time to get out, but with your mind divided, how can you possibly defeat me?" Chu Yi stood up and replied coldly, "You don't need to worry about that." But in his heart, he knew. Maintaining 5 mirror dimensions while fighting Liu Xuan was an immense drain on his spirit. The mental toll was too great. He had to make a gamble. He pulled back the spiritual power maintaining the mirror dimensions, focusing it all into the prison core mirror. Liu Xuan leaped forward, his red axe held high. "Today I'll show you the vast chasm between level 30 and level 46. He smashed his axe into the ground, shattering the earth and sending debris flying everywhere. Chu Yi retreated in time and immediately unleashed a counterattack. Punishment of light. Golden lightning crashed down, all of it aimed straight at Liu Xuan. Chu Yi's sharp eyes were locked on his target. Chains of light erupted from the ground, locking down the entire area around Liu Xuan on all sides. Divine Thunder. Heavenly Prison Lock. An S- skill, level 3. It manipulates divine lightning to form a prison, trapping enemies on the spot. He retreated to a safe distance, bracing his entire body against a large stone slab behind him. Chu Yi used it as a foothold and kicked off with all his might, launching himself forward. But from the epicenter of the rattling chains, a brilliant red light took aim. A violent blast shattered the cage Chu Yi had worked so hard to create and even shattered the sword in his hand. A thin layer of sweat appeared on his forehead, but his hand was still spread open, preparing the Hand of God skill. A giant hand reached out to block Liu Xuan's dark red light, but its destructive power was too strong, and even the Hand of God was shattered. Chu Yi gritted his teeth, enduring the pain as his blood splattered into the air. Ye rushed forward from behind to support him. "I'm here to help you." 3 powerful forces collided, creating a massive explosion that swept across the ground. Bonya and Chu Yi were thrown to the earth. Chu Yi's transformed body returned to its original state, while Bonya began to slowly fade away. He struggled to sit up, his body trembling as he looked at Bonya. "Bonya, retreat." Just as he successfully withdrew, Liu Xuan flew down and landed nearby. A dragon soul, about to fade into nothing. "You're really asking for a death wish. You're not bad. I'll give you that. Too bad you ran into me. In my presence, all your little trump cards are completely worthless." He glanced at the floating glass shards, a flicker of confusion in his eyes. On each shard of glass, an image from a different dimension flickered into view. In one, Su Ran was pinned down by countless feathers. In another, Ling Feng was beaten to the ground, unable to even lift his head. Xialan wasn't faring any better than her teammates. She was being brutally beaten by a horde of skeletons. And in the fourth dimension, Ling Tong was pinned to a wall by countless arrows, like a human dartboard. Tai Xin had also been run through with a sword, left unconscious in a pile of rubble. Liu Xuan laughed maniacally. "You can barely protect yourself, yet you want to protect others? That's hilarious." With just a lift of his hand, he crushed Chu Yi under the immense pressure of gravity. The Yu right now doesn't even have the right to try and save them. His hand strained, claws digging into the dirt as he fought against the crushing weight. He let out a defiant roar, his eyes burning with an unyielding spirit. Divine Thunder, Child of the Apocalypse. SSS-, level 3. He entered the Apocalypse stance. Abnormal status resistance skyrocketed by 60%. Thunder-based skill damage surged by 60%, lasting for 15 seconds. Once again, he was clad in magnificent armor, Launching himself at Liu Xuan, he unleashed a devastating strike. Liu Xuan leaned back, dodging the blow. The sheer force of the attack tore up the ground all around them, but Liu Xuan grabbed his wrist with ease. With a casual flick, he sent Chu Yi's weapon flying from his hand, a triumphant smirk spreading across his face. Liu Xuan pressed his attack, striking Chu Yi square in the face, shattering the mask he wore. He held up the glass shard, showing Ling Tong being riddled with arrows right in front of him. Listen, look, and feel every single one of your friends march toward their doom. Experience this helplessness deep down to your very bones. As Liu Xuan finished speaking, the shard in his hand cracked and shattered into dust. Chu Yi's eyes blazed crimson with fury, veins bulging on his forehead, but he was powerless to escape his enemy's grip. A series of piercing sounds echoed, and the atmosphere grew terrifying. For the first time, Liu Xuan was startled, his eyes wide with surprise. A massive gate, intricately carved with dragons, materialized in the void. He looked around nervously, a worried expression on his face. This fluctuation, it's not right. Chu Yi glanced at the glass shards, which were now shaking violently. The energy of the glass prison core had become extremely unstable. At that moment, a pillar of dark red light erupted from the void, swirling like a vortex as it shot towards the sky. This new wave of energy lashed out at them, forcing Liu Xuan to release Chu Yi to defend himself. Chu Yi collapsed to the ground. His wrist, where Liu Xuan had grabbed him, had turned a horrifying black. That spiritual attack was terrifying, pure, primal. It made his very soul tremble. This thing was at least level 60. Liu Xuan stared in panic at the newly appeared gate. No, impossible. The digestion period isn't over yet. How could it awaken so soon? Was it because of that energy blast? My lord, please, calm your anger. I haven't finished preparing the offerings for you yet. The crimson gate only creaked open in response, unleashing a torrent of black miasma. Not a single word was uttered. Writhing tentacles began to slither out, as if the creature inside was desperate to escape. Chu Yi gasped for breath, healing his injured wrist while watching the glass prison shatter. Its spatial shields couldn't handle this level of energy interference. All the dimensions collapsed into chaos, throwing everyone together into the same dark, empty space. The space has been erased. Is everything taken care of on your end, Bloodblade? At the same time, those dark tentacles stabbed down into the ground, causing massive fissures to crack open across the earth. The creature sprouted like mushrooms after a rainstorm, appearing everywhere and surrounding the group on the ground. Its tentacles smashed massive boulders to pieces as a piercing shriek echoed, hungry, food, energy, food. The girls huddled together, supporting one another as they stared up at the creature that blotted out the entire sky. Debris flew everywhere as its colossal body struggled to pull itself from the deep chasm. Bloodblade watched in terror and amazement as the massive creature destroyed everything in its path. One of the tentacles had already wrapped around a girl, hoisting her toward the sky. She screamed in panic, "Captain, save me!" He watched in horror, shouting her name, Feng Xuan. Liu Xuan also watched and muttered a name, Shi Kai. He reverted to his normal form, his eyes completely cold and devoid of emotion. To be noticed by the master is his blessing. He turned and delegated to his remaining servants. You all stay here and protect the master. I'm going back to get a new batch of offerings. Lan Kang blocked his path, calling out his treacherous plan. Boss, are you planning on abandoning us? Standing on a teleportation array, he roared back, Insolence! I'm going to get more food to appease the master. The creature's tentacles were growing denser, almost completely covering the ground. It was going to need a lot more food. He coldly ordered them to kill the others and feed the master, but the man caught by the tentacle resisted, refusing to obey. No! Let me go! The rest of the Bloodblade scrambled to flee, trying to escape the creature's reach. Quick, use the blood essence pill! He hastily threw the dark red blood essence pill into his mouth, crushing the dark red pill between his teeth. The moment he swallowed it, his power exploded. His pupils glowed crimson as he spun around, aiming his spear. The tentacle closed in fast, kicking up dust and debris everywhere. The creature finally revealed its full form. It had no eyes or nose, just a single gaping maw filled with razor-sharp teeth. Its tentacles held several people captive in front of Chu Yi as it growled, low-quality energy, noisy insects. Chu Yi's group of 5 stood beneath the massive shadow it cast, all of them completely silent. Suddenly, countless eyes opened all over its body, each one different, looking in every direction. Hungry. Delicious food. Pure. Abruptly, a tentacle detected Su Ran and lashed out at her. Almost instantly, Chu Yi was the first to react, moving in a blur. He swept Su Ran up in his arms, carrying her away from the attack. Chu Yi spun around, shielding her tightly with his own body. He took the full force of the attack with his sturdy back to protect her. Brother Chu Yi. He bit down hard, forcing back the metallic taste of blood rising in his throat. He turned his head to look at what had just shattered his shield. That corrosive power is intense. My holy power is being consumed at a rapid rate. The creature Liu Xuan called Master seemed to have gone berserk. It roared and growled, kicking up clouds of dust. Food thief! Its tentacles once again targeted Chu Yi and Su Ran, lashing out. You deserve to die! Tai Xin and Xia Lan were in a panic, but they were too far away, able to do nothing but scream their names in helplessness. Brother Yi! Chu Yi! Chu Yi was completely exhausted. He struggled to keep his heavy eyelids from closing, muttering a few broken words. Divine. Just then, a pillar of blue light appeared. Its powerful light illuminated the entire area. 5 pillars of light shot down from above, piercing through the tentacles and decisively blasting away parts of the creature's body. Following that, countless blue beams of light rained down, shredding the dark monster to pieces. Chu Yi looked up in surprise at the spectacular scene before him, a faint glimmer of light finally shining on his desperate face. A large ship cut through the fog and flew towards them. This is the northwest war zone of the demon-hunting capital of the Zhongxia nation. All non-military units must disarm immediately and cease all resistance. Standing high above on the airship were Teacher Wang and Han Shan, who had arrived just in time to help. The bay door at the bottom of the airship slowly opened, releasing white steam that billowed into the air with the hum of the engines. 2 rows of soldiers in white armor, armed with advanced weapons, stepped forward at their commander's signal. They quickly leaped down from the airship, all of them moving with a strange professional calm. The soldiers who landed began to eliminate the monster. More and more reinforcements poured down to assist. The captain broke away from the group and went straight to Chu Yi and his team. He took out a crystal ball, his eyes filled with concern as he spoke. Student Chu Yi, it's dangerous here. Please cooperate with me immediately to retreat to a safe location. After he spoke, he threw the crystal ball straight toward them at high speed, leaving a faint blue trail of light. The crystal sphere shattered, engulfing Chun-Gi's team of 5 in a blinding light. 4 orbs of energy formed around them, lifting them into the air as separate groups. Holding So Nian tight, Chun-Yi shouted a warning to the soldiers below. This is bad! That thing's energy signature is still climbing. We've made it angry. The moment he spoke, the monster's tentacles unleashed their fury, making it impossible for the fighter jets to get close. One by one, they were swatted from the cramped airspace and blown to smithereens. From the thick smoke of the explosions, bizarre new monsters rose, turning their gaze towards the reinforcements. Somehow, their numbers just kept growing. They charged forward in a frenzy as laser fire mowed them down, one after another. Armor-piercing rounds tore through their bodies, returning them to dust. Yet, the support team held their ground, not one soldier flinching or retreating before the overwhelming horde. More fighter jets were deployed, raining down bullets and engulfing everything in a sea of fire. Hamsan stood commanding the operation, his voice booming. First and second squads, lay down suppressing fire on that monster spawn point. Seal that gate for me. Third squad, sweep and destroy the scattered monsters. Fourth squad, establish a containment barrier and lock down this space. Just as he finished his orders, Teacher Vuong approached. Hamsan, this is more complicated than we thought. Its level of awakening is incredibly high. He turned to face the older man. Doesn't matter. Even if that gate fully forms, I'm shutting it down today. With that, he turned his gaze back to the front line. Your star pupil has arrived. And just as he said, Chung-Gi landed safely on the ship's deck with So Nian and the others. As soon as he was stable, he looked at Teacher Vuong with concern. The teacher directed the medical team to assist them. Everyone immediately got to work, treating wounds and restoring the squad members' energy. One medic knelt to check So Nian's condition, his brow furrowed in worry. Don't move her. She's been deeply poisoned. The toxin has already entered her cardiovascular system. His teammate, holding a staff, added his own grim assessment. It'll take at least half an hour to completely neutralize this poison. Chung-Gi watched as So Nian weakly opened her eyes to look at him. Brother Chung-Gi, I'm okay. Go. Do what you need to do. Just then, Teacher Vuong stepped toward them, hands clasped behind his back. Don't try to be strong, he said gently. Follow their instructions and get treated. We'll take over the battlefield now. Chung-Gi looked at him. Teacher, that gate is absorbing the energy from our attacks. If this bombardment continues, something terrible will happen. I saw it clearly from below. Every time a blast hit it, the dark aura around the gate grew thicker. Hamsan's calm voice cut in, trying to reassure Chung-Yi. Kid, I understand your concern. His expression was unchanging, though his brow furrowed slightly. But in my book, there's no problem that can't be solved with a big enough cannon. And if that doesn't work, you just use an even bigger cannon. Chung-Yi desperately tried to stop him. Wait, it's really not a normal dimensional gate. But Hamsan had already turned back to command the battle. All units, listen up. The barrage will now shift to an unordered saturation-style attack. Randomize elemental energy attributes every 30 seconds. Barrier team, lock down this space for me. Don't let a single mosquito get out. The fire team responded decisively to his command. Yes, sir. The barrier team also roared in unison, a thunderous cry of determination. Yes, sir. Every single soldier was fired up, ready to fight to the bitter end. Yes, sir. The fighter jets unleashed a relentless hail of bullets. The dense curtain of fire rained down endlessly, hammering a single point until it exploded. But it didn't stop there. On Hamsan's command, the firepower changed every second, followed by a torrent of grenades that caused a chain of unending explosions. A group of mages holding scepters formed a straight line, their expressions solemn as they advanced with imposing auras. Following Hamsan's direction, they began to form the array. A series of multicolored barriers spread across the sky, forming an all-elemental cannon. Beams of colored light rained down on the monsters, and a chain of explosions tore the beast's formation apart. They were knocked back by the sheer destructive force. The explosions grew larger and larger, severely affecting visibility. A squadron of fighter jets fired until their engines glowed red hot, the chaotic collisions turning the entire space into a vortex of destruction. Those fighter jets suddenly seemed to disconnect from their command server, all of them falling from the sky completely out of control. And then, everything exploded again, a blinding flash of light sending shockwaves across a massive area. Suddenly, through the storm of bombs and bullets, Koi Hang appeared, his sword techniques a blur. He charged the creature's pitch-black tentacles, shredding them to pieces with a single, devastating strike. Koi Hang landed, and as his feet touched the ground, the severed tentacles rained down around him. He stood there, face tense, staring straight ahead, not daring to even blink. But perhaps in that moment, he finally realized just how small he was before this monstrous being. Koi Hang's pupils turned violet, reflecting a vortex that seemed to suck the very soul from his body. He stood there, frozen, turning himself into a perfect target for the crazed, ravenous monster. A chaotic volley of green light beams shot out from its maw-like opening. But the destination of those light beams wasn't him. It was Hamsan's high-altitude fighter jets. And on the ground, the soldiers in white armor suffered the same fate as Koi Hang. Hamsan stared in horror at the screen, which had turned completely red. That damn gate! It reflected all of our attacks right back at us. A squad member urgently reported the battle status. General Ningu, the target's evolution speed is far exceeding our predictions. Its physical and energy resistance are still climbing. Seeing the dire situation, Teacher Vuong spoke up. Hamsan, conventional firepower is useless. We need to destroy its core, and fast. The commander was lost in thought, remembering how they used to deal with dimensional gates. By testing them with soldiers' lives. We would attack one area at a time, watch its reaction, and sacrifice thousands of lives just to pinpoint the core's exact location. His voice, heavy with memory, reached Chuni's ears, startling him. 9th Squad, prepare for deployment. You will begin the core-seeking mission in 1 minute. Not letting go of So Nin, Chungi looked up at them anxiously. Teacher, this core you're talking about, it's the point of most intense energy fluctuation and the most unstable. Right? Teacher Vuong quickly explained. Correct. The core is the dimensional gate's energy nexus, which also makes it its weakest point. As long as we destroy the core, the gate will collapse on its own. This is the conclusion the military has reached after hundreds of years of fighting. As soon as his explanation ended, Chungi said something that made both men stare at him in shock. I think I might know where the core is. He summoned a cube, letting it float in his hand. The core of the iron prison has absorbed this gate's dark energy before. An imprint of that same source energy remains within it. Through that, I can vaguely sense a point of energy convergence inside the gate, a point that's reacting to all our attacks. Hamsan crouched down in front of him. Kid, a vague idea of the location isn't enough. The gate is surrounded by a spatial distortion field. It deflects all attacks, so we can't hit the core directly. Chu Ingyi stared silently at the core of the iron prison, thinking about what Hamsan had said. Then, he clenched his fist, retrieving the artifact. A look of determination flashed in his eyes. I can try to open a short, temporary shortcut to go directly inside the gate, find the core, and mark it. But I'll need the military to launch a full-power diversionary attack to draw its attention, so it won't notice what I'm doing. Teacher Vuong immediately frowned in protest. That's too dangerous. Absolutely not. Chungi looked at him. Teacher, we don't have any other choice. This gate is still evolving. If we keep dragging this out, more people will die. He was resolute and strangely calm. Teacher, some paths have to be walked by someone for the first time. Teacher Vuong looked at him, his eyes heavy with worry, unwilling to let his student walk into such danger. But from behind, Lin Fong and Thiet Tam stepped forward boldly. Count me in, second brother. Let's charge in together. More people means more power. The teacher shouted angrily. This is madness. I do not approve. Are you guys insane? Going in there now is a suicide mission. Hamsun glared at Chu Yi. Kid, do you have any idea what you're getting into? The dark energy inside that gate could shatter your mind, turn you into a mindless, rampaging monster. Chu Yi's face was dead serious. I know, but I have to try. Seeing his unbreakable will, the commander clapped him on the shoulder with a grin. You've got real guts. If you make it back alive, the best damn drinks are on me. With that, Hamsun turned back to the battle, a dozen warning displays flashing before him. All units, listen up. Activate highest firepower protocol. All main cannons, light up that damn gate, now. Light attribute users, push forward. Suppress its demonic aura with purification magic and get its attention. They moved as one, following his orders and summoning a colossal sphere of energy. The formation shifted as the Light Mages gathered at the front. In the name of the Holy Light, we shall purify all darkness. They prepared to unleash their synchronized attack. The main cannons charged rapidly, preparing to fire. Main cannons are fully charged. We've locked onto the Dimensional Gate's core. On my command, unleash absolute hell. The Vanguard shields were being hammered by relentless attacks. The shields are about to collapse. Water mages, reinforce the defenses. Don't let a single beam break through our line. Just behind them, Teacher Wang supported Chu Yi, channeling holy energy into the boy's iron prison core. I will supply and stabilize the holy power for you. Now go. Do what you must. The iron prison core drank the energy, glowing brighter and brighter. Sweat poured down Chu Yi's face like a waterfall. He clenched his teeth, the immense pressure crushing both his body and his spirit. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open, blazing like molten gold. He became a blinding streak of light, rocketing over the heads of the elite soldiers and diving straight into the portal. Chu Yi had transformed his very consciousness into a spear of light, hunting for the core to shut it down from the inside. The other hunters fought with everything they had, each one trying to draw the monster's attention. Forbidden Earth art. Aegis of the land. From the gaping dimensional gate, a towering figure with massive horns began to force its way out. It dug its claws into the portal's edge, desperately trying to drag its massive body through. Meanwhile, Chu Yi was a humanoid blur of light, hovering in the smoke and chaos. He flew in a wide arc above the swarm of beasts, plunging deeper. At last, he found it. A colossal sphere connected to the ground by countless tendrils and guarded by an absolute sea of monsters. The beast stood guard over it. But as if the sphere had a mind of its own, the moment Chu Yi's golden light came close to attack, it opened its eye. Chu Yi froze, his entire being tensing as the massive eye stared right through him. Damn it! I've been spotted! Sensing an intruder, the eye switched into combat mode. It fired an endless storm of pitch-black tentacles, whipping towards Chu Yi. The barrage was so dense he could barely dodge. The tentacles slammed into the ground, obliterating the very space where the demon stood below. They finally realized an outsider was here, and the entire horde surged upwards, ready to tear him to pieces. At the same time, outside the gate, the iron prison core on Chu Yi's chest began to glow even more fiercely. It projected a thin, fragile shield, trying to protect his physical body from the monster's hellfire. Behind the shield, Chu Yi was safe for a moment, but it was being shattered, layer by layer. He wasn't about to just wait to die. With chilling calm, Chu Yi took aim at his real target. His entire body became a great golden arrow, launching itself at that wide-open eye. He was going for one shot, one kill, a direct hit through the center of the core. The moment he struck, the gate began to collapse. A pillar of golden light shot out at unbelievable speed. Teacher Wang, who had been watching the whole time, saw him escape and yelled, "Hamsun, Chu Yi did it!" Hamsun's fingers flew across the console, his commands keeping pace with the chaos. Breaker Cannon Squad, recalibrate, activating top-level clearance, 10 seconds to target and fire. His finger hovered over the launch key as the countdown began. The eye inside the gate went completely berserk. A shockwave of pure rage erupted from the portal, sucking everything around it back inside. Everyone, brace yourselves. The soldiers scrambled for cover. All squads, be advised, the gate is out of control. Hold your positions. The shockwave ripped through their formation, throwing everything into chaos. Radar is offline. Emergency descent. Power core is failing. We've lost steering. Soldiers drove their blades into the ground, using them as anchors against the pull. Medics, get the wounded to the rear. Warriors, hold the front left flank. Mages, power up the main cannon. Hamsun's eyes were wide, fixed on the countdown as it hit 0. Fire. On his command, the flagship unleashed its full might. A beam of pure destruction tore through the battlefield. It slammed into the gate like a meteor, ripping up earth and stone as it flew. Its target was the eye that Chu Yi had marked moments ago. The demons could only watch in horror as the core began devouring its own kind, using them as a shield. The sight made Chu Yi's blood run cold. "It's consuming the demon tribe to block our attack," Hamsun roared, veins bulging on his neck. "All units, full firepower. It's wounded. Finish it." Instantly, the smaller ships focused their fire, merging their attacks into a single, overwhelming beam. The hunters on the ground gave it every last thing they had. Everyone still standing pushed past their limits. They poured all their remaining power into this one final strike, aimed straight at that cursed eye. Then, Teacher Wang stepped forward, forming a hand sign as he closed his eyes. When he opened them, they shone with a cold, golden light, radiating the power of a god. The very air seemed to part, revealing the hilt of his sword under immense spiritual pressure. Yet somehow, the core was still twisting reality to patch its wounds. How was it still trying to repair the gate? Chu Yi looked up, captivated by the light from the weapon Teacher Wang had summoned. He recognized it. That was the teacher's legendary grade weapon, the Blade of Judgment. The teacher floated in the air like a divine being, surrounded by a holy golden aura. "I am the guardian of order, the arbiter of evil." His voice echoed across the sky. "In the name of light, I pronounce your sentence." The massive sword slammed into the earth, splitting the ground and sending up a world-ending cloud of dust. Absolute purification, holy judgment of sin. The ultimate attack descended, punching straight through the core's desperate attempt to heal itself. At that exact moment, Chu Yi coughed up a spray of blood, covering the iron prison core on his chest. So Ni, who was watching over him, screamed in terror as he collapsed. "Brother Chu Yi!" Hamsun's eyes shot towards him. His consciousness was annihilated by the gate. His spirit is critically wounded. He needs deep-level medical attention, now. He immediately deployed the medics. "Get him to a top-tier life support pod immediately. Brother Chu Yi, hang on." Hamsun didn't waste a second, already coordinating the aftermath. "All units, listen, the dimensional gate is destroyed. Clean up the battlefield and rescue the wounded." And Hamsun was right. The core was gone, leaving a deep crater in its place. But they had completely underestimated their enemy. From the wreckage, thin, silk-like red threads began to spread. A voice, dripping with pure fury, echoed in their minds. "You, insolent invaders." The dimensional gate began to reform, bathed in a crimson glow, stitched together by countless red threads. "No, it can't be." Hearing that voice, Chu Yi forced his trembling body up to warn Hamsun. "It's using the blood and flesh of the demon tribe to forge a new gate." Realizing the horrifying truth, Teacher Wang acted instantly. Domain of punishment. Purification. Golden rings of light exploded outwards, sweeping across the battlefield and cleansing a massive area. His eyes were closed, but his brow was furrowed in concentration as he controlled the immense power. On Teacher Wang's command, the punishment domain expanded even further. Holy beams of light rained from the heavens. The demons below screamed and thrashed as the light seared them. The beams pierced through everything, riddling the regenerating core until it looked like a sieve, all while it howled in rage. "Blue Star humans, you think destroying this is enough?" the voice taunted. "More rifts will appear across your world. We will be everywhere, and we will take back everything that belongs to us." The core detonated, blasting everything into nothingness. "You will all pay the ultimate price." The demonic swarm following it couldn't escape their fate either, purified by the blast. They scrambled to flee, but not a single one escaped. In the end, only a deep crater and a pulsating crimson orb remained. Back in the infirmary, Chu Yi was placed inside a healing chamber. Su Ran stood anxiously to the side, watching over him. When she saw Teacher Wang enter, she looked up and asked, "Teacher, Chu Yi, he." Teacher Wang, guessing her question, cut her off with a reassuring tone. "Don't worry. With the holy light enhancement and the healing transfer, he'll wake up very soon." Chu Yi's eyes finally fluttered open. Exhausted, he struggled to speak, forcing each word through the oxygen mask. "Teacher, say, we are." Teacher Wang repeated the last few words, confused, before a look of shock crossed his face. "The usurper?" A golden light appeared in his hand. His voice remained gentle. "Close your eyes. Center your spirit. Leave the rest to me." A warm light flowed from Teacher Wang's palm, pressing against the chamber right over Chu Yi's face. Once it was done, Teacher Wang looked at Su Ran. "You stay here and keep watch for now. I'm going to check on the situation at the battlefield." She looked at Chu Yi with concern. "I'll always be by his side." Meanwhile, the cleanup outside was well underway. The wounded were treating their injuries, while the rest split up to work or rest. Han Shan was reviewing the reports when he saw Teacher Wang approach with a grin. "Old friend, we were lucky to have you this time." It was mostly Chu Yi who found the core's location. "I just did what needed to be done." "What's the casualty report?" He showed the data to Teacher Wang. 30-something dead, over 120 wounded. The mages took the heaviest losses. But luckily, the dimensional gate was completely destroyed, so no more monsters can get through. A silver lining in this tragedy. Teacher Wang looked at the list of the fallen and told Han Shan, "Record the names of every soldier who died. I will personally visit their families to offer my condolences." Just as they finished, a call lit up the screen. "Captain Wang, Captain Niu, urgent situation. We're at the abandoned Mado mine and have detected energy fluctuations from an insect-type fissure." Teacher Wang remained calm, as if this were just another Tuesday. "Have any monsters emerged? What's the civilian evacuation status?" Han Shan raised an eyebrow. "No monsters reported for now. The mine is abandoned. A 5-kilometer perimeter has already been locked down. Orders from headquarters. Both team leaders are to immediately lead an elite unit to assess and handle the situation." He immediately agreed. "Understood. We'll head out right away." But Han Shan had a different idea. "Old Wang, this is an emergency. That kid, Chu Yi, his sensitivity to dark energy is something we've never seen before. If he could..." Teacher Wang's expression turned grim, sharply rejecting his idea. "Absolutely not." Han Shan looked at him, not knowing how to argue. Teacher Wang turned his gaze toward the battlefield before them. "Han Shan, why do soldiers put on the uniform and take up arms? Isn't it so kids like him have a chance to grow up in peace, so they don't have to carry burdens meant for us? Not when they're only 19. The entire weight of the world? The memory of young faces in uniform flashed through his mind. 20 years ago, I led a student just like him, one who could clearly sense dark energy. That kid was only 25 years old. Back then, we treated him like a living detector. In the end, we couldn't even find enough of him to bury." A chilling resolve emanated from Teacher Wang's words. "Chu Yi is not a tool. He is someone who can change this war. And for that very reason, we cannot use him as a disposable pawn before his wings are fully grown. Right now, if the sky is falling, it's our job as the tall ones to hold it up." Breaking the serious mood, Han Shan laughed and clapped him on the shoulder. "Damn it, you're right. I was being too impatient. Let's go. We'll crush that monstrous thing ourselves." Teacher Wang looked up, straightening his uniform. "Don't hit so hard next time. Send the order. All combat-ready members assemble in 5 minutes. Leave the supplies here for the logistics corps." With the cold, determined gazes of predators, the two men looked toward the horizon. The next battle was about to begin. As a new fight brewed outside, a silent figure stood inside the infirmary. A slender finger and a black glove gently touched the glass. "You look much more obedient with your eyes closed. Not like your usual self. Covered in thorns." Miss Jing leaned closer to the pod, studying Chu Yi's sleeping face. "This annoying face of yours seems to make a lot of girls fall for you. Even my own niece is desperate to date you." Lost in her thoughts, she didn't see Chu Yi's arm begin to move. Of course, I told her to give up immediately. Seeing him stir, Miss Jing panicked and jumped back, covering her mouth to hide her embarrassment. "Deaconess." She turned back with a forced smile. "Student Chu Yi, you're awake?" Chu Yi looked at her, confused. "Deaconess, did my teacher leave any instructions for me?" "How did you know?" he smirked, playfully jumping out of the healing pod. "My teacher isn't here, but Deaconess Shen, a non-military figure, is waiting for me to wake up. I'm guessing something urgent came up, right? You'll get used to it." Miss Jing crossed her legs on a chair. "The president is already en route to the new fissure." The situation at Black Wind Valley far exceeded his expectations. The president's original intention was just for you to use the Chu family's Dragon Abyss to solidify your second transition foundation. He never intended to drag you into a war of this magnitude. The president feels deeply apologetic about this. He hopes you can rest at the Chu family estate for now. Everything else can be discussed when he returns," she continued in a monotone voice. "Also, the president specifically told me to inform you that Liu Xuan has been captured by the military. He'll face a military tribunal soon. His underworld forces have been dealt with by the army. A few of his outer circle escaped, but they're nothing. You don't need to worry about retaliation." As she spoke, she materialized a token. "For your efforts in saving Wenqing, your contribution was exceptional. The military has decided that all rights and use of the Black Wind Valley region are now officially under your name. This is the deed." The president also mentioned that the resources here might solve the Chu family's immediate crisis. Chu Yi accepted the deed. "The teacher is referring to the lost Cold Star essences. As I thought, she knows everything." She stepped closer to Chu Yi, her gaze fixed on him and the deed. "My message has been delivered. I will take my leave now." As she walked past, her charming eyes met his. "Student Chu Yi, I'll ask one last time. Are you sure you won't reconsider joining the Tianyu Guild?" His response was cold and swift. "Not interested." She walked out the door, her high heels clicking as she crossed the threshold and disappeared. The moment she was gone, Chu Yi crossed his arms and let out a frustrated sigh. He took out the Iron Prison core, examining it. The power of a second transition. It's still so pathetically weak in the face of true war. Yang Ya appeared beside him. On the path to the summit, even a lone wolf will eventually run out of strength. Relying on others is not weakness. Chu Yi quietly continued the thought. Yang Ya, the path I walk is impossibly hard. I need... His eyes hardened with unshakable resolve as he stared into the emerald light. A nation under my absolute control. The scene changes, and Chu Yi returns home to his family's welcome. The Chu family corridor. Brother, you suddenly had Xiao Shushu bring me home. I thought something had happened to you. He gently hugged Chu Yun. I was afraid the battle at Blackwind Valley might put you in danger. Chu Yi looked at the other two with gratitude. Uncle Heng, Cousin Xiaobai, thank you both. Taking care of Yun Heir is what we're supposed to do. The arrangements you wrote about are also taken care of. Chu Heng gestured behind him. Follow me. All right, Chu Yi said decisively. His little sister, Chu Yun, looked up at him, confused. Brother, where are we going? He gently stroked her head. We're going to the center of the Chu family's power, to take back everything that belongs to you. In the grand hall, a large round table was already surrounded by many people. Clan head, why the sudden summons? I heard a rumor today that Lady Hong has passed. What? Then what about our Han Sui tin supply? Dozens of children in the clan are waiting for their bloodline suppression. Clan head, the very survival of our clan is at stake. We must find a new way, and quickly. The third elder watched the clan head, his mind racing. The main seat was empty, yet the old man just sat there in silence. Who could he possibly be waiting for? Something about this situation felt off. Just as suspicion filled the room, a sudden sound drew everyone's attention. The grand doors swung open. Several figures entered, met by the stunned gazes of everyone present. Chu Yi led the way, with Chu Yun at his side. Behind them followed Chu Heng and Xiao Bai. Seeing the newcomers, the third elder's frown deepened. His eyes were locked on the one who had just entered. Chu Yi walked straight to the clan head, offering a slight bow and a smile. Clan head, Yi has arrived. Go on, have a seat. Following his words, Chu Yi casually pulled out the empty chair at the head of the table and sat down. His expression turned serious. With hands clasped, he sat silently in the seat of power, surveying everyone at the round table. Seeing this smooth, audacious act, the third elder's face contorted with fury. He slammed his fist on the table. Chu Yi, is that a seat you think you're worthy of? Do you have no respect for your elders? The second elder placed a hand on his shoulder, trying to placate him. Chu Yi, it's true you possess a high-purity bloodline, but this is overstepping your authority, isn't it? Chu Yi leaned forward, his eyes like an alpha wolf staring down the pack. I didn't come here today for pleasantries. I came to make the Chu Clan promise me something. Each word he spoke sent shockwaves through the room, stunning even the young girl beside him. Chu Yun will be the next successor of the Chu Clan. The clan will devote all of its best resources to her training, and in the future, Chu Yun will have priority over everything the Chu Clan possesses. Insolence! The third elder shot to his feet, pointing an accusing finger. The position of heir is sacred. The Chu Clan has stood for hundreds of years. How can you let someone who just returned to the main family take charge? Clan head, you must uphold justice. This boy is taking advantage of the situation. Just because he has a sliver of talent, he thinks he can defy the heavens and hand our clan's legacy over to some unknown brat. Chu Heng spoke up calmly. I can attest that Chu Yun's bloodline concentration is 3 times higher than my own. With her here, the Chu Clan might just reclaim its former glory. Xiao Bai chimed in. Chu Yun is incredibly gifted. The frozen heart technique I taught her last week. She mastered the basics in a single day. Chu Yi's pressure began to build. Chu Yun possesses the frozen heart bloodline. She is pure-blooded Chu Clan. As for whether she can be the heir, an immense pressure erupted from him, silencing the entire room. The force was so great the third elder had to shield his face, but he still tried to act tough. You insolent whelp! How dare you make a move in the council hall? Just then, a wave of inner energy rapidly enveloped the council. A frosty haze seemed to cover Chu Yi's eyes as he stared down his opponent. From within his body, that energy surged out uncontrollably, striking terror into everyone present. Nobody dared to move. Not a single person dared to utter a word. The third elder was thrown back by the sheer force of the aura, coughing up a mouthful of blood. In that moment, Chu Yi's power manifested as a shimmering, ethereal blue dragon. The protective barrier in front of the elder began to crack. For the first time, raw fear was visible in the third elder's eyes. He hastily shouted, Chu Yun is still young. She just returned to the clan. Making her the heir is too rash. What about the other elite disciples of our clan? Where does this leave them? I object. But in his heart, the third elder was reeling. This pressure. He's clearly just past the second transition, so why does it feel like a level 40? And that ice dragon, its form, its draconic might. Chu Yi's voice cut through the tension like ice. This debate ends now. You cling to your old rules to survive. You will never understand. Seated among them, he declared with absolute confidence, I am the new rule. The clan head, sitting beside him, fell into deep thought. The growth rate of this boy is truly astonishing, Chu Yi continued. Every year, the Chu clan pays an exorbitant price to the May Chamber of Commerce for Han Sui Tin. But the Black Wind Valley, the chamber's main base of operations, quote, now belongs to me. The crystal reserves there are beyond your wildest imagination. I will grant the Chu clan mining rights. Send your most trusted clan members to the Black Wind Valley to begin extraction. With these resources, the Chu clan's bloodline will be secure for countless generations. And this is only the beginning. I will find a way to break the curse completely. The clan head immediately gave his orders. Do as Chu Yi says. Heng, today, you will select 100 clan members to station at Black Wind Valley. You must transport the crystals back as quickly as possible. Chu Heng stepped forward at once. Yes, sir, he replied, his voice filled with joy. The heavens have not abandoned the Chu clan. No, the entire clan will remember this great debt. The second elder seemed conflicted. But isn't this just another form of submission? Seizing power through brute force. Chu Yi's gaze turned impossibly cold as he shot back, submission? What I'm offering is something this world could never give you. He then turned his attention. Third elder, every year, how much does the clan spend buying dungeon slots for its disciples? How much money, how many favors are spent just to compete for a spot in a secret realm? That's just the way things are for every clan. All the great families do it. Why are you asking this? Chu Yi leaned in. What if the Chu clan possessed its very own, fully private, growth-type dungeon, one that grants recognition from the eternal rules upon clearing? A deafening silence fell over the room. Then, the third elder suddenly burst out laughing, as if he'd heard the world's greatest joke. He shot to his feet. I think you're not just young, you're delusional. 90% of the dungeons in the central Xia kingdom are controlled by the 3 great guilds and the military. The families that own private dungeons can be counted on one hand, and they are all ancient, top-tier clans. Don't tell me you have one in your possession? Chu Yi channeled his energy. You'll know if it's real or fake once you see it. As he spoke, small particles of light gathered, merging into a single, large mass. A polyhedral crystal floated in the air, radiating a brilliant, 7-colored light. In the next instant, it transformed into a massive gate of ice. Chu Yi's voice echoed. The adamantine prison, difficulty, normal to nightmare. Level requirement, 15 to 35. Party size, 1 to 10. I will establish a permanent entrance to this dungeon in the heart of the Chu clan's territory. From this day forward, the descendants of the Chu clan can enter this dungeon to train whenever they wish. This is my second promise. Xiaobai gasped, covering her mouth in shock. It's a real dungeon. This is an imperial-grade resource. Even the great families might not have one. Chu Heng added, he's right. To let our disciples train, our clan spends over half its profits every month just on dungeon access. If we have our own private dungeon, that means Zhou Yun was left speechless. The Han Sui Tin was a lifeline. But a private dungeon? This is a stairway to the heavens for our Chu clan. Chu Yi quickly stood up. The Chu clan will now possess an endless, inexhaustible training ground. Without waiting for a reply, he turned to leave. You won't have to bow your heads to anyone ever again. You won't have to spend another coin. He stared intently at the stunned elders. So, third elder, do you still want to test the quality of this delusional young man? Now the elder could only think, that gate. It can't be fake. It's real. He didn't just bring us resources. He literally changed the destiny of the Chu clan. The young man before me. His power is unfathomably deep, far beyond my comprehension. The elders immediately spoke up. There's no need. We were blind before. Lady Zhou Yun as the heir? I agree 100,000 times over. Young Master Yi is a peerless talent with a magnanimous heart. The heavens have truly blessed our Chu clan. Of course, she is completely deserving. The clan head finally spoke again. If there are no further objections, then from this day forward, Zhou Yun is the one and only young mistress of the Chu clan. Chu Yi added, meeting her is the same as meeting me. Her orders are absolute. Elsewhere, powerful auras began to radiate outward. Chu Yi sat there, channeling his internal energy and thinking aloud. The Chu family's descendants are typically between levels 13 and 20, so the base parameters for these simple magic beasts don't need to be too high. The dungeon's terrain should be set in a glacial region, something suitable for the Chu family. The first stage's ice demon wolves will be level 10, with low IQ and high numbers. Upon death, they'll self-destruct, creating a small frost zone that reduces movement speed. The final score will be directly linked to how many times you get hit by this frost. To get a high score, you have to learn distance control and maintain a rhythm. You can't just stand still and attack. For the second stage, the environment will shift into a constantly changing ice crystal labyrinth. The monsters will have a special ice crystal armor trait. Attacking them head-on will be extremely ineffective, forcing them to find weak points and learn to observe. Right here is a good spot. And over here, too. He mused to himself. The difficult boss will be the Crimson Hammer Phantom, born from the essence of Madame Red after she was absorbed by the core of the Mirror Prison. She exploited the Chu family for so many years. Now, using her phantom to train the Chu descendants can be considered her final contribution. Suddenly, the crystal core in front of him began to glow. It felt as if all the power of heaven and earth was converging on this single point. A cool light emanated from it, so pure that even the spirit beasts roared in delight as brilliant golden chains of light wrapped around it. Just then, the silhouette of a girl flickered into view. Chu Yi looked a little surprised. Zhou Yun, with only 35% mastery, I can achieve this level of precision? Chu Yi couldn't hide his satisfaction. 35% lets me design a dungeon like a creator god. If I had 100% complete mastery, could I change the fundamental rules of the dungeon itself? Maybe even bring the magic beasts, the powers, and the entire area into reality. Just then, something smacked him hard on the head, making Chu Yi cry out in pain. It was Zhou Yun who had hit him. You're designing this dungeon to help the Chu family grow stronger, not to satisfy your own creator complex. Remember, a true master controls their power. They are not consumed by it. Chu Yi wiped away a cold sweat. I know. You're always right. At that moment, the figure of a large cat slowly emerged. Chu Yun looked at him with a cold, profound gaze. The moment her brother saw her, he walked over. Yunair, this outfit suits you perfectly. The ceremony is tomorrow. Why the long face? Chu Yun quickly confessed to Chu Yi. These past few days, no matter where I go, they all smile and call me young master. They say, young master, please take care of us. She paused, then continued, but can I really bear the responsibility that comes with that title? I don't want to disappoint you, big brother. I don't want to disappoint anyone. Hearing this, Chu Yi couldn't hide his surprise. Chu Yi couldn't help but caress her cheek. Silly girl, you have never and will never disappoint me. Yunair, do you know what the Chu family is like? She reached up to hold his hand and asked, what is it like? Chu Yi's voice turned grim. A colossal ship, trapped in an old dream. It looks magnificent on the outside, but it's rotting from within. It's so weak it even has to beg our enemies for mercy just to survive. But we shouldn't laugh at the Chu family, because we are passengers on that ship. Without this one, we would just be on another. When the seas are calm, you can live a peaceful life. But in Blackwind Valley, I saw what a real war looks like. Compared to that, all the matches and trials I've faced were nothing but children's games in a greenhouse. When the real storm hits, everyone on this old ship will try to flee, he patiently explained to his sister. They'll wait and beg for a powerful master to protect them. Their fates will forever be in someone else's hands. Yunair, we can't just be passengers. We must become the helmsman. An individual's strength has its limits. I need a power that belongs to me. Chu Yun shared her own thoughts. But building a new force from scratch would consume too much time and too many resources. The Chu family already has a foundation. It's the most ideal starting point. She looked at him, a little dazed. So, you chose to help the Chu family because you want to turn it into our ship. Chu Yi didn't hide it. That's right. But to make this ancient ship reborn and follow my command, it needs a new key center. As he finished speaking, he closed his eyes. A golden sigil appeared on Chu Yi's forehead. He reached out and gently touched Chu Yun's forehead. Her eyes seemed to grow hazy for a moment. Looking at the sigil now on her forehead, Chu Yi continued, your high-purity ice bloodline. He looked at her seriously. I will not take over the clan for myself. The clan head and the elders trust me, but they will always worry about an outsider holding power. Yunair, you are the perfect, and only, bridge between me and the Chu family. You have the legitimate bloodline, recognized by everyone in the clan. With you leading the Chu family, we can truly consolidate its power and form the most solid alliance with me. Hearing this, Chu Yun couldn't stop the tears from flowing. She looked at Chu Yi, deeply moved, then quickly replied with a joyful voice, Brother, I understand now. A happy smile blossomed on her face. If I remained the little sister always protected behind your back, what would be the point of awakening this bloodline? Brother, don't worry. I will become your most reliable right hand. This is a responsibility I can handle. Chu Yi reached out and pinched her cheek. Good. Then from now on we fight side by side. Chu Yun pouted. Brother, I'm the young master now. You can't just pinch my face anymore. Chu Yi chuckled lightly. All right. Whatever the great young master says, goes. Zhou marveled to herself. Did this kid awaken some kind of mind control skill? With just a few words, he's got this little girl fired up with passion, ready to conquer new territory for him. The scene changes. A loud voice echoes, invite the Chu Clan descendant, Chu Yun, to the platform for the ceremony. Two girls waited below, one looking anxious and timid, the other appearing somewhat arrogant. From outside, Chu Yun walked in with a calm and graceful demeanor. People immediately began to whisper. So that's our new young master? She looks so small. She may be young, but her presence is extraordinary. Haven't you heard? The purity of her ice bloodline is as high as 70%. So what if her bloodline purity is high? You don't manage a clan with just bloodline. Keep your voice down. Her brother was the champion of this year's National University's freshman tournament. He's standing right over there. I heard she discovered an unowned dungeon and offered it to the family. That's how she became the young master. An unowned dungeon? No wonder. If I had a dungeon, I'd take it to the military for an officer's rank. That's because you think too small. Ling Feng fumed. How dare this cowardly bunch of people talk behind her back? Xia Lan, standing next to him, added, Shen Ling Feng, I've noticed you're even more protective of little Yunair than Brother Yi is. The girl stepped forward and announced, Chu Yun pays her respects to the clan head. The old man immediately announced, Today, in my name as clan head, I declare clan member Chu Yun to be the young master of our Chu family. To see the young master is to see the clan head. All matters within the clan will be under her command. He turned his back and told Chu Yun, kneel and pray to the goddess. A sincere prayer will suffice. She quickly followed his words and knelt. Chu family descendant, Chu Yun, pays homage to the ice goddess. I hereby establish clan member Chu Yun as the young master of our Chu family. To meet the young master is to meet the clan head. All clan matters will follow her command. Here, I swear an oath. I will inherit the will of our ancestors. Never disgrace the duty of my bloodline, never fail the trust of my clansmen, never fear the dangers of the future, and never seek personal glory. I seek only the prosperity of the Chu family, with the goddess above. This heart, this will, can be witnessed by heaven and earth. If I break this oath, may I suffer the backlash of the ice, and forever lose the power of my bloodline. Looking at the sigils forming around Chu Yun, the clan head immediately asked, What is this? The crowd erupted into an uproar once more. Did something go wrong with the ritual? The goddess rejects her. Her origins are a mystery. She's angered the divine. As Chu Yi rushed forward, Chu Ran stopped him. Brother Yi, calm down. This isn't a bad thing. It's a resonance caused by Xiao Yun'er's pure bloodline. A true blessing from the goddess. Then, she pointed, reassuring him. Look, Chu Yun is perfectly safe over there. And she was right. Kneeling before the statue, she was completely unharmed. Suddenly, a divine voice echoed from the stone itself. With this bloodline, freeze all who stand in your way. Protect your vow. From now on, the frost shall be your authority. Chu Yun immediately raised her hand as a surge of power coiled around her arm. The snowflake sigil on her body bloomed, and she began to float into the air. Stunned by this turn of events, Chu Yun could only stare in awe at the power before her. The patriarch was astonished. A divine sign. This is an S-rank talent awakening. A divine grace baptism, just as the ancient texts described. He looked at Chu Yun, his curiosity burning. Young miss, what is your talent now? At that moment, a system notification confirmed it. Inheritance of the Frost Goddess, S rank. Hearing this, the patriarch's joy knew no bounds. That's it. That's it. This is the same talent as the great ancestor who founded our Chu Clan. The ancestor's glory has returned to our family. A wave of cheers erupted from the crowd. The heavens protect the Chu Clan! The heavens protect the Chu Clan! An S-rank talent, a power from the legends. The Chu Clan has a chance to rise again. In that moment, Chu Yun finally found her courage and slowly stepped forward. Fellow clan members, I am Chu Yun. I know I am young, and my qualifications are limited. To suddenly be in this position, my heart is filled with fear. The goddess's blessing today isn't because I am special. It's because our Chu Clan needs hope. It needs change. It needs a brand new future. From this day forward, I will walk this path together with all of you. We have the resources. We have the strength. The road to greatness lies right at our feet. The crowd erupted in a roar, finally accepting her. Young miss! Young miss! Chu Ran smiled, filled with joy. Asterisk, Xiao Yun'er has finally grown up. Asterisk, Chu Yi nodded in satisfaction. Asterisk, she's always been brave. She just needed a chance. Asterisk, high above, Chu Yun focused her inner energy, then unleashed it with a powerful strike. A magnificent spectacle instantly appeared before everyone. The crowd fell silent, their eyes wide with disbelief. This was a diamond rank mirror prison. Difficulty, normal to nightmare. Level requirement, 15 to 35. Party size, 1 to 10. Pointing to the massive ice portal she created, Chu Yun declared, "Beyond this door lies the future foundation of the Chu Clan, the Trial Mirror Prison. It will become the grindstone that sharpens our strongest blades. As the young miss, my first decree is—" She furrowed her brow, her expression serious and full of authority. "Starting today, the Mirror Prison will have a monthly leaderboard. The top 3 scorers, regardless of their background or origin, can enter the clan treasury and choose any precious item they desire. The top 10 will have priority access to the purest frost essence crystals for their cultivation. I, Chu Yun, swear, here and now, that all resources will belong to those who bleed for this family." Hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up with fierce determination. She had completely won them over. Following her words, the crowd erupted once more. The murmurs below were frantic. Whether you're from the inner or outer branches, did I hear that right? Before, you had to bribe the elders just for a chance to enter a trial dungeon. Now it's open to everyone. Finally, we don't need connections anymore. I'll earn my resources with my own 2 hands. Remember last year in the Dire Wolf Guild's dungeon? We risked our lives, and they took 70% of our earnings. Now, we have our own diamond rank dungeon. Hearing their cries, Chu Yun's expression brightened. The 3rd elder stroked his beard. First, she uses the Divine Grace baptism to establish her authority, then reveals the dungeon to win the people's hearts. And this leaderboard system is brilliant. It completely shatters the inner circle's monopoly on top-tier resources. She's ignited the fighting spirit of every single member. Chu Yi thought deeply, a satisfied smile on his face. This little girl is anything but ordinary. The Chu Clan is truly about to change. Chu Yun stood tall and shouted, "Who is willing to be the vanguard for the Chu Clan? Who will be the first to step onto this new path?" A nervous murmur spread through the crowd. "You go first. I don't know if it's stable yet. What if we go in and can't get out?" Just as the young warriors hesitated, a lone girl stepped forward. "I will scout the path for everyone." Chu Yun's eyes widened in surprise, not expecting her to be the first volunteer. Xiao Bai leaped forward, landing before Chu Yun. Before turning to enter, she said, "Young miss, the Chu Clan has been suppressed for too many years. I refuse to let it fall in our generation. You better save a spot in the top 10 for me." Her courage shattered the crowd's hesitation. "Young miss, I want to enter the dungeon too. I want to prove myself." "Young miss, let me go. Let us go too. We'll be safer in a team." As Chu Yi watched thoughtfully, another shouted, "I'll show that punk from the Lin family what I'm made of." Just then, he silently focused his energy. High in the air, a massive screen of light materialized, drawing another wave of gasps from the crowd. "We can watch what's happening inside? A live broadcast? Isn't that high-level military technology? We can study the experts' techniques from now on. No more dying without knowing why. Just what is our young miss's background?" And so the party began to enter. Huang Fan. Profession. Brawler. Level. 18. Challenge difficulty. Simple. Party size. 4. Chu Runien. Profession. Mage. Level. 18. Challenge difficulty. Simple. Party size. 4. Momo. Profession. Assassin. Level. 18. Challenge difficulty. Simple. Party size. 4. Chu Donger. Profession. Priest. Level. 18. Challenge difficulty. Simple. Party size. 4. Inside, a thick fog blanketed the mountain pass. Demonic beasts lay in wait, their eyes glowing in the mist, ready to strike. Runien called out, "There's a lot of them, and they're incredibly fast in this fog." The wolves didn't hesitate, closing in on the group like a silver tide. Xiao Bai commanded with urgency, "Huang Fan, use Earthshaker Fist to stop their charge. Runien, use Ice Fog Art to cover their rear flank and disrupt their vision. Momo, wait for the fog to thicken, then go into stealth. Prioritize the slowed wolves." "Got it," Huang Fan responded instantly. At Xiao Bai's command, the entire party flared with power. Huang Fan slammed his fists down, unleashing his Earthshaker Fist technique. The ground in front of him trembled violently, dealing minor damage and noticeably slowing the enemy's advance. As the fierce battle raged, the very snow beneath them began to crack. Momo refused to be outdone, darting forward. Her gaze was even colder than the snow wolves she faced. She watched its movements, pinpointing its weakness. But when her blade struck true, the wolf took no damage at all, shocking her. How is this possible? An explosion erupted from the point of impact, sending her flying backward. Blood trickled from Momo's lips, and a long gash marked her leg. Just as she was about to fall, a voice called out, "Holy light protection." Only then did Momo realize the wolves had a protective shield that couldn't be pierced, and it detonated on impact, applying a debuff. "Everyone, be careful." A system warning flashed. Affected by frostbite. Movement speed reduced by 30% for 10 seconds. From the back line, Xiaobai immediately changed their strategy. Huang Fan, switch to knockbacks and crowd control. Create one-on-one openings. Runyan, use ice lances to target their legs and restrict movement. Momo, switch to hit and run. Prioritize finishing off the low-health wolves before they can self-destruct. Outside, the crowd was buzzing with excitement. Even though Xiaobai is a priest, her command ability is incredible. Her reaction time is insane. And that self-destruct is terrifying, such a huge range with a strong, slow effect. They watched Momo's movements. After getting hit once, she was now able to perfectly predict the wolves' attack patterns. The coordination between the four of them was absolutely seamless. The Patriarch nodded in approval. I see now. This trial isn't about individual power. It's a test of control and teamwork. A single person could never pass this alone. He glanced at Zhou Yi, a thought crystallizing in his mind. Protective ice armor. A self-destruct function upon death. This dungeon's design is brilliant. This isn't for leveling up. It's a crucible for forging true warriors on the razor's edge of life and death. The foundation of the Chu family's next 50 years might truly be decided right here. Is Zhou Yi really that selfless, giving away such a priceless treasure just for the title of young master? Am I truly so petty that I'm misjudging him? The third elder refused to believe it. Impossible. He must have another goal, one I just can't see yet. Inside, only 10 minutes had passed before the wolf pack was completely wiped out. The system chimed in again. With the beasts defeated, their rewards had increased. Xiaobai stared at the system window, completely stunned. Everyone cheered. Awesome, Xiaobai. You leveled up just like that. I'm still 1,000 experience points away from level 9. On the next stage, I have to contribute more and coordinate better with everyone. Without you guys, I never would have gained so much experience. Finally, Xiaobai's confidence was back. Let's go! On to the second stage! Let's get everyone a level up! The crowd was buzzing with excitement. That's the light of a level up. Sister Xiaobai actually leveled up inside the dungeon. I saw it! She leveled up. One run inside and you level up. What are we waiting for? Let's risk it. I'm going in to level up too. I need a party. Looking for a strong tank with heavy burst damage. Healer looking for party. Victory guaranteed. Holy Father, what do you want? Kindness? The Chu family can't afford that. With our own dungeon, we don't have to worry about experience points ever again. From now on, the Chu family's power is going to soar. Chu Heng whispered to Chu Yun. Young master, Xiaobai's level up did more than 10,000 words ever could. It's ignited a fire in everyone. Chu Yun then addressed the crowd. Everyone, don't rush. The dungeon will be opened in waves, with groups organized by level. I guarantee every single person will get their chance. This concludes the ceremony. Anyone who wants to enter the dungeon, go register your teams now. In half an hour, the first group will go in. The crowd erupted in cheers again. All right, thank you, young master. Our young master is the best. I think against the Crystal Ice Wolves, crowd control skills are the highest priority. High-level mages looking for a stable front line. DPS looking for team. I can attack from the rear. From the back of the crowd, Zhou Yi watched intently as everyone debated their strategies. Zhou Yi activated his inner energy, his mind racing. He'd give the crystal mining rights to the third elder, dungeon management to the patriarch, and control of the mirror prison's core to Yunair. By separating the benefits from the power, he'd create a perfect balance. They would all have to support Yunair to get the resources they desired, while he alone held the ultimate authority and the transcendent power of the prison, observing from above. However, little Yun, awakening the S-rank legacy of the Ice Goddess. Now that was something I didn't see coming. An S-rank talent requires a massive amount of resources. Looks like the next time I see my master, I'll need to squeeze some benefits out of him. I remember seeing a piece of 10,000-year ice marrow in his secret chamber. Upon returning, Zhou Yi sat on his bed and began circulating his energy. A system notification popped up. Congratulations. SSS rank daily mission completed. Reward: 20 free attribute points. Reward: A rank recovery potions, quantity 10. After a moment, he sighed and pulled up his personal status window. A flood of information instantly appeared before him. Zhou Yi calculated his progress. After all this time in Tianluo, his experience value had only gone up by 200,000. He was still a long way from the next level. Reaching out, he swiped through the system panel to see more information. He mused to himself. These A, B, and C+ rank potions and basic equipment were junk to him, but they were perfect for stocking the family's reward vault. The stronger they become, the more solid Yun'er's foundation in the Chu Clan will be. Yang Ya materialized, a questioning look on his face. Such deep sibling affection. For a moment, I actually thought you gave Yun'er the real core. Zhou Yi's expression turned serious. Yun'er needs the prestige. The Chu family needs the appearance of hope. What I gave her was the authority of a manager. The true authority, of course, must remain in my hands. He paused, then asked, Frostfang, have you noticed? I've gotten stronger. My control level over the prison hasn't budged at all. But after devouring Madame Hong, the completion rate jumped to 50%. He seemed hesitant. I have a theory. The mirror prison is an incomplete artifact. It needs to devour the powerful and absorb their strength to complete itself. So on the surface, it looks like my control is increasing, but what's really happening is that its completion level is going up. Following that logic, it's a real shame we didn't let the mirror prison's core devour those assassins from Blackwind Valley. Exactly, Frostfang replied. And Liu Xuan. He's the strongest opponent I've ever faced. If the mirror prison could have devoured him, the harvest would have been incredible. After a short pause, he added, Kid, don't forget, Liu Xuan's own level wasn't high, but he was able to borrow the power of a demon lord. If the military hadn't interfered, the outcome was still undecided. It's fine to pursue power, but don't let greed cloud your judgment. Chu Yi stretched and reassured him. Relax. The enemy who can force me in there hasn't been born yet. Yang Ya's voice turned cold. Arrogant brat. Chu Yi shot him a look and started to say, that demon world gate at Blackwind Valley. Before he could finish, a knock came from the door. Young master, a butler from the Jiang family is here. He says Miss Jiang Churan has asked for you. Chu Yi thought, the Jiang family's butler? This late? Opening the door, he immediately said, Uncle Fu, what brings you here? My lady, I greet you, Uncle Fu said as he entered. To think you're training so diligently in this humble Chu household. You must have just finished, yes? A little daily practice is good for the body, Chu Ran replied. Uncle Fu, you must be tired from your journey. Please, come in for some tea. He then pulled out a handkerchief, the motion unnaturally smooth. Wiping away a tear, Uncle Fu began, the matriarch misses you terribly, my lady. Plus, with the family's internal tournament approaching, you must return to prepare. She has given me special orders to escort you back to the estate. Chu Ran quickly replied, Of course I remember the tournament, but I just spoke with my mother on the phone yesterday, and she never mentioned me returning. The moment she finished speaking, Uncle Fu's tears stopped instantly. He broke into a wide smile. Perhaps the matriarch wanted to give you a surprise. Matters in the clan are piling up. Please, my lady, understand and depart with me at once. Just then, Chu Yi stepped forward. Xiaoran, is this one of the seniors from your clan? Chu Ran quickly answered. Yes, this is Uncle Fu. He's watched me grow up. Chu Yi smiled and extended his hand. Hello, Uncle Fu. I'm Chu Yi. Is there a reason for this visit? Internally, however, a single thought echoed. Asterisk. He's strong. Asterisk. Uncle Fu maintained a smile, equally impressed. Chu Ran then quickly added, Brother Chu Yi, I have to go back for a while to visit my mother. Hearing this, he was a bit surprised. Your mother? Chu Yi broke into a warm smile and pulled her into a hug. Yeah, that's great news. You've been running all over with me. Please say hello to your auntie for me. Uncle Fu bowed respectfully. Young Master Chu is truly so considerate. Then, Chu Yi secretly transferred a stream of internal energy into her. Xiaoran, thank you for always being by my side. A cold glint flashed in Uncle Fu's eyes. He couldn't help but frown as he watched them. Chu Ran felt the strange energy flow into her. She looked down in confusion at the faint golden light now emanating from her body. She then quipped, using holy light as a hairdryer. Only you would do something like that, Brother Chu Yi. He didn't deny it. Just be careful. If you run into any trouble, call me immediately. Uncle Fu, standing to the side, was losing his patience. My lady, we should be on our way. Chu Ran's face turned red with embarrassment. Ah, okay. I'll just change my clothes and we can go. Just before leaving, she turned and said, Brother Chu Yi, wait for me. I'll bring you back some of Sichuan's famous spicy rabbit heads. I guarantee they'll make you breathe fire. Just then, Frostfang appeared beside him. What's wrong? You sense something isn't right, don't you? The smile vanished from his face. Chung Yi's expression turned grim. He couldn't put his finger on it, but with official teleportation gates between Sichuan and Tianlan provinces, such a rushed departure felt completely off. That night, the silence in Chung Yi's residence was deafening. He looked at Xun Ya and spoke again. Right. I meant to ask you. Before that otherworldly gate was destroyed, it said the people of Blue Star were the real plunderers. You've lived for a century. Do you know what that's all about? The old man replied, My memories from before eternity's descent are a total mess. Just a blur of screams and rage. I can't even tell who was who. Just then, another voice cut in. We've been chasing the answer to that question for decades. Seeing Teacher Wang approach, Chung Yi exclaimed, Teacher, you're injured. The man replied softly, I am. He explained, The Magic City Rift has been temporarily sealed, but the price we paid was far greater than we ever imagined. The Light Mages suffered the most. Their holy light was so effective against demonic energy that it made them the #1 target for every attack. Teacher Wang then tossed an object over. This is the core of the level 48 Demon Lord from the Magic City Rift. Take a moment and feel the energy within it. Staring at the core in his hand, Chu Yi hesitated for a second. Then, a brilliant light flashed in his eyes. He could sense the towering beasts that once stood proud within its energy. From inside the core, a stream of dark light shot out. Chu Yi was stunned as it blasted straight towards his face, but it didn't stop there, as 2 more beams of light erupted right after. He stood there, frozen, his face a mask of disbelief. Finally, Chu Yi couldn't take it anymore and threw the core to the ground. Teacher Wang said, "Its energy signature matches the demons from the Gale Mountain Range's Black Wind Valley. This means they come from the same other world. Or perhaps, the same power." He looked up grimly. "It means the demons of that world are planning to invade our world on a scale and with an intensity we've never seen before." The scene shifts. The military and top guilds had made many incursions into other worlds, discovering ancient ruins. These weren't demonic structures, but the abandoned remains of cities. The traces of their civilization shared the same roots as our own lost ancient culture on Blue Star. After analyzing data from hundreds of these otherworldly ruins, the military was almost certain. Teacher Wang told Chu Yi that in a distant, unimaginable era, a super civilization from Blue Star had once waged its own colonial wars across the dimensions. Chu Yi asked, "Then what exactly is the eternal game? Is our world now just some cosmic accident or part of an ancient conspiracy?" Teacher Wang just added, "Why did the eternal game descend upon us? With our current power, there's no way to know for sure. The only thing we can be certain of is that we have inherited a heavy and dangerous legacy, a beginning steeped in sin and hatred." He looked intently at the young man. "Get ready, Chu Yi. This world is going to need you." Teacher Wang then summoned a blue orb, a miniature Earth, and told him to look. He began to explain. "The military and the major guilds can handle the medium-sized rifts, but the smaller ones, we simply don't have the time to deal with them. Last week, a small village in the south was overrun by hellhounds that poured out of 3 of these minor rifts. More than half the villagers were slaughtered. Our defensive lines are slowly being eaten away. If this continues, we won't have to wait for a major rift to break through. The common people will be plunged into absolute terror. This is why I came to find you." Chu Yi cut straight to the point. "What do you need me to do?" Teacher Wang gave a slight smile. "The Hidden Dragon Platform. It's an honor only granted to those with exceptional merit or potential, recognized by the highest command. You and your team in the Black Wind Valley proved that you already have the ability to destroy these minor rifts. The military has decided to grant you access to the Hidden Dragon Platform. Inside, you'll find missions to handle these small-scale rifts." Looking Chu Yi straight in the eye, Teacher Wang asked directly, "Do you dare accept?" "Take it." Chu Yi's confidence blazed. "Is that even a question?" The teacher told him, "I've already arranged for your leave from school. Just be back before the final exams. And remember, if you encounter a rift you can't handle, contact the military immediately." Chu Yi grinned. "Don't worry, teacher. We won't let you down." But later that night, Chu Yi returned to his room alone. A message from Teacher Wang glowed with pride. "I've acquired the 10,000-year ice crystal." Chu Yi quickly clenched his fists, and the 2 ice crystals instantly vanished into his body. The system immediately pinged with a notification. "Identity verified. Welcome." He silently stared at the system panel as it prompted him to enter his personal data. Following the request, Chu Yi immediately entered his information onto the panel. Sitting down on his bed, he continued to watch as lines of text scrolled across the series of system windows. He thought to himself, "These minor rifts are even more dangerous than dungeons, but they also hold incredible value. They're the perfect whetstone to sharpen our skills. More importantly, these rifts might be hiding some surprises, enough to give my mirror prison a proper feast." He told himself his calculations were done. All right then, let the special hell training officially begin. The night was deep, and the moon hung full and bright in the sky. Deep in the forest, a mysterious group of people was on the move. Suddenly, the ground erupted in a cloud of dust and debris, startling them. Seeing the beast emerge, they stammered in confusion. "What is that thing?" A monster." As they spoke, the beast lunged toward the group with a ravenous look. In the next instant, a powerful beam of light slammed straight into its body. One person in the group fell to the ground in terror, but luckily for them, the creature was taken down instantly. He frantically looked around, trying to see who had just saved them. The tense atmosphere finally eased a bit. Chu Yi landed gracefully. "Don't get greedy for kills. Focus on coordination." It wasn't over. Enraged by their fallen comrade, the other beasts charged forward. Ling Feng soared through the air. "I've been waiting for this. Fighting puppets in the mirror prison is nothing compared to the real deal." Blood frenzy, body of the flame dragon. He slammed his crimson flame fist into several beasts, letting out a wild roar. Die for me! The whole team unleashed their power. Power of the Great Hall, heed my call, tear them to pieces, crag spear thrust. Over here, Xiaolan had her own monster to deal with. Heavens and earth, mystic sect, spirit, bind the evil. It's too late. Just as its jaws were about to clamp down, a shield materialized, blocking the attack. The girl beside her unleashed an ice mountain slash. Zhou Yi observed from above. Song Halan, your focus charm casting time was over 0.3 seconds. You've got an extra half hour of mirror prison training today. She snapped back instantly. Yes, Captain. Noticing the small stuff. Huh? Ling Feng praised while ripping a monster apart. Zhou Yi replied without missing a beat. Shen Ling Feng, your Crimson Flame Fist's energy flow is only at 17%. After wasting stamina on 2 pointless moves, you get an extra hour of power condensation training. Hearing his captain's words, Ling Feng couldn't help but grin. And finally, just 15 minutes later, the ground was littered with monster corpses. Instantly, the defeated monsters were absorbed. System. Absorbing Hellhound energy. Mirror Prison Core control has increased to 36%. New Guardian unlocked. The Hellhound has been added to the dungeon's databank. Chu Yi seemed satisfied. Mission complete. The next rift is 50 kilometers away. Let's move. The group they saved could only stare in awe at their departing backs. Who are those guys? They've got to be from the military, right? So badass. Those were all level 3 Hellhounds. On the other side, Ling Feng's face suddenly went pale, his eyes wide with shock. He looked like he was about to pass out. Stumbling backward, he gasped. Not a single drop left. I can't even squeeze out a spark. The rest of the team was in bad shape. Captain, there are too many of these poison hiders. We can't kill them all. My spiritual power's almost drained. My hands are shaking. I can barely draw the talismans anymore. Just then, a healing light washed over them all. The color returned to Ling Feng's face as he felt his breathing become steady again. Ling Feng let out a satisfied stretch, the feeling of exhaustion completely gone. Man, that feels good, Chu Yi announced. Stamina and mana restored to 85%. 27 poison hiders remaining. You have 1 minute to wipe them out. Failure means 2 hours of enhanced mirror prison training for everyone. Hearing Chu Yi, everyone froze in shock. 1 minute? Ling Feng screamed and charged forward. Screw it, I'm going in. Xia Lan flew after him, yelling, Captain, you can't work us like this. We're not your personal workhorses. Halan wasn't having it. She screamed, this is straight up exploitation. Exploitation. But Chu Yi's warning cut through the noise. Song Halan, if your dodge is off by even 15 millimeters, that ambusher's acid will melt your back. Without a second thought, Ha Lan threw herself to the side. Acid sizzled where she'd just been, eating a massive hole right into the ground. Ha Lan flinched at the sight, but she wasn't completely safe. A few drops had splashed onto her back. Chu Yi's gaze turned ice cold as he stared her down, and a shiver of fear ran down her spine. Thanks for the heads up, Captain. Behind them, the last of the monsters finally fell. Chu Yi rushed over. This team's combat efficiency is less than 40%. He quickly started treating everyone's wounds. Taijin, you blocked 17 attacks you could have dodged. You're relying too much on defense and wasting stamina. Chu Yi continued. Ling Shi, 3 times you cast your spells from a poor position, risking friendly fire on your teammates. And when Ling Feng was surrounded, your crowd control was too slow, making him burn through his energy. However, Ling Feng, even when your mana was nearly gone, you pushed your flame dragon body to its limit. You single-handedly took down the lone mutant, saving us from a drawn-out, deadly fight. He looked at him seriously. Remember, this feeling of pushing past your limits in a crisis, that flash of insight is the key to your second advancement. Everyone, take 5 minutes. Then we head into today's special training dungeon. The whole team collapsed to the ground. Yes, Captain. Time flew by. And 1 month later, hey, you see that? That outer disciple from the Chu family is wearing B-rank enchanted boots. Talk about loaded. A buzz went through the crowd. I heard they opened a diamond-level instance, and both inner and outer disciples can get in. Yeah, I shaved a minute off my clear time, so the Patriarch rewarded me with this A-rank frost-enchanted dagger. I shaved a minute off my clear time, and the Patriarch gifted me this A-rank frost-enchanted dagger. If people grind in there every day, they're gonna produce a ton of masters. At this rate, the Chu family is about to make a huge comeback. Chu Yi explained, as long as we turn over 50% of our loot, even outsiders like us can enter their instance. That's a way better deal than the Dire Wolf Guild offers. Let's go sign up. Just then, a menacing presence surged through the air, putting everyone on high alert. A huge truck came roaring in, kicking up a thick cloud of dust and grit. The driver clearly didn't care who was in the way. Chu Yi's crew stared in shock as figures began to step out from the vehicle. A cocky man shouted, "Where's the manager of the Chu family? Get your butt out here right now." Xiao Bai stepped forward. "Dire Wolf Guild, what's your business here? What do you think you're doing? Don't play dumb. The instance business in Tianlan province has always been under the control of our Dire Wolf Guild." With that, he violently shoved a nearby Chu family member to the ground. "You people have no respect. You're stealing our business," he sneered contemptuously. "Don't you think you owe us an explanation?" Xiao Bai's brows furrowed. "The instance is the private property of the Chu family. Why in the world would we owe you an explanation? When the Dire Wolf Guild was monopolizing instances and exploiting everyone else? Where was all this talk about rules then?" Hearing this, the man burst out laughing. "Rules? Little lady, in Tianlan province, the fists of the Dire Wolf Guild are the rules. Today, you either hand over that instance, or we're going to burn the Chu family to the ground." Xiao Bai began to gather her energy. It seemed their past patience had made these thugs forget who really runs this place. Just then, a hand reached out, gently pushing her aside. Ling Feng stepped up with a sarcastic smirk. "Where did this stray dog come from, barking so loud at our front door?" The man glared at him. "You little punk. You're just a kid, meddling in my affairs. Do you have any idea who I am?" Ling Feng just grinned, holding up 3 fingers. "I'm gonna count to 3. Get yourself and your mutts out of my sight by then." The man finally snapped. "You're asking to die. Get him. Take this brat down first." Immediately, one of the thugs swung a club straight at Ling Feng. "You had your chance," Ling Feng muttered. "You just didn't know how to take it." Tai Xin then moved, slamming into the other goons with a single powerful strike. Immovable fortress! With just one move, the 2 charging thugs were sent flying. The leader's eyes widened in fury. "So, you've got some tricks. All of you, get 'em." At his command, 2 more thugs charged at Ling Feng. But Ha Lan's eyes were sharp, and she instantly flung 2 talismans through the air. Heaven and Earth's Law, 5 Elements Foundation, Gravity Talisman, Slowing Talisman, go! The 2 goons charged forward recklessly, ignoring the paper talismans flying at them. But then, mystical runes shot out from the paper, wrapping around them and binding them tight. The next 2 attackers were slammed straight into the dirt by Ha Lan. Their leader stood there, completely stunned as his men were taken down so easily. A cold fear crept into his heart. What the hell? Who are these people? But it wasn't over. A blur of motion appeared behind the leader. It was Ling Feng. He struck without hesitation, aiming right for the man's face. The leader's eyes went wide with shock, a terrified whisper escaping his lips. "Level 27! The next second, a fist connected with his jaw, making him see stars. Ling Feng sneered down at him. "That's right, level 27. More than enough to handle trash like you." Xiao Bai covered her mouth in shock. One punch. Just one punch. A level 33 Vice Guild leader, defeated in a single blow by a level 27 kid. Suddenly, the man transformed, erupting into the form of a massive white wolf. He lunged forward, snarling, "One punch, my butt! A scratch like that is nothing to me. You little punk, I'm gonna rip that smart mouth right off your face." But as he leaped forward, 2 powerful talismans stopped him dead in his tracks. Runes from the talismans held him fast, and he thrashed in a furious rage. So heavy. Seeing Xiao Bai, he roared again, not giving up. "I still have my fangs." But Ling Shi moved to intercept him. Rock wall. A wall of solid rock erupted from the ground, slamming into his jaw with agonizing force. He felt like his mouth was being ripped apart. Ling Feng looked on in disgust. What a pathetic display. Even a spoiled rich kid like me looks down on trash like you. Ha Lan and Ling Shi combined their powers. Fire Attribute Enhancement, 5 Thunder Bodyguard. Ling Feng, fed up, landed another brutal punch to his face, spitting, disgusting animal. As he spoke, fresh blood sprayed from the wolf's face. He could only shut his eyes and take the beating. Lying broken on the ground, terror filled him. Monsters! These guys are absolute monsters! Ling Feng stared down at him. With this little power, you dared to show up at the Chu family's door acting tough? I can't tell if you're naive or just plain stupid. With his face pressed to the dirt, he trembled in fear. These guys are definitely not just level 27. Their technique, their combat sense, it's something forged in countless battles. The benefits from that instance must be insane. But the man still wasn't broken. "You punks! It took 4 of you to barely fight me to a standstill. Our guild leader is a level 42 Dark Knight. He's not gonna let you get away with this." Just then, a weapon came spinning through the air. A new voice called out, "Hand over the instance nicely, unless you want our boss to slaughter your entire Chu family." The spear landed right between the wolf's legs. Ling Feng glanced at him calmly, then asked, "Want me to kill him?" Chu Yi looked down from above and answered calmly, No need. Then he spoke to the defeated man. Go back and tell your guild leader to watch his own territory very carefully. Because if you ever bother us again, it won't be me you'll have to deal with. It'll be our captain. The scene shifts to a massive building, light glinting off its surface like a grand castle. Inside, an uproar could be heard. We risked our lives for this. Our party was nearly wiped out getting this loot. And you have the nerve to demand 80%? This is no different than daylight robbery. Hey, boss, according to the old rules, we turn in 70% and use the rest for potions and gear. Wu Qi brutally kicked the man in the chest and screamed, "Screw your rules!" Everyone flinched. Captain! Wu Qi's face was cold as stone. This instance was conquered by our guild. On our turf, you follow our rules. You have two choices, pay the 80%, or you can stay here permanently. Now, the entire party lay beaten and bruised, staring at him with eyes full of hatred. The man's teammate quickly tried to stop him. Just let it go, Captain. Last week, someone fought back, and they locked him in a dungeon for good. These two idiots were laughing, saying that crazy fire user was torn to shreds. They planned to kill all the men of the Chu family, taking the women and the dungeon for themselves. But as a single golden butterfly fluttered past, both of them suddenly coughed up blood and collapsed. Elsewhere, two other goons stood guard at the entrance. The moment that golden light appeared, they were sent flying. The one screaming in rage was the guildmaster of the Evil Wolf Guild, a level 42 Dark Knight. He roared that the Evil Wolf Guild had lost face, and that this would not be forgiven. Yanjia, standing beside him, spoke up. According to Vice Leader Ha's report, the enemy's strength is no joke, especially that Zhou Yi. I agree, Bai Yin added. We got word from the Bloodblade Guild. They refused the job, saying the target was too high risk. A level 32 cursed sorcerer and a level 32 assassin. Lehi spat on the ground in contempt. A bunch of useless cowards. If you ask me, we should just gather the boys, storm the Chu family estate tonight, and leave no one alive. The level 33 heavy shield warrior, Yan Guang, wasn't convinced. Fighting them head-on is a bad move. The Bloodblade isn't stupid. Fine. Contact the Poison Scorpion and Iron Fist guilds. Tell them, we're willing to share a piece of the Chu family's fortune. I want everyone to know, the price for crossing the Evil Wolf Guild, the guildmaster licked his fingers. Just killing them is too easy. Once we break into the Chu estate, we'll tie up that Chu Xiaobai girl first. That's right, and that Song girl and Tang girl with Chu Yi. Tie them all up. I'm gonna show them. He never finished his sentence. A flash of golden light instantly wrapped around his throat. His eyes bulged in shock and fury. He roared, "Who's there?" But the next second, he sprayed a fountain of blood. He desperately clutched his neck. Just then, Chu Yi and his team appeared. Looks like this morning's lesson wasn't harsh enough, Chu Yi said coldly. Stepping forward, he gave his orders. Take out their core members outside. As for these low-level scrubs, knock them out if they don't resist. These guys are mine. Ling Feng grinned. I was waiting for you to say that. Yan Jia stared him down. So, you're Chu Yi? Just a mere level 3, and you dare invade our territory? Wu Qi charged forward, channeling his power. Body of an angel. Yan Jia also activated his skill, but a look of pure shock crossed his face. My curse! It's being suppressed. How can this divine power be so strong? The next attack slammed directly into him. Punishment of light. In less than 5 seconds, Yan Jia collapsed. His body, charred black, sent a wave of terror through the others. Lehi threw his shield up. Steel Fortress! Berserker charge! You bastard, die for me! But Chu Yi just casually flicked his wrist, sending the warrior flying. At the same time, Bai Yin tried to sneak attack Chu Yi from behind, but just like the others, she was instantly blown away. Chu Yi leaped into the air, striking down with another attack. Holy Light Cross! Lehi desperately tried to block, but he was clearly no match for Chu Yi. Chu Yi, I'll make you pay! Watching his comrades fall, Yan Guang snapped. Staring daggers at him, he screamed, Chu Yi, I'll take your life. A demonic fish spirit lunged forward as he roared. Die! Soul-rending slash. Looking at the giant fish, Chu Yi just sneered. A useless struggle. With a word, he channeled his power and struck. Yan Guang's weapon shattered into pieces. His face went pale with absolute terror, but he still refused to accept it. Impossible! Your power! You can't be just a level 3. Chu Yi stared at him coldly. Did I say you could leave? Instantly, golden chains bound Yan Guang tightly. Chu Yi had used righteous judgment. Tears streamed down his face as Yan Guang screamed, No! No! As he yelled, a searing light as bright as the sun descended upon him. Watching Yan Guang fall, Chu Yi's expression remained cold. He then began to condense energy. absorbing high-level energy, increasing control of the mirror prison core to 38%. Obtained new dungeon guardians, Dark Knight, Shadow Assassin, Cursed Sorcerer, and Heavy Shield Warrior. Detecting ownerless dungeon core. Do you wish to merge? Without hesitation, Chu Yi said, merge. But, at that same moment, a powerful light erupted from the ground. As the object floated towards him, Chu Yi was confused. What is this thing trying to do? Looking at it closely, he was a bit surprised. This is, Chu Yi thought to himself. Even after becoming ownerless, its consciousness hasn't completely faded. A golden gleam flashed in his eyes. Chu Yi focused his senses. At that moment, the golden light and a blue energy began to fuse together. Soon, the two energies started to synthesize. The system chimed. Merge successful. Obtained dungeon. The Howling Forest. He thought to himself, the mirror prison core can only summon one dungeon at a time. Having a second one gives me more options. But the dungeon's theme itself is unique. If I release this for the Chu family to use, other factions will definitely think we ambushed the evil wolf guild. For now, I have to keep this a secret, to avoid provoking those who want to see the Chu family fail. Before he could finish his thought, cracks spiderwebbed across the ground beneath him. The moment Chu Yi noticed, the floor gave way, and he fell. Seeing what was below, Chu Yi was stunned. Are these? He quickly used his appraisal skill. Chu Yi could see everything inside the various chests. Chu Yi quickly made a deduction. This amount of loot is way beyond what a normal guild could accumulate. It just shows how badly they exploited low-level professionals. With that, he quickly shouted one word, collect. Afterwards, Chu Yi began to stroll around the place, looking totally relaxed. When he accidentally stepped on a loose stone slab, a magnificent scene instantly appeared before him. Chu Yi stared, completely mesmerized. Just then, a golden figure suddenly rushed past, startling him. Chu Yi was in awe. He thought, is that armor? Now, those armored figures stared forward. Smaller armored soldiers around them took their stances, and they all began to open fire. The monsters were instantly defeated, their limbs severed and scattered. Just then, the system's voice echoed, do you wish to accept the inheritance trial of the Apocalypse Dragon Knight to personally wield the authority of war and face the specter of annihilation? Zhou Yi thought to himself, the inheritance of the Apocalypse Dragon Knight, whatever this is, there's no way I'm passing it up. He then declared, I accept. The moment he spoke, an overwhelming aura erupted, forcing him to shield his eyes. Chu Yi felt power coursing through him. So this is the strength of an Apocalypse Dragon Knight? And now, a new system notification popped up. Mission. Slay the Demon Beast King. Chu Yi got into a battle stance. Bring it on. In an instant, the Demon Beast lunged, biting down hard on his dragon companion, Bone Fang. Its tentacles shot out, wrapping around its opponent's body. Now, a glowing weapon materialized on Chu Yi's arm. He charged forward without hesitation, slashing powerfully at the beast like a valiant general. Chu Yi swung the sword in his hand relentlessly. Under that immense pressure, the beast seemed stunned, as its tentacles were diced to bits. His eyes glowing, Chu Yi expertly shouted a command, summon, Dragon's Breath. Following his orders, Bone Fang immediately unleashed a massive blast of energy. The demon beast was completely suppressed, unable to even fight back. But they weren't done. He and Bone Fang rushed it together. Raising his sword high above his head, Chu Yi roared, slash. Immediately, the mission was marked as a success, and Chu Yi returned to reality. Picking up the stone from the floor, he contemplated the vision. Such world-destroying power. He recalled something. Back when I fought Liu Xuan, I unleashed an armor form called the Apocalypse Word. Chu Yi's face darkened. The armor other knights wear is crafted by blacksmiths. My situation is completely different. He frowned, deep in thought. Since then, no matter how hard I've pushed myself, I've never been able to enter that state again. The system chimed. A hidden quest was activated, the legacy of the Apocalypse Dragon Knight. His face darkened. A hidden quest, of all things. The last one he triggered had offered top-tier resources. For that inheritance, and for the Soul of War system reward. He knew he had to claim them both. He calmly strode out of the room, leaving a field of fallen bodies in his wake. Lin Feng's group was already waiting outside, their spirits high. Seeing him emerge victorious, they celebrated. The entire enemy corps had been annihilated, with no survivors. They'd even scored some decent gear and potions. Chu Yi told them to leave the spoils for the other members and affiliated hunters. His teammate was stunned. The equipment and potions were far from useless. Chu Yi replied, it's a small gain. Better to use it to win over the others and crush the last of the evil wolf's influence. Besides, there's something far more important I need you to see. Thiet Tam's eyes widened. What is it? Chu Yi said, I found this in the treasury. Something about it feels off. Have any of you ever seen anything like it? Halan stared intently, as if recognizing something from a distant memory. She spoke up. I think I've seen something very similar before. Chu Yi immediately pressed her. When? Where did you see it? Halan's mind drifted back. I must have been around 6 years old. A ball of fire suddenly fell from the sky behind our sect's mountain. The impact was enormous. It burned down more than half the forest. When the fire finally died down, all that remained inside was this very helmet. The style and the patterns are identical to the one on that stone table. At the time, all the masters in the clan believed it was a treasure, taking turns to appraise it, but none could figure out its purpose. According to Halan, wearing it provided no stat boosts, nor did it activate any skills. It was just like a normal piece of decoration. Even though it seemed useless, its spectacular arrival convinced the masters it was an unawakened treasure. They've kept it locked away in the clan's Vault of 1,000 Wonders ever since. Chu Yi's mind raced. The Vault of 1,000 Wonders. If Halan was right, this helmet was the soul of war, the objective of his hidden quest. But how could he get into the vault? A great clan's treasury wasn't as easy to infiltrate as the Evil Wolf Guild's secret room. Halan smiled brightly. Brother Yi, you want to get into the Vault of 1,000 Wonders for that helmet, don't you? He answered without hesitation. Yes. It's connected to a very important quest. Lin Fong chimed in. Is this another quest from that hidden dragon platform? I thought that place only gave out missions for minor rifts. Chu Yi nodded, thinking to himself, right, I can't tell them I have a system. It's better if they misunderstand. Halan looked intrigued. Well then, your luck is incredible. Our sect holds a tournament every 3 years. The grand champion gets to enter the vault and choose any one treasure they desire. Chu Yi's interest was piqued. When is it? She replied casually. Tomorrow. Chu Yi's expression changed in an instant. He shouted, tomorrow? The scene cuts to another location, where a massive scanner hums with activity. At the same time, Chu Yi's group emerged from another portal. Lin Fong, pale and clutching his stomach, groaned. That's the 5th teleportation circle. I think I just threw up my dinner. Thiet Tam, standing beside him, added, we're cutting it way too close. Just hang in there, Lin Fong. Lin Hai urged, though she didn't look much better. Lan Lan, I feel like every person I see is spinning. Halan tried to reassure them. Almost there! Almost there! The next portal is the Holy Spirit Creek Temple, then she added cheerfully. After that, it's just 3 more teleports to our destination. Chu Yi glanced back, his voice firm. No time to waste. Keep moving. Everyone immediately snapped to attention. Yes, Captain. Understood, Captain. Chu Yi thought to himself, to make it in time for tomorrow's tournament, we have no choice but to chain teleport across this insane distance. The repeated spatial tearing is taking a much greater toll on everyone's mind and body than I anticipated. It looks like we'll need to add anti-disorientation training in the future. A brilliant blue light flashed, warping the space around them in a dizzying display. The moment they arrived, Lin Fong couldn't take it anymore and got violently sick. Meanwhile, Halan stretched out leisurely. All right, everyone, that was the last teleport. We've made it to the Heavenly Dao sect, she announced. This is the sect's great mountain guarding formation. It isolates us from the outside world, creating a realm of its own. No teleportation circle in the world, she continued, can take you directly to the mountain gate. Halan said, according to sect rules, to show our respect for the great formation, we must walk this final leg of the journey with sincere hearts. Lin Fong stared blankly. What is she even talking about? Chu Yi quickly calculated. If we sprint for the next 100 kilometers, we might make it before the match begins. Lin Fong grabbed his head in disbelief and shouted, Are you kidding me? Halan covered her mouth, a mischievous smile playing on her lips. She held up a talisman. Just messing with you. You should have seen your faces. Of course, we spirit Taoists have our own special way in. Then, she focused her inner energy, chanting, Watch closely. The clouds are my path, the wind my ally, the talisman my guide, and my spirit the foundation. Riding the wings of heaven and earth, commanding the 6 energies, a paper crane materialized from her spell. It soared high into the air. Lin Hai watched, breathless with awe. It's so beautiful. Halan hopped onto the crane's back and looked at the others. Hurry up! This flying crane talisman has a time limit. We'll fly directly through the central pass. This is the VIP entrance for spirit Taoists. Once everyone was on, the crane shot towards the mountains. The team was thrilled. This crane is even faster than a spirit pet. Spirit Taoists really have it good. They can conjure anything they need. This is amazing. Yeah, this is way more comfortable than any teleportation circle. Chu Yi watched Halan, a rare hint of gentleness in his eyes. He couldn't help but ask her directly, Halan, you don't actually want to return to the sect, do you? Halan quickly looked away. Brother Yi, why would you ask that? How could I not want to return to the place where I grew up? Chu Yi explained. Ever since we started this journey, you've been more talkative than usual, but your smile, it seems forced. What's more, every time we mentioned the sect tournament, your eyes would subconsciously look away. He moved a little closer. Your behavior is like someone constantly trying to psych themselves up. Ha, Lan, is there something in there that you're afraid of? She felt her face flush red. He knows, she thought, stunned by his perception. He's so sharp. Lin Fong then added, the final winner of the match doesn't just get to enter the Vault of 1,000 Wonders and choose any treasure. Halan finished the sentence. They also get the 9 Heavens Thunder Art, the strongest secret technique passed down by our founder. He was surprised. 9 Heavens Thunder Art sounds incredibly powerful. It's beyond powerful, she explained. A spirit Taoist who masters this thunder art, even at a low level, can craft high-grade talismans and elixirs. Just by using these secret creations, we can easily acquire vast resources from the outside world. This allows us to be self-sufficient and focus solely on pursuing the heavenly Tao. This is also why spirit Taoists are so respected among the major powers. Chu Yi was amazed. Self-sufficient, asking for nothing from the outside world. No wonder Halan seemed so down, he thought. When I was 12, she said softly, I won first place in the tournament. According to Halan, the entire sect had surrounded her that day. The elders personally led her to the statue of their founder to inherit the secret art. Everyone believed Halan would become the pillar for the next generation of the Heavenly Tao sect. But what happened next shocked every elder present, leaving them utterly speechless. She recalled that day. But during the final inheritance ritual, in front of everyone, the founder's statue rejected me. I couldn't inherit the 9 Heavens Thunder Art. As she spoke, a deep sadness clouded her face. All the elders investigated, but they couldn't find a single reason why. It was as if my very existence was not recognized by the founder's legacy. In a single night, I went from a celebrated genius to the sect's biggest freak. Her voice was steady, but her eyes were hollow, lost in the memory. Just then, a loud sob cut through the air, snapping Halan out of her thoughts. Seeing her teammate in tears, Halan was stunned. It was Ling Shi. She couldn't hold back and threw her arms around Halan. We've lived together for so long, and I never knew how hard things have been for you. Lan, from now on, I'm going to be twice as good to you, I swear. That stupid ancestor statue must have been blind or something. It couldn't see what a gem you are. You're the absolute best. Halan had to comfort the crying girl instead. Hey, it all happened a long time ago. I'm totally fine now. Look at me, aren't I doing great? Chu Yi chimed in cheerfully. Exactly. It was because your path in the Heavenly Tao was cut off that you left to take the college entrance exams. A bright smile lit up Halan's face. Su Hong University. It gave me a fresh start, and it let me meet all of you. He smirked, satisfied. That's right. So let's show everyone in the Heavenly Path sect just how brightly the person they cast aside can shine now. After some more chatting, the paper boat finally passed through another transport array. The scenery here was like something out of a fairy tale, and everyone else had already arrived. As Chu Yi's group floated forward, everyone was buzzing with anticipation. Just then, a mocking voice cut through the air, making Halan flinch. Well, I was wondering who it could be. A figure riding a phoenix flew past them. If it isn't our Heavenly Path sect's once-in-a-century genius, personally rejected by the great ancestor himself. Tong Halan, junior sister Tong, am I right? The guy was Chen Lei, the headmaster's second disciple. What's the matter? Couldn't cut it at that university out there? Although Halan obviously couldn't stand him, she kept her composure. Second senior brother Chen, it's been a long time. But Chen Lei just scoffed. Don't get so familiar. If the great ancestor doesn't recognize you, then neither do I. So spill it. You couldn't survive out there and came crawling back for resources, didn't you? Ling Feng couldn't take it anymore and lashed out. Flames instantly erupted, making Chen Lei panic. My phoenix's wings. Realizing what was happening, Chen Lei immediately shouted, Sacred spring, come forth. A torrent of water immediately doused the poor phoenix. Ling Feng cackled, Look at you, what a pathetic sight. You honestly look like a drowned chicken. It perfectly matches those chicken wings you were just riding. Chen Lei sputtered with rage. You. Ling Feng just kept teasing him. Wrong. I think you mean, nah, boo-boo, not you. He seethed internally. Damn it. Except for that guy on the left whose strength I can't read, the rest are just useless second-rank trash. And they think they have the right to provoke me? If the tournament wasn't right around the corner, I'd definitely teach them a lesson. Chen Lei then turned his sneer back to Halan. Tong Halan, judging by your route, you're planning to visit that stubborn old master of yours, aren't you? But I'd advise you not to waste your energy. If you go now, I'm afraid you won't even find his shadow. Halan went rigid, her voice suddenly tight with alarm. What happened to my master? You better tell me everything. He just chuckled cruelly. Why don't you go see for yourself? I don't have time to waste on you. Chen Lei, Halan screamed. Chu Yi quickly moved to block his path. Did I say you could leave? Chen Lei flinched slightly, his eyes locking on Chu Yi with a mix of surprise and apprehension. In that same moment, golden chains shot out, wrapping tightly around him. They yanked him through the air, dropping him right at Chu Yi's feet. Chu Yi slowly walked closer. Chen Lei looked up, trying to sound threatening. You dare attack someone inside the Heavenly Path sect? Are you looking to die? But his threat was met with a set of icy, wolf-like glares. Chen Lei gritted his teeth. Is this a joke? This pressure. It's even more terrifying than when the headmaster is angry. Who in the world is this guy? Chu Yi's voice was ice cold as he looked down at him. Looking for what? Chen Lei trembled, immediately lowering his head. He knew without a doubt that if he made one wrong move, he'd be a corpse in the next second. The auras of the three people behind him had also changed in an instant. Damn it! Where did Tong Halan find these monsters? Fine, he wouldn't pick a fight he couldn't win. He'd swallow this humiliation for now, but he would definitely report her to the headmaster and make her pay for this. He spoke carefully. Looking for the disciplinary hall. If you start a fight in the Heavenly Path sect, the disciplinary hall won't let you off. Chen Lei's sneer returned. Tong Halan, you want to know? Fine, I'll tell you. After you went down the mountain, the headmaster ordered your Master Bao to take on new disciples to inherit his teachings. But Master Bao refused to the bitter end. Halan's face grew paler with every word he spoke. On top of that, because of what happened to you, he completely neglected his duties all these years. He stopped forging artifacts and concocting pills, his cultivation stagnated, and he spent all day researching useless ancient books. The headmaster was furious. 3 months ago, he was punished and sent to the All Objects Treasure Pavilion to be a gatekeeper. No alchemy, no forging, and no cultivation allowed. All of his sect provisions were cut off. That's all I know. Ling Shi quickly moved to comfort her. Ha Lan. Chu Yi's voice was a blade of ice. Scram! Though he was fuming, he had no choice but to turn and leave. Ha Lan's voice was thick with emotion. Back then, after the ancestor's statue rejected me, the entire sect treated me like an outcast. Only Master never gave up on me. He searched everywhere, through countless ancient texts, just to find out why. In the end, he was the one who encouraged me to leave, to go out into the world and find my own destiny. Master is the only reason I have any attachment to this sect. As he fled, Chen Lei shouted one last threat. Tong Halan, you just let outsiders attack your own sect, brother. The only reason I'm not dealing with you is out of pity for that pathetic master of yours. Ling Feng exploded. You little punk, don't you dare run away. With a roar, he hurled an attack right at Chen Lei. He immediately shrieked. Aya! Sacred Spring, Water Shield, bring forth the water technique. Halan was starting to panic. Yi, I have to get to the treasure pavilion, now, he agreed without a second's hesitation. Okay. And with that, the group immediately changed course. The paper boat flew at its maximum speed to get there. They arrived at the Heavenly Path sect's All Objects Treasure Pavilion. The moment she arrived, Halan gasped. The 12 yuan spirit locking array. The headmaster actually used the Internal Affairs Forbidden Guard formation. Master's situation is even more dangerous than I thought. Master, you have to hang in there. I'm coming to save you. From down below, a powerful voice echoed. Halt! You who approach! Halan called down. I am here to see Elder Bao. If you get in my way, don't blame me for being impolite. Lin Xuan shouted up from the ground. This is the treasure pavilion. Any who trespass will be killed without mercy. At his command, the entire group pulled out talismans. Heaven's thunder moves, earth's fire rises, the 8 trigrams guide the chi. By the order of the 3 pure ones, with the might of the 12 yangs, let thunder and fire form a net. Following Lin Xuan's chant, the talismans all flew up in unison. And just like that, a massive net unfurled, shooting straight towards the paper boat. Chu Yi glanced at Ha Lan. You got this? Her reply was firm. With that one word, her hands became a blur in the air. Ha Lan's movements were incredibly fluid, her inner power wrapping around her entire body. In an instant, she drew several red talismans in the air. The moment they were summoned, the massive net started to get sucked towards them. Ha Lan shouted, Absorb! Lin Xuan broke out in a cold sweat. That's the devouring, law-breaking talisman. Only an elder's direct disciple can cultivate that technique. Could she be? His eyes were filled with confusion as sweat dripped down his forehead. Ha Lan flew past him from the other side. Pardon the intrusion. And with that, her hand slammed right into Lin Xuan's face. Seeing this, the other guards immediately charged. It wasn't over. Another one rushed forward shouting, Ugly thunder! And just like that, a deafening explosion ripped through the air as Ha Lan flew towards her attacker. She slapped a talisman right on him. Ugly thunder. Another massive blast went off. At the same time, a sword blade sliced right past her ear. It was Lin Xuan, attacking from behind. He swung his sword, aiming to strike her down, but in the next second, with just 2 fingers, Halan stopped the blade cold. She whipped her leg backwards in a powerful kick, sending Lin Xuan flying high into the air. He hit the ground and immediately launched himself forward again. Lin Xuan unleashed a continuous assault on Halan, but she dodged every single attack with ease. Gripping her blade tightly, Halan leaped into the air, ready to strike. She bit into her thumb, drawing a drop of crimson blood. As the blood anointed the steel, she said, "Senior brother, mind if I borrow this for a sec?" With blinding speed, she unleashed a flurry of strikes, overwhelming Lin Xuan, who couldn't parry a single blow. Halan paused, her voice calm but firm. "Senior brothers, I'm in a hurry to see my master. I have no wish to harm my own sect members. So please, don't stand in my way." Lin Xuan channeled his internal energy, summoning a barrage of spectral blades. "That's not going to happen," he declared. The sect master gave a direct order. No one gets through. She took a single step forward. Coin of crushing weight. A cold sweat broke out on Lin Xuan's forehead as he saw the coin now resting on his shoulder. He instantly recognized the technique and screamed a warning. "It's the Bagua enemy trapping formation. Everyone, get back now!" In an instant, coins materialized on every other disciple. The talisman in Halan's hand burst into flames as her voice, cold as ice, chanted the incantation. "By Kunlun's spiritual veins, open. By the mystic abode, guide the chi and crush the wicked." Immediately, a blinding force crashed down from above, enveloping everyone in its light. Halan spoke a single, chilling word. "Mountain." Her expression hardened as she placed a hand on the barrier, peering inside. Lin Xuan, still immobilized, shouted a desperate warning. The sect master himself placed that 12 primordial spirit locking formation. "Even if you've subdued us, you'll never be able to break through it." Halan simply extended 2 fingers and tapped the wall. A moment later, the brilliant golden barrier dissolved into nothing. She shot them a cold glance. "I passed the trials of the 12 primordial spirits when I was 8. My only problem back then was not getting along with the 11 other chosen disciples." Lying on the ground, a terrified sweat drenched Lin Xuan. "A monster." Halan threw the tower doors open and called out, "Master?" But her eyes widened, stunned by what she saw. The room was a total mess, and there was Shui Ying, lazing about, munching on a pastry while staring at a drawing of a chicken leg. She glanced lazily toward the sound. "Who's there?" Then Shui Ying shot up, her eyes sparkling with delight. "My precious disciple! What took you so long to come back?" Tears welled up in Halan's eyes. "Master, they all said you were punished, that you were sent here to suffer, with no support. I really thought." Shui Ying just burst out laughing, playfully scolding her. "You silly girl, does it look like I'm suffering at all? It's quiet here. No one bothers me. It's the perfect place to study what I find interesting." She continued, "And as for support, your master just has to scribble a few talismans or craft some trinkets. You think that's not enough to trade for all the snacks I want?" Ling Shi watched them and whispered, "Brother Yi, doesn't Lan's master seem a little?" Zhou Yi simply grunted in agreement and said, "Cultivators who reverse their age are likely on a completely different level from us." Ha Lan made the introductions. "Master, these are the friends I made out in the world. I'd trust them with my life." Zhou Yi and the others immediately clasped their hands in a formal greeting. Juniors Zhu Yi, Shen Ling Feng, Tang Ling Shi, and Wei Tiexin pay our respects to the third elder. Shui Ying couldn't help but be impressed. A level 32 Arbiter, a level 29 Berserker, a level 28 Warrior, and a level 28 Mage. To reach these levels at your age is incredible. You are all fine, hardworking kids. Then she patted Halan's shoulder, beaming. "And Lanner, you reached level 29 in such a short time. That's fantastic. It must have been really tough out there, wasn't it?" Halan replied humbly. "It's all thanks to Brother Yi, our team leader, who guided our training. The real reason I came back was to help him get an item from the treasure pavilion." Shui Ying's expression turned serious. "The inner vault of the treasure pavilion is sealed by the sect master's order. No one can open it. That is the iron law of the sect." "I know," Halan answered. "That's why I'm going to enter the sect tournament. It was the only way to enter the treasure pavilion with unquestionable justification." After hearing Halan's resolve, Shui Ying took a big bite of her pastry. She planted her hands on her hips and declared with absolute confidence, "Then your master will help you." The scene shifts to an overcast sky, light struggling to break through the dark clouds. Below lies the Heavenly Tao Sect Central Martial Arts Arena, a massive and imposing stage. Presiding over it all is the sect master, Yang Zi. He stands high above, hands clasped behind his back, gazing down upon the disciples. The presiding master gives the order. "The time is up. Close the selection pools." As he prepared to seal them, a voice suddenly cut through the air. "Wait just a moment." Then, a blast of spiritual energy shot toward the heaven tier pool. Using that energy, a new name was swiftly registered. Shui Ying stood with her arms crossed, a smug smile on her face. Registration. I'm signing up my disciple, Song Ha Lan. The presiding master pointed upwards, stunned. Third Elder, that's the heaven tier pool. The surrounding crowd erupted in an uproar. Heavens! She registered for the heaven tier pool? But that's the division for second advancement powerhouses. Shui Ying listened to the murmurs with a bewildered look. The third elder is always so unpredictable. Is she just pretending to be senile? Suddenly, she acted flustered. Oh dear, I must be getting old, she cried. My hand must have slipped. How could I make such a mistake? This is all wrong. It doesn't count. Steward, quickly, get that back for me. I need a do-over. Zhou Yi, arms crossed, spoke quietly to Ha Lan. A stray bit of spiritual energy hit the tag, diverting it into the heaven tier pool. A jolt went through her. Someone wants me dead. Using the heaven tier pool to do it? She looked at him. Brother Yi, could you see where that energy came from? It came from the high platform, he answered. The technique was extremely subtle. Got it, she replied curtly. Just then, Yang Zi calmly strode forward. Junior sister Bao. There were many witnesses. The choice for the heaven tier pool has been made. He looked down, his voice cold and reprimanding. You are a sect elder. How can you treat our sacred rules like some childish game? Shui Ying shot back without missing a beat. Sect master senior brother. The rules only say that fate decides where the tag falls. It says nothing about a person's hand slipping. Mine slipped. It was an accident. And an accident can't possibly count, can it? I demand a do-over. The other elders rushed to intervene. Senior sister Bao, we can't break the rules. It's best to have Disciple Song withdraw from the tournament. The heaven tier pool is filled with second advancement experts over level 30. She's walking to her own death, junior sister. Those masters can channel the very power of heaven and earth. She stands absolutely no chance of winning. Yes, exactly. If she pulls her name and withdraws now, it's not too late. Yang Zi spoke with detached authority. Song Ha Lan, if you are afraid, you may withdraw now. I will permit you to exit this pointless match. Shui Ying looked at her with concern. Lanner, maybe we should. But Ha Lan clasped her hands formally and spoke. Sect Master Uncle. Her voice was steady and clear. If my tag fell into the heaven tier pool, then that is my destiny. This disciple will accept the outcome. As she resolved to fight, Ha Lan thought to herself, up on the high platform, there's only the sect master, and my second, fourth, fifth, and sixth master uncles. Which one of them wants me dead, right after I've returned to the sect? She continued, her voice ringing out for all to hear. I also invite the sect master and all my master uncles to witness firsthand whether or not I have wasted my years away from home. The crowd exploded into a frenzy of whispers. She's insane. She actually accepted. She has a death wish, throwing away her life just to show off. She's a disciple who was cast out, and now she's just asking for more humiliation. Yang Zi spread his arms wide, his voice booming across the arena. If your resolve is firm, then your wish shall be granted. The moment his words ended, the tournament began, and the first match of the heaven tier pool was displayed. First match of the heaven tier pool, Song Ha Lan versus Lei Zhe. A wave of shock passed through the disciples. Senior brother Lei Zhe, the sect master's personal, #1 disciple? It's over. She's dead for sure. When senior brother Lei fights, his opponents either die or end up crippled. She asked for this. She can't blame anyone else. This match is already decided. Meanwhile, Chen Lei watched with a malicious, self-satisfied smirk. Song Ha Lan, let's see you escape this time. Ling Feng watched the crowd, arms crossed in contempt. A bunch of frogs at the bottom of a well. Ling Shi asked nervously, Is he really that strong? Ha Lan just smiled. He's just the top-ranked rookie. Nothing to worry about. Shui Ying gently stroked her head. Go on, my girl. Ha Lan smiled and nodded, then strode confidently onto the arena stage, ready to face her opponent. Suddenly, a bolt of purple lightning crashed down from the sky. From within it, Lei Zhe emerged, his voice dripping with contempt. Junior sister Song, surrender now. It's the only way you'll leave this stage with any dignity. Talismans materialized, swirling around Ha Lan. Enough talk, she said. Let's begin. Instantly, Lei Zhe launched a devastating attack, but Ha Lan dodged backwards in a flash. His eyes narrowed, tracking her every move as he commanded his violet lightning to strike again. Ha Lan leaps high, unleashing a talisman attack toward him, but Lei Tra counters with a crack of his lightning whip. From the stands, Chu Yi analyzes the battle unfolding before him. He's using wide-range attacks to box Ha Lan in, forcing her onto the defensive. But the spiritual energy he's releasing is too wild, far beyond what's needed. At least 1/3 of his power is being wasted on sheer spectacle. He's already level 35. His control over spiritual power shouldn't be this sloppy. Could it be? that Song Ha Lan is making his heart waver, Ling Si silently cheers her on. Lan, be careful! Shui Ying cries out, her face pale with worry. My precious talisman. Destroy it! Lei Track, weapon in hand, is confused. His speed has already doubled, so why can't he even touch her? This lightning form drains his mental energy too quickly. He can't maintain it for long. Bright blue sparks erupt beneath Lei Track's feet. He launches himself into the air, roaring. Let's see you dodge this! The disciples below are completely stunned. It's here, senior brother Lei's ultimate technique. Frenzied thunder sky prison. That power, that speed, that angle. It's textbook perfect. Yang Zi thinks to himself, violent spiritual energy, an amazing display. But it lacks focus. He's wasting at least 30% of its true power. Just then, Ha Lan raises a talisman, her gaze fixed on Lei Track, who's now completely engulfed in a storm of purple spiritual power. In the next instant, a massive, dazzling golden flower blooms beneath Ha Lan's feet. Shui Ying is astonished, reversing the flow of power. That girl's time away has really opened her mind. Lei Track's lightning bolt streaks toward the golden lotus. Shui Ying begins her analysis. Inside the lightning's glow, the raw electrical energy is being guided by the spinning lotus petals, diverted into smaller currents, and then harmlessly dispersed. The lightning strikes, but the golden lotus remains completely unscathed. The fourth and second elders praise her one after another. Circulating power, containing it within. Using technique to overcome brute force. Incredible! What kind of opportunity did that Ha Lan girl encounter out there? Lei Track roars in frustration. It's all just cheap tricks, unworthy of a true master. Primordial Earth, heed my command. A glowing formation appears under Ha Lan, and the ground cracks and shatters violently. Suddenly, a massive stone spike erupts from the ground at blinding speed. The spike morphs into a giant, powerful fist, preparing to crush her. Ha Lan begins her own technique, but the spiritual energy flow is sluggish. The opening is too big. Shui Ying crosses her arms, puzzled. A basic spirit-gathering talisman? Why would she draw that now? Ha Lan finishes the drawing. The 10,000 forms return to their origin. A reverse spiritual core. The stone fist freezes mid-air, right before hitting the talisman. A second later, the fist crumbles into dust and rock, scattering across the arena. The crowd screams in disbelief. She used a spirit-gathering talisman to drain the Earth formation's power dry. Are you kidding me? Aren't those just for peacefully gathering spirit energy to help with cultivation? Can you even use them like that? Shui Ying coughs, explaining, she didn't take the world's energy. She took the formations. A brilliant tactic. This technique, is worthy of a student of mine, Bao Shui Ying. The second elder's face is a mask of pure shock. She used a spirit-gathering talisman to drain the entire Earth formation dry. Lei Track's face twists in rage. Deviant arts, let's see you stop this! He summons a storm of attack talismans. Ninth Heaven Thunder Lord, hear my command. The sky darkens as a massive formation appears, crackling with thunder. A bolt of lightning strikes down, shattering the ground around them. Ha Lan is completely surrounded by lightning, standing calmly within the circle of destruction. She begins to channel her internal energy, preparing to strike back. Heaven and earth aligned. Mountain and lake connect. Stars shift and merge. In an instant, a massive explosion rips through the air, sending debris flying everywhere. Lei Track stares, dumbfounded. How did she set up a formation like that? Ha Lan appears behind him. Your lightning domain lacks sword chi, so it's difficult to form. It lacks water vapor, so it cannot flow smoothly. All that's left is the rampaging, destructive thunderfire. The 5 elements are unbalanced. Your very foundation is flawed. Lei Track unleashes another bolt of lightning. Nonsense. But Ha Lan dodges with ease. She releases her own talismans. The true path of formations lies in the balance of creation and destruction, in the nature of observation itself. The talismans fly upwards as if they have a will of their own. They aim directly for Lei Track's formation and attack, setting off a chain of massive explosions. Lei Track looks up in horror. My thunder domain technique. It's been severed. Impossible. What kind of dark arts are you using? Ha Lan just looks at him calmly. Senior brother Lei Track, your lightning arts have form, but they lack spirit. Her voice turns cold. You only see the destructive fury of power, but you've never understood the essence of formations. Lei Track's lips tremble with resentment as he stares at Ha Lan. Bitter memories flood his mind. At 12 years old, I defeated a level 15 opponent at the Imperial Thunder stage. My mastery of talismans was unmatched by anyone my age. My future was supposed to be glorious. But from the day you joined the Heavenly Tao sect, everyone's eyes turned to you. I trained bitterly for 10 years. Yet it couldn't compare to your fleeting appearance as the sect's future pillar. That's right. Limitless potential. You so easily stole everything that belonged to me. The attention, the resources, even the master's expectations. Lei Troc recalls a scene from his childhood. In that moment, I even thanked the Grandmaster. He finally ripped off your genius's mask. After you left, the world finally became quiet again. I became the sole focus of the Heavenly Tao sect, the only genius. I fought desperately, seized every opportunity, and finally made it here. But why? Why did you have to come back? Lei Troc's face contorts in madness as he screams, Song Halan, you should have never returned, and you definitely shouldn't look at me with those eyes. Halan gazes down at him with an icy stare. Lei Troc roars, the force tearing his own robes to shreds. Ninth heaven, divine thunder, burn my blood essence, and aid me. His body swells with power. Lei Troc, his eyes widen as he throws his head back and screams, Thunder Dragon's Advent! A colossal dragon of pure lightning materializes, its eyes blazing with terrifying power. The disciples are frozen in terror. That's the final form of the ninth heaven thunder arts, the world-ending thunder dragon. Senior brother Lei Troc has mastered it to this degree. He's insane. This will be a death match. Halan remains unfazed, looking up to observe the situation. Shui Ying crosses her arms with a scoff. Fool. Forcing his power up like this has already damaged his foundation. After this fight, he'll need a long time to recover from the internal injuries. The second elder screams in a panic. Lei Troc, disperse that spiritual power immediately. Do you want to destroy your cultivation route? Lei Troc thinks to himself, this is my ultimate ace. I never planned on using it. Right now, all I want is for Song Halan to be utterly destroyed. Halan raises a single finger, her voice cold, stubborn. On the ground, her talismans begin to glow. Instantly, the talismans rise into the air at her command. She closes her eyes, her hands directing their flow. Scatter into motes, gather into a formation. Let the 10,000 forms return to the stream. Thousands of talismans weave and intersect, hovering in the sky. Lei Troc's face twists into a crazed smile as he thinks, be reduced to ashes for me. The dragon lunges forward, attacking its opponent. Halan focuses her power, forming a hand seal. Spirit web. Bind! A net woven from thousands of talismans appears, blocking the dragon's path. Moments later, the net ensnares the dragon, trapping it inside a sphere of light. Halan forms another seal with her hands and whispers, disperse. The sphere begins to pulse with light from within. She stares intently at the sphere, raises her hand, and commands, divert. Inside the sphere, streams of spiritual power lash out, striking the dragon. Halan's hands form a 5-petaled lotus seal. Purify. Inside the sphere, the mighty dragon begins to dissolve into nothingness. The crowd below watches, so captivated they don't even blink. Halan raises her hand, looking directly at the sphere, and shouts, 5-element cycle, reverse and return to origin, scatter. A massive, violent explosion rocks the entire arena. Lei Troc screams in despair. No, my thunder dragon. The next second, he coughs up a huge mouthful of blood. Lei Troc has reached his limit. He clutches his chest, spitting another glob of dark blood onto the ground. Halan walks toward him. The dragon that destroyed you wasn't some profound, complex formation. It was the very foundation you refused to acknowledge. Lei remained bowed, his voice quiet. I have lost. From the high platform, Duong Tu gazed down, his face a mask of stone. With cold authority, he announced, for this battle I, Duong Tu, declare Song Halan the winner. Below, Chunyi's friends couldn't hide their joy. But then, the sect master continued. However, this victory is meaningless. The smiles on their faces instantly vanished. Duong Tu's gaze was like ice. Song Halan, you were rejected by our sect's great founder. Before the eyes of all, you were struck down by heavenly lightning. This is the will of fate. If destiny itself denies you, then you have no place in my heavenly Tao sect. If I wasn't considering the third elder's position, you would have been cast out long ago, your path to cultivation severed forever. Halan's fist tightened as she tried to explain. Sect Master, the truth of what happened that day was never discovered. Perhaps my victory today can finally explain it. The great Tao has thousands of paths, not just the one our founder left behind. He replied with absolute contempt. Nonsense. Today, you use cheap tricks that erode your very foundation. This only proves you walk a deviant path. The founder rejected you because he saw the corruption in your heart. Duong Tu's judgment was final. Your victory means nothing to the heavenly Tao sect. Out of respect for your master, I will not cripple your cultivation. But from now on, all ties between you and my heavenly Tao sect are severed. From this moment forward, you are forever forbidden from setting foot on this mountain again. The words had barely left his lips when a crushing pressure slammed down, forcing Ha Lan to spit out a mouthful of blood. Tu Yetnge cried out in alarm. My disciple! Lin Fong and Lin Hai screamed her name. Ha Lan. Tu Yetnge trembled with pure rage. What do you think you're doing? The fourth elder tried to reason with her. Senior sister, don't be reckless. Just obey the sect master's will, and Song Ha Lan will be fine. But she had already summoned countless talismans, ready for war. You coward! A level 55 master bullying a level 29 child? You've damaged her foundation. Her entire future as a cultivator could be ruined. If you don't move, junior brother, don't blame me for what happens next. Lin Hai gasped, her eyes wide. It's Brother Nyi. In a flash, Chung Yi appeared, a spiritual shield protecting Ha Lan. She knelt, whispering, Brother Ingi. His voice dripped with scorn. So this is the great heavenly Tao sect. This heaven's will you preach about. Who decides it? You? Or that silent stone statue you pray to? Chung Yi's voice grew colder. And what is this righteous path you speak of? Is it your archaic thunder arts and your self-righteous dogma? Or is it the path forged by the thousands upon thousands of cultivators out in the real world? He pointed a defiant finger straight at the sect master. Song Ha Lan defeated a level 35 opponent at only level 29. She used your own sect's techniques, combined with her own enlightenment, and thousands witnessed it. And you just dismiss it all with a deviant path and fate's decree to crush her spirit? You're the sect master, yet you ignore true talent and trample on all reason. All you do is oppress others. Are you really protecting the founder's legacy, or just protecting your own fragile ego and absolute power? Insolent brat! Duong Tu roared as he launched an attack. You dare insult the sect master and the founder? Chung Yi smirked. What's wrong? Did I strike a nerve? Getting angry now, are we? He met the man's glare with his own cold stare. It seems the heavenly Tao sect is nothing but a pack of hypocrites who can't tell right from wrong, break their promises, and bully the weak. Suddenly, Tu Yetnge's voice rang out, filled with glee. Heck yeah! Well said! She leaped into the air, talismans in both hands, ready to join the fray. That felt so good to hear. Tu Yetnge landed in a battle stance. My disciple fought through hell and forged her own path, only to return to this? And you stubborn old fools want to destroy her future without even asking a single question. She launched her attack, still shouting, To hell with your heaven's will. The incident with the founder's statue. Which one of you can honestly say you know what really happened that day? You blindly follow ancient rules, but you've forgotten why they were made. They were meant to guide and teach with reason, not to be weapons of oppression. Duong Tu's voice was grim. Bao Tu Yet Nge. You have repeatedly defied the sect, disrespected your elders, and slandered the founder. Your treason is undeniable. He raised a golden pagoda in his hand, his face etched with fury. Today, I will use the 9 revolutions refining pagoda to purge this sect of its traitors. 2 elders behind him cried out, Sect Master, think this through. But Duong Tu had already thrown the artifact without hesitation. It expanded in midair, a mountain of gold ready to crush the 3 rebels below. Tu Yetnge gritted her teeth. Asterisk, the 9 revolutions refining pagoda. It's Duong Tu's lifebound treasure. It can melt steel and incinerate a person's very soul. The old bastard is actually trying to kill me. Asterisk. She shoved Ha Lan away with a blast of energy. Go! As Ha Lan and Chung Yi landed safely, she cried out, Master! Chung Yi grabbed her arm. Trust your master. Don't distract her now. Tu Yetnge crossed her hands, her voice booming. You think this is enough to suppress me? Think again. She immediately began weaving complex hand seals, preparing a powerful formation. 4 symbols, mountain suppression. A massive barrier erupted from the ground, blocking the pagoda's descent. Duong Tu sneered with disdain. Pathetic parlor tricks. At his command, a dragon made of pure flame coiled around the pagoda. Together, they slammed into the barrier, creating a blinding flash of light. Biting her thumb, Tu Yetnge drew blood and said, I'm not done yet. Myriad manifestations, rise. With another flurry of seals, dozens of brilliant spiritual phoenixes soared into the sky, clashing with the fire dragon. But the dragon's flames burned hotter, slowly overwhelming her creations. Duong Tu spoke with cold detachment. Your command of talismans has truly reached the pinnacle of the 5 elements. This technique is flawless. A perfect harmony. If you had walked the true path, perhaps one day you might even have surpassed me. Sweat poured down Tu Yetnge's face, but she bit her lip, refusing to give in. He raised his hand, continuing his lecture. But it's a pity. The 9 Revolutions Pagoda is a treasure of our sect, imbued with the purest Yang laws. Before its absolute power, all your clever tricks are nothing more than an egg trying to break a stone. The pagoda crashed down with unstoppable force, shattering her phoenixes like glass as the fire dragon ripped them apart. A shockwave ripped through the earth as the pagoda slammed Tuyetenge into the ground. She coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood, her body collapsing backward, utterly defeated. Tears streamed down Halan's face as she screamed in agony. Master! Tuyetenge managed a weak, tear-streaked smile. You foolish girl, what are you crying for? Your master is a third revolution talisman grandmaster, you know. It'll take more than this rusty old pagoda to refine me. She threw a small object towards Halan. For years, I've scoured the forbidden archives and read every secret text. I tested everything and found this is the only artifact that resonates with your unique energy. It is no ordinary treasure. You must protect it with your life. Now take your friend and get out of the heavenly Tao sect and never, ever return. Halan tried to run back, screaming in protest, No, I won't leave you, master. But the pagoda slammed down again, kicking up a massive cloud of dust and debris. Tears flowed endlessly as she watched in absolute despair. High above, a cruel, satisfied smile spread across Duangtu's face as he watched the scene unfold. The object Tuyetenge had thrown landed squarely in Chunig's hand. A system notification flashed in his mind. Asterisk. Soul of War detected. Hidden quest progress updated. Asterisk, asterisk, so this is it. Asterisk, he thought. Asterisk, the very reason I came here, the soul of war. Asterisk, it trembled in his palm, not looking for a master. Chungi's brow furrowed as he held the helmet. It was searching for a vessel, one strong enough to contain its immense will for war. Without a second's hesitation, he put it on, ready for the coming battle. A torrent of energy exploded from the ancient helm. Then I, Chungi declared, shall be your vessel. A pillar of raw, untamed power erupted into the sky, unleashing a terrifying pressure that stunned everyone present. Stunned. Even Halan stopped crying, her grief momentarily forgotten as she stared in awe at the source of that power. When the light faded, Chungi stood there, now clad in a full suit of magnificent, battle-worn armor. With no trace of fear, he shot directly toward the massive fire dragon. The beast opened its gaping maw, ready to swallow him whole. But with a deafening explosion, Chungi unleashed a single, devastating strike, sending a wave of pure energy radiating outwards. The 9 Revolutions pagoda trembled, about to collapse under Zhou Yi's immense power. Another huge explosion erupted, sending debris flying everywhere. Yangzi clutched his chest and coughed up blood. Impossible. What kind of power was that? Shui Ying slowly walked out, announcing her return. But seeing her now, Halan hesitated. Master. She remembered all those years ago, the cold stares, the mockery, and the whispers she had to endure in the sect. After being rejected by the founder's statue, she'd spent countless nights doubting herself. Helpless, confused, she felt lost, her faith in the orthodox path of thunder fading away. All those feelings, all those memories. In that one moment, it felt like something inside her finally broke. It shattered. I get it now. Above them, the crowd murmured in a panic. Sect Master, are you all right? Halan asked herself, Thunder, what is it, really? She watched them, realizing it wasn't some tool to be trapped and controlled by talismans. In that instant, Halan charged forward. Her power was a force of nature that rejected corruption, celebrated justice, and shattered all chains. Ling Shi and Tiexin could only watch in awe from the sidelines. Now, Halan's gaze turned ice cold. She declared, Founder, if you establish this sect with a heart full of fairness and a will to protect the Tao, then open your eyes and see. See how the true path is blinded by selfish desires, and see how justice is twisted by tyranny. Tell me, Halan roared, and tell all my fellow disciples. The crowd below was stunned. Had she gone completely insane? Halan screamed to the heavens once more. What is the true way of the thunder law? From beyond the horizon, a golden light pierced the sky, looking like a river of stars as a fierce wind began to howl. The surrounding trees began to shake violently, but it didn't stop there. The demonic beast seemed to sense something immense. Even the artifacts and weapons in the disciples' hands began to react, startling everyone. What's going on? My artifact is humming. My Bagua mirror is too. In the next moment, a wave of shock washed over them all. Oh my God! Look! It's the founder! The founder has truly descended. Staring intently at Halan, even Shui Ying's eyes went wide with disbelief. A disciple stammered, his body trembling as he spoke. Founder. The disciples below immediately dropped to their knees, shouting in unison, We honor the founder. But the ancient spirit seemed displeased. He channeled his energy towards Halan, whose eyes were still locked forward, unblinking. In the next second, searing pain shot through her, and Halan couldn't help but let out a piercing scream. Terrified, Shui Ying screamed right along with her, Laner! Sweat poured down Halan's forehead as agonizing pain left her feeling completely powerless. A voice echoed from the heavens, "You fool. Only by facing tyranny can one know justice. Only by experiencing injustice can one understand their true self. The true meaning of the Thunder Law. Have you finally awakened to it?" At that moment, Halan felt as if her entire body was being reborn. Her hair grew longer in an instant as her old robes were torn to shreds. The founder continued, "The Heavenly Tao sect inherited my teachings, but it has slowly lost my spirit. Today, I will use what remains of my will to certify you. You will carry on my legacy, wield the authority of heaven's thunder, and enact the judgment of the world." Now, Halan looked absolutely mesmerizing. She floated in midair, her aura overwhelmingly majestic. The ground itself couldn't handle the pressure and finally shattered into countless pieces. Even Zhou Yi, standing nearby, was internally amazed. Fearing his teammates would get hurt by the shockwave, he quickly flew forward to block the blast. "Over here," she bowed respectfully. "Thunder Guardian Taoist, disciple Song Halan, thanks the founder." Yang Zi stared in shock. The founder's lingering spirit just let her skip straight to the second-tier class. And it was the same hidden profession as the founder himself. The founder himself had appeared to personally pass down his authority. His voice then echoed from the sky. Xuan Yang, the sect master, quickly knelt, respectfully shouting, "Disciple is here." The founder's voice boomed, striking fear into Yang Zi. "You were entrusted to manage this sect and protect the Tao, but you let power corrupt your heart and blind your mind. Your stubbornness and jealousy led you to suppress a genius, nearly destroying my entire legacy. This crime demands punishment." Yang Zi's face went pale as he stammered, trying to plead, "Founder, I..." But before he could finish, a bolt of power shot down. It bound Yang Zi tightly as the founder declared, "As punishment, your cultivation will be sealed, and you will be cast into the lowest level of the abyss of silent thunder. You will cleanse your heart with 10,000 bolts for 10 years. If you have not found enlightenment by then, you shall never leave." "No!" Yang Zi was terrified, pleading endlessly. "No, founder, spare me! Disciple knows his wrongs now." The second elder was so shocked he nearly fell over. The sect master was a level 55 heavenly master, yet before the founder's spirit, he was as helpless as a child. The founder then added, "The position of sect master will be decided by the council of elders for now. However, any major sect matter requires the approval of the Thunder Guardian Taoist Song Ha-lan." The founder then looked to Ha-lan. "Your cultivation has reached level 50. And your heart is bright. The day you master the Thunder Guardian's power is the day you will take control of the Heavenly Tao sect and bring glory to my legacy." The second elder bowed respectfully. "We will obey the founder's decree." The founder then turned his gaze to Zhou Yi. "This young friend carries many destinies. He triggered the thunder of war, which in turn awakened my lingering spirit. This outcome is truly marvelous." With that said, the founder's form began to fade, a look of satisfaction on his face. Before he vanished completely, he couldn't help but repeat himself. "Truly marvelous." After the founder disappeared, a heavy silence fell as everyone stared at Ha-lan. Shui Ying rushed over in joy, pulling Ha-lan into a hug. "Amazing Lanner, my amazing Lanner, the founder himself acknowledged you. You are the true successor." The one true successor. Ling Xi and the others were thrilled for her. "Lan, that was awesome. You were so cool just now, Ha-lan." In that moment, it seemed Ha-lan had finally reclaimed the confidence she had lost. "Master, Ling Xi, Shui Xin." A single tear rolled down her cheek as Ha-lan broke into a brilliant smile. "I think I've finally found my own path." From above, Zhou Yi quickly descended to her side. His armor retracted as a system panel immediately popped up. He had successfully completed the quest, Conceal the Legacy of the Apocalypse Dragon Knight, Soul of War. Ling Feng quickly chimed in with a smirk. "So this Taoist girl is going to run a major sect like this?" Zhou Yi shot back without missing a beat. "Aren't you just some rich kid goofing off?" Ling Feng scowled. "What are you looking at?" From a distance, a strange fog suddenly rolled in, surrounding everyone. Before them stood a woman with long blonde hair, her back turned to them. Two small children stood on either side of her, brushing her hair. Sweat beaded on the woman's face as she thought to herself, "This aura." She quickly used a skill to assess the situation. "The Apocalypse. Dragon Knight, my most loyal agent of war, died in the final battle. His authority scattered across the myriad worlds." Condensing energy in her hand, the woman instantly summoned a pale golden light, standing firm in her position. She then spoke, "I never thought this legacy, broken for 10,000 years, would be restored in the body of a mortal boy." And from within the grand hall, the woman's power surged outward, flying far from her location. The golden light carried her voice through the air. "Zhou Yi, if you can find the second fragment of war and prove you have the qualifications and fortune to bear this authority, I will personally pass the legacy on to you. Hearing this voice, Zhou Yi's eyes froze. He was stunned for a few seconds. Seeing him just standing there, Ling Feng couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong? Did a bird poop on your head?" Zhou Yi didn't hide it and quickly shared his thoughts. "I just felt like I was being watched." Only then did Ling Feng look in horror at the helmet in Zhou Yi's hands. "Huh? Why is it cracked?" He thought to himself. It must have been damaged fighting the 9 revolutions refining pagoda. Even a divine artifact would take a hit. But then, more cracks began to spread across the helmet's surface. Zhou Yi's heart sank. This is bad. The Holy Light Force can't restore it. In fact, it might damage it even more. The quest to conceal the Apocalypse Dragon Knight's legacy is supposed to be a chain quest. Why didn't the next stage automatically trigger after finding the helmet? Then, a system prompt appeared, and he immediately reached out to select it. It seemed Zhou Yi needed to repair the item before the mission could be reactivated. He instantly understood the problem. So that's how it was. The crack was affecting the quest activation mechanism. The helmet needed some serious repairs. Ling Feng was blown away. This helmet was insane, even with the small crack. But then again, the Heavenly Dao sect specialized in artifact crafting and talismans. Once Xialan handles her sect's business, we should ask her. She might know a way to fix it. Staring intently at the helmet in his hands, Zhou Yi gave a hesitant hum. Time flew by, and soon, the deadline had arrived. 3 days later, inside the Sky Pivot Hall, everyone stood in silence. The atmosphere was incredibly solemn. The sect founder's imposing presence emanated from his portrait, his painted eyes watching over his descendants. Everyone stared back with grave expressions, barely daring to breathe. Xialan's voice broke the silence. Since the founder established our Heavenly Dao sect, he laid down a sacred creed for all to follow. The doctrine of Wanfa Guizong has guided us for 100 years, but for the last 30, our sect has slowly strayed from the righteous path. Today, I've gathered you all to. On her forehead, the black seal left by the founder began to glow, radiating a majestic aura. To restore order, she declared, and purge the corruption. At her words, the crowd below respectfully knelt, awaiting her command. At that very moment, the second elder immediately took out a scroll and began to read from it in a booming voice. After 3 days of investigation by the Law Enforcement Hall, we have confirmed the 7 great sins of the former sect master, Xuan Yangzi. First, abuse of power and embezzlement of sect resources. In his 37 years as sect master, Xuan Yangzi secretly funneled over 70% of the sect's annual pill production and 60% of its talismans and artifacts to his worldly family, the Lei Clan, under false pretenses. And there's more. Second, he altered our sacred legacies and severed our ancestral lines. To cement the Lei Clan's power, Xuan Yangzi used the excuse of impure cultivation techniques to seal away 42 sacred texts of the flying lightning arts and our sect's alchemy system. This has turned our great Wanfa Guizong into a hollow shell of its former self. Upon hearing this, the disciples erupted into a storm of shocked whispers. That year, I wanted to study feng shui, but I couldn't find the texts anywhere, so they were sealed away. No wonder all we've learned for decades is the Lei Clan's arts and basic alchemy. Shui Ying's voice cut through the noise. Third, he suppressed his rivals and persecuted his own sect brothers and sisters. Lanner's rejection by the founder's statue wasn't the will of the heavens. It was that old monster's scheme. He had already chosen his own grandson to be the next sect master. How could he let a true genius stand in his way? The crowd's fury intensified, each person shouting out their own story. My father once questioned the unfair resource distribution. The very next day, he was punished and sent to the back mountains to grow herbs, forbidden to return for 10 years. That's right. And what about senior sister Ming Xing? She had a rare spiritual summoning talent, but she was condemned for practicing heretical arts and forced to switch to the Lei Clan's lightning techniques instead. Xialan spoke again. The remaining crimes, bribery, nepotism, falsifying records, and disrespecting the ancestors are all documented. They will be posted on the public board for 3 days for all to see. I know many of you were forced to participate, either by staying silent or by obeying. Today, the Law Enforcement Hall has opened a hall of confession. Anyone who comes forward willingly or exposes others will be judged leniently based on their circumstances. As she spoke, Xialan's inner energy began to rise. But for those who hide their crimes, for those who dare to resist, a cold smile formed on her lips. You will face the harshest punishment, with no mercy. Ling Feng's group watched from the side, deeply impressed. And Lan is incredible. She has the presence of a true grandmaster. Her methods are flawless. That scumbag Xuan Yangzi really thought the sect was his personal piggy bank. If he were in my Shen family, his legs would have been chopped off and fed to the demonic beasts long ago. After addressing the sect, Xialan quickly returned. I'm back. Ling Xi immediately rushed into her arms for a hug. Lan, you were amazing. I'm in awe. I want to be as cool as you. Ling Feng, however, had a question. By the way, where's that Chen Lei guy? He was Xuan Yangzi's #2 disciple. If you want, I can. Teach him a lesson. Xiaolan immediately replied, Chen Lei confessed to all the dirty work he did for Xuan Yangzi over the years. According to sect rules, his cultivation was crippled, his memories were erased, and he was expelled from the mountain. The sentence is likely being carried out as we speak. About the helmet repair, I found someone. Besides the now imprisoned Xuan Yangzi, the most skilled craftsman in the Heavenly Dao sect is Elder Mo Chui, who lives in seclusion in the back mountains. He resigned from his post as head of the crafting hall 20 years ago because he couldn't stand Xuan Yangzi's methods. I told Elder Mo Chui about the helmet 3 days ago. Today, he sent a reply. He said he can try to fix it by channeling the Earth Core lightning fire. She explained, the lightning fire cauldron is in the forbidden grounds. It requires the spiritual power of at least 3 elders to maintain the formation. I, my master, and the second elder can handle that part. But Elder Mo Chui specifically warned that during the restoration, the helmet might resonate violently with the lightning fire. It needs someone with an extremely powerful spirit and a deep connection to the helmet to stand by and stabilize its spiritual essence. Who else could that person be but you? Ling Feng was stunned. What? She added. Be warned, this process will be agonizing. It's like having a part of your own consciousness thrown into a forge and burned. Zhou Yi's gaze turned serious. He simply asked, when do we start? Xiaolan instructed him, tomorrow. Rest well today. The restoration will take a long time and will be a massive drain on your spirit. And just like that, the next day arrived. The group followed Xiaolan to the back mountains to meet the elder. The moment he saw Zhou Yi, Mo Chui stepped forward. So, you are Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi respectfully cupped his hands in a salute. This junior pays his respects to Elder Mo Chui. The elder looked him over. Kid, do you know the difference between restoring this thing and fixing a normal magic treasure? Zhou Yi replied humbly, please enlighten me, Elder. Elder Mo Chui explained, a normal treasure's damage is physical, so you repair it with materials. But this thing, its damage is in spirit, so its repair must be in will. The Earth Core lightning fire, he continued, is a force of pure yang. It can destroy all things, but it can also forge them anew. However, its power is too violent. It needs to be guided and tempered. Therefore, there are 4 steps. Step 1. The sealing formation. To block out all worldly interference. Without another word, Elder Mo Chui roared, activate the origin formation. Step 2. Connect the earth veins to ensure a stable supply of spiritual energy. At this point, the second elder was already struggling to stay on his feet. The elder continued. Step 3. Use the will of lightning as a hammer to forge the lightning fire's power into the cracks. Pausing, Mo Chui glanced over and yelled, Tong girl, guide the lightning! Following his command, Xiaolan focused her internal energy. 9 heavens resonate, 10,000 thunders descend. She blasted a powerful beam toward a massive lotus-shaped structure. As the energy hit, the stone flower bloomed wide open. Mo Chui seized the opportunity, leaping into the air. Now! With a heavy hammer in his hands, he began striking the lotus again and again, shouting to Zhou Yi over the ringing blows. Fourth, you must use the power of your holy light as a catalyst to harmonize the volatile conflict between the lightning fire and the helmet's own will. According to Mo Chui, even the slightest mistake wouldn't shatter the helmet itself, but it would utterly annihilate the spirit within, turning it into a dead object. Inside the forge, the Golden Knight's helmet was slowly being pieced back together by their combined power. But as Zhou Yi watched, a sudden panic seized him. What's happening? The crack! It's getting bigger! Mo Chui turned towards him and roared, Kid, don't move! In the next instant, the massive hammer in the elder's hand slammed directly into Zhou Yi's head, leaving him stunned. Xiaolan cried out in alarm. What are you doing? The elder quickly reassured her. Don't worry. My soul-driving hammer strike just forced 70% of his consciousness into the helmet. The spirit of this artifact is resisting the repair. Someone has to enter its core consciousness and subdue it directly. At that moment, a massive explosion erupted from the forge like a volcano. Tu Yetingen frowned, unable to hold back. You madman! You're gambling with his very life! If his consciousness gets devoured, he'll be dragged down to hell with it! Staring up at the chaos, Chu Yi was secretly terrified. This was the helmet's inner world, a shattered, chaotic realm overflowing with bitter resentment. He spoke to the soul within like a true friend. I know you can't accept this, but resisting will only lead to your complete destruction. Let me repair you. Let me make you whole again. Just then, a massive warrior silhouette emerged from the helmet. A deep, imposing voice echoed from within. Insignificant mortal, you dare to defy the authority of war itself and think you're worthy of my power? With those words, the figure lifted its leg and stomped down hard on Chu Yi. He flinched, desperately raising his arms to avoid being crushed. Ha Lan watched in horror as he coughed up a spray of blood. "Brother Yi is bleeding!" Mo Chui quickly stopped her. "Don't go over there! If you interrupt now, his consciousness will be trapped inside forever, turning him into a living vegetable. He has to overcome this on his own." Inside, Chu Yi tried to reason with it. "Your war ended when your former master fell. You deserve a new master." But the war soul couldn't contain its fury, roaring with arrogance. At that moment, the system interface flashed to life. Judgment of justice. A sacred magic circle opened, and blades of light rained down from above, ambushing the enemy within the formation. Finally, an angel of justice hurled a spear of light, inflicting devastating holy attribute damage. Still, the war soul stubbornly tried to crush Chu Yi under its foot. From above, a blinding golden light erupted. Down below, Chu Yi managed to dodge just in time, narrowly escaping death. But it wasn't over. The war soul charged forward again with overwhelming force. It shot him a menacing glare as its inner energy flared to life. The system panel appeared once more. Level 5, B rank, Holy Light Cross Slash. The war soul, terrified, quickly dodged to the side. Unafraid, Chu Yi immediately began to gather his inner energy once more. Punishment of Light. This skill calls down magical lightning of the light attribute upon a designated enemy. The lightning's power is influenced by the caster's affinity with the light attribute. One man versus one war soul. The battle was an intense clash of wills. The spirit launched another powerful blow. Chu Yi instantly coughed up more blood. This time, the injury was severe. His knees buckled, and he gasped for breath, wiping the blood from his lips. Chu Yi's gaze turned ice cold. But it didn't end there. A fiery will ignited behind him. Finally, he had manifested it. The war soul charged once again. He stared down his opponent and roared, "Then I'll just have to make you submit to my will to fight." A relentless storm of attacks crashed against each other. Penitent Pursuit, Holy Fist Combo, Divine Tempest, Judgment Descends. The war soul's golden helmet began to emit a colossal power, as if responding to this fierce battle. Outside, Ha Lan was stunned. "Why are the fluctuations so violent?" Mo Chui immediately chimed in. "It's possible the kid is using a special method to appease it." The war soul's dark aura began to thin. Its overwhelming presence started to fade. It stared intently at Chu Yi and spoke with something like admiration, protection, judgment, purification, indomitability. For all these to exist at once, with such intensity, such a multifaceted will to fight. At last, the war soul accepted him. "I acknowledge you. You are indeed worthy to wield us." And just like that, everything returned to normal. Chu Yi's wounds healed in an instant. Inside the forge, the helmet was completely repaired. The lotus flower in front of Mo Chui now glowed with a brilliant golden light. He stared at the scene, gasping in awe. A wide grin spread across his face. Success! It's actively cooperating to restore itself. For the final step, a beam of sharp light shot from the golden helmet straight into the sky. Everyone present stared, stunned into absolute silence. One of the men couldn't help but speak up. "A celestial phenomenon. It seems our Heavenly Path sect has witnessed the birth of a new legend today." And finally, the golden helmet was fully repaired, gleaming like new. It immediately flew to Chu Yi's side, as if acknowledging its master. The system panel lit up. Helmet of the War Soul. Restoration complete. Restoration status? Perfect. Sentience restored. Has accepted a master. Equipment properties. Lightning Fire Affinity. Greatly increases resistance to lightning and fire attribute damage. Can absorb and convert those elements. War Resonance. Achieves high synchronization with the host's will, upgrading the power and judgment of all offensive skills. Hidden Quest activated. Quest 2, Legacy of the Apocalypse Dragon Knight. An unyielding will is buried deep within the ley lines, beneath the dragon's spine that bears 1,000 tons. Find the steadfast foundation, the indomitable armor. Head to the Black Rock Mountains, Dragon Spine Mine. Rewards await. Mo Chui was pleased. Good kid. Not only did you restore it, you even made it accept you as its master. I've been forging for many years, and I've handled countless artifacts, but this is the first time I've ever seen something so incredible. Tuyet and Han immediately ran over. Are you okay? Chu Yi wiped the blood from his mouth and quickly replied, I'm fine. My spiritual energy is a bit drained, but the rewards were even greater. This was only possible because the elders gave their all to help me. Chu Yi bowed respectfully in thanks. This junior is a layman when it comes to forging. For this item to remain with me is like a priceless gem gathering dust. Today, I'd like to gift it to Elder Mo to express my sincerity. The old man was shocked. Divine gold vein crystal! Mo Chui hugged the large crystal, his eyes practically bugging out. A sacred-grade forging material. Legend says it can grant an artifact its own evolving sentience. This can only be an S-rank divine object, and you have such a huge piece. This is enough to be a sex heirloom, Chu Yi said cheerfully. It's yours now, Elder. Mo Chui lovingly caressed his new treasure. My young friend, if you ever need anything forged, just come find me. Chu Yi quickly replied, Then I thank you in advance, Elder Mo. Mo Chui then added, Right, with this divine gold vein crystal you gave me, I can further strengthen this helmet's spiritual connection to you. However, it'll need to be tempered with Young Song's lightning fire inheritance for half a month. Chu Yi replied calmly, Half a month? Halan, standing beside him, chimed in. In that case, Brother Yi, why don't you stay here at the Heavenly Path sect for a while? He turned to look at her. After restoring the helmet, I received a clue. It's related to the other components. She hesitated. That makes sense. Many high-grade divine artifacts have a resonance with each other, often leading to the other pieces. Don't worry. You can leave your helmet with me. Chu Yi smiled apologetically. I'm sorry to trouble you, Halan, but she just smiled brightly. Besides, Master wants me to sort out the sect's affairs, so I can't go with you anyway. So, where is your next destination? At that, Chu Yi immediately answered. The Black Rock Mountains, Dragon's Spine Mine. Halan was surprised. Dragon's Spine Mine? I remember that place produces obsidian, iron, and ley line crystals. Just then, Ling Shi's group walked in. You're safe! That's great. Ling Feng glanced at the girl next to him, then asked, Tichin, do you know of this Dragon's Spine Mine? Tai Xin gave a sly smile. The Dragon's Spine Mine is where my adoptive father, the mountain-suppressing martial emperor, lives in seclusion as its guardian. Fei Long seemed thoughtful. The mountain-suppressing martial emperor. That's a pretty big name. Is your adoptive father that strong? She quickly replied, extremely strong. 30 years ago, he was already a famous grandmaster of fist techniques across the mid-lower continent. She paused, a sad look in her eyes. But Ling Shi prodded, But what? Tai Xin continued, My adoptive father. 30 years ago, because of an accident, he lost his right arm. After that, his personality changed drastically. He went into complete seclusion and rarely sees outsiders. He established a strict rule. Unless the mine faces a life-or-death crisis, anyone who enters without permission will be personally escorted out by him. Hearing this, Ling Feng asked, Well, we're not there to cause trouble. We have a serious request. Can't we just explain the situation? What's the point if even his own daughter's friends can't get in to see him? Shui Xin said, her voice filled with despair. Ling Feng, you don't understand him. He's impossibly stubborn. I don't want to drag you all on a pointless trip, or worse, cause a huge fight. But Zhou Yi's voice was firm. Shui Xin, I appreciate you looking out for me, but I have to go. It's not an option. If we can't get in, we'll find a way. If he won't see us, we'll give him a reason he can't refuse. At that, Shui Xin's eyes lit up. Exactly. Rules are dead. But people are alive. Let's just go and figure it out as we go. Hearing his resolve, the tension in Shui Xin's face finally melted away, replaced by a brilliant smile. Zhou Yi molded over. The town music martial emperor. Lost an arm and became a recluse. No wonder Shu Xin is so on edge. This is definitely more than just a strange temper. There's a deeper story here. But no matter what, a system quest has arrived, and failure is not an option. Just then, Mo Jui added, the town music martial emperor. I know his mine produces top-tier ore. The thing is, after he issued a family decree, he cut off all outside production. He Lan quickly grew anxious. How about this? I'll bring a few elders from the Heavenly Dao sect with you first. With the reputation of the Heavenly Dao sect, he might be willing to talk, right? Mo Jue just waved his hand. Useless. Xuan Yangzi already took people there, even offered to refine his ores for free. He was still rejected. Zhou Yi gently reassured her, the Heavenly Dao sect needs you. This is your battlefield, your chance to prove yourself. Stand firm here, and in the future, the entire sect could become your greatest support. The group quickly agreed. We'll go scout the mine first. In half a month, you bring the Soul of War and meet up with us. Helan was filled with a new sense of purpose. I get it, Brother Yi. You guys go on ahead, don't worry about me. I will protect this place, learn what I must, and make the Heavenly Dao sect a true ally for you. In half a month, I'll definitely be there on time with that helmet. Before leaving, Ling Shi couldn't help but shout, Lan Lan, you can do it. We're gonna miss you. Make sure to eat properly. Don't just stare at talismans all day. Helan waved back. Travel safely, and stay in touch. As they departed, Zhou Yi glanced back, releasing a small blue butterfly. It fluttered forward, only for its blue light to be instantly blocked by an invisible barrier. Zhou Yi observed it carefully. The sect's protective array is overflowing with energy, but the conversion nodes always have a tiny flaw. It's just enough for a void-guiding butterfly to leave behind a coordinate. We might not need it, but it never hurts to be prepared. In the future, if the Heavenly Tao sect is in trouble or we need an emergency return route, we'll have another way in. At the same time, Helan made her own silent vow. Brother Yi, I will become stronger. Strong enough to face any challenge that comes my way. Right after they left, a loud voice announced, asterisk, ding asterisk. We have arrived at the Dragon's Spine mine. Please exit the vehicle. Before leaving, the driver didn't forget to add, remember to leave a 5-star review. Just then, Ling Shi felt a wave of unease. The air here feels so heavy, it's a little hard to breathe. Zhou Yi scanned the area. The mine scale isn't small, but it's unnervingly quiet. Not only are there no signs of miners, but even the usual hum of machinery is completely absent. Shuexian took the lead. My adoptive father's residence is just ahead. Everyone, stick close to me and try to keep quiet. Let me handle everything. But just as she stepped forward, Zhou Yi's hand shot out, grabbing her wrist and pulling her back. Shuexian,